Chapter 1, The Death Inspection Register. Siak opened his eyes, a nauseating smell continuously flooding his nostrils. Where is this? He felt somewhat confused. Looking around, it was pitch black. He seemed to be inside a small boat cabin, with only a faint light coming from the stern. Chaotic memories surged into his mind, and only then did Siak realize he had transmigrated. It was now the first year of Fengyu in the Great Zhou dynasty, shortly after the new emperor ascended the throne. He was a corpse diver by the Wooding River outside Jinmen City, specializing in retrieving bodies from the river. These days, the world was in chaos, demons ruled, people suffered, and many had drowned themselves in the river. In the Great Zhou dynasty, it was customary to bury the dead properly. If a body sank in the river, the restless spirit would have difficulty reincarnating, often causing misfortune. To pacify the souls and fulfill the wishes of their families, the profession of corpse divers emerged. The surrounding villages depended on the river for their livelihood. If the bodies in the river were not retrieved, villagers would be too afraid to enter the water. Thus, corpse divers were supported by several nearby villages and even received a subsidy from the government. As a profession dealing daily with the dead, ordinary people lacked the courage to do this work. Moreover, the best suited for this job were those with flawed fates, people whose life paths were not too easy or damaging otherwise. Accidents were likely. From his memories, Siak knew his former self was an orphan abandoned by his family. Since birth, he suffered from pathological laughter syndrome, uncontrollably laughing during emotional fluctuations. Though not a debilitating or fatal disease, in this superstitious era, common folk were extremely wary. Siak did not know his origins, only that he was raised by Dishun, a corpse diver outside the city. As an adult, Siak followed Dishun to dive for corpses, just to make a living. Siak's heart grew extremely uneasy. The world he had transmigrated into was so perilous. This era was not only plagued by natural disasters and human calamities but also haunted by vengeful spirits, fierce ghosts, and strange demons. While pondering this, he saw a hunched old man with white hair and beard walk from the stern holding a hemp rope. This was his foster father, Dishun. Dishun was deaf and mute, had no family, and had been a corpse diver here for decades. He frowned at Siak, his eyes showing a trace of surprise. Siak suddenly shivered. He felt uneasy under his foster father's gaze, goosebumps rising uncontrollably. Though Dishun was his foster father, as a deaf mute, he rarely communicated with Siak. Moreover, Dishun's strange behavior had frightened Siak since childhood. Siak felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. The fear came from his very instincts. It even made his breathing difficult, and cold sweat broke out on his back. What's wrong with me? Siak felt his heart being tightly gripped by a large hand. Dishun's eyes clouded again after shifting his gaze away from Siak. Siak returned to normal. He touched his neck, where a lingering pain remained. Exhaling a thick breath, Siak saw his foster father drop the hemp rope on the ground. Dishun then pointed at the water, signaling Siak to prepare to dive. I can't do it. Siak's heart instantly tightened, completely forgetting Dishun couldn't hear him. In over 10 years, Siak had never dived for corpses himself. It was always Dishun or his older brothers who went into the water. Dishun once had 4 foster sons, corresponding to the heavenly defect and earthly defect. But 3 brothers had drowned in accidents, leaving only the youngest, Siak. Since then, Siak had grown even more afraid of this foster father. Dishun took out several incense sticks from the cabin, lit them, and stuck them at the bow of the boat. Then he turned to look at Siak again. Having followed Dishun for years, Siak knew that when these 3 incense sticks burned out, it would be time for him to dive. He gritted his teeth and tightly tied the hemp rope around his waist. Dishun nodded, took a black leech from the gourd at his waist, and forcefully stuffed it into Siak's mouth. Siak was greatly shocked, but Dishun was extremely strong and would not allow him to resist. Unexpectedly, the maggot was as smooth as Dove chocolate, sliding down his throat effortlessly. Siak had seen his father and brothers eat it before, but as a transmigrator, he still felt some inner resistance and began to cough. The 3 incense sticks in front of him were about to burn out, and Dishun lit another thick incense stick as thick as a finger. The 3 incense sticks were for honoring the souls drowned in the water, feeding them so that the little ghosts would not come to cause trouble. This thick incense was used to summon souls. If the incense burned out and the body had not been retrieved, it was forbidden to soak it in the water again. After completing these rituals, Dishun's gaze once again focused on Siak. Siak knew the arrow was on the string and had to be released. There was no time for hesitation. He remembered that his 3rd brother had previously refused to go into the water. Soon after, Dishun kicked him into the water and even locked him and the corpse together in a net bag. Gritting his teeth, Siak picked up a large net beside him and jumped into the water. Thanks to the maggot's effect, Siak could see very clearly in the water at night, as if it were daytime. Years of training had also made him an excellent swimmer. Holding his breath underwater for 3 to 5 minutes was no problem. He looked toward the floating body about 10 meters from the boat. The corpse floating on the water caused fear to spread in Siak's heart. He floated up, exposing his head above the water. The floating corpse had been soaked too long. The body had begun to swell, and the stench continuously assaulted Siak's nostrils. The pale corpse had swollen into a ball shape, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. Swimming closer, Siake was horrified to find the corpse was face down. He quickly raised his hand 3 times as taught by his foster father. This was a signal to Deshun that the corpse facing down was an ominous sign. Deshun immediately scattered a handful of paper money into the river and tied a red rope to the bow of the boat. The paper money was to comfort the souls and help them rest peacefully, while the red rope was to prevent interference from little ghosts. Then, Siake swam 3 circles around the corpse, one of the methods to summon back the soul of the body. The corpse in the water was also very likely entangled by water plants or other things. These invisible factors required the corpse retriever to dive and check, otherwise, there was no need to enter the water. Next, Deshun took out a large rooster from a cloth bag, casually cut its throat, and let the blood spill into the water. This was also to avoid attracting evil spirits. The rooster was free range from farms within dozens of miles, usually old and tough meat, used for corpse retrievers. Then, Siake opened the large net in his hand, raised it overhead, and swung it in an arc. The net immediately caught the floating corpse. This corpse retrieval net was no ordinary item. It was woven from black dog hair, soaked in black dog blood for 49 days, and then sun-dried for 81 days before it could be made. Suppressing his inner fear, Siake held his breath and swam a circle around the corpse, closing the net. The rule for corpse retrievers was that the corpse must not touch the boat. When retrieving a dead body, the corpse could not be allowed to touch the boat's hull. Usually, the corpse was tied with a rope and pulled along. If the corpse had swollen, pulling it with a rope might tear it apart, so the entire corpse needed to be wrapped in the retrieval net. Then, Siake untied the hemp rope around his waist and tied it to the edge of the net to secure it. He exhaled and was about to swim back to the boat when a sudden haze appeared before him. A roll of blood-red brocade appeared instantly, engraved with 4 strange characters. But Siake understood the meaning of these 4 characters in an instant. Death Judgment Talisman. Chapter 2 Purple Tag. Fist never leaves hand. The talisman before him flipped to the first page. It read, "Good and evil will be repaid. The heavenly way favors reincarnation." A gray mist rose before Siake's eyes, and the life story of this corpse was imprinted on the talisman. When Siake came back to his senses, a line of large blue characters appeared on the Death Judgment Talisman. Washing the muscles and marrow, a blue entry that removes impurities from the body and strengthens the physique. Although it only lasted a moment, Dasan was extremely impatient waiting. Dasan repeatedly struck the oar against the water, signaling Siake to get on the boat. Siake hurriedly swam toward the boat. Perhaps the smell of chicken blood had spread, as several humanoid figures emerged from underwater. There were about 7 or 8 of them, surrounding Siake in the black canopy boat. Siake felt a bit panicked, sensing a slippery feeling wrapping around his calf. Looking down, he saw a creature covered in gray fur, resembling an ape. It was holding onto his ankle. From his past memories, Siake quickly identified the creature as a water monkey. Water monkeys love to suck human blood and feed on animal brain matter and eyeballs. Due to an emotional fluctuation, it seemed a switch was triggered in Siake's mind, and he suddenly began to laugh loudly. Ha! He wanted to float up a bit, but hindered by the water monkeys, Siake found himself unable to move in the water. Once his laughter fit started, they wouldn't stop for several minutes. If he stayed underwater in this state, he would surely choke. The sound of his wild laughter echoed in response to the lone wolf howling on the shore, making the night eerily chilling. Siake felt his rationality gradually slipping away, and an inexplicable irritability rose from deep within. The water monkeys were stunned to hear Siake laughing out loud. Seizing the opportunity, Siake steeled himself, drew a short sword from his waist, and fiercely stabbed the wrist of the water monkey holding him. The creature let out a strange scream but did not release its grip. It seemed the washing the muscles and marrow entry took effect, as a surge of brute strength burst forth from within Siaquebec. He suddenly leapt upward, exposing his upper body above the water. But seeing several other water monkeys swimming toward him, Siake felt the river water as biting cold even more. His emotions seemed to reach a critical point, and his laughter grew even more eerie and sinister. Waving the short sword wildly, regardless of choking on water, Siake bent down and stabbed repeatedly at the water monkeys below. The creatures seemed impervious to pain, holding on to Siake stubbornly, their bright red blood staining the water's surface. Suddenly, the sound of several bells rang out, and a shadow rapidly took shape on the river's surface. Like a humanoid figure made of scattered lines, but with 3 heads. Seeing this shadow, the water monkeys instantly let out piercing, mournful screams. They released their grip on Siake and quickly swam away. The water monkey wounded by Siake was a step slower. Siake turned and countered, grabbing its ankle. The water monkey's strength was only comparable to an average adult, and after washing the muscles and marrow, Siake clearly had the upper hand. He pulled it close, but the water monkey struggled to escape. Siake pushed his short sword into its chest, and its struggling gradually weakened. The water monkey finally lost its life, its body sinking to the riverbed. After the water monkeys dispersed, the shadow also vanished. Siake's emotions gradually stabilized, and his laughter ceased. With a thought, he swam forward a few meters and reached out to grab the water monkey's arm. As expected, the characters of the death examination talisman appeared again before his eyes, with a line of white text, Tide Rider, a white entry that makes you move more swiftly in water. Just as Siake was about to board the boat, Dasan tapped his right arm with the oar, signaling him to drop the water monkey. He quickly released the water monkey. After climbing onto the boat, the two rowed along the shore, dragging the net bag containing the corpse behind the boat. Siake glanced at Dasan out of the corner of his eye and noticed a small bell hanging from his waist. He guessed the bell sounds they heard earlier must have come from it. He hadn't known Dasan had this treasure for over 10 years. When they reached the shore, Siake found he could lift the net bag alone and place it on the prepared cart. The bloated corpse weighed at least 200 jin, but he could lift it with one hand, and it was relatively easy. Even Dasan, standing nearby, showed a hint of surprise in his cloudy eyes. They parked the cart by the shore and waded back into the water. The stretch of water Dasan was responsible for extended upstream to Wangjiazwang and downstream to Lihuoba, spanning more than 10 miles. Before long, the two saw another corpse. With previous experience, Siake was now quite adept. Coupled with the two new entries he had just gained, he felt extremely strong all over. In just a few blinks, Siake wrapped the corpse in a net bag. Then, a moment of dizziness passed before a line of purple text appeared on the talisman. Fist never leaves hand, purple entry, your fist techniques are constantly improving. Siake was pleased but also troubled since he hadn't practiced any fist techniques. After they finished handling the corpse, it was past midnight, and they returned home. According to the rules, corpse retrieval could only be done at midnight. Because midnight is the time of greatest in each day, it is the easiest time to attract the souls of the dead. If not done within the specified time, the soul-inviting incense stuck at the bow of the boat might fail to summon the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the deceased. Siake carefully removed the net bag, washed it clean, and soaked it in a vat. The vat contained specially prepared black dog's blood, which could remove odors and ward off evil spirits. Siake burned paper money, mixed the ashes with incense ash, poured it into the bathing tub, and added a few petals of spider lily. Spider lilies usually grow on graves, and their petals are very effective at removing the stench of corpses. After bathing, Siake felt refreshed and energetic, then performed a set of strange movements. These were taught by Dasan earlier, meant to prolong their breath and allow them to hold underwater longer. Previously, Siake's frail body would turn red and weak after practicing. He could feel that the effects of washing the muscles and marrow had not yet fully taken hold. The entries were still subtly transforming his body. Seeing that Dasan seemed to have fallen asleep, a thought arose in Siake's mind. There were still many unclaimed corpses in the mortuary. Could he get rewards from them? Siake immediately entered the mortuary. Upon opening the door, a strong, unpleasant medicinal smell hit his nose, making him cough. It turned out that the one handling the corpses was Siake's second brother, Yanqing. Yanqing was born faceless, with only a mouth and ears remaining. He could neither see nor smell, making him the best candidate for handling floating corpses. The medicinal solution used to treat the corpses was extremely foul, unbearable for ordinary people. Dasan had found a cute helper in the outer village. Ermang handled the corpses, and a small amount of silver was enough to pay him off. Corpses placed here usually stayed for 7 days, waiting for family members to claim them. When family came to claim a body, they would pay a fee as a reward to the corpse retriever. If unclaimed after 7 days, Dasan would cremate the body and scatter the ashes into the Wooding River. There were 3 corpses in the mortuary at this time. Siake lit 3 incense sticks and bowed repeatedly to the corpses. Then he reached out and placed his hand on the ankle of one corpse. There was no reaction. Siake sighed inwardly. It seemed he could only activate the talisman and extract entries when retrieving corpses from the water. Chapter 3, Yanqing Fist. Siake sneaked out of the courtyard and swam back and forth in the stream in front of the door several times. Although the Tide Rider was only a white entry, Siake felt like a fish in water. Even holding his breath underwater, he could last a quarter of an hour without breathing. At dawn, Siake woke up full of energy. He began exercising, running, and jumping in the yard. Whether it was his foster father's strangeness or the unrest in the world, Siake felt a deep sense of crisis. But he also knew that only by strengthening himself could he have the capital to survive. Dasan came out of his room and gestured to Siake back. After years of living together, Siake could understand Dasan's sign language. From it, he learned that Dasan had to go out today and that Ermang would take care of the corpses. After Dasan left the house, Siake took a few copper coins from under his pillow and walked several kilometers to the outskirts of Jinmen City. There were a few tea houses here that sold breakfast to the villagers coming into town for the market. Siake bought several sesame seed cakes, ordered a bowl of noodle tea, and finally ate a bowl of tofu pudding, after which he let out a satisfied burp. Back home, Ermang had already arrived. He gave Siake a silly smile and greeted him. Siake nodded in return, then covered his nose and left. The corpse was severely decomposed, barely resembling a human form. But Dasan had somehow obtained a kind of potion with a strange effect. Just by patting it all over the corpse, it could restore to its original state within an hour. However, this task was not something just anyone could do. It required full contact with the corpse, which gave even the bravely self-proclaimed Siake a chill. After Ermeng finished the job and moved the corpse to the mortuary, Siake gave him a few copper coins as payment for the day's work. Watching Ermeng's retreating figure, Siake felt that his walk was somewhat odd, as if his shoes didn't fit. But Siake didn't think much of it, assuming Ermeng had worn one of his brother's shoes by mistake, since such mix-ups had happened before. After training for a while longer and swimming several laps, Siake began to feel physically drained. The effects of the muscle and bone cleansing had fully taken hold, and he could feel his body stronger than ever before. Suddenly, Siake remembered a booklet placed under one leg of the dining table, which seemed to be a boxing manual. Because the floor was uneven, the table wobbled, so Dasan had casually placed a book underneath to stabilize it. He recalled having flipped through it out of curiosity before, but since he wasn't interested at the time, it had just remained as a table leg prop. Siake entered the hall and took the booklet from under the table leg. It was a somewhat yellowed, thread-bound booklet. In the nearby fishing village, corpse retrievers were considered a relatively prestigious profession. Siake had attended a free private school in the neighboring village for a few years and could still read. The cover bore the crookedly written title Yanqing Quan Yanqing Fist in large characters. Siake was delighted, as this would allow the purple skill tag Fist never leaves hand to take effect. He flipped through it roughly. The content was detailed and complete, with hand-drawn illustrations for each technique. Siake immediately began practicing according to the manual. The first page described the vertical foot, which Siake understood as stance training. This boxing style emphasized lower body strength, requiring standing postures and kicking for a long time before one could enter the beginner level. By noon, Siake ate a few steamed buns from the kitchen, considering it his lunch. However, lacking any meat, he still felt somewhat empty in his stomach after intense exercise. Thinking that his small stash of copper coins was running low, Siake walked more than 3 miles upstream along the Wooding River. Several fishing boats were docked by the riverbank. Brother Sia, the fisherman who knew Siake, greeted him warmly. These fishermen relied on Dasan to dispel evil from the water, and Dasan earned his living through these fishermen. Unlike other corpse retrievers who sometimes took advantage of the situation to charge exorbitantly, Dasan was different. This had earned his family a very good reputation among the fishermen. Seeing Ermeng's father greet him, Siake boldly boarded the boat. The sun was blazing, and the water temperature was higher than in the morning or evening, so the fish were hiding in the depths. The fishermen took this time to rest, planning to cast their nets again at dusk. Siake looked closely and saw a clay pot covered with a lid inside the boat's canopy, but fragrant aromas still wafted out. Ermeng's father lifted the lid to reveal golden fish roe and fatty fish swim bladders. These were the fish's innards, which many city customers usually rejected due to their strong fishy smell, making them cheap for these waterborne fishermen. With some cloudy rice wine and the fishermen's unique cooking methods, these strongly flavored innards could be turned into a delicacy. Once the broth boiled, Ermeng's father added a large piece of white, tender tofu into the pot. The milky white soup continuously emitted a rich aroma, and Siake swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Once it was fully cooked, Ermeng's father took out a gourd of homemade glutinous rice wine and poured some for Siake. The group enjoyed the fish offal with the wine, beginning to feast heartily. After eating and drinking their fill, Siake stood up, shaking his somewhat dizzy head. Several fishermen on the boat had already drunk themselves to sleep. Siake rubbed his belly, let out a satisfied burp, and headed straight home. Dasan had already returned by then. He glanced at Siake, seemingly smelling the alcohol, but said nothing. After all, there wasn't too much food left at home, and joining the fishermen for a meal definitely meant drinking some wine. Siake scooped a ladle of water from the jar and drank it, shaking his head slightly, still a bit unclear-headed. Dasan had just finished fetching water and was about to pour it into the jar when he looked over at Siake. Dasan's gaze shifted downward slightly, and he raised his hand to point at Siake's waist. Coming to his senses, Siake took out the copy of Yanqing Fist hanging at his waist and handed it to his foster father. Dasan waved his hand and then made a gesture, signaling Siake to assume a stance. Siake nodded, then spread his legs slightly bent and began standing in the posture. He could feel that he was much more familiar with this stance practice than he had been that morning. But the next moment, a tearing pain shot through his calf muscles, and Siake immediately fell to the ground. Dasan, who had somehow come to stand beside him, kicked the back of his calf. Had he assumed the wrong posture? Siake stood up, understanding in his heart. Then Dasan's dry, bark-like hand reached out and pressed on Siake's lower back. His lips moved slightly. Though Siake didn't understand lip reading, he could tell Dasan was saying to exert force. With this guidance, Siake quickly grasped the stance technique of Yanqing Fist, his heels beginning to lift and lower rhythmically. Siake's body was not very old, only 15 years old, and his muscles and bones were not yet fully set. His body was still quite flexible, and he could perform some slightly difficult movements after a few tries. With the help of the blue attribute, his hand movements were also very fast, earning Dasan's repeated nods of approval. After his calves grew somewhat sore and weak, Siake ended his stance practice. Dasan had already prepared dinner by then, 4 dishes and 1 soup, very sumptuous. Siake shook his aching arms, sat down at the table, and found a somewhat worn booklet placed before him. He flipped through it roughly. It was full of Yanqing fist cultivation insights, with further optimizations made to the original techniques. He nodded in understanding and looked gratefully at his foster father. Chapter 4 Blue Entry, Shielan Arm. Dasan picked up his chopsticks, signaling him to eat. Thanks to the physical enhancement brought by the Jingshi FAMU technique and the practice of boxing, Siake's appetite had greatly increased. Although Dasan was just an old man, he was also extremely capable of eating. The 3 dishes in one soup were all made from the chickens killed last night, and the last dish was pig's head meat that Dasan had braised himself. Father and son devoured the food like a whirlwind, clearing the table in no time. After Siake finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, it was already late. He then hung the corpse retrieval net out to dry. The corpse retrieval net was usually soaked in black dog's blood. It was not dried in the sun during the day because it must not be exposed to yang energy, otherwise, the souls in the corpses would be unable to transcend. Then Siake caught a proud, upright rooster in the backyard, covered its eyes with a black cloth, and threw it into a bag. After preparing for tonight's corpse retrieval, there was still a long time before midnight, and Siake felt somewhat bored. In his previous life, he would usually take a short nap, but now, with his greatly improved physique, he felt as if he had endless energy inside. He took out the notebook Dasan had given him, which recorded insights, and began reading it along with the boxing manual. Yanqing fist was a martial art that placed great emphasis on the lower body, using stance training combined with spring kicks to solidify the foundation. Siake practiced spring kicks in front of the old poplar tree by the house, shaking the leaves off onto the ground. With the effect of the purple entry, Siake felt that he had already gotten the hang of this boxing style in less than a day. As midnight approached, Siake calmly ended his practice, went into the room, and changed into a sleeveless vest. This vest was similar to a tank top, but the sides between the arms were connected by ropes, leaving the sides exposed. On the lower body, he wore shorts that reached just above the knees. After all, after going into the water, it was inevitable to get dirty, so these clothes needed to be washed and changed frequently every day, and the more convenient, the better. Dasan also changed into the same outfit and stepped out of the house. Each carried a black cloth bag. Siake placed the dried corpse retrieval net on a cart and dragged it toward the riverbank. At the riverbank, Dasan first burned a large incense stick and placed it by the riverbank. The two then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. They were worshipping the Wanding river god. Families who made a living on the water had to offer incense to the river god daily. After boarding the boat, it drifted downstream with the river current. Upstream was Wangjia village. If there were any floating corpses, villagers would inform Dasan. If not, the boat would drift back and forth in the river area under their responsibility, looking for floating corpses. Downstream at Lihua Dam, the terrain was flat and the water flow gentle, making it the most likely place for floating corpses to stop. Using the reflection of the moonlight, Siake saw a silver carp swimming in the water at the bow of the boat. The silver carp's body shimmered with a silvery white glow, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Moved by impulse, Siake looked at his foster father, and Dasan nodded. He took a fish spear from the stern end, before the fish could swim away, suddenly thrust it toward the silver carp. As expected, the next second, the death examination talisman flipped open another page before his eyes. Bubble King, gray entry, doubles the number of bubbles when exhaling underwater. Siake's face darkened involuntarily. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, he speared another small fish. Unexpectedly, this time there was no entry at all. Siake recalled the silver carp that had provided the entry earlier, which seemed somewhat different from other fish. He examined it again. Indeed, the scales shimmered with a trace of silvery white light, even when it jumped on the boat. Siake pondered. It seemed that creatures capable of providing entries must have some kind of limitation. The idea of farming entries by mass killing was shattered. The black-sailed boat drifted to Lihua Dam, and Siake could smell a foul stench from a distance. He looked up and saw the corpse had swollen beyond recognition, probably drifting upstream for a long time. Since corpse retrieval came with rewards, why not enjoy it? With this optimistic mindset, when the boat got closer, Siake took the initiative to pick up the corpse net, swallowed the bug that Dasan handed over, and jumped into the river. Siake was skilled and, combined with his greatly improved physique, in the blink of an eye, he had already covered the corpse net over the body. The death inspection talisman rose in a swirl of gray mist and flipped to a new page. Blue characters flickered on it, and Siake felt a bit expectant. Shielan arm, blue entry, your left hand is faster and stronger when punching. Siake furrowed his brows tightly and glanced at the corpse again. What kind of person would be rewarded with such an entry? And this effect was quite strange. After climbing back onto the boat, Siake clenched his left fist and quietly swung it a few times. It was clearly possible to hear the sound of air braking. Compared to the speed of his right fist, it was obviously faster and more rapid. This would give him a greater advantage in actual combat. Normally, a person's right hand is stronger, but who would know that your left fist is stronger? Once on the boat, Siake picked up a small bottle, dripped a few drops of emerald green liquid, and applied it above his lips. A pungent and fresh scent shot straight to his crown, but at least it covered the stench emitted by the corpse. This was something Siake had found at home, probably left behind by one of his brothers. Siake felt it was somewhat similar to medicated oil but without the greasy feeling. The black canopy boat sailed for a while longer. Ahead was a narrow river channel. After passing it, it would no longer be the river area managed by Dasun. Out of boredom, Siake stood at the bow and began practicing his boxing. Unexpectedly, just as he started, Dasun sharply struck him with a long bamboo pole. Dasun frowned and shook his head at him, and only then did Siake realize. This was a rule Dasun had taught before: no malicious actions were allowed on the corpse retrieval boat, or else it might scare away the souls of the deceased. Not far upstream, Siake again found several corpses drifting among the reeds in the shallow river. These corpses were pale and stiff all over, not yet starting to rot or bloat, indicating they had drowned recently. As usual, he tied each corpse securely around the waist with a rope, and the death inspection talisman began to flip pages. Carpenter, white entry, doubles efficiency when learning carpentry. Fisherman, white entry, increases success rate by 10 when fishing. Monsters appear, blue entry, energy absorbed by the small intestine increased by 10. After receiving a series of life-related white entries, Siake finally obtained another blue entry. Siake nodded with satisfaction. From the effect alone, he knew this entry must be beneficial to his martial arts progress. His strong digestive ability allowed him to absorb more energy, which in turn made his physique stronger. Don't underestimate this 10 over the years. The extra energy Siake absorbed from food compared to others would be more than just a little. Siake thought about the notes given by Dasun, which also recorded that the power of fist techniques comes not only from one's realm but also from having a strong physique. And a strong physique requires eating well and training hard. After tying them into a bundle with a rope, Dasun began to row the boat vigorously. Siake also got on board and took up the bamboo pole, working hard alongside his foster father. Originally, rowing against the current was very strenuous for Siake, but now it was much easier than before. He had only been through one day and night since crossing over, yet he had transformed from a weak boy into a martial artist. Although he was only just beginning to scratch the surface, the boost from the entries was incomparable to any martial art. Placing the corpses side by side on the cart, because there were so many, their heads and feet had to hang in the air. Then Siake dragged the cart back first, while Dasun stayed behind to perform a ritual for the river god. Chapter 5. Dead man's shoes. After one night, several villagers from Wang family village came to take away the 4 corpses pulled from the river. The villagers said nothing, paying Dasun the fee for claiming the bodies in a hushed manner before leaving. Perhaps seeing that Siake had started training in martial arts and knowing he needed more food to replenish his chi and blood, Dasun generously gave Siake over 10 taels of silver. Siake was not stingy with himself either. He immediately went into town and bought half a slab of pork and beef. After a few meals, he had eaten more than 5 jin of meat, and he could feel that eating well made his punches stronger. That day, eating meat and practicing martial arts, combined with the constant use of his fists, led to remarkable progress in Yanqing fist. However, after yesterday, no more corpses appeared in the river, which left Siake somewhat disappointed. But this was actually normal after all. Dasun was only responsible for a few dozen li of river area, and the number of villages along the riverbank was limited, so it was impossible to have corpses to retrieve every day. What puzzled Siake was that Ermang had not yet dealt with the corpses and had left a swollen corpse in the mortuary for a day and night. The stench had even begun to spread, and Siake, unable to bear it any longer, poured a bottle of medicine over the corpse to cover the smell. Although Dasun didn't mind, Siake still felt this was not right. If relatives came to claim the body, taking back such a corpse would ruin their reputation. Taking advantage of the morning practice session, Siake prepared to visit the village where Ermang lived. When he arrived at Ermang's doorstep, Ermang's father was sitting on the doorstep smoking dry tobacco. His face was full of worry, looking deeply troubled. "Uncle Wan, where is Ermang?" Siake asked as he approached Ermang's father. The surrounding villages all belonged to Wang family village, and most villagers shared the surname Wang. Ermang's father glanced up at Siake. His weathered face was deeply lined. He sighed. Ermang isn't feeling well. He has been bedridden for a day and night without getting up. Just then, Ermang's mother came out of the house, also looking worried. Okay, since Ermang came back the day before yesterday, he hasn't eaten or drunk anything. He lies in bed without sleeping, just staring blankly. Could it be? Could it be? Everyone in this world believed in ghosts and spirits and was very sensitive to such words. Even without her saying it, Siake had already guessed her meaning. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Siake said to Ermang's mother, "Auntie, please let me see how Ermang is." Ermang's mother nodded somewhat dazedly, tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and led Siake into the house. As soon as he stepped through the door, a pungent smell flooded Siake's nostrils. Having dealt with corpses for years, Siake immediately recognized it as the stench of death, though it wasn't very strong. It seemed some herbs had been used to mask it. Ermang lay flat on the bamboo bed covered with a straw mat, his eyes wide open but vacant. Siake stepped forward, waving his hand in front of his eyes, but Ermang didn't even blink. Then, placing his hand on Meng's forehead, there was still no reaction. No fever. Feeling the normal temperature, Siake withdrew his hand, his mind beginning to doubt. Meng's mother tugged at Siake's sleeve, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Okay, let us talk outside." After stepping out of the room, seeing no one around, Meng's mother spoke anxiously. Meng wore these shoes the day before yesterday, but they're not his own. His heart jolted, immediately recalling how Meng had limped when he returned. In the corpse retrieval business, the biggest taboo is taking anything from the dead. Whether clothes, valuables, or even fingernails and hair from the corpse, or anything stained with blood, it would bring disaster. Although Meng had some intellectual disabilities, he always followed the rules. He had worked for Dishun for half a year, and nothing like this had ever happened. "Auntie, where are the shoes?" Siake asked. Meng's mother pulled the shoes out from under the bed. "Here they are." Siake nodded and took them. At that moment, Siake suddenly saw several young men passing by. They carried hoes, seemingly heading to the fields to work. But their faces looked somewhat guilty, glancing around nervously. When they reached Meng's house, they hesitated, then suddenly fled. "Auntie, who are those people?" Siake asked, puzzled. "They're from nearby villages. Meng likes to play with them," Meng's mother sighed, "but they always bully him." Siake nodded, suspecting these people were involved. After all, their guilty expressions suggested they might know something. Siake told Meng's mother and then chased after the young men. Unexpectedly, when they saw Siake approaching, their faces changed drastically. "It's the little water ghost." "Run?" "No, let us tell him." Some villagers nicknamed Dishun Water Ghost, referring to corpse retrievers, so naturally, Siake became the little water ghost. He wasn't offended by the nickname after all, it was just a stereotype from some villagers, and all corpse retrievers were called that. "Wang Jian, it was your idea. You tell him." The group pushed forward a young man in a short shirt carrying a hoe. Wang Jian looked somewhat fearful and revealed the truth to Siaquebec. Because of Meng's intellectual issues, these people looked down on him, but Meng always wanted to join them. So Wang Jian encouraged Meng to steal something from a drowned person to prove his courage, hoping they would accept him. But they didn't expect such an ominous sign to appear on Meng, which scared them so much they couldn't sleep or eat. Seeing Siake come, they knew Meng was truly in trouble. Now they confessed honestly, hoping the corpse retriever could solve the problem. Siake thought it would take some effort, but these men directly gave him the answer he wanted. After some thought, this likely involved supernatural matters beyond his current ability to handle, so it was better to return and inform Dishun. Before this, no one had ever had problems from taking things off the dead. Siake confirmed again, and the men swore they only encouraged Meng and did nothing else. After that, Siake turned and left. Along the way, Siake saw several stone discs outside the village, each marked with its weight. The people of Wangjia village were mostly martial, so it wasn't strange to see these stone discs used to train strength. Seeing no one around, Siake's interest was piqued, and he stepped forward to test his own strength. From smallest to largest, Siake tried each stone disc one by one. The earlier part was still relatively easy, but when it came to lifting the 500-pound stone disc at the end, Siake felt particularly strained. Siake sensed he was nearing his limit, so he didn't attempt the 600-pound stone disc. After putting it down, Siake nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the muscle-washing and marrow-purging fruit, a blue entry, truly had a miraculous effect, enabling an ordinary boy to lift a 500-pound stone disc. Back home, Siake went straight into the morgue. He only hoped that the corpse whose shoes were taken by Meng had not yet been claimed by anyone. Siake's gaze fell on a pair of straw sandals covered in dust, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Among the corpses he had retrieved the day before, none wore straw sandals, which meant this corpse had indeed been handled by Meng. Siake lit 3 incense sticks and placed them at the feet of the corpse. After bowing repeatedly, he prepared to remove the straw sandals from the corpse's feet. Unexpectedly, just as Siake's hand touched the corpse's ankle, the death investigation talisman appeared before him, flipping to the corresponding page. Consume 1 white entry to review the deceased's memories? Chapter 6, Corpse's Memories. Siake pondered for a moment, then used a useless white entry to begin reviewing the corpse's memories. The corpse's name was Jia Dalan. He had been an orphan in life, making a living as a laborer in Jinmen City. One day he carried a sedan chair for one family, the next day delivered goods for another. Though his earnings were meager, they were enough to eat and drink well. Among the coachmen Jia Dalan associated with, several were martial artists. Jia Dalan learned some moves from them, coincidentally the Yanqing fist style. However, Jia Dalan was born ugly and, in his 20s, was still alone. He sought matchmakers several times, but the girls all rejected him upon seeing his appearance. In the end, only one family's daughter, also coarse in looks, did not refuse him. But she demanded 10 taels of silver, which was a dilemma for Jia Dalan. The next day, Jia Dalan was stopped on the street by a wealthy young master surnamed Fan, who claimed to know about his matchmaking attempts. The young master Fan told Jia Dalan that if he dared to spend a night at the Song family ancestral hall outside the city, he would be rewarded 20 taels of silver. Jia Dalan had heard that the Song family ancestral hall was a haunted house, but thinking of the girl, he disregarded life and death. That night, Jia Dalan got drunk and entered the Song family ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, the young master sent people to lock the hall to prevent Jia Dalan from escaping. Relying on the courage from the alcohol, Jia Dalan toured around and found nothing unusual. Then, boldly, he sat on a coffin lid. He didn't sleep but stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what kind of strange things might happen. After midnight, no ghosts appeared, but several masked men suddenly broke in. Jia Dalan was trained in martial arts, but drunk and dazed, he was knocked unconscious after a few exchanges. When he woke, Jia Dalan found himself locked inside a coffin, calling for help to no avail. Listening to the people outside, he learned that the old master of the Fan family was dying. But the old master had heard from a wandering Taoist that if a living person was buried with him, it would protect the family's fortune for 100 years. The father and son of the Fan family, upon hearing this, hatched a sinister plan and chose Jia Dalan, who had no relatives in the city. Fortunately, Jia Dalan was strong and had a short blade sewn into his sleeve. He managed to find a gap in the coffin lid, pried it open, and found himself in the main hall of the mansion. It was midnight and deserted. Jia Dalan drank the wine on the table and killed anyone he saw in the mansion. After killing more than a dozen people, he was discovered by patrolling officers. He was chased to the Wooding River, jumped in, but drowned due to exhaustion. After waking from Jia Dalan's memories, Siake saw Dasan standing in front of the morgue. He quickly removed the straw sandals from Jia Dalan's feet and began gesturing to Dasan. After hearing about Ermeng's encounter, Dasan showed no reaction but took the sandals from Siake's hand and walked out. Siake hurriedly followed his foster father. Unexpectedly, Dasan threw Ermeng's shoes directly into the woodpile, treating them as dry grass and firewood. Although Siake didn't quite understand Dashuan's approach, thinking about how his foster father had been retrieving corpses for so many years without incident, he felt somewhat reassured. Reflecting on Jia Dalan's memories, Siake could only sigh that it was the evil cultists who caused harm. Yet, a casual remark from a wandering Taoist managed to cost someone their life. However, Siake's greatest gain was discovering that Jia Dalan had also learned Yanqing fist. Many details differed from Dashuan's records, even the stance and the post exercises had subtle differences. Despite this, Siake could draw parallels and grasp the martial art more quickly. The only thing separating Siake from truly mastering it was proficiency. According to the boxing manual, Siake would only be considered fully initiated once he could consecutively deliver 3 punches that produced a breaking the air sound. Yanqing fist emphasizes punching speed, and with careful practice, producing the breaking the air sound is not difficult. According to Jia Dalan's memories, he trained for 13 years before truly mastering it. Although Siake had the advantage of the skill entry in Jia Dalan's memories, he had only practiced for 2 or 3 days and was still far from mastery. Before mastering the technique, the most important step was to temper the body. Having a strong physique was key to producing the breaking the air sound. After the sinew washing and marrow cleansing, Siake estimated he was not far from such a physique. However, his boxing skills were still quite raw and required long-term practice. By noon, while Dasan was busy in the kitchen, a few people came outside wanting to claim a corpse. They were in a hurry, and one of them wore something strange, a hood in the hot weather, obscuring their face. One of them entered the mortuary to identify the body. The corpse they wanted to claim was none other than Jia Dalan's. This struck Siake as very strange. According to the death record, Jia Dalan had fled with his parents to Jinmen City as a child, became separated from them, and was an orphan with no relatives. The people he was closest to were just a few cart drivers in the city, but they wouldn't pay a hefty fee to claim Jia Dalan's body. One of them even put on a fake mournful face, saying, "Cousin, why did you have to go?" That person approached Jia Dalan's corpse, probing the philtrum, then quickly withdrew his hand. He mysteriously approached the hooded figure and nodded subtly. The hooded person also lifted their head and looked at Jia Dalan's corpse. A familiar face immediately appeared in Siake's eyes. This person was the mastermind behind Jia Dalan's death, young master Fan of the Fan family, Fan Yong. In Jia Dalan's memories, Fan Yong had been stabbed in the heart by him and died on the spot. A dead man standing alive before him felt eerie to Siaquebec. However, Fan Yong's complexion was pale, not like someone just recovering from illness, but more like a corpse's pallor. Although it was known that this world had ghosts and spirits, the resurrection of the dead still shocked him. The group lifted Jia Dalan's body and placed it into a thin wooden coffin they had brought. Siake remained expressionless but secretly noted their appearances. After paying silver, they carried the coffin away. Siake thought for a moment but did not follow them. Since Fan Yong could come back to life, it meant there was some unknown power behind him, something beyond Siake's current ability to provoke. As Siake pondered, he noticed Dasan placing a stick of incense into the ground. He recalled that this was exactly where Fan Yong had just stood. Siake noticed the soil here was somewhat scorched, different from other places. Just as he was about to ask Dasan, his foster father walked back into the kitchen without a word. Siake followed, still wanting to inquire, but Dasan ignored him, so he gave up. After eating, Siake began practicing boxing. With the bonus of boxing never leaves the hand, he had already mastered the most basic lower body techniques in the boxing routine. Under the effect of the Qilin arm, the left fist could easily produce a breaking the air sound. Confident that he had mastered the vertical kick, he began advanced stance training, still focusing on stability in his lower body. Siake jumped onto the water tank and started practicing punches while walking along its edge. Chapter 7, Truth and Falsehood. Just after nightfall, Siake heard several distant shouts. The people approaching were villagers from nearby. They were panting heavily, as if they had been running all the way. Among them was a woman crying, wiping away tears continuously. Upon asking, Siake learned that a villager had fallen into the river. They had intended to rescue him, but the water was rushing violently at the upstream dam, and the person was swept away in an instant. The villagers wanted to beg Dasun to rescue the man, but Dasun remained unmoved. It was a rule not to enter the water after midnight. Neither Dasun nor the corpse retrievers along the riverbank had ever broken this rule. Those who did had long since found eternal rest in the Wooding River. Siake felt some pity for the villagers and thought that if they were in time, maybe the man could still be saved. But today's experiences made him stop such thoughts. Whether it was the evil spirits encountered by Ermang or Fan Yong standing before him, Siake felt awe toward these mysterious forces. Dasun had told him more than once that the corpse retrievers who followed the rules lived the longest. After being refused, the villagers grew increasingly anxious. Apart from Dasun, the nearest corpse retrievers in the Wooding River area were at least 20 li away, and by the time they arrived, the person would be dead. The drowned villager's wife even sat down on the ground and began to wail loudly. Seeing Dasun ignore them, the villagers turned their gaze to Siake. But Siake remained unmoved. No matter how much they pleaded, he shook his head. My father does not agree. Seeing this, the villagers could only leave, planning to check the riverbank themselves. At midnight, after tidying up with his foster father, Siake went to the Wooding River. According to the villager's description, the body had likely drifted downstream to Lihua Dam. The water at Lihua Dam was calm, with many areas of dense reeds and shallow banks where bodies usually stayed. Unsurprisingly, a man's corpse was floating there. Siake retrieved it, and the death examination talisman opened a new page. Light as a swallow, blue attribute, your lightness skill is increased by 20%. Siake nodded with satisfaction, checked the corpse's name, and found it was the person the villagers had been searching for since evening. Sighing, Siake brought the body ashore and then patrolled the river area once more. Finding no other bodies, he called it a day. The next morning, Siake jogged to a tea house outside Jinmen City and began breakfast. Due to the intense energy consumption from practicing punches, his appetite had greatly increased. Although the blue attribute transformation of matter improved his efficiency in absorbing nutrients from food, he still ate 8 meat buns, each about the size of an adult fist, before feeling somewhat full. However, Siake's appetite was not unusual. Jinmen City had a strong martial culture, and many commoners were skilled in farming, so the men here all ate a lot. While sipping warm millet porridge in small sips, a nearby table's conversation inadvertently caught Siake's attention. Have you heard about the Fan family incident? I heard several people died in the Fan family in South City. My uncle said Fan Yuan why doesn't he have long to live? A distant nephew came to claim the inheritance, and his men fought directly with the young master of the Fan family in the mansion. But I heard it's not like that. I heard the young master of the Fan family made a bet with the coachman, making him stay overnight in the Song family ancestral hall. But the coachman encountered an evil spirit in the Song family ancestral hall, which also brought disaster to the Fan family. That night, more than 10 people in the Fan family died. Shoo! Don't speak carelessly about the Song family ancestral hall matter, you never know when it might come back to haunt you. From then on, the few of them simultaneously fell silent, as if the Song family ancestral hall was a taboo topic. Upon hearing this, Siake felt reassured and tossed a few copper coins before leaving. Just as he reached the city gate, Siake spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than Fan Yong, the young master of the Fan family he had met just yesterday, the man who had come back from the dead. He was still wearing a hood, walking with his head down, his face completely hidden. Siake took a deep breath, steadied his restless heart, and headed home. When he arrived, a few villagers were already standing at the door. They were the same villagers from yesterday. Although they had some grievances, they dared not cause trouble here. Deshan was the longest-serving corpse retriever in the area and had saved many drowning children, earning the villagers' respect. The group pooled together the fee to claim the body and took the man's corpse home. Seeing that Ermang had not yet arrived, Siake remembered to explain what had happened to Ermang to Deshan through gestures. Siake had intended to tell Deshan about Jadalan as well, but couldn't he explain how he had come to know about it, so he gave up. After listening, Deshan nodded, went inside, and brought out a small square box, signaling for Siake to deliver it to Ermang. When Siake opened it, inside was a mountain ginseng root. Deshan left without further explanation. Siake took it to Ermang's home. After consuming it, Ermang quickly returned to his original state, though he remained somewhat dazed. He was puzzled as to how a single mountain ginseng root could have such an effect. Ermeng's father took a drag of his dry tobacco, smacked his lips, and said, Ermeng must have had his yang energy drained by a ghostly entity. This will replenish it. Siake suddenly understood. With his doubts resolved, Siake politely declined Ermeng's parents' invitation to stay for lunch and returned home. He began to worry. If what Ermeng's father said was true, then Jia Dalan might have turned into a ghostly entity. He had retrieved Jia Dalan's corpse and even gained his memories. Would Jia Dalan come looking for him? After a moment's thought, Siake shook off the distracting thoughts and began practicing his fists. When the enemy comes, meet it head on. When water comes, cover it with earth. Remembering that Dishun didn't seem worried, he gradually relaxed. In the afternoon, someone from Wang family village came to claim a corpse. It was the body retrieved the day before, which Ermeng hadn't yet handled. The claimant appeared anxious and didn't care about the corpse's condition, so Dishun let him take it, though he gave a slight discount on the fee. Because Ermeng had disturbed the corpse's belongings, Dishun effectively dismissed him from the job. Though not explicitly stated, this was the corpse retriever's rule. Ermeng's parents knew this and, seeing their son without work, had him follow his father to fish in the water. Dishun began scouting for a new candidate nearby, someone with many flaws and shortcomings. However, most surrounding villages believed in ghosts and spirits, and families would rather have one less worker than let their children enter such a profession. Fortunately, no corpses were retrieved over the next 2 days, which made Siake both regretful and somewhat relieved. After all, the weather was warming up, and unattended corpses would smell terrible. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dishun found a boy missing a pinky finger in Jinmen City who was willing to take the job. Chapter 8 Blue Entry, Poison Hand Respect Fist. The boy's name was Tongguan, quite young, looking about 12 or 13, and taciturn. His treatment was the same as Ermeng's, several copper coins a day without room and board. After Tongguan arrived, Dishun taught him the corpse handling procedures, and then they began work. Siake did not speak to him, as this was also a rule of the Yin Gate profession. If the two became too close, a ghostly entity could impersonate one of them and easily gain the other's trust. At midnight, before they could even start work, villagers from downstream arrived. The villagers were somewhat panicked, their voices trembling as they said, all the fish are dead, floating on the river surface, and there's also a corpse. These villagers knew the rules, and since the time had come, Dasan didn't say a word and followed them to the place they mentioned. Siake picked up a corpse net and followed behind. The destination wasn't far from Siake's residence, about 4 li away, not yet reaching Lihua Dam. From a distance, Siake already smelled the sour, rotten stench mixed with a foul fishy odor. When they reached the riverbank, under the villagers' guidance, Siake saw a vaguely human-shaped figure floating among the reeds on the opposite shore. Surrounding it were dead fish and shrimp floating on the water. What was horrifying was that under the moonlight's reflection, a faint purple layer seemed to shimmer on the river's surface. Dasan took a blindfolded rooster from the cloth bag at his waist, pinched its neck, and placed it by the river. The rooster pecked forward once, and Dasan lifted it up. Its beak quickly turned from yellow to black. The result was clear, the corpse was highly toxic. Siake's face stiffened somewhat. After all, he was always the one who did the corpse retrieval. Now with the water clearly filled with toxins, diving in would be a death sentence. Dasan had considered this and borrowed a bamboo raft from the villagers, then tied a loop made of grass rope at the end of a bamboo pole. Once on the raft, Dasan asked Siake to push the bamboo pole while he held the pole, ready to loop the corpse. Unexpectedly, Siake volunteered to swap roles with him. Dasan was momentarily stunned but then agreed to his adopted son's request. Fortunately, the toxins in the water were not corrosive. After several attempts, Siake finally hooked the loop around the corpse's ankle. At this moment, the death inspection talisman flipped to a new page. Poison Hand Respect Fist, Blue Entry, increases your efficiency in cultivating poison skills by 20%. Siake looked at this entry, speechless. Saying it was useless would be wrong, it was actually quite useful. Everything went smoothly. After pulling the corpse out, several villagers spontaneously made a stretcher from bamboo rafts and then carried the highly toxic corpse back to Dasan's residence. Although the corpse hadn't yet rotted and swollen, its entire body was purple, and the internal corrosion from the toxin caused an unbearable stench. Fortunately, Dasan took some black powder from inside the house and sprinkled it on the corpse, instantly masking the smell. Siake silently thanked Tongguan. Luckily, this corpse didn't require much handling, or else the terrifying appearance alone would be too much for an ordinary young man to bear. Dasan then instructed the villagers to report the matter to the authorities. Usually, the government ignored cases of drowning, but such a severe incident had clearly affected the fishermen's daily lives, so the authorities should intervene. After covering the corpse with a white cloth, before midnight passed, Siake and Dasan patrolled the river area again and retrieved another floating corpse upstream. This corpse seemed to have been dead for a long time, swollen beyond recognition, but it granted Siake a somewhat useful entry. Strong and powerful, white entry, your arm strength increases by 200 gene. The next day, at dawn, before Siake had woken, he heard a commotion outside, as if people were arguing. He quickly put on his shoes and opened the door to find the woman who had asked Dasan the previous night to help rescue her husband. She looked terrified, constantly glancing back and around, knocking on Dasun's door. But Dasun was deaf, so her efforts were in vain. Seeing Siake come out, the woman seemed to see a savior and immediately knelt beside him. My husband's corpse. At this point, Siake sensed something was wrong and suddenly stepped back 2 paces. The woman's right hand suddenly stabbed out from her sleeve, holding a fish spear tip. Siake had seen nearby fishermen use this kind of bamboo spear to catch fish. The spearhead was extremely sharp, cutting through fish scales as if they were nothing. It also had blood grooves, and if stabbed, it would surely cause uncontrollable bleeding. The woman lifted her head, her pupils filled with a blood-red color like fresh blood. Siake felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered anything like this before. Fortunately, after days of martial arts practice, his reflexes had improved significantly, allowing him to dodge that strike just now. A beast-like roar came from her throat, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth as she charged at Siake again. Siake remained calm. Although the woman now appeared strange, she was still just an ordinary peasant woman, and he believed he could handle her. He raised his hand and swung from the side. Before the woman could hit him, his longer reach stopped her wrist, causing the spearhead to fall with a clang. With the aid of his Qilin arm, the punch shattered the bones in her wrist, and her whole hand hung limply. She seemed to realize she was no match head-on. As she bent down to retrieve the spearhead, Siake was quick and kicked it away in a step forward. The door to the house was pushed open, and when Siake turned his head, Dasun had already appeared at the entrance. A flicker of approval flashed in Dasun's cloudy eyes as he lightly shook the bell in his hand, and the woman immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Dasun gave him a look, and Siake understood, stepping forward to check the woman's breath. He found that she was already dead. He touched her wrist again. The body was cold, indicating she had been dead for some time. Siake felt a chill in his heart. His opponent just now had actually been a corpse. Following Dasun's instructions, they carried her into the mortuary. By then, the sky had brightened. Siake did not go outside Jinmen City for breakfast but stayed home to cut some minced meat and cook a bowl of meat porridge. If the villagers had reported to the authorities yesterday, officials would surely come to investigate today. Since Dasun was deaf and mute, Siake had to handle all dealings with the government himself. After practicing boxing again for a while, with the newly acquired strong and powerful attribute from yesterday, Siake found he could more easily produce the sound of breaking air. He could consecutively strike 2 breaking air sounds using only his right fist. Including the left fist empowered by the Qilin arm, Siake believed that even martial artists with years of experience would only be comparable to his left fist. The moves and routines, combined with constant practice, made him feel exceptionally adept. He believed he was not far from reaching the next level. Filled with joy, he practiced even harder. Hard work pays off. Seeing tangible progress like this naturally motivated him more. Chapter 9, Jinmen's Number 1. It was almost noon when a group of people arrived at the courtyard. The leader wore a black tight outfit, with a broad and muscular build, a long knife hanging from his waist. Behind him followed a Taoist priest. What caught Siake's attention was that the Taoist priest was also as burly as the man in front, wearing his robe stretched tight like a second skin. The man pushed open the courtyard gate, his gaze resting on Siake. Siake suddenly felt like prey caught in the eyes of a beast, cold sweat trickling down his back. The man withdrew his gaze and cupped his fists, saying, "I am Mu Yongquan from the Demon Suppression Division. May I ask if Mr. Yuanshan is here?" Siake was momentarily stunned. He could guess that Yuanshan was Dasun's real name. However, what puzzled Siake was that the name Yuanshan seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He pushed the thought aside and stopped pondering it. After all, having spent years with Dasun, perhaps villagers or others had called him by that name before. Siake replied, "My father is in the room. Are you officials?" Mu Yongquan nodded slowly. "We received a report from nearby villagers yesterday about a corpse carrying a deadly poison that contaminated the local river." Just as Siake was about to enter the house, the Taoist behind Mu Yongquan let out a strange sound. His fingers kept calculating, then suddenly called out to Siake, "Are you Mr. Yuanshuan's son?" Siake shook his head, "I am his adopted son." No wonder, the Taoist muttered under his breath, "It's nothing, go call your father." Siake turned and walked into the room, slamming the door hard against the wall. Mu Yongquan and the Taoist both stared in astonishment. Dasun came out of the room, looking somewhat speechless as he glanced at the broken wooden board on the floor. Siake scratched his head sheepishly. This was apparently how he communicated with Dasun, but he had forgotten that his strength was no longer what it used to be, and he accidentally smashed half the door down. Dasun waved his hand, indicating the matter could be discussed later. Mu Yongquan stepped forward cheerfully, clasped his fists, and said, "Greetings, senior uncle." Dasun nodded, then returned to the room. Mu Yongquan showed a hint of helplessness on his face and could only turn to Siake, "Take us to see that corpse." Siake was even more puzzled, not expecting Dasun to have such a connection. From what Mu Yongquan said, the Demon Suppression Division sounded like an organization not to be trifled with. While thinking this, Siake led the two into the mortuary and pointed out the poisoned corpse. Mu Yongquan stepped aside, and the Taoist behind him stepped forward, lifting the white cloth and, without hesitation, reached out to touch the corpse. Siake was about to warn the Taoist but was surprised when the Taoist's fingertips turned golden and directly slid into the poisoned corpse's mouth. Immediately, a black mist emitted from the corpse's mouth, beginning to spread throughout the mortuary. The pungent smell instantly hit Siake's nostrils, making him feel a burning sensation in his respiratory tract. The Taoist withdrew his fingers, muttering incantations, then a blue light flashed, the black mist vanished, and Siake felt much more comfortable. The Taoist looked up at Mu Yongquan. No mistake, it's black blood. Mu Yongquan frowned, seemingly deep in thought, then turned to Siake. Has any circus troupe come near Wangjia village? Siake shook his head. Mu Yongquan sighed, seeming somewhat relieved, then this corpse probably drifted down from upstream. As the two left the mortuary, preparing to depart, Mu Yongquan suddenly turned back and asked Siake, you practice Yanqing fist, right? Siake nodded. Mu Yongquan asked again, how many breaking the air sounds can you make now? Siake couldn't figure out what Mu Yongquan was getting at, but considering his relationship with Dasun and that he was an official, he probably wouldn't harm him, so he held back and said, I can barely make one. Unexpectedly, the Taoist smiled and patted Mu Yongquan's shoulder. This kid knows how to hide his skills. Mu Yongquan also smiled and shook his head. We're basically senior brothers, just be honest. 2. Siake answered again, unsure how the other had gauged his strength. Not bad. How many years have you been practicing? Mu Yongquan nodded. Siake pondered for a moment. Telling the truth would be too shocking. According to Jia Dalin's memory, Jia Dalin had started practicing martial arts on his own, without supplements, and only barely entered the ranks after 13 years. He, however, had guidance and other advantages, making his training conditions far superior to Jia Dalin's. Moreover, Dasun didn't seem surprised by his martial arts level. So Siake said, 2 years. Mu Yongquan and the Taoist exchanged glances. After hesitating, Mu Yongquan said, you only started practicing martial arts 2 years ago? Siake didn't understand but could only nod. Mu Yongquan suddenly sighed and pointed to the Taoist. Look, this is a true genius. Strong chi and blood, stable lower body, nearly at the realm after just 2 years of practice. Although Siake didn't know what the realm meant, it was probably the entry level recorded in the boxing manual. Siake asked curiously, is 2 years fast? Mu Yongquan was somewhat helpless. Very fast. Too fast is not good for a man, the Taoist suddenly said. Mu Yongquan immediately rolled his eyes at him. Do you think this is your Hagwon temple? You Taoists are just disrespectful, only selling some aphrodisiacs. The Taoist said, that's wrong, yang energy is the root of life. Seeing this, Mu Yongquan immediately stopped him. Hold on, this is not your Hagwon temple. He turned to Siake. If you are cultivating Taoist arts, entering the initial realm in 2 years is considered foolish. But for martial arts, entering the initial realm in 2 years is indeed considered a genius. It took me a full 5 years to reach where you are now. Siake nodded, somewhat confused. He had intended to keep a low profile but didn't expect to be considered a genius. What puzzled him, however, was that a few days ago he had been practicing boxing right under Dasun's nose, yet Dasun seemed to have no reaction. Siake, feeling doubtful, asked Mu Yongquan, then, what exactly is the initial realm? Mu Yongquan looked puzzled. Didn't your master uncle tell you? Siake nodded. Mu Yongquan explained to him, the so-called initial realm is just one of the levels defined by the Jian-Tian division to distinguish martial artists' strength. The initial realm means the entry-level body tempering stage of martial arts. After that comes the innate realm, and I am currently at the innate realm. Beyond that is the realm of martial arts Grandmaster, which is the pinnacle of martial arts. My master uncle, your foster father, is at that realm. The Taoist beside him added, moreover, your father is the #1 martial artist in Jinmen. Chapter 10, Martial Arts Initial Realm #1 in Jinmen? Siake immediately realized where this familiar feeling came from. Jia Dalin had barely entered the initial realm but was still considered a mere martial artist. Even among initial realm martial artists, there are strong and weak. Jia Dalin was at the bottom and was nothing special in Jinmen City, where the martial spirit was very strong. But he had heard of the name Yuan Shan, the #1 martial arts grandmaster in Jinmen decades ago. It was said that Yuan Shan inherited the secret Zongquan style and improved the otherwise ordinary Yanqing fist, promoting and spreading it widely in Jinmen. Shortly before turning 30, Yuan Shan broke into the third realm of martial arts, becoming a martial arts grandmaster. He then consecutively challenged several other grandmasters and won, cementing his title as #1 in Jinmen. Siake felt a surge of passion. He never expected that this unremarkable old man had such a brilliant past. He just didn't understand why he had fallen to such a state, which puzzled Siake. However, when he thought of the ghosts and gods manifesting in this world, even this morning a living corpse attacked him, Siegio was relieved. Moreover, he heard from Mu Yongquan that not only are there martial artists, but there are also Taoist arts in the world. Xiaoyu's heart is clear. The Taoist priest just examined the poisoned corpse using the method should be Taoist arts. See Xia lack of a puzzled expression, Mu Yongquan just a bitter smile, and sighed. Unfortunately, the martial arts stop at the third realm, but the third realm is not the end of Taoism. Xia Jiu pursed his lips, this was something he could guess. After the third realm, the Tao art is called the entry realm, the fourth realm. Mu Yongquan spoke to him. Those who practiced Taoism were powerless in the first three realms, but once they entered the Tao, they were able to transform into immortals and gods, treating martial arts masters like ruminants. Xia lack of thoughts flashing, but also as if Mu Yongquan saw the mind in general, smilingly said, both your martial arts will have entered. Taoism you do not want to think about. Want to practice Taoism is best to start from the age of 10 years old before, then late is too mixed mind fluctuating, it is difficult to enter the country. Your martial arts talent is still good, practice martial arts properly. Mu Yongquan patted Xia's shoulder. Xia only felt that the bones were padded with some pain. After all, with the existence of the Judgment of Death talisman, even if he practiced martial arts, it would not be worse than Taoism. Seeing Mu Yongquan about to leave, Xia Yu still asked the doubt in his heart, my father, he. Mu Yongquan sighed, face with a somewhat haggard, although uncle is the first of the Jin men, but it is difficult to beat the real person who has entered the Tao. The first thing you need to do is to get into the road and call yourself a real person. Xia Zhao's eyes moved slightly, from the name is indeed better than the master. When my uncle was helping me in the department of devil suppression, he was injured by the other side's Taoist techniques when he was chasing a devilish real person who had committed a crime in Qingzhou. Said here, Mu Yongquan is also showing a touch of pride, but that magic real person was also seriously injured by the master uncle, fled and disappeared. Look at its injuries, must have been withered bones. Mu Yongquan's face showed some pity color. Unfortunately, the master uncle was hit into the indeterminate river. It is like a loss of memory in general. You guess how old is your father this year? More than 70? 80? Xia Lax recalled Dashuan's old appearance, guessing. Mu Yongquan stretched out 4 fingers and said, only more than 40, less than 50 years old. Xia Yu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He went through all the memories of his predecessor. Dasan is a half-anchored aging look. Mu Yongquan shook his head somewhat sadly. Senior uncle should have been injured by the devilish real person's Tao, injuring his foundation, which caused him to look so old. Speaking here, Mu Yongquan seemed to have thought of something and asked, are you interested in joining the Jinmu division? Xia Jiu had the existence of the Judgment Death Talisman. This indeterminate river was his basic disc. Having a powerful word was better than what? So he refused Mu Yongquan's invitation without thinking. Then the two of them left. Before leaving, Mu Yongquan remembered the main thing, solemnly told Xia to burn the poisonous corpse. Xia asked Mu Yongquan about the corpse he encountered in the morning. After Mu Yongquan saw the corpse, he showed a more serious expression than when he examined the poison corpse and took the woman's body away. In this regard, Mu Yongquan kept mum and did not say what the reason was, but only said vaguely that there was something dirty, so that Xia Jiu usually be more careful. Before he left, he gave Xia a grey pill the size of a baby's fist called White Tiger Essence Pill, which was considered a gift for his junior. Xia Yu immediately took some wood and threw it into the usual incineration pit, burned the poisonous corpse together with the raft, and buried the ashes into the soil according to Mu Yongquan's explanation. After finishing things, Xia Xiao exhaled and pulled out the White Tiger Essence Pill from Mu Yongquan's waist before he left. He placed it in his mouth, then dissolved it with wine and swallowed it into his abdomen. A burning very hot breath rose up from his stomach, like a blazing fire burning his torso and arms. Xia Jiu forced himself to endure the feeling of discomfort in his body, set up his vertical feet, jumped onto the edge of the water tank, and began practicing his fist. According to the boxing manual, the entry level is also known as the forging realm, which requires refining the sinews, bones, and membranes of the body. Xia Zhao's body was covered in green veins, blood vessels were exposed under his skin, and countless rice-sized blood beads seeped out of his body surface from between his pores. His body temperature rose rapidly, and his entire body surface revealed an extremely abnormal red color. The effect of his fist not leaving his hand was also enhanced at this time. The boxing tips given to him by Dasan flipped through pages and pages in his mind, countless moves and tips all blended together at this time. He struck out with his fist, his heart gave birth to a burst of pleasure, the water tank under his feet burst open violently. Xia Xiao was completely unconcerned as he landed firmly on the ground and performed the entire set of boxing techniques from the beginning. He threw 7 punches in a row, the sound of air breaking was continuous, and dust flew up. Xia Xiao knew that he had relied on this elixir to make up for the final problem of his lack of physical fitness, and the martial arts were quietly entering the country at this moment. Xia Jiu was a little excited inside, experiencing a strength he had never felt before. He couldn't help but start laughing. This was not because he had a maniacal laughter disorder, but rather a feeling of joy from the bottom of his heart. Dasan inside the house also seemed to have noticed the movement outside the house, quietly standing by the door, looking at Xia Jiu who was waving blood and sweat outside. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Xia lack of the whole set of boxing I do not know how many times back and forth, feel the whole body is a little tired, before stopping. Seeing the broken water tank on the ground and his adoptive father with a serious expression, Xia Xiao could not help but laugh awkwardly a few times. After knowing Dashuan's true identity, Xia Yu instead became a little more restrained. After all, the other party used to be the #1 martial arts master in this Jinmen city, although nowadays he is just a corpse fetcher on the banks of the Wooding River. He used to be a target for others to look up to. I will clean it up. Xie Xiao picked up the broom and swept the debris of the water tank on the ground to the side. Chapter 11 Poison Sand Poem. Dasun nodded slightly and turned around to go back to his room. Xie Jiao was a little puzzled that he had not previously realized that this horrifying speed of his martial arts practice had been laid bare in front of Dashuan's eyes. The other party also seemed to be surprised. Could it be that he had already known his roots? Xie Jiao expelled this absurd thought from his mind. After all, with the magical nature of the Trial of Death talisman, it shouldn't be something that a martial arts master would be able to pry clear. Xie Jiao could only categorize the cause of this problem to the fact that Dasun himself was a genius. After all, according to Muyongquan, even though Dasun also entered the country with the Yanqing fist. However, he had practiced dozens of body-forging fist techniques after entering the country, and had carried out the body-forging realm to the extreme. Such a genius, one would think that the speed of entry should be very fast. In the future, Xie Jiao would be able to know that his guess was correct. Dasun was in his late 20s before he was taught martial arts. He entered the world in 7 days, 1 year as an innate, and 5 years as a Grandmaster. After a few uneventful days, Xie Jiao also fished some corpses from the indeterminate river. But there were no useful words, they were all auxiliary gray and white words. As for the villages near Wangjiazhuang, the last few days have also been filled with villagers staying out of their homes at night. According to rumors, it was the Jin Demon Division that had given a warning to the nearby villagers, causing some trepidation. And Xie Lak also heard that the manor once served as a military censor, now idle at home. Wang Yiyuan outside the whole family died, no one dares to pass by the manor there. Some of the money within the manor of the masters have moved back to the city of Jinmen to live, so that the Wang family has become a little dead. But part of the farmland of the Wang family estate are in the more upstream place. The river area is not in the jurisdiction of the Dasun. I think the body is the upstream of the corpse salvage people fished away. If it wasn't for the fact that when fishing for corpses, he was afraid that something would happen that he couldn't handle and had to follow Dasun around, Xie would have wanted to go upstream and steal people's business. But after he knew Dashuan's true identity, Xie Yu practiced boxing more vigorously. After all, the teacher beside himself was once the first in Jinmen. Xie Jiao's boxing skills also rose in the passage of time. Yanqing Quan was a standard entry-level boxing style. In its first realm, the emphasis was on refining the muscles, bones and organs, and the nutrients required were complex. Up to this point, Xie Xiao had also realized the meaning of being poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Every day, a large amount of animal offal and bone marrow was consumed, and Dishun's monotonous cooking methods made Xie Yu tired and panicked. But the benefits are also obvious. Xie can obviously feel the heart beating more vigorously. The most intuitive way to show this is that Xie Yu's distance when he urinates is farther. However, Yanqing Quan lacked the means to exercise the skin membrane on the surface of the body, which wasn't perfect for Xie Ju, who was motivated to become a hexagonal warrior. And so it was that he raised this matter with Dishun. Dasun was not ambiguous and immediately threw out a fist recipe. The new martial art was called the poison sand palm, which required Xie Jiao to quench his hands with a medicinal packet and slap them thousands of times in the morning and evening, which would allow the toxins in them to cling to the meridians as they passed through his hands. The morning and evening slapping training could make the hands possess a certain amount of toxicity resistance, but these hands would definitely be a pair of black palm prints if they landed on someone else. Xie Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. After all, such a poisonous skill happened to coincide with the words he had acquired a few days ago: poisonous hand, dignified fist. He just didn't know if he could get the bonus of not leaving his hands behind. If it wasn't possible, Xiao Liao would prefer to practice a fist technique. After all, progressing all the time was really cool. However, Xie Jiao did not expect that the price of the herbs required for the poison sand palm would be extremely expensive, not something he could afford. Fortunately, Dishun had already thought of this problem long ago, and made a special trip into the city to prepare enough practice materials for Xie Yu to practice for 2 months. After a few days of practicing, Xie Yu could feel that the poison sand palm wasn't empowered by the fist without hands, but the addition of the poisonous hands fist allowed him to make great progress as well. However, Xie Xiao was not dead set on practicing the poison sand palm, and changed the practicing technique himself. He held the poison packet in his hand, and with both hands clenched into fists, he began to pound the other poison packet. After all, the secret manual of the poison sand palm did not emphasize a specific stance, but only recorded the means of quenching the poison into the body and a set of martial arts routines to be used in conjunction with it. The name of the palm was just the shape of it, indicating a process of quenching poison into the body. This was the only thing that Xie Yu had changed, turning the poison sand palm into the poison sand fist. Luckily, Xie Jiao's experiment was successful, and the poison sand palm also began to receive a bonus from the fist of the Duke, allowing him to enter the country even faster than the Yanqing fist. And with the addition of the poisonous hand, dignified fist, with the two phrases working together, Xie Jiao's poison sand palm had entered the country in 4 days' time. The mark of entry for the poison sand palm was the ability to activate the toxins in his palm to brand a complete palm print on the tree trunk. However, Xiaoyu is also a bit puzzled. Like the first of such a great and righteous name, the foster father should be practicing some of the similar Yanqing boxing straight to the kung fu, but I did not expect to hide the poisonous sand palm such a sinister means. Xia has seen with his own eyes that when Dasan demonstrated the poison sand palm martial arts routine for him, black smoke gusted out and even the dust on the ground seemed to have been eroded by the poisonous power. He was practicing two body forging techniques at the same time, but Xiaoyu didn't feel any pressure. It was on the third day after the poisoned sand palm entered the country that the upstream corpse fetchers seemed to be experiencing some trouble. Dasan brought Xiaoyu to visit him. This corpse fetcher seemed to be even older than Dasan, but it seemed that he was unable to find a successor and was left alone. The old corpse collector and Dasan appeared to be familiar with each other, and he seemed to be blind with only one eye, and the pallor and the bloodstained filaments that were revealed in it made people feel a little bit shivering. Such an appearance is quite a bit uninviting, but he also extremely warm hospitality Dasan. The old corpse fisherman said that the river has been a little strange. A boat can smell the smell of blood, and obviously the smell of human blood. And it was like that for several days in a row, but he didn't find anything unusual. He knew that Dasan extraordinary means, around 100 miles, engaged in this business and lived the longest corpse fisherman is Dasan. He wants to beg Dasan to help him patrol the river at midnight tonight to see if he can find out the source of the problem. Dasan calculates that the old corpse collector is responsible for only a few miles of the river, so it is not too late, so he agrees. At night, near midnight, Dasan let Xiaoyu alone. Riding on the old corpse collector's crow's nest boat began to go all the way downstream. After all, Xiaoyu had already entered the country. Deshan also wanted to exercise himself, so he did not excuse himself. After bringing his traveling clothes, Xiaoyu went to the old corpse collector's residence after dinner to wait for the arrival of the hour. After he formally went into the water, he initially patrolled back and forth for a while and did not find anything unusual. However, when Xiaoyu traveled back to the upper reaches of the river, a corpse suddenly appeared in the Wangjiazhuang River area. Not only that, the figure gave Xiaoyu something familiar. Chapter 12, Iron Corpse. The inexplicable sense of familiarity came, but Xiaoyu did not find it surprising. Villagers who threw themselves into the river or had accidents abounded. Living off the water would have the risk of being buried in the water. Xiaoyu ready to go into the water, the body is now bent over face down. Although it is said that Xiaolak has also seen, never personally dealt with such a situation. But after all, it is the ear rendering for many years, have not eaten pork has not seen a pig run? Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu sprinkled a handful of paper money into the river and took out a red rope and tied it to the bow of the boat, aiming to drive away evil spirits and ward off trouble. When Xiaoyu completed these processes, he swallowed the river cork that enhances vision in the water and went into the water. The corpse hadn't swelled up yet, so it must have died not long ago. Xiaoyu didn't take the corpse fishing net, but directly swam up with the hemp rope, ready to tie it around the corpse's ankles. When Xiaoyu was removing the rope from his waist, the corpse's ankles seemed to bounce a bit, scaring Xiaoyu. As a traveler, he immediately calmed down again. Having read quite a few science stories in his previous life, he thought that this was just the normal reaction of a corpse as it expelled the gases from its body. It was also possible that some of the nerves in the body were still active as they had just died not long ago. Xiaoyu settled down and was about to tie the rope around the ankle of the corpse, but he didn't expect a sudden change. The corpse suddenly came to life and turned around to face Xia. When Xia saw the face of the other party, he realized that it was Fan Yong, the young master of the rich family who was killed by Jia Dalan. Although Xia knew that the other party had died long ago and was living in some kind of unknown lifeform, he never thought that he would bump into the other party. Fear came from the unknown, but Xia Chao had already seen almost a living corpse a few days ago and had personally broken its wrist, so he would not feel much fear of this creature. Fan Yong's ghastly white face looked extremely lurid against the moonlight, as if he had scraped several layers of putty. Xiaoyu threw away the distracting thoughts in his head, and although the other party appeared a bit stunned at the sight of the visitor, he also raised his hands and was preparing to strangle Xiaoju's neck. Xiaoyu in the tide of words under the addition, in the water like walking on the ground, just to turn back will easily avoid Fan Yong's hands. The two of them floated in the color of the water and looked at each other. "Aren't you dead?" Xiaolak asked out this sentence hidden in the heart for a long time. Fan Yong actually made an extremely humanized expression, twisted his head to look at him. "I have seen you are downstream water ghost's family." His neck tilted out at an angle that normal people could not do, and salivation kept sliding down from the corner of his mouth. "However, how do you know that I'm dead?" Naturally, Xiaoyu would not reveal the existence of the death trial talisman. He had already seen from the speed of Fan Yong's strike that the other party was not his opponent. That kind of speed was merely close to an entry martial artist, but not yet entry. What made him curious was how Fan Yong was able to maintain his sanity after death as he did now. Striking first, Xiaoju's face remained unchanged as he simply raised his hand and punched. Fan Yong opened his mouth and let out a low guttural sound, causing Xiaoju to feel a wave of dizziness in his ears. Xiaoju began to become a little nervous. The other party being able to possess a sound gong-like ability was something he hadn't expected. He bit the tip of his tongue, a rusty taste immediately wrapped around his mouth, and he was also sobered up by the pain. "Look at my right hook. Xiajiao let out a loud shout, and Fan Yong immediately raised his hand in an attempt to block. But he didn't expect that Xiajiao's left hand came faster. The fist that was covered in purple muscle texture was immediately like hitting on top of a layer of iron plate, shocking Xiajiao's wrist to numbness. But the right side of Fan Yong's chest where he was hit was also corroded by the toxin with a large fist mark. Fan Yong put away some panicked look, revealing a smile. "Forget, I am now an iron corpse, you cannot kill me." Xia lack of eyes in the other side of the chest condensed. If it is an ordinary person, this punch will certainly be shocked to the heart and veins are broken, but this Fan Yong is like nothing. Iron corpse? Xia has not heard of this kind of thing, but can also guess that it must be similar to zombies, and can also have intelligence. Fan Yong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "The blood of martial artists, I have not tasted it." He lunged towards Xiaxiao, and Xiaxiao didn't dodge, but met him with his fist. Fan Yong, as if he was not afraid of any attack, deadlocked himself against Xiajiao's fist in a vain attempt to ring him up. Xiaxiao swung his fists rapidly, constantly repelling Fan Yong's approaching arms. One person and one corpse were entangled under the surface of the water, blood and water splashed everywhere, and the passing fish and shrimp were all scared away. Xiaxiao was on fire at the moment. The two inbound martial arts were being utilized, and the toxins on his fists were continuously eroding his opponent's body. The hot air coming out of his body even made the surrounding water temperature a little higher. With a click, Fan Yong's right arm appeared to be shattered by Xiaxiao. Fan Yong tried, although there was no pain. He also realized that his right arm was unable to land at this time, making it difficult to lift it up. He couldn't help but change his color. Previously preyed on but are some ordinary people, thought that with their own such immortal body should be able to easily hunt and kill the entry of martial artists, but did not want to be crippled arm. Fan Yong opened his mouth and said, "Small water ghost, you and I do not need to fight to death. I can promise you thousands of silver. With these silver, you do not need to beg for food in the water, the whole day with the corpses as companions." Xiaxiao ignored him and swung his fist towards Fan Yong's face. If he didn't get the death trial talisman and was just an ordinary person, he might have been moved. But now that he has a hang-up, why would he take such a risk? Seeing that Xiaxiao did not pay attention to himself, Fan Yong also became impatient. He ruthlessly opened his mouth towards Xia's left fist to bite, but did not realize that the other party's body of hardness is not his own teeth can bite. When the break is broken, Fan Yong whistled toward the sky. The shore of the distant forest actually sounded the sound of hoofbeats. Calling for help? Xia lack of eyes flashed a light, deep inhalation of a breath. The speed of the fist is much faster than just a moment ago. The two were tangled in the water for 100 meters, and Xia's fists like a cannonball kept knocking Fan Yong back. If an outsider were to look at it, they would be startled. Fan Yong's entire face was dented by Xiaxiao's punch, and his brain, corrupted by the toxins, was constantly losing concentration. Fan Yong, who deeply believed that he was immortal, was starting to panic. He could feel that his consciousness was not as clear as it was just now, and had actually become a bit fuzzy. The sound of horses' hooves got closer and closer, and Xiajiao became more and more nervous inside. The other party's rescuers seemed to be arriving in a matter of moments, but he had yet to solve this trouble. If he escapes alone, the other party knows where he lives. Although he knew that Dasan was strong, but Dasan had been injured for many years, and the other party was also able to refine creatures like the Iron Corpse, so it was inevitable that they would not have other means to deal with a crippled sect master. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu inhaled a deep breath and pulled Fan Yong to dive towards the bottom of the river. Chapter 13 Purple Word Flesh-Eating Beings. Unexpectedly, the Trial of Death Talisman actually turned a new page at this moment. A purple light appeared in front of Xiajiao, and he couldn't help but be delighted. The fist that he had previously acquired was a purple phrase, and to Xiajiao, it was like a divine weapon. Flesh Eater, purple phrase, you can directly enhance your chi and blood after consuming meat. Before he could think about the specific effects of this phrase, Xia could hear that his pursuers had already arrived at the shore. It was good that Fan Yong hadn't moved at this point, otherwise he would have needed to spend some more time restraining him. Xia was able to hold his breath for more than 10 minutes, but the river cake that he had taken just now would allow him to hold on for a longer period of time in the river. All he could pray for now was for the other party's rescuers to leave earlier. Xiajiao moved closer to the river bank, not allowing his figure to be easily spied in the water. Since the old corpse collector's crow's nest boat was still left more than 100 meters away, Xiajiao was able to hear the other party traveling that way. The bloodstains in the water spilled all the way. The other party seemed to have sent someone down to search the water. Xiaoyu held his breath and swam towards the reeds not far away. Fortunately, the other party does not seem to be like the river cushion, can broaden the vision of the water things, after a simple search and then left. After hearing the sound of hooves moving away, Xiaoyu waited for a few more moments until he couldn't hold his breath before revealing his head. The black-topped boat seemed to have been treated inhumanely by the other party, becoming somewhat dilapidated. Fortunately, the hull of the boat did not suffer too much damage and was still usable. Xiaxiao tied up Fan Yong's body and hoofed it after hiding it in the forest. After quietly watching outside the old corpse fetcher's house, there was no movement. However, the other party's men and horses seemed to have come here not long ago, and Xiajiao was able to tell from the hoof prints on the ground. The old corpse fetcher had yet to sleep. After all, the party had come in such a large number of people. He is currently worshipping the river god, although he did not personally fish for corpses today, but daily worship is indispensable. However, the body fishers are considered to be the government-appointed people, is also considered to be in the system. These people did not move. See, a lack of speculation should be asked the old body fishers a few words and then left. Looking at the hoof prints on the ground, Xia can see that these people are back to the city of Jinmen, rather than following the downstream to their own homes, and then feel much more at ease. Xiajiao then carried Fan Yang's already beaten body back to his home. At this time, it was already past midnight. Dasun has already finished work, is cleaning the corpse net. Xiaoyu carried Fan Yang's body, walked to his adoptive father, began to compare the encounter. Dasun did not do anything when he heard this, but only nodded and pointed to the location of the morgue, signaling for Xia to move the body in. After moving in, it suddenly occurred to Xiajiao that the trial of death talisman seemed to have the function of reviewing the memories of the deceased, so he put his hand on Fan Yang's corpse. After consuming the carpenter words, a trance passed in front of Xiajiao, and Fan Yang's walker began to run. The first half of his life was nothing peculiar, except that a few months ago, Fan Yang's father, Master Fan, met a traveling Taoist priest outside. The Taoist priest said that the old man's life is not long, but the old man is not assured that the family wealth to Fan Yang. Fan Yang is just not capable of the second generation, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, even if it is again the family wealth cannot help him tossed. So the old man Fan went to ask the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest said that if you can find a living martyr, will be able to shelter the family for 100 years. The father and son then moved to selfishness. The latter thing in Jia Dalan's memory, Xiajiao have been informed. After Fan Yang's death, the Taoist priest opened an altar and managed to refine his body into an iron corpse, which could reliably suck people's blood for a living. Previously, Fan Yang is to want to take revenge for their own. Taoist priests will manage to a corpse dog sniffed Jia Dalan's breath. I did not expect Jia Dalan has died, but the shoes were stolen by the two Mang. The shoes were stolen by Air Mang. Fan Yang sucked away his Yang Qi, but when Fan Yang was about to suck blood, he was repelled by an amulet on Air Mang's body. Xiajiao can recognize that the amulet is exactly what Air Mang gave to Deshun when he came to this time. After reviewing the memories of Fan Yang, Xiajiao sighed that this Taoist priest's crooked means are really many. See, its means of ability is quite a lot. Xia Lak is also difficult to determine what realm the other party, but I think it will not be too weak. After washing up, Xiaoyu pondered over the newly acquired words flesh-eating beings, and entered the kitchen with a thought. Taking down the marinated beef hanging on the beam, he directly broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. Beef at this time due to the cooling became a little hard, Xia lack of chewing half a day before barely down to the stomach. At this moment, a trace of imperceptible heat rose from his abdomen and spread throughout his body. Xiaoyu could feel that his physique seemed to have a slight change, but it was vaguely negligible. But this is also enough to make him happy. After all, boxing can still rely on the fist, does not leave the hands of progress, while this aspect of the physique chi and blood is a water grinding work, if not gifted need a lot of time to polish the body. And he was able to enter the country so quickly, not only because of the words to wash the muscles and marrow, but also Mu Yongquan gifted himself that white tiger essence fixing pill related. After eating the meat, Xiaoyu realized that the night was already late, and if he ate too much, it would hurt his stomach, which was a big taboo in martial arts practice, so he cleaned his hands and face and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Xiaoyu woke up early, cooked a big bowl of meat porridge and drank it. His body was steaming hot, and his qi and blood were rising at a weak rate. When Dasun saw him, he also looked at him with a strange gaze, as if saying, wouldn't he feel greasy from eating so much oil in the morning? Although Xiaoxiao also felt greasy, but the pleasure brought about by the qi and blood raising was unparalleled. What was greasy? When it was almost noon, Xiaojiao, who was practicing his fist, found Mu Yongquan coming again, not the Taoist priest from last time, but a few burly men in the same outfit behind him. He was so dusty that he didn't say much before entering the morgue. Pointing at Fan Yang's inhuman body, Mu Yongquan was a bit dumbfounded. Did you do it? Xiaoxiao nodded his head. Mu Yongquan's eyes flashed a hint of shrewdness. Line are you to join the division of Jinmu Thing or you reconsider it? Xiaojiao just shook his head. Mu Yongquan was not surprised, just some tsk. The last time I saw you but entry seedling, this is only a few days to see has entered, seems to be not ordinary entry martial artist. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoxiao's wrist to take a look. Ha, even hide a hand, I did not expect you will be two martial arts all cultivation to entry. Mu Yongquan had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Xiaojiao was different. Xia lack of honestly admitted, Mu Yongquan also did not dwell on this matter, just lamented Xia lack of talent. Mu Yongquan ordered the corpse to be loaded, proper color, whispered to Xia Lakav, this matter involves quite a lot, this corpse is the right owner of the father, although it is half into the ground, but it is not a person to be messed with. Jinmu division will be kept secret from the outside world, but you also need to be careful. Chapter 14 Goose Swipe Kung Fu. Xia lacked some recollection. Fan old man before the endowment was once the Northern Army and the instructor. Although the old man himself had previously been a second realm martial arts powerhouse, his advanced age and decaying chi and blood counted for little. Its main deterrent was the fact that when he was serving as an instructor, he had many disciples in high positions of authority and had deep connections in the army. Explaining this reason to Xiajiao also nodded cautiously. Mu Yongquan said, "The upstream corpse retrievers have been taken away by us, you don't need to worry." This is the thing that Xialak was most worried about before. Heard Mu Yongquan say that it has been dealt with properly, so he was relieved. Xia Xiao seems to have thought of something, revealing a wry smile. "Brother Mu, this time to bring back the iron corpse can be counted as a merit?" Mu Yongquan, first stunned, immediately reacted, raised his hand and pointed at Xialak of laughter. "Your kid is really smart, but you are neither Jinmu division in the people, will only reward you with some silver." Xialak could not help but be a little disappointed. With the financial strength that Dasan had shown, he would not be short of food and drink, but short of something else. Mu Yongquan saw Xialak of some disillusionment, laughed, "But I can Jin Emosher silver sword guard identity to you, promise yourself Jin Emosher arsenal arbitrarily select one entry martial arts." Xialak could not help but be delighted. "Really, anyone?" Mu Yongquan nodded, "But only for entry martial arts." Xiaoyu pondered for a while, and thought that he still had a blue phrase light as a swallow lying in his phrasebook, and needed a light skill to match it. After considering it, Xia Xiao spoke out his thoughts. Mu Yongquan nodded his head and promised to bring him the secret book the next time he came back. For the next few days, Xiaoyu practiced martial arts and ate meat at home, occasionally being able to retrieve corpses, but most of the rewarded phrases were just ribbons. For the phrase meat-eating beings, Xiajiao was still in the process of figuring it out. After his tests, each type of meat did not have the same level of enhancement to the body's qi and blood. So Xiaoyu took all the silver left in his hand, and Xiaoyu went into the city of Jinmen to buy a little bit of all the meat that could be purchased on the market. After half a month's time to eat all these meat clean, the results showed that those poultry can enhance the degree of qi and blood are extremely limited. The effect is average. But the wild game captured by the hunters in the mountains, the effect is a little better. Among them, the most effective one was an animal named purple badger. But according to the hunters, the purple badger usually has extremely sharp detection power. It is very difficult to catch. Xiaoyu can by the half is also a hunter fluke get. However, the meat of the purple badger is faggy and hard, and it is difficult to find traces of purple badgers in the mountains, so there are usually no hunters who go out to catch them on purpose. After many fruitless inquiries, Xiaoyu set his sights on the slightly inferior black-backed pit viper. According to the hunters, although the black-backed pit viper was not venomous, it was huge and could easily kill beasts like wolves and leopards. However, the good thing is that its snake gall is of great medicinal value. Stopping bleeding has a miraculous effect, so there are specialized hunters into the mountains to hunt black-backed pit vipers. After looking for a few senior hunters, the hunters said that the black-backed pit vipers are too big, usually only take its skin and snake gall bladder, and the carcasses are usually thrown directly on the mountain. When they heard that Xia Xiao had actually purchased the meat of the black-backed pit viper at a high price, they were all very happy. After all, this amount of money was equivalent to picking up for nothing, so why not? However, Xia Xiao no longer had much silver on hand, so he shyly reached out to Dasun for money. Dasun this period of time can also see home meals or some messy meat, but he does not feel strange. After all, entry forging martial artists are like this, need a lot of nutrients to enhance the qi and blood. Food supplementation could be said to be the most normal part of the process, and he had once had a similar experience. Having witnessed Xia Xiao's martial talent that was even more demonic than his own, Dasun also decided to nurture him properly. Although he was only his adopted son, after many years of companionship, Dasun still held him in high regard. This kind of martial arts genius may be able to surpass his own self, and truly rival a real person who has entered the Tao. After making up his mind, Dasun wrote down a prescription with a wave of his hand, and gave Xia Xiao 2 silver taels, meaning to let him go into the city to get the medicine. Dasun showed a rather smug look. This tonic soup is written by the secret sect's Taoist master, which is an immortal medicine for martial artists. However, Xia Xiao didn't have any desire to drink the great tonic soup, he just exchanged all the silver for the meat of the black-backed pit viper. Dasun was also frowning when he saw that Xia Zhou had carried back this good amount of snake meat, but he didn't criticize anything harshly. Xia Zhao's qi and blood growth rate he saw in his eyes, compared to his own at the time, it was only faster but not slower. But young people always turn some head to know the old man. Dasun with the afterglow glanced at the snake meat will be made into jerky Xia. In his heart, he thought, when your qi and blood are full and you hit the bottleneck, you will know the benefits of this tonic soup. Xia Xiao was blissfully unaware of his adoptive father's many thoughts, but instead, he sun-dried all of the nearly 100 pounds of snake meat into jerky for easy preservation. After Mu Yongquan left that day, the next day he brought him the promised lightness technique, the goose swiping kung fu. Before he really started learning, Xia Xiao had thought that the part of this lightweight skill that was forged should be the legs. However, he hadn't expected that it was actually an inbound martial art that specialized in exercising the internal organs. It aims to nourish the body from within, improve the breathing state, and make the physical strength stronger and longer. This lightweight is not boxing. After less boxing without the aid of the hands, Xia lacks the feeling that he practiced this martial arts is always missing something. However, fortunately, with the assistance of the body as light as a swallow, fumbling for half a month's time is finally into the door, but far from entry. Xia Xiao was a bit puzzled and wondered when he would be rewarded with a line of traveling without leaving his feet. As soon as the Mid-Autumn Festival passed, the climate change in Jinmen City was extremely fast, and the temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Xia Xiao leaped back and forth in the forest, his body resembling a light and agile goose. Leaping a few meters, Xia Xiao crossed a puddle on the ground and exhaled a stream of white gas. His skin was a little red, and his body temperature was much higher than that of an ordinary person. This, in turn, was the sign of abundant qi in blood. Since Mu Yongquan, Xiajiu learned that if he wanted to advance to the second realm of martial dawanate, he needed to cultivate a body-forging martial art to the extreme. And using qi in blood as the foundation, a trace of qi energy was condensed in the veins. This trace of qi energy was not like what Xiajiu had thought at the beginning, being able to externally kill people invisibly. Rather, it was purely for the purpose of supplementing the martial arts, and was able to enhance the power of the martial arts. Mu Yongquan had entered the innate with the Yanqing fist, and with his qi energy attached to it, he was able to easily pierce through chain armor with a single punch. Xiaoyu was curious as to what it would be like if he used multiple martial arts as his foundation and advanced to the innate at the same time. With such motivation, Xiaoyu spent the entire day practicing martial arts, except for the necessary rest and corpse retrieval. Chapter 15, One Corpse, Two Lives. Due to Mu Yongquan's unusual treatment, there were quite a few martial artists amongst the Jin Demon Division's martial guards who were aware of Xiajiu's existence. However, he basically appeared in everyone's mouth as Yuan Shun's adopted son. Yang Xiu was Mu Yongquan's disciple, also a member of the Jin Demon Division, and was a few years older than Xiaoyu. He had practiced martial arts since he was young and had spent 5 years to enter the country. When he heard the name of Xiaoyu's genius from Mu Yongquan's mouth, he initially didn't believe it. 2 years to enter the country? How could there be so many geniuses in this world? In the name of accompanying his master to visit Yuan Shun's uncle on the banks of the indeterminate river, he wanted to see the reality of Xia's lack of skill. But did not expect, not yet arrived at the destination, will see the river near those big trees, some dark fist prince palm prince. Mu Yongquan told him, this is your little uncle to poison sand palm into the Tao, practice caused. This can be Yang Xiu scared enough. The martial arts he practiced was inherited from his family and was considered a neutral and peaceful martial art. In terms of lethality, even Yanqing Quan couldn't catch up, let alone this vicious and poisonous poison sandpalm. As a result, Yang Xiu was unable to say anything when he saw Xiajiu's hands that had become a bit purple due to the poison quenching. Mu Yongquan looked at his disciple who was a bit scared with the rest of his gaze and said to Xiaoyu with a smile, "Senior brother, I came here by the order of the Jin Demon Division." Xia Xiao exhaled a breath, having just practiced light kung fu for 2 hours, causing his qi and blood to boil over, like a human-shaped furnace. He was a bit puzzled. Jin Demon Division? Hasn't that matter of the Iron Corpse ended last time? After Mu Yongquan brought back Fan Yang's corpse last time, after investigating, what was lurking in the Fan family was just an evil Taoist of the third realm of Taoism. Because of his ability to drive corpses and refine ghosts, this allowed him to swindle Master Fan. After solving the evil Taoist's 2 iron corpses, the Department of Demon Control easily apprehended him and brought him to justice. As for Master Fan's side, the other party was old, and the Jin Demon Division did not question him. Mu Yongquan shook his head, the upstream Xingqi is dead. Xiajiu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Xingqi is the old corpse collector in the upper reaches. How did he die? Xia Xiao was a bit puzzled. The last time he saw the other party was not long ago, but he did not expect to pass away in a flash. He committed suicide by throwing himself into the water. Mu Yongquan sighed. He is also considered to be in the corpse salvage business in the life of a long time. But did not expect, the same difficult to escape the words behind Mu Yongquan did not finish, but Xia can guess. Rumor has it that not many people who eat by the Yin Raider sect are able to die a good death. Xia has a death warrant, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So you said you brought the orders of the Devil Suppressor Division? Xiajiu was probably already able to know the other party's purpose for coming here. Mu Yongquan nodded. The river area that Xingqi is responsible for is not very long. The Jin Demon Division knows that the corpse collector of this section of the river is Yuan Shun, and is more at ease, so it intends to let you manage the river area together with Xingqi's river area. Xia Zhao's face had a hint of excitement, which made Mu Yongquan and Yang Xiu beside him somewhat puzzled. He nodded his head fiercely. No problem, starting from today, right? Mu Yongquan nodded his head and frowned again, but you also need to be more careful. Rumor has it that Wangjia village has had some evil happenings lately, and it's not too peaceful. So some of the corpse fetcher preparatory candidates that the Jin Demon Division has identified in the city are unwilling to take charge of that section of the river. Xiajiu thought for a moment, then nodded his head. You are now at the time of strengthening your qi and blood, plus you also need to grow your body at your age. You also need to pay attention to the piece of food. Mu Yongquan heard some rumors in the city that eating everything will only harm you. Xiaoyu knew that this was the other party's kind caution, but he could not possibly tell the other party about the existence of the death trial talisman, so he could only respond to it. After nightfall, Xiaoyu did not separate from Dishun to patrol the river, but rode in the same crow's nest boat. The upper reaches of the river had more farmland due to its proximity to Wangjiazwang, and even at midnight, Xiaoyu could see some farmers carrying lanterns to harvest their crops. Otherwise, if it was a bit later, the price of food in the city would have come down. When the blacktop boat was almost at the end of the upstream, Xiaoyu found a male corpse and went down to the water with a grunt. Due to the increasing sophistication of his own martial arts realm, Xiaoyu did not feel that the river water in this fall was much colder. To be close to some of his own, Xiaoyu found that this seems to be a female corpse, just died not long ago, the face is all hideous in panic color. When Xiaoyu fished it out, he didn't expect to be rewarded with 2 words at once. Bare-handed, blue phrase, you an empty-handed combat in all aspects of physical quality enhancement 10. Unarmed, white phrase, your strength increases by 1 when fighting empty-handed. It was still a useful phrase. Xiaoyu secretly nodded his head, but he was more puzzled as to why he was able to get 2 phrases at once. When Xiaoyu fished the body onto the shore, he realized the somewhat slightly bulging belly of the female corpse. Pregnant? A look of realization flashed across Xiaoyu's eyes. But also extremely curious, such a good posture, and pregnant woman, could it be that she would still take the initiative to throw herself into the river? But looking at her face, Xiaoyu again felt that this was a murder. After all, the woman's face of panic is not like a suicide can have the expression. After a round trip in the river, today is considered to be the end of the day. Xiaolak is quite satisfied. After all, 1 more cut of ground, he will be able to fish a little more corpses in the future, the words naturally come. However, his heart was still very curious, and there was even a hint of anger. Who could be cruel enough to push a pregnant woman into the river? With such doubts, Xiaoyu immediately walked into the morgue, intending to expend a useless white word to review the dead man's memories. With a trance in front of his eyes, a black mist surfaced before Xiaoju's eyes. The woman's name was Wang Suiyu, also a woman from this nearby village. She was good-looking, and after being spotted by the son of a wealthy gentleman in the Wang family home, she entered the other family's home to this wealthy gentleman as a daughter-in-law. All things are extremely normal, there is no conflict between husband and wife. The only thing that makes Wang Suiyu emotional is that Wang Suiyu's husband is a castrate. She will be in the room all day long to complain and sigh, they are considered to be widowed. Luckily, the rich gentleman's family is quite wealthy, and after getting used to the daily food and clothing, Wang Suiyu has no intention of remarrying. The rich gentleman heard that there was a goddess in the next village, Luojia village, who had invited a goddess to send children to the village, which had already benefited several couples. He was so impressed that he spent a lot of money on the statue of the goddess of child delivery from the Luo family. Within a few days, Wang Suiyu realized that her husband was a new man, and had become very energetic. However, Wang Suiyu is a little strange. Her husband is in the daytime and their own sex, to the night is the same as before. Even if they want to make out with their husbands are also rejected miserably. Not long after, Wang Suiyu found herself pregnant when she told her husband the good news, but did not expect her husband was furious. Chapter 16, Goose Plundering Kung Fu Entry. Her husband even scolded her shamelessly, outside to steal a man. Wang Suiyu, no matter how sophistry, are not any use. The husband decided that the child in the stomach is not his. After a big fight, her husband and father-in-law together, Wang Suiyu sank into the Wooding River. After reading Wang Suiyu's memories, Xiaoju took a deep breath. Although he didn't know the reason for it, but from Wang Suiyu's memories, Xia was still able to detect the slightest bit of weirdness. Mainly in his husband's day and night contrast was so great that it was hard to believe that it was the same person. However, without evidence, Xiaoju was not in a good position to report to the Department of Devil Suppression. In this world, human life is as cheap as grass, especially a woman's life is worthless. Wang Suiyu was born in an ordinary farmer's home, and her parents must have been unable to do anything about that rich gentleman's family. Burying these things in his heart, Xiaoyu continued to live like an ascetic for the next few days. In addition to practicing the goose swipe kung fu and resting to fish for corpses, there was nothing else to do the whole day. Finally, after nearly a month, Xiaoyu finally practiced this lightweight skill into the country. If it was an ordinary person practicing a martial art, it would take at least a few years from the beginning to entry. However, Xiaoju's physique is strong, plus there are already 2 martial arts in the country. Under the abundance of qi and blood, more than a month's time will be a martial arts cultivation in the country is considered to be faster. This was also the case for most martial artists. After seriously entering a basic martial art, the speed of practicing other martial arts would be much faster. For one thing, the body's basic qualities would be much stronger, and for another, the horizons would become wider, and the understanding of martial arts would be more profound. Xiaoxiao collected the released qi and blood, and his entire body was as red as if it had been scalded by boiling water. Some of the words and phrases that he had acquired recently were partially still somewhat useful, and this had allowed his physique to go a step further. Ample qi and blood, blue phrase, your total amount of qi and blood is increased by 5. Mundane disease difficult to infest, blue phrase, you will not suffer from mundane diseases. Bronze skin and iron bones, blue phrase, your body hardness is increased by 5. The rest of the entries were of little use, and had no effect on strength enhancement whatsoever. Coupled with the large amount of meat intake in recent times, Xiaozhou's body was growing extremely fast. Xiaozhou estimated himself, now he is almost 1 meter 8 tall and more than 180 pounds of body weight, compared to the previous appearance of the thin and weak teenager, compared to the present compared to the two people. Today is the end of the month, is the Wangjiazwang once a month market opening time. The villagers around more than 50 miles will bring some goods to trade here. When Xiaozhou used to come to the market, he would find some strange and weird things. In the past, he was not interested in this, but now with the phrase flesh-eating beings, Xiaozhou decided to come over and try his luck. Coincidentally, Tongguan has just disposed of the corpse. Xiaozhou will pull him together to go to the Wangjia village. Along the way, the picket vendors carrying a variety of various types of goods constantly selling. Xiaozhou also do not ask more, but is still young. Tongguan constantly some of the eyes, constantly stop and go. Xia did not think this silent, seemingly mature young man actually have such a side. Tongguan's mother died early, his father is only a peddler, born with physical defects. He is not liked by his father, which is also the reason for his reticence. Every time Xia lack of martial arts practice, Tongguan also in the side watching, face more than envy. Even after disposing of the body, he did not leave, but had to watch Xiaoyu finish a full set of boxing. Interested, Xia lack in the consent of the righteous father, will also be Yanqing boxing taught to Tongguan. Although such a body forging martial arts is not rare, but the inheritance of martial arts is also considered strict, and not to the point of rotten. Before Xia lack of the body fished by Jia Dalan, although only the city of dry labor, but its identity is barely counted as a fishing gang peripheral gang members, the party to get the martial arts taught. It is only that the entry of martial artists in the city of Jinmen is too much, which is not a good mix. Xia did not expect that Tongguan's martial arts talent was close to none. Although Tongguan's memory and heart are considered to be fair, a set of boxing also only needs Xia lack of show a few times to be able to remember down, but no matter how there is not the slightest progress. It's like doing a set of meaningless movements, and after doing it, it's over. Helplessly, Xiaozhou also despaired of his martial arts talent. However, Tongguan still insisted on practicing several sets of boxing every day until he was physically exhausted. Xiaoyu saw Tongguan seems to fancy a silver bracelet with a bell hanging from one end, but it looks very small and is only suitable for children. How? Want to wear a bracelet? Xia lack of seemingly jocular smile. Tongguan nodded, want to buy to my sister. I practiced martial arts from the beginning. She will hide half of the cooking cakes to me every day, for fear that I do not have enough to eat. Speaking of this, Tongguan walked up and asked the stall owner about the price. After learning the price needed, he could not help but look dark. Although Dasan will open some wages to him, but a month is only half a guan of copper, plus those to his father, he secretly saved not much. Xia lack of see the situation, also guessed that Tongguan some of the shyness of the bag, it is not a colorful pass out a piece of silver to Tongguan hand. Tongguan face changed, wanted to refuse. Xia lack to smile and joked, as I lent you, and later returned me with interest is. Tongguan could not help but stare, then nodded firmly, I know the rules, 9 out of 13 back. Xiaoyu immediately laughed. After wandering around for a while, Xiaoyu found a villager selling some meat. The meat had been broken down, and it could be seen that it was a whole one, but the head was missing. Just by looking at the appearance of the meat, covered with a layer of gray fur, it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. The villager looked a little depressed on the side, and his stall was also unattended. With a thought in his mind, Xiaoyu walked up and asked, what kind of meat is this? This is donkey meat. The villager raised his head and spoke with some stuttering. Xia cannot help but be a little disappointed. Donkey meat he ate, the effect of enhancing blood is far less than the purple badger and the black-backed pit viper to come strong. But as the saying goes, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, the 5-spice donkey meat and donkey meat barbecue in the city of Jinmen, the flavor is not bad. Dashuan's own marinated donkey meat is also quite delicious. The stock of meat at home is not much, and the dried meat of the black-backed pit vipers that he dried last time has been eaten up, so he can't go home empty-handed. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu bought the whole fan of meat. The current Xia lack of food is amazingly large, a meal will eat 4 pounds of meat down. Dasan heart of the matter of tonic soup is still some mustiness, but see Xia lack of qi and blood increasingly full, also not good to say anything more, every meal is to see him straight stare. After paying the money, the villagers looked like they had done something illegal and disappeared into the crowd in the twinkling of an eye. Xia Xiao easily lifted more than 100 pounds of donkey meat and just as he turned his head, someone called out to him. Chapter 17 Golden Words, Martial Arts Wizards. Little fellow, you bought Nyozi's meat? The one who spoke was an old man. Xiaozhou was a bit puzzled, although he didn't know if the person who just sold his meat was the Nyozi in this person's mouth, he nodded his head. Did he tell you what kind of meat it is? The old man asked again. Donkey meat ah. Xiaozhou was a bit puzzled. The old man sighed, wanted to pat Xia's shoulders, but found himself hunched over a bit unable to reach, and instead patted Xia's arm. You've been cheated his family which has raised donkeys, this is mule meat. Xia lack of here instead relieved, thought the other party want to say what it. Mules, this animal he also knows, cannot bear children, but both hard-working, a day will be able to carry thousands of goods up and down the mountain. So the general people's family cannot afford to kill the mule to eat meat. Xiaolak has not yet eaten mule meat, but inside some happy. His family's mule also didn't know what the reason was. The old man barred his mouth, showing a confused look, said dead, should be sick. I don't want to eat a sick mule. The old man was very serious. Xiaolak to casually cope with a few sentences, then took Tongguan home. With the existence of vulgar diseases difficult to invade the word, Xiaolak is not so preoccupied. After all, the mule meat is rare, how much they have to taste the effect is. Simple mule meat boiled some to get rid of the fishy flavor, remembered the old man said. Xiaolak of hesitation will be adjusted a sauce. The flavor is mainly spicy, if there is really any odor can also be covered. After eating it, Xiaoyu felt like his stomach was on fire, and the endless heat spread throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Xiaojiu felt like he was in the alchemy furnace of Lord Taishang, and the flames were about to engulf himself. In the blink of an eye, the heat was converted into essence by the flesh-eating beings and began to continuously feed Xiaojiu himself. While his sanity was still intact, Xiaojiu flew into the jungle in a single swipe, and his berserk chi and blood suddenly unfolded like a sky. The temperature around Xiaojiu's own body began to rise continuously. It was already a temperature that could make an ordinary person feel like sweating profusely. He felt like when he had not yet entered the country and consumed the white tiger essence fixing pill, endless energy filled his body. After a set of punches, Xiaoxiao finally managed to fill his body with the chi and blood brought by this mule meat, and also waved out a lot of excess heat. However, that moment of frenzy was still slightly out of one's expectation. Even with one's own body strength, one was somewhat unable to eat such a chi and blood enhancement. Xiaoxiao began to wonder, was what he was eating really mule meat? Or did mule meat really have such a magical effect? Xiaoyu but ate a fist-sized piece of meat. He felt that it would be comparable to a normal whole day's amount. The load on his body was a little too much, and he needed to dissipate the excess energy to be able to absorb it perfectly without hurting his body. Xiaoxiao took off his sweat-soaked shirt and returned to the kitchen to cut off another small slice of mule meat and put it into his mouth. He was able to realize that the meat was immediately converted into chi and blood when it reached his stomach. Donkey meat and horse meat were both tried by Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu was a bit excited. He didn't expect this meat to have this kind of effect, but whether it was mule meat or not was yet to be proven. After making all the remaining meat into jerky, Xiaoyu took advantage of the fact that it was still early in the day and went into Jinmen City to try to find a channel to buy some mule meat. If the mule meat bought from other people could still have such an effect, then it meant that the mule meat was a miracle for chi and blood. If there is no such effect, then it means that the meat he bought is not mule meat, and he can just ask the villagers around where that Ernyo Z lives at that time. After entering the city, Xiaoyu turned left and right, but not in the direction of the food market, but the south of the city. Since Xiaojiu had traded black-backed pit vipers with the hunters last time, he knew that there was a black market in the south of the city, specializing in selling some illegal goods. Mules were considered to be extremely useful livestock in the Great Zhou dynasty, and were considered to be the most efficient in dragging goods. Recently, the northern front is tight, are relying on the mule pulling food. In the black market wandered around, Xiaoyu did not ask to sell mule meat. After all, the taste and flavor are not as good as donkey meat, and coupled with the mule cannot bear children, also led to the basic no one to buy mules to eat. Although there is no mule meat, but Xiaoyu also inquired to buy live mules. Hearing that Xiaoyu only wanted mule meat for eating, the other party only looked strange and did not ask anything more. After waiting for a few moments, Xiaoyu got a blood-drenched mule, with hot air still coming out of it, obviously slaughtered not long ago. But the price is much higher, can buy the same weight of donkey meat more than 3 times. Xiaoyu did not hesitate, after paying, then immediately left. Back home, Xiaoyu can't wait to cook the meat, and then casually dip some sauce into his mouth. But there was no imagined effect, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but be a little disappointed. One of the important measurements for advancing to the second realm of innate is chi and blood. Xiaoyu had thought that he had found a path to heaven, but he didn't expect it to be fake. It was neither donkey meat nor mule meat, so what could it be? Xiaoxiao frowned and pondered. He looked out of the sky. At the moment it was getting late, so he stopped thinking about going to look for Ernyo Z now, and planned to go back tomorrow. When it was midnight, Xiaoyu was cruising the river for corpses as usual. To the upper reaches of the river, a body only the height of a child floating on it. Xiaoyu sighed. This demonic world is really difficult. This is not the first time he has seen a child's corpse. Just as Xiaojiu tied the rope around the child's ankle, a new page of the death trial talisman was opened. Xiaojiu hadn't expected that this page would be golden in color. It was a radiance he had never seen before. Martial wizardry, golden words, you have gained a great increase in your understanding of the martial arts. Although it was only a simple sentence, it was enough for Xiaojiu to be excited. He was somewhat unable to restrain himself from wanting to laugh out loud a few times, but after seeing that his adoptive father seemed to be waiting with some impatience, he immediately boarded the ship. After wrapping up, Xiaojiu couldn't wait to place his hand on the ankle of the child's corpse, wanting to read the memories. A gray mist rose up, and the inquisitorial death talisman actually displayed a passage. Lack of divinity, reading failed. Xia Lak's brows furrowed. What was divinity again? With no choice but to start practicing his martial arts, Xia Zhu had no choice but to start practicing his martial arts. All of the difficult doubts that had previously arisen while practicing the fist seemed to be no longer a problem. Not only that, when he himself was practicing, he was able to perfectly intersperse his punches in the goose swipe technique, which was smooth and unrivaled, and there was no need for him to only be able to perform one martial art at a time as he had before. As Xiaoyu continued to perform, with the exception of the poison sand palm, which was only a supplementary body forging martial art, the two martial arts at hand were both getting smoother and smoother, and his proficiency level continued to skyrocket. One by one, Xiaoyu made modifications and markings for the many inappropriate positions that appeared on the goose-swept kung fu, or those that would injure the body after practicing. But let Xia lack of some shock is, Yanqing fist is not these problems, the whole set of natural self-contained, as if heavenly. Xiaoyu looked toward the Dishun room, secretly marveled that the other side is worthy of being a real genius, is really not their own wall can be compared to. However, in terms of certain details, Xiaojiu still felt that it was somewhat insufficient. It wasn't because of the flaws in the fist technique itself, but the fact that it wasn't a good enough match for his own form, and the angles at which it was stretched out and executed were a bit raw. Halfway through the execution, Xiaojiu suddenly stopped. A wordless aura suddenly flashed in his heart, and his heartbeat began to accelerate continuously. Since Dasun was able to change this Yanqing fist to suit himself, why wouldn't he be able to do so since he was now a martial arts prodigy? Chapter 18 Mule Spirit. Xiaojiu began to rehearse the fist technique one move at a time. Any discomfort or awkwardness he could sensitively detect and correct it. Half an hour later. Ka-ching! A flat punch hit the tree trunk with a crisp sound. The sea-bowl thick tree trunk instantly collapsed to the ground, startling dozens of birds that were roosting on it. Xiaojiu's Yanqing fist had been altered somewhat, and was already far removed from the Yuan's Yanqing fist that Dishun had passed down. At this moment, his every move and stance seemed to be natural, completely unlike before when he fought with the Iron Corpse, when his punches relied on brute force and poisonous power. The current Xiaojiu had no trouble dealing with the person he was an hour ago. Although his physical strength had not improved, he had made great strides in his techniques and moves. As a golden entry, martial arts talent gave Xiaoxiao not only the ability to quickly master martial arts, but also genius-like insights and perceptions. Although there was still some distance to the second realm of martial arts innate, Xiaoyu asked himself that he should not be afraid of those weaker innate powerhouses. The main difference between innate and forged body was the presence or absence of qi energy. In Xiaoxiao's opinion, qi energy was similar to the dark energy in the novels he had read in his previous life, but it was much stronger. Qi strength was based on qi and blood, and had different effects based on different martial arts. Like the Yanqing fist that Xiaojiu practiced, the qi energy generated was to make the speed of strikes faster. However, wanting to cultivate a martial art to the extreme and condense qi energy was not an easy task. According to Mu Yongquan, there were at least thousands of entry martial artists in Jinmen City, but there were only a few dozen innate martial artists. To advance to innate, not only did one need to cultivate a martial art to the point where there was no realm of advancement, but one also needed to hammer their qi and blood to the extreme, waiting for qi energy to naturally arise. The strength of the skin and membranes, sinews and bones, and internal organs were all counted in the qi and blood category, and if one wanted to climb to the peak of qi and blood, one needed to cultivate multiple body-forging martial arts. Yanqing Quan was able to build the strength of the sinews and bones as well as some of the internal organs, while goose-swept kung fu emphasized the strength of the lungs, and poison sand palm was able to enhance the hardness of the dermatome. The three complemented each other, but Xiaoyu still lacked a gong method that could exercise the stomach. After collecting his feats, Xiaoyu's insights into martial arts grew deeper and deeper. However, what he had seen and heard was not much, and Xiao Liao could only look for problems in himself. To instruct others was never possible. A feeling of hunger came from his abdomen. Xiaojiu walked into the kitchen and took the fake mule meat from the nearly 3-meter high beam with a leap. With the egg drop soup that he didn't finish at night and had already gotten cold, he took a big bite. Thump! As Xiaojiu was chewing, a strange sound suddenly emanated from outside the house. He poked his head out with some curiosity and glanced towards the outside of the kitchen. Black smoke instantly mesmerized Xiaojiu's eyes, causing him to instantly fall into darkness, his vision completely clouded. Xiaojiu raised the porcelain basin in his hands in some panic and drank the egg soup in one go. After swallowing the mule meat that he hadn't yet finished eating through the soup, Xiaoxiao raised his hand and slammed the soup pot haphazardly in front of him. Porcelain basin should be sound and broken. Xiaoyu in front of the body is not put what debris. Listen to that dull sound, 80% is smashed into the offender. Since he knows that the other party has arrived in front of him, as a martial artist, the biggest advantage is in close combat. Xiaoxiao's left hand violently grabbed forward and suddenly clasped the opponent's arm. Only the feel seemed a bit hairy, not like a human arm at all. Xiaoxiao couldn't think about this and tore the other party forward, while his right hand was filled with toxins and attacked towards his face. A strange sound like a horse neighing and somewhat similar to a donkey braying suddenly resounded in his ears. Xiaoyu's brain roared, and his body instantly felt a bit weak. Unknown and with a hint of fear rising, Xiaoyu grinned and began to laugh loudly. Speechless tyrannical emotions instantly took over, squeezing out all thoughts in his head, including reason as well. Kill him. Ben, somewhat powerless, re-pinched his enemy with his left hand that had been wrenched free by the other party as well. The other party was obviously stunned by the sardonic laugh, seeing that the other party seemed to have regained his strength. The opponent was just about to open his mouth again, wanting to subdue Xiaoju with a hiss. Xiaoju actually ruthlessly slammed his head into his face, cutting off his hissing sound. The black mist gradually dissipated, and Xiaoju saw that in front of him was a humanoid creature covered in black hair. Its hands had transformed into hooves and its 2 ears were surprisingly long. Donkey spirit? Xiaoju's remaining reason guessed. The somewhat oozing elf shape amplified the fear within Xiaoju, and his laughter grew louder and louder. Not far away from the villagers who got up at night, but also scared by the sound of the laughter before they finished peeing, they hurriedly lifted up their pants and went back to the house. Seeing that strength doesn't seem to be the other party's strong point, Xiaoju ruthlessly dragged him into his arms, and with a strong toxin slap straight to the face. The strong corrosiveness burned all the hair, leaving a bloodied and angry face. The donkey spirit was shocked and furious, and as it recited words silently under its breath, the hair on its body instantly stood up like a steel needle. It did not expect that these needle-like hard hairs were unable to pierce Xia's skin and were broken. The donkey spirit instantly died. The other party is only an entry-level martial artist, and he has become a monster. Although the natural acquisition of a few spells is not strong, but to deal with the entry martial artist should be more than enough. No longer entangled in this, it hatefully looked at Xiaoju a glance, and raised his eyes to look at the dried meat hanging on the beams of the room, then wanted to simply give up this body. Only when the Yin spirit disappeared from this body, a hot burning sensation came. The donkey spirit only felt like it had been thrown into a furnace, and it was even hotter than that. Xiaoju's powerful qi and blood completely erupted, and before the Yin spirit could return to the body, a small half of the Yin spirit was burned and worn out. This person's qi and blood was so strong. This was the last thought left by the donkey spirit, and then he completely lost consciousness. Xiaoju didn't feel that the donkey spirit in his arms had already lost its life. His left arm still kept on exerting force, pressing his ribs and heart, liver, and organs into a ball, without a trace of human appearance. In the middle of the day, Xiaoju stopped laughing, and Dasun, who was standing on the side, looked at his adopted son with a somewhat complicated expression. Xiaoju loosened the corpse in his arms, and Dasun did not say much. He just gestured and told Xiaoju to get up tomorrow morning and call the people from the demon suppression division over. When Xia lacked a nod, Dasun returned to the room. He looked towards the corpse on the ground. His corroded face faintly had a hint of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyu finally remembered that this was none other than the corpse of the pregnant woman that he had fished out some time ago, Wang Suiyu's husband, Wang Ning. Although he had somewhat lost his mind during his maniacal laughter attack, Xiaoju's memory was always flawless. He remembered that the other party seemed to have been looking in one direction. Xiaolak turned his head to look, and there, drying out, was none other than the fake mule meat he had bought in the daytime. Chapter 19 Falling Child. Xiaoju's mind turned around and had an answer. This should be a mule spirit. The fake mule meat that he thought was the mule spirit's body, I'm afraid. It only happened to coincide with the fact that after it had taken over Wang Ning's body, its original body had been slaughtered as dead. I don't know if this is not a body fished out of the indeterminate river, whether it is capable of retracing its memory. Xiaoju tried, and unsurprisingly failed. After all, there was no trace left in the trial of death talisman, so it was normal to fail. After placing Wang Ning's corpse into the morgue, Xiaoyu was still a little too excited to sleep. Tonight's biggest gain was the golden word martial wizardry, but the fact that he was able to kill a rumored elf monster also gave Xiaoju a huge boost in confidence. Xiaoyu proceeded to do some simple organizing and summarizing of his own martial arts, and now with the bonus of bare hands, coupled with the fact that he didn't learn any swordsmanship or blades or anything like that, he had the most advantage against the enemy with his empty hands. But as the saying goes, an inch long is an inch strong. He is just a martial artist. If he encounters those Taoist cultivators with long hands, he can only be passively beaten. Xiaoju looked at the black hairs on the ground. These didn't strike him, but the place where he was stabbed still hurt a bit, and was even a bit red and itchy. Weapons could be much sharper than one's fists. Preparing a weapon was a good choice. Even if he couldn't attack the opponent himself, he could still throw it as a throwing object to affect the enemy. Without realizing it, the sky had become bright. Xia Xiao finished his breakfast early and entered the city. Jin Demon Division is not far from the city gates. After all, there are high-level people in the city. Not many demons and monsters dare to come to the city to look for trouble. On the contrary, some inhumane things often happen outside the city, such as human sacrifice and cannibalism. After Xie Zhao had been to Jin Demon Division a few times, he was familiar with the route, and after entering the city, he made 3 turns and arrived. Mu Yongquan had also woken up at this moment and was teaching the guards boxing on the practice field. Hearing that Xie Zhao had come over so early, Mu Yongquan knew that something had happened. He hurriedly brought along 2 armorers and walked out of the demon suppression division. After Xiaoju briefly talked about yesterday's events, Mu Yongquan's expression immediately became cautious. With a single reach, he pulled Xiejio onto his horse, and the four of them quickly rushed to the outside of Wangjia village on 3 horses. On the way, Mu Yongquan kept asking for details. Originally, he thought that it was his senior uncle who had made the move and killed the spirit monster. After hearing that it was Xie Xiao who strangled the other party to death alive, he was also somewhat speechless. Although the domestic animal monster that has just developed a spirit is nothing, it is still equivalent to an innate martial artist. Up to this point, Mu Yongquan suddenly changed his expression. This spirit monster, I'm afraid it's not dead yet. What you have killed is the flesh of its nest, not its yin shen. Yin shen? Xie Xiao was a bit puzzled. Mu Yongquan nodded. A yin god is an uncultivated ordinary person, or a person whose cultivation level is not high, and their souls are yin gods after they go out of the body. Xia Jiao nodded thoughtfully and asked again, what about the yang god? Mu Yongquan just shook his head, indicating that he did not know. When they arrived home, several people went straight to the morgue. Mu Yongquan, after scanning the week, staring at a corpse actually looked mesmerized. Seeing his delay, Xia Yu did not urge him. Following Mu Yongquan's gaze, it was the corpse of the child who had rewarded himself with the golden word martial arts wizard yesterday night. Xia Jiao immediately sighed in his heart. There should be some reason why a word rewarded by a child should be so strong. However, it was lacking the so-called divinity to be able to read the memories of its corpse. What a pity! After Mu Yongquan regained his senses, he turned to Yang Xiu and said, Xiu, fetch the demon seizure record. Yang Xiu took out a small book from his waist and handed it to his master. Mu Yongquan took it and quickly flipped through it. When he reached a page, he stopped. He lifted it up with some caution. This person is the most wanted criminal of my Jin Demon division, the incense master of the wheel-turning Dao, the boy who fell in the sky. Xia lacked some surprise. Mu Yongquan also immediately explained, do not look at this child but a child appearance, its real age is afraid than we are present a few people together but also a circle older. Mu Yongquan frowned. The record of the demon searcher, the strength of the child has reached the spirit general, in the great Zhou dynasty is considered to be a number of strong. How will die here? Spirit general? Xie Xiao guessed according to the word martial arts genius. Is it a martial artist? Yes, but not really. Mu Yongquan just finished this sentence and then did not explain more. This matter is of great importance, senior brother, I will leave first, you send my regards to senior uncle. Xia Wei nodded. After all, from the trial of the death of the talisman suggests the lack of divinity, can also guess that the identity of this child is not ordinary. Mu Yongquan then carried the corpses of the fallen child and the mule spirit and quickly rushed towards the city. Before long, in less than an hour's time, a group of cavalry came over in great numbers. The person at the head was not Mu Yongquan, but a long-faced middle-aged man with an 8-character beard. Xiejio did not recognize him, but Xiejio had talked to Yang Xiu and knew that the clothes the middle-aged man was wearing represented his status as a governor. Upon their arrival, the crowd immediately indicated the identity of the Demon Suppression Division. The inspector of the Jin Demon Division didn't act overbearing either, but immediately asked Xiejio to take them to the place where he had fished out the fallen child during the night. Seeing this, Xiejio also knew that the matter had become a big deal, so he moved to take the people of the Jin Demon Division there. After the arrival of the department of Jinmu, they immediately blocked the nearby river, followed by a few Taoist priests to open the altar. God does not know what they are doing. The governor originally wanted to repatriate Xiejio, but after Mu Yongquan whispered a few words in his ear, the governor nodded. Mu Yongquan walked over to Xiejio and whispered, the identity of the boy who fell here is very important, and his fall here will definitely cause waves in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. You and your uncle should not fish for corpses in recent days. This section of the river will be handed over to my Jin Demon division for a period of time. Xiejio knew that he did not have the power to refuse, although some helpless, but can only nod. Is the origin of this fallen child so great? Xiejio asked curiously. Mu Yongquan nodded his head and didn't say much. The power behind him is too big, an existence that my great Zhou dynasty cannot afford to mess with. Speaking of this, Mu Yongquan immediately changed the topic. The mule spirit thing has been investigated clearly. That mule spirit occasionally became a monster, then attached to the flesh of this Wang Ning. That mule spirit's flesh, do you know where it is? In my stomach. Although this was the truth, Xiejio would not tell the truth and just shook his head. Xie Xiao also finally realized the reason why this mule meat enhanced the qi and blood so much, that is, the other party had already become a spirit, and was not comparable to an ordinary animal at all. Xie Xiao guessed that the other party had probably chased after him based on the location of his own flesh, but he hadn't thought that his body had long since been processed into jerky by himself. Mu Yongquan reminded again, the probability is that its yin spirit has already escaped, and if it returns to its original body, I'm afraid that it will retaliate against you soon. In recent days, you need to be more careful. Xie drew his head, but what he didn't know was that the mule spirit's yin god had long been scorched under his strong qi and blood. Chapter 21 Yexian and the Palm Technique. The night was already deep, and due to the fact that the indefinite river had been blocked by the Demon Suppression Division, Xiejio had nothing to do. However, Xiejio would not be idle. Based on Wang Suiyu's memories, he learned that his family lived in the north of Wangjiazwang. The family owned hundreds of acres of good land, and could be considered a large family. Otherwise, Wang Suiyu wouldn't be willing to put up with her incompetent husband. Xiaozhou's figure flashed continuously, like an athletic cheetah in this dark night. He jumped into the courtyard of Wang Ning's house. At this time, it was nearly midnight, and he was not afraid of being seen. According to what Mu Yongquan said, after losing their physical bodies, even if they possessed others, their strength would be comparable to that of a martial artist entering the country. However, the exact strength would also depend on the type of sperm monster before it took form, as well as the strength of the spells mastered by the other party. Based on the results of last night's battle, there were several types of magic spells that the mule spirit could master. One is the black mist that can make the opponent blind, the second is the hissing that can make the opponent lose consciousness for a moment, and the last is the ability to harden the hair of the entire body. However, the opponent had a single means of attack and was not able to cause much damage to himself. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaozhou was confident in coming here. With Wang Suiyu's memories, Xiaozhou knew the distribution of this compound like the back of his hand. Knowing that this was just a storehouse where miscellaneous items were stacked, Xiaozhou circled around and finally came to a red brick shrine. In it was enshrined the very same god of delivery that the Wang family had spent so much money on. According to Xiaozhou's expectations, this mule spirit is to be able to get out of the body, drilled into the statue, not only eat and drink the host family's offerings every day, and even go to pollute people's wives and daughters. The moment Xiaozhou walked into the shrine, what met his eyes was a ground full of idol fragments, and a raging storm after being destroyed. The god's license plate had been snapped into 2 pieces and was casually thrown to the ground. When Xiaozhou saw this, he knew that the mule spirit would not stay here at this moment. After the Yin spirit has gone out of the body, if there is no body for it to live in and it simply exists in a dead body, it will need to rely on the incense to maintain the Yin spirit. Otherwise, the mule spirit would not need to rely on the idol as a cover to sneak into other people's homes to do harm. Xia has already expected this scene. Although Jinmen City is not the capital of the country, but the martial arts style is strong, the members of the department of Jinmu are all tough, evil demons and foreigners will be a shot to change a place. Xia lacked a few steps outside. Wang Ning and his wife are dead. His father Wang Yeshan is the only surviving living person in this family, may be the only target of the mule spirit possession. Without warning, Xiaozhou was about to walk towards Wang Yixian's room when a cracking sound suddenly startled Xiaozhou to the point that his hair stood on end. He quickly turned around and raised his left arm before he managed to dodge the sudden slap. "Evil beast, where have you taken my son?" Xiaozhou lowered his hand, only to realize that the person in front of him was the very person he was looking for, Wang Yeshan. Wang Yeshan's figure was upright, completely unlike an old man in his 70s. Xiaozhou frowned. In his memory, Wang Yixian's image was not like this. Even though Wang Yeshan was a martial artist, his old age and body was decrepit, and in Wang Suiyu's memories, he also displayed a stooped appearance. It was not at all like this old and strong. Possessed by a mule spirit? The thought occurred in Xiaozhou's mind. However, the other party did not have the same black hair growing on his body as yesterday, which again caused Xiaozhou to be a little unsure of what to do. Xiaozhou quickly stormed up, his left hand cupping into a fist and lashing out. Wang Yeshan also raised his hand and struck out with a palm, like a bamboo being broken. The clicking sound suddenly rang out. Xiaozhou realized that the force of his fist was easily dissolved by the other party, and his left fist changed angle as if it was turning automatically, even sliding downwards. Weird martial arts. This was also the first time Xiaozhou had competed with someone in a martial arts match, and he instantly became interested. After he threw a few punches again, he realized that he was easily dodged by Wang Yeshan with a unique technique of unloading, so he couldn't help but get interested. Martial arts prodigy as a golden word brought Xiaozhou more than just a simple line on the Judgment of Death talisman could describe. After a few exchanges, he had already scratched the secrets of Wang Yeshan's palm. As long as he exchanged a few more moments, he would be able to crack it. However, at this very moment, Wang Yeshan unexpectedly retreated backwards. Wang Yeshan, faced with a hint of coldness, said, "You are not that evil god. What is the purpose of coming to the old man's home?" Xiaozhou, who had been reminiscing about his martial arts moves, suddenly came to his senses, and after cursing himself for forgetting his business, he also came back to his senses. He had already judged that the other party was probably not changed into a mule spirit from the exchange of blows just now. Otherwise, the other party would not have relied only on martial arts to fight against himself. "Somewhat familiar, you are the little water ghost from Mr. Yuan's family?" Wang Yixian suddenly recognized Xiaozhou. Xia lacked a nod. Wang Yeshan sighed. "It seems that the matter of the old man murdering his daughter-in-law is already known to you." Xia liked to know that the other party's murder of Wang Suiyu was not a right thing to do, but it was also because he was blinded by that elf that such a tragic case occurred. After all, in this era, the status of women is not high. Once found stealing, like being thrown into the river by Wang Suiyu, can only be considered good. Like a piggy bank, riding an iron horse and other more cruel torture is inhumane. Xia Lak is also serious face. "You know that the mule spirit of the place?" Wang Yeshan was a little confused. Mule spirit? It was only then that Xiaozhou reacted to the fact that Wang Yeshan might know that it was this idol that did the evil, but he also didn't know its true nature. "It is the thing hidden in that idol." Xiajiao raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the shrine. Wang Yexian also reacted and shook his head. I don't know. He gritted his teeth a bit again and asked, Your Excellency, do you know where my son is? Xiayu sighed and told Wang Yexian a series of things that happened last night, as well as some things from Wang Suiyu's memories. He also told part of the selection. Wang Yexian heard, as if aged a lot. This upright body also in a moment collapsed. He squatted on the ground, face some blank. So? Wang Yexian was silent for a long time. After all, not everyone can afford the pain of losing a son in old age. Xialak is also showing a guilty look. If it was not for his own too much force, the mule spirit seen God after detaching, Wang Ning should be able to still survive a trace of life. Old Uncle Wang, Xie Xiao, tried to apologize, but I couldn't say anything. Just. Wang Yexian smiled bitterly and stood up, his figure having become stooped, like a dying man. According to what you said, if it wasn't for you, my son would still be helping that spirit monster to do evil. Wang Yexian tone is low, and even if you drive away the yin shin of that Jing monster, Wang Ning's body has already been Jing monster draws out the yang energy, is also the vitality of the vastness. He raised his hand, his face is also all the feeling of despair. Just my son weekdays wandering thought no swing, the family passed on martial arts will be cut off in my generation. Xia lack of blinking, suddenly opened his mouth. If seniors do not mind, seniors are willing to seniors this martial arts inheritance. Chapter 21 Broken Bamboo Poem. Wang Yexian let out a bitter smile. I ate the extinct vein severance pill, at most 5 hours I will die. Xia Xiao could not help but be stunned. He knew that this pill was specially provided by the Great Zhou dynasty to the military and the martial artists in the demon suppression division. This vein-severing pill was able to turn life into vitality, allowing severely injured or elderly martial artists to explode into full or even greater strength. The price is a few decades of life potential, usually not until the moment of life and death. No one will eat it. Wang Yexian, his voice with a touch of pathos. Ning child, although low seniority, so far not entered, but will palm law inheritance must not be a problem. Senior, there is still enough time. Xia lack of serious color, set as a palm strike, actually has the Wang Yexian 3 subtle sense of God. Wang Yexian was also stunned by this divine palm of Xiajiao. His tone trembled and said, You learned it when you fought with me? Xiajiao nodded solemnly. Wang Yexian was so excited that he actually said 3 good words in a row. He also busily said, Mr. Yuan Shun is truly extraordinary. For you to be able to possess this martial arts skill at this age, you are worthy of being the first son of Jinmen. Xia Xiao knew that his strength had little to do with his adoptive father and was entirely due to the trial of death talisman, but he wouldn't try to poke holes in this lie. Since his adoptive father was already surprised by the growth in his strength, it was also a good thing that he could put all the credit on Dishun for all the demons he had shown to outsiders. How long did it take you to enter the country? Wang Yexian asked in an excited tone. Xiajiao wanted to say 3 years, but was afraid that Wang Yexian would doubt his genius, so he said, 3 months. Wang Yexian nodded, his tone still tinged with a point of trembling, and said, Good. Then I will teach you this bamboo breaking poem, and I hope that you will keep your promise. I was only a hair's breadth away from being innate, but my chi has not been able to coalesce so far, and the many rushes have caused me to injure my foundation. However, your strength is already not too far off from mine in its heyday, so there is no need to perform the rite of master and disciple between you and me. Xiajiao nodded solemnly and bowed 3 times to Wang Yexian. Wang Yexian nodded with some relief, and then the old and the young started practicing their martial arts in the courtyard. The reason why the bamboo breaking palm was a bamboo breaking palm was in this combination of rigid and flexible power. If the opponent's body is not as strong as yours, his arm bones will be broken by you, just like a bamboo that is as soft as a bamboo. If the opponent's body is strong, then the soft force will also be like me hitting you, removing most of the opponent's strength. Xiajiao was pondering. He was progressing extremely fast in every move, and it was all shaking Wang Yexian's heart. He also instructed more and more vigorously, even disregarding his own body which was already at the end of its strength. He personally made a move to let Xiajiao realize the peculiar unloading technique in the broken bamboo palm. Wang Yexian picked up a wooden stick that was as thick as an adult's arm and stabbed straight at Xiajiao. Xia Xiao struck out with a palm strike, and the wooden stick even snapped from the center, just like hitting a bull through a mountain. The mark of the broken bamboo palm entry was that you broke a wooden stick of such thickness with only the strength of an ordinary person. Wang Yexian shook his head. Your body is too strong, entry won't take more than a few days. Xia Xiao had already grasped a great deal of the essence of it, and it was only a matter of proficiency before entry. By the time the entire set of palm techniques had been awarded to Xiajiao, it was nearly dawn. Although this was not a set of boxing techniques, even without the added support of the fist not leaving the hand, Xia Xiao felt that he would be able to enter the country in just 3 or 2 days. This was also a forging martial art that exercised the muscles and bones, and overlapped with Yanqing Quan in many ways, but the techniques of power generation and unloading in it were something that Xiajiao had never seen before, and it gave him a great deal of inspiration. Wang Yexian looked at the direction of the sunrise, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. Old man can be considered to have no regrets in death, but it's a pity that the spirit monster. Xialak clasped fists and said, The late generation will certainly destroy that essence monster Yin Shin, for the senior revenge. Wang Yexian has been a soldier, know the weirdness of the Yin Shen, although not much hope, but also nodded with relief. The two of them talked for a while, but mostly Wang Yexian said, "Xia, you listen." Wang Yexian finished the first half of his life and then talked about the things he did in the army. After that, he took out a fire folding sheet from his waist and threw it into the house. "This house has been defiled by an evil demon, only by burning it can I relieve the hatred in my heart." Wang Yixian looked at the flames rising up in front of him and took a step forward. "But this is also my hometown, the place where I grew up freely. Born in this place, grew up in this place, and died in this place." Just as Wang Yexian was about to step into the blazing house, Xiajiu suddenly called out to him, "Senior, wait." Wang Yexian stopped his footsteps and said without looking back, "I can feel that at most half an hour I will die a death, so you don't need to persuade me. Elder So, late generation wants to collect the ashes of the elder to bury it is a little difficult." Xia lacked a bitter smile. Elder did not say, "And loved one is to meet at the river of uncertainty, why not go to the last look?" Xia Yao continued to discourage. Speaking here, Wang Yexian stopped with some hesitation and finally turned around. The Wooding River on this side was only a tributary and had not been blocked by the Demon Suppression Division, and it took the two of them about 10 minutes to arrive at the river's edge. Wang Yixian looked at the slowly flowing river and pointed to an old willow on the bank and said, 30 years ago, this is where I met my wife." He spoke in detail, and Xia Xiao listened attentively. Soon after Wang Yexian finished speaking, he quietly sat down and waited for death to come. "Elder, didn't you say that your favorite thing as a child was to swim with your companions?" Xiajiu had some selfishness, but also genuinely wanted to coax Wang Yixian to be happier in his final days. The pain of losing a son is not something that can be easily suppressed. With that said, Xia Xiao did not even take off his clothes, jumped into the water and swam very fast. "Elder, see my little water ghost nickname is really not bad, right?" Xia Xiao lifted his head, smug. Wang Yexian seems to be remembering the past, the corner of his mouth finally revealed a smile. "What is this? I was swimming from the upstream back to the Phoenix Ridge to the Pear Blossom Dam without a break. The good man does not mention the courage of the year, that senior you now certainly cannot." Xia said in a jocular manner. "Who said that?" Wang Yexian's face pretended to be unconvinced, the hunched body gradually became erect, he grunted, and went into the water. An old man and a young man swam freely in this river, startling the nearby fish and shrimp to swim away quickly. A moment later, Xiajiu raised his head from the water and raised his head but did not see Wang Yexian. He immediately disappeared underwater again and found Wang Yexian who was gradually sinking not far away. Wang Yexian had already lost his breath, but the last trace of a smile remained at the corner of his mouth. Xia Xiao closed Wang Yexian's eyes with some guilt and prepared to bring his body to shore. The Trial of Death Talisman also unsurprisingly turned over a new page, and a blue light shone in front of Xiajiu's eyes. Fist Fear of the Young, blue phrase, when your opponent is older than you, Qi and Blood gain a 10 enhancement. Chapter 22 The Shrine. The corpse of Wang Yixian was buried under the willow tree by the bodiless river according to his wish. Xiajiu stood under the tree for a long time and began practicing the bamboo breaking palm over and over again. Xiajiu jumped up and lightly cut off the bowl-thick branch in the middle with one palm. Instantly, a stream of heat erupted and flowed out from the tendons and bones of his entire body, and began to continuously moisturize Xiaxia's physique. He knew that this was the sign of entry. Xiayu wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed to Wang Yixian's grave once more, then turned around and walked away. After some inquiries, Xiayu easily asked the surrounding villagers where Ernyozi lived. It was an independent compound outside the village, and Xiayu smelled a bloody odor from a few dozen meters away. He accelerated his speed, and after lifting his hand to push open the gate of the compound, several broken bodies were lying in it. Their faces and bodies looked like they had been eaten by some kind of creature, leaving behind chilling traces of cruelty. Xiayu was able to distinguish from the bodies and clothes that one of them was the Ernyozi who sold his mule meat yesterday morning. Judging from the stiffness of the corpses, these people had been dead for more than 10 hours of time. It was about the time before the mule spirit went to find himself. Xiajiu secretly sighed. He could only blame these people for not having a very good life. In the courtyard at the back, Xiajiu saw the mule's decapitated head and limbs. This is the second cow's son to get to the market to sell, more left to heart, want to be sold as a donkey meat but afraid of being recognized. Donkey heads and hooves can be made into dishes, and it's no surprise that Xiajiu guessed these. Xiajiu wrapped them all in a piece of cloth and after confirming that there were no traces left behind, he flew and jumped out of the yard to go home. As he was walking to the entrance of the village, several craftsmen happened to be repairing the shrine. The shrine's appearance was similar to what Xiajiu had seen at Wang Yixian's home, which couldn't help but make him wary. Seeing that one of the craftsmen was none other than Wang Jian, the one who had encouraged Ermang to take the corpse's shoes in the first place, he immediately walked up and tapped Wang Jian on the shoulder. Wang Jian turned his head to look, somewhat puzzled. "You are?" Xia Xiao smiled. His own temperament and image changed a bit too much due to the factor of practicing martial arts, so it is normal that the other party cannot recognize himself. "I am a small water ghost. Ah, you do not recognize me." Xia Lak is not very concerned about this nickname, but instead take the initiative to use it to call themselves. Oh, it's you. Wang Jian is obviously a bit formal. I do not know whether it is still for the too fierce hit the evil thing feel weak, or because Xia lack of it than their own much bigger body. What are you repairing here? Xia Xiao curiously asked. For the gods, said Luo family village of a goddess quite spiritual, invited to send the son of the male benefited a lot of families. When Xia Xiao heard this, his heart couldn't help but start to vibrate. The idol that the mule spirit was attached to was the one that Wang Yexian had invited from the goddess in Luojia village. Xia Xiao's heart was racing with ideas, and he wondered if Wang Yexian's family was just a coincidence, or if all the idols were like this. If the latter is the case. A hint of sharpness crossed Xie Zhou's eyes. That would indicate that the spirits and demons in the vicinity had formed a shadowy force that was organized and planned. Although he didn't know what their purpose was, Xie Zhou could only start from the aspect of incense, guessing whether or not these elves and monsters were able to feed on incense to strengthen themselves. After talking with Wang Jian again for a while and getting the information he wanted, Xie Zhou left. The other party, like Wang Yexian, also had a daughter-in-law who was unable to conceive, and after hearing about the miraculous effects of the Sun Deliverer, he spent a large sum of money on inviting the god. This shrine needs 7 days to build, every day, but also the top-quality incense burning. The 8th day, the host family before the whole family to kneel to welcome the god into the position. Today is the 7th day, and tomorrow is the day to invite the god. Xia lack of mind decided to come back here in a few days' time to see. After all, Wang Ning's situation was purely coincidental. If his case of celestial castration had not been resolved, and he had been able to go about his conjugal life with Wang Suiyu properly, the mule spirit's deeds would not have been exposed. Xia Zhao's brows deeply wrinkled. If the other party has formed an organization, the persecuted families must have many more. Back home, Dasun surprisingly did not hide in the room, but sat quietly in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Xia's return. Xia has never had the experience of staying out all night like this. He is like a child who has done something wrong, a little too weak to look at his foster father's eyes. But Dasun immediately called out to him, and did not, as Xiaoyu expected, ask him what he was doing out at night, but instead asked Xiaoyu to make his Yanqing fist all over again. Xie Zhou listened and did as he was told. The sound of breaking air was unceasing. Each punch was a fatal injury to an ordinary person. After he had wrapped up his work, Xie Zhou then remembered that the Yanqing fist he was now performing had been modified by himself and was not the original version. If what he had learned and practiced before was considered Yuan's Yanqing fist, what he was now performing was Xie's Yanqing fist. Dasun didn't have much of a reaction after reading it. Only a pair of cloudy eyes revealed a color of amazement. He nodded his head as if it was an affirmation of his adopted son, and threw out another short sword that landed in Xie Zhou's hand. Xie Zhou was a bit puzzled, but suddenly thought that at the end of his fight with the mule spirit last night, his adoptive father was beside him, and he wondered if his adoptive father knew where the mule spirit's spirit had gone. He called out to his foster father and voiced his doubts with his lips. Dasun just made an ascending gesture and left, indicating that the other party was dead, leaving behind a somewhat confused Xie Zhou. The vast majority of Forging Realm martial artists had extremely limited lethality against elves and monsters due to their insufficiently filled chi and blood. However, once a martial artist advanced to the second realminate, their chi and blood would be able to dissolve the yin spirit and drive away the little ghosts like the scorching sun. While Xie Zhou was able to rely on eating meat to strengthen his chi and blood, the other martial artists were only able to patiently practice their martial arts to sharpen their skills. The mule spirit Yin Shen that could not return to its original body and whose idol had been smashed by Wang Yexian had thus become weak, and it was only reasonable that it was killed by Xie Zhou's strong chi and blood. Xia lack of wash some, and Wang Yexian and practice broken bamboo palm, made some tattered clothes or discarded aside, changed into the newly purchased black practice clothes. Changing into a style of dress that was not quite the same as the cloth clothes and shoes of the past, Xiaoyu's entire person suddenly became much more heroic. After a night of sleeplessness, coupled with a large amount of physical exertion, Xiaoyu got some meat strips to cook kanji, and only after swallowing it in one gulp did he feel much more refreshed. Xia Xiao secretly nodded his head. Not only does the meat of this spirit monster have a miraculous effect in enhancing chi and blood, even the mental fatigue can be eliminated. Without the slightest hint of sleepiness, Xiaoyu began to play with the short sword that his foster father had just thrown to him. Looking at its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the Nepalese saber in the previous world, but in this Great Zhou, people called it the dog-leg knife because its appearance was extremely similar to a dog's leg. The surface of the blade was dark, and the blade had a lot of openings and curled edges, so it looked like an old object that was still old. When Xie Xiao casually looked at it a few times and wanted to put it aside, Mu Yongquan pushed open the courtyard door and came in alone. Chapter 23 Secret Martial Inheritance. As soon as Mu Yongquan entered the door, his eyes fell on this dog-legged knife. Okay, senior uncle has passed on the guillotine soul to you. Mu Yongquan picked up the dog-leg knife on the table and scared in wonder. Guillotine soul? Xie Xiao was a bit puzzled. This seemingly ordinary dog-leg knife even had a name. Mu Yongquan nodded. Senior uncle should be afraid that you will be unable to deal with those spirits and Yin gods when you meet them again. If this knife is able to slash the opponent, all the Yin gods below the third realm will be killed together. Only then did Xiaoyu come to his senses, and when he looked at it again, his outlook became completely different. The rust and bloodstains on it seemed to be witnessing its legendary experience and how many demons and devils it had killed. This knife was a treasure weapon that had been sacrificed and refined by a real person from the secret sect, and it was considered a rare item in the demon suppression division. Xiaoyu discreetly found a piece of cowhide to wrap it around and put it away close to his body before he opened his mouth and asked, "I don't know what my senior brother is calling for this time over here." Mu Yongquan's face gradually became grave. According to my Jinmu division in the real person divination, dropping child died extremely secretive, until now has not found the cause of death. However, the town magic division has started the state of alert, the rotation of the road has not yet responded, should be the news of its death has not yet been sent back, is still able to have a period of peace and quiet. This matter needs to be kept secret, not to spread the word, otherwise it will cause a great disaster may not be certain. Xia likes to see Mu Yongquan so prudent, is also serious nodding. Mu Yongquan finished and smiled, in view of you're so meritorious, the governor has also decided to absorb you in, as a foreign deacon. Outer deacon? Xia Lact originally wanted to refuse, but heard Mu Yongquan even said, "First, do not be in a hurry to refuse, the outer deacon is only a position title, need you to do not much." Then, Mu Yongquan explained to Xia about the requirements for the position of external deacon. After entering the Jinmu division system, Xia did not need to do anything, but just need to fish for corpses almost as much as he does now. The corpse collector was originally appointed by the Jin MOC, but as an external deacon, Xiejiu also needed to be responsible for the spiritual events in the Wuding River area, and report them to the Jin MOC in a timely manner. Dasan used to be the outer deacon of the Jinmu division, but he was only responsible for teaching martial arts, and he was able to mention a few things to the martial artists when he had the time. Not only that, the governor decided to grant you another request. Mu Yongquan continued. Xia liked some thought, anything can? Mu Yongquan laughed and cursed and said, "Of course it is a reasonable request, is it possible that you want the head of the governor of the city of Jinmen and Mushi also have to agree?" Xia liked to smile at the words, also know that the other party will not agree to two outrageous requirements. Then tentatively inquired, "Come to some martial arts secret books, it is not too much, 10-8 books can be." Mu Yongquan slap on Xia Lak's shoulder, "Really when the secret books are cabbage, 10-8 books is not impossible, but you can learn over?" Xia Lakov would like to answer to learn over, but this approach seems to be too flashy, left some heart and soul asked, "Dao secret books?" Mu Yongquan shook his head and said, "Dao secret books you do not think, those literary skills are the major inheritance of the secret, unless you can join them. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money." Mu Yongquan nodded, in the four realms before entering the Tao, practicing as Wengong, the whole day is to recite the sutra meditation. Even if you are given a text, with your nature, it will be difficult for you to enter the Tao. Xia Xiao nodded his head thoughtfully, he knew that those who practiced Taoism before entering the Tao were all fighting with an extra Y thin. Unless, of course, one practiced the side paths. The orthodox Wengongs all just focused on the forging of the Yin spirit before entering the Tao. Combined with the fact that all of these words and phrases that he was able to obtain were all related to martial arts, there was really no need for him to practice the so-called Wengong. Mu Yongquan said somewhat mysteriously, "Since you have practiced Yanqing fist, then I would advise you to pick a secret sect secret martial art." Secret martial arts? Xia Lak has heard of the secret sect, the very division of his adoptive father, in which there is also the entry Dao realist, both literary and martial arts, but he has also never heard of the existence of the secret martial arts. Not bad. Mu Yongquan color emerged a trace of yearning. Secret martial arts is the martial arts masters in order to fight against into the Taoist reality, some of the means created by themselves. These martial arts masters are all talented, but because of the martial arts road is cut off, under no circumstances, with a lifetime of effort to create a style of skills. Generally speaking, if one is not a disciple of the clan, it is very difficult to obtain the secret martial arts inheritance. But you as the uncle's adopted son, this Han Yin Chengquan is already out of the ordinary, counted as a secret sect disciple, think Sika's secret martial arts is not a difficult thing. Xia Xiao still had some doubts in his mind, but aren't you the demon suppression division? Can you obtain a martial art from within the secret sect? Mu Yongquan laughed out loud, hasn't uncle told you? Izaimen Jinmu division, the predecessor is the secret sect, only after the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, the clan real people divining the fate of the heavens, so out of this from the dragon plan to continue the secret sect. Xia Wei nodded, a trace of color rose in his heart. Yushin demon division within the thick eyebrows, did not expect the abacus is playing quite loud. Mu Yongquan introduced to Xia Xiao, secret martial arts are generally auxiliary, able to help martial artists to rapidly improve a certain physical quality, used to fight against the real person who enters the Tao. With Mu Yongquan's explanation, Xia gradually had a rough understanding of secret martial arts. After some thought, Xia made a decision. Able to enhance digestion and absorption? Mu Yongquan frowned in thought as he searched his brain for information. He shook his head with a slight regret, it seems like he hadn't heard of such a secret martial art. Xie Xiao could not help but be disappointed. If there was such a secret martial art that could enhance absorption, not only would it be able to work with the chemical substance exodus to enhance one's ability to absorb food, it might even be able to combine a wave of them with the flesh-eating beings. However, if it is to exercise the function of internal organs, there is a secret martial art that can be suitable for the requirements you have mentioned. Mu Yongquan's words revived Xie Xiao's hope. However, I have only heard of its great name before, and it seems that no martial artist has been able to cultivate it successfully. Mu Yongquan frowned and glanced at Xie Yu, but if it's you, it might be possible. I heard that secret martial art has extremely harsh requirements for age and qi and blood. It must be a young martial artist who is not yet fully developed. Xie Ju also revealed a hint of a smile as he listened. His own body's current age was only in his early 15s, which completely met the requirements. You follow me to the Jin Demon Division. The secret martial inheritances is of great importance. There may be a secret sect elder who will show up and personally test the extent of your Yanqing Quan cultivation. Xia Wei nodded. After all, from the description can be known, secret martial arts as martial arts masters against the real person into the Tao of the bottom box means, not so easily can get the inheritance. In this regard, the two of them rode the same horse to the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 24 Secret Sect and Master Yan Guang. Jinmen City, Jinmu Division, in front of the Martial Arts Hall. Xia Jia was somewhat puzzled as he looked at the scene in front of him. Dozens of people with loose hair, wearing ring bands on their foreheads, dressed like monks, and looking like ascetics, were loudly chanting scriptures in front of the hall. The Dharma nature is silent and the body is truly stopped, silent but always illuminate the wonderful view of the existence of, as the Father, the wisdom of the Mother. The monk sang in a strange rhythmic tone, and Xie Yu's mind, which was already somewhat agitated, could not help but gradually become calmer as a result. Xia Lak to the side of the Mu Yongquan made a wink. Mu Yongquan smiled. Here in the Jin Amosher before the completion of the land is the secret sect. The secret sect disciples in this practice is normal. Senior brother don't see strange. Xia Lak of thought, but he also did not think. The secret sect is actually and his mind imagined different, even some similar to the Buddhist sect, only these disciples are with hair practice just. There are several temples not far away from the city of Jinmen. Xiejio once passed by the Medicine King Temple. The monks inside were all bald, dressed in a way that was no different from those monks in his previous world. After Mu Yongquan's introduction, Xia Zhao realized that the monks in front of him were all literacy practitioners. Wengong is similar to martial arts, and is also divided into 3 stages in the early stages. Entry into meditation, entry into the void, and entry into the world, which corresponded to the 3 major realms of martial arts. While the two of them were chatting, a bell rang out leisurely. The monks sitting on the ground stood up one after another, bowing and saluting towards the east along the corridor. Xiejio looked up and realized that the visitor was none other than the inspector of the Demon Suppression Division that he had seen at the edge of the indeterminate river a few days ago. Only that the inspector had taken off his military attire and was dressed in a monk's robe, holding a rosary, his black beard moving without wind. Master Yan Guang. When the inspector arrived in front of him, Mu Yongquan immediately bowed and saluted. Seeing this, Xia Yu realized that the governor had such a status in this secret sect, and immediately followed Mu Yongquan's example. Yan Guang Shangshir's body is thin and slim, completely unlike some of the Jin Demon Division's strong martial artists. Xie Zhao did not feel a hint of threat from his body, but this will not let Xie Zhao underestimated him. Can be called a master, and is the Jin Demon Division governor, certainly not a small generation. Yan Guang Shangshir nodded slightly. His tone of voice was not shocked, but gave a sense of the sky collapsing, falling in child for the first evil in the demon arrest record. Both have been put to death to serve, although it is not the work of us. But timely discovery, timely blockade, did not let the rotation of the demon of the road to discover first, so this matter should also be rewarded. Yan Guang master eyes gleaming. Both you for Yuan Shun adopted son, is also counted as my secret sect pro transmission. First fight a set of boxing to see it. Xia lack of response to the sound, will be Yanqing boxing in the boxing set from beginning to end, a board demonstrated once. But I did not expect. Yan Guang master is shaking his head, although some bright places, but too rigid, south suspension, you with which to feed the move against the practice. Words. A crowd of monks in front of the hall, jumped out of A and Xia Lak of similar age, walked to Xia Lak of heel. Not limited to Yanqing Quan, just point to point. Nan Hum clasped his fists to Xie Zhao and set up the vertical foot of the Yanqing fist. Xia Lak the head to salute, and similarly clasped his fists in return. Nan Hung stepped forward and struck an elbow with great speed. Xie Zhu raised his hand to defend against it. The other hand of the opponent's 2 fingers were changed midway, poking straight at Xie Zhu's eyeballs. Xie Zhou inwardly cursed. His left hand grabbed Nan Xiang's arm, and actually threw his entire body out in an amazing arc. Born with strange strength. Master Yan Guang made a note in his mind. Xie Xiao could feel that the other party's proficiency in a class of martial arts moves was extremely high, and he had a lot of experience in battle. The only difference between him and himself was in his physical fitness and level of qi and blood. Nanhang landed on the ground smoothly, but his breathing has been disorganized. Xie Yu to take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. Goose swept gong. Master Yan Guang's lips moved slightly. It was also the first time that Xie had fought someone so generously, and not wishing for the battle to end so quickly, he took the initiative to collect some of his power, controlling his power to be indistinguishable from his opponents. Amazing control. Unloading power to launch the bamboo breaking palm? Poison kung fu? This kid. Seeing the two of them exchanging blows, the smile at the corner of Supreme Master Yanqing's mouth became even more intense. With an opponent, Xie also got rid of the pain of his own closed door work, and one move after another began to be familiarized and improved for real combat. Gradually, he gave up other martial arts and only used the purest Yanqing Quan against his enemies. With the words of martial arts wizardry, with the addition of the fist not leaving his hand, the growth speed of this fist technique far exceeded Xieju's imagination. After more than 30 moves, Nan Xiang covered his fists, his entire body felt a burst of pain, and even his elbows had some corrosive-like burning sensation, so he could only take the initiative to retreat. He laughed bitterly to the side. Senior ancestor, I admit defeat. Master Yanguang nodded. He did not restrain himself from smiling. Not bad. Immediately before Xiaoxiao did not react, Senior Master Yanguang was already grabbing Xiaoxiao's arm. His eyes released an aura, his face trembled. You practice martial arts, wizard. Speaking here, he also stopped, as if surveying a piece of the world's treasures, generally looking at Xiaoyu, truly is a martial arts wizard. Xia lack of heart jumped, found that the other party is not found the trial of death talisman, which put down the heart. Come with me. Master Yanguang waved his hand. The monks in front of the hall began to recite the scriptures again. Mu Yongquan has also retreated and disappeared. Xiaoxiao followed him to a small 4-story building, and Master Yanguang pushed the door to enter. You should know my identity, right? Elder Yanguang walked forward without turning around. You are still the inspector of the Demon Suppression Division. Xiaojiu nodded in response. Elder Yanguang could not help but freeze and turned his head. Hasn't your father told you about this? According to seniority, I am your master ancestor. Xiaoxiao really didn't know that there was this relationship. He immediately performed a salute. His body was about to bend to the ground. See, master ancestor. Master Yanguang nodded and brought Xiaojiu to a compartment on the top floor. In front of it was enshrined a golden body of a Buddha statue, which had 3 heads and 6 arms and looked extremely appalling. Only when Xiaoyu got closer did he realize that the surface of the statue seemed to be carved with layers of fine texture, and when looked at closely, it was like body hair spread all over the body. Buddha dressed in tiger skin clothing, holding a golden rod, giving Xia a hint of bizarre but inexplicably familiar feeling. Yen Light Master burned a large incense, not as Xia lack of imagination, kneeling ceremony, but strangely towards the Buddha raised his arms and then put down. Only then did the two of them turn around and sit on the futon on the ground. Incense mist. Yanguang Master silent for a long time. Xialak is not good to voice to ask. Although you have not entered my secret sect, but this fate is here, you can also be considered my secret sect of people. Master Yanguang looked at Xia's eyes. You can choose to practice a literary skill, or secret martial arts. Can I also practice a literary skill? Xia Jiao learned from Mu Yongquan that not only do you need to be gifted in the arts, but you also need to practice from a young age. Otherwise, when you get older, your mind will be too mixed and it will be extremely difficult for you to enter the first realm of literary skill. It may be difficult for others, but it may not be impossible for you. Master Yanguang put his hands together, as if closing his eyes. Xia Sha was silent for a while, recalling that all of his words were related to martial arts. If his talent was ordinary, it would be too much of a waste of time to cultivate literary skills. If he was able to obtain the words and phrases of literary skills in the future, it would not be too late to practice them again. After making up his mind, Xia Xiao opened his mouth and said, Master Ancestor, I want to practice secret martial arts. Chapter 25 Whale Flood Technique and Killing Whalebuster Fist. Good. Supreme Master Yanguang opened his eyes. Have you decided? Xia Xiao firmly nodded his head. Seeing that you should have come prepared. Elder Yanguang smiled. Since that is the case, then state the purpose of your trip. Whale Flood Skill. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu spoke the name of the secret martial art that he had obtained from Mu Yongquan. Oh. Supreme Master Yanguang's face was beaming. This method so far, no one has succeeded in practicing it. Are you sure you want to choose it? Xia Jiao nodded his head affirmatively, with the bonus of martial arts wizardry. As long as this technique did not have the most basic logical problems and was practicable, he would be certain of success in practicing it. According to what Mu Yongquan had said, if this gongfu could be successfully practiced, the enhancement in strength would not be 1 or 2% but more. Since this is the case, Master Yanguang's hand strokes his beard. For my disciple's grandson, I as a master ancestor naturally can't be petty. Although this whale flood skill is extremely powerful, many innate martial artists have moved to it, but no one has ever confirmed that it is able to practice successfully. Master Yanguang approached before a copper pillar and tapped it 3 times, and the outer wall of the pillar opened in response. What was placed inside was none other than a volume of secret martial arts books. Along with the whale flood skill, there is this boxing style, so I have taken the initiative to teach you one of them. Removing the two books and placing them in front of Xiejio, Master Yanqing smiled and said, "Let me see if a supreme genius who has only been practicing martial arts for 2 months can actually practice this whale flood technique." Xiejio's mind flickers, can't help but be nervous. Master Ancestor in front of the hall grabbed his arm. He knew that the other party has probably guessed that he practiced martial arts for a very short period of time. But he did not think that the other party could guess that he had practiced martial arts for less than 2 months. Yanqing Master also does not care a lack of opening, pointing to a small piece of open space in front of the statue of Buddha, and hands folded and said, "Secret martial arts secret is not to be brought out, you in front of the Bodhisattva to practice can be. Every day someone will bring you meals, when you can practice, when you can leave." After saying this, he didn't care how Xiejio was doing, so he stepped out of the attic, leaving Xiejio alone. These days cannot fish for corpses. Xiaolak is not too anxious, but it is a pity to have those mule essence meat of their own. Smacking his lips and recalling the happy feeling when the flesh-eating beings fed back their chi and blood after eating the mule meat, Xiejio picked up the 2 secret books. Whale Flood Skill. Xiejio flipped it open, and inside was actually a vivid and graphic hand-drawn diagram of human anatomy. Xiejio, who had received higher education, was able to quickly understand these obscure words even though the knowledge he had studied was not related to medical biology. The cultivation method of the whale flood technique was extremely peculiar, requiring the practitioner to hold their breath and continuously inhale it to the limit of their lungs, before torturing themselves with all kinds of strenuous exercises. Not only that, it also requires that the practitioner is not too old, and the lungs and chest cavity are still in the developmental growth stage, in order to be able to carry its power. Xiejio had heard Mu Yongquan say that those who created these secret martial arts were all great masters. Could it be that the creator of this whale flood technique was only a teenager? Xiejio scared, but once he thought of Deshun, it didn't seem strange. For the next 3 days, Xiejio relied on the records on the whale flood skill and started torturing himself. Having played in the water since he was young plus having the bonus of the tidal wavemaker phrase, Xiejio asked himself to be considered an expert in holding his breath. But in this whale flood skill, also cannot do a complete set of movements, it is already red face repeated failure. Finally, after 3 days, Xiejio only found a hint of a trick. That was to gradually change the speed of his movements according to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The biggest effect of the whale flood skill was to change the efficiency of one's breathing, making it like a whale swallowing, strengthening the cardiopulmonary function, and breaking the limits of the human body in this regard. The heart and lungs represented the ability to move, and once the whale flood skill was cultivated, it represented a more powerful explosion and a longer duration, as well as a more powerful chi and blood. There were 3 levels of the whale flood technique. The first layer would be able to make the chi and blood reach twice the existing amount, while the second layer would be 4 times, and the third layer 8 times. After another 2 days of days, in front of the Buddha statue, Xiejio punched and slapped the golden pillar in front of him one after another, and fist and palm prints appeared on it along with Xiejio's strikes. However, the peculiar thing was that the fist and palm imprints on the golden pillar would return as before in less than a few seconds and disappear. Like a raging wind and rain, Xiejio will be the whole body strength or swung to the front of the golden column above, a series of bombardment do not know how many strikes, Xiejio only some physical exhaustion stopped. Xiejio took a look at the remaining length of the big incense and made a rough estimate. In such a state of full firepower, he had already extended himself from 3 minutes in the previous days to 8 minutes now. The whale flood technique was already considered an introduction, although it had yet to reach the first layer. If he wanted to truly reach the first level, Xiaoyu's physical qualities were still a bit far away, requiring him to reach the innate realm before he could have any hope. But Xiaoyu is also a sigh of relief, the training process is really bitter. Thinking that there is another boxing style, Xiaoyu will pick it up, Killer Whale Fist. Xiaoju was somewhat speechless, and didn't know if it overlapped with that fist technique in his memories, flipping it over. It was a main killing fist, designed to release the power of the entire body to focus on a single point to strike. Although it wasn't a secret martial art, it was still the most powerful fist technique that Xiejio had seen since he had been practicing martial arts. With the addition of multiple words, although this fist technique was also extremely difficult to cultivate, Xiejio had already practiced the whale flood technique, and was able to understand the same fist technique very quickly, and had already cultivated it to the body forging entry after spending only 3 days. This was a fist technique that specialized in strengthening the bones of the entire body, and Xiejio could feel all sorts of changes in his body after he entered. His bones became as hard as steel, without losing their flexibility. After completing the cultivation of both techniques, Xiejio placed them on the futon and went downstairs. Walking out of the pavilion, Xiejio smacked his lips. He hadn't expected that the food provided to him in the past few days wasn't as good as mule meat, but it wasn't too far off, and the effect of strengthening up his chi and blood was surprisingly strong. Did these guys from the Demon Suppression Division eat this stuff every day? It doesn't seem like a bad idea to join the Demon Suppression Division, at least it should be okay to dabble in the food. Master Yanqing has been waiting here for a long time, his eyes closed, his left hand constantly rubbing his rosary beads, and Xiaoyu is standing on the side waiting in a disciplined manner. A few moments, Yanqing Master only opened his eyes, saw Xiaolak, opened his mouth and smiled. No, the secret martial arts difficult it. Xia Xiao nodded with quite a bit of realization. Yes, it's too torturous, it took 5 days to get started. Master Yan Guang's smile instantly stiffened on his face. Chapter 26 Scaled Tiger Whip. Supreme Master Yan Guang raised his hand and grabbed Xie Zhou's arm, and the invisible power swept through Xie Zhou's entire body without even realizing it. Upon noticing the changes in Xie Zhou's heart and lungs, he was also somewhat inexplicably stunned. Could this be a true genius? It wasn't that he hadn't seen amazingly talented people before. Yuan Shun was only stronger and not weaker than the current Xie Xiao. But will this door whale flood skill, even with 5 days' time, will be able to cultivate into the door? Or the first time I heard. Would like to frustrate this kid's sharpness, did not expect to really let him pretend to. Yen like master some helpless, but also only have to fulfill his promise. Xia lack of release out of the martial arts hall. On the way out, Xia lack of also kept reminiscing. Master, you guys, this food is good, eat what ah? Unexpectedly, Yan Guang master's eyelids quickly twitching a shake. No good breath said, ask Mu Yongquan that boy to go. Suddenly strong, while Xia lack of direct flying, straight out of the martial arts hall mouth also flew out more than 10 meters. Xia lack of landing hastily rolled a few times, while this force all unloaded before standing up. Cursing in his heart, patting the dust on his body, Xia Yu found Mu Yongquan at the duty office. Mu Yongquan was not a big official, but he was the second generation of an official, and his father was a martial arts master of the secret sect. Therefore, although he was only at the innate realm, not only did he have the military position of the Silver Sword Guard of the Demon Suppression Division, he also had the status of a secret sect instructor, which made his status more than a step higher than other innate martial artists. Of course, the things he needed to do were also much more. Normally, he not only needs to lead the Jinmu division to patrol Wangjia village, but also needs to bring some of the secret sect's newest martial arts practitioners to learn martial arts. When there was nothing to do, Mu Yongquan would usually hide at the duty station to sneak a rest. What? Out of the house. Mu Yongquan revealed a gloating expression as soon as he saw Xie Xiao covered in dust. At this moment, he was sitting in the same place as Nan Hang, and on the table was a dish of marinated beef jerky. Aren't all of you secret sect monks? You can still eat meat? Xie Xiao gripped the beef jerky to the bottom of the plate and directly sent it to his mouth. Who told you that the secret sect is full of monks? Nan Hung rolled his eyes at Xie Xiao and lifted out a strand of his long hair. Don't you see it? There is hair. Xia Zhaoheng perfunctory sentence, the jerky in his hand is almost swallowed in one gulp. I'm not sure if I've learned it yet. Mu Yongquan and Xia lack of meals a few times, well aware of the other side of the wind rolled wild geese plucked hair, and hastened to dish up. Xia lack of head, will be the last piece of jerky swallowed, and do not mind picking up the table water cup, a drink. Are you serious? Mu Yongquan's gaze lingered straight on Xie Zhu, and Nanhang also became instantly demented. Why would I lie to you guys? Otherwise, Master Ancestor wouldn't have let me out. Secret martial arts can't be outsourced. Xie Zhu put the water cup down. Mu Yongquan and Nanhang looked at each other. The two had been in the secret sect for a long time and knew the rules. Although Mu Yongquan already had a rough idea of Xie Zhao's genius, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 8 days of secret martial arts. Nan Xiang was only a body-forging martial artist and hadn't made any great achievements. Although he didn't practice secret martial arts, he was lucky to have a good father and was able to access some secret martial arts related. Mu Yongquan has been promoted to the innate for many years, and has also practiced a secret martial arts, and knows that this road is difficult. Come on a punch? Mu Yongquan was a bit foolish. Most of the innate martial artists in the secret sect were practicing outside, and only he had a special status that allowed him to stay in the compound. Xie Xiao is also interested, although he did not fight many times, but from Wang Yexian's conversation, he should already be the top of the group of body-forging martial artists. The higher level of body-forging martial artists were those who had been immersed in this realm for decades. This kind of person usually tends to cultivate a martial art to the point that there is no way to advance, and the body's chi and blood have all been polished to the peak. Only the luck is not good, not able to let the martial arts and chi blood resonance, condensed chi energy just. Two people walked to the field, did not say much, is face to face a fist at the same time. Mu Yongquan did not use any techniques, simply rely on their own physical quality and Xia lack of sparring. After all, the gap between the innate and the forged body is too huge, like an insurmountable chasm. The killing whalebuster fist aggregated all the strength of his body in the fist's blade, and with a low roar, Xia Yu was already at full strength. Not only was it the unicorn arm, but with the addition of the fist fearing the lesser man, Mu Yongquan was actually directly blasted backwards. Mu Yongquan stopped his backward steps, an outrageous expression showing on his face. When he fought me, I'm afraid that this guy only exerted 3 points of strength. Nanhung daily followed Mu Yongquan to practice martial arts together, knowing the power of innate martial artists, also showed a shocked expression on his face. After giving Mu Yongquan a little bit of genius shock, Xia Yu asked about the main thing. Your cafeteria food is quite good, what do you eat off? Is it just rice and vegetables? It's awful, why else would I eat out all the time? Mu Yongquan waved his hand, showing a depressed color. Even though Xie Xiao was not an ordinary body-forging martial artist, once word got out that he had been repelled by an entry martial artist, his reputation might be ruined. Mu Yongquan stared viciously at Nan Hang, warning him not to spread the matter. The red meat that is a bit fatty and greasy, with a bit of a fishy smell, is that kind of meat? Xia Zhao gestured and spoke what he knew. Mu Yongquan immediately changed his face. That is not something from our canteen, it is from Heguangguan. Wakuangguan is the largest Taoist temple in the city of Tianjin. Mu Yongquan first went to get the body with a strong Wakuangguan Taoist priest, Xia Yu fresh in his memory. What is it? Can I buy it? Xia Yu sighed with some regret. It is possible, but the price is a bit expensive. Mu Yongquan glanced skeptically at Xia Yu. Listen to the advice of my brother, martial arts practitioners, don't be too indulgent, and you're still young. What are you talking about? The more Xia likes to hear, the more wrong. You want to buy a tiger whip, don't you? Scale tiger? Whip? Xia Yu immediately reacted. He knew about the scale tiger, as one of the designated mounts for the northern army of Great Zhou. Basically no one would sell it, let alone use it for meat. Yes, Heguangguan group of Taoist priests, specializing in playing the lower three, listen to the advice of senior brother, stay away from them. Is there a possibility that I'm just using it to replenish my blood? Xia Zhao's words immediately made the atmosphere a little cold. Mu Yongquan laughed awkwardly. Also, that thing is sufficiently yang, is quite complementary to qi and blood. He immediately changed the topic and said, the river domain blockade has ended, you can go back to your old job. Xia lacked a sigh of relief in his heart. He was also afraid that the river domain had been blockaded for too long, and he had lost the source of his words over time. Next, Mu Yongquan handed over a series of things representing the identity credentials of the Jinmu division to Xie hands again. This was what Xie had promised last time, joining the demon suppression division as an outer deacon position. When things were over, Xie borrowed some money from Mu Yongquan and went home after buying some meat stocks in the city. Chapter 27 The Swordsman. Back home, Dasun was still in his room not knowing what he was busy with. He didn't say anything about Xie return, and only asked him to fish for corpses at night near midnight. After a few more days, Xie did not get any words that could enhance his strength, but the refinement of his martial arts never stopped. Compared to the Yanqing fist, Xie preferred a simple fist like the killer whalebuster fist. It was also not skillful or anything else, only crushing the enemy with strength. Seeing that his adopted son had been able to improve his boxing style according to his own physique, Deshun threw a bunch of martial arts theory tool books at him. He had seen Xie step by step, starting from scratch, and had come this far, and knew that what Xie lacked the most was this kind of theoretical knowledge. Xie was also like a dried-up sponge, inhaling all kinds of theoretical knowledge from the books into his brain. Human body, medicine, power generation, qi energy. Xie Xiao had to admit that even in a world with extraordinary power, there were still people who viewed the world with a scientific eye. Although these martial artists were no match for the Dao entry realities, their efforts from generation to generation had laid the cornerstone of the martial arts path incredibly firmly. The abundance of theoretical knowledge not only broadened Xiaoyu's horizons, but could likewise be put to use in the unification and organization of martial arts. The sky grew colder and clearer, and several unclaimed corpses piled up in the morgue. After worshipping the river god, Dasun led Xie to pile up wood, burn these bones one by one, and collect and pack the ashes in small boxes. After loading, according to Dashuan's explanation, it needs to be sent to the cemetery in Lihua Dam for burial. Originally, these ashes are usually scattered into the indeterminate river, which is considered a way of returning the body to its original state by the corpse retrievers. However, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the first month of every year after the beginning of autumn is the month when the ghost gate opens wide and the dead souls return to the human world, either to visit their relatives or to fulfill their wishes. Scattering the ashes into the river would cause the unjust souls in the river to compete for food, causing unnecessary trouble. Xie carried these urns in his hands alone, and when he passed outside the village on his way to the cemetery, he saw the shrine again. The shrine had been repaired for quite some time, but nothing untoward seemed to have happened. Xie was able to smell the soft smoky incense from a distance of more than 10 meters. Not only did the family who built the shrine worship every day, but there were also poor couples in the same village who came to donate some incense from time to time. Because it was daytime, Xie did not have to get close to see the statue of the goddess of mercy through the candles burning inside. The idol is carved from wood. The image is a chubby man holding a man and a woman with 2 babies in his arms. Xiao's complexion stared as he realized that its image was not similar to what Wang Suiyu remembered. In Wang Suiyu's memories, the image of the sun deliverer was that of an old man as thin as a bamboo pole holding a baby in his arms. Could it be that there were more than one of these sun delivery males? Xia Zhao's eyes stared. Inexplicable palpitations came from nowhere, and eerie coldness immediately emanated from his tailbone, gradually spreading throughout his body. He was like a cat in stress. His hairs immediately stood up. Throwing the urn on the ground, he pulled out the dog-legged knife from his waist and slashed towards his wrist without hesitation. As blood dripped down, the cold feeling instantly receded like a tidal wave. Xiaoyu immediately inhaled a deep breath, and his qi and blood suddenly exploded in full force. The temperature around his body began to rise rapidly, arriving at the level where an ordinary person would have to call out that it was too hot when he touched it. Although I don't know how, there must be something wrong with this idol. Although the party's gloomy feeling could not guess what had happened, it was also known that it was not a good thing. Xiaozhou dripped blood from his hand onto the guillotine sole, and the dogged sword instantly became a little red. A few strange noises inexplicably came from the woods on one side, and Xiaozhou violently stomped on the ground, flying over like a cannonball. The dust and leaves on the ground were quickly dislodged, and a pitch-black creature crawled up from it, letting out a chirp before Xiaozhou landed on the ground. Xiaozhou immediately had some dizziness and sluggishness, but the guillotine sole in his hand was inexplicably causing the wound in his hand to tighten, and the pain allowed Xiaozhou to get rid of the feeling of discomfort. After bringing Xiaozhou to see clearly, he realized that the creature in front of him was none other than a mule. It is a mule again. The mule's hair was black and silky, and after shaking off the dust on its body, it was even more shiny and reflective. Xiaozhou was not afraid, immediately stepping forward, holding a sword in his right hand, his left hand coalesced and blasted over with the whale-killing fist. The mule raised its front hooves, dodging this blow. Lack of another fist will come. When it actually ate a punch from Xiaozhou, it knew that this entry martial artist could not be underestimated. Mule hooves hissing, black hair flying, the mule is also eat pain cannot, immediately and lack of entangled battle. It lifted its front hooves, and even put on a martial artist's appearance. But soon Xiaolak thought wrong, this mule spirit just put up an empty frame, relying on the hard front hooves toward him stomping. The mule spirit's physical strength was extremely strong, almost able to press Xiaozhou into a fight, but Xiaozhou wasn't savagely eating all of the attacks, relying on his body's agility and lightness of being to dodge quite a few of the attacks. Suddenly, a ring-headed sword also flew out of nowhere and landed on the ground aside. The mule spirit that was entangled with Xiaozhou suddenly became like a frightened mouse, fleeing outward without regard to everything. Xiaozhou's attacks landed on his body one after another also can't hinder its escape. A fiery sensation brushed across Xiaozhou's body, and the ring-headed sword stuck on the ground disappeared. The mule spirit's miserable cries resounded for miles around, and many of the villagers were instantly stunned. Heaven has the virtue of good life, giving you 3 breaths of time to escape. A clear and immature voice rang out, and the mule spirit began to recklessly rush outward. Seeing this, Xiaozhou also tried to chase after it and wrap it up, but the mule spirit was just as crazy as he was, not circling around the tree when he saw it, but crashing straight through it. This left him somewhat helpless. This speed was already beyond what he could catch up with. A sharp sound rang out, like the sound of a blade rubbing against its sheath, and was accompanied by the miserable cry of the mule spirit. The burning sensation like fire pressed Xiaozhou down, and he had no choice but to put away his surrounding qi and blood. Xiaozhou took a few steps outward and realized that it was the corpse of the mule spirit, and it had been separated from its head. And next to the body of the mule spirit, there is actually a female swordsman with an extremely attractive figure. Only that the other party had lowered the brim of her hat, so her true appearance could not be seen. It was not bad for an entry martial artist to be able to tangle with this demonic creature for such a long time. The swordsman nodded, recognizing Xiaozhou's strength. Thank you, senior. Xiaozhou arched his hand in thanks. If not for this knife guest, although he would not have lost, he would have lost both. The knife guest nodded, then put away the knife into the sheath, turned to leave. When Xia wanted to ask the other party's name, the swordsman had already disappeared. Secretly, the other side of the body type clothing note, Xia lack of heart, the mule's body will be hidden, ready to a moment after the delivery of ashes and then come to pick up. Conjecture in his mind is also gradually taking shape. It seems that this so-called Sen Sun public really is an organized monster scam. But why are all mule spirits? Is Xia lack of some think not understand. Chapter 28, The Tomb Keeper. Xiaozhou also came to the mausoleum for the first time. Since he had practiced martial arts, Deshun had gradually delegated all the matters in his hands to Xiaozhou, with the intention of letting the other party take over. The tomb guards are also appointed by the Jin Demon Division, but compared to the corpse retrievers, they are much more comfortable and hardly need to deal with corpses personally. The tomb keeper of Pear Blossom Dam is an old woman, her eyes are pale, no pupils visible. As a line of work of the Yin fishing sect, the tomb keeper is also a person who needs to be in charge of the 5 evils and 3 deficiencies. Who is it? Although the mausoleum keeper cannot see, but the hearing seems to be good people. Before Xiaozhou came, he had been instructed by Dasun that the guardian of the Pear Blossom Dam had been a senior member of the Jinmu division and was not an ordinary person. Xiaozhou also lowered his posture and respectfully said, I am a corpse fetcher from Wangjiazwang, and I am here to bury the wave corpses fetched by the ghost moon. Wave corpses are corpses fished out of the water, but no one has claimed them. The old woman moved slowly and nodded. She was maintaining a peculiar movement at the moment, from which Xiaozhou could see a hint of esoteric meaning. You are Yuan Shun's 5th son, right? The old crone suddenly asked such a sentence, and Xiaozhou could not help but be stunned. I am the 4th Xiaolak just uttered the words, and he himself was abruptly startled. He himself was indeed Yuan Shun's 5th son in a sense. This body of Xiaozhou's himself was merely a dove and not the original owner. The 4th son? The crone's brows furrowed as her fingers continued to pinch. It was a pity that the heavens were not to her liking, as the old crone suddenly fell to the ground as if she had received a heavy blow, her breath shriveling up, and blood and tears were suddenly flowing within those empty eyes. Elder! Xiajiao was instantly startled and hurriedly walked towards her. Although he did not know why the other party had become like this, it was roughly because of himself. The old woman waved her hand, indicating that she did not need Xiaju to help herself up. She slowly got up and sighed. Do you only have 3 brothers above you? Xiayu subconsciously nodded, but thinking that the other party could not see, he opened his mouth to say yes again. The crone suddenly opened her mouth again and asked, How old are you now? Xiajiao replied, Back to senior. Senior is 16 years old this year. The old crone could not help but become silent as she stretched out her hand and said to Xiajiao, Give me your hand. Xiajiao was a bit puzzled, but still did as he was told. This matter revealed a hint of strangeness from the beginning until now, and the matter of the 5th adopted son caused deep confusion for Xiayu. The matter of being a traveler was something he hadn't told anyone about, and he himself wasn't in the habit of talking in his sleep. If he were to expose himself, it could only be because it was some sort of unpredictable transcendent ability that had detected the difference in his soul. But one must never expose oneself, and based on what the Demon Suppressor Division did to those elves, monsters, and even gods that possessed humans, one could tell that this world would definitely not have a favorable attitude towards those who took over their lives. The mausoleum keeper kept fumbling with the texture in Xiajiao's hand, and finally, she sighed as if it was extremely unfortunate. Have you learned martial arts? The old crone proceeded to ask. Xiajiao answered. Your chi and blood. The crone suddenly became silent, no wonder. The other party spoke like a riddler, and Xiajiao was curious in his heart, but it was inconvenient to ask. You even practiced secret martial arts? The old crone's face became more and more astonished, and also gradually shifted from that sickly pallor to redness. I have not practiced secret martial arts, or even any martial arts. The old crone suddenly raised her head, and her empty eyes looked straight at Xiajiao, making Xiajiao a little uncomfortable. But since you carry his hopes, then I should also help you to take a step further in whichever direction. The old crone's words at this point were a bit clueless, but Xiajiao seemed to be catching some clues. That was that Dishun seemed to be doing something and had been working towards it for many years, but was now giving up and passing on this endeavor that he had made to himself. With such speculations, Xiajiao suddenly recalled the time when he crossed over at the beginning of his journey. The way Dasan looked at himself was as if he was treating a stranger, not an adopted son who had been together for many years. Could it be that his adoptive father had already seen that he was a turtle dove? But at the back, Dasan treated himself not too badly, and was more than helpful in terms of finances, and more than helpful in solving problems and practicing martial arts. But before he crossed over, Dasan was extremely harsh, whether he was treating the original owner, or the original owner's 3 brothers. Even under such conditions of survival as a corpse fetcher, their personalities all appeared to be slightly radical. Under the manifestation of various contradictory phenomena, Xiayu was somewhat confused. As Xiajiao buried these doubts within his heart, the old crone was already withdrawing her hands and standing up. The mausoleum keeper said that he was not a martial artist, and Xiajiao was able to feel from his body that his chi and blood were extremely weak and even a bit weakened due to his age. However, Xiajiao also believed that the other party was definitely not human. To be able to master 2 boxing styles in such a short period of time is enough to prove that you are exceptionally gifted in boxing. The mausoleum keeper's temperament gradually began to change, from the previous weakness to a change in posture, will be able to let Xialak feel the color of death. Since this is the case, let him pass you a boxing method. Xiayu was a bit puzzled, looking around. There is still no one around. Thank you, senior. Although he didn't know what the mausoleum keeper intended to do, Xiajiao could also feel the other party's sincere intentions. Just like his own adoptive father, they are all working in the same direction. Although he didn't know what that direction represented, it didn't prevent it from being favorable to him. If there really was some kind of conspiracy, with one's current strength, it would be difficult to get out of it. Suddenly, the old crone's face began to distort and change, and Xiajiao was so frightened that he retreated several steps. In less than 3 seconds, the mausoleum keeper had unexpectedly changed from the image of a crone to a white-haired, white-bearded old man. The only thing that remained unchanged was the pair of pale, lifeless pupils. Xiaxiao couldn't help but be stunned. If he didn't know the other party's identity, he would have thought that what stood opposite him was not a tomb guardian, but a demon. This is what the guardian of the mausoleum said about him? Buddha has 10,000 phases, no matter male or female, I am all me. The old man's voice was now a bit low. Xiaxiao inhaled deeply, inevitably still shocked by the scene just now. He calmed his mind and asked the old man, what is the relationship between senior and my father, and why did you pass on my boxing skills for nothing? Follow my movements. The old man, however, ignored it and put up a motion. Xiaxiao still pursued, forgive my rudeness, if senior does not explain clearly, I am afraid that this favor will be too much for me to enjoy. The old man finally stopped his movements and turned around to look at Xiajiao. He seemed to be smiling to himself. What's the point of what you're asking? Whether it's me or him, we are all just people who live for the martial arts path. Chapter 29, Purple Word, the King of Cross-Training. Living for the martial arts path? Xie Xiao couldn't help but think back to when he first met Mu Yongquan and sighed that Zhongsher was already the end of the line. Without the potential to cultivate the martial arts, no matter how amazing one's talent was, one would stop there. Is what Dishun is doing opening another path forward for the martial arts? Xie Xiao could not help but wonder. However, according to Mu Yongquan, Dishun was seriously injured many years ago, almost breaking his foundation. The martial arts path to Dasun could be said to be separated from heaven and earth. Previously, Xiajiu had also guessed that his foster father had either practiced some sort of peculiar method. Plus his hanging in the waist, able to scare away the dirty things of the bell, are related to this magic door. Now that I think about it, it is also quite a lot of weird places, but I have never seen my foster father have any out of the ordinary behavior. Dasun in addition to corpse fishing has always been in depth, simply more geeky than geeks. Fixed his mind, Xiaoyu arched his hand and apologized to the mausoleum keeper. He still raised his doubts. Just now, didn't you say that you don't know martial arts? The tomb guardian nodded. That's because she doesn't know how, but I do. Xia Xiao was a bit confused. Not only did this mausoleum keeper change gender, but he was also a sperm? However, judging from this situation, the boxing skills that the other party had taught him would not be too bad. The mausoleum keeper's face suddenly became serious. In the beginning, I and your adoptive father are the same full moon sect master, but both were injured by the same devilish real person. But the secret sect real person, regardless of the cost, for both of us to continue life, I am into this form, can only maintain a very short time awake. I don't know what method Yuan Shun used to survive, but your adoptive father's martial arts talent is truly unparalleled, and I've always believed that he can break the bottleneck of the Grandmaster and go further. After listening to this secret, many of Xiaoyu's inner doubts were answered. Although the other party did not make it too clear, one should be able to think that the old crone should be a high realm Wengong practitioner, sharing a body with the tombkeeper. Since Yuan Shun has pinned his hopes on you, then I should also take something real out. Hope? Pinning your hopes on me? Xia Jiu himself didn't see anything. He merely nodded. Then please enlighten me, senior. The mausoleum keeper raised his hand. There is no need for that, now I have changed my mind. When Xiaoyu thought that the other party had seen that he was too squirmy and didn't want to teach himself, he didn't realize that the tombkeeper had actually said, I'll teach you martial arts, but I'll also charge you money. Xiaoyu immediately stared blankly. He never expected to actually get such a sentence from his mouth. He couldn't help but ask, how much silver does senior need? A penny will do. The mausoleum keeper smiled. There is a come and go, so that you and I do not owe each other. Hearing that, Xia lack of no nonsense, Bai Kung after all took out a copper plate hands presented. The guardian of the mausoleum put it away, and made a gesture. I've been in the army for 50 years, and it took half a lifetime of military service to create this boxing style. Your talent is so high that you should not be buried in it. This fist technique is called the upper general's seal. Close to midnight, Xiajiu said goodbye to the mausoleum keeper and hurried back home. The mule meat Xiajiu planned to get it after retrieving the corpse, and anyway, it was buried, so he was not afraid of being discovered. The seal of the upper general has a total of 7 punches, and each punch is more turbulent than the previous one. Zhang Yuyang, the male body of the mausoleum keeper, was trying to break through the bottleneck of the Grandmaster with the help of this set of punches in the first place. However, he was still too young and did not achieve the desired result. It wasn't even as good as the secret martial art, which was able to forcefully break through the physical limitations. However, this fist technique also had the benefit of being able to open up the limits of the human body's qi and blood. If an ordinary body forging martial artist's qi and blood limit was a cup of water, Xia Jiao, who had cultivated the whale flood technique, would be able to reach a cup and a half of water. After practicing the upper general's seal, it was even possible to expand this cup and a half of water to the realm of 2 cups of water. And as the cultivation of the technique became deeper and deeper, the qi and blood gap between Xiaoyu and martial artists of the same level would become wider and wider. Zhang Yuyang had forcibly taught Xiajiu as much of the fist technique as he could before he himself turned back into a female body. Xiajiu also lived up to his promise, and barely memorized them all. Dasun seemed to have anticipated this matter long ago, and when he saw that Xiajiu had only just returned, he directly threw the corpse fishing net to him. The moon is like water, in the Ding Ding River, the boat goes downstream. Today's events have solved many of Xia's doubts that have been hidden in his heart for a long time, but also brought him a lot of new questions. Like the shrine in front of the village and the mule spirit, the mysterious female swordsman. But what he was most curious about was his adoptive father. Zhang Yuyang had used the secret art of Taoism to share a body with another person. The cost was not insignificant. And what did Dasun rely on to survive? Xiajiu kept surveying Dasun out of the corner of his eye. With wrinkled spots all over his face and messy pale beard, it was hard to imagine that this was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Perhaps, this was the price. Xiajiu turned his head to look at the surface of the river, which was being reflected silver-white by the moonlight. A bucket hat floated from somewhere, and Xiaoyu looked somewhat familiar. Xiaoyu suddenly startled. This is exactly the head of the female swordsman who killed the mule spirit with a knife in the daytime. He couldn't help but be shocked, and immediately cranked up the sculling boat and rowed in the direction where the pocket floated from. Not much farther, Xiajiu found the corpse of the female swordsman. Her black hair was draped and floating on the surface of the river. Xiajiu was a little creeped out. This female swordsman's strength was at least at the peak of innate, or maybe even a martial arts master. Now it was actually lying dead here. Xiajiu began to be vigilant, constantly surveying the surroundings. For such an expert to be buried in the river, he must be even more powerful. Even though he had a Sun Sect number 1 by his side, to that was once upon a time. Now Dasan such an old man look, even if some martial arts think must be chi and blood decay, than before. After Dasan burned incense, Xia Yufeng carefully went into the water. After Xiaqiu swam to the side of the body, there was still silence. Wrapping the knot around the rope, a purple glow rose in front of Xia's eyes. King of horizontal exercise, purple words, the efficiency of your body forging martial art to enhance your physique is increased by 50. Xiaju could feel that the effect was immediate in general. The cortex gradually hardened, the density of the sinews became greater, and the most powerful heart and lungs became more energized. His breathing became thicker, and the vigorous and powerful heartbeat resounded in Xiaju's ears. He could even hear the blood surging through his body like a river. Phew! Xiajiu inhaled a deep breath and looked towards the corpse. His face suddenly changed and he immediately swam backward in a row. The female swordsman's corpse moved at some point, placing her left hand on top of the hilt of the sword hanging from her waist. In an instant, the noose that Xiajiu had only tied on was easily broken. What's going on? Is it a zombie? Or something else? Xiajiu's heart is changing rapidly, but to his surprise, the female swordsman jumped onto the bow of the boat before he did, and landed firmly on the hull of the boat. The black practice clothes were soaked with water, showing her beautiful curves to the fullest. She sheathed her sword and pointed it at Dasan, who was sitting at the stern of the boat. I have heard of Mr. Jinman's first name, Fengqing Zhang Qianqian. I have come here to see Mr. Elegance, and hope that Mr. will not begrudge me a battle. Chapter 30 In God Possession. Xiajiu turned his head and realized that Dasan was unmoved and seemed to have completely ignored the female swordsman. While horrified, Xiajiu was more than a little anxious inwardly. Although he didn't know why, this female swordsman was even able to be recorded by the death trial talisman, but the fact that she could speak and have a consciousness meant that she wasn't an ordinary corpse, but could be treated as a human being to communicate with. My father can't hear you. Xiajiu shouted at the female swordsman. The female swordsman only ignored Xiajiu's shouts, and her blade continued to point straight at Dishun. Ding bell. Xiajiu could not care about anything else and swam onto the boat as fast as he could. If his adoptive father was still the number 1 in Jinmen back then, he naturally had no worries. But now, with Dasan in such a dying and senile state, he didn't look like he could fight with this female swordsman who could kill an elf in a second with a single slash. Xiaxiao inhaled a deep breath, stopped in front of his adoptive father, cupped his fists and said to the female swordsman, Senior, my father was seriously injured some years ago, and is no longer capable of competing with others in martial arts. Seeing the female knife guest still standing still, Xialak only have to say, now Yuan Shun, but only a deaf and mute old man. Senior, why entangle in this? Just as Xia said, I don't know from where, a tinkling bell appeared out of thin air on the indeterminate river. Xialak did not expect that after this bell sound, the female swordsman in front of him suddenly fell straight back towards the back. Father Xiaoyu turned his head to look at his adoptive father. At this time, the small bell at Dasan's waist was rising without wind and swaying at a slight angle. Xiaoyu exhaled a breath, although he did not know the efficacy of the spell, but Dasan had used it several times, and it had scared away the dirty things. This could not help but make Xiaoyu speculate that the female swordsman might have died long ago, but was occupied by some kind of demonic ghost. Just as Xia lacked ready to play sign language, want to ask Dasan exactly. Like a yellow warbler, the pleasant and melodious laughter was suddenly sounded into Xia's ears. Little brother, this word senior, you can really call my concubine a little too old oh. Accompanied by a piercing river wind, inexplicable palpitations also rose from Xiaoju's heart. He looked around, but did not see anyone's figure. The color of the moon was shallow, and the reflection in the water in front of the crow-tented boat gradually reflected a woman's figure. The woman was dressed in a long muslin dress, bare white feet, sitting on the side of the boat, her toes were still reaching into the river from time to gently flick. Almost instantly, Xiaoyu noticed this spot out of the corner of his eye. When Xiaoyu looked up, there was still only him and Dasan on the black-topped boat, with no one else in sight. But when he looked down, he could see the woman's reflection in the water. Xia cannot see the face of the woman, only to say towards the water, Senior in the end is what people? And why make it difficult for our ordinary corpse fishermen? Ordinary? You two are not ordinary. Along with a light laugh, the woman put her left foot deep into the water, slightly stirred, the reflection in the water gradually became blurred. Yin Shin out of body? Xia Zhao's brain spins fast, and in a flash, he remembers what Mu Yongquan said. The second realm of literary achievement is the only realm where the Yin Shin can be revealed. Although I don't know what realm this woman is in, I don't think it should be a Taoist realist. If it is a real person into the road, and why use these means, want to what directly crushed positive torture is. And orthodox cultural practitioners, generally there is no means of possessing a corpse. Most of them can only do a simple exorcism, as well as some not very lethal spells. The best way for a martial artist to deal with the Yinshen was to open up their own qi and blood with impunity. The ghosts in Yinshen are most afraid of the powerful martial artist's qi and blood, the qi and blood that can burn everything. Seeing that the reflection in the water had already disappeared, Xiajiao immediately stood to Dishun's side. He inhaled a deep breath, and as the whale flood technique ran, his body's qi and blood began to erupt swiftly and violently. Ha! The woman's voice sounded again, "Little brother, compared to this Qian, your martial arts talent is really a lot stronger. She practiced martial arts for 20 years before entering the innate. You are not very old, but has been to the peak of forging body. Although this body is a bit unfortunate, I haven't used a man's body yet, and you're the first one. Let me help you check whether this body is strong or not." Xia Zhao's face changed greatly. Listening to the other party's words, they meant that they had given up the female swordsman's physical body and wanted to take over his. A clear laughter rang out, constantly wrapping around Xia Zhao's ears, actually making him a little dizzy. The qi and blood had also reached an astonishing point under Xia Zhao's firepower. Being within 10 meters of Xia Zhao's body, one would be able to feel as if they were under the scorching sun of summer. "Little brother, your body is really hot. Let sister cool you down and let out the fire." A piercing cold feeling rose from the tips of his feet, and Xia knew that he was gradually being possessed by the Yin god. Xia lack of clenched teeth, from the waist to pull out like a dog-leg knife guillotine sole, hard to the tip of the foot to throw. The guillotine sole landed between Xiajiao's two toes, cutting out a trace of blood. The woman also seemed to let out a cry of pain, but the feeling of being possessed still hadn't left her body, but was somewhat more intense. "Little brother, your heart can be really cruel. It is not good to hand yourself over to your sister intact, is it good?" The woman's voice seemed to come from the ear, subtle warmth with a hint of wetness, blowing Xiaoyu's ears straight itchy. In just a moment's time, that possessed icy cold piercing feeling has climbed up from the feet, gradually to the chest, and is still spreading rapidly. Although he didn't know what would happen to himself after being possessed, it must not be a good outcome. Like Wang Yixian's son Wang Ning, several times by the mule spirit possession, although not fatal, but also vaguely assimilated by the mule spirit's Yinshen, body surface generated mule-like black hair. Xia lack of brain turning fast, he picked up the guillotine sole, was about to give himself a vicious knife when the trial of death talisman however suddenly appeared in Xiajiao's brain, releasing an ethereal light. The woman's Yin spirit screamed miserably, and the icy cold stinging sensation on Xiajiao's body from being possessed gradually faded away and disappeared. Her figure reappeared in the reflection of the water. But what was different was that a black color had inexplicably appeared under her skirt. This black material seems to be like a fire that is spitting out tongues of fire, constantly burning and spreading upwards. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to have this hand." The woman's voice didn't seem to be alarmed, but rather had a hint of pity. "It's a pity that this Kwai paper god of sister." Her voice gradually became distant and fuzzy. "Little brother, the next time we meet again, sister can be the real body." The voice disappeared into thin air, and the judgment of death talisman in Xiajiao's brain was also hidden. Chapter 31, The Martial Way of the Innate. This seems to be the final appearance of the judgment of death talisman, preventing the woman from possessing herself. Xia Xiao let out a breath and saw that there was no more movement in the surroundings before he collected his body's qi and blood. Dasan is still sitting like an old pine, holding a bamboo pole in his hand, standing still. "Father," just now that Yinshen Xia lacked a burst of gesticulation, explaining the situation to his foster father. Dasan also just nodded his head, and his old, rotten, withered wood-like fingers flicked the silver bell, but did not make any strange movements. Then, Dashuan's lips moved slightly again, and Xiajiao read it. What his adoptive father said was precisely the word "enter the world." Entry into the world represents exactly the three realms of literary merit. That woman Yinshen in the party, was it the realm of the world of initiation? Xiajiao recalled the end. The other party, this seemed to be just an incarnation, not a real body. Then, could the other party's real body be a higher level than the world of initiation, reaching the realm of a real person of the Tao of initiation? Xia Xiao didn't dare to think about it. Even a Yin god of the third realm of Wengong was able to leave himself defenseless and could only sit and wait to be possessed. If there was a higher level of Tao enlightenment realist, he could only be pinched to death with his own hands. It was just that Xiaoyu was a little puzzled as to the true purpose of this woman's visit. The first time he saw the female swordsman was when he was fighting with the mule spirit in the shrine outside the village. The female swordsman behaved no differently than an ordinary martial artist, and even killed the mule spirit with a single slash of her sword. But in the evening, the female swordsman was behaving somewhat inexplicably. The first is not to challenge Dishun, but Dishun was injured for many years. This matter in the circle of martial artists in Jinmen has been rumored for a long time. Even if the news flowed slowly, it should not be so. Unless Xiajiao guessed in his head. The other party had died before Dishun was injured, and what remained in his memory was the era when Yuan Shun was the number one in the Jin sect. And in those days, there were countless martial artists who wanted to challenge the number one in the Tsu clan. According to Yanqing, as the northern part of the entire Great Zhou, where the martial arts trend is the strongest, the first in Jinmen represents the peak of martial arts in the entire Great Zhou. Even the innate martial artists, there are many who want to see the elegance of the first in Jinmen and come from a long distance to challenge. Although Deshun did not respond to all of them, it was still annoying. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. People who practice martial arts have a competitive heart in their hearts. Soon, Xia Lacan overturned their own this idea. After all, the female swordsman has already died, the woman who occupies her body will not look like she has fulfilled her wish, and specially came here to challenge Deshun. So far, the real purpose of the other side, Xiaoyu somewhat unable to guess. But it is probably related to the adoptive father. After all, if the other party wants to be unfavorable to himself, he could have chopped himself and the mule spirit together in the daytime. After listening to what Xiaoyu said, Dasan also just pointed out the woman's Wengong realm and did not say much. After handling the body of the female swordsman, the two of them quickly wrapped up and went ashore. What happened just now caused Xiaoyu to have a strong sense of crisis. A fake body could easily attach itself to the innate and pin down itself, and the real body's power must be even more difficult to defend against. This time, relying on the death judgment talisman to avoid possession, next time if the other party is to use other means how to deal with themselves. Xiaoyu placed his hand on top of the corpse and began to retrace its memories. The corpse's memories were mediocre, with only some of the sword techniques being of some use. However, what made Xiaoyu strange was that the memories of this female swordsman were somewhat tattered. Very little information could be learned from it, as if it had been artificially destroyed. Was this the downside of being possessed by the Yin god for many years? Xiaoju was somewhat puzzled. He raised his head to look at the sky and took out a smoke bomb from his waist and pulled it apart. This was issued after Xiaoju joined the Demon Suppression Division, and after firing this bullet, it meant that an abnormality had been discovered. However, it also meant that things were not in a hurry, and the Demon Suppression Division would arrive on the second day to deal with it. On the second day, Mu Yongquan came over early and brought the female swordsman's corpse to the Jin Demon Division for investigation. The people actually found that the owner of this corpse had disappeared more than 10 years ago. Identity name is correct, it is the Phoenix City Zhangqian. Realm is also only into the innate not long ago martial artist. Fengcheng is not far from Jinmen City, but there are more than 300 miles. Jinmu Division immediately repatriated personnel to investigate. According to what Xiaoyu said, the woman's Yin god was not found out any information, and was not recorded by the Jin Demon Division. The woman's Kuai paper god, the Department of Devil Suppression did have some records. The effect seemed to be that it was able to coalesce a Yin god with strength comparable to that of its own body, but the process of making it was extremely brutal. Need to kill 10 Wengong second realm cultivators, extract their Yin god, into the paperman to be made. However, this was a relief to Xiaoyu. The strength of the body was comparable to that of the other party, which showed that the other party's real body was only at the third realm of Wengong, and was not a real person who had entered the Dao. Next, Xia liked to tell Mu Yongquan about the matter of sending the sun to the public. However, after some investigation, there was actually no problem with the goddess of Luo village. Including those idols of hers, they were all just ordinary ceramic and wooden carvings. This cannot help but let this matter into a confusing situation. Those mule spirits, where did they hide? Or is it that there are only 2 mules that have become essence? In the next few days, Xiaoyu mule meat dug out all made into jerky, and then began day after day of martial arts career. In the meantime, Xiaoju obtained some more useful phrases, which were: body strength, white phrase, your strength increases by 300 pounds. Breaker, blue phrase, you enhance the wound tearing effect when hitting the opponent. Xiaoju could feel that his qi and blood seemed to have reached a limit as well, to a point where he could not advance. As for his own body forging martial arts, nearly all of them had been cultivated to the peak within a month's time in conjunction with the abundant qi and blood. Especially the Yanqing fist, which he had first practiced, under the support of his fist not leaving his hand, Xiaoyu could feel that this martial art had already been practiced by himself to the point of perfection. However, what Xiaoju had progressed the most was actually a fist technique like the killing whalebuster fist. The entire set of boxing was one move, and Xiaoyu had already eaten it thoroughly. As for the general seal that he learned from Zhang Yuyang, Xia was barely able to get started. It's not that it's too difficult to get started with this boxing style, but the threshold is a bit too high. When Zhang Yuyang created this method, he wanted to use it to impact the threshold of the Grandmaster. This set of boxing method is also indeed out of its imagination, the power is fierce and unrivaled, but it is still only a boxing method, not a secret martial arts. According to Zhang Yuyang, this fist had once injured a real person who had entered the Dao. It was divided into 7 punches. The first punch was called the trapping fist, which Xiaoju was barely able to fight, and its power was already comparable to the killing whale fighter fist. However, after the killing whale hegemony fist had been practiced, each punch would be greatly enhanced in power, called mighty, but it could only be considered a flat A. However, what made Xiaoyu helpless was that he seemed to have met a bottleneck as well. The qi that represented the innate realm was slow to appear. Having practiced all the body-forging martial arts to the extreme, and with the addition of the phrase king of horizontal exercise, Xiajiu could feel that his body was no match for the average innate martial artist. When he fought with Mu Yongquan, he was also able to fight on equal footing without the other party utilizing his innate weather strength. After another month or so, it was late fall. Within this month, Xiajiu's state of mind changed drastically. From the impatience of not breaking through at the beginning, it gradually turned into a calm and peaceful mind. With patience, he started what he had learned from the very basics and continuously rehearsed it from scratch. Relying on his fists and Jia Dalan's memories, Xia Xiao realized that although he was familiar with Yanqing fist, he didn't understand many of the basic parts. For example, he had only practiced the vertical kick for less than 3 days. Finally, in the early morning of a certain day, Xiaoyu felt that a strand of strange power had appeared in his dantian. He knew that this was the sign of breaking through the martial Dao innate, representing the qi energy of the Yanqing fist. Chapter 32 Married Female Corpse. The Yanqing fist, also known as the Misty Fist. Its greatest strength was its speed. As one of the most basic boxing styles in Jinmen City, there were countless practitioners of Yanqing Quan. However, Yuan Shan had relied on this boxing style to break through as the number one in Tianjin Gate before he was able to let it flourish. Xie Xiao sensed this trace of qi that had quietly appeared, and seemed to be constantly warming up his physical body, causing his qi and blood, which had not changed for a long time, to begin to grow vigorously and exuberantly. Using his thoughts to stimulate the qi energy within his dantian, Xiajiu's thoughts moved slightly as he lightly swept past a few old trees. The withered yellow leaves on the trees, which were already few in number, fluttered down under the trembling of the tree trunks. Xie Xiao seemed to feel something in his heart, and his figure began to continuously weave in and out of the falling leaves. Under the swing of his fists, he actually did not miss a single drop. His pace figure became light, either moving forward or shifting. When the last leaf fell, Xiajiu was already closing his power and standing still. Looking towards the ground, the yellowish fallen leaves on the ground were centered, but they all had an extra finger-sized hole. Inside, Xiaoyu was also overjoyed. The bottleneck that he had been stuck in for a few days was now finally broken through. He estimated that his punching speed was several times faster than before under the enhancement of the innate weather strength. And his physique would gradually become stronger under the nourishment of this qi energy. However, Xia Xiao still didn't dare to take it lightly either. Even at the innate realm, he was just a slightly bigger ant in the eyes of a real person who had entered the Dao. Not to talk about the Dao, just talk about the demonicine Shin of the world entry realm, all of which he could not defend himself against. But the martial arts innate realm, in this strong wind of martial arts in the city of Jinmen, can also be considered a party of experts. That is, he was qualified to open a martial arts school in the city and teach his disciples, and no matter where he went, he would not be treated poorly. Xie Xiao could feel that the qi energy brought by Yanqing Quan, along with its body-forging qualities, could only make one's sinews and bones break the bottleneck. As for his internal organs and skin, he still needs to practice diligently until the other martial arts reach the innate. After 3 days, Xie Xiao had cultivated the killer whale fist into innate weather strength, and his punches were even more powerful. He had no choice but to pick up the long-abandoned poison sand palm. The poison sand palm does not have any techniques, but requires one to quench the poison into the body day in and day out. The good thing is that most of the herbs purchased by his adoptive father still remain today, and Xia lacks a convenient figure. Broken bamboo palm, Gu Swipe Gong, on the other hand, does not have the support of the fist, does not leave the hand, but also needs some water grinding work, cultivation to the peak of forging body. Near the Mid-Autumn Festival, was recruited by Dasan Convergence of Corpses. Tongguan was driven out by his family. The reason is that his father married a new wife, his stepmother disliked him too bad luck. With Dashuan's acquiescence, the quiet boy lived in a woodshed. Tongguan practiced martial arts so far, is also full of more than 3 months of time, but still no progress. This makes the already low self-esteem of him become even more silent. The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon is as full as a disc, hanging high in the sky. The three rowed together on the crow's nest boat, the boat downstream. This is the first time Tongguan with 2 people out to fish for corpses, although it's initiative, but Xia can still see, his palms and forehead are sweating, his face is also some fear. Constantly look around. There. Tongguan pointed to a cluster of reeds near the river bank. Xiajiu is also picking eyes to look at, just to see seems to have a touch of bright red. Dasan turned the bow of the boat and quickly rowed to the corpse. Xia lack of a smile turned his head to look at Tongguan, teasing, "You try?" Tongguan immediately rattled his head like a rattle and shook his head quickly. Xiajiu immediately laughed twice and jumped into the water. Xiaoyu looked at the body, it seems to be a female corpse. The body of the red dress is somewhat similar to the wedding dress, only by the water soak some of the original color is lost. With his gradual skill in corpse fishing, he had wrapped the net around the corpse in less than a blink of an eye. Looking at the swollen appearance of the body, may have been dead for a long time. Sometimes when these corpses are hidden in the reeds, it is indeed difficult to find them. Today, if not for Tongguan, Xiaoyu asked himself that it would be extremely difficult to see this corpse. A flash of blue light passed by, and the Trial of Death talisman flipped open in front of Xiajiu's eyes. Qi and blood boiling, blue word, your qi and blood power is increased by 10. When Xiaju saw this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat energized. This was only a blue phrase, but it was second to none in terms of strength among blue phrases. After wrapping up work and returning home, Tongguan also took the initiative to solicit work and disposed of the corpse without waiting until the next day. The next morning, Xiajiu had only finished his breakfast when someone outside rushed over in a flurry. Since Xiajiu broke into the innate, Dasan almost did not do anything, only in the dinner time to fish the body out of the room. Other things should be handed over to Xiajiu. Although Xiajiu had two incomes, the corpse retrieval fee and the monthly payment from the Jin Demon division, they were somewhat dwarfed by his extravagant food. The black-backed pit vipers alone that the hunters provided to Xiajiu were enough to make him almost empty his body of silver. Seeing someone come to claim the corpse was also a good thing for Xiajiu. There have not been many corpses in the river in recent days, and the only one that remains in the morgue is the female corpse that was retrieved last night. As expected, after entering the morgue, the people who came to look for the body called her good. But let Xialaka feel puzzled. Let these people say the identity of the corpse information. They are again difficult to speak. Tell the truth, little brother. The old man leading the group was also helpless, so he stepped forward. Xiajiu sized up the old man's dress. His clothes were flashy and expensive. He could not be considered an ordinary family. He sighed, my son died prematurely. I invited the Taoist master of Tong Yunguan to make rules for him, so that he can be healthy in his next life. Tong Yunguan? Xiajiu's mind thought, but he had not heard of Tong Yunguan's name. In his knowledge, the more famous Taoist temple in Jinmen City was the Heguanguan. The other temples and Taoist temples that are not recognized by the Department of Devil Suppression are all succubus sacrifices. However, all obscene rituals can exist, but every year they need to pay a considerable amount of silver to Great Zhou, and are not allowed to take the initiative to publicize in the civil society. And once they break the supply, they will be Jin Demon Division felled the mountain to break the temple. At first, Xiajiu was also strange, but Mu Yongquan only said that this is the Great Zhou's compromise, not the Jinmusi. It is just that even the formal Heguanguan in Mu Yongquan's mouth, it is similar to the nature of male specialized hospitals. I also do not know, and the light of the Guan, whether the operation of the Guan have to do rules for the dead this kind of project. The old man went on to say, but the Taoist priest told me that my son's birth date and 8 characters are all in time, the need for a woman born in the young time with its match, to the Yellow Springs, the next life will be able to reincarnate peacefully. How do you know that this woman was born in young time? Xiajiu frowned as he began to doubt the motive of this matter. Whether it was the time of the other party's arrival or the motive, it was all a bit too coincidental. The old man glanced behind him and a yellow-robed Taoist priest stepped out. Taoist priest with 8 beard, but also has 3 out of the dust temperament. Just look up the Hall of India eyebrow, you can know his birth date. Then, the Taoist priest is a number of examples in the book, and trigrams and scriptures. Xiaolak quickly interrupted him, I do not need to know these, I only need you to prove that you are the woman's family can be. Chapter 33 The Body of the Woman's Life. The Taoist priest's face instantly changed, and the old man beside him was more than a little displeased. The two looked at each other, and the old man took out an ingot of gold from his waist, wanting to place it in Xiajiu's hands. I still hope that little friend will be accommodating, these are considered to be the payment for little friend. Please respect yourself, old man. Xie Xiao turned his head without stretching his hand, and couldn't help but make the other party's face turn a shade of green and red. Little friend, the old man has no choice but to do what he has to do. The old man's tone became a hint of pleading. Xiaolak also frowned, once he had also heard of the matter of taking a corpse to match in marriage. However, this type of thing was something they had never encountered before. For one thing, there weren't many women who drowned in the river, and most of them had damaged skin after they were retrieved, making it extremely difficult to put on a wedding dress again. The second is that the number of in marriages is extremely small. Although the government does not prohibit it, but from time to time there are malicious killings to match the marriage. This was one of the reasons why Xiajiu was so disgusted by it. Without buying and selling, there would be no killing. When a human shell became a tradable resource, there would be people who would take the risk. There was still cannibalism in the civilized world, let alone this chaotic world where human life was worse than grass. If the old man didn't say it was a marriage, but instead made up an identity for the corpse and took it away, Xia would have turned a blind eye. After all, if the body placed here is not claimed, it is also the end of cremation and burial. The big deal was to let the other party wait for 7 days before coming back to take it away. But since the other party directly reveals the purpose, as a modern thinking Xia you cannot think so. It is just that Xiajiu cannot get the evidence now, otherwise Xiajiu more or less will think that the woman's death and these people are related. After all, the world where there is such a coincidence of things, they just fished up the body, you followed on the heels. Said her death and you have no relationship, Xiaolak more or less still some disbelief. Really ridiculous, this woman is also in the age of marriage. Behind the old man, the Taoist priest is a little anxious, a match made in heaven, what qualifications do you have to break up the family of a corpse fisherman? Xie Xiao is also angry and smiled back, where is the match made in heaven? You're the one who made it happen. One of them is born from the Yin pole and the other is born from the Yang pole. Unexpectedly, Tong Guan also suddenly interrupted the Taoist priest. So strange? Could it be that you killed the man? The man was killed by you, where is the brat? The Taoist priest was furious. Towards Tong Guan's head is a slapdown. Xiaoyu reached out and blocked the Taoist's hand, which had not yet had time to fall to catch. He could tell that the speed of his opponent's hand was only that of an ordinary person who had practiced some martial arts, not even a forged martial artist. Xiaoyu grabbed the Taoist priest's wrist, and before he could exert any force, the other party was already being pinched and held numb. You let go of me. The Taoist priest opened his mouth to rebuke angrily, and a red mist appeared in his eyes. Not only Xie Xiao, all the people present instantly looked towards this red mist, their faces became dumbfounded. Xie Xiao was also able to get out of this mesmerized state in an instant, and his qi and blood began to bloom involuntarily. The temperature around him immediately rose, going from autumn to scorching heat in an instant. Innate? The Taoist priest's tone was actually a bit shocked and angry. I really underestimated a Taoist master who has entered the void. Xie Xiao still won't let go of his hand, grasping the Taoist's wrist, even a little red and green. The Taoist priest knew that this was the other party mocking himself. After all, in the first 3 realms before entering the Tao, it was difficult for a literacy practitioner to fight against a martial artist of the same level no matter what. Even more so, without a bit of side means, they might not even be able to compete with a street gangster wielding a sharp weapon. Xiaojiu loosened his hand, and the Taoist instantly crashed towards the back and fell into the crowd. Good, you're good. He gritted his teeth a little, and after dropping such a sentence, he actually ran towards the outside without looking back. The old man also sighed and arched his hand towards Xiaoyu. Little friend, don't blame me, I will leave. Xie Xiao wanted to let the other party leave, but still called out to the old man. Old man, is the idea of the marriage of the Yin was given to you by that Taoist priest? The old man was a little hesitant, but still nodded his head, with a trace of pathos in his eyes. My son was good, and did not suffer from any disease in his lifetime. I did not think that it was actually said to go away. Xia, short of nodding, would like to ask each other why no, here is a female corpse. But I didn't expect the old man is actually Gu Zhouinhe, not mention this at all, just keep saying their son how miserable life. Xiaoyu returned to the morgue and looked at the female corpse, his brows furrowed. It seemed that things were indeed a bit fishy. However, it was not unsolvable. Xia Zhao raised his hand on the female corpse's ankle, the death trial talisman gradually flipped open, and a grey mist began to fill Xia Zhao's eyes. The woman's original name was Li Qiuhua, born on February 2nd, the head of the dragon. In the village, there is also a private school teacher said, the woman born in February 2nd is the extreme yang qi is too heavy, hard life as a person. According to the custom, the parents had planned to bury the child overnight. But in the end, the mother refused to let go, holding the child and ran out together. Who knows that was encountered after the flash flood, not dead, but the mother and daughter were a walker Li old man saved. Li old man saw the woman and child have nose breath, the two will pull back home. But the woman woke up with amnesia and became demented, and usually only know how to say one thing, my daughter is good, my mother loves you. It so happened that old man Li, who was already old but not yet married, took in the mother and daughter. Li old man usually treat Li Qiuhua also extremely good, although said she is not their own biological, but also never less than its food and clothing. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, Li old man is dead. Li Qiuhua can only shoulder the responsibility of supporting his mother. Li old man has a few acres of dry land. Li Qiuhua hard to rely on these fields and around the assistance of the townspeople to survive for some time. But did not expect, passing ruffians are looking at Li Qiuhua's posture. Li Qiuhua was not defiled, the other side of the mother raped and killed, forcibly brought to the city, ready to sell into the kiln. Li Qiuhua also did not expect, the first guest, but is his own lost more than 10 years of his biological father. After more than 10 years, her biological father, who was a farmer, has transformed himself into a scholar. And Li Qiuhua, it is a friend for his special preparation. Li Qiuhua biological father named Su Yuan. Su Yuan saw this girl and his missing wife for many years actually ate resemblance, the two are on the spot to recognize each other. Su Yuan heard about his daughter's tragedy. First of all, he took his daughter to bury his wife and pay tribute to his adoptive father. And found a small local powerful friends, a few ruffians were sent to jail. But Li Qiuhua did not expect, this is the beginning of their own tragedy. Not long, Su Yuan will be suffering from consumption died, leaving the property was its so-called friends ate the absolute household, not to leave a trace of a millimeter. The good thing is that Su Yuan still has a former friend. Chapter 34 Tong Yun Guan. Su Yuan's old friend is still only a scholar, and Su Yuan has not been contacted for a long time. But the old friend still took in Li Qiuhua. And he treats her no differently than his own children. Li Qiuhua and his late friend's son He Xuxing get along for a few years, the two of them secretly love each other in their hearts. But who would have thought that the late friend's wife after knowing this matter, but is a huge rage, pointing at Li Qiuhua nose will call her a small vixen. He Xuxing angry mother, they took Li Qiuhua to the nearest Taoist temple. And this Taoist temple, it is Tong Yun Guan. Li Qiuhua believed in the words of the moon goddess in the temple, which was extremely spiritual. He Xuxing brought Li Qiuhou to the view but did not see the so-called statue of God. Instead, from the altar, out of a shadow that made her hold fear for life. That person was dressed in Taoist robes, whose colors were mainly red and black. From its figure, Li Qiuhou was able to tell that it was a female. Its figure was graceful and beautiful, and its exposed skin was white and tender. But what made Li Qiuhou feel fearful was that this Taoist nun's face was wearing a mask that looked like a wild boar. Green face and fangs, pupils of the hidden emanation of a ghostly red halo. Since this bore none out, Li Qiuhou fear incomparable. But on the contrary, He Xuxing is another picture. As if he had lost his soul, he crawled and rolled and fell to his knees at the feet of the Taoist nun. Master, I have brought the person. He Xuxing became as if he wanted it, his face became expectant and crazy. Li Qiuhou was also so frightened by this scene that her legs and feet were too weak to walk. As the door of the Taoist temple gradually closed, the Taoist nun gently smiled, and the Taoist robe on her body instantly fell off, revealing her beautiful body. That boar-head Taoist nun's whole body was as white as jade, and the dark boar head on her head formed a strong contrast. He Xuxing was also filled with eyes that were replaced by desire. A lustful picture was displayed in front of Li Qiuhou's eyes. She was directly stunned by this absurd scene and fainted, and when she woke up again, she realized that she had already put on a big red wedding dress and was sharing a room with He Xuxing. Mother, you're having a nightmare, aren't you? A dreamlike scene of horror instantly flashed through Li Qiuhou's mind. Looking at the room in front of her that was decorated in big red and big joy, she originally felt that these were just a dream. But the next moment, He Xuxing's actions instantly made her awake. He Xuxing took out a small knife. Li Qiuhou wanted to escape but found that her whole body couldn't exert any strength. But He Xuxing didn't do anything to Li Qiuhou. Instead, he slit his own wrist, and blood continued to flow, coloring Li Qiuhou's dowry even more bright red. When He Xuxing's blood was about to run out, he removed Li Qiuhou's dowry and took a large piece of skin from Li Qiuhou's back with his blade. He Xuxing then fainted. Li Qiuhou woke up. When she regained some strength, she forced herself to endure the pain on her back and escaped from the house. But in the end, she also lost too much blood, and when she walked in front of the indeterminate river, she fell into it and drowned. Xia Jiao could not help but feel a thrill of horror as he slowed down from Li Qiuhou's walk. Whether it was the boar-headed Taoist nun in Tangyongguan, or the contrasting madness of He Xuxing's demeanor before and after, all gave Xiaoyu an extremely bizarre feeling. He reviewed Li Qiuhou's life once again and realized that it was not only after meeting He Xuxing. It was also extremely miserable before that. If it was true that Li Qiuhou's destiny was too hard to kill her family as the Taoist had said, but He Xuxing's family did not have any accidents in the years that followed. Now, all the clues that Xiaoyu could get indicated that all these things pointed directly to Tangyongguan. But now he has no evidence, and the memory of Li Qiuhou is also difficult to tell others its origin. Like Tangyongguan, these small temples, Jin Demon Division has always been very tightly watched, usually have any out-of-the-ordinary behavior is directly eliminated. Xia Xiao exhaled, expelling the despair that he had brought into Li Qiuhou's body. He turned Li Qiuhou's corpse over, and then carefully pushed the dowry aside some more. The blood and flesh on the back proved that its memory was not false. After Xia Jiao organized the corpse, he walked out of the morgue. The old man had already left by now, and Tong Guan was practicing boxing under the tree at the top of his lungs. After thinking about it, Xia Xiao went directly to Jinmen City. The guards in front of the Jinmu division were already extremely familiar with him, and before Xia could show his identity plate as a foreign deacon, the guards told him to go straight in. In front of the martial arts hall, the monks practicing their literature had already begun their morning lessons. Mu Yongquan walked in a lazy manner, as if he had just woken up from his sleep. The moment he saw Xia Xiao, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The first day, you kid. Mu Yongquan didn't say much, and straightened his fist towards Xia Xiao. Xia Qiu took a step to the side. Under the enhancement of qi energy, his speed was several times faster than before, easily dodging the punch. The two of them began to continuously spar with the innate qi energy enhanced Yanqing fist, causing the body-forging martial artists on the sidelines to set their eyes on the area. As the qi and blood domains of the two innate martial artists spread out, waves of scorching heat spread with the wind of their fists, causing the temperature of the entire martial arts hall to rise a little higher. Although Mu Yongquan had been promoted to Ane for some years, Xia Ju's two boxing styles had already given birth to qi energy, and he was not the least bit weak in this regard. With Xia Ju's killer whale fist, Mu Yongquan retreated dozens of steps, dust flew on the martial arts arena, and the two of them ended the fight on point. It had only been a few months. Mu Yongquan stared at Xia Ju, rather speechless. You're almost able to catch up with me. Xia Lak also just smiled. If he was just a normal innate martial artist, Xia Yu estimated that he should not be able to match himself in many aspects. One was that he had learned quite a variety of martial arts, and the martial arts of the forging realm had practically hammered his entire body. The second was the efficacy of his many words, such as the newly acquired qi and blood boiling and king of horizontal training, all of which had greatly enhanced his own strength. Next, Xia Jiu went to visit his master ancestor again. Senior Master Yan Guang saw that Xia Jiu had been promoted to innate, but did not show the same astonishment as Mu Yongquan. Rather, everything was as he expected. Master Yanqing slightly twisted the rosary in his hand, and Xiaoyu immediately felt that something had been drawn out of his body. The little man that was folded in yellow talisman paper suddenly jumped out, and Xiaoyu was also startled. The paper man wanted to escape, but was stopped by Master Yanqing's mouth spitting out a word. Shun. However, without thinking about it, the paper man ignited without fire at this moment and turned into a pile of ashes. Kwai paper god. A hint of contemplation swept through Elder Yanqing's eyes under his long brows. Xiaoyu was still a bit scared, although he had been promoted to the innate, but facing a demon of the third realm of Wengong, he himself but also did not have any certainty. He then truthfully told the matter of meeting the demonic possession that day. Yanqing Master just nodded. Paper god has been destroyed, the body at least need to recuperate a few years, this period of time you can rest assured that is. Xia Lak rushed to affectionately call on a few master. Yanqing Master is also extremely popular. Above the rivers and lakes, there are quite a few of these demons, but now, if it is not a patriarch or a real person who has entered the Tao, it is extremely difficult to kill you. Yen Light Master, at this time there are important things in the body, after some instructions will leave. Chapter 35, The Spur in the Back and the Eye of the Dark Sun. Xia Lak is also some surprise, thought he cheap master just a martial artist, but did not expect greatly out of his expectations. I wanted to ask Mu Yongquan about the matter of the master ancestor, but he also shook his head, a taboo appearance. After the heart, Xiaoyu told Mu Yongquan about what happened in the morning. Mu Yongquan is a gesture of common sense, matching marriage, this kind of thing, Jenemosher always is also cannot control. The princes and nobles are still cannibalistic, and these folk customs are even more prohibited. Xia lack of helplessness, and Mu Yongquan said the female corpse skin was stripped of things, which attracted the attention of Mu Yongquan. Human skin? Mu Yongquan frowned. If true, it is most likely involved in the matter of evil cultivation. Rumor has it that the body of a person with special 8 characters is used as a supplementary material to create a magic weapon that is powerful. After Mu Yongquan thought for a while, he said to Xiaoyu, "You go back first, I will find a chance to bring people to the so-called Tongyongguan to take a look." Xia lacked a nod, and then returned home after shopping around in the market. After practicing the goose swipe technique for a few hours, Xiaoju realized that the old man who had led the way in the morning had come again. However, at this time, his complexion, compared to the sadness and confusion of the morning, now only fear and anxiety remained. "My son, he is missing." Just after seeing Xie Xiao, he cried out with some breathlessness. It was able to be seen that the old man had run all the way here. It was those Taoist priests from Tongyongguan who did this. It must be that the old man's tone became a little shaky. Xiaojiu was a bit helpless, spreading his hands and said, "Then it's useless for you to talk to me. Little friend, I beg you." The old man looked towards Xiaojiu, his hands grabbing the corners of his clothes. "Sell that female corpse to me, only then will they return their son to me." Xiaojiu shook his head, revealing a look of love. Although he already knew that Li Qiuhua's death had nothing to do with the old man in front of him. However, after reviewing Li Qiuhua's life, Xiaojiu also had a hard time letting his corpse die without a good death as well. Living is already tiring, do you have to continue to shine in death? Not only that, the Tongyongguan was full of weirdness. That boar-headed Taoist nun did not know what the situation was, and if she handed over her body so easily, she might be harming more people. No matter how much the old man begged, Xiaoyu remained unmoved. Having seen how easily Xiaojiu could punish the Taoist priests of Tongyongguan, the old man didn't dare to rob them openly. After some time, he knew that it was hopeless, and then left unhappily. To be on the safe side, Xiaoyu didn't go far away for the whole day, quenching the poison pack in front of his house. At night, before fishing for the corpse, also locked the door of the morgue. Xia lacked the courage to leave. He told Dasan about the female corpse being claimed and taken for marriage. But Dasan only nodded his head, as if everything outside the body has nothing to do with it. Although Xiaoyu was a bit curious, he didn't ask any questions. Adoptive father appeared. This situation is also some days, once upon a time, although also can be regarded as rarely go out, but more or less in the daytime can also see the shadow of the people. But now, in addition to eating and fishing for corpses, almost invisible de shun trace. Only into the river, Xia Lak will hear a burst of rustling water, accompanied by a faintly perceptible smell of blood. It was the sound of reeds intertwining and colliding, but at the moment there was no wind on the river and the water waves were not rising. It must be something underwater. Xiaojiu made a motion to his foster father, and after Dasan nodded imperceptibly, Xiaojiu leapt into the water. Having taken the river cache, Xiaojiu was able to have an unobstructed view even when he was underwater. Not far from the water grass, several corpses shrugged up and down, blood constantly falling from them and drifting into the water. Xiaojiu pulled out the guillotine soul from his waist and slowly swam forward. Behind the corpses and reeds, several water monkeys with gray hair were revealed. With regards to the rhythm of the water waves, the water monkeys were more perceptive than human beings. The corners of their mouths were dripping with blood, only not dripping in this water, and their fingertips and hair were covered with the remains of their internal organs and brain flowers. Xiaojiu also hadn't seen these bizarre creatures for a long time, but at this point, he had long since changed. And generally speaking, only human blood and brains could attract these. He swam forward, completely ignoring the several water monkeys that kept dancing around. The water monkeys also, because of their own intimidation, is useless. Animalism at this time was fully stimulated, legs like a bow forward stomp, and swam to the sialak of front. The guillotine soul fell and the water monkey's head was easily decapitated. Seeing this, the remaining few water monkeys also scurried away in all directions. Losing the pull of these water monkeys, the several corpses that had been gnawed beyond human form also began to float upwards. As the water monkeys eat brain flowers or to pry open the skull cap with nails, so the faces of these corpses are still quite complete. Xiaozhou shot a glance and saw that it was actually the Taoist priest that he had taught a lesson to in the morning, and the rest of the few people around him were also wearing similar Taoist robes. People from Tongyunguan. Instead of fear, their faces bore a hint of satisfaction and even enjoyment. A breeze of peace blew by, and a bizarre feeling densely covered Xiaozhou's heart. Sighing, although he was extremely disgusted with these Taoist priests of Tongyunguan, his identity was here. The dead are great, and it is impossible to let these corpses drift and smash the rice bowls of the surrounding fishermen. The Trial of Death talisman was flipped open, and Xiaozhou instantly revealed a smirk. Mansplash, blue phrase, when you attack from behind an enemy, the damage dealt is doubled. Yin Yang eyes, blue phrase, your physical eyes can see Yin God souls below the Tao of entry. Both of these phrases were considered gems in blue, especially the Yin and Yang eyes, which greatly compensated for one's weaknesses in facing one's xiao. If one could see, under one's own powerful qi and blood, one might not be unable to turn the tables and gain an advantage when facing a Yin God. After scooping up these corpses, Xiaozhou had a trace of a not-so-normal feeling. He always felt as if he was under surveillance, making him feel a bit tied up. Under the reflection of the moon, it was unknown whether it was underwater or in the sky, as if an invisible threat had been accompanying him around. Where Xiaozhou scanned the surrounding circle, but there was no strange sound. He looked at the several corpses being dragged at the stern of the ship, but there was also nothing to be found. Annoyance gradually took over Xiaozhou's heart. Right at this moment, a faint noise suddenly emanated from within one of the corpses. Both Xiaozhou and Tongguan looked at him with bated breath. Prick la! A tearing sound came out, but it was only a head-sized water monkey. It was breaking out from the abdomen of a corpse covered in blood. It swiftly swam down towards the water. Xiaozhou let out a breath, originally thinking that his uneasiness originated from this moment. However, he did not expect that the sense of threat to become even greater. Xiaozhou looked towards the water. The water seemed to be lurking in some danger, but his desire to find out what was going on became heavier and heavier. Xiaozhou was mesmerized. Just as he reached his hand towards the water, the bell at Dishun's waist suddenly rang, pulling Xiaozhou's mind back in an instant. A cold sweat dripped down, and Xiaozhou exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. What is happening to himself? Xiaozhou's thoughts spun rapidly. One can only categorize the conclusion to the fact that he had been subjected to some sort of evil spell. Xiaozhou gratefully glanced at Dishun, who was still rowing the oars. A feeling of relief surged through Xiaozhou's heart. He had probably gotten rid of that evil spell. Unexpectedly, when Xiaozhou looked into the water again, his own reflection had turned into a boar's head with a green face and fangs. Chapter 36, Purple Word, Augur Dragon Gets Water. A coolness rose from behind Xiaozhou, and he jerked his head back. However, behind him, there was only a surprised Tongguan. When he looked at the water again, it was still watery. Lang Jun. Vaguely, Xiaozhou seemed to hear a delicate and pleasant laughter. Without a word, he took out the large rooster from the black cloth bag. With his adoptive father's acquiescence, the rooster's blood instantly spilled into the river. In the quiet and dark ink-like night, only the nervous or steady breathing of several people could be heard. Xiaozhou's nerves were tense, and there seemed to be a great danger hiding under the water. Tongguan was also pulling on his sleeve and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ka. Unexpectedly, the other party did everything to first move against the crow's nest boat underneath him. Suddenly, the entire hull is like being cut by countless filaments, covered with densely packed like a spider's web of cracks. The shattered hull instantly disintegrated into countless wood chips in the slightly rippling water waves. Xiaozhou turned around and realized that Dishun had already lost sight of him. He himself, on the other hand, was stepping on the same plank as Tongguan. The intense qi and blood domain erupted in a flash, and Xiaozhou's skin was enveloped in a layer of red in the blink of an eye. Those were countless fine overflowing blood beads, which had a strange effect on killing Yin Shen. A pain suddenly came out from his waist. Xiaozhou looked sideways. Beside himself, which is still what Tongguan clearly turned into a snake head and body of a strange creature. It is now opening a bloody mouth, dead bite in his waist and abdomen. Ho-ho-oozing laughter from the snake's mouth. The guillotine soul chop came down and was intercepted by the scales at the neck of the snake man, tearing at a string of sparks. As his blood and qi erupted under full force, Xiaozhou straightened his hands from the corner of the snake man's mouth, trying to forcefully break it open. The serpent felt a strong force coming from the corner of his mouth. It could not help but wrap Xiaozhou's legs around him in a hurry. At this time, the wooden board tipped over, one person and one snake fell straight into the water. Feeling that it was a bit difficult to use his strength underwater, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and started to utilize the poison sand palm. The toxins in the meridians burst out, instantly coloring Xia's 10 fingers purple. Let go of me. Xia Xiao let out a furious roar. His 10 fingers were inserted into the upper and lower jaws of the snake's mouth. The toxins were madly poured into them. The other party's bite seemed to loosen. Sensing that the other party's bite seemed to be loosening, the chi of the killer whale fist instantly infused into his hands, and his hands instantly became enlarged. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? The left arm exerted force and actually directly ripped off the snake man's entire lower jaw. The other party also responded to the intense pain in an instant and let go of Xiaoyu, dark green blood flowing continuously. Xiaoyu immediately pursued the attack. His left hand grasped into a fist and violently smashed into the top of the snake man's head. The opponent's already flattened head was nearly blown down to the secondary dimension under this punch. The two figures began to continuously intertwine underwater, and the rapid and violent punches whacked the snake man to the point where he was powerless to fight back. In the end, the guillotine soul was inserted between the snake man's eyes and eyebrows, and the Yin spirit that hadn't yet had time to escape from his physical body was instantly obliterated. He grabbed the snake man's corpse in his head and floated up to the surface of the water, and the Trial of Death talisman turned over a brand new page. Jiao Long gets water, purple color words, your power is doubled tenfold when you are in water. Before he could rejoice, a gasp as thick as thunder resounded beside Xiaoyu's ears. The moonlight illuminated one alabaster-like fawn as a reflection, while the other fawn lurked beneath the darkness. Turning around, he swung his sword. The other party huffed and puffed, splashing down on Xiaoyu along with blood. Xia Zhao turned around. The fangs had disappeared, and what met his eyes was a beautiful body that looked like it was carved from white jade. Half wet, half warm breath was close to Xia Zhao's ears. Lang Jun. A strand of slightly fragrant hair brushed his face. In this cold river, just the right amount of warmth that was not too much and not too little instantly took over his entire embrace. Yu kept climbing downwards, her fragrant tongue licking his earlobe. Xia Zhao's eyes also became mesmerized in an instant. He let go of the guillotine soul in his right hand and wrapped his arm around the weak willow's thin waist. What should you call me? Xia Zhao's thin voice approached his ear. The other party's neck to the earlobe was instantly replaced by a delicate red color, and the wet heat was instantly spat out to the ear. My dear husband. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. Xia lack of color became a little stagnant stupid, anything? Aha! Thin as a mosquito fly like soft voice echoed in Xiaoyu's ears. Then I'm going to kill you. The entire left arm in an instant was thick and strong, much stronger than a woman's waist. The veins on it were rippling with veins, and with the augmentation of the dragon getting water, the woman's waist was much harder than a chopstick would ever be. Since you're so hot, it doesn't matter if you get a little hotter. Xia Zhao's face turned cold in an instant, and his raging chi and blood caused the woman's hot body to turn into a rolling heat. Click 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 click. Too late to react, the woman's ribs broke one after another. Xia Zhao dived into the water, in the other party's unbelieving eyes. The other fist actually discharged the surrounding river water and wildly smashed towards its face. The woman raised her hands in an attempt to shield herself, but Xia Zhao instantly turned his fist into a claw, twisting her hands out of shape. A strong force suddenly rose up, and the woman's entire body was even lighter than a loach, drilling out of Xia Zhao's restraints in an instant. This was simply not the power that an innate martial artist could possess. In Xia Zhao's eyes, the other party's bewitching face even changed back into a boar's head, and the wounds on her body also disappeared. A light red gauze skirt was like blood under the moonlight, no different from what Xia Zhao had seen in Li Qiao's memories. Tong Yun Guan. Xia Zhao exhaled a breath. If it wasn't for his newly acquired word augmentation, it would indeed be difficult for him to twist past his opponent. Right now in the water, it was already considered his home turf, but it might not be the case when he went ashore. After thinking clearly about this point, Xia Zhao's leg snapped into action. Instantly the whole person catapulted out like a cannonball. Between every move, it was even more relaxed and powerful than on the shore. This was an unprecedentedly powerful experience. Just when Xiaoyu was only a few meters away from the other party, a black shadow suddenly drilled out from underwater and crossed between the two. Xia Zhu and the other party collided hard. Under the reflection of the water, Xiaoyu gazed and saw that it was actually He Shuxing who had tricked Li Qiao. At this moment, He Shuxing's eyes had already become lifeless, looking similar to the iron corpse that he had encountered before. However, He Shuxing's body surface is all iron green in color, hard as steel. Kill him. The Taoist nun's clear and cold voice sounded, and her figure drifted and turned to land on top of a shipboard. She took out a human head-sized leather drum in her hand and rhythmically began to beat it. With her as the center, the water currents around her all began to fluctuate continuously and rhythmically. Clueless sound. The tone of the Taoist nun's mouth became colder and colder. Like the most primitive and savage fluctuations, the water currents were actually like hammers striking hard on Xia Zhao's body surface. Chapter 37 Yin Yan Rotating Yuan Drum. Although Xia Lak is already innate itself, but due to the poisonous sandpalm has not yet been conceived out of the chi energy, its own skin membrane has not yet had time to forge, resulting in Xia Zhou being somewhat bitter. Even worse, Xia Yu felt that his heart was beginning to resonate with the rhythm of the drum. The rhythm of the Taoist nun's drum gradually slowed down. Xia Xiao also felt his heartbeat begin to slow down, his body was a bit weak. Iron Corpse also took advantage of the situation and dragged Xia's legs and sank towards the bottom of the water. The rhythm of the drums gradually slowed down and even about to stop, Xia Yu also felt that his mind was becoming stagnant. At this instant, a clear bell suddenly rang out. Even underwater, Xia Yu was able to hear it clearly. It didn't seem to be an ordinary sound, but rather emanated from the depths of the soul. The sound of the drums stopped in a flash at this moment, and Xia Yu also took the opportunity to smash the Iron Corpse's head with a punch, and rushed out of the river with a burst of energy. Fong disappeared for a long time. Foster father has reappeared. Da-sun is still a picture of the appearance of low eyebrows. He did not seem to fall into the water, clothes and hair are still dry. He held the bamboo artemisia and stood silently on the board of the boat. Tongguan also do not know when appeared in the body of Da-sun, soaking wet, the body constantly trembling. He seemed to have encountered some unspeakable horror, and his pupils were filled with the color of horror. Xia Zhou exhaled a breath and looked not far away. The Taoist nun had already revealed her true form of a boar's head at this time, holding a leather drum in her arms, and was confronting Deshun. The Taoist nun's mouth suddenly became chanting, Yuan Shun, I honor you for having been a son of Jin Men and willingly gave up this martial arts path. Now, if you return the female corpse to me, I will no longer make things difficult for you. The drum sounded like thunder, more violent and swift than before. The sound of the drum is like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart. Xia Yu's face instantly became pale. I'm afraid this Taoist nun's realm is not ordinary. Seeing that she called her foster father by his name, she knew that her strength was not something she could deal with. Just now, he only took advantage of the words, and was able to gain some advantage. Once the other side started the real thing, their own innate is really nothing. Surface of the remnants of the planks have broken into chips, yang scattered down in the control, even with the frequency of the drum ripples, constantly flying out of the impact on the Xia Lak of body. Like countless iron nails smashed in the body, although Xia Lak of their own flesh hardness can resist, but is also a huge pain unbearable. But at this moment, he was more concerned about his foster father, Tongguan, and the two of them, whether they were able to withstand this demonic strange drum. He strongly blocked the wood chips, was about to pounce straight in front of Da-sun. The bell sounded again. On the surface of the river, a shadow with 3 heads instantly coalesced. Their bodies looked like they were constructed from countless shadows, with a hint of strange beauty in their disorganization. Vaguely, Xia Yu could actually make out the 5 senses of these 3 heads. A silent fear began to spread from underneath Xia Yu's feet. Xia Yu inhaled a deep breath and shuddered a little. The 3 heads above the shadows were inexplicably similar to his own 3 brothers. Vaguely, Xia Yu had to wonder if the deaths of his 3 brothers were related to his adoptive father. However, after spending some time together, Xia Yu could hardly believe that Da-sun was such a person. Killing his 3 adopted sons in order to sacrifice this bell? The words of the Taoist nun and remind Xia Zhou of the words of the tomb keeper Zhang Yuyan. Yuan Shun gave up what he really gave up. All sorts of doubts began to nag at Xia Zhou's heart. Yin and yang spinning yuan drum. 2 halos of black and white light intertwined with each other spread out from the drum. In Xia Zhao's yin and yang eyes, several pairs of male and female ghosts with extreme resentment were entwined in the halos. In the next moment, a toothsome chewing sound suddenly rang out. Those few shadowy souls were instantly devoured by the shadow with 3 heads. The Taoist nun let out a cry of shock, and again with intense indignation, she slapped heavily on the drum. A woman's face appeared, with blood still dripping from her bright red dowry. Screams and roars instantly resounded in Xia Yu's ears. The ghostly shadows instantly pounced on the 3 monsters, and the 2 began to continuously fight and entangle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Zhou swam to the Taoist nun with a few stretches of his body. He was like a sturdy python in the water, instantly shattering the wooden planks underneath the nun's feet. His left hand quickly and accurately grabbed towards the nun's neck. Thump! The drum sounded, and Xia Zhou lost his target in a trance for a while. The Taoist nun also dodged and her figure reappeared on another wooden plank. Yuan Shun! A sharp voice suddenly rang out. The Tao nun's voice was tinged with extreme indignation. Xia Zhou looked sideways. The woman's shadowy soul had already been swallowed up by the 3 shadows, leaving behind a large red wedding dress that floated down into the water and disappeared. How dare you destroy my drum spirit? The boar's head roared, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in the water. When Xia looked at them, they were not shadows, but 2 strong martial arts practitioners. In Xia's opinion, these 2 people have at least innate strength. Xia Zhou quickly swam away. Perhaps on land his speed was not as good as the average innate martial artist. But in the water, Xia Zhou was not only 1 step faster than them. The 2 of them hard to touch then directly collided together. Under the blazing hot chi and blood cross, the temperature of the water surface was more than just raised a little bit. As the exchange of hands revealed, Xia Yu had thought that the other party would be an iron corpse or even some other monster. but he realized that it was actually a solid innate martial artist. Even though they were both innate, Xiajiu, who had the auger dragon gaining water as a bonus, made the other party already suffer within a few moves. Trap formation. Chi energy gathered, and Xiaoyu blasted this punch out. His left fist actually penetrated the opponent's back. Blood splashed out along with the broken bones and internal organs, instantly staining the blood red. This punch had actually pierced through an innate martial artist of the same level. The Trial of Death talisman flipped open. Quaker's Might, blue phrase, when facing a low-level martial artist, one's own aura will shock the opponent. On the other hand, the innate martial artist was entangled in shadows and in the blink of an eye, he was ripped underwater and disappeared. The Taoist nun seemed to be accumulating some kind of unknown power at the moment, seeing the two martial artists die but also did not react. The bell rang, breaking the silence of the moment. The boar's head violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Taoist nun's eyes instantly turned bright red, Yuan Shun. The three shadows gradually swam towards her, and the Taoist nun could not see her expression, but her tone was also on the verge of insanity. Also, Yanqing. With the sound of a deafening drum, all the wooden planks on the river were turned into pieces in an instant. Li Qiuhua's face manifested from the water ripples brought about by the drumming, and a touch of fear and despair could vaguely be seen in his features. Dasun threw the bamboo artemisia in his hand into the water, and led Tongguan with his right hand. One step forward, the two of them are as light as a bird standing on it. Chapter 38 Sheriff. Drums thundered, after Li Qiuhua, and gradually rose up a man's face. In this dense ink-like black night, two human faces manifested by the sound of the drums gradually took shape. The waves of sound rolled, and the bodies of the two human faces slowly appeared. In the end, they actually turned into full human beings. It was just that they were without an inch of clothing. The female face's body revealed the characteristic male secondary sexual characteristics, and the same was true for the male face. An absurd and extremely awkward feeling rose from Xieju's heart. Yin Yang Dharma body, sprint. The boar head spat out a large mouthful of blood from its mouth, coloring the end of its tusks red. Countless ghostly faces emerged and twined around the two Dharma bodies that had completely coalesced, instantly drifting to Dashuan's heels. The sound of the bell rippled slightly, and the Yin and Yang Dharma bodies began to furiously source, pressing the bell sound directly down after all. Wow! Just when the Yin and Yang Dharma body was about to touch Dasun, a huge figure suddenly surged out from underwater. Aang! Its external shape resembled a sheep's head and fish's tail, and the two fins and wings on its flanks were born huge. On such a strange creature, Xiajiu actually felt a trace of holy majesty. It wasn't an illusion, the bright yellow halo enveloped it, reminding one of the golden body of a Buddha statue. Capricorn fish. Xiajiu pondered for a moment, thinking of this object from the reliefs of the golden pillars of the Great Hall when he had been practicing the secret martial arts. It was rumored that this fish was a Buddhist protector, with eyes like the moon, and was once the mount of a bodhisattva. The Taoist nun's face also changed drastically when she saw this, and she hurriedly pinched a hand gesture, wanting to retrieve the two yin-yang dharma bodies. However, the Capricorn fish made a leap, and under the flap of its two fins, the yin-yang dharma bodies actually became illusory from the real. After this strike, the Capricorn fish actually disappeared for no apparent reason, and remained calm beneath the surface of the water. Yen, like that old man really love you, Mojara talisman even gave you one. Seeing the fish disappeared, this high-hanging heart of the Taoist nun is also a cold laugh. Xiajiu was a bit helpless. On top of such a battlefield, he seemed to be unable to help much at all. He looked toward his foster father. Dasun still lowered his head, and he could not see anything between his cloudy eyebrows. Although my drum body has not yet devoured the flesh and blood of the Dharma body, it is still not something that you, a half-assed bell, can compare with. The Taoist nun pierced through the palm of her hand with her fangs, and blood kept dripping down onto the drum surface. In the midst of all this silence, it was like some unknown horror was about to happen. One couldn't just sit around and wait for death like this. Xie Xiao set his mind, a flying leap. The violent power made him actually step directly on the tip of the wave, instantly closing the distance of more than 10 meters. Fist power attached, 10 times the power actually made Xiajiu's left fist pull out a violent sonic boom airflow sound in the air. Eagle Yang. This was the second fist of the Upper General Seal, created by Zhang Yuyang during his training in the Eagle Yang Battalion of the Northern Expeditionary Army. It was different than the first fist's trapping formation. If the trap formation represents a brazen charge with no chance of survival, the Eagle Yang represents the swiftness of thunder and surprise. As the drums sounded, a thunderbolt erupted from Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu felt that his head was split into two in this instant, and his consciousness became incredibly weak and fuzzy. The drums gathered into a sound wave at this moment, cracking the countless capillaries on Xiao's body surface, and blood continued to emerge from his body surface. Clenching his teeth, all the pain had nothing to do with him at this moment, and under the disbelieving expression of the Taoist nun, he flew to his front. Xiajiu had wanted to smash the so-called yin-yang spinning yuan drum with a single punch, but he felt an inexplicable danger from it. His intuition told him not to do that, and he could only slightly reverse his direction and ruthlessly slam his fist onto the boar's head. The Taoist nun's face was instantly dented, and his teeth splashed out along with the blood. The other party's figure continued to tumble on the surface of the water, and in the end, it was actually sunk directly into the water. However, the sense of crisis within Xie Xiao had not yet disappeared, but instead intensified. Good, you're good, the water splashed as the Taoist nun's figure reappeared. The red Taoist robe was torn to tatters, revealing its white and tender muscles like fat jade. At this time, she had already become an Asari state, and no longer had the general arrogance she had before. The next moment, a piercing sound like an air raid siren or even more intense sounded. The surface of the water flatly set off a shocking wave, even the trees on the shore were broken a few. Xialak of the whole person flew out steeply, 5 viscera and lungs in this instant as if the knife strangled, blood will be its body around all the red color. This roar that shattered the sky was actually emitted from the Taoist nun's mouth. Her mouth began to gurgle and pant, just like a real wild boar. Xie Xiao stepped on the waves and actually flew and leapt to her side once again. Xie Xiao punched and punched again and again, like a dragon's power, making the Taoist nun unable to fight back. Just when Xia lack of victory, ready to completely crush it. The next moment, even the shore came like thundering hooves, their speed is extremely fast, even in the twinkling of an eye and arrive. A line of armor and iron boots of the armor from the horse rolled down, the voice resonantly said, "Your Excellency to be merciful." The firelight lit up, the armor soldiers have picked up torches, the nearby river area lit up like day. They fell to the ground on one knee, the leader of the armor clasped his fists and said, "County Princess, forgive me for being late." "County Lord?" Xia Zhou was a bit puzzled. He looked towards the Taoist nun born with a boar's head. He had thought that the other party would be a boar spirit, but he did not expect to have such an identity. On second thought, the only person who could be called a county lord in this Jinmen city would be the daughter of Yanqing. As for these armored soldiers dressed in metaphysical armor, Xia Zhou was not unfamiliar with them. They were none other than the City Protection Army in Jinmen City. His brows not only twisted into a Chuan character. Essence monsters cannibalizing people was not yet spoken of. This so-called county lord was even brutalized beyond measure, killing people to refine magic weapons. Xia Zhou did not know what to say either. The armor leader again clasped his fists and said towards Dishun, "Mr. Yuan Shun, this time the responsibility lies with me. I failed to look after the county princess." Behind the armor leader's back, he was carrying a large spear that was almost 3 meters long. His body's chi and blood rolled over, and from a distance of tens of meters, Xiaoyu could feel a burning sensation. Even at his feet, the yellowed leaves were already burning without fire. Although his words said polite, but the tone of voice is not the slightest bit of any humility, as if everything is natural and natural. The martial arts masters? Xia Xiao guessed. There are only a few martial arts masters in the city of Jinmen, so if you ask a little bit, you will be able to know their identities. Da-sun, however, continued to keep his head lowered without any other reaction. Under the threat of a martial Dao patriarch, Xia Zhou did not dare to move. He could only turn his head to look at his foster father. Da-sun raised his head slightly and shook his head at Xiaoyu. Xia Zhou immediately understood his foster father's meaning and withdrew his chi, allowing the Taoist nun to float onto the shore. The armor leader was also relieved and clasped his fists to thank Xia Zhou. The Dao nun's face revealed a look of hatred, and her eyes, which were covered by pitch-black bristles, became as red as blood. "Sheriff Lord, please follow us back." The sheriff master snorted coldly, looked deeply at Xia Zhou again, and floated around to turn down the shore. The armored soldiers on the side hurriedly draped a large raccoon over him, covering the exposed skin on his body. Xia Xiao clenched his teeth and looked towards the line of armorers flanking the Taoist nun as she gradually moved away. What a hell of a world. Chapter 39 Kai Shang folding and cutting. When the crowd left, Xia Zhou reorganized himself. Upstream, the old corpse collector died and left behind a crow's nest boat not too far away from each other. Xiaoyu spent a few minutes sailing it here, and at this point there were still quite a few limbs left in the river. Unable to do anything else, Xia Zhou could only brainlessly scoop them up in a corpse fishing net. The corpse of the innate martial artist killed by the shadows was still intact. Xiaoyu scooped it up and a blue light flashed before his eyes. Flying Eves, blue phrase, your light skill learning efficiency is increased by 20. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Amongst the series of martial arts that he had dabbled in, it so happened that the one with the slowest progress was the wild goose swept skill. This entry would definitely shorten the time it took for his goose swiping skill to gather his innate weather strength. After searching underwater for a few moments, Xiaoyu was unable to find anything. Seeing that the hour was about to pass, he could only call it a day. When he arrived home, Xiaoyu looked at his foster father. He could not see any emotion in Dashuan's cloudy eyes. His lips moved slightly, wanting to ask his adoptive father some questions with his lips, but he didn't know where to start. Xia Zhao's mood began to become complicated. If Da-sun was truly no different from those demons, brutalizing his adopted son in order to sacrifice magic weapons, his own current situation might not be safe. However, his adoptive father had responded to all of his requests during this period of time. Not only the large amount of silver and taels spent on his own food, but also the fact that he sometimes personally instructed himself in practicing martial arts. If he wanted to be unfavorable to himself, why would he teach himself martial arts again? Shaking these distracting thoughts away, Xiaoyu kept his mind sharp and began to continue practicing his goose swiping skill. With the addition of being as light as a swallow and flying over walls, Xiaoyu's understanding of lightness became deeper. He found another way to stimulate his legs with his Yanqing fist chi energy, which made him more than twice as fast as before when he performed his lightweight feats. The next morning, after having breakfast outside the city, Xiaoxiao rushed to Jin Demon Division in a frenzy. Mu Yongquan was currently practicing a group of martial arts monks, and when he saw Xiaoyu arrive, he put down what he was doing and walked towards him. He whispered to Xiaoxiao, "The Tong Yinguan matter you asked me to investigate last time seems to be of great importance." Mu Yongquan waved his head, his face showing a trace of gravity. "I only investigated a short while ago, and then someone from the top called a halt to the matter." Xia has already had a number in his mind, last night. He told Mu Yongquan what happened during the night. After listening, Mu Yongquan slapped his forehead. It was actually this so-called Tong Yinguan. He immediately began to explain to Xiejio, "Senior brother, I don't know if you've heard of the art of picking life and folding and cutting." Xia shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Mu Yongquan said, "The art of harvesting and cutting is extremely cruel. It is to take off the body parts of a living person to create a monster. I once heard that Yan Wang's daughter, County Princess Hongyun, was plundered by a Taoist master and stripped of her skin." Hearing this, Xiaoxiao could not help but inhale a breath of cool air. In his previous life, he had also heard of similar incidents. Like the use of crippled children for begging, he had seen quite a few of them. Mu Yongquan continued, "The one you encountered this time should be the Red Cloud County Lord." Xia frowned. "Although it is unfortunate that she has suffered so much, she can't treat human life like a piece of grass." Mu Yongquan's eyes flashed a strange color as he looked at Xiaojiao. He sighed, "Senior brother, you are still too naive. What does the life of an ordinary person count for in the eyes of these people? Those in high positions, the most important thing is themselves. Not to mention refining artifacts with ordinary people, even cannibalism is normal for them." Xiaoyu was silent. Mu Yongquan patted Xiaoyu's shoulder. "Don't think too much, there are some things that you and I can't get our hands on." Xia lacked a nod, organized his mood. He then Mu Yongquan fist, then turned to leave. Strength was the capital of this world. With strength, he would be able to become a customizer of the rules. Thinking of the disdain in that Xuanjia master's eyes yesterday night, a blazing fire gradually rose in Xiaoxiao's heart. If he had the strength to surpass the entry realist, then all problems would be solved. Even though body as light as a swallow and flying eaves and walls were only blue words, their combined efficacy didn't seem to be any slower than a fist that didn't leave one's hand. After spending 7 days, Xiaoyu finally managed to successfully enter the goose swipe technique. As Xiaoyao dodged continuously through the forest, he could actually see a few lingering shadows behind his back. Under the stimulation of his qi, Xiaoxiao's legs were several times thicker than before. With gnarled muscles, his legs were filled with the beauty of power. With just a slight leap, he was able to jump up to the top of a tree more than 5 meters high by himself. Xiejio let out a breath. At this point, among the martial arts he had practiced, only the poison sand palm remained to enter the innate realm. Xiaoxiao was a bit overjoyed. Mu Yongquan had broken through the innate realm for a number of years, but he only had 2 boxing techniques that produced qi energy. And he already has Yanqing fist, kill the whale fist, goose swept 3 martial arts broken into the innate. As for the remaining poison sand palm and bamboo breaking palm, Xiaoxiao believed that it wouldn't take too much time. Poison sand palm is a water polishing work, you need to continuously quench the poisonous bag can be. But the bamboo breaking palm is something that he has already figured out. The key to generating precocious weather strength was the use of unloading techniques. Xiaoxiao pondered, if he could incorporate the technique of unloading force into his every move, the innate would be within his reach. At the end of the month, it was the time when Xiaoxiao agreed to trade with a few hunters. They would bring the black-backed pit vipers made into jerky to Xia. However, since black-backed pit vipers were extremely difficult to catch, the quantity brought was only enough for Xia to eat for less than 10 days. The hunters told Xia that it was almost the end of the year and the weather was getting cold, so the black-backed pit vipers would enter hibernation. They would not be able to provide Xia with meat next month. They would have to wait until the coming May when the weather warmed up before they could catch black-backed pit vipers again. Apart from the 2 mule spirits that he had obtained, as well as some rare species that he could only obtain occasionally, 1 catty of black-backed pit viper's meat would be able to be worth 3 days of his hard training. He sighed and pondered in his mind if he could find other meats as its equalizer. After all, once he did not have the meat of the black-backed pit viper as a supplement, the growth rate of his qi and blood would slow down several times. After a few moments of pondering in his mind, Xiaoyu made up his mind. Half a month later, on the side of the indeterminate river, Xiejio was dressed in a black practicing suit with the word Jin embroidered on his heart. As the guillotine soul chopping came down, the large black-haired bull in front of him kept letting out shrieks of pain. This lord of the Jin Demon Division, although I am a spirit monster, I have never actively harmed others. The big bull was actually spitting out human words while fleeing. You bit the hunter who raised you, isn't that harming others? Xiejio's face was expressionless, his left hand grabbed its neck. That's because they want to kill me for meat. Is it wrong for me to want to protect myself? Denyo's face actually gave birth to a trace of humanization. Xiajiao didn't say much. From a human perspective, if you killed someone, then you need to pay for your life, and this was also the rule of the Jin Demon Division in dealing with elves and monsters. Xiajiao's left hand snapped, although it could not penetrate the cowhide, but it also held its huge bull body and dragged it all the way forward. The bull's mouth issued a violent roar, but still useless. One person and one cow fell into the indeterminate river. Xiajiao didn't say much. Seeing the right moment, he dropped the guillotine soul. Under the augur dragon's blessing, the terrifying power instantly pierced through the cowhide that was even harder than steel, and the cow's head immediately separated from its body. Chapter 40 Blackfish to discuss sealing. The trial of Death Talisman turned a new page in front of his eyes. Swords and spears are hard to penetrate. Blue words, your leather membrane hardness is enhanced by 10. Xia Gapsong let out a breath and lifted the bull's head and body all the way to the shore. Since half a month ago, he had begun to go around asking the villagers if there were any incidents of demons injuring people anywhere by using his identity as an outer deacon of the Jin Demon Division. After visiting dozens of villages in a row, he found a clue. There is a family of villagers, actually in the night without a sound, all dead. And the dead body, without exception, all in the heart appeared a cup-size hole. Xia lack of tracing some time, finally in the same village of villagers home Cowsheed found this has become a monster of the giant cow. A man and a cow fight for a few moments. Xiaoyu found that he was actually difficult to break the toughness of its cowhide. The party thought of a move, will be led to the river, so that to be able to kill. Not only do they have meat to eat, but also to get the word, but also for the villagers to remove the threat of monsters. This is really a 3-in-1 move. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Xiao's face. This cow is as strong as a small mountain, at least there must be more than 1,000 pounds, than the 2 mule meat obtained before to add up to a lot more, enough to eat more than a month's time. Since the battle, Xiaoyu also discovered many of his own shortcomings. One is because of the bare hands, although by the word bonus, compared to some of the innate martial artists with a weapon is much stronger, but after all, not as sharp as a sword. When he met this kind of thick-skinned bull demon, it was actually difficult for him to kill it in a clean manner. Finally still rely on the power of the dragon to get water, only to guillotine soul decapitated its head. Guillotine soul is not a sharp weapon, just for the instant kill extraordinarily effective. Looking at the several curled edges on the guillotine soul, Xiaoyu considered whether he needed to get a handy weapon. Returning home, Xiaoyu simply treated the cow's body, removing the hard cowhide. After Xiaojiao chopped off a cow's leg, he sliced some thin slices from it and boiled a pot of water. Simply scalding the beef, Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. The long-lost massive heat instantly rose from his stomach, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to his limbs. Unlike back then, Xiaoxiao was only a body-forging martial artist and still had some difficulty with the instantaneous feedback of huge qi and blood. Now, he was able to easily absorb it into his body and transform it into qi and blood power. After flipping through a number of martial arts texts, Xiaoyu roughly summarized this world's martial arts path. Qi and blood martial arts. Regardless of whether it was the various martial arts disciplines or the innate weather power generated, they were all rooted in qi and blood. Ordinary people needed to exercise their qi and blood on a yearly basis, relying on medicinal diets, and constantly accumulating it with martial arts. Whereas Xiaoyu only needed to eat meat to raise his qi and blood. If this news were to be spread out, countless martial artists would be twisted and deformed with jealousy. After all, they had only accumulated so much as a sliver of qi and blood by forging their bodies day in and day out. You actually managed to match your own several days of hard cultivation with a single bite of meat. Vaguely, Xiaolak could feel some subtle changes in his physique. The muscles in his upper body seemed to have become a little more inflated, causing the already tight top to become a little tighter. If he wasn't wearing this body like a straitjacket, he wouldn't have been able to feel it just by his own senses. Exhale. Xiaoxiao exhaled a mouthful of hot air. The most intuitive expression of the enhancement of qi and blood lies in the increase in size and density of flesh and blood. Although he hadn't purposely weighed himself, his current weight was at least 200 pounds. But he doesn't look fat, this is the credit of the blood density. After feasting on a meal, Xiaoyu could obviously feel that his own qi and blood had become much stronger. The sky was already a bit dim, but it was still quite bright. Xiaoxiao took out a pot of dark green medicinal liquid and placed his hands into it for immersion. As his physique strengthened, Xiaojiao realized that it was difficult to inhale the toxins in the poison packets into the meridians after his hands were only tapped. He then directly soaked his hands in the toxin, and the effect came even more. Xiaoyao clenched his fists in the poisonous water, and with the added support of his fists not leaving his hands, the toxins madly surged into the meridians. Not long after, a strand of qi once again arose in his dantian. Innate. Xiaojiao was overjoyed, his hands came out from the basin. As the qi energy began to work in his legs, Xiaoxiao flew out of the small courtyard. He wanted to find a tree to try out the power of the innate level poison sand palm, but all that met his eyes was a bare patch. Xiaoju could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Ever since he practiced martial arts, the trees around him had suffered. Now at a distance of nearly 100 meters, it is already impossible to find a tree trunk that is more than the thickness of a small arm. Traveling a bit farther, Xiaoyu placed his hand on the trunk of a poplar tree without using other martial arts. With his chi running, it seemed that before Xiaoyu could exert any force, a thick black liquid actually flowed down from the area covered by his palm. The tree trunk was also left with a palm print that was nearly 20 centimeters or so deep. This corrosive force Xiaoyu couldn't help but shake his spirit. When faced with his bare hands, the poison sand palm would be a good substitute for swords, guns, swords and halberds to break the enemy's defense. Although this martial art was vicious and poisonous, it was superior in surprise. The precursor weather strength generated by the poison sand palm also began to silently moisturize the skin membranes all over his body. Xiaoyu gave it a try, spending about as much strength as an adult ordinary person could have, and slashing towards his body with the meat cleaver that he had to sharpen daily at home. In the first few days, the knife was still able to leave a faint trail of blood. But the poisonous sand palm into the innate, their skin membrane hardness has been greatly enhanced, and now can only leave a white trace. Back home, Da-san at this time in front of the door seems to have been waiting for a long time. He reached out and threw an object. Xiaoyu took a step forward to catch it. After fixing his eyes on it, Xiaoyu recognized that it was the strange bell that could summon a three-headed shadow. Xia looked up at Da-san. Da-san, however, turned a deaf ear and told Xia in sign language, "No need to call me when fishing for corpses at night." He was a bit puzzled. Was this leaving everything in his hands? Da-san entered the room. Xiaoyu looked down at the bell in his hand. He tried shaking it slightly, but nothing happened. Is there any trigger condition or method? Xiaoyu pondered. He tried multiple times, but was unable to summon the shadow monster as Dishun did. He had no choice but to give up. It was only at the stroke of dawn, on the indeterminate river. Xiaoyu was in a lone boat, drifting towards the downstream. He was holding a bamboo pole, slightly paddling across the water. This was not the first time he had traveled alone to fish for corpses. After the death of the old corpse collector in the upper reaches of the river, Xiaoyu had fished for corpses on his own, and even encountered Fanyong, who had turned into a living corpse. The river was silent, and only the sound of bamboo poles cutting through the water could be heard. Not long after traveling, Xiaoyu's eyes were ablossom. In front of him, a black fish with a length of more than 10 feet jumped out, and his eyes were constantly emitting a ghostly light, staring at himself. Young warrior, do I look like a human being to you? Chapter 41 does not speak of martial virtues. Is the elf monster begging for a seal? A trace of color flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes, but he was not afraid. The so-called seal hunt was the robbery of the cultivated animals' attainment of enlightenment. They needed to be recognized by humans before they could attain enlightenment. I have heard many similar stories before. For example, some villagers in the neighborhood had encountered a weasel on the road. In order to be recognized, it even put on a straw hat and asked the villagers standing up. If the sealing is successful, the spirit monster's cultivation will take advantage of the situation to go to the next level. Failure is the loss of many years of Taoism, and will even be resentful to mutilate people. I heard Mu Yongquan say once. Generally speaking, all the monsters are comparable to martial arts masters. If he succeeds, his cultivation will rise, and within a few decades, he will be able to directly point to the realm of the Tao. Xiaoyu looked at the black fish. This fellow did not have the slightest relationship with humans no matter which direction he looked from. The blackfish spirit suddenly bowed its head, seemingly like a human's bow. I have been practicing in the river for 100 years, and I seldom encountered a living person, so I hope that the young warrior will fulfill my wish. Xiaoyu looked up and down its body. Black scales in the moonlight reveals a hint of metal texture. Good ingredient, ah. With his mind made up, Xia said to the blackfish spirit, swim closer, I can't see you. The blackfish spirit moved at the sound of his voice and swam to the front of the crow's nest boat. It didn't expect that Xiaoyu had actually jumped onto himself with a single leap. The blackfish spirit felt a hint of anger, but then it heard Xiaoyu say, let me take a good look, are you like a human or not? Hearing this, it forced down its anger and let Xiaoyu walk around on its back. Half of his body fell into the water, and the tenfold strength brought by the auger dragon's access to water made Xiaoyu instantly feel much more at ease. He looked at the blackfish spirit, as the saying goes, what you eat is like what you eat. Have you ever eaten a human being? The blackfish spirit was a bit impatient. Cannibalism is a natural and righteous thing, please promise me quickly. Xiaoyu laughed and said, I see you, like a few. Blackfish spirit instantly shocked and angry, their own years, swim nearly 300 miles before meeting a person who does not fear themselves. I did not expect such a result. Feeling the body's years of cultivation began to plummet, it was too late to roll over and shake down Xia. Xiaoyu was already preemptive, stabbing the guillotine soul into the fish's eye. The blackfish spirit whistled in pain and rage, turning up a huge wave, lifting the crow's nest boat aside more than 10 meters away. Bright red fish blood instantly gushed out from within its eye socket, coloring half of the river. Its voice became extremely indignant. You and I have no grudges, so much for destroying my Taoism, how dare you hurt me? Xiaoyu rolled over and grabbed the fins on the side of the big fish, and no matter how much it twisted, it could not throw him out. You said, cannibalism is a natural thing. Xiajiu just smiled, then it is also natural and right for me to subdue the demons and remove the devils. He turned around and once again wrapped himself around the back of the blackfish. The scales on the blackfish spirit's body unexpectedly rose up without warning, like a blade, cutting Xia's body to the point of pain. But fortunately, the poison sand palm had already broken into the innate, and the strength of the skin membrane caused Xiajiu to only feel pain. This flesh, it can't be broken. Xiayu cut off the idea of using the poison sand palm to kill it, and even raised his hand to grab a handful of fine scales with incomparable roughness, and tore them away fiercely. The blackfish spirit's screams became even more miserable and horrifying, constantly echoing above the river. It wanted to have its Yin spirit leave its body, but the guillotine soul within its eyeballs actually ruthlessly suppressed its own Yin spirit and was not allowed to leave its body. It wasn't that it hadn't encountered innate martial artists before. However, it was the first time it had seen one that possessed terrifying monstrous power like this. The scales on its body were constantly being pulled off by Xiajiao, and fish blood constantly gushed out from the wounds. The blackfish spirit swam frantically in the river, but it still couldn't get rid of Xiajiao, who was stuck to its body. It swam to the edge of the river bank, wanting to hit the river bank with its body to throw Xia off. As long as it could get rid of Xiajiao, with its swimming speed in the water, human beings could not catch up with it at all. However, Xia did not give it this chance at all, and just climbed to its side, and with a tearing sound from both hands, he actually tore off the entire fin. The blackfish spirit used all of its means, but it was still helpless against Xia Xiao. It rolled up and down in the water, and swam away for more than a few miles in the blink of an eye. But the human on its body was like a maggot on its bones, still unable to be thrown off. Instead, under Xiajiao's destruction, the scales and fins on the blackfish spirit's body were violently removed alive. Due to the loss of blood, it also began to lose its strength. However, with the Yin spirit unable to leave the body, it was unable to utilize most of its techniques and could only let Xiayu slaughter it. Seeing that it was at the end of its strength, Xia Xiao saw the right moment. Loosening his grip on the remaining fish scales, he climbed up to the head of the fish, and smashed the fish's brain with one punch after another. No martial virtues. After the blackfish spirit weakly left his sentence, it lost its voice in a few breaths. The trial of death talisman flipped, and the new page actually flashed with a purple light. Demon Nemesis, purple color words, your killing power against demons is increased by 50 when fighting them. Xiajiu raised an eyebrow. It was actually a phrase that specialized in killing demons. However, this was considered extremely good, and Xiajiu did some calculations. With such a phrase, he would be able to take advantage of these monsters when dealing with them in the future. Fishing the huge black fish that had become bare onto the riverbank, Xiayu smacked his lips as he watched. If you don't have to worry about infecting parasites and other problems, Xiayu would have long been on the mouth to open the nibbles. Although he has a common disease does not invade such a phrase, but the thought of raw fish meat that fishy flavor, Xiayu still cannot go down the mouth. Xiayu parked the crow's nest boat. He also burned a few large joss sticks on the riverbank, which was used to worship the river god, and was a daily necessity for all corpse retrievers. Previously, the worship of the river god was done by Dashun, but since Dashun has entrusted the matter of corpse retrieval to himself, what he should do should be done well. If you don't see it, how many corpse retrievers are buried underwater? Xia Xiao felt that it was still necessary to have a good relationship with the river god. After taking care of all the matters, Xiayu felt that the crate for dragging corpses could not be used. Whether it would fit or not was still a matter of opinion. But after all, this was his own ration, and putting it on a crate that had been piling up dead people for years would make eating it more or less diabolical. Xiayu picked up the naked black fish, hand feel a little slippery like a lot of mucus, it is difficult to lift. After thinking about it, Xia lack of hand into the blackfish mouth, in the side of its mouth opened a hole, will be lifted on the shoulder. Back home, Tongguan was not yet asleep. He saw that Xiayu even carried back such a big fish, is also a little shocked to close his mouth. After dismembering the blackfish, he cut off the meat piece by piece and put it into the newly added cauldron for development. After doing these things, Xiayu realized that he had really overestimated this blackfish spirit. Although it was similar in size to the bull spirit that he had slaughtered, the part that could be eaten was greatly reduced. Chapter 42, Out of the Red Difference Seeking Catch-Up. Early the next morning, Xiajiu was holding a large bowl of fish soup when he heard the sound of horse hooves outside the house. Senior brother, I came here to ask you to go on a red mission. Mu Yongquan rolled over and dismounted, smiling. Xia Xiao collected his qi and blood around his body, looking at Mu Yongquan's heart was secretly tongue-tied. The other party had only broken through the innate realm for how long, and his blood was already thicker than his own. Red difference? Xia Xiao's brows furrowed. He understood what this meant. Among the Yin fishing sectors, the executioner who specialized in torture and beheading was required to see blood. That was why executioners were also called out as red messengers when executing. Elder brother, isn't there a specialized executioner in the Jin Demon division, why do you still need me? Xiajiu asked suspiciously. Mu Yongquan looked at Xie Zhao in front of him. There is only one executioner in the Department of Demon Control who was capable of executing monsters and spirits, and that is Wang Yushan. However, there was once a high-ranking person who held his life in his hands, and when he chopped off the 1,000th head, he would suffer a great calamity. Unless there is someone who can use his sword to execute him instead, he will be able to escape this calamity safely. As for why you were chosen, it is naturally because you have a hard enough life, senior brother. Mu Yongquan laughed. Like the executioner, this line of work, and corpse retrieval is not much difference, are some of the 5 disadvantages of the 3 lack of people, then who is the life of a more hard? Xia lack of silence, although their hands are stained a lot of blood, but like this exciting project or never experienced. Don't worry about it, senior brother, today's division penalizer, I have been for you to investigate clearly. Mu Yongquan seems to be comforting. 3 realms of monsters, 3 realms of literature cultivation, have been sealed the Yinshan, and ordinary people are no different. Hearing this, Xia Yu nodded his head in peace. The 2 of them then rushed to the outside of the demon suppression division in a flurry of activity. At this moment, the time is early, the execution time is noon, is the most vigorous moment of Yanqing, not into the Taoist Yinshan even if it can escape, but by this noon sunlight will be gray. Wang Yushan is nearly 60 years old, but as an innate martial artist, he looks like he is still alive and well. Due to the fact that he has committed too many killings, Xia Yu felt an aura from the sea of corpses and blood from his body. This aura was even able to make ordinary people so frightened that they became incontinent on the spot. Wang Yushan did not say much, just 2 sighs, and then the execution of the gold knife used to take out. Golden knife only out of the sheath, the heavy sense of blood is also coming on the face. People feel like falling into the sea of blood. Wang Yushan polished the golden knife to ensure that its edge was sharp enough, then handed it to Xia Yu. When Xia took it, Wang Yushan instructed, be careful, use all your strength and be quick, don't let the prisoner suffer a single pain. After decapitating the head, quickly wrap the neck with talisman paper, do not let the head fall to the ground. Wang Yushan looked at the golden knife in Xia's hand as if it was the most precious treasure. So far, this knife has chopped off 998 heads. Xia Yu remembered what Wang Yushan said, and went with Mu Yongquan. Changed into a half-naked executioner uniform, put on a turban, hanging a golden sword at the waist. Xia Lak more or less feel a little awkward, but thinking that it is only for a little while, it is also forced to endure. By midday, in front of the Jinmen food market. With the corpse fishermen need to pay attention to the opposite, the corpse fishermen at noon to recall the soul of the dead. The beheading of the head was chosen at noon precisely so that the prisoner would not be transformed into a resentful ghost after death. Whether it is the time or the place, the yang energy and popularity have reached its peak. But Xia never expected that the first to press up was a mule. The official threw out a pile of fine grass, which was considered to be the last meal for the spirit monster. Mu Yongquan suddenly said, I remembered, this mule and you have some connection. Xia was a bit confused, he had eaten 2 mule spirits, but what kind of relationship can he have with himself? Mu Yongquan explained, Luojia village's Luo Shenmo was possessed by this mule. I'm afraid that this mule spirit is not simple, it has embodied a lot of mules and grandchildren, so that they are hidden in the statue of God. Then, Mu Yongquan's expression became a bit strange. What do you think is the biggest flaw of the mule? Xia Lak answered immediately, they cannot procreate. Mu Yongquan nodded, it is for this reason that these mules are specialized in possessing men and lusting after their wives and daughters. Although the children born are still human in blood, these mules believe that the babies are their own children. The corner of Xia's mouth pulled. This mule spirit was even more minotaur than a minotaur. The mule spirit didn't seem interested in the grass in front of it, but the officials wouldn't let it be. Seeing that time was approaching, they were escorting it to the guillotine. Xia nicked a mouthful of old wine and squirted it towards the blade. He cried out loudly, there is a head for grievances and a head for debts, although you and I do not have any grudges, but forgive me for my duty, I am offended. The surrounding populace watching the spectacle became more numerous. Xia Lak of the mule behind the death penalty card drawn out, the mule sideways, nasal cavity continues to gush out hot air, eyes muddy as a light bulb like dead stare Xia Lak. The golden sword was sheathed, and Xiajiu held it with both hands, accompanied by chi energy surging into both hands. A golden brilliant knife light flashed, Xiayu with a yellow amulet paper printed with a lotus pattern in the mule's neck tightly wrapped around. Before the crowd of spectators could react, Xiajiao had already taken a silk and wiped the slash. Thin lines of blood emerged from the mule's neck, instantly staining the paper red. Seeing that Xiajiao's strike came so cleanly, Wang Yushan on the stage nodded, knowing that there was no problem and left. The people watching also began to clap their hands. The next moment, the one who was escorted up by the officials was actually a delicate beauty. Her face looked incomparably innocent, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She looked like I felt sorry for her. She looked at the officer and soldier beside her, a blush rose on her red face, and her voice was tingling to the bone. My lord, my concubine is really unjust. The sight of the escorting officials and soldiers were actually charmed on the spot, and demonically wanted to unlock the shackles for them. Behind him, the silver sword guard of the Department of Jinmu was on the spot to look down. A slap to the official soldier flew several meters away, tackled with the woman's arm, thrown in front of the guillotine. The woman looked up at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is still unmoved. No matter how much she begged for forgiveness, Xiaojiu was still looking at the golden sword without looking away. If there is a wrong, there is a right. The golden knife fell, and the experienced Xiaoyu easily completed the execution. After getting off the guillotine, Xiao Rao opened the door and asked, "Brother, can I take away the body of this mule spirit?" Mu Yongquan was a bit dumbfounded. "What do you want this thing for? A souvenir?" Xia gave him a blank look. "Of course, to eat." Mu Yongquan came back to his senses, somewhat speechless. The meat of a monster cannot be eaten directly. Xiaojiu was a bit puzzled. He had eaten quite a lot of it during this period of time towards the past, but he hadn't seen any harm in it. Although the essence of the flesh and blood, but generally need to be used with some medicinal herbs conditioning, otherwise it is extremely difficult for the human body to be absorbed. Mu Yongquan explained to him, "You want to replenish qi and blood, eat this thing is not as good as more qi and blood tonic soup." But Xia Xiao could not possibly tell him that he was able to eat meat and directly convert it into qi and blood. So he made up a front, "I am exactly taking it to tonify the soup to take." Mu Yongquan then nodded his head, "Yes, but I have to make a report first. Good in the spirit monster corpse and the Jin demon division is not important things, will be able to medicine part of the bones viscera eyeballs retrieved, the body will be very easy to see a lack of hands." After returning the golden sword and changing clothes, Xiaoyu returned home after taking a bath in Zenmuji. He took stock of the amount of elf meat he had in his hands. If he ate less, he could still barely last for a month or so. However, after winter, it would be impossible for him to rely on the common people to survive just by stocking up on food. Where would he make up for his lack of qi and blood? He smacked his lips. He made a few more trips on the red errant, so he might be able to take care of his winter meals. Chapter 43: The impermanence of the earth begs to be pursued. Z hour, on the indefinite river. There seemed to be something slightly strange about the indefinite river this night. Xiaojiu didn't know if it was the experience he had during the day that caused his heart to act strange. There seemed to be an extremely thick smell of blood that was constantly drilling into his nose. A red cloth seems to have no sign, it floated to the side of the boat. Xiaoyu saw something familiar and picked it up with a bamboo pole. Fixing his eyes on it, Xiaoyu could not help but be shaken. This red turban is exactly what he wore during his execution in the daytime. Just why, now in this river? As the strangeness surged in his heart, Xia Xiao raised his spirit and kept scanning around. A distant flute sound, accompanied by a woman's cry, came from the distance. The sound of the flute was so sad that it actually triggered some emotions within Xiaojiu. A sadness that did not know where it came from climbed up to his heart, causing Xiaoyu to have some difficulty controlling himself at once. In the next moment, the flute sound and the crying sound came to an abrupt end at the same time. Not far away, Xiaoyu saw a corpse floating towards him. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Xia Jiao recognized the corpse at a glance. It was actually the executioner, Wang Yushan's corpse. Xiaojiu could not help but feel a chill on his back. Although he did not know what had happened, it was only right to retrieve the body as soon as possible. Once something bad happened, it was not certain that the newly acquired words would work. Xia Xiao leapt into the river, and for the sake of speed, he directly wrapped Wang Yushan's entire body with the corpse fishing net. In the next moment, the trial of death talisman turned a new page in front of his eyes. Purple light flashed in front of its eyes. Human uncanny, purple words, your qi and blood doubles the lethality inflicted on the in-spirit. Xiaoju's heart was slightly calmer. Even if he now encountered an evil cultivator of the third realm entry realm again, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage with his yin and yang eyes in this newly acquired phrase. "Little brother, it's you," a slightly familiar voice came. Xiaoyu recalled that this was the woman who had possessed the female swordsman and had tried to possess herself, and was finally defeated by the death judgment talisman, the Kuai paper god. He. The woman did not know where to send out a silver bell-like laughter. "Since you killed Yuan's sister, then it is just along with the old and new grudges, together with the end." Like a stereo surround sound, general sound is nowhere to be found. Xiaolak cannot help but some scalp numbness. He inhaled a deep breath, violently and vigorously pushed the boat, along with the body net hanging behind it, pushed to the shore. He himself was floating on the surface of the water, constantly observing the surroundings. The next moment, under the moonlight, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of Xia Xiao, 3 women and 1 man. They were holding flutes, pipas, jade pipes, and ocarinas respectively. A few people's sleeves fluttered and their entire bodies floated on the water, just like an immortal in the dust. "Second sister, didn't you say that Yuan Shun is here? How come it's just such a brat?" The flute man looked to the people woman, his eyebrows wrinkled. The people woman coldly said, "Kill him first, then we will go find Yuan Shun and avenge our big brother." Xiaojiu looked at them and they actually looked strange as well. "He seems to be able to see us." The woman holding the pipa, revealing half of her face, spoke. She went on to say, "Little brother, only a few days have passed since I saw you. I didn't expect you to be an innate, but don't be quick to let your sister." Only after the words fell, Xiaoyu had already taken a step out, and the distance of more than 20 meters was instantaneous. Nearly endless qi and blood power erupted at this moment, enveloping all four people. However, Xia lacked the feeling that he seemed to have just swept through a side of air, his figure flying straight into the river in the distance. Under the burning of qi and blood, the four yin gods could no longer maintain their previous floating appearance and dispersed in an instant. This guy can see the yin shin, scattered. Taking out the guillotine soul, Xiaojiu gradually had a number in his mind. He immediately made a backstroke and flew to the side of the flute man who was closest to him. The guillotine soul chopped down, and along with the cannibalization of qi and blood, the man's yin god actually shrunk by half from its adult-sized size. The flute man was horrified, and his yin shin quickly flew away into the sky. However, Xia Xiao was still in hot pursuit, and with the auger dragon gaining water, his terrifying strength allowed him to step on the water as if he were walking on a flat surface, and with the help of the tip of the wave, he actually flew up to a height of nearly 10 meters in an instant. Chop! Xiaojiu shouted angrily. The guillotine soul actually chopped the flute man's yin shin from head to tail, cutting it in two. The flute man let out a wail, and his yin spirit actually transformed into a gray mist, flying rapidly outwards. Unexpectedly, the Pipa woman was the one who caught this mist. The next moment, the pipa sounded, rolling gray smoke rose up to the sky, and a narrow ghostly shadow about several feet tall rose up from underwater. Second sister, and Aishangu, don't. What Xiaoyu did not expect was that the wailing of the flute man became even more intense. A useless thing like you, naturally it is better to come as sustenance. The Pipa woman laughed and through the gray mist pinched and pressed in her hand towards the ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadow revealed a pair of lantern-like green oil pupils, absorbing the gray mist in an instant. A hint of shock appeared in Xia Zhao's heart. The other party was so brutal, even killing his own people. The next moment, a black smoke from the ghost shadow body continuously floating out emanation, the blink of an eye has Xia completely shrouded. The black smoke constantly emitted corrosive stabbing sounds, completely unable to see what was happening inside. Second sister, didn't you say you want to leave this kid a whole body? Ocarina female figure from underwater disappeared, flew to the Pipa female body. Pipa woman at this time has actually already put away the party's relaxed look. This person cannot be underestimated. A few months ago, he is only a body forging martial artist, but now the strength of even in the innate is also considered to be a top class. But it is an innate martial artist, what is there to worry about? Our three sisters can all be the realm of the world. The Xiao female is also floating to fly to the two people's body, looking at the dense black smoke. In the beginning, we had 7 siblings. Pipa female, some silence. In addition to the big brother died without knowing, there are only 3 of us left. Second sister, the time has come. I think in your ghost locust poison, he has turned into a puddle of pus. Ocarina woman laughed. Pipa woman nodded, then stroked her pipa and put away the ghostly shadow. In the next breath, the black smoke parted in both directions like a tidal wave. Xiaojiu's upright figure actually stepped on the waves once again, instantly breaking through the air and flying to the side of the 3 women. His palm has now turned from normal skin color into a weird purple-black color, and also continuously releases smoke that is the same color as his palm. This smoke seemed to be like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun for the yin god. Coupled with the cannibalization of qi and blood, before the 3 women could react, most of their yin shen power was cut off in an instant. His hands were also continuously releasing that weird smoke that could dissolve the yin gods, which was even more chilling. This was exactly what Xia Defect had done after entering that ghost fog and realizing that its toxins could actually be absorbed by the poison sand palm, so he simply let go of his meridians and absorbed enough. But what he did not expect is that this toxin can also injure the yin shen. This was the unexpected joy. The guillotine soul's hand rose and fell, and Xiaojiu chopped the Xiao girl down to the size of a fist. Immediately, the black mist enveloped her, dousing her yin spirit. Likewise, the ocarina woman was also less than a blink of an eye and was completely dissipated. Pipa woman did not show a trace of panic, but instead laughed. Little brother, sister can really underestimate you. Chapter 44. Az Taiyan seeks to read more. The pipa sound suddenly resounded, and the dark, narrow, long and thin ghostly shadow instantly covered Xiaojiu's entire person. The whale flood skill completely exploded out the qi and blood that had accumulated within his body at this moment. The muscles of Xiaojiu's upper body instantly began to expand and become larger, his skin constantly diffused and emitted hot air, and his entire body was as red as a boiled shrimp. The qi and blood instantly tore a huge hole in the ghost shadow's body, and he found the right opportunity to weave through it. The sound of the pipa shook an invisible wave of sound behind him, spreading outwards to startle countless waves. The qi energy of the whale-killing fist surged into his palm, and Xiaojiu's entire left arm instantly became even thicker, the veins in it hideous and terrifying. Eagle Yang! A violent sonic boom exploded from the fist's edge like thunder, instantly blasting clean the sound waves brought about by the pipa sound. A scroll descended from the sky, straddling between a man and a yin god, and was spread out in the blink of an eye. Xiaojiu looked towards the scroll and instantly had a splitting headache. A Taoist man was wearing a Taoist robe, sitting in the clouds. Only the robe seems to be woven with black feathers, the eyes are actually sticking out two narrow necks, the top of the neck is born with two bare heads. A closer look, the lower half of the body is not covered with clouds, but white with yellow pustules, bulging and swollen in different shapes, but also constantly oozing some yellowish water. Duo to a Luo Knight, Duo Jiji. Born noble, Faji Kueishing, Azi Taiyang, Daozuan descending spirit. The People woman, who was originally left with a yin spirit that was only the size of a 10-year-old child, was instantly enveloped by the black smoke that the ghostly shadow was emitting. Crackle! Seemingly like the slight sound of a bubble bursting, the Tao deity in that scroll actually twisted its neck slightly, and the two heads protruding from within its eyes looked at Xie Jiao in unison. A wave of absurdity and panic ensued from the deepest part of his brain, and Xie Jiao was no longer able to stop any of his emotions, and everything he was thinking in his head had been disrupted. He began to let out a loud laugh. Ha! The clear sky was instantly completely covered by thick black smoke, and two heads actually stretched out their necks, extending out from the scroll. They were the size of a normal human head, full of mange, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Xie Jiao. Sanity was gradually buried, and madness accompanied by laughter began to take over the brain. The mangy heads stretched out their snake-like forked letters and began to lick up Xie's ears. Accompanied by the laughter, Xie Jiao actually raised his hand and grabbed this long tongue. The guillotine soul fell, but it was unharmed. The next moment, the guillotine soul was thrown to the shore by him, and he even directly grabbed the bright red letter with his left hand. Hiss! As the sound of red-hot iron entering water suddenly sounded, Xie's left hand was instantly corroded out of a huge herpes. However, at this moment, Xie Xiao was unable to feel any pain at all and continued to laugh maniacally. For channels of qi energy surged into his left hand at the same time, and his entire left arm grew another level thicker. Ah! A ha-ha roar accompanied the maniacal laughter, and the entire tongue seemed to be stretched even longer. He wrapped the tongue around his hand, his legs lashed out, and he actually took the initiative to meet the mangy head in a charge. Like a steel clash, Xie Jiao's fist actually directly collided with mangy head. He pressed his fist against the mouth of the dysentery head and began to push even harder. Gradually, he actually lived to shove his entire fist into the mouth of the mangy head, and began to continuously release poisonous mist. The other scalp head also kept approaching. Xie Xiao preempted him, his right hand pinched his face and began to continuously exert force. The scene actually froze at this moment, the entire river surface could only hear Xie Jiao's hoarse laughter and intermittent gasps. Ding bell! The bell at Xie's waist was actually windless at this time. Scattered and disorderly lines began to be pieced together on the surface of the river, without any aesthetic regularity. After the three heads took shape at the top, the shadows began to climb up. It covered the Peepa girl who was shrouded in black mist. The black mist was like snow meeting the scorching sun and instantly melted away. The two skull heads that had been entangled with Xie Xiao also instantly retreated backward. Xie Jiao's entire left arm was as if it had been corroded, with the top layer of skin being scorched away. He dashed after the mange heads, but his speed was far inferior. Scalp head had retracted back into the painting in the blink of an eye. However, he remained unrelenting, his left hand's chi energy saved. Tiger Ben, the third punch of the upper general's seal. Xie Jiao's entire body was like a cannonball as he flew towards the painting. In the next moment, invisible power blossomed from the painting. Looking closely, the herpes on the lower half of the Deofather's body actually shattered one, illuminating the surrounding nearly 100 meters like daytime as an explosion instantly arose. The three-headed shadow also retracted from beside the black mist in an instant, covering Xie Jiao's entire person. The huge impact generated bounced Xie back into the water in an instant. The Tao Father in the scroll turned his head once more, twisting his head to look at the pale-faced Peepa woman. No! With a hiss that bordered on insanity, Peepa woman's yin spirit was actually instantly sucked into the scroll. Underneath Daozun, a herpes the size of a grain of rice grew well again. In the painting, the Daozun looked at the three shadows like a deep meaning, and then put away and flew away to disappear. Phew! When Xie Jiao surfaced from beneath the surface of the water, his entire body had regained its normal emotions. He remembered what had just happened, only that he no longer seemed to be able to recall the contents of the scroll. The shadows had also disappeared by now. A chill ran through Xie Jiao's insides, and the clothes on his body had long since been destroyed in the battle. He looked around vigilantly, and only after realizing that there were no abnormalities did he feel relieved to go ashore. Xie Yu picked up Wang Yushan's body, which had become a bit tattered due to the explosion, and ran furiously all the way to his home in a few moments. Putting Wang Yushan's body into the morgue, Xie Jiao put his hand directly on his ankle without stopping. After consuming a useless white word, the walking horse ran. Wang Yushan was originally from the city of Jinmen when he was young, and his son became a government official following his father's footsteps. Once while chasing a criminal, he injured his leg and had no choice but to resign from the government to recuperate from his injury. After that, he was found by the Department of Zhenmu and became a full-time executioner. Fortunately, his own martial arts talent is quite good, coupled with the favorable treatment of the Department of Zhenmu Division. When he was in his 30s, he broke through the innate realm. After that, he spent decades as an executioner. One of the things that attracted Xiejio was a few men and women from the side sect of literature cultivation, calling themselves the Seven Sons of Qishan. Their faces were similar to the ones he encountered at night. Several people were beheaded by Wang Yushan, but only the leader of the seven had not yet been ambushed. Afterwards, a senior person measured his fate and told him not to behead the 1,000th head with the golden sword. Wang Yushan listened to his words and asked Xiejio to take his place. But unexpectedly, that night, with a narrow ghostly shadow suddenly came, blink of an eye to take away his life. Before he even had time to resist, Wang Yushan was killed. Xiejio let out a breath. It seemed that Wang Yushan had misheard the words of a high-ranking person. His words were not for him not to kill the first 1,000 people, but rather not to use the golden sword. But Wang Yushan was wrong to think that changing people would be able to get through this disaster, but he lost his life for nothing. At the same time, Xiejio also has some doubts. Those people have died, the Yin god and why can still survive? Is it related to the existence of the painting in the scroll? Chapter 45 Have you seen my mule? It was the martial arts practiced by Wang Yushan that interested Xia. It was a fist technique called Wanjun. According to its method, it was practiced with several sets of special movements, causing the punches to be thrown with a stiffness and force that would break 1,000 armies. Taking advantage of the night, Xiejio then began practicing this boxing method. With the added benefit of being a martial arts prodigy, Xiejio quickly figured out the deeper principles. In an hour's time, Xiejio managed to enter it. Under the combined power of several martial arts, Xiejio realized that a punch no longer needed to be powered by qi to be able to strike a sonic boom. Immediately afterward, Xieshao still focused himself on the bamboo breaking palm. This martial art has yet to break into the innate realm, but he has some ideas on how to change his palm into a fist. Broken bamboo palm because of its focus on power unloading, palm operation is more convenient and fast. But also because it is not subjected to the fist does not leave the hands of the addition, is Xia lack of cultivation of martial arts and the slowest progress. Even if it is a lightweight goose swiping skill, he still has 2 blue words to add, so his progress is not too slow. In the middle of the bamboo forest, Xiaoyu began practicing the bamboo breaking palm one move at a time. Tendons, bones, flesh and blood continued to tremble regularly in the rhythm of the moves. The force was directed from the waist to the arms and shoulders, and finally burst out from the palm. Countless pieces of bamboo flew horizontally in the forest, and Xiejio's figure was like a hawk in the night, pecking a point and then quickly bouncing away. Without relying on the power of his qi energy and blood, Xiejio was now able to fight with an average innate martial artist. His sinews, bones, skin and membranes had been nurtured for a long time by a variety of qi energies, far exceeding those of an innate martial artist who had only practiced one martial art. His qi and blood were even far superior, reaching an order of magnitude that an innate martial artist could hardly hope to match. When Xieshao was about to slap the door, there was a sudden flash of light in his head, and he clenched his palm into a fist. Fist wind vibration, just was hit part of the branches and leaves of the bamboo trunk part, was miraculously cracked. Xia lacked to collect power and luck, nodding with satisfaction in his heart. From today onwards, even the bamboo breaking palm doesn't need to be practiced on its own. After all, there seemed to be no limit to the number of fists that could be used in general. As long as they were theoretical, they would be able to progress freely and autonomously. The proficiency and muscle memory in one's own brain also continued to climb under its addition. Xieshao also felt that such a good use of words like fist not leaving one's hands was actually only given to him in purple, and the judgment of death talisman was more or less a bit too much of a loss. Nowadays, the only thing that needs to be practiced by his own hands is the goose-swept kung fu. Poison sand palm is still need to continue to quench poison. After all, the fist does not leave the hand, cannot be injected into the meridians of the hands of toxins, can only do is to make their own speed of absorption of toxins faster. And the next level of martial arts master level. Xiejio still didn't have any clue. According to the information that Xiejio had been able to obtain, if one wanted to break through to the martial arts master level, the general way was to warm up the innate weather strength to its peak. When the innate weather energy transformed into innate astral energy, which could be released along with the martial arts, it was the time to ascend to the level of martial arts Grandmaster. The other way is to use the qi and blood as the foundation, constantly refining one's own qi and blood. The density of the qi and blood in the body is compressed to a limit, which is also able to produce the innate astral energy. The innate astral energy produced by the 2 different breakthrough methods were slightly different. The astral energy generated by qi energy can be struck out with the stances during combat. The astral energy generated from qi energy could be launched along with the moves during combat, whereas the astral energy generated from qi blood was covered on the surface of the body, making it extremely difficult to be manipulated. Xieshao didn't know which path he would take to the Zhongshe realm, but he guessed that he would have both kinds of astral energy in the future. At this time, the sky was not yet bright. Xiejio only walked to the path not far from the village. Then he saw a bright light not far away, babbling. Xiejio walked closer to hear. Seems to be someone in the village set up a stage singing opera. Inside the courtyard beating gongs and drums, very lively. Closer, Xia saw 2 actors on the stage. Makeup is exquisite, and open mouth is also the word is correct, full of air. Listen is an expert. Just socia lack of curiosity, the stage is actually empty. Who are they singing this opera for? Suddenly, Xiaoyu only felt that his waist was stabbed by someone. Xiaoyu turned around. Behind him was a little boy with a crochet braid. He was holding a leather gong in his hand and had a cloth bag hanging on his chest. At a glance, Xiaoyu knew that this was here to collect a reward. From his pocket, he took out 2 coins and threw them into the bag. Before Xiaoyu asked with some curiosity, "Kid, you don't have an audience for this opera, who are you singing for?" The child ignored what Xiaoyu said, just shook his head and pointed to the bag. This is the meaning of not enough? Xiaoyu frowned, but his own clothes were what he normally wore to practice martial arts, and he usually didn't bring money with him. These 2 coins were already all he had in his pocket. Xiaoyu was patient, so he asked again, "Why are you guys still singing here in the middle of the night?" He saw the child did not answer, thought he was not willing to take care of their own money, then looked up at the stage not to care about the child. Not long after, the 2 actors came off the stage. On the stage, a strange creature came out. It is covered with black hair, strong body, out of the 2 feet on the stage, from time to time, but 4 feet to the ground. But look closely, its face is very similar to human beings. Subsequently, a fat man who was dressed comically, with his face covered in putty, and even smeared some blush around his cheeks walked out from behind the curtain. His dress made Xiaoyu feel somewhat awkward from the bottom of his heart, and some silent fear. Xiaoyu frowned as he couldn't help but think of a word. Valley of Terror effect. The monster was extremely human-like, and the fat man was dressed like a paper man, both of which gave people an extremely strange and frightening feeling. Then, the fat man exclaimed loudly, "This is the human bear." Xia Xiao suddenly reacted. This so-called human bear is exactly what Mu Yongquan said to himself a few days ago, the art of harvesting and cutting, also known as the art of animal creation. It is to take a living person as an object and turn it into a hard life. The cruelty of the means is outrageous. Even in such a chaotic world, once the great Zhou dynasty discovered the matter of harvesting and cutting, the law was also to punish the perpetrator with capital punishment by lynching. After all, this was too much of a loss of humanity. Xiaoyu looked at the empty surroundings and wondered to whom this fat man was speaking. Forcing himself to hold back his inner discomfort, Xiaoyu decided to watch it first. In the middle of the night, the stage performance is not known which play, or first observe some good. Moreover, there was no one on the stage, so it was inevitable that there would be some kind of plotting and scheming. Xia Xiao couldn't help but stand a little farther away, but was still able to clearly see the 1 man and 1 bear on the stage. With that, Fatty had the man bear right on the ground and even compose poems. Fatty, on the other hand, continuously applauded from the sidelines, as if responding to the cheers of the audience on the stage. When the human bear's performance was over, Fatty locked him aside. With his reddened eyes, he actually suddenly looked in Xia Zhao's direction. Have you seen my mule? Chapter 46 Human Bear. A creepy emotion suddenly rose up from within Xia Xiao. He didn't have time to escape before the fat man with makeup like a paperman had appeared in front of him. Xiaoyu violently retreated towards the back as fiery chi and blood erupted and burst out from his body. However, the fat man did not make any aggressive movements, and only extended his head forward to sniff. How was the smell of a mule? He let out a mournful strange laugh, the corners of his mouth almost cracked to the root of his ears, and the fat on both sides was squeezed to one side, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. He raised his head and looked towards Xiaoyu, who was retreating backwards. The fat man's eyes were so red that they were almost on the verge of dripping blood. "I'll remember you, just wait." Only after the words fell, his body actually began to ignite without fire, and his body burned up with fine, tangled flames. In less than a moment, he turned into dust and disappeared with the wind. Xia Xiao stopped, his face showing a puzzled look. Originally thought that the fat man had come to seek trouble from him, but did not expect that he would suddenly go so fast. Only in this empty space left the theater stage, proving that everything Xia encountered just now was not an illusion. Xia Xiao once again cautiously probed forward. He found that all the music around the stage was silent, with only a few insect chirps remaining. What makes Xia feel even more bizarre is that the so-called theater tables and chairs, as well as the performance props. The so-called theater tables and chairs, as well as performance props, are actually just made of paper. Even the 2 actors who sang on stage just now, Xiaoyu also saw on the backstage, the same as just 2 paper people. Xia gasped the breath out. "Can you save me?" Just as Xia Xiao was about to leave this weird place, a faint cry for help suddenly rang out. Xiaoyu turned his head to look. It turned out to be the human bear that was locked up on the stage. Only at this moment, the human bear seemed to be somewhat limp with weakness, as if a black and gray fur covered the ground. Xiaoyu walked forward and asked with a frown, "Are you a human?" The human bear lifted half of its body with difficulty, nodded laboriously, and then slumped down again. Xiaoyu was afraid of fraud, so he first circled around him a few times before vigilantly ripping the iron rope off the human bear's neck. "Where are you from? How did you become like this?" Xia Xiao asked. "I am a local of Jinmen City." The human bear's voice was breathless. One day a few years ago, I drank alcohol, and when I went home at night, I was a little dizzy and fell asleep on the street. He said, his tone was full of despair. When I woke up again, I realized that I was tied up. There was also a dog bear in front of me speaking here. The tone of the human bear actually began to become trembling. The human bear's tone gradually turned to collapse. You kill me, I can't live in this condition. After Xie Zhao's kind words slowly calmed down his emotions, he guided, I will first take you to the Jin Demon Division to see if they can change you back into a human body, and even if they can't, they can still find the evildoer and take revenge for you. The human bear slowly nodded his head, considered to have agreed. Immediately Xia lack of a fire will be this paper theater burned clean, even with the following paper people table and chairs are burned. Considering that the human bear is not easy to move, also afraid of scaring the villagers, Sialak will first leave it in a dense forest. He first rushed to the town of Magic Division. At this time, the sky is only bright. Sialak will arrive in front of the martial arts hall. Because Mu Yongquan was out on duty, Xiaoyu had to find his senior brother Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang was not a member of Jin Moc in terms of his identity, and was only a disciple of the secret sex martial arts transmission. However, his father is the secret sex martial arts patriarch Nan Guang, and has the dual identity of the golden sword of the Demon Suppression Division, resulting in his connections in the Demon Suppression Division are also quite wide. Hearing that there was an evil cultivator roaming around, Nanhuang brought Xiejiao to find his father. Nangang was once Dashuan's senior brother, wearing a golden hoop on his head and a sword at his waist, but his face was only like a young man in his 20s. As soon as he saw Xiaoyu, he opened his mouth and smiled, the qi and blood are thick, there is some of your father's style. Xiaoyao looked at Nanguang, and inwardly felt a bit strange. He seemed to be a bit different from the martial arts master he had seen, but he could not tell what exactly was different. However, the overall sense of oppression was much stronger. It was not only the sense of oppression in terms of qi and blood, but also in other aspects. Even on Nanguang's body, Xiaojiao felt a trace of a transcendent and strange aura. However, Xiaojiao did not know the exact nature of it, and could only categorize it as the other party's special martial arts. As for the deeper part of things that can be seen, Xiaojiao also attributes it to the blue word Yang I. I have an extremely close relationship with your father before, if you have any doubts in the martial arts as much as you can ask me. Nangang smiled, although I have not practiced Yanqing Quan, but for the breakthrough of martial arts master a road or still have some slight insights. When Xie Xiao heard this, he already knew that this master had already seen that he was at the peak of the innate realm and would be able to reach the threshold of the master in a few days. He actually forgot about the purpose of his visit and began to exchange martial arts ideas with this master. Every time Xiaoyu asked a question, Nanguang was able to explain it to him from a different perspective, with the words hiding the mystery of Zen, which made Xiaoyu quite gainful. As a martial arts prodigy, Xiaojiao also had profound insights into many martial arts issues, which was also a great revelation to Nanguang. Hearing that Xiaojiao had actually cultivated all four martial arts to achieve the innate weather strength, Nanguang's smile also appeared a bit stiff. Was this the world of geniuses? Nanguang couldn't help but think of his once immensely talented senior brother, Yuan Shun, who had actually given up the path ahead given by the secret sect in a vain attempt to find another way out of the martial arts path. But unfortunately it still failed. Nanguang sighed in his heart. The two exchanged words for a few moments before Nangang cautiously mentioned something, and only then did Xiaojiao remember the main event. After Nanguang heard what Xiaojiao had described, his face actually changed on the spot. Immediately, he brought Xiaojiao and went to the dense forest where the human bear was hiding. At this time, the human bear has already been too weak to be human. Feed him some cooked meat, hot water, he only had some strength. Nangang brought the human bear back to the Jinmu division, waiting for him to rest for a few moments, before asking him some questions. The whole process was not listened to by Xie Xiao, but he could probably guess some of the content. After Nanguang walked out, he sighed, it's really him. Who is it? Xia asked curiously. Nangang looked deeply at Xiaojiao, well, it's nothing to tell you. With the person who once persecuted the Red Cloud Princess, it is the same person. Chapter 47 Meet Luohan. Xiaojiao immediately recalled what Mu Yongquan had once said to himself. The Red Cloud Princess was captured and stripped of her skin by a Taoist master. A Dao entry realist? Xiaojiao couldn't help but ask. Nangang nodded, his face serious. This person calls himself Flesh Luohan, his methods are cruel and underhanded, he is an important prisoner of Maishinmu division. It's just that his whereabouts have always been missing, so that by now he is still on the loose. Xialak another asked how the human bear now, the town of Magic Division can be a way to change it back into a human being. Nangang just sighed, he is bent on death and has no more thoughts of life. It is a good thing to give him a painless death. We will process the corpse into a human body and return it to his family. Xiaojiao sighed, he too had long guessed such an outcome. Then, Xiaojiao thought of something else and said it. Mule? Nangang frowned and thought, have you come into contact with a mule in the past few days? Xia lacked a nod. He recalled that the two mules he had once eaten were months ago. As for the one he had brought back by his own execution and decapitation, he had not yet begun to consume it. I'm afraid that the mule mentioned in Meet Luohan's mouth was also the one he had executed. The other two are only second-realm monsters, and should not be put in the heart of a real person who has entered the Tao. I am afraid that mule left some hidden signal on you before it died. Nangang pondered, but I am only a martial artist, and I can do nothing about this cursed spell class. Go! I will take you to the master. After making up his mind, Xiajiao was brought to the ritual Buddha hall by the hand of his senior uncle. It was also the location where Xiajiao had once practiced the whale flood technique. At this moment, Master Yin Guan was constantly rotating his manual rosary beads, sitting in silence with his eyes closed before the three-headed, six-armed Buddha statue, reciting words under his breath. Only after this section of the sutra had ended did Master Yin Guang's mouth spit out one word, enter. After having yin and yang eyes, it was the first time that Xiaoyu saw his master ancestor. This time, he saw something more different from Master Yin Guang's body. Some faint golden light wrapped and entwined Master Yin Guang all over his body, with a strange feeling that could not be described. Xiajiao thought of the scroll thrown out by People Woman, which also gave him the same feeling, but he was unable to recall the contents of the scroll. Supreme Master Yin Guang stretched out his hand and placed it on Xiajiao's head. With just a slight pull, a black hair that was about the thickness of a strand of hair, but much shorter than Xiajiao's hair, was held in his hand. The black hair was slightly shaken by Master Yin Guang, and it was ignited into ashes. Xiaxiao knew that this was what the mule had left on his body. But he did not find anything unusual, let it stay on his head. He guessed that this is the reason why the so-called flesh Luohan was able to find himself. Supreme Master Yin Guang looked over Xiajiao again, and his gaze stopped at the bell on his waist. He sighed, and a look of relief seemed to appear on his face again. Xiajiao originally wanted to ask his master ancestor what was going on with this bell. Master Yin Guang was a slight smile and interrupted him. The Buddha said that it is impossible to say. At that time you will know. Listening to the master ancestor played a zen, Xialak also consciously not to pursue the question. But seeing the master ancestor's reaction, it shouldn't seem like something bad. Regarding the Peepa girl's series of things, Xiaoyu did not say anything after some consideration. After all, it involved the secret that he could see the Yin god. Xiajiao also mentioned the matter of Wang Yushan's death to Nanguan, which also caused the other party to pay attention. After all, Wang Yushan was considered an old man of the demon suppression division, and his duties were equally important. However, now that the matter of the flesh Luohan appeared to be a bit more important, the matter of Wang Yushan's death was put on the back burner. Nanguan also knew that it was Wang Yushan's destiny to have this calamity inside. Walking out of the demon suppression division, the gloom still lingered in Xiajiao's mind. Since that paper-tied doppelganger of the flesh Luohan had said that he remembered himself, it meant that he would find himself at any time. However, it was also impossible for him to hide in the demon suppression division and not walk out. With the threat of such an entry realist pressing down on him, it seemed that he had to intensify his cultivation. Even though the martial arts path had come to an end once he had made another breakthrough. However, when the cart reaches the mountain, he will not be able to be compared to other martial artists with the death trial talisman. With a sense of urgency in his heart, Xiaoyu prepared to go home. He hadn't eaten for several hours, and a meal of meat would not be another lot of qi and blood growth. Just as Xiajiao had walked to the city gates, several iron horsemen stopped abruptly in front of Xiajiao. Your Excellency, the county princess is here to invite you, I hope you will give me face. The tone of the armor-covered riders was icy cold, and although their words were polite, they were condescending. Xiaoyu's mind turned, and he knew that it was the boar-headed county lord Red Cloud. However, he has no good feelings towards him, and his refining of magic weapons with living people has also made him a little more disgusted with him. Even the two sides have done a fight, how can I say it is also considered to be some grudges? I am a member of the Jin Demon Division, and you don't have much power, so let me go see your county princess. Xiajiao raised the token of the Devil Suppressing Division. The knight in metaphysical armor snorted coldly, the county lord is the real master of this Jinmen city, is there any reason for you not to follow? Xiajiao laughed back in anger, your master took a living person to refine a magic weapon, and you deserve to be called the lord of this Jinmen city? A voluminous qi and blood emanated, Xiajiao turned his head to look, a few Xian armor knights were already dismounting and bending their knees. Elder Hong. The visitor was the same martial grandmaster who had picked up County Lord Hongyan back then, and he dropped his gaze onto Xiajiao. I still hope that your excellency will sell me face, the county lord is not trying to disadvantage you, but rather has something to discuss. The martial Dao sovereign known as Lord Hong's tone was much milder. Besides, you are the descendant of Senior Master Yin Guang, we will not do anything to you. It's just that the county princess has been invited to a restaurant not far away, so I'd like to ask your honor to honor us with your presence. After Xiaxiao heard that this martial arts master's tone was much more polite than that of a few knights, his face eased a little. He pondered for a moment. Just as the other party had said, if he wanted to disadvantage him, he wouldn't have to make such a big deal out of inviting himself. You have to know that inside and outside of this Jinmen city, there are countless eyes and ears of the Department of Devil Suppression. His current whereabouts are also fixed in the eyes of the Jin Demon Division. If the other party really wants to have any ideas, they can be located in the wild. Xia Xiao slowly nodded his head, and Lord Hong also made a gesture of invitation. Several people did not get on the horse, and then walked towards the city. After arriving at a restaurant called Tongyun Pavilion, several people stopped in their tracks. This restaurant was built in the center of the city, not far from the Imperial House. At this moment, it was not even mealtime, but the lobby on the first floor was already abuzz with people. In the meantime, most of them were dressed in luxurious clothes, and at a glance, they were all rich and powerful people. Even after a few knights in armor came in, the crowd only glanced over habitually, without much reverence, and then went back to drinking and eating on their own. Third floor. Lord Hong led Xiaoyu up the steps to a cubicle on the third floor. Through a layer of light veil, Xiaoyu saw a woman's silhouette on the opposite side of the room. With a delicate figure and graceful body, the beauty was revealed in the haze. At a glance, Xiaoyu could recognize that this was the Red Cloud Sheriff, that is, the boar-headed Taoist nun. Only at this time, she did not seem to be wearing that boar head mask on her head, so only her figure could be seen. After Lord Hong retreated, County Lord Hongyan opened her mouth, and her tone was one of extreme resentment. I heard that you have news of the meat loaf. Chapter 48 1,000 Folding Wild Waves. Xia Xiao was silent for a moment, but still nodded. Through the curtain, he could also feel the Red Cloud Princess resentment that broke through the clouds. Very well, if you are willing to do me a favor, our previous grudges will be written off. This woman, what's going on? Xia lack of heart upset, what do you mean by grudges cancelled? This is the problem that you are refining artifacts with living people. To you this is my fault, you pretend to be generous to write off what? Xia lack of anger to hold back the anger said, Sheriff is afraid to think too much, I am a grass in the eyes of the sheriff, but the magic weapon consumables, how can I help your favor? Suddenly there was silence behind the curtain. Red Cloud County Lord also do not know what to think, a moment later before smiling up and said, I did not expect, you also care about the lives of those people. Then what do you want? The Red Cloud County princess on the couch put out a lazy posture, beautiful body revealed undoubtedly. Xia Xiao knew that it was impossible to make the other party pay with his life. After all, in this world, the most worthless thing is human life. Just as Xia Xiao was silent, the Red Cloud County Lord took the initiative to speak. After this, it is not impossible for me not to use living people to refine weapons, and even, I can compensate you with a book of secret martial arts. But you need to promise me. Xia Xiao knew that this was the best answer at the moment, and that he even had some unexpected gains, so he also slowly nodded his head. Go ahead. In the event that you get news of the Flesh Luohan, or if you run into the Flesh Luohan, pull it at the first opportunity. Accompanied by the words of the Red Cloud Sheriff, a smoke bomb was thrown out by her from behind the curtain. I will kill him with my own hands. County Mistress Red Cloud gritted her teeth and then threw out another secret book. Promise me and it will be yours. Why don't you do it for no money? Although it was a bit like seeking the skin of a tiger, Xiaojiu also knew that if he encountered an entry realist, the best thing that could happen to him would be to escape from life, and don't even think about resisting the counterkill. Moreover, Xiaojiu also knows that he is not a good person and must help those innocent people to take revenge, but he is just a little uncomfortable with the Red Cloud Sheriff's approach. Xiaoyu caught it, did not look through it but continued to ask, there are no other requirements, right? Seeing that the Red Cloud Princess did not make a sound, Xiaoyu also only regarded it as the completion of the transaction, turned around and left. Without anyone stopping him, Xia Xiao quickly returned home and began flipping through the secret book in his hands. This secret martial art was called Wild Waves 1000 Stacks, and was somewhat different from all the martial arts that Xiaojiu had learned before. It was a martial art that relied on qi energy to stimulate the meridians of various parts of the body, thus achieving the effect of stimulating the body's potential. When fighting, this secret method would enable one's combat power to rise in this stimulation, with one wave being stronger than the other. In the end, it even breaks through the body's limits. But the price is the permanent damage to qi and blood. Xia Xiao estimated that this blood is nothing for himself. It would only take a few meals to recover it. Its content was not considered complicated, and with his own talent as a martial arts prodigy, Xiaojiu quickly mastered this method. He sat on the ground and began to try to stimulate up the meridians in his body with the qi energy of the Yanqing fist. Because the innate qi energy of Yanqing Quan was considered neutral and peaceful compared to his other martial arts, it was less likely to injure the meridians. After a few moments, Xiaoyu felt a stream of warmth begin to flow from his meridians. Xiaoyu stood up and started practicing the bamboo breaking fist. Before using the innate weather strength, Xiaoyu felt that the power of the fist had already reached innate. Moreover, the heat was still spreading throughout his body, and his qi and blood began to gush unconsciously from the surface of his body at this time. The effects of the secret martial arts began to completely erupt at this time. Xiaoyu was transformed into a human bulldozer, bamboo branches and tree trunks kept flying down under his fists and feet, sticking tightly on the ground. It was only after a long time that Xiaoyu withdrew his power. This was the first time he had run this secret martial art, and Xiaoyu estimated that he had increased the power of the martial art by about 20%. At the later stage, after he became more and more skillful in the operation of the meridians, he would be able to stimulate according to the situation to enhance the maximum strength at the minimum cost of qi and blood. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several crossbow arrows shot out from the shadows. Xiaoyu was blessed with a heart of gold, his legs' muscles bulged, and he leapt dozens of meters to dodge them all. Someone dared to ambush him here? Who could it be? A hint of murderous intent lit up in Xia Zhao's eyes. The empty crossbow arrow reached into the tree trunk a few inches deep, or stuck upside down on the ground, only a tail left. Seeing the depth of its sharpness, it would be very difficult for folk to own a crossbow with this kind of power. Could it be the Red Cloud Sheriff? Xia Zhao frowned in thought, but only then did he reach a tentative contract with the other party. The other party still needed to rely on him to lure out the flesh Luohan, so they shouldn't turn their backs so quickly. Shoo! Shoo! Once again, several arrows flashed with a cold light, and coldly shot out again at a different angle. One even grazed directly against Xia Zhao's shoulder, and even with his physique, he was still rubbed out with a bloodstain. Knowing that he couldn't just sit back and wait for death, Xiaoyu flew out in the direction the arrow came from. A snowy steel sword was also slashing head-on. Xiaoyu saw that it was already too late to dodge, and could only raise his left arm to carry it over. The blade of the knife in the back of Xia lack of hand across, actually sparks flashed, just left a white trace. Looking at the other party was wearing an informal martial arts short shirt, wearing a hood to cover half of his face. Xia lacked a cold snort. Is a human or a ghost actually do not dare to show their true colors. The information is wrong, withdraw. This martial artist actually shouted at the top of his voice and immediately tried to flee. He's here now. Xia Zhao had already sensed that the other party's strength was far inferior to his own. Even with the sharp weapon in his possession and the advantage of a preemptive strike, he had only left a shallow white mark on his body. Qi and blood instantly erupted. The black-clothed martial artist in front of him felt his arm being yanked by the other party, and had just called out to release the arrow even before the words had left his mouth. He felt as if his face had been hit by a siege vehicle and lost consciousness in an instant. Fresh blood fell to the ground along with his incisors, and this martial artist lost consciousness in an instant. With a strength that was not even innate, he was really overestimated. Throwing his body to the ground, Xia Zhao was like a cheetah and flew out again. Behind a few crossbowmen, even worse than the strength of this martial artist, was close behind, is also panicked. 3 or 2 times will be Xiaoyu resolved. Xia Zhao left one alive and prepared to torture for information. Thinking about it, he didn't seem to have offended anyone who could be looking for trouble. After breaking the legs of the last crossbowman, the other party was scared out of his wits as he looked at Xia Zhao's fist that was filled with brain matter and blood. Before Xia Zhao could even open his mouth, he got the information he wanted. Jinmen City, Fan family. Xia Zhao instantly thought about it. He narrowed his eyes. It was fine that he had killed Elder Fan's only son, but his son had died before that and had been practiced into an iron corpse. What he had killed was just a zombie. Moreover, after such a long time, the other party is only looking for their own trouble. I think it must also be previously subjected to the pressure of the Jin Demon Division. Now it should be that the Jin Demon Division did not keep an eye on it, so it removed its mind. Chapter 49: The Bottom of the River of the Remnants of the Metamorphosis. A few months ago, Elder Fan was already dying. However, with his innate martial artist physique, he must still be able to last for some time. Xia Zhao pondered in his heart. The so-called high-level person had already been taken down by the Department of Devil Suppression. However, although Master Fan has been idle for many years, but heard people say, there are still many students in the Northern Army. For this reason, Mu Yongquan also let himself be careful at first. But did not expect after so long, they are almost forgotten about this matter. The other party is suddenly difficult. Only the other party is also greatly underestimated their own strength. Treating himself as an ordinary body-forging martial artist. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu snapped the neck of the last crossbowman. Determined not to let a single one of them back alive, even though the other party was already hardly posing any danger to him nowadays. But it was also a good thing for trouble to come less often. What's more, that so-called flesh Lohan would descend at some point, so he still had to be more careful. Xia Zhao piled up all the corpses in one place and then started a large fire. The firelight reflected from his eyes, and he realized that he seemed to be getting more and more integrated with this world. As for the matter of Elder Fan, it is better to wait for this period of time to confirm that it is safe to pass. After all, a person who was about to enter the ground. It was he who was anxious if he didn't die himself. The other party might not be alive one day, and if he or she made a move and left a handle with the other party's identity, it would be another big trouble. The soldiers will be blocked, the water will be covered by the earth. This is Xia's absolute confidence in his current strength. In the case of less than 10 martial arts masters in the city of Jinmen, even if it is the 3 realms of literature for the current Xia Zhao, it is not too difficult to kill. The main reason was that with the 2 major phrases of yin yang eyes and earthly impermanence, the threat of the yin gods had greatly diminished for Xia Zhao. After a few bones were burned to ashes, Xia Zhao scattered the remaining ashes into the river, trying to smooth out the traces without leaving any evidence. He then returned home as if nothing had happened. At this time, there seems to be a few villagers waiting outside the house for some time. When they saw Xiaoyu come back, they immediately greeted him. They also knew that Dasan had entrusted Xie Xiao with all the duties of a corpse collector. Now generally need any problem also is to go to look for Xie Xiao. Cough. Cough. Several villagers had been coughing non-stop, even with a trace of bright red blood. They had already put their cotton clothes on in this fall day, and it was very puzzling to see Xie Xiao. Are you guys suffering from wind chill? Xiaoyu asked. A villager shook his head violently. You go with us to see it, the water over the small car ditch is very freezing. Another villager beside him added, maybe something dirty has gotten in. Before the words left his mouth, several people began to cough again. Then what's wrong with you guys? Xiaoyu is still puzzled. The water is freezing, it should not be spreading some kind of flu or not? We drank the water, and now we just feel like our bodies are freezing cold, just like the whole person is buried in the snow. The villagers explained. Xiaoyu nodded and hurriedly let a few villagers lead the way. The small car ditch is considered a tributary of the Wooding River, in the lower reaches of the Pear Dam and some downstream. Only the corpse fetcher over there was just a mediocre old man, and wasn't able to help the villagers solve this type of problem. Everyone still thought of Xiejio. After all, the people of the Zenmushi division would run this way if they were not doing anything. Together with the fact that Xiejio sometimes practiced martial arts, many villagers also know that Xiejio's ability is extraordinary. A few people rushed to the small car ditch, where it was already empty. With a distance of more than 10 meters, Xiaoyu can feel the temperature of the water is somewhat unusual. Like this season, although the water temperature is a little lower. But not too low too magic. Xiaoyu walked to the edge of the river and hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and touched towards the river water. It was not as cold as imagined, not to mention not as mysterious as the villagers said. But it was also a bit icy and not quite normal. Xiejio guessed that those villagers were probably like this because they had drunk the water in this small river gorge. Suddenly, Xiejio suddenly saw what seemed to be flickering at the bottom of the river. Xiejio looked up at the sky. Today was not a sunny day. It couldn't be a reflection of sunlight. Xiejio fixed his eyes again and the light within his eyes flickered once more, but then faded away in an instant. It seemed that it was not an illusion. But what could that be? Xiaoyu was a little curious. Could it be that thing at the bottom of the river that caused the river water to become like this? At this time, a villager beside Xiejio said, this Xiaoche Go, the original rumor was that it was locked with a Dragon King. Xiaoyu turned his head to look at the villager, somewhat puzzled. What Dragon King? The Dragon King in the sky specializes in managing rain. The villagers replied. He once again looked back into the river, the interest in his eyes becoming even greater. Dragon King? Interesting. According to the villagers, the spirit tablet of the Black Dragon King, who was rumored to be able to call the wind and rain, was still being worshipped by the villagers. Xie Xiao recalled the legends about dragons in this world. In this world, dragons were not a representative of auspiciousness, but rather evil. According to the records of the Jin Demon Division, there was once an evil scaly dragon that seized the son of Great Zhou, deprived him of 100 years of luck, and in one fell swoop transformed into a dragon, enslaving the entire Great Zhou for almost 100 years. Only later, do not know why, this dragon disappeared. In folklore, there is also a dragon that specializes in wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. I think the Dragon King, they said, is so. It is just that the Dragon King, how could he be trapped and locked in such a small river ditch? Xie Xiao was a bit puzzled. Qi and blood erupted from his palm. Xiaoyu once again extended his left hand into the river to explore. After some speculation in his mind, Xiejio made a decision. Although this is cold, it should be a degree that he can accept. The secret, naturally, is to personally go into the water to be able to reveal. After making up his mind, Xiaoyu also disregarded the surrounding villagers to dissuade him. He removed his clothes, and his qi and blood surged. The temperature of Xie's body had risen to an unbearable heat. After jumping into the water, the icy cold of the water continuously cancelled out Xie's qi and blood. Even Xiaoyao felt a bit cold and could only increase the efficiency of his qi and blood release. Xiaoyao's figure gradually leaned down, but the more he sank to the bottom, the water temperature actually became more and more icy cold. Clenching his teeth, Xiaoyu sank all the way down. Without realizing it, the light flickered once again. Xiaoyu confirmed that he must not have misread it this time. There was indeed something flickering. Not only was the temperature lowered, but it was also a quiet music around them. This place seemed to be different from the other waters. Xiaoju did not find any trace of life. It seemed like the fish and shrimp had all fled the piercing river and migrated elsewhere. This place had become a forbidden place for life. However, it was fortunate that this was only a small tributary of the indeterminate river, and the bottom of the river was not much deeper. The water pressure at a depth of more than 40 meters was not yet stressful for today's Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu reached the bottom of the river, the surrounding scene was already dark. However, there existed this faint glimmer of light, which seemed to be purposely reserved for the visitor. He followed the faint trace of bright light as if it was constantly guiding him. Xiaojiu swam along all the way. The next moment, a thin skin as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Xiaojiao's eyes. It seemed to be the remnants of a shed by a snake. However, a faint light was emanating from it. The source of all light and coldness seemed to originate from this. As if possessed, Xiaozhou extended his hand out and stroked it with an infatuated face. The Trial of Death talisman actually turned over a new page, instantly pulling Xiaozhou's consciousness back as well. In the next moment, golden light shone before Xiaozhou's eyes. Chapter 50, Golden Words, Never Ending. Never ending, golden phrase, you break through realms unhindered by bottlenecks. You acquire a trace of divinity. Xiaozhou couldn't help but feel a wave of ecstasy within his heart. One could literally know the function of this phrase, but just such a simple function. It would allow him to travel the road of martial arts without any obstacles from now on. At the same time, Xiaozhou also felt a cyclone rise again in his dantian. That was the sign that the bamboo-breaking palm had entered the innate. Not only that, Xiaozhou also felt what seemed to be a slight swelling coming from his heart and lungs. Although it wasn't a comfortable feeling, Xiaozhou could also feel his heartbeat becoming more powerful. Whale flood technique, enter the first level. Xiaozhou looked at the remnants of the mold in his hand that was faintly flickering with a dull light, and the surprise continued in his eyes. However, he was also somewhat puzzled that he didn't seem to be able to consume the white words to enter its memories. Was it because this was not a human body, or was the corpse not complete? Xiaozhou did not know. But just such a golden phrase was already a great gain for himself. Not to mention, he had also acquired a trace of the so-called divinity. Xiaolak remembered that the memories of the falling child at that time were the result of the missing divinity, and thus could not be retraced. He unfolded the remnants of this mold and found that it was covered with gray scales that were almost palm-sized. However, when he wanted to lift it up, Xiaozhou was somewhat unable to do so. He was a bit surprised. After doubling his strength tenfold when he was in the water, he was afraid that he could even lift a large trailer easily. Now, he could only partially lift this remnant of the mold. Xiaozhou also suddenly reacted. This water is more than 40 meters deep, it is not at all a small tributary can have. There must be a lot of secrets in this. Xiaozhou recalled what the villagers had said. Could it be that this place had once trapped a dragon? This is the remains of the mold. Is the body of the dragon left behind? All sorts of doubts filled Xia's mind. After a few more attempts, Xia found himself unable to do anything with the remains of the mold, and he could only give up the idea of bringing the remains of the mold up. Swimming ashore, the villagers had been waiting for a long time. They looked nervous. Xiaolak of so long did not show his head, afraid that Xiaolak had buried in the water. But the danger of this, they do not even dare to go into the water to find out. It seems not so cold. A villager suddenly opened his mouth after seeing Xiaoyu go ashore. Several other villagers also nodded in general surprise. The bold ones even directly put their hands into the river and realized that the water temperature was gradually rising. Xiaozhou's body was still wrapped in qi and blood around him at this time, and he could not feel the temperature of the water. But he was also a little strange. Obviously he hadn't done anything, he had just picked up a word for nothing. Was the problem solved? Taking his qi and blood back into his body, Xiaozhou realized that it was really the same as what a few villagers had said. The temperature of the water was rising, reaching a normal temperature. Really strange, Xiaoyu murmured. That river bottom of the remnants of the mold could still be spiritually intelligent. See their own, find the source of the problem, then collected the law. Xia lack of speculation that the remnants of the mold will not be a periodic release of ice cold, then opened his mouth and asked the original, here has been such a situation? The villagers all shook their heads. This is the first time it has happened. Xia lacked a nod. Is there anything under the water? A bold villager gulped and asked Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou shook his head. That remnant mold himself might have the opportunity to explore its secrets later. It was just that right now, he was not strong enough and could only leave it there. Even if he told these villagers, the villagers could not do anything about it. On the contrary, I am afraid that the villagers will have some different ideas, and give up their lives. After all, maybe that remnant of the mold will be released again on the day of the ice cold. Ordinary people will be killed immediately. However, since these villagers know that the river was once the place to lock the dragon, may also know some other. Do you know anything else? About the Dragon King? Xia Xiao took the initiative to ask. The villagers shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Even if it was such a simple legend, the villagers said that it had been passed down for many years. So far, it was impossible to verify the year of its origin. At this time, a fisherman thought, the legend of the dragon? I can think of one that was passed down by my grandfather. Xia Xiao was interested, tell me about it. The fisherman nodded. Legend has it that there was a village isolated in the upper reaches of the Futu Ridge. At this time, a few other villagers could not help but all change their faces and tried to interrupt him. Old he, this is not something that can be said, right? Known as the Old he, fisherman glanced at them. What cannot be said? One of the villagers lowered his eyebrows and sighed. Don't forget, this story has a curse. Xiaoyu sniffed and became more interested. Old he is also determined, and a few villagers against. Afraid of what? My grandfather went to the Footaling in the first time before the incident. I do not go, not just can. Hearing this, in addition to Lao He, the other villagers also have towards Xia lack of thanks and then hurriedly left. Xia Zhao's face could not help but become serious. After all, this world ghosts and gods are real, the so-called curse is better believed than not. Although he was interested, he was not so interested as to take the lives of the villagers to fight for a so-called story. Xia Yu was about to open his mouth to dissuade Lao He. Lao He was also firming up his face. You let me finish, anyway, I don't believe there is any curse. Xia lacked a nod and also sighed. Seeing this stubbornness of the other party, he himself was somewhat unable to argue. Why don't we just let it be? If there is really any problem, I will pay more attention to it, and it may not necessarily jeopardize Lao He's life. Old He then said, Footer Ridge is not far from the Wooding River. In the beginning, there was a village called Guojia Village. The people of Guojia Village seemed to be born with a preference for staying on the water. They hated the land and claimed to be the descendants of dragons. Later on, the Guo family even gave up their fields and made boats their home. On each boat, there was a Guo family. They fed on fish and shrimp in the river, never interacted with outsiders, and even intermarried only within the village. Xia Zhao's brows furrowed. Such a strange village should theoretically have many deformed children, leading to a gradual decrease or even severance of offspring. These Guo family members, legend has it, also enshrined the skin of a scaly dragon that was shed by a scaly dragon before it transformed into a dragon. Legend has it that on a certain day, when storms and thunder fell from the sky, the Dragon King in this small car ditch got away and took all these Guo family members away without a trace. The story ends here. Old He finished, is also a mouth. Listen to my father said, in a few decades ago, there is a man has heard of this legend, they want to find out. The Taoist gave a lot of silver, and my grandfather volunteered to lead the way for the Taoist. The name of the place has changed, and Futiling is still hard to find, and my grandfather lost track of it along with the Taoist. Xia Zhao doubts, what is the curse you are talking about? The Old He is serious about the color. Legend has it that the people who tell this story will meet Guo family members in the water. Guo family members at this point in time after being taken by the Dragon King, has turned into half-human, half-fish sharks. They will kill anyone who will tell this story out. Chapter 51, The Realm of the Patriarch. Xia Yu was silent. Although the story was simple, he still heard something different from it. The remnant of the mold that he had seen underwater, was it the skin of the auger dragon that those Guo family members had once used as an object of faith? The Guo family members who had become half-human and half-fish, did they really exist again? And would take away the people who had circulated their existence? Fudu Ridge. Xia Jiao had never heard of this place's name either. However, from what Old He said, it seemed to be near the Ding Ding River domain, but also lost its former name due to the change of time. Could it be that a true dragon was once trapped under the Shao Chego? Xia lack of now actually some believe the authenticity of this story. After all, this water depth of more than 40 meters, is not a small DC can reach the depth. Not to mention the fact that there are still underwater dragon remnants, which are shed by the transformed dragon. Will these stories in the heart silently organize some? Xia Yu knew that even if this is a real person who has entered the Tao, he may not be able to find out whether it is true or false. Not to mention his current self. After Xia Xiao and Old He chatted for a while longer, both of them left. Since Xiao Chego had already returned to normal, there was no need for Xia to stay here. When he returned home, Xia Xiao immediately sent Wang Yushan's corpse to the Department of Devil Suppression without stopping. This was what he and Nanguang had agreed upon. After all, Wang Yushan had spent his entire life cutting down demons and eliminating devils for the Jin Demon Division, and even though he was only an innate martial artist, he had quite a few close friends in the Jin Demon Division. The reason for Wang Yushan's death has also been investigated clearly, is the three realms of the Yin Shen. Only the specific identity, still need to investigate. Xia Jiao was also not in a good position to say that he had already avenged his death. After all, he had taken out 4 third-realming gods in that battle, it was too sensationalized. Xia Jiao felt the chi and blood gap between himself and Nanguang, realizing that there was still some distance to go before he could break through to Zhongshe. However, Xia Jiao did not realize that Nanguang was not an ordinary martial arts master. He only thought that his own chi and blood had not yet reached its limit, and it was not the right time to break through. With a thick skin, Xia Jiao then asked his senior brother, Nan Xiang, for a few books of body forging fist technique. After practicing the whale flood technique and the upper general's seal, his own chi and blood limit was at least more than double that of an ordinary innate martial artist. Now that he had such an additional phrase that was not hindered by bottlenecks, Xia Jiao estimated that even if he were to recultivate a fist technique, he would get to the forging body innate very quickly. If he didn't take the opportunity to practice a few more boxing techniques to grow his chi and blood, Xia Jiao wouldn't even be able to feel the increase in chi and blood. Fists don't move, let me see where your limits are, Xia Xiao secretly said in his heart. With that, he spread out a rigid fist technique called the iron thread fist in front of him. After spending only half a day getting started, Xia Jiao stopped bothering with it. It was a body forging fist technique that exercised the skin membrane, and with the bonus of having the king of horizontal exercise, Xia Jiao felt that even if an innate martial artist took a knife and slashed, it would be difficult for him to injure himself right now. Immediately afterward, Xia Jiao flipped open the next book of boxing techniques. Mountain Flood Fist. This fist was also a body forging fist, but unlike all the martial arts that Xiaoyu had learned, this fist was actually capable of enhancing chi and blood power. The Serpentine Fist, exercising the sinews and bones. After spending a whole day, Xiaoyu practiced all three of these boxing styles to the point of initiation. That is, the point where the fists were able to actively cultivate without leaving his hands. Xiaoyu was self-conscious that he hadn't reached his limit yet, just that these were the only three fist techniques he wanted to get to, and there were no more. In half a month's time, these three boxing methods all the way like a cracker, respectively, in 5 days' time into the forging body, began to automatically produce chi and blood in the body. Within a month, they had all entered the innate, generating chi at the dantian. Xiaoyu felt that his chi and blood power was like a rocket. Even after eating the meat of the elves and monsters, the growth rate would not be too slow. Only even now, Xiaoyu still hadn't felt the limit of his chi and blood growth. The fist doesn't leave your hand. Isn't this still your limit? For this reason, Xiaoyu hadn't run into the Jin Demon Division much, aiming to find a few more volumes of boxing manuals. However, they all failed. After all, there were only a few of these boxing styles that belonged to whoever practiced them as road goods. Other boxing methods, all have a legacy in the body, cannot be easily passed on privately. However, after these several boxing styles were promoted into the innate, Xiaoyu began to notice a hint of something wrong. It seemed that his own dantian had reached its limit, and the amount of chi he could hold was already at its maximum. This could not help but make Xiaoyu give up the idea of practicing any more martial arts. He could only honestly practice the martial arts that he already had every day. Whether it's the goose swipe or the poison sand palm, these are all areas that are out of reach of the fist. It still needs Xiaoyu's own efforts. Time flies, at the beginning of winter. With this speed of cultivation of thousands of miles a day, Xiaoyu had finally polished a few martial arts to the peak of innate, reaching a point where there was no increase. Whether it was the chi and blood, or his own body strength, all seemed to have reached their own limits. Finally, one morning, when Xiaoyu was practicing his lightweight kung fu in the forest, a certain gate valve within his body seemed to have suddenly become loose. The chi in his dantian underwent some sort of unknown metamorphosis. It seemed to be able to be released outside of the body as one's heart desired. This invisible force was like one's own limbs, which could be manipulated with ease. Xiaoyu knew that this was the astral energy. This officially represented that he had entered the realm of the martial Dao master. That is, the end of martial arts. The first breakthrough martial art was actually not the Yanqing fist that Xiaoyu had imagined, but the killing whalebuster fist. Xiaoyu guessed that this might have a possible relationship with the whale flood technique that he had practiced. However, what made Xiaoyu quite puzzled was that with such strong chi and blood, he had not given birth to chi and blood astral energy. Instead, he had produced martial deity chi first. After this breakthrough, Xiaoyu had wanted to make a scene in the forest. However, after pondering for a moment, he stayed away from the woods near his home and went to the forest more than 10 miles away. Under the wielding of his astral chi, Xiaoyu was self-conscious that even 10 unbroken selves would not necessarily be his current opponent. However, right now, Xiaoyu was still a bit unskilled in the use of astral energy. The furthest it could go was only 3 meters away from his body. Any further and the martial deity chi would be powerless. This invisible force greatly enhanced the destructive power of the martial artist. Xiaoyu also finally realized why martial arts masters were not afraid of world entry literature cultivators. With this astral energy covering his body, it was difficult for an ordinary Inshin who did not practice evil magic to enter within a few feet of him. Moreover, in terms of chi and blood strength, Xiaoyu estimated that he could burn up the Inshin in the third realm by touching it. There is no need for him to take any other extra action. What Xiaoyu regretted was that he hadn't acquired any useful words during this period of time. Perhaps it was because winter had arrived, and even if one jumped into the river to commit suicide, one had to consider the temperature of the water. Chapter 52 Red and White Crash Fury. It was already midday when Xiaoyu returned home. It so happened that there was not much meat stored at home. Due to the breakthrough of the Zhongshu realm, Xiaoyu decided to take Tongguan and go into the city to eat a meal together. The two of them went to the restaurant in front of the Higuanguan. Rumor has it that the person in charge of the spoon inside is a former imperial chef who retired from the palace. Only after this and the light in the temple as a firework Taoist priest. Because of his skill is good, and the light of the temple will take the opportunity to open a restaurant for him. Do are some of the great tonic things, basically whip class are all in one place. There are even good people, for this restaurant took a gag name. Called Jinmen City Yanqing Most Prosperous Place. Xia liked to eat here a few times. The beginning of the fashion is still some heart resistance. But later, found that these things are not only aphrodisiacs. The increase in chi and blood was no less impressive. Coupled with the fact that there was an imperial chef at the helm, the flavor of the meal was no less. The two ordered 8 dishes, and Xiaoyu counted the money in his pocket. He estimated that he was barely able to make it until the Jin MOC issued the monthly payment. In the last month or so, there are almost no corpses in the river, and the fee for collecting corpses is basically close to nothing. After finishing his meal, Xiaoyu wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and took Tongguan back again. Just walked to the street when the street corner is suddenly become lively. A smoky odor came. Xiaojiu looked up and saw that it seemed to be many people clad in white veils, were clustering around a large sedan chair, and were also constantly scattering paper money to the side of the road. With his current height of almost 1.95 m, in this crowd Xiaoyu also appeared to be standing tall, with an unstoppable vision. Wulian Dao. Xiaoyu recognized where these people came from. They in this city parade preaching is not a day or two time, since the beginning of the fall will often give some lonely people to distribute food and clothing. They often gave food and clothes to the poor and lonely people since the beginning of the fall, so that those people could join their procession. At the beginning, the city of the Xuanjia army also just hinder one or two, to discourage the people to disperse. Later, as the number of people increased, it became more difficult to manage. The Xuanjia army had no choice but to start using violent means to expel the people. As a result, these believers now became oily. As soon as they saw the Xuanjia army, they immediately left a sinking ship, leaving behind a patch of chicken feathers. If no one was watching over them, they would continue to march. Xiaoyu looked at the sedan chair for a few moments and realized that it seemed vaguely odd. It gave him a gloomy feeling, and he didn't know who or what was hiding in it. Paper money continued to spill, and there was even a kindly-looking old lady who walked up to Xia and stuffed a few steamed buns into his hands. The old lady looked at Xia's almost wall-like size and felt that Xia was probably a little underfed, so she took another half a pocket of steamed buns and placed them in Xia's arms. Xiajia was somewhat speechless, but did not refuse, turning his hand and placing these steamed buns into the hands of an old man. Behind him, perhaps due to the arrival of the Xian armor army, it became a chicken and dog. Xia lack of this sect is not much interest, with Tongguan and left. Raindrops dripped down and the wind chill was intense. Xia Xiao followed the footprints on the ground, constantly tracking the prey trail. According to the nearby mountain people, the mountains seem to be haunted by spirits and ghosts. Just in half a month's time, there are several families who have gone into the mountains to collect medicines have disappeared. After several fruitless searches and even the loss of a few people, those hunters knew something strange was going on. These hunters had sold meat to Xia and knew that he seemed to have a special interest in monsters. They were the ones who told the bold Xia about the cow spirit. When they saw Xia chasing the bull spirit that was as strong as a small mountain, they knew that this young man was not simple. Compared to the few forged martial artists in the village, he was much stronger, and his chi and blood were simply going to break through the sky. Moreover, when the spirits in the mountains were acting up, it was all of them, the hunters, who suffered. After all, the demon suppression division wouldn't go and actively capture the mountain spirits unless they were actively coming down the mountain to disturb the villages. Now that there was such a free expert who could help them and solve the dangers in the mountains, why not? Xia Xiao was also worried about the source of meat, so he gladly accepted the villagers' request. He was confident that with his current strength, as long as he didn't meet a Dao entry-level spirit monster, he shouldn't be a match for him. Although he had not yet fought with other martial arts masters, Xiajiu could also sense that his strength must not be too bad. After all, those martial arts masters would basically only major in one technique. They simply didn't have the time or the heart to cultivate multiple martial arts to the peak of the innate, or even break into the sect master realm like himself. Xia Xiao originally wanted to wait for the sky to clear up before going to track down the elves and monsters. But since the rain has not stopped, and even has the appearance of getting worse, he couldn't wait to find the hunter. Let him lead the way for himself, into the mountains. By this season, most of the trees on the mountain had become bare. It was only the thick fog that hindered one's vision and one could not see much farther. Right at this moment, Xiajiu seemed to hear a few gongs and drums beating in the distance, and even a few cries of mourning from the women. He was somewhat puzzled. Although this is not a deep forest, but there are no people living, has always been the paradise of wolves, tigers and leopards, why does it even have gongs and drums clamor? Xia lacked erected ears, once again listened carefully. Found that it is actually a few swana came, is blowing a happy tune. As the strange sound gradually approached, Xia Xiao frowned. The disadvantages of having a narrow line of sight were evident at this moment. He could not see what was happening in the distance and could only allow the sound of the gongs and swana to continue to approach. After Xiaoyu settled his mind, he found a fairly tall tree and climbed up. With the help of the branches, he tried to hide himself as much as possible. Inside the poplar forest, several hairy apes and monkeys were wearing red clothes and robes, constantly shuttling between the branches and leaves, and in their hands, they were holding swana and playing. Behind them were several humanoid figures with stiff footsteps, lifting up a large sedan chair. When they got closer, Xiaoyu realized that the several people carrying the sedan chair were extremely white in color, their cheeks were painted with abnormal blush, and they looked no different from the paper people. Xiajiu's pupils couldn't help but start to become constricted. What the hell is this? Apes and monkeys helping paper people get married? The swana was playing a cheerful tune, but it looked extremely awkward to Xiajiu. Right at this moment, as the gongs and drums beat, a team of people dressed in onyx also entered Xia's eyes. It was no different from the funeral procession, except that the coffin in the center appeared to be extraordinarily large, and did not seem to be prepared for people at all. Red and white crashing break. These words slammed into Xieju's brain. This was not a good omen, although Xieju could not feel any danger. But he also knew that this kind of weird situation must not be simple. At this time, the two teams were actually traveling opposite each other and were about to collide in the blink of an eye. The curtains on the side of the sedan chair were suddenly pulled open, and a pair of peach blossom eyes looked up at Xieju from it. Chapter 53 Tiger Demon. The pair of peach blossom eyes were full of love and seemed to be able to hook people's souls away. But Xieju knew that he was exposed. He leapt down from the tree trunk, his body's chi and blood instantly exploding. Countless raindrops poured down on Xieju's body, continuously emitting moist and hot air. The apes and monkeys blowing trumpets in front of him quickly dispersed in a flurry. One party welcoming the bride and one party sending the mourners to the funeral paused with Xiaoxiao as the center. Xiaoxiao's mind became puzzled, his own party suddenly had an inexplicable urge. But at this moment, it returned to normal. Xiaoyu looked towards the sedan chair, the curtains had been lowered, and those peach blossom eyes were no longer visible. Accompanied by the sudden laughter, a heart palpitation surged to his heart. In just a moment, the two groups of people resumed their clamor of gongs and oboes, heading towards Xieju. Xiaoxiao's figure retreated continuously, but those paperman-like creatures were in hot pursuit. No matter how far he went, the sedan chair and coffin seemed to keep the same distance from him. Seeing this, Xiaoxiao also knew that he was being targeted by dirty things. Then let me see what kind of things you really are. Xiaoxiao took out the dog-legged sword at his waist, his chi and blood astral energy clinging to it as he kept chopping down. The astral energy gushed out, but Xiaoxiao was as if he had encountered a piece of illusion, and his figure was actually completely pierced out of the sedan chair. What is it? Xiaoxiao frowned tightly. If it's a Yanqing, even if he can't touch it, his chi and blood should be able to cauterize it. But at this moment, those things were completely like illusions. Not only could they not be touched, even the chi and blood deities had become useless. Xiaoxiao was a bit disbelieving, and his chi and blood once again rose up from his body. The fierce chi and blood caused Xiaoxiao's entire body to be covered with a layer of red film, and the weeds on the ground instantly turned into ashes. But all of this is still just futile. Xiaoxiao still just passed through, as if he encountered all of this as just a hallucination in general. But the coldness in his heart became even more so that he knew this is not illusory. Rather, it is some kind of unknown power. Only that he has not yet found the source of the power, not able to solve it. Xiaoxiao was a bit annoyed as he swept up and jumped up to the top of a tree that was more than 10 meters away. He started to escape from this weird place. Unexpectedly, that a coffin and a sedan chair was like a maggot on the bone, sticking to Xia's feet, unable to shake it off. Right at this moment, Xiaoxiao suddenly descended from the sky and chopped at the coffin with his sword. The moment the blade touched the coffin, Xia knew he was right. Other than this coffin, everything else was nothing but illusion. Relying on the violent astral energy, the coffin boards were instantly chopped and burst apart. In the coffin, 3 female figures actually appeared. They were not neatly dressed, and their white gauze skirts were constantly being soaked by the rain. Between their laughter, they sat up and looked at Xiaoxiao with eyes like peach blossoms. The other woman was looking at Xiaoxiao with a look of pity. Xiaoxiao inhaled a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his heart. Chi and blood gushed out as Xiaoxiao chopped down without mercy. The 3 women instantly flew into the sky. Not a Yin god? Under the raging chi and blood, a few women were actually unharmed. Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. In the next moment, with his legs gnarled with muscles, Xiaoxiao blasted through the air and flashed to the side of the girls. With a wave of his hand, a burst of poisonous mist was instantly released. At this moment, the several women did not feel so good. They repeatedly issued a delicate shriek, but in the twinkling of an eye, like ice melting, disappeared. What in the world are these things? Is it so easy to die? Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. He had thought that it would take some maneuvering, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. He looked towards his hands and wondered what the poisonous mist of that people woman that he had absorbed last time was that could be so powerful. Not only did it work wonders against the uplifted Yin gods, even this unknown creature could be decimated so easily. The next moment, a violent wave of air emanated from the deep forest. With a berserk roar, it rolled in together. Destroy my devourer, really damned. A delicate exclamation came out, accompanied by a few bone spears shooting from the forest, which Xiaoyu dodged easily. Ghost? Tiger demon? Xiaoyu's heart immediately had a number. Legend has it that when a tiger becomes a demon, the people it eats will turn into ghosts and lure others away as food for the tiger. Are those women ghosts? No wonder his own chi and blood couldn't hurt them. Xiaoxiao had also heard of ghosts in the demon suppression division. They did not have much combat power, but they were good at being confusing and difficult to deal with. A flavorful figure appeared from the forest. The tiger demon was actually in human form at this time. Its appearance was like a woman of a wonderful age, with a mature and flavorful figure. Good as honey one peach, juice one waterful, cannot help but make people salivate. Especially that is really big. Xiaoxiao had taken a look at it and knew that its strength was not ordinary, not only because it was large, After all, he met before the essence of the monster is only half human, half demon form, like this completely transformed into a human body is still the first time to see. This tiger demon, although appearance full of flavor, but is the color of cold, dress is also inclined to conservative, a thick bearskin will be completely wrapped in the figure. But even so, is also can be seen from its full, can imagine, exactly how big. Xia Xiao grabbed the first opportunity, his figure was like lightning and instantly arrived in front of the tiger demon. Guillotine soul. The dog-legged knife slashed towards the tiger demon's face. Xia Xiao knew that if the other party's in spirit could not leave the body, their strength would be weakened by half. However, when the woman transformed into a tiger demon saw this, she also dared not to be slow. 2 hands shot down, actually dead dog leg knife clamped. She revealed a cold smile, and Xiezhou's brain suddenly became a little sluggish. A beautiful ghost suddenly appeared in front of the tiger demon. The ghost's eyes were like autumn water as it silently looked at Xia. Why don't you go with me to the cave and enjoy the ultimate happiness on earth? I'm afraid this tiger demon is close to the limit of the third realm. Xia Xiao let out an angry whistle, the astral energy flowed above the blade, the tiger demon could not help but let out a cry of surprise. It was involuntarily releasing the blade. The sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Oops. The tiger demon looked up at the sky, his face changed, and vaguely, he actually wanted to flee. Seeing this, Xiezhou thought that it was the other party's technique that was causing the problem, and chased after him with his sword. Inside the body of the horror of the chi and blood at this time by the Xia lack of operation to the extreme, the whole person as if by the body's surface covered with a layer of blood. In a trance, the tiger demon couldn't help but feel a sense of fear from her back, and she couldn't help but turn around and try to defend. Just as the guillotine soul was about to fall, a falling thunderbolt actually fell suddenly, splitting between the tiger demon and Xiezhou. 1 person and 1 demon immediately flew out horizontally. Xiezhou only felt a sweetness in his throat, and his entire back was taken over by a huge warm softness. He turned his head and realized that he was actually in the tiger demon's arms. Moreover, the tiger demon's face had become as pale as a disease, and blood had dyed half of his body red. Xiezhou hurriedly stood up and picked up his sword to look around vigilantly. From this strike, Xiezhou already knew that this was not the work of the tiger demon. Around, there are still people. Ha! Not dead? The next moment, a figure actually fell from the sky. Chapter 54 8 Steps to Catch the Moon Toad. Xiezhou forced himself to endure the shocking sensation after being struck by lightning, and pulled some distance away from the tiger demon beside him. As the dark clouds dispersed, a huge figure actually suddenly descended from the sky. A golden toad like a giant stone pear appeared in front of Xiaoyu's eyes. Its height was almost 2 zhang, and its appearance shimmered like gold, looking even harder than fine iron. The tiger demon beside him turned even more colorful and red. It was actually the 8 steps to catch the moon toad. Xia Xiao had not heard of this toad's name, but he could also sense from the tiger demon's mouth that this toad was extraordinary. At this time, the golden toad looked at Xiezhou with eyes like copper bells, and spoke in a somewhat raw human language. It's you. Xia was stared at, and could not help but feel a little creeped out. The tiger demon said in a cold voice, it seems to be looking for you, so I will retire first. Accompanied by a crisp laugh, the tiger demon's figure actually retreated rapidly towards the back. Xia Xiao knew that this toad was extraordinary, and was able to injure himself with a single strike of lightning. At this moment, leaving the tiger demon behind and making the scene even more chaotic would be in his best interest. None of them can escape. The golden toad was actually lifting its front limbs high, looking up at the sky. Xia Xiao and the tiger demon immediately saw a huge moon shadow in the sky. The golden toad was catching the moon. Xia Xiao felt that his mind immediately became a bit stagnant, and his entire consciousness was as if he was going to be sucked into the shadow of the moon. The tiger demon was similarly affected by this as she exhaled a scarlet breath from her mouth, covering half of the moon shadow. As a result, the moon shadow became somewhat illusory. Xia Xiao took this opportunity to regain his clarity, his chi and blood surging to cover his body as if he was wrapped in a layer of blazing fire. The tiger demon said in her heart, this toad is only seeking trouble from this kid, I just need to keep this guy here and get away. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across her rosy face, and a bright red word for king appeared faintly on her forehead. With a harsh roar, invisible waves of sound swept in from behind Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth to resist, but he was also still pushed out 10 meters away, turning to look at the tiger demon that was continuously moving away. The speed of the other party is obviously not as good as his own, his legs power leap, actually closely behind the tiger demon. Kill my devourer, actually still wanna harm me. The tiger demon turned his head to look and couldn't help but gnash his teeth. The golden toad did not chase, but after a croak, the skin on its back actually cracked, revealing countless pus bags the size of a human head. Xiezhou's face was much more calm. After all, a dead friend of the road is not a poor man. His own speed as long as it is faster than this tiger demon can be. The pustules on the golden toad's back exploded, and several channels of thick water turned into green smoke, and in the blink of an eye, it actually landed in front of Xia Xiao and the tiger demon. I don't want to go. The golden toad spoke a broken human language. The thick water landed actually turned into 4 small golden toads. A large bag bulged behind the small golden toads and then exploded again. Countless pus and poison flew into the sky, continuously corroding the branches and leaves into pus. The tiger demon once again sacrificed the king character above his head, turning it into an invisible barrier, allowing the pus to drip down onto it. Xia Zhao's figure flickered, and even dodged to the tiger demon's side to avoid the attack. The tiger demon said in a bad mood, "I've only heard of this 8 steps to catch the moon toad, how did you get into it?" Xia Lak is also some puzzled, I do not know what toad is a what. The golden toad saw that the attack was ineffective, even after a croak, both legs violently stomped on the ground. Like a small mountain, in the twinkling of an eye, it leapt hundreds of meters away and landed in front of the tiger demon and Xia Yu. Tiger demon stopped his steps, his face was a bit unnatural and said, "Senior, I have no grudges with you, why don't you join hands and let me help you take down this guy?" The golden toad's blood-red eyes just glanced at the tiger demon. Low-level bloodline, you are also worthy? The tiger demon did not expect that he had actually put a cold ass on his hot face, and his face immediately changed drastically. Xia Yu looked at the tiger demon with a bitter smile. Big sister, this time we can only join forces, right? Tiger demon's expression was cold. Who is your big sister? Before the words fell, Xia Yu had already fled 100 meters away. His body in the dense forest was as flexible as an ape. Tiger demon teeth clenched, looking at the golden toad in front of him, actually revealed nearly 5 meters long tiger appearance. Compared to the golden toad is not small, but the tiger demon knows that it is not the other party's opponent, but also after the direction of Xia Yu began to run away. Tiger demon in the back shouted, "This 8 steps to catch the moon toad on the mountain can swallow tigers, under the sea can swallow dragons, you and I even if we escape is useless." Xia Yu ignored it and continued to leave the tiger demon behind. Poof. The golden toad's mouth emits a cold snort. This incarnation is not just that simple. The body outside the incarnation? The tiger demon in Xia Zhao's heart chills even more. Xia Zhao thought that he had never offended this kind of character. At the very least, it is also the realm of a real person who has entered the Tao. Is it a flesh Lohan? Xia Zhou was a bit puzzled. Is Yuan Shun's son only this strong? The golden toad's tone became impatient. With such strength, how can you break Yun's Tai Sui too? The Tai Sui diagram? Xia Zhao immediately recalled the scroll unfolded by the Peepa girl, but he could not remember the contents. This golden toad, is he the big brother they are talking about? The next moment, the golden toad spoke again. You one demon and one person, your strength is not bad, all close to the peak of the 3rd realm of existence. If you are willing to put into the seat under the door, do a guardian child, this seat can spare your life. His tone was lofty, like a god overlooking the earth. Senior heart, concubine body appreciate. Although the tiger demon said politely, but the tone is still cold, just concubine strength is low, I'm afraid I can't help Senior's favor. If Senior is willing to let go of my concubine, he will be grateful after entering the Tao. The way to enter the Tao? The golden toad snorted coldly, just by your common white tiger spirit, you also want to enter the Tao. Xia Lak only buried head to escape, to the movement behind completely do not care. Tiger demon in front of this into the real person, Yinshan simply do not dare to go out of the body, 10 strength cannot play out a point, but also have a hard time. Not good. The hairs on Xia Zhao's heart exploded. The golden toad's mouth let out a croak, countless snake-head shadows broke out from the back of the rise. Snake teeth bit down hard on Xia Zhao's skin, a strong corrosive feeling immediately came out, the whole body was like being burned by fire. Gang Chi waved, Xia Lak will these snake-head shadow extinguished Fong only to feel better. You this guy's blood is really enough. Golden toad curiosity, but so what, Chi blood such low-level power is only you martial artists are still using. The tiger demon's body became drenched in blood as the snakehead pounced and attacked. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xia Zhao, do you have a way to deal with this old thing? Xia Zhao looked back, silent for a moment but still answered, it might be possible underwater. Thinking about it, the indeterminate river was at least 5 kilometers away from here. As for wanting to escape to Jinmen City, it is at least 10 kilometers away. With the speed of this golden toad, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for me to escape to the Wooding River. Then, I will join forces with you for once. The tiger demon actually increased her speed by leaps and bounds, revealing a huge white tiger silhouette behind her. Her face became flushed, as if she had just recovered from a great illness. You ride one up. Chapter 55 White Tiger Yuan Spirit. What ignorance! The golden toad behind her back jarred, but her tone carried extreme confidence. In an instant, the tiger demon actually soared up in speed to Xia Zhao. You come up. Her face became flushed, and a monstrous wave rose between the 2 peaks. The huge white tiger silhouette behind her back almost condensed into a solid entity, and a dark fragrance wafted over Xia Zhao's face. The white tiger Yuan Yin is still alive, I can barely accept you as a concubine. The golden toad let out a cry of surprise, and the tiger demoness face became even more rosy. The tiger demon's face has become even more flushed. Tiger demon breath like orchid fragrance, opened to the side of Xia Lak of said. Xiaoyu did as he was told, and his hands climbed onto that surplus of slenderness. The huge white tiger almost pulled a burst of shadows behind it, taking Xiaolak all the way to the wind. The golden toad behind him actually stomped his legs, and the ground rumbled and sank downward. The mountain-like golden toad even flew up into the sky as if it was flying up into the sky, rapidly approaching the two of them. Xiaoyu only felt that his entire body was lying behind this tiger demon. At this point in the undetermined river domain is not too far, another 10 seconds of time will be able to reach. But behind the back of the 8 steps to catch the moon toad is already fast to the top of the head. This speed is not comparable to the other side. When this seat kills you, the golden toad mouth is easy, and then this tigress to my Chishan positive method of refining the soul to wash God, turned into a concubine. Tiger demon heard this, is also angry strike born laugh, but the beginning of the Tao realm, even kill me too or so laborious, don't brag about it. Really ignorant. Golden toad tone calm, face is also ancient well, this toad but this seed in avatar, if this seed real body descends, you too will not have the opportunity to escape. The power of the Tao is not something you can understand. Tiger demon disdain, then your real body to did not come to pretend what big tail wolf. The whole day urine trip, a few dishes also blew on. Listening to the tiger demon dislike the golden toad, Xiaolak also cannot help but a burst of fear and trepidation. The golden toad eyes flashed a hint of sternness, the mouth is actually spit out a crescent white. Xiaojiu turned to look, as if he saw a rising crescent moon. The moonlight arrived in an instant and chopped hard on top of the white tiger's silhouette. The tiger demon's mouth suddenly gushed out blood foam, but she still let out her mouth cannon and said, entering the Taoist reality, but that's all. The golden toad's mouth is actually once again spit out a few white moons, toward the white tiger's shadow chopping down. This old sister can handle She also knows to attract firepower. Tiger demon hard to resist, face actually from flushed to pale, blood constantly dripping from the corner of the mouth. When you chop this toad, you have to compensate for the loss of 10 years of my cultivation. The tiger demon gritted his teeth and said fiercely to Xiaoyu on his back. Xia nodded his head, a great favor is not to be thanked, let's talk about it after this matter is resolved. Seeing the golden toad gradually approaching, tiger demon mouth chanting, in front of the body of the white tiger silhouette is actually transformed into 5 beautiful ghosts, back to the golden toad surrounded. Croak! A dizziness toad song came out, the ghosts actually turned into a channel of smoke, was swallowed by the golden toad in the mouth. A full moon reappeared on the golden toad's forehead, shining brightly like the sun. Xia and the tiger demon felt that their chi was locked around them and a great terror arose from the bottom of their hearts. Xia Zhao's heart generates a burst of uneasiness, he drummed up enough chi and blood to put it together with the astral deities, such as the wall-like thick chi and blood will be tightly surrounded by him and the tiger demon in front of him. The white tiger's shadow was also generated again, wrapping the two of them in death. Like muffled thunder exploding and light flashing, a large explosion unfolded directly behind them. Xia Xiao and the tiger demon both flew out horizontally at once, blood continuously spilling into the air. Fortunately, the indeterminate river is not far away. Xiaoyu borrowed the power to generate strength, stride on the airwaves, the whole person like a cannonball flying out of the sky. Tiger demon at this time is also by this explosion injury is not light, the whole person is like a piece of mud. Her whole body was paralyzed, her legs were tense, and her brows were slightly furrowed. He picked up the weak and incomparable tiger demon, the pungent dark fragrance with the smell of blood came to his face. The tiger demon's mouth wooed, and her legs actually wrapped around Xiaoyu with extreme strength. When Xia fell into the river, the tiger demon immediately became like an octopus and wrapped Xia tighter and tighter. The next moment, an invisible force was actually generated from within the tiger demon. A white halo was born between the tiger demon's lips. This was the white tiger Yuan spirit. The tiger demon's face became paler and paler. It has always been of great benefit to you martial artists. Xiaojiu didn't make a fuss, he just nodded and lowered his head to take it in. The tiger demon actually mischievously stuck out its tongue. Xiaojiu couldn't help but be attracted by the touch, but the golden toad that was like a thorn in his back came around in an instant. Xiaojiu couldn't help but raise his head back up and swallow this cold Yuanling whole. Little man, I am doing this for you, you have to be responsible for me now. The tiger demon's breath was like an orchid fragrance, and her pale face actually revealed a trace of a winking smile. The Yuan spirit instantly melted in his mouth, and Xiaojiu felt as if he had eaten a whole cow spirit in one go, and the effect of that flesh-eating beings in his body instantly operated to the extreme. The river water around him was actually scorched to a rolling boil by the outwardly released chi and blood, and even the tiger demon could not help but exclaim a few times. The state of the dragon gaining water was instantly activated, and as a strong and powerful feeling surged back into his body, Xiaoyu knew that he had reached an unprecedentedly powerful state. He gently placed the tiger demon on a broken tree trunk on the river, and the tiger demon also lowered her arms as if she knew herself, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She said softly in Xiaoyu's ear, if you can behead this golden toad, its demonic pills will belong to me. Xia lacked a nod and turned to look at the golden toad that flew like a small mountain. With 10 times the power added to his body, Xiaojiu was already confident. 10 times the power brought him not only a powerful attack, even the speed and defense at this time has also improved by leaps and bounds. How dare you want to fight with this seat in the water? The golden toad's tone became disdainful, with a hint of surprise. It was as if Xie Xiao was seeking his own death. The golden toad fell into the water, startling countless splashes, half of its body floating above the river surface, bringing Xie a powerful sense of oppression. Its body surface pustules soared, actually like a bomb, thick water once again toward the surrounding sky surging. In the next moment, Xie's eyes were only filled with thick water, explosions, and sweeping waves of air. Poof! The golden toad snorted coldly. This 8-step moon-catching toad incarnation of this sea, the sea can swallow the dragon, is not just talk. Before the words fell, a palm from the infinite waves rose up, ruthlessly smashed in the top of the golden toad's head. Berserk power swept with nearly endless chi and blood, instantly hit the top of the golden toad, had a dent out. The golden toad was instantly pressed underwater, and a bone-cracking sound was even heard. In the blink of an eye, the extremely high-temperature chi and blood also ignited the flesh and blood on top of the golden toad's head, turning it into a blurry mass of extreme flesh and blood. Chapter 56 Qishan Realist. In an instant, the golden toad's figure once again burst out from underwater. Very well. Its tone actually hid a hint of anger, no longer as smooth as before. Xiejio knew that this was the result of the simultaneous addition of the two phrases demon nemesis and mansplainer, and supplemented with 10 times the power. Taking advantage of this moment, it should be a good time to beat the dog. The golden toad appeared from the water, and in the next moment, nearly endless fist shadows reappeared from the top of his head, smashing at the top of his head in an almost frantic manner. The pupils of the golden toad's eyes contracted. It had never thought that the weak martial artist in front of him would be able to launch such a powerful attack. That power had even exceeded the 8 steps moon-catching toad itself. However, the 8 steps moon-catching toad wasn't a beast known for its body strength, but rather its terrifying speed and those pushes hidden behind it. At this moment, the golden toad felt like there were hundreds of boulders hitting the top of its head, and even it couldn't help but feel dizzy. Croak-ah! A huge poisonous gland rose behind the golden toad, from which a hideous insect shadow was actually released. The adult-sized blood mosquito's mouthparts were like long spears, extremely horrifying. It flew to Xieju's heels at an extremely fast speed in a vain attempt to stop the shadow of Xieju's constantly blasting down fists. However, Xiejio actually turned directly to face and flew and stepped behind the giant mosquito. Both hands exerted force with a fierce cry. Xie directly broke the 2 wings of the giant mosquito and then threw it into the water. Next is a fist hit, actually will be alive the whole giant mosquito tear. At this point, the Judgment of Death talisman has actually turned a new page. Chi like lead in Mercury, blue phrase, your chi and blood strength is enhanced by 10. Found 3 entries of the same type, chi and blood abundant, chi and blood boiling, chi like lead and Mercury, should they be merged? Xie Xiao did not think before choosing yes. The next moment, a purple light flashed before him. Chi and blood oven, purple phrase, your chi and blood is enhanced by 50, and you are able to refine all impurities in your body. Xie Xiao felt a wave of turbulence within his body, and the flowing blood actually faintly emitted a clear fragrance. The countless waste residues in his body were all burned out by his chi and blood, and the air he inhaled and exhaled inside and outside his body became incomparably fresh. Breathing became longer and longer at this moment, and the organs became stronger and stronger. The entire process of change lasted but a few moments, and it had already completed the transformation of Xiejio's entire body. At this moment, the chi and blood around Xiejio's body began to continuously surge, and his entire body became like a chi and blood oven. It actually burned the golden toad's scalp to a crisp, emitting a slightly pasty odor. It was really masculine. When the tiger demon in the distance saw this, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She licked the corners of her mouth. Such chi and blood might, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to get close to him even if my spirit goes out of my body. The tiger demon's icy face flashed with a trace of thought. If this person's Yuan Yang is still alive, practicing the art of yin and yang qi merging together with me, entry into the Tao is just around the corner. Fist will merge with the body, Xie Xiao under the continuous bombardment, actually to chi blood into the martial arts Dao sense. In the next moment, the newly cultivated Iron Wire Fist, Mountain Torrent Fist, and Snake Fist had actually entered the Zhongshe realm at the same time. Counting the Killer Whale Fist, Yanqing Fist and Bamboo Breaking Palm that had already entered the Grandmaster realm, there were already 6 boxing techniques that had entered the Grandmaster realm. His chi, blood, and astral energy surged once more, and the chi whirlpool in his dantian began to operate like crazy. Xie Xiao wrapped his fist with his astral chi, and as the poisonous chi corroded in his hand, he actually blasted through the golden toad's scalp. The golden toad was also in a trance at this moment, and white brain matter along with blood continued to flow down. Feeling a loss of physical strength, Xiaoyu actually bent down and sucked up. With a burst of chi and blood rising feedback in his stomach, Xiaolak felt his physical strength quickly regained again. It seems that you are even more powerful than Yuan Shun back then. No, even an entry Dao realist who wasn't careful enough would have to roll over on you. But, I'm not a first-time Dao entry realm. A few demonic light colors flashed in the golden toad's eyes, and Xiejio's heart felt a great shudder. Several large pustules arose from its body, and Xiaozhou hastily retreated and scattered away. The two thick and powerful legs underneath the golden toad slowly rose. The pustules exploded, and several thick and powerful arms stretched out from the golden toad's body. The top of his head, which had been hit by Xiaozhou with a large hole, also quickly gushed out a foul-smelling blood arrow before it began to rapidly heal. It was actually discharging the poison sand palm along with the power of the poisonous mist from its body. The golden toad is actually standing up at this moment, stretching out 6 arms, a big picture of the solemnity of the treasure. Yuan Shun's son, you did not let this seat disappointed. Golden Toad's voice came from all directions at the same time. With this incarnation of this seat to fight until now, is already enough to be proud. An audible explosion boomed, and the golden toad's huge body instantly appeared in front of Xiaozhou. Airwaves accompanied by countless splashes. Martial artist, in order to honor you, this seat also fights you with its physical body. This seat has traveled the world, taught itself 3 sets of martial arts, and promoted them to the innate realm. Xiaozhou's volatile qi and blood continued to emanate from his body, hot and rising water vapor overflowed from the surface of his body, and his astral qi clung to the guillotine's soul like a long river, chopping down fiercely. Innate? A strange color appeared on Xiaozhou's face. A sound of gold and iron resounded, and one of the golden toad's arms was chopped off and flew out. At this moment, Xiaoyu once again stood on top of the golden toad's head. 3 sets of martial arts? Innate? Xiaozhou's somewhat mocking tone rang out, which was very uncomfortable in the golden toad's ears. Is 3 sets a lot? Xiaoyu tore off one of the golden toad's arms directly. As the golden toad shrieked in pain, Xiaoyu tore off a mass of flesh and blood and put it into his mouth to chew on it. I want you to die. The golden toad knew that he had made a wrong decision, and that he was no match for the other party in close combat. A large moon once again rose from in front of its forehead. Xiaozhou slapped his hand down hard, connecting with the astral energy like a long river. The golden toad was somewhat disoriented by the slap, and the full moon in front of him shattered from its shadow. Xiaozhou took this opportunity to remove all of the golden toad's arms alive. After biting off the most tender piece of meat with the joints, he threw it straight into the water. Feeling his constantly recovering physical strength, Xiaozhou brought up endless astral energy with both hands. The 4th punch of the upper general's seal, Flying General. 5th fist. Open frontier. 6th fist. Open up the earth. 3 consecutive punches landed with a bang, and the golden toad's body became shapeless as if it had been drenched in hot lava. Death. A bright halo of light was spat out by the golden toad and flew up into the air. The bright light transformed into a full moon, emitting endless light and heat as it flew towards Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou made a fish leap, but he was unable to dodge the halo. He could only try his best to protect his vitals. The halo exploded with a loud bang, and the 100-meter-wide river area even rose up to nearly 10 feet high waves of water. Xiaozhou also fell into the water, and both of his arms were already a bloody mess. It seems that this seat was too careless. The words spoken on the river actually changed from the previous jarring voice, but became low and powerful. Xiaoyu surfaced. The golden toad head at this time actually stood a man wearing a Taoist robe. Just halo in the back, cannot see its real appearance. This seat, Qishan real person. Yuan Shun, if you don't show up again, I will chop off your adopted son and sacrifice the weapon. Chapter 57, The Dharma Body of the King of Great Vigor and Virtue. Yuan Shun. A stern cry accompanied by several echoes continued to swirl across the surface of the indeterminate river. Xiaozhou's body began to involuntarily tense up at a high level. Surely, this was the true form of this Qishan realist. A misty beam of light was released from realist Qishan's hand, which actually restored the injuries on the golden toad's head to full strength. His gaze once again turned towards Xiaozhou. Even though Xiaozhou was almost 100 meters away from the Taoist on top of the golden toad's head, he still felt a huge sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Xiaozhou inhaled a deep breath. The other party was a full-bodied Tao entry real person. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he thought that he must be even stronger than the 8 steps to catch the moon toad, or even much stronger. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to refine it into an out-of-body avatar. However, even if Xiaozhou dealt with this golden toad, he would still need to put in his best efforts. He even relied on the suppression of the demon nemesis in Dragon's Water to suppress the golden toad, but still failed to kill it. I'm afraid that this Qishan real person would be very difficult to deal with on his own. Old demon Qishan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. A familiar voice entered his ears, and Xiaozhou turned his head to look. It was actually the mausoleum keeper Zhang Yuyang who was standing on the shore. I thought, who is it? With you, Zhang Yuyang, I am afraid that it is not the enemy of this seat. Qishan real person just smiled, did not put the gradually approaching Zhang Yuyang in the heart. With a dangling sound, something seemed to shatter inside Zhang Yuyang's body. 2 very different voices, one male and one female, actually came out of his vocal line. But I am no longer just me. Only then did realist Qishan correct his color and look towards Zhang Yuyang. However, he still had an ancient well within his gaze and did not take it to heart. The true scripture of the Princess Ming's true will. Realist Qishan's tone was relaxed as he'd said, Zhang Yuyang, the secret sect is really cruel to you. You, who was already crippled, have willingly become this old woman's entry into the Tao. Don't talk too much. Zhang Yuyang's voice actually became indistinct. In the next moment, Zhang Yuyang's figure gradually began to change. Two naked bodies actually embraced each other. Zhang Yuyang's face actually became green-faced and fanged, incomparably vicious, his arms cradling a golden-bodied, jade-phase-like solemn young girl, wearing a golden crown and holding a demon-subduing mortar and pestle. The great mighty great virtue Vajra Dharma phase body. Xiaozhou's heart was astonished. This Dharma body he had actually seen in the secret sect as well. Rumor has it that the male body represents King Dawei Dai Deming, and the female body represents Luo Langming concubine, which is the incarnation of the Buddha, and the male and female Dharma phases that are made to represent the subjugation of the demons or the yin and yang intertwined Buddhas in the secret sect. Have not yet entered the Tao, you are afraid that this Dharma body is not quite enough to see. Qishan real face flashed a trace of color, beside the body began to surround the road black fog. The black mist began to continuously twist and transform, actually turned into dozens of thigh-thick black gas python. Zhang Yuyang's entire figure also began to become illusory, as if the next moment would leave this world in general. Zhang Fa. Zhang Yuyang let out a bellowing cry, and his incarnation as the great mighty deity Mingwang began to surge, his dark green muscles becoming several times larger in an instant. The young girl in his arms also began to turn the magic bell, and a gust of golden and yellow haze covered Zhang Yuyang's entire figure. With a loud bang, Zhang Yuyang was actually a step in front of the Qishan real person, and his pestle and mortar slammed down hard. Qishan real person in front of the giant python entangled on the pestle, but after staining the golden light on behalf of the Buddha's nature is actually like ice meets the hot sun, quickly melt up. Qishan real face easy not change, hand slightly a flick finger, beside the body is more than a few python, strife to winding up. Xia lacks to see the two are already in a state of entanglement, the body shape instantly into the underwater. Explosion. Qishan real mouth spat out a word. The black gas pythons actually exploded one after another, instantly blowing the Dharma body of the great mighty deity Mingqing that Zhang Yuyang had transformed into tens of meters away. From the cuffs of the Qishan realist's sleeves and the hem of his robes, countless snakes, insects, and rats were drilled out in a flash. Since the two of you are so old and dying, how can you enter the way? Real Qishan took a step forward and raised both hands. The insects and bugs under his feet actually all spread their wings from his side and chased towards Zhang Yuyang. A particularly huge sluglast from Qishan real chest collar drilled out, revealing fat wriggling body, looked very seemingly disgusting. Qishan real person lifted his hand and stroked the slug's head, laughed softly, don't be anxious, a moment enough for you to eat. Angry eyes. Zhang Yuyang eyes as if burning two groups of fire, he raised the pestle and mortar, will fly in front of the bugs and insects swept away. Worship the gods. The green-faced and fanged Dharma body inhaled a deep breath as if he was facing great pressure. Yu Yang, after worshipping the gods, you will no longer exist in the world. The Ming concubine in her arms plucked the golden bell, and an invisible wave of air swept a flying snake away. Oh? Are you going to worship the gods? A hint of interest arose in the eyes of the Qishan realist. Let me see what kind of power you can get in exchange for dedicating your entire body and soul to the god. With a wave of his hand, the insects and rats that flew out from the cuff of his sleeve became more and more numerous. The Ming concubine maiden in Zhang Yuyang's arms threw the golden bell out and landed on the riverbank, actually transforming into a small Ming king phase. Its appearance was similar to that of the Dharma body transformed by the two of them, only that it gave people a more majestic feeling. At this time, the golden toad side of the underwater rise a few bubbles. Qishan real person did not pay attention to it, just still stroking the slug in front of him. A gas explosion boomed, and a wail came from the golden toad. Blood instantly dyed the river water underneath the golden toad's belly, and a huge force lifted the entire 8 steps to catch the moon toad away. Damn! Real Qishan stepped on an immense flying insect, still hovering in the air. However, the abdomen of the golden toad underneath him was broken open with a huge opening, in which Xia Zhao stood, bathing in the blood of the golden toad. Covered in hot blood, Xia Zhao looked up at the Qishan Jing'an above the sky, the corners of his mouth floating upwards, revealing a cruel smile. Junior. Qishan real person also revealed a trace of inexplicable smile, reaching out towards Xia lack of a virtual grip. The black mist instantly rose from under Xiaoyu's feet, actually suppressing his entire body to the point where it was somewhat difficult to move. Qishan real person blinked, mouth is actually flying out of a head full of pus scalp too. When Xia Xiao saw this scalp, he was somewhat inexplicably familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but at the moment, it was difficult to recall. The scalp stared towards Xia Zhao, an invisible power instantly climbed up into Xia Zhao's mind. Suddenly, an image of a Taoist priest clad in black feathers and sitting amongst the clouds appeared within Xia Zhao's eyes. This Taoist priest had 2 narrow necks sticking out of his eyes, and at the top of his neck were 2 mangy heads, which made him look unimaginably oozy. Azi Tai Yu. 4 words instantly appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire figure was fixed in place. A nameless sense of fear surged up from deep within his heart, and Xiaoyu's emotions began to spiral out of control. Ha! Chapter 58 God Worship in Yuan Shun. In the next moment, Xiaojiu actually broke free from the black mist beneath his feet. A huge force that came from nowhere struck countless waves in the water. The astral energy in Xiaojiu's body began to involuntarily stimulate the meridians, and the wild waves of 1,000 overlapping waves stimulated all the potential in Xiaojiu's body in an instant. Between one breath and the next, Xiaojiu's chest swelled up as if he had stuffed a kuju, and the whale flood technique began to run in all directions. The two secret martial arts subconsciously began to run at full power at the same time in the moment when Xiaojiu lost his mind, and countless vapors began to rise from the surface of his body, even vaporizing a portion of the river water. This kid, where did Yuan Shan find him? Real Qishan was quite surprised in his eyes as he cocked his head and looked at Xiaojiu. On the bank, a figure of green and gold fell to its knees and worshipped towards the small statue of Buddha. The Buddha statue actually shattered on the spot, and a golden light instantly ingested between Zhang Yuyang's eyebrows and the young girl in his arms. The next moment, Zhang Yuyang's figure began to expand and change. The Ming concubine in her arms actually gave birth to a pair of huge fangs, and began to nibble on the Dharma body of the Ming king that Zhang Yuyang had transformed into. In less than a few seconds, the entire Dharma body of the great mighty Ming king was nibbled clean by the Ming concubine's body, leaving behind only a demon-subduing pestle. In the next instant, a figure with a handsome face that was hard to tell apart from a man or a woman by the look of it rose up into the sky. This figure was clad in a robe, with long hair at the waist, and his face actually had both the majesty of a male body and a hint of girlish femininity. Relying on worshipping the gods, he barely entered the Tao. Real Qishan returned his sight back to Zhang Yuyang. Zhang Yuyang, not Zhang Yuyang, is dead, now only Li Xiaoyu left. Qishan real light laugh, together with the partner of a lifetime, is actually turned into the road of food, really ridiculous Li Xiaoyu, that is, and Zhang Yuyang share a body of Wenxiu. Ha looked at the lower part of the Xiaolak of constant laughter, Qishan real pointing to him, look, he even think it's funny. Quack. The golden toad sent out a weak toad noise. Xiaolak is actually directly from its abdominal wounds drilled into the body. Realist Qishan's face couldn't help but change drastically. He had sensed the gradual weakness of the golden toad's yin shen, which was only an out-of-body incarnation, but it was also split from its own yin shen. The slug in front of his chest flew towards the golden toad. Li Xiaoyu's mouth opened and closed several times. A difficult-to-understand secret sex scriptures immediately came out from his mouth. A black hole suddenly appeared in its heart, and it was impossible to see the reality of it. But it was expanding continuously. The Qishan realist pinched a FA seal in his hand, and his face changed from his previous relaxed expression, and also became incomparably serious. The entire surface of the river is completed with its ceiling boom shook a little. A Shen-like divine thunder is actually straight toward Li Xiaoyu split. Li Xiaoyu chest darkness was dispersed in an instant, the whole figure like a rag doll flying out. However, from where he originally stood, a leaf-like Dharma seal was actually left behind. A leaf seal. The flames flew in the air. The seal of the law is actually no fire self-burning, and with it, Qishan real person's body actually also lit up bright red fire. Humph, Qishan real person to nasal voice transmitted a disdain, 2 hands forward virtual grip. The next moment, its mouth is actually spit out a huge giant insect, above also stained with sticky venom. The large insect unfolded its 4 limbs, which appeared to be incomparably slender. Corresponding to it was the huge cyst on its back. The cyst exploded, and the black liquid instantly wrapped the Qishan real person and the golden toad that kept wailing in pain on the river domain. Qishan real body flames gradually extinguished. The golden toad abdomen of the huge openings actually is also quickly began to heal up. Inside, the golden toad is constantly devouring the liver of the Xiaolak, subconsciously is also aware of a hint of danger, quickly from the wound to drill out. You too, can this seat forced to this, is already enough to be proud. Qishan real person shook off the black liquid on the body, no longer before the transportation, but some cloak and dagger looks woeful. Li Xiaoyu turned back, in the hands of the pestle and mortar is also hard to fall. But Qishan real person is still lightly, reach forward a finger, invisible barrier instantly will be Li Xiaoyu impediment. The devil subduing pestle emitted an infinite amount of Buddha's light, shattering the barrier. Real Qishan's eyeballs once again transformed into scalps and flew forward. Li Xiaoyu was instantly in a daze, but the endless firelight wrapped his entire body in the next moment, banishing the daze from his eyes. Real Qishan raised his hand and a falling thunderbolt once again sent Li Xiaoyu flying out. On the surface of the river, Xiaojiu was as if he had fallen into a demonic barrier. The guillotine soul constantly chopped at the golden toad, and managed to split the black liquid on the surface of the golden toad's body. However, the next moment, the black liquid seemed like it was able to heal itself and kept regrouping. This kid is somewhat interesting. Real Qishan raised his hand, and a black thunderbolt actually landed on Xiaojiu's body. The body shield made up of a mixture of astral energy and qi and blood had eroded most of the power of the black thunder, but it still split Xia's skin and flesh. Xiaoxiao still kept on laughing maniacally, his blood-like pupils looking towards the Qishan realist in the sky. So it's an epileptic, it's really pathetic. Shishan real person shook his head and pretended to be compassionate. I don't know where Yuan Shun found you, martial arts talent is so outstanding, but it is an epileptic. He raised his hand, preparing to land another black thunder strike on Xiejio. Ding bell. At this moment, the bell at Xiejio's waist actually moved without wind. A pale figure actually suddenly appeared on the riverbank. Xiejio also stopped his maniacal laughter, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes. Yuan Shun, you still came? Real Qishan looked at the hunched-over Dishun on the bank and actually laughed openly. Today, let you join Zhang Yuyang in the middle of hell for a reunion. Scattered shadows continued to gather around Xie Xiao, and the three-headed monster formed in the twinkling of an eye. It silently traveled to the front of the golden toad, and even began to chew hard. Real Qishan inexplicably felt a pain in his yin shin, and he looked down to the surface of the river. The color of his face could not help but change greatly. Night fork. In the next moment, the golden toad was also like a madman diving crazily towards the underwater. That drilling pain directly from the yin god really let the golden toad unbearable. Give me death. Shishan real person endured the pain of the yin god, his hand formed a seal, a black thunder fell towards Dasun. Just recovered Xialak is also a big change in color, pouncing on his foster father would like to block for him. But the speed of the black lightning is extremely fast, instantly a split on the body of Dasun. Smoke whisked by, Dasun is not injured. Shishan real cold snort, Zhang Yuyang have a way to survive, I think you Yuan Shun, and is not easy generation. But today, whether it is you, or Zhang Yuyang, and even this adopted son of yours, must die. Li Xiaoyu's tattered figure stood up again, his voice seemed incomparably bleak. Yuan Shun, Yu Yang is dead, today, even if it is fighting for my life, I have to kill this old devil. Shishan real person but smiled, Zhang Yuyang to feed the Buddha with his body, is considered to seek mercy. But you Yuan Shun, even refining this kind of poisonous magic weapon, secret doctrine for you is really bull. Between the words, realist Shishan tried to irritate Dishun. To Xia Yu's surprise, Dasun actually spoke. His voice was hoarse, like an old tree that had been rotting for a long time. The secret doctrine is to follow your heart. Shishan real person actually let out a loud laugh. What follow the heart? Even you, the secret sect's own biography, also regarded human life as a piece of grass, is the doctrine? Dasun spoke slowly, doctrine of thousands, but a shadow. Yuan Shun here, please real people, go to the infernal. Chapter 59 Deadwood Zen. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Have you finished saying goodbye to your adopted son? Next, it will send you to the west to see Zhang Yuyang. Real Qishan wore a smile on his face as the slug in his arms spat out a jet black pus. Xie Xiao held the guillotine soul, instantly fending off all the pus. TSK, relying on one's adopted son in order to resist? Real Qishan stroked the slug in his arms a few times and said soothingly, don't worry, you'll be able to eat it soon. With your current appearance, staying here is also a useless burden. You are already so old, you must not even be able to hold a sword. So what? Dashuan's old voice was unruffled. This is the end, unless Yan Guang arrives, no one can change the fate that Yuan Shun will die. Real Qishan raised his hand. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered overhead and a fierce wind swept through. An unfavorable emotion spread to Xia Zhao's heart. Countless black falling thunderbolts struck Yuan Shun. No! Xie Zhao's teeth were bared as he flew and pounced. It was really a father-son relationship. Real Qishan clapped his hands as if he was watching a good show. After the smoke and dust, a large hole more than 10 meters deep was actually left on the riverbank. The clothes on Dashuan's body were already tattered, and his skin had become scorched black. His figure was like an old tree that had suffered a lightning strike, making it difficult to retain any vitality. Li Xiaoyu sighed, and a hint of despair flashed across his non-male, non-female face. Xie Xiao came to his foster father's side and was also unable to detect any vitality. He let out an angry whistle and was just about to step forward. The Qishan real person let out a hint of easy-to-write laughter. You also go to accompany you. The withered wood like Dasun actually reopened his eyes. Buddha's light filled his eyes, and nearly endless qi and blood began to sweep through the entire heaven and earth. The surrounding tree trunks and grasses were actually affected by this qi and blood, and began to burn for no reason. What? Qishan real person was actually so shocked that he stopped his hand movements and looked towards that Yuan Shun who was thought to be dead. This qi blood is even stronger than the original him. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from the corner of real Qishan's forehead. He seemed to recall the self-confidence that was knocked down by Yuan Shun 20 years ago after entering the Tao. Thanks to you, Qishan realist, you have been practicing thunder law for many years. I have been practicing for 20 years with my withered wood meditation, and now the withered wood is reborn when it encounters thunder. A voice filled with medium qi sounded from behind Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu immediately trembled. He turned back to look. At this moment, Dashuan's skin, which was like the bark of a withered tree, had actually begun to shed layers, revealing bronze-colored, incomparably powerful muscles. I have been sitting in meditation for 20 years in front of the indeterminate river. The light representing the Buddha nature began to constantly appear from Yuan Shun's body, interplaying with his powerful and incomparable qi and blood. All of it, started by you, and also ended by you, right? De Shun's skin actually cracked suddenly, shedding rapidly like tree bark. His figure was actually no longer hunched over, and his tattered robe could barely cover his vitals. His nearly 2-meter-tall figure was completely revealed, and his black hair that fell to the ground continuously fluttered with the wind. Large and shapely muscles were like sculptures, reflecting his powerful body. A ring hoop fell from the sky and was slowly put on Yuan Shun's head. Father, become younger, Xie Gap murmured. In the end, what happened? Yuan Shun, Yu Yang was not wrong about you. Li Xiaoyu shouted, you really broke through the shackles of martial arts. Yuan Shun shook his head, but borrowing power to generate power, I am no longer considered a pure martial artist. Melting the power of qi and blood into Wengong, as a way to enter the Tao? The corners of real Qishan's mouth moved slightly, and his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. It seems that I still overestimated you. I thought that you, Yuan Shun, would be able to take a new path for the martial arts, but I did not expect that you would just take advantage of it. Real Qishan resumed his appearance as a picture of confidence. Yuan Shun at this moment on the body of the withered skin has been completely off. Look at its appearance changed before the old state. As if changed back to only 20-something years of young look, bare shoulders with the upper body, head wear ring hoop, a ascetic monk dress. Qishan real person eyes flashed a strange color. In the next moment, a sky full of insects, rats, mosquitoes and snakes came out from his sleeve robe, instantly covering Xie Xiao and Yuan Shun. The earth beneath Yuan Shun's feet shattered, and a ditch several feet across instantly appeared. A series of bubbles pulled up behind him, the air ripped out a burst of sparks and sonic booms, and countless bugbears continuously began to explode and burn, forming a huge sea of fire in the air. Thousands of fist shadows broke through the sea of fire, and in the blink of an eye, they smashed towards the Qishan realist high above the sky. Misty fist? The Qishan realist wore a disdainful smile on his face as a layer of black smoke rose in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, his face came to an abrupt end. Under the violent and rapid succession of booming fists, the black mist was actually directly broken through, and the fists landed on his body, exploding with clusters and clusters of blood. Seeing that his adoptive father was actually pressuring the Qishan townspeople at this point, Xiaoyu on the bank quickly set his eyes on the golden toad on the river surface. Accompanied by the rise and fall of a rushing wave on the surface of the river, Xiaoyu had already reappeared on top of the golden toad's head. Large chunks of blood accompanied by brain flowers gushed out from the golden toad's body. The Qishan realist high above the sky let out a cold snort. At this moment, even though he was being pressed and was fighting 1 against 2, he still thought that he might not necessarily lose. ZZ. The slug in front of the Qishan true man actually suddenly burst open, dispersing into countless small slugs that fell in all directions. The slugs that fell next to the grass on the bank actually directly plundered the life essence from this grass. The slugs that landed on Xie Xiao's body were not afraid of burning, and began to draw on Xie Xiao's body qi and blood. The flesh and blood on Qishan's body wriggled and began to regenerate, repairing Yuan Shun's injuries in the blink of an eye. The golden toad did the same. This seat has gone through 2 times of thunder tribulation. Even if Yuan Shun is no longer strong, it is only the beginning of the Tao realm. How can you speculate on the means of this seat? A complex and winding scripture came out of Qishan's mouth. His figure at this time actually changed for no reason. Countless serpents and insects exploded with a loud bang, bouncing Yuan Shun's figure away instantly to an extreme distance. A large mass of flesh and blood instantly wrapped Qishan real person's entire figure. Countless twisted insect tubes spread on it, looking extremely hideous and horrible. Croak! The 8 steps moon-catching toad also emitted a strange cry. Xie Xiao also knew that he couldn't drag on any longer. Hell knows what other tactics the other party had. In front of his body erupted a berserk qi and blood power, like a rocket launching a huge stream of inflammation from his pores continuously gushing out. Yuan Shun's body was also born in front of a large area of continuous Buddhist light, even his hair was rendered with some golden texture. The two of them exchanged glances with each other, and in the next moment, they stepped into the air together and struck the giant sarcoma in the sky. Chapter 60 War of the Gods. Xie Xiao was shocked in his heart, originally thinking that his own qi and blood had already reached the extreme of martial artists. However, he did not expect that his foster father was even better. Xie Xiao had utilized the 2 secret martial arts to the extreme, and his qi and blood were like a volcano erupting, driving infinite light and heat. On the undetermined river, waves swept through the sky and winds swept through the astral winds. However, the next moment, time and space was as if it had come to a standstill, and everything came to a halt. An unspeakable fear began to permeate Xie Jiao's heart. One by one, herpes began to emerge from the sarcoma. The second whip gong invites the master, please take a seat. The third time, the swana sounded. On top of the sarcoma, a half-bodied Taoist man suddenly appeared. The Taoist was clad in black feathers, with 2 mangy heads protruding from his dark eye sockets. The meat and vegetables are on the table. I've prepared them for you. A sudden stench from the sarcoma began to spread. Xiaoyu Ben recovered emotionally unstable again. A series of thick water dripping from the sarcoma. Herpes is actually hidden in a human face. Invisible sense of panic, instantly overwhelming attack. Qishan real face actually also into the herpes on the sarcoma. Xiajiao inexplicably laughed, and the sanity in his eyes began to recede like a tidal wave, leaving only total insanity. Yuan Shun at this moment, the Buddha's light in front of him also failed to shelter his circumference, and began to fight against the invisible force. Even Li Xiaoyu, who was far away, could only mobilize his entire body's Buddha light to resist that unspeakable terror. However, Xiajiao was completely unaffected, as if he had not been affected in any way, and actually came directly before the sarcoma. Xiaxiao climbed his hand onto the sarcoma, and the corrosive pus in it instantly burned through the skin and flesh of his watch. However, Xiajiao's hands violently exerted force, pulling and dragging the entire sarcoma from the sky to the indeterminate river. In the midst of the blood and flesh flying, hidden from the wounds of the sarcoma also exposed the white bones and internal organs. One person and one tumor actually sank into the river in the next moment, losing track of them. Blood dyed the surface of the river red in a flash, and countless rising vapors and poisonous gases rendered this area of the river as if it were hell. In the end, a loud boom was actually heard from below the river's surface. A huge wave exploded from the surface of the river, and a flesh tumor that was already difficult to form flew out from it. Xiaxiao was covered in blood and broken flesh, and the exposed white bones could even be seen in many parts of his body. Under the watchful eyes of Yuan Shun and Zhang Yuyang, Xiajiao continuously laughed maniacally as he stomped the sarcoma under his feet, his body erupting with blood mist. He raised his hands and wiped the bloody flesh at the corners of his mouth with his tattered wrists, and he actually ruthlessly slammed his hands down once again, penetrating deep into the sarcoma. A suffocating sensation emanated from Li Shouyu's heart. "This kid, what's going on?" A deafeningly strange hiss was emitted from within the sarcoma, and a single deformed arm drilled out from within the sarcoma. Xiajiao's tattered body was thrown out in the blink of an eye. Even now 10 times the strength was not quite enough. Li Shouyu's heart had no choice but to sink again. He was merely worshipping God, devoting his whole body and mind to the Bodhisattva. But this Qishan real person, at this time is already into the devil. Yuan Shun's face also became serious. The Buddha's light around him became brighter and brighter, and the muscles on his body began to expand and surge. At this time, the Buddha nature in his eyes was actually 3 times more, and the various emotions representing humanity were further weakened. A hint of shock crossed Li Shouyu's eyes, and she shouted out in a half-male, half-female voice, "Who are the monks?" "Those who serve the Buddha." "Who is the one who serves the Buddha?" Yuan Shun replied, "Buzz Banzabani." With a leap into the river, his entire body had actually transformed into a golden giant of more than 3 zhan before he came into contact with the gigantic lump of flesh transformed by the Qishan realist. "The side effects of Kuki-Zen are actually so great," Li Xiaoyu murmured and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. "Yu Yang, the price Yuan Shun paid is not smaller than you." It was as if he had transformed into a huge golden meteor, and the residual shadow behind him pulled up a series of deafening sonic booms. At this moment, it was no longer a fight between real people who had entered the Tao, it was more like a war between the incarnations of gods on earth. Nearly endless waves covered the entire surface of the river, in which black mist and Buddhist light constantly danced. Li Xiaoyu looked at Xiajiao on the side, his intestines were already oozing out. "What a troublesome injury." Li Xiaoyu murmured and looked at the tigress who had been watching the battle on the opposite bank for a long time. She sniffed, smelling the odor of a tiger demon from Xiajiao's body. "Can I trust you?" Li Xiaoyu shouted towards the tiger demon. The tiger demon was already extremely weak from the loss of some of her white tiger Yuan spirit, and she was even more injured in the aftermath of the previous battle. She gritted her teeth and nodded her head, bracing herself as she circled around to Li Shouyu's side from the side of the river. "Li Xiaoyu." Li Xiaoyu raised his hand and landed with a palm. A leaf-like Sanskrit text was generated. In an instant, it blew up the dying 8 steps moon, catching Toad to the side, sending flesh and blood flying. Li Xiaoyu reached out and dug in it, scooping out the demonic pills from the golden toad's brain. "This is yours." She casually threw it away and it landed in the hands of the tiger demon. "Jade's son is gone, my business is over." Li Xiaoyu folded his hands and looked at the tiger demon in front of him. "White tigers are rare. White tiger Yuanin is even more precious and exotic, between yin and yang, and show infinite wonderful use. Since you still have urine, if you want to save Xiajiao from his injuries, only urine will do. I will compensate you with this demonic elixir, and I hope you won't let me down." Li Xiaoyu's body lit up a gust of Buddha fire, yin and yang circling. Ming Wang Ming face 2 figures of green and gold actually reappeared. After saying that, Li Xiaoyu embodied Buddha fire is actually divided into 2, respectively drilled into Xia Lak and tiger demon body. The tiger demon's face instantly rose a flushed red, gasping for breath between the constant waves' one undulation. She looked towards Xiajiao, and her tone actually had a hint of sadness in it. "This old nun. It seems like you want to tie me to you." She placed her hot white hand on Xiajiao's face, a hint of infatuation flashing through her pupils. The qi and blood within Xiajiao's body still subconsciously covered its surface, giving the tiger demon a burning sensation. A strange smile rose on her countenance, as if it had earned a lot. The flames in her heart continued to rise, giving her a feeling like spring was coming. She bent down and rested against the front of Xiaozhou's tattered chest. The tiger demon reached out and kept climbing and groping on Xiaozhou's body, the solid muscles causing her to feel a gust of reassuring sensation. This old nun, she's really deep in the true tradition of the secret sect. The tiger demon's mouth let out a delicate whine, and the aroma between her lips sprayed on Xiaozhou's face. Suddenly, a black mist flew out, giving the tiger demon a bad premonition, and she hastily offered up a trace of her mana to ward it off. She looked up and glanced at the storm surging above the river, knowing that this was not a place to stay for long. She forcibly held up the last trace of clarity in her mind, picked up Xiaozhou, and darted towards the forest. Chapter 61, Shinning. Xiaozhou had a dream. The sensation intoxicated him. But in the end, along with the violent earthquake coming from the bottom of the gully floor, Xiaozhou opened his eyes. What first entered his ears was the sound of heavy breathing. Xiaozhou felt the tight band on his head begin to suddenly loosen and tighten, making it difficult for him to think. He shivered for a moment, then hurriedly pushed away the tiger demon in front of him. A hint of redness showed on the tiger demon's face, and when he saw Xiaozhou open his eyes, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "Little man, you've woken up." A dark fragrance came up to Xiaozhou's face, and Xiaozhou couldn't help but take a few steps backward. What a great sense of contrast! The cold tiger demon that Xiaozhou had previously seen seemed to be a completely different person. What is a contrast? This is a contrast that cannot be described in detail. His memories were still stuck in the time when Shi Shanjianwen was transformed into a sarcoma, and he knew nothing about what had happened since then. As for now, why did he appear in this cave? In the dimness, Xiaozhou could still see the tiger demon's graceful figure leaning in front of him. What happened? After some deliberation, Xiaozhou spoke in a dull tone. He only knew that his adoptive father had actually changed back to his youthful appearance, and had exploded into a stronger and more constant chi and blood than his own. The tiger demon sat up and raised her hand to cover her body. Her face became serious and said, "You and I are too injured. That old nun is determined to die, and the method she practiced is the secret sex yin-yang harmonization way, which is just perfect for you and me." Xia lack of knowledge of the tiger demon said in the mouth of the old nun is Li Xiaoyu, but did not expect Li Xiaoyu has died. Then, the tiger demon will be Yuan Shun incarnation of the golden Buddha, and Shishan real people entangled in the matter said. Xia Gapamni exhaled a breath, a heat hovering in the Dantian place. He stood up and a powerful feeling he had never felt before filled his heart. Whether it was his chi and blood, or his physical qualities, Xia Gap felt that he was already far beyond his previous self. The tiger demon walked forward and lifted Xiaozhou's newly grown flesh and blood left hand. A green-colored leaf seal appeared above his palm, and even carried a faint Sanskrit chant that continuously surged into his brain. The tiger demon similarly raised her right hand, and within her right palm was also a golden lotus flower seal. That old nun before she died, for your safety, left this summoning seal. Calling seal? Xiaozhou's brows furrowed. He was barely considered a disciple of the secret sect, so he had some understanding of this type of hand seal. The seal of summoning was used by the high priests of the secret sect to summon consort Ming's family members. This seal can make the other party die to him or her. Xiaozhou was a little hard to accept. He somehow suddenly had a partner, and even the other party was not human. Although this tiger demon's face and body are all first class, but that is not a human being. However, I'm volunteering. The tiger demon approached Xiaozhou's face. She placed her hand at Xiaozhou's chest, feeling the other party's strong heartbeat. You and I are colluding with the dharma of King Dawei de Ming. Performing dual one cultivation can nourish the yin and replenish the yang. She said with satisfaction, it is much stronger than the yin and yang technique I picked up. Xiaozhou was silent for a moment, thinking about how the other party had also saved himself. In addition, in the beginning, it was he who messed with the golden toad and harmed the tiger demon. Moreover, the two sides have been bound by the secret method, also cannot help but not together. As for the other party's words of voluntariness, Xiaozhou did not dare to agree with it for a moment. After all, rumor has it that the summoning seal is capable of influencing a person's mind in an invisible way, so that he or she is dead to himself or herself, and can no longer love. Xiaolak turned his head to look at the tiger demon that far better than the average woman's face posture, think it is not unacceptable. Tiger demon see Xiaolak of eyes color has changed, suddenly arms climbed on Xiaolak of shoulders. Aroma spit in the Xiaolak of ears said, concubine Yuan Yin has been handed over to you, Lang Jun hereafter to concubine but to be better off. Unintentionally. Xia Xiao nodded his head stiffly. Tiger demon charming eyes like silk, a hand grabbed Yuan Shun's youngest son. A few more times, maybe my concubine will be able to break through the bottleneck and become a great demon, and then I will be able to protect you. Feeling the chi and blood that was constantly being generated in his body, he knew that it was the effect of dual cultivation and the so-called white tiger Yuan Yin. Xia Xiao took in a breath of cool air. Good guy. Is he being used as a cauldron? Do you have a name? He pushed the tiger demon away and quickly began to divert his attention, draping his tattered clothes over his body to cover his vitals. Concubine's name is Shinning. The tiger demon revealed 2 tiger teeth and smiled fondly towards Xiejio. Looking at the other party's demeanor, Xiejio got a bit of a headache. This secret sex summoning seal was really powerful, inviting such a companion to himself for no reason. Well, then I'll call you Ninger from now on, Xiejio coughed, knowing that he couldn't get rid of it. But this doesn't seem too bad. It can also grow chi and blood. Shinning nodded, vacuum draped a fur coat, 2 long legs still exposed, shallow smile, all by Longjuan's arrangement. Xiejio walked towards the outside of the cave. Since the injury is almost healed, let's go to the river first to take a look. At this time, he was still worried about his foster father's safety. After all, the incoming enemy was a real person who had entered the Dao. Although he didn't know how strong his foster father was, even if he was able to break the shackles of martial arts, it would be difficult for him to be the enemy of such an evil cultivator who had entered the Dao for many years. This place is not far from the indeterminate river. Xiaoyu is still a few hundred meters away. He saw a lot of people from the Department of Devil Suppression surrounded by the river. Under the chanting of Sanskrit, there was actually a faint golden light flashing. Xiaoyu stopped and glanced at Shinning. The tiger demon just revealed a hint of a smile and raised her right hand to reveal the lotus flower seal on her palm. It doesn't matter now, I am considered a Ming concubine, the secret sect will not do anything to me. Xiaojiu was still a little less assured. At his request, Shinning extremely reluctantly turned into a white milk cat and drilled into Xiaojiu's tattered shirt. Only as soon as Shinning went in, Xiaojiu felt a strange sensation emanating from him. This woman. Previously how cold as iceberg, this moment is how hot. This is called ice and fire two heavens. A serious ice and fire. Hong Kong style iced hot milk tea like silky smooth. Xia Zhao's face immediately became hideous. He patted a few times before Shinning somewhat reluctantly stopped moving. The surrounding disciples of the secret sect saw that the visitor was Xia Zhao and did not stop him, and Xia Zhao easily walked to the river. The person in the lead was none other than Xia Zhao's senior uncle, Nanguang, who was holding Buddha beads and was saying something to the river. Xia Zhao went and saw that above the river, Yuan Shan actually had his hands together and was stepping into the air. The river was completely covered by a burst of pitch blackness, and a few poisonous bubbles rose from time to time. Since he is already a sacred walker of the secret lord, why should senior brother be obsessed with this? Nan Guang sighed. Yuan Shan turned his head to Xiejio, who had only just arrived. This path is not what I had in mind, the so-called meditation is nothing but a trick. Nan Guang sighed. In that case, does the sacred walker believe in the mandate of heaven? Yuan Shan nodded. I believe in it, but I prefer to open up a new path for the martial way. Nanguang was silent for a moment and then said, the vocation of a senior walker is to dedicate oneself to the Buddha, and nothing else can be sought. Yuan Shan's face was firm. Then we will go against the heaven. Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled by what his foster father said. He hesitated, but still called out to the river, Father. A silent voice suddenly resounded in Xia's head. You are not Xiaoyu, no need to recognize me as your father. Chapter 62 God and Buddha Poisonous. Xia Zhao's figure immediately stood in place as if he had been struck by lightning. He inhaled a deep breath. However, Deshan did not explicitly say so, but told himself in such a voice transmission manner. It also meant that Yuan Shan did not want others to know about this matter, and that his current situation was still safe. After all, Xiejio knew the Jin Demon Division very well, and had always been unforgiving of this type of turtledove. Who knows what purpose you have in occupying someone else's body? Maybe your Shin body is some kind of external demonic cultivator, and the Department of Demon Suppression would rather kill the wrong person than let this kind of incident go. Yuan Shan nodded his head towards Xia and did not say much. Shinning's voice also suddenly entered Xiaoyu's mind. That is your father? Xiaoyu did not know how to respond. Shinning once again said, transmit your thoughts to the seal inside the heart of your left hand, then I can hear. Xiaoyu immediately responded by doing the same. Yes. TSK, your father is not a good person to get along with. Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled and asked, you know? Shinning replied, I have been in the third realm since I entered, and I have traveled across the Great South Mountain for more than 100 years. However, when your father first entered the realm of martial Grandmaster, he slaughtered 7 or 8 third realm essence monsters. Xiaojiu couldn't help but stiffen a bit. What he cared about was not that Deshan was able to slaughter 7 or 8 third realm essence monsters, he believed that today's himself was also able to do so easily. What made him somewhat incredulous was Shinning's statement that he had traveled across the Great South Mountain for over 100 years. Xia lacked a moment of silence in his heart before he opened his mouth and asked, Ning's son, how old are you? More than 300 years old, why? Xia lack of deep inhalation of breath, female big 300 to Sen Xiantan, their own Xiantan? Shinning suddenly exclaimed within Xia Lack's brain, you are only 16 years old. Xia Zhou responded with a somewhat sullen word. Shinning playfully laughed, then I can really take advantage of it, but don't worry, with the upper limit of the life expectancy of the elves and monsters, I can only be counted as a young girl. After Xia Zhou reluctantly responded, he no longer cared about this tigress's flirting. Instead, he looked at his adoptive father who was walking on the river, and 100 flavors rose up in his heart. He recalled the moment he had just crossed over Dashuan's sight that was like an enemy. He figured it out in an instant. It turned out that Dasan had known all along that he was not the original body. Xiaozhou sighed in the bottom of his heart. He was now somewhat unable to figure out why his adoptive father did not kill himself at that time, since he knew that he was not Xiaozhou. A flurry of confusion ran up Xia's lack of brain. Nangang shouted loudly, although the two of us participate in the same Zen, but we have more than 10 senior brothers and sisters, and only you have become a sacred walker. Senior brother, are you really going to give up the gift of Buddha? Dasan beckoned forward, and the bell at Xiaozhou's waist actually began to swing. Scattered and disorganized shadows began to gradually form, and the three heads were terrifying. Nangang sighed, Senior brother, your decision has been made? Yuan Shun was also firm and said, even Buddha can't stop me. Hearing this, the surrounding secret sect disciples were like violating the precepts, and they all lowered their heads and began to recite the scriptures. Nanguang also sighed a few sins in a row. The bell shook, and a life-suppressing Brahma sound actually suddenly rang out. The three-headed shadow unexpectedly began to evolve, gradually turning into a three-faced, six-armed, green-faced, fanged and vicious appearance. This monster wore a skull crown on its head, its 6 eyes were round, sheepskin was its skirt, white bones were its jewelry, and it held a Vajra mortar and pestle. Vajrapani Bodhisattva. Xiaozhou's pupils tightened violently. He had thought that this three-headed shadow would be some kind of monster, but he did not expect it to be the image of a bodhisattva secretly passed down by the secret sect. Also known as the Vajra Knight Fork Bright King. Three-faced Great Dark Sky. Secret Lord. The Vajrapani Bodhisattva's head was ablaze with wrathful flames as he looked at Yuan Shun in front of him. Yuan Shun bowed to it, and the Buddha's light within his body began to gush out continuously, pouring into the Bodhisattva. With that, Yuan Shun actually began to continuously grow old. From the image of a young man in his 20s, he instantly changed back into the appearance of a stooped old man. Yuan Shun looked towards Xiaozhou, his eyes filled with the color of hope. My son, may you take a step forward with the body of martial arts. A sound transmission also entered Xia's mind. Do not believe in God and Buddha, and do not worship God. Gods and Buddhas are poisonous. As the last trace of Buddha's light in Yuan Shun's body faded, he had become no different from the corpse fisher's image from before. The Vajrapani Bodhisattva then turned his head to look at Xiaozhou, pointing the Vajra pestle forward in his hand. Inside Xiaozhou's body, along with the Buddha's light left behind by King of Great Mighty Virtue in Xinning's body, it was also drawn clean. Yuan Shun bowed deeply towards Vajrapani Bodhisattva. Many thanks, Bodhisattva. Vajrapani Bodhisattva's ghastly green-faced and fanged visage also nodded. I will go as well. Along with Yuan Shun's last cry, he took a step forward and actually stepped straight out over 100 meters. The Vajra hand Bodhisattva once again transformed into a three-headed shadow and hid within the bell at Xiaozhou's waist. Nanguan looked in the direction Yuan Shun left and just sighed over, Senior brother. Xiaozhou raised his hand to look. The hook summoning seal was still there, but some kind of power within this had already dissipated and did not exist. Xinning's voice also sounded in Xiaozhou's head. The hook summoning seal can still be used. What your father took away was only the power of the Buddha. It does not affect the yin-yang and harmony way that this hook summoning seal represents. Nangang looked towards Xiaozhou, his rosary beads turning in his hands. Your father is still stubborn. Xia lacked a nod. He already understands that Dasan has been practicing the closed-mouth withered wood Zen for 20 years, but he did not think that it was actually a scam. The result was no different from the so-called worship of God. Based on his conversation with Xinning, Xiaozhou was also able to understand. The so-called worship of the gods is the ultimate path for martial artists. Dedicating one's entire body and mind to the gods and Buddhas in order to obtain power that could rival or even surpass that of a real person who had entered the Tao. However, the outcome of those who worshipped the gods would not be too good. Xinning couldn't say exactly how. She only knew that all god worshippers would lose themselves in the end and become insane. There was once a three-realm monster in the mountains that had worshipped the so-called old immortal, and as a result, it had lost itself. A black bear, who was almost in the realm of Taoism, even cut off his own limbs and thought he had become a snake, crawling on the ground. It was also like a snake in that it only knew how to swallow. Xinning had seen this scene before, so he vaguely knew something about worshipping the gods. According to her, the secret sect was a great religion that worshipped the gods. After the disciples of the civil and military disciplines reach the third realm, if they do not have the potential to enter the Tao, they will basically worship the gods. Confusion flooded Xia's mind. What exactly are the gods and Buddhas of this world? Why did Dasan know that the gods and Buddhas were poisonous, and what kind of poison was the poison? At this time, many of his doubts were also resolved. I thought that Nangang was just an ordinary martial arts master, but at this moment, I can still feel a burst of oppression from his body. It must be that Nanguan was the so-called god worshipper. Nanguan looked at Xiaozhou and revealed a smile. I didn't expect that my senior nephew would have a bright consort so soon. Xiaozhou nodded his head with a stiff smile, not expecting to still be seen by the other party. After carefully feeling the huge qi and blood in Xiejio's body, Nanguang revealed a trace of amazement on his face, worthy of being the martial arts wizard that Master said, "You are more talented than your father Ah." He revealed a trace of reminiscence. "When I was first entering the martial Dao Master realm, I'm afraid that my qi and blood was not a tenth of what you have today." Xieshao remembered being squeezed by his own fists. His heart was a little embarrassed, but his face still made a puzzled look. "This qi and blood, is it a lot?" Nangang coughed and nodded. "Not bad, don't be proud." Senior uncle and quickly changed the topic. "Your father went to pursue the true meaning of martial arts. After that, the duties of the corpse fetcher will have to rely on you." Xia Yin nodded. "I will not live up to the trust of my uncle." Chapter 63 The Wound of Fierce Poison. Alright, Nanguang seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and the headman behind him took out a cloth bag. Xiejio took it over and felt from the weight that it was no more than 10 pounds. Nanguang nodded. "Open it." Xiejio unveiled it. What was wrapped inside was actually the golden knife left behind by Wang Yushan. Nangang sighed. "According to the last words left by Wang Yushan, this golden knife will be given to you." Xieshao nodded with a heavy heart. He also did not expect that Wang Yushan had not killed the 1,000 heads but still died. It could only be said that the senior person who was in charge of his life at the beginning was not deep enough in his Tao. Or he was deliberately trying to harm him. After Nanguang gave an explanation to Xieshao, he gradually moved away. The Qishan real person was dead, and the toxins as well as the special power he left behind in the river had been purified by the monks. However, the body parts of the Qishan realist that had been decapitated by Yuan Shun were still left in the water, which needed to be salvaged by Xiejio. As Nanguang gradually moved away with the people from the demon suppression division, Xiejio felt that Shenning within his robes had once again begun to act strange. "You come out." Xiejio reached out and pulled the kitten out. Shenning transformed into human form and snuggled in front of Xiejio. Through the hollow thin leather coat, Xiejio could clearly feel the extraordinary sense of touch. Shenning let out a playful laugh and actually slid the coat off her shoulders. She picked up one of Xiejio's hands and placed it in a tiny tributary that did not belong to the indeterminate river. It was said that women were made of water. It seems that tigresses are as well. Xiejio trembled for a moment, but still pushed away the tigress in front of him. "Aren't you going back to your great southern mountain range?" Shenning revealed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "With you, why would I go back?" Xiejio pondered for a while. Since now its Ming concubine identity could be recognized by the secret sect, following by his side wasn't a bad thing, so he changed the topic and said, "I'll fish for the corpse first. Then Xia Lak will be ready to go back to the corpse fishing net with," leaving the face full of grudges of the tigress followed behind. Tongguan has been waiting for a long time at home. He heard the violent explosion by the Wooding River from a long distance away. But due to fear, he did not dare to go up to investigate, but waited at home. Seeing Xiejio return, he immediately let go of his heart. Looking at Xiejio just waist around a rag, although he was curious but did not ask too many questions. After all, he had been studying martial arts for several months without any progress so far. Even if he asked, he would not be able to help much. When he saw the soft and charming woman behind Xieshao, his body could not help but subconsciously tremble. That was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Tongguan quickly lowered his head. He knew what he could and could not look at. In the city, there were often people who had looked a few more times at what they shouldn't have looked at and were beaten to death. Seeing him standing in front of the door, Xiejio took the initiative to open his mouth and said, "Have you heard any commotion?" Tongguan lowered his head and answered truthfully. Xia lacked a nod. Although he had already been through a series of battles, less than half a day had actually passed. Together with the time he was unconscious, it was only 2 hours. Now the sky had only turned pale and was still able to see the sunset scene. This is Xiejio pointed to Shenning in front of him, but did not know how to introduce him. Tongguan pressed his head even lower, as if he was afraid to see anything. Shenning also changed his previous appearance, and his leather jacket wrapped his body tightly, revealing a cold face. "Call sister-in-law." Noticing Shenning's squinting gaze at himself, Xiaoyu could only smile bitterly. Shenning smiled, which revealed a hint of a smile. Tongguan nodded in silence. He suddenly spoke again. "Master Shun gave me a booklet on his way out." "What booklet?" Xiaojio was puzzled. Tongguan handed over a yellowed ancient book, his voice low. "I don't quite recognize the words on it." Xiaojio took it silently and realized that what was recorded on it was actually a Wengong. It was called Broken Yanqing Fa, and was able to directly point to the third realm of Wengong. Xiaojio was vaguely able to guess his adoptive father's behavior. After all, even an ordinary person, practicing martial arts for so long, coupled with food and drink, at least qi and blood can rise some. But Tongguan is not any growth. Let him turn to cultivate literary skills, seems to be a good choice. Although his age is a little older, has missed the best age to practice literature, but it is not too late. After discussing with Tongguan, Xiaoyu decided to send him to a private school in the Wangjiazwang village to read some books. The villagers of Wangjiazwang are now in awe of the devastation they have caused, so it must not be a problem to cram someone into a private school. As for the tuition issue, Xie Xiao realized that after helping the villagers solve a lot of problems, the private school teacher should not have the cheek to collect tuition fees from himself. There are quite a lot of rare words on the top of Wengong, and Xie estimates that Tongguan will have to learn them for a few months. Xie Xiao opened his mouth and said, Master Shun is not expected to come back. What is the matter in the future? You and I said it. Tongguan did not ask much, just nodded. Although this moment is not to the hour, but like Qishan real person, this kind of Yinshen has been extinguished corpse. Xie is afraid of fishing too late to figure out the changes. It will be fishing body net dipped full of black dog blood after the start of the work. Due to the two people fighting range involves hundreds of meters in a circle, Xie Lak is also feel that this corpse is very difficult to find. Shen Ning wanted to help, but Xie refused. After a quarter of an hour or so, the disorganized corpse pieces filled the entire corpse fishing net. The Trial of Death talisman also turned a new page at this moment. Fierce poisonous wound, blue phrase, your poisonous kung fu corrosive power is enhanced by 20. Xie Yu's brows furrowed. This Qishan realist was so strong that the rewarded phrase was only a blue phrase. He couldn't help but guess that it was probably the obliteration of the Yin God and the purification of it by the secret sect that had caused the things that could be obtained from the Trial of Death talisman to become fewer, and thus the phrase had become weaker. This word entry, however, was still somewhat useful. He raised his hands to look at the meridians gradually running through his hands. The poison sand palm toxin running within them had already reached its limit. The upper limit of this technique was placed there, and it didn't seem to be able to break through the sovereign realm. After the corpse retrieval was over, Xiaozhou took a bath with the stone garlic flower, and then took Shen Ning back to his room. After feeling a burst of heat rising from his palms and flowing throughout his body, Xiaozhou stood up with satisfaction. After removing the flesh-eating beings, he had another way to enhance his qi and blood. He stepped out the door. Tongguan was currently piecing together the corpse of the Qishan realist, and was already close to piecing it together into a human form. Tongguan looked up to Xiaozhou. Brother Xia, I don't know how to sew a corpse. Xia lack of some embarrassment, do not need to sew, a moment will be burned. Tongguan nodded and left silently without asking any more questions. Then, Xia Lak will take his hand and put it on the broken corpse of Qishan real person. A burst of grey mist rose up, and the walking lantern began to run. Chapter 64 Breaking Limit Form. Qishan Mountain was located in the northwest of Great Zhou. The mountains and rivers are linked, and people are rare, in which the evil foreign religions are rampant, is the most difficult jurisdiction of the imperial forces to the place. Qishan sect is one of them. They believe in the 60 armory years of age god, also known as the Star King of the Years of Age. The Qishan Master, whose real name is Liaoxingchen, is a personal disciple taken on by the last Qishan Master. The first lesson his masters and brothers learned when they were initiated was self-mutilation. Gouged out eyeballs, broken legs, castration, and even tortured themselves to death is not uncommon. Liaoxingchen was one of those who worshipped one of the masters, Nanshan Taisui, and had his left eye gouged out. He had extraordinary talent and literary skills and quickly advanced to the realm of the world of initiation. Relying on the method of the nonagenarian Taiyou's imperial insect, Liaoxingchen successfully killed his own master after swallowing his flesh and bones. Then he became the only Taoist entry realist of the Qishan sect. He was full of confidence and brought a few senior brothers and sisters down the mountain, but was met with a blow. At that time, when the new governor of the Jinmu division parade, this confident Liaoxingchen was a five thunder positive law bombarded by its meat and veggies. Afterwards, he fled with his brothers and sisters to the vicinity of Jinmen. Originally thought that the city of Jinmen, which flourished in martial arts, was weak and they could do whatever they wanted, but Yuan Shan came out of nowhere. With only the third realm of martial arts, he beat Liaoxingchen to the ground. In desperation, Liaoxingchen had no choice but to sacrifice a few of his senior brothers and sisters to the Tai Sui diagram. The Yin divine poison that flowed out of the Tai Sui diagram instantly corrupted the several members of the demon suppression division who were chasing him. Among them were Yuan Shan and Zhang Yuyang. Just at this moment, a Taoist clad in black feathers actually manifested from the diagram and swallowed all of Liaoxingchen's Yin spirits into the diagram. The memories that followed began to become fragmented, and it was difficult for Xia to get any useful information from them. Xia Xiao inhaled a deep breath, not expecting such an outcome. Although he didn't know why, he thought that it must be related to the Taiyang diagram. Then, Xiaoyu burned the corpse of the Qishan real person as much as possible. Shen Ning at this time is still resting in the room. After all, Xia lack of physical strength, even the three realms of the essence of the monster is difficult to compare with it. At this time the sky had become dark. Xiaozhou took out from his waist the golden knife that Wang Yushan had left for himself. He looked at it again and again, and did not feel any strange power from it. On the contrary, the knife's mouth looked extremely sharp under Wang Yushan's years of maintenance. Shen Ning slowly walked behind Xiaozhou and gazed at the golden knife in Xiaozhou's hand. She let out a light suspicion. This knife, there is something unusual about it. Xiaozhou turned his head to look at her, puzzled. Where is it unusual? Before I even touched it, I felt a vague burning sensation in my yin shen. Xiaoyu gazed at the golden knife in his hand. He was only a pure martial artist. What special power on it really could not be felt? However, he thought that Wang Yushan could rely on this golden knife to eliminate so many evil monsters and evil cultivators, so this knife must also be extraordinary. Xiaozhou raised it up, and the blade was actually translucent with a silver-white glow under the moonlight. The guillotine soul has been shattered, and this knife will be able to follow him to kill the Yin spirit in the future. Let's give you a name, call it the 1,000 Choppers. Xiaozhou sighed. This is also considered a memorial to Wang Yushan. Xiaozhou walked to the entrance of the village and lifted the 2 stone mills in front of the entrance of the village with one hand. One was to weigh 1,000 pounds. Even with a mass of 2,000 pounds, it was just like a toy in his hands. He threw the stone mill into the air, and the stone mill flew straight up into the sky for more than 10 meters before falling down. Xiaozhou smoothly caught it and placed it in the same spot. His legs were gnarled with muscles, and he violently stepped on the ground, his entire body leaping tens of meters like a swan rushing to the sky. It seemed that all of these martial arts that he had practiced had reached their extremes yet. Xiaozhou sighed as he organized his own martial arts. The basic boxing techniques that he had practiced had all reached the point where they could not be advanced, and there was almost no improvement in the Zhongshu level of brokenness. Whether it was physical quality or qi and blood strength, Xiaozhou had already reached the top of the Zhongshu. However, for Xiaozhou, these were not his own limits either. It was just that martial arts cultivation had reached the top, allowing one's rate of progress to gradually begin to slow down. If he wanted to increase his strength again, he would only have to practice new martial arts. However, Xiaozhou was able to sense that the martial arts he had practiced had almost covered all aspects. Practicing new martial arts again would only be icing on the cake, and it would be difficult to produce any substantial improvement in himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his qi energy began to continuously travel through the meridians in his body, filling up what he had learned. After a long time, Xiaozhou stood up and sighed. The fists without hands was still strengthening the proficiency of these punches, but they were indeed as he thought, they had already reached the top and it was difficult to progress any further. Xiaozhou began to have a new idea. That was to categorize all the martial arts he had learned and make appropriate deployment for his own situation based on that. Secret martial arts. The pinnacle of all patriarchs was to create a secret martial art that was uniquely theirs based on their own circumstances, allowing the body to continue to surpass itself after reaching its limits. However, Xiaozhou could sense that he had yet to reach this point. Although ordinary martial arts masters were certainly no match for him, due to his body's basic qualities, he had not yet reached his limit and did not need to use limit-breaking means to assist him. Xiaozhou fixed his mind and concentrated, his hands moving spiritually as he prepared to unify these punches. The moonlight gradually enveloped Xiaozhou's figure, and he was as fit as an ordinary person at this point. He couldn't feel any power of the astral deities as well as the power of his qi and blood, and just kept practicing what he had learned one move at a time. The flexibility of Yanqing fist, the power release technique of bamboo breaking palm, and the fierceness of whale killing fist. Taking the most useful aspects of them, he created a boxing style that best suited himself. Adding to his greatest strength, the power of qi and blood. Xiaozhou raised his head and looked up at the night sky as his qi energy traveled out of his body in a route he had never seen before. A tingling sensation suddenly emanated from his body, followed by an explosion of qi and blood power. The muscles of Xiaozhou's entire body began to expand, and the clothes he had only recently changed into were instantly torn apart. His legs, shoulders and neck, and even his waist and back began to expand, thickening and growing larger. The bones in his body also began to emit crackling sounds, which were caused by the tightening of the surrounding muscle density as it began to climb. Countless blood vessels on Xiaozhou's body surface were hideous and bursting, with veins spreading all over his body, seemingly no longer humanoid. The hot qi and blood vaporized a layer of white mist on his body surface, and his height instantly climbed to more than 2 meters 4. He raised his hand and discarded the clothes that had been broken in the upper half of his body on the ground, his back muscles once again filling with blood and bulging. The lines of the muscles gradually revealed themselves, and Xiaozhou's back had become as hideous as a ghostly face. A perfect state. Xiaozhou raised his hands, and his 2 arms actually thickened a lot again. He bent his knees and bowed down. Rumble. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, a large hole was actually created on the ground out of nowhere. Sonic booms ripped and air currents surged. With the skill of goose swiping kung fu, Xiaozhou actually tapped a leaf on his toes, and his figure once again rose tens of meters high. He landed on the ground, and his entire body began to return to normal. The corners of Xiaozhou's mouth grinned, extremely satisfied. This, then, is called the limit breaking form. Chapter 65 Shark Traces. Xiaozhou exhaled a mouthful of hot air, his body filled with steam. Langjun, are you still not resting? Shenning blinked her eyes, not knowing when she had walked behind Xiaozhou. Soft touch against Xiaozhou's broad back, he turned around and wrapped his arms around Shenning's waist. There was still routine business. He raised his head to look at the sky, estimating that the time was almost midnight. Xiaozhou returned home, picked up the body net and called on Tongguan, and the two of them took a boat to patrol the river. Although Tongguan didn't know what had happened during the day, the movement around the river area was extremely loud, making him turn his head and look around with some caution. The sky condition more and more cool and clear, the watercolor also became turbid. Tongguan looked at the water. What seemed to be hidden under the surface of the river that was penetrating the moonlight but could not be seen. He could not help but shiver. Xia Zhao raised his hand and lightly hit Tongguan with the bamboo artifact, and he immediately came back to his senses. His tone was slightly trembling as he pointed at the river surface. Under the water, there seems to be something. Xia Zhao stopped his hand movement. What is there? Under his perspective, the water surface was smooth, and he could only see the ripples brought about by the movement of the boat. Tongguan shook his head. I don't know, but it seems that there is something. Xia Zhao took the bamboo artemisia and stabbed a few times where Tongguan pointed, but did not feel anything. Tongguan's face is still tense. It seems like there are really something. I saw them swimming around. Xia Zhao looked at Tongguan's increasingly pale face and knew that he wouldn't lie. What in the world is under the water? Xia Zhao took off the gourd on the bow of the boat, poured out a river to swallow, and leaped into the river. Brother Xia, could I be wrong? Tongguan wanted to dissuade him, but Xia Zhao had already jumped into the river. The color of the water was no longer as clear as before, and even after Xia Zhao ate the river pill, he felt a bit drowsy and dark, and his field of vision became narrow. He swam around the crow's nest several times and didn't find anything. Phew! Xia Zhao exposed his head to the water and exhaled. He rolled over onto the boat, and Tongguan, like a child who had done something wrong, began to become a bit scowling. What did you see? Xia Zhao knew that Tongguan had always been dull and inferior, and would only blame himself for this. Tongguan raised his head and hesitated after a little thought. It seems to be a few big fish tails, but it seems to have a human head. Fish tails, human head. Xia Zhao remembered what the villagers had told him earlier, about the legend of Guijia village. The villagers of Guijia village had all turned into half fish, half human, and would kill anyone who knew of their existence. However, this legend could not be made true. After all, those who knew of this legend had also lived to this day without any accidents. Xia Yu's mind was also pondering, could it be that it was really that what a shark? Only why can't he see it? He looked towards Tongguan, his brows furrowed. He did not rule out the possibility that Tongguan was seeing some sort of hallucination, but why did it happen to be the image of a half man, half fish? Xia Zhao looked around vigilantly. The river surface was still as flat as a mirror, and he could not see any abnormality. He thought of what the villagers had said, and said to Tongguan, don't spread the word about today's incident. Tongguan nodded. Then, Xia Lack of 12 Spirit constantly staring at the river, but until the end of the river patrol, did not find any abnormalities. Back home, Ning had been waiting for a long time. She came up to Xia Zhao's heel, ignoring the fact that she was soaked to the skin, and lay on Xia Zhao's shoulder. Ning nose shrugged, head turned to Xia Lack of words, you have some strange flavor. What flavor? Xia Yu could not help but be stunned for a while. Ning once again pumped his nose, replied, some like fishy flavor, but it seems not quite like. Have not smelled this kind of flavor. Xia Zhu nodded, his face gradually becoming low. Since Ning also said so, then something had appeared under the river today. It was only that he hadn't discovered it himself. He looked behind him at Tongguan, who was diligently scrubbing, and his heart was also a little strange. This kid, in the end, how did he find out? Shaking these things out of his mind, Xia Zhao shuffled around and pondered over the improvement of his martial arts. The so-called limit-breaking state was only the result of a few hours spent by himself. There were still many areas that could be improved. While pondering, Xia Zhao felt an aroma rush into his nose. Go, follow me into the house. Ning pulled Xia Yu, what martial arts practice in the middle of the night? I have lived for more than 300 years, have not seen you so hardworking. Xia Lack of a burst of speechless, but thought of that what can also rise some blood, also with the tigress into the room. Worthy of being a martial artist, great stamina. In the latter half of the night, Ning gasped and clapped her hands. Xia Zhao actually appeared in front of him with 3 beautiful devils, dressed in a thin veil. Let them play with you. The next morning, Xia Zhao woke up early. Although he had only rested for a few hours, Xia Yu also felt incomparably energized. He glanced at Ning, who was still sleeping deeply, still with a rosy complexion, and a faint smile floated on the corner of his mouth. Walking out of the room, he did not expect Mu Yongquan to be sitting in the courtyard. Back? Xia Yu looked at him with some surprise. Mu Yongquan had previously traveled on a long trip, and it was heard that he was representing the secret sect to participate in the Buddhist sect conference. He smiled and looked at the room, eyes flicked over Xia's left hand. Listen to Uncle said, you have found a princess? How is it that in less than a day, the whole world knows about it? Xia Yu was silent and opened his mouth to change the topic. I'm in the third realm. Mu Yongquan was struck by lightning and stood still, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. What? I didn't hear you? Knowing that he couldn't hide it, and that Master Nanguang already knew his strength, Xia continued, I'm in the third realm. Mu Yongquan wanted to speak again and again, can only be sighed, when you lie to me, right, you practice martial arts 2 years fast entry. Not surprisingly, since you went to the secret sect, the master is the old chanting you, I know you are not ordinary. He changed into a smiling face, walked up and patted Xia Lack of, brother, when the whole Jinmen first when? Xiaoyu was a bit speechless. If I was only considered a martial arts master, I should have been by now. He raised his hand and released a trace of qi blood. Mu Yongquan was immediately amazed by the vastness of the power unparalleled. This. He gritted his teeth and said, people are more angry than people. In the beginning, the master ancestor said that you were a supreme genius that surpassed Master Uncle Yuan Shun. I still didn't believe it, but now I believe it. Xiaoshao smiled and hooked Mu Yongquan's shoulder. It's okay, we are still brothers. Mu Yongquan nodded his head a bit sullenly, but to be the number one in Jinmen, it's not just about qi and blood. Only with the purest martial arts moves, the strongest will be able to get the recognition of many martial artists. Xiaoshao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect these martial artists to have many rules. Mu Yongquan suddenly changed into a serious face. I am here, there is a serious matter. He took out a golden and brilliant scroll in his hand and opened his mouth to read. Today, the sun received the Bodhisattva precepts, the world is amnestied, all the people of 10,000 families need to eat fasting and bathe, burn incense to worship heaven. Chapter 66, The Water Tank Grows Flesh. Xiaoyu was a bit stunned. What does it mean? Mu Yongquan put away the scroll, his face serious. This time, I accompanied the secret sect master to attend the water and land assembly, because I want all the sects and temples in the world to know this news. According to the master, the Son of Heaven has already entered the way and has taken the Bodhisattva precepts in the Water Moon Zen Temple in the divine capital. Xiaoyu knew that to take the Bodhisattva precepts means to become a monk. But he didn't expect that the Prince of Heaven of Great Zhou would be a Buddhist monk, and that his cultivation had already reached the Taoist level. The name of the Son of Heaven is Zhenyu, which signifies that he is in total control of the world's Buddhist teachings. He's scared, in the future, those of us who are not Zen Buddhists, as well as those Taoist priests, will not have a good time. As for fasting and bathing, whatever, I'm notified anyway. Outside the city cannot control, the city is quite strict, the people need to eat fasting for 7 days, restaurants are not allowed to sell meat dishes. Mu Yongquan opened his mouth again and asked, I heard Uncle Nanguang say that Uncle Yuan Shun has left? Xia Yunquan nodded his head. Mu Yongquan sighed, I don't know why Uncle Yuan Shun is unwilling to worship the gods. Xiaosha pursued, what exactly is worshipping the gods? Mu Yongquan's tone became low, worshipping the gods is the last way out for us martial artists. Just as Xia was still digesting this information, Mu Yongquan had already walked out of the courtyard and turned on his horse. I will first inform the surrounding villages about this news, and come to you later for a drink. The horse's hooves raised a piece of dust and gradually went away, Xia lack of this news out of his head. After all, this has little to do with him. Xiaojiao thinks he can only be considered a member of the Jin Demon Division, not a disciple of the secret sect. Glancing at the hook summoning seal in his hand, Xiaojiao went into the kitchen to prepare some food. Putting Tongguan and Shenning's aside, Xiaojiao chopped up several pounds of beef and boiled it into a meat porridge and gulped it down. Heat rose from his stomach. Previously, even though he was able to eat a lot, it was not as much as now. Feeling that the growth of his qi and blood was no longer as rapid as before, Xiaoyu secretly sighed. Now that he was nearing the limit of how much qi and blood power his body could hold, every ounce of growth was beginning to seem extremely difficult. It was only that Xiaoju still did not have much of a thought process for the research of the limit-breaking form. He recalled what Mu Yongquan had said earlier. The first in the Jin sect. He was not trying to take this title himself, but it seemed good to go and find those sect masters to exchange some ideas. Even though he was also at the martial Dao Grandmaster realm, Xia Lak also always felt that something was missing. As a martial arts prodigy, it should be easy for me to learn a few moves. Xia Lak recalled the broken bamboo palm, that is, half of the techniques were obtained by stealing from himself. He stroked his chin and thought, nowadays, although there are many martial arts practiced nowadays, most of them are just some big stuff. The truly powerful martial arts are the treasures of those martial arts schools that have been passed down. Even for a genius like me, it's hard to make much progress if I just keep working behind closed doors. I have diligently cultivated so many techniques to this point, and what I lack the most is communication with fellow martial artists. Exchange. Not counting stealing lessons. After his thoughts opened up, Xia Xiao left a note for Shenning before preparing to enter the city. As he passed by a few homes, Xiaoyu suddenly heard a chorus of applause. He looked up and looked around. A farmer's compound was crowded with people, actually gathered dozens of villagers here. Xiaoyu curiously went and found an old nun in gray monk's robes standing in the middle. He was somewhat unfamiliar with this outfit. The only Buddhist temple in Jinmen City that was considered orthodox was the secret sect, the others were basically killed by the demon suppression division across the board. As for those Taoist temples, they needed to pay a large amount of silver money to the demon suppression division every year to be spared. The old nun stepped on the foot of a circle that looked like it had only been painted. Inside the circle was a large water tank. The old nun was jumping and dancing around the water tank, and reciting words in her mouth. Xia Xiao curiously looked at the old nun, but could not understand what she was chanting. Suddenly, the villagers heard a cry of alarm. Xiaojiao looked in the direction that the villagers were looking and realized that a ball of fat meat had suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water tank. Greasy and white, it seemed to be wriggling and growing, becoming larger and larger. The original somewhat turbid water in the tank also began to become clear, and even clean to some reflections. Xia lacked some doubts within his heart. What kind of ceremony is this? Little brother Xia is here. A familiar villager called out, and Xiejio nodded his head towards him. One of the villagers with a frenzied face said to Xiejio, "Little brother Xia, look at this tank, a lot of fat meat has grown." The old Ni was also smiling as he folded his hands and looked at Xiejio. The owner of this compound was actually a bit unable to resist at this point and asked towards the old nun, "Master and mistress, can we eat now?" The old nun nodded, since it is possible. With a lift of her hand, several villagers actually scrambled to come forward, even directly pulling out a large piece of fatty meat from the tank and putting it into their mouths. Fatty oil dripped down the corners of the villagers' mouths, and Xiaoyu felt some inexplicable nausea. Directly eaten raw? Xiaoyu stared at the tank. The meat had already been eaten by the villagers for a small half. The top was white and shiny, while the bottom of the water tank was dark brown in color. Xiejio took 2 steps forward, the villagers enthusiastically made a path, and the compound owner opened his mouth and said, "Little brother Xia, you taste it." With that, he fished out a handful of fatty meat from within the water tank and handed it to Xiejio. Xiaoyu took it, but did not put it in his mouth. This meat looked whiter and more tender than any meat Xiaoyu had ever seen, and it was very smooth to the touch, with an oily surface that was somewhat reflective. What in the world was it? Xiaoyu looked at the meat in his hands, his brows gradually furrowed. The old nun also spoke up at this time. "The monk may feel free to eat, this is originally given by my Buddha to the villagers to eat." Xiaoyu turned back to look at the old nun and also folded his hands. "Dare I ask where is the master and mistress from?" The old nun replied, "Wulian Dao." Xiejio instantly remembered that it was this 5 Lotus Road that had been making a lot of noise in the city of Jinmen recently. They distributed food and attracted the faith of many of the people. However, the people of the 5 Lotus Road were extremely secretive, usually using some of the people as fronts to parade around and distribute food, while hiding themselves. Whether it was the Demon Suppression Division or the Xuanjia army, there was nothing they could do about them. Seeing the members of such a secretive sect, Xiaoyu was also a bit surprised, did not expect the 5 Lotus Road is also some people in the Buddhist sect, no wonder they act so carefully. After all, when the Devil Suppressor Division saw other Buddhist sects within the city of Jinmen, they were all extremely ruthless, eradicating and cutting off their roots. As for this meat, Xiejio did not dare to judge what this meat was in the end, whether it was harmful to the human body. But it must not be a normal meat, after all, which meat is directly grown in the water tank. Although the 5 Lotus Road is doing good things, but the Department of Jinmao still characterized it as a cult. Although Xiaoyu does not know the original story, but also know that this old nun is probably not good intentions. What kind of monk gives people meat? Xia did not say much, directly from the waist took out a smoke bomb released. That is the signal flare to summon the division of devil suppression. The old nun immediately changed color. "What do you want?" Chapter 67 5 Lotus Road. Xia Shao took down the token from his waist and coldly drank. Jin Demon Division Law Enforcement. The surrounding villagers immediately dispersed upon seeing this. The old nun's face instantly became ugly, the situation that was in the balance was suddenly out of control. This kid, breathing long and long, must be a martial arts expert. She pondered, thought for a moment after the foot stepped up strange pace, then thought to escape. The old nun's figure suddenly flashed out dozens of meters away. Xia lack of seeing this situation is not in a hurry, the corner of his mouth floated up a smile. With a sudden movement, Xia Zhao's entire body had intercepted in front of the old nun. "A small age to enter the secret sect, not afraid to break your life?" The old nun's voice came from all directions. Xiaoyu immediately felt a violent shock in his brain, as if his soul was about to leave his body. He grabbed forward, but his grip was empty. What kind of spell is this? Xia Xiao inhaled a deep breath, qi and blood overflowed the surface of the body to forcefully expel this discomfort. The old nun was a bit surprised, having thought that Xiejio's realm would not be too high at such an age. She once again let out a loud voice, "A thou logic Jataka scabbard." The sudden shocking sensation once again hit Xiejio's heart, causing him to stop the movements of his hands. It had some effect on him, but under the extremely powerful qi and physical qualities, he easily recovered from it. At this very moment, the old nun's mouth recited words again, and the villagers who had fled actually returned. The villagers were as if they were possessed by evil spirits, and they ran straight to the area between Xia Xiao and the old nun, separating the two sides. The old nun let out an ear-piercing laugh. "If you want to move my line, please kill these villagers first." "What's going on?" Xia Xiao stared at the villagers in front of him. The villagers' pupils had turned pitch black, and their body movements were stiff, somewhat similar to the iron corpses they had previously encountered, but completely different. Xiaoyu could feel that these villagers were still considered alive. The heartbeat was still the same, just that it had somehow become so. Controlled by this old nun? Or had they been hit by some evil spells? Xia Zhu looked towards the old nun whose face floated up with another smile. He stepped out with one foot, and his body suddenly leapt up to a height of tens of meters. Unexpectedly, the villagers actually surrounded the old nun's body, making it impossible for Xia to land. The corners of the villagers' mouths were dripping with crystal-clear fat oil, making Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of those strange meats inside the water tank. There was something wrong with the meat. It was also unknown whether it was temporarily controlled or permanent. But no matter what, let's take down this old nun first. Just as Xiaoyu raised his hand and prepared to slam his fist down, the 1,000-man chopper behind him suddenly moved. The golden blade actually trembled and emitted the sound of golden iron as it was sheathed and arrived in Xiaoju's hand. The blade trembled as if it was telling Xia to crave for blood. Xiaoyu looked at the golden knife with some surprise, and then took a step forward. Fearing that these villagers could still be saved, Xia Xiao did not want to kill them indiscriminately. After all, many of them were still acquaintances. He then used the back of the blade to slap down indiscriminately. Although Xia's lack of swinging the knife has no pattern, but under his strength and speed is still very powerful, like a storm. Although the villagers were under the control of the old nuns, their strength was much greater than that of ordinary people, but in front of Xiaoju, it was still not enough. A knife slapped down, broken ribs are just a small matter. Quite a few villagers were more seriously injured, flew out and fell to the ground and then could not get up again, but only towards Xia Xiao slowly crawling. The old nun also took this opportunity to move to the side of the water tank. Her mouth began to read the incantation that Xia could not understand. The meat in the water tank was actually flying up, as if it was alive. The meat began to split into long thin strips and began to fly up and down, drilling into the mouths of the villagers who had fallen to the ground. After those villagers were drilled into the mouth of the strange meat, their injuries were actually rapidly recovered, and in a moment they were able to climb up again. Their mouths continued to roar like wild beasts, and their dark pupils were covered with a layer of dark bloodlight. Xia Xiao did not expect that this 5-lotus road had such a means. It is actually possible to transform the villagers into zombie-like monsters. And only need to swallow this meat, do not need to perform other means, is too appalling. Moreover, in this world, cannot afford to eat meat of the people countless, so, this 5-lotus road threat can be big. After the villagers climbed up, they actually surrounded the old nun once again. The old nun also took the opportunity to keep moving backward, wanting to escape. Seeing this, Xiaoju did not stay his hand. If the fight continued like this, there was no telling what accidents would happen. He sheathed his stupidly moving golden sword and slightly bent his legs. Boom! In the next moment, Xiaoju's figure flew out like a cannonball, and the villagers who surged forward were all suddenly sent flying sideways. Behind him pulled out a piece of residual shadow. The old nun was shocked in his heart. When he wanted to retreat backward, his collar was already grabbed by Xiaoju. Caught you. Xia, lack of a cruel smile, will be the old man's body ruthlessly towards the ground smashed. Lost control of the old man, those villagers suddenly paralyzed on the ground, no longer move. Xia Xiao smashed a few times, feeling that the old nun still only had a trace of breath left. He stopped his hand. He walked to the villagers around, with his hand to test. Part of the villagers have lost their lives, no breath. Some of the villagers were still alive. Xia Xiao remembered that the villagers who were able to survive were the ones who were not actively drilled into their mouths by the strange meat. An ominous premonition surged in Xiaoju's heart. The deaths of so many people was still a small matter. After all, human life in the chaotic world was not as good as grass. What made Xiaoju feel uneasy was the fact that the 5-lotus road was so tactful. He looked into the water tank. Those strange meat had all entered the villagers at this time. Not far away at this time there are a few hoofbeats. Mu Yongquan, who was not far away from the village, has already arrived. Seeing Xia Lak and full of villagers' corpses, Mu Yongquan's heart surged with a hint of bad feeling. What happened? Xiaoyu pointed at the old man and told him what had happened just now. Mu Yongquan eyebrows rise haze, bitter smile. I am afraid this is not I can manage. Xia Lak is not surprised. This old nun is also estimated to be a 3 realms of cultural cultivation. Coupled with this bizarre means, just an innate realm of Mu Yongquan really cannot deal with. The two of them waited. Half a quarter of an hour later, Jin Moc's men arrived. They were still led by Nanguang, followed by a few martial arts monks. Xia Xiao and Mu Yongquan simultaneously bowed to Nanguang with clasped fists and said, "Senior uncle." Nanguang nodded and looked towards the ground. Then he placed his gaze on the old nun. Wulian Dao? Xia Wei nodded and once again told the matter. It's not right. Nanguang's face became puzzled. He turned up the corpse of a villager and flipped up its eyelids, but it still showed a pitch black color. This is not the means of the 5-lotus road. Looking at the old nun who had almost turned into a lump of mud, Nanguang was also a bit reluctant to speak. Xia Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, the hand was too hard. Nanguang helplessly sighed, took out a talisman violently shaking. Yellow talisman paper is actually no fire spontaneously combusted. This talisman paper stuffed into the mouth of the old nun. The dying old nun was miraculously awakened. Liar, old nun awakened. The first words spoken in the mouth was actually so. What liar? Nanguang hastened to ask, who is a liar? The old man said to Nanguang, ignored like, still self-centered speech. We are cheated. I Buddha also cheated. Chapter 68 Boat Gang. Who cheated you? Nanguang still pursued the question. The old nun looked at Nanguang, and blood foam began to gush out of his mouth. Her mouth was trying to speak and her breath was weak, as if her life would be cut off in the next moment. Her twisted right hand lifted up and began to draw on the ground. A distorted human face gradually took shape under the old nun's hands. What was strange was that the center of the nose on that face was actually smeared with a tofu block-like shape, and a 8-pointed beard was born on the mouth. This face is extremely difficult to distinguish, even look a little funny. But Xia is from the lack of distinguish a trace of familiar feeling, but cannot say where familiar, only feel where I have seen general. After painting this face, the old nun once again tugged at the corner of Nanguang's coat, staring round eyes, 2 legs stumped, is dead. Nanguang got up and sighed, looked at the face on the ground, looked around the circle. All of you can have an impression of this? Everyone is shaking their heads. Nanguang patted Xia's shoulder. This old nun's vitality is broken. This talisman is only to let it return to the light of day. Xia Xiao let out a breath, not because he missed the nun's death, but because he felt that his control of the power was still not skilled enough. Or rather, this old nun was a bit too unbeatable. He clearly didn't use much power. However, this was also Xia Xiao's overestimation of the strength of the Wind Cultivator's body. With his current strength, the average Wind Cultivator was afraid that he would die if he rubbed it, and would be injured if he touched it. The old nun relied on the ability to manipulate the villagers, making Xia a little fearful before being able to maneuver for a few moments. Nangang commanded the monks to divide the villagers' bodies into 2 groups of dead and alive, and pulled them to the Jinmu division respectively. He also asked some more detailed questions with Xiejiao. The 5 Lotus Road is actually considered a branch of the Zen sect, and is not considered evil. Nangang sighed, this time the Son of Heaven is precept, they should be able to ride the wind. Xiejiao looked at the remnants on the ground. How could he not think that the means of that old nun and the Zen sect could have anything to do with it? But this strange meat. Nanguang saw the doubt in Xiejiao's mind and explained, I don't know what this strange meat is, but it is indeed not a means of the 5 Lotus Dao. The Wulian Dao congregations generally traveled around the country, relying on giving food and rice to the people to attract congregations, and never did anything out of the ordinary. They believed in the Bodhisattva void Bodhisattva, and their doctrine was to treat all living beings with compassion. Xia Yin nodded, relying on this kind of means to attract the people, not illegal and disorderly, believe in orthodox gods and Buddhas. No wonder the Department of Jin Demon has not taken any action. Nangang looked at the ground crooked blood-colored human face, also do not know what accident, this kind of means I have never seen. Looking at the face on the ground, Xiejiao remembered what the old nun said before she died. All have been deceived, the Buddha has also been deceived. Just who was cheated? Shaking these useless thoughts out of his mind, Xiejiao asked Nanguang, Senior Uncle, which martial arts halls in the city have patriarchs ah? Nanguang looked at Xiejiao and actually smiled and said, why, do you have an idea about the title of number 1 in Jinmen? Xia lacked a joyful laugh, just simply want to discuss some martial arts with someone. Nangang sized up Xiejiao, I'm afraid that this chi and blood of yours is already the top of the top amongst martial artists. But if you want to discuss martial arts moves, there are some hidden tigers and dragons in the city of Jinmen. Xia Xiao put his hands together, I still ask for guidance from Senior Uncle. Nanguang smiled, since you have already practiced the whale flood technique, you can go to the west side of the city to ask for some instruction in the boat gang. There are quite a few experts in the boat gang, although many of them are only at the innate realm, their attainments in martial arts are not low. Like the young master who created the whale flood technique, it was from the boat gang. Xia has heard of the boat gang name. Jinmen City is not only near the sea, but also has a lot of large and small canals. Many people rely on water to eat water, rely on running canals to transport is also very much. Dock before the drudgery is quite a lot, estimated that the entire city of Tianjin is tens of thousands of people rely on the dock to live. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu, and this is especially true in the city of Jinmen, where martial arts are strongly practiced. Dock drudgery in order to resist some gangs to collect protection money, it is spontaneous by many water dark masters to lead the formation of the boat gang. This organization, dedicated to managing the grey business in the dock, became the head of the dock in Jinmen City. Generally even many officials will give the boat gang some face. The boat gang is composed of several major dartboards and a few martial arts schools. After listening to his uncle, Xie Yu knew where he was going to learn martial arts this time. Before he left, his uncle urged him to be more humble and not to be taken as a kicker. Xie Yu condensed his mind and nodded, if you come to the door to ask for instruction, you should have a low attitude and be humble. Nangang was a bit speechless, I am asking you not to be too hard on your hands. Xie Xiao had also come to the pier several times before, but it was all to buy some fresh fish. This time, he came to discuss martial arts, but his heart was also a bit bottomless. After all, the closed door has been a long time, their own, although relying on the blood to push a number of masters no problem, but the level of martial arts, I do not know exactly how. Xia's lack of remembering his own martial arts talented word is also from others, since it is necessary to listen to the master uncle, some humility to good. The martial arts centers in the boat gangs were not the same, they were all based on boats and opened on the water. This cannot help but let Xia lack have recalled the previously said shark legend, those Guijia village villagers also live on the water, I do not know if there is a correlation. After seeing a large plaque with the words River Source Pavilion on it, Xiaoyu knew that he had found the destination of this trip. After entering, Xiaojiu opened the door and took out the token of the Jinmu division on his waist. Looking for your pavilion master. There is no point in passing a few moves to these low-level disciples. Xiaoxiao knows that he only has the qualifications to teach martial arts to a strong master. When the disciple saw the demon suppression division's token, it was as if he had seen a ghost as he turned around and ran towards the cabin. Standing on the huge plywood, Xiaojiu looked out at the endless sea outside the ship and felt the slight rocking of the ship. The surrounding disciples of the martial arts school were all standing on their piles and feet, looking like they were disciples who had not long been initiated. Xiaoxiao recalled Jia Dalan's memories of practicing Yanqing on this boat. It was just that it was not in this Yuan pavilion. The disciples began to whisper as they sized up Xiaoju's tall and powerful body. After all, they hadn't seen the demon suppressor commander sign in Xiaoju's hand, and the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to see the pavilion master. This kind of person was usually here to kick the pavilion. These not-so-young martial arts pavilion disciples stared at Xiaojiu with wide eyes. There was even someone who directly shouted towards Xiaojiu, "Seeing that you are not old, you are learning from others to kick the pavilion?" Xiaoxiao was somewhat speechless, but he was also too lazy to pay attention. The surrounding disciples looked at Xia's broad body, but no one dared to come up to take the initiative to provoke. Not long after, an old man with a white beard and white eyebrows came out of the cabin. I don't know which lord of the demon suppression division is it? Chapter 69 Lu Pavilion Master. The old man hurriedly came out from the cabin, and had not yet changed out of his soaked sweatshirt. His body is extremely wide, from the cabin out of the extremely have to bow their heads. If not for his white beard and white hair, he could not be seen as an old man. The old man smiled as he greeted Xiaojiu, looking at the Jin Demon Commander's card in Xiaojiu's hand. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "So it's the outer deacon lord." Xiaojiu looked at this tall old man, knowing that he was not looking for the wrong person. The martial artists of Jinmen City all had a common trait. That was that almost the higher the realm, the broader the stature. After all, the Qi and blood martial path required a strong and broad body in order to be able to hold enough Qi and blood power. After Xiaoxiao thought for a while, he smiled and spoke, "I believe your excellency is Pavilion Master Lu of the Yuan Pavilion." Pavilion Master Lu smiled and stroked his beard. "Exactly." He beckoned, and behind him, an equally burly female trainee came forward and handed over a small square box. After the female student opened it, what appeared in her eyes was a box full of yuanba with silver luster. "It is my river source pavilion is not well thought out. Recently there are a lot of demonic rebellions. It is a little less peaceful, but also please outside the deacon to accept the smile." He haha, and cupped fists and arched his hands and said, "Thanks to all the adults of the Department of Jin Demon, this water can continue to live on the Daya." Xia lack of eyes to see and ears to hear, then know that the old man thought wrong, when he came to play the autumn breeze. The surrounding trainees could not help but look at Xiaoju's gaze became a bit awe-inspiring, but also vaguely with aversion. Xiaoxiao busily waved his hand. "Master Lu was too polite. I didn't come to your hall with this intention." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the old man's smile became brighter and brighter. He slapped his forehead. "It's the old man's hospitality that's not good enough. It just so happens that the old man has picked up some local specialties at the pier today." Pavilion Master Lu whispered to Xiaoyu, "More than 10 pounds of star-spotted red scales. A rare sight." Xiaoyu tugged at the corner of his mouth, not realizing that the style of these Jin Demon division was so rotten, even eating and taking. He was afraid that the old man against some moths too, hastily cupped his fists and said, "Lu Pavilion Master wrong in the intention, this time to come only to discuss the martial arts." Lu Pavilion Master looked at Xia lack of body age, the face of a slight trace of doubt. "The deacon adults but think the old man this intention." Xia Zhao waved his hands. "Master Lu is too polite. I'm not pretending, I appreciate your thoughts, but I really only came here to teach martial arts." Pavilion Master Lu still had a hint of doubt on his face. Seeing this, Xia Xiao reached out and casually threw a punch. The plywood was immediately shaken with Qi energy, dispersing a gust of sea breeze that was blowing in. Quite a few students who hadn't entered the country were instantly hit by the airflow and fell straight onto the plywood. Pavilion Master Lu immediately had a flash of brilliance in his eyes, the killing whale hegemony fist. "There seems to be." Xia Jiao nodded his head stolidly. "Exactly." Looking at Xia's slightly tender face, Pavilion Master Lu reached out his hand and wanted to put it on Xia's wrist, but then put it down and said in a low voice, "Lord Deacon, do you see?" Xia knew that the other party wanted to see his bone age, so he nodded. "I am offended." Pavilion Master Lu nodded and placed his hand on Xia Zhao's wrist. In just a few seconds, his face became surprised and even a little disbelieving. Whale flood skill. So young. Such qi and blood. His face instantly became taut as he shrunk his hands and cupped his fists. "Dare I ask who your master's teacher is?" Xiaojiu smiled. "My father, Yuan Shun." Pavilion Master Lu looked aghast and sighed. Truly a tiger father has no son. But a moment later, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. "But as far as I know, your father was a master 20 years ago." Xiaoyu has heard a lot of things about his foster father from Mu Yongquan, and knows that Dishun disappeared 20 years ago after a battle with the Qishan real person. All the martial artists in the city thought that this Jinmen number 1 had fallen, and did not know that he had hidden his identity and was living on the banks of the Wooding River. Xiaoyu also did not explain more, just said, "My father was only seriously injured, and now also ran and healed, has gone out to find the road ahead again." Lu Pavilion Master silent for a long time, the emotion in his eyes became complex. "Your father is worthy of being the first person in the martial arts in Jinmen, even capable of defeating a real person into the road but did not die." Seeing that Xie Xiao didn't say much, Pavilion Master Lu also had the good sense to put an end to the topic of Yuan Shun. "Since you have acquired the whale flood skill, what is the purpose of your visit?" Xie Xiao arched his hand and said, "I have been practicing martial arts for a long time, but I only know how to work behind closed doors, so I came here to broaden my horizons and ask the Pavilion Master for advice." Master Lu smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I practiced martial arts decades earlier than your father, but now my blood is not as good as it used to be." Xia waved his hand. "We don't need to fight to the death, we only need to discuss some moves." Lu Pavilion Master then breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "This boat is not a suitable place for the two of us to fight, adults, and come with me." Xie Xiao followed Lu Pavilion Master to the shore and traveled to a courtyard not far away. Here are also many martial artists feeding each other. In Xie's perspective, these martial artists are much more vigorous than those students on the clipboard, and there are even a few innate masters here for guidance. After vacating an open space, Pavilion Master Lu looked around and gave a look. The few martial artists surrounding the spectators all dispersed at once, leaving only the two of them to remain in place. Xiajiao arched his hand. "Please also ask Pavilion Master Lu for guidance." Pavilion Master Lu nodded. "The fist is afraid of the young, your lordship is not afraid to take 2 punches with such a body." Then the old man, "I will not be polite." When the words fell, the old man had already flashed to Xie's side. A dull palm strike sounded. Lu Pavilion Master actually felt some pain in his hand, as if hitting on top of the fine iron. Xia has not yet reacted. Lu Pavilion Master's double palms are fierce and overbearing again in front of his chest, and the back force is actually a bit unceasing, such as rolling waves, also like a gust of wind and rain. Storing up chi. Storing power. Storing up momentum. Xie Xiao suddenly felt that his whole body was like being hit by a blunt weapon. A burst of wild force began to run amok within his body. This old man's force is really big. Xie Xiao slandered in his mind and grabbed out with one hand. The moment Lu Pavilion Master saw Xiaoyu strike, he actually did a backflip in a volatile manner, which actually caused Xiaoyu to land in an empty space. "Your skill in horizontal training is very good, Mr. Lu sighed. Xie Xiao hadn't practiced any horizontal training techniques, only the assistance of the purple word king of horizontal training, coupled with the many body forging martial arts, made his body a lot harder than the average horizontal training master. Somewhat interesting. A smile floated on the corner of Xieju's mouth as his body shot out like a taut arrow. In the blink of an eye, Xie Xiao had already arrived in front of Pavilion Master Lu, and his right hand landed with a split fist. Lu Pavilion Master subconsciously braced his hands upward, like a spear out of the spear actually stabbed at Xie's wrist first. Xie Xiao suddenly felt a sense of numbness coming from his elbow, his right hand temporarily lost consciousness. With a clang, Lu Pavilion Master's hands shook again, and he wanted to dislocate Xie's right arm by twisting it. Xie's left hand unexpectedly attacked in front of his body, and his heavy fist blasted straight onto his forehead. Lu Pavilion Master did not panic, just violently lowered his head. White hair flying, thick white ponytail was actually blown apart. Cloaked in his hair, Master Lu also laughed out loud. "It has been a long time since I have been so drenched." Xie Xiao also laughed out loud. This was the first time he had argued with a martial artist of the same level since he had achieved the rank of Grandmaster. Crisp sounds of clanking and clanging resounded continuously. That was due to the fact that both of their bodies were as solid as iron. Xie Xiao removed the upper half of his clothes and smiled brightly. Pavilion Master Lu is really old and strong. The two of them bare-chested wrestling to a ball. Before the fists and kicks on the body of both sides will collect some force, but also will not suffer too heavy injury. Lu Pavilion Master thinks Xie lack of body is really too hard. Estimate that even if he made the astral chi is afraid also difficult to cause too serious injury to it. When Xie Jiao hit the body of Lu Pavilion Master, he also felt his wrist tingling from the shocking force. After a long time, as Xie Jiao's left fist blasted out like a heavy cannon, Pavilion Master Lu immediately flew dozens of meters horizontally. He fell to the ground, completely ignoring the dust on his body, stood up and laughed bitterly. "No more fighting, no more fighting. How can you fight with this strange power?" Xie Xiao just laughed. He was able to sense since the fight just now that Pavilion Master Lu's strength was actually not bad. In many moves and the degree of subtlety is even far more than their own, only their own body and strength in such a fight is difficult to control, too much advantage. It was said that the fist was afraid of the young, and Xiaoyu was considered to have truly realized what it meant to bully such an old comrade. Chapter 70 Sailor Descendant. Those who can become martial arts masters are really not ordinary. Xiajiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If both sides had equal body strength, Xiajiao estimated that he would have a hard time holding out for a few rounds. However, if he could use his qi and blood power, Xie Jiao would be able to kill his opponent with a few punches. Looking at the embarrassed Lu Pavilion Master, Xie Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Lu Pavilion Master, I apologize." Lu Pavilion Master just sighed, "This horizontal training skill is too good. I may not be able to have a strong physique like you when I was young. I'm afraid that only your father, or Master Nanguan, can compare with you." Xie Xiao just smiled and didn't say much. At this moment, he was constantly recalling the palm techniques used by Master Lu Pavilion, which were continuous and unceasing, like a mountain of mountains, with one wave being more powerful than the other. This palm technique and the killer whale fist seemed to come from the same school, and both had achieved the extreme in terms of rigidity and ferocity. "I don't know what is the name of the palm method that Mr. Lu made just now?" Xie Xiao asked with a smile. Lu Pavilion Master faced some despondent, waved his hand, angry shark-tied palm, "Just the old man created a palm law, not worth mentioning." He was also considered to be the best among the martial artists in Jinmen City back then, but after falling on 3 generations of the secret sect in a row, he was also a little heartbroken. Truly a hero is a young man, an adult at such an age has actually mastered so many palm techniques. Yanqing fist, broken bamboo palm, iron thread fist, snake fist seems to have a hint of Zhang Yuyang, that old guy's hint of military martial arts. There are still some that the old man did not recognize. He sized up Xie Jiao and wondered what kind of monster the other party was. Moreover, judging by the proficiency, these martial arts had even been practiced to the realm of the Grandmaster. If he was able to use qi energy, he might have lost even more. Xie Jiao cupped his fists and said, "I wonder if this palm technique of Pavilion Master Lu can be spread out?" Lu Pavilion Master looked at Xie Jiao, not knowing what was in his mind. The secret sect has many exquisite martial arts. How can you look at this palm technique of an old man? Xie smiled, "I have not entered the secret sect, but just joined the Jinmu division as an external deacon." Lu Pavilion Master showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Huh? Your Honor can enter the Department of Devil Suppression even if you have not entered the secret sect?" Xie Wei nodded his head. Lu Pavilion Master let out a loud laugh and said splendidly, "Since adults can see, that old man cannot be petty. Please wait for a moment." He walked into the other building, and a long time later in his hand he took a handwritten secret book and handed it to Xie Xiao. Lu Pavilion Master seems to sigh, "With the talent of adults, I think there is no need for the old man to guide. The old man can know, but also all the records on the." Xie Xiao flipped through it casually and discreetly cupped his fists to Pavilion Master Lu. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu." After thinking about it, he remembered what Lu Pavilion Master had done before, and was afraid that the other party would see himself as coming to fight the autumn wind. "May I ask what the price of this book of palmistry is? I'm not one to take advantage of people for nothing." Lu Pavilion Master faced a trace of color. "This is not necessary. This palm not to martial arts master realm cannot be practiced. So far only the old man a person to learn. The old man has only one request, that is, your honor can pass on this palm law for the old man in the future. Do not lose it." Xie Yin nodded. At this moment, he could not help but think of Wang Yixian. Lu Pavilion Master sighed, "Old man, I stayed on the boat all my life, obsessed with martial arts, and never married. He Yuan Pavilion in the younger generation is a successor to the achievement of the master, but also out of their own path, compared to the old man to be a lot better than the old man, but also do not see the old man this palm. I thought that this palm would be lost, but I didn't realize that my lord was willing to learn this rough stuff." Xie waved his hand. Lu Pavilion Master also need not be presumptuous. This palm seems to me to be very subtle, cannot be considered rough. Master Lu laughed out loud at his words, his face showing 2 points of self-satisfaction. Xie Xiao had heard some information from the previous words. One was that another patriarch in the He Yuan Pavilion had stepped out on his own path. As far as he knew, according to Uncle Nanguang, De Shun had also stepped out of his own path back then. Were all the strongest among the martial arts sect masters to step out of their own paths? Xie Jiao pondered over this question. The martial Dao he had learned so far, except for that limit-breaking form which was relying on his own thoughts, the others were all the fruits of mastering others. Xie Jiao had a glimmer of realization in his heart. Then there was the fact that he had heard what Pavilion Master Lu had said, that he had stayed on a boat for his entire life, which couldn't help but remind him of the remnants of the moat at the bottom of the river, as well as the legend of Gui's family. The two were quite similar, both living in the water on a boat for their entire lives. He thought to see if he could ask for any information here at Pavilion Master Lu, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Has Pavilion Master Lu ever heard of the legend of Footerage?" Pavilion Master Lu couldn't help but look stunned, obviously not having heard of it. Seeing this, Xie Xiao could not help but feel a little disappointed, but still continued, "A legend about dragons, has Pavilion Master Lu ever heard of it?" Lu Pavilion Master some puzzled, 1 second are discussing martial arts, why the next moment is talking about what legend? In the way of Xie's talent status, Lu Pavilion Master also wants to make good relations with the other party, is to open the mouth and said, "I would like to hear about it." Xie lack of thought, since this story is with the so-called curse, they will talk to outsiders to see if the so-called sharks will really find themselves. Moreover, before, Tongguan and Shenning seemed to see or smell a trace of the shark. After making up his mind, Xie Yu talked to Pavilion Master Lu about the story of Futuling. When talking about the Gua family, a hint of color flashed in Pavilion Master Lu's eyes, but it didn't show very clearly, and Xiaoyu didn't notice it either. However, when Xie Zhao said that the people in this Gua family village all lived in cabins on the water and were born with a strong affinity for water, Pavilion Master Lu appeared to be somewhat abnormal. Xie Zhao looked at him and knew that he seemed to have spoken to the right person. After listening to the story, Xie Zhao told the other party about the curse of the story. Pavilion Master Lu began to sit up a bit. After frowning and wandering for a moment, Pavilion Master Lu suddenly raised his head and said, "My lord, to be honest, the surname that has been rumored to have come down from my ancestors is the Gua surname." A trace of surprise flashed across Xie Zhao's face, having thought that the two sides were only slightly related to each other. He thought that the Lu Pavilion Master or the descendants of the original Gua family members who had intermarried with each other, but did not think that he was actually directly found the main body. Lu Pavilion Master bitter smile, adults said those habits, it seems that I also have. When in the water boat will seem comfortable, but when on the shore will feel awkward. But it is true that I have never heard of these legends that your excellency has mentioned. Xiaoyu's heart began to vibrate, not realizing that what old he had said at first was actually true. There really is such a strange person existing in this world. Lu Pavilion Master sighed, adults and follow me, my ancestors have passed down some things, I would like to ask you to take a look. My grandfather and my father were required to light incense for them every day, and I still continue this custom here. Xiaoyu curiously asked, what is it? Lu shook his head and said, I don't know what it is, it's just like a snakeskin, but it's incredibly heavy. Xiaoyu was immediately struck by lightning, he remembered the remnants of the moat at the bottom of the river, which was also the same. Chapter 71 Ashuwei. Xiaoyu followed Pavilion Master Lu and didn't return to that big ship of River Origin Pavilion, instead, he circled east and west to a shantytown by the sea. This side was made of wooden frames and animal skins, as well as some hay, and many of the people begging for work on the water lived here. However, the conditions in this shantytown are hard, not only do they often have to face the biting sea wind, sometimes there are even sea spirits and monsters climbing up to the shore. The people here are yellow and black in appearance due to being blown by the sea wind all year round. The parts of their bodies that were exposed to the sea looked a bit dry, giving people a yellowish feeling like fallen leaves. When he arrived at an extremely high hut, Pavilion Master Lu appeared a bit hesitant. He opened his mouth to Xiaoyu and said, my brother's temper is a bit odd, please don't be offended if he bumps into you. Xiaoyu nodded his head ponderously. After all, Xiaoyu was only in his late teens, and it was the time when he was competitive and prone to anger, so he was also afraid that the two of them would start some sort of conflict. Adding to the fact that Xiaoyu still had the identity of the Jin Demon Division, even as a strong martial arts practitioner of the Third Realm, Pavilion Master Lu was also nothing in front of the Jin Demon Division. Pavilion Master Lu knocked on the door and the one who opened the door was an old man with thinning hair. He looked even older than the 70-something-year-old Pavilion Master Lu, and appeared to be slightly odd-looking. The old man's face was pale and beardless, and his body and large head were connected into one, almost as if his neck was somewhat invisible. The distance between his eyes was extremely wide, and his eyes were glaring so round that his eyeballs were almost about to jump out of their sockets. The two arms were so thin that you could see the bones and joints, but the two palms of his hands were so wide that they were like bushels, and his fingers were all short and thick. The most peculiar thing was the lower half of this old man's body. When the long and wide feet were together, it couldn't help but make Xiaoyu think of a word. Fish flippers. Xiaoyu felt a thick chi and blood power from this old man, which seemed to be no less than himself. Upon seeing Pavilion Master Lu in front of the door, the old man subconsciously furrowed his brows and tried to close the door. Pavilion Master Lu immediately compensated with a smile and said, Shuwei, this time I've come to find you for something important. The old man called a Shuwei spoke in an extremely hoarse voice, speak right here. That voice was like the hoarseness of the voice that manifested from snoring after eating a large pile of salt. Moreover, when it was heard in the ears, it also gave Xiaoyu a kind of discomfort like water in the ears. Pavilion Master Lu immediately retold the story that Xiaoyu had told him before to a Shuwei again. After listening to the story, a Shuwei did not react, but once again frowned and opened his mouth. Finished? Can we go now? Seeing that the other party was so calm after listening, Xiaoyu also knew that the other party must know something. At this time, Xiaoyu also opened his mouth and said, don't blame me, sir, this time it is also because I told this story with Master Lu. Because of curiosity, I begged Master Lu to take a look at the divine objects left behind by your family. Xia lack of words only fell, a water is very impatient, there is no what God, Lu Xuanzong, and you say you find him, do not come to bother me. His attitude showed extremely resolute, no matter how unwilling to put the two into the house, several times want to close the door to drive people. The old man in front of him made Xiaoyu somewhat unable to see the depths, coupled with the fact that he was begging for help, he also did not want to use any violent means. What puzzled him was that the two were obviously brothers, but why did they appear so different in appearance? Moreover, it seemed that the relationship was extremely poor as well, and the way Shuwei looked at Pavilion Master Lu was tinged with disgust. Just when Xiaoyu wanted to give up and prepare to find another opportunity in the coming day, Pavilion Master Lu was the one who suddenly grabbed Xiaoju's wrist. He had cultivated the whale flood skill. A simple sentence, but it caused Shuai's eyes to instantly release a refined aura. His large hand like a bushel fan was immediately swung out, carrying with it an unrelenting and fierce momentum. Killing whale fist. Xiaoxiao instantly recognized this long-acquired fist technique, and immediately swung out a fist that was no less powerful to resist. Both of them did not use qi, blood, and astral energy, just purely with the physical body to fight a fist, but the violent airflow as also the water behind the shack shook a little collapsed. A few sounds of porcelain breaking came out from inside the house. After this punch, Shuai's face gradually became milder. His yellowish pupils of the eyes lit up a glimmer of light. How old are you? Xia lack of truthful answer, 16 years old. His hoarse and low voice suddenly came out with a bellow, good. Shuai's eyes looked towards Pavilion Master Lu, such a seedling, how dare you not tell me earlier? Pavilion Master Lu shrugged his shoulders, he is Yuan Shun's son, besides, the few geniuses I brought previously were not all scolded away by you. The old man was immediately somewhat stunned, but then immediately came back to his senses. Yuan Shun's son, then no wonder you didn't tell me earlier either. His face showed a trace of disdain. Those geniuses you brought are not geniuses, they are almost 30 years old and still not yet a master. What kind of martial arts are they practicing? You should just save your head and die. Pavilion Master Lu skimmed his lips and said to Xiaoyu, this is the first creator of the whale flood technique and the killing whale fist. A few flashes of excitement flashed across Xiaoxiao's eyes. Early heard that the master ancestor said that the original creation of the whale flood skill is a teenage master, but did not think that now is still alive, and also stood in front of himself. A water sipped his mouth. I and your father in the beginning of the deep friendship, and you have cultivated my martial arts, also counted as half of my disciples. He was also curious, where did you hear those legends? Xiaolak did not say the small Car-Ditch river bottom of the residual mold, just said he happened to come from the villager's mouth. A trace of color flashed in his cloudy eyes and he nodded. In that case, if you promise me a request, I will take you to see that thing. What? Xiaoxiao did not expect Shuai's attitude to change so drastically. Shuai's face suddenly became hideous. In the future, if you run into those sharks, kill them all for me. His hoarse voice became almost maniacal and revealed a deep sense of hatred. Xiaoxiao's heart couldn't help but thump. From these words he knew that those sharks were real. Moreover, Shuai seemed to have met them, and had made some kind of grudge. Shuai still hated, those guys betrayed their ancestors. Lu Pavilion Master's complexion is also revealed a few confused, the same as a family of people, why do you know so little? He somewhat impatiently opened his mouth and asked, Shuai, what do you mean by what you said? Are we really descendants of dragons? Shuai just shook his head and began to keep his mouth shut, not answering no matter how much Pavilion Master Lu tried to ask. Xiaojiao thought for a while before he nodded. Those vaguely appearing sharks seemed to be up to no good, whether it was in the legend or the fact that these guys swam around his boat, it gave him a bad feeling. Shuai hummed, and was turning around to raise the shelves of the shack behind him to take the two of them inside. Chapter 72 The Waterborne. The interior of the shack appeared to be very narrow, and the environment was also damp and gloomy, vaguely giving Xiaoxiao an uncomfortable feeling of being underwater. Unexpectedly, after Shuai moved away a water tank, an entrance was revealed at the bottom. A water with a torch led the two down the tunnel. On the wall next to the tunnel, the damp and loose soil is actually full of palm-sized fish scales. A fishy odor that washed into the heart made Xiaoyu instantly become miserable. On the contrary, the two brothers actually appeared to be somewhat carefree, even showing a hint of intoxication on their faces. It's been a long time since they've been back. Lu Pavilion Master seemed to sigh, but ushered in his younger brother's mockery. A water's tone became a bit eerie. Yes, the land pavilion owner, the last name has been changed, but also come back to do what? Lu Pavilion Masters cannot help but become a little red in the face. At first I was not in order to join the boat gang, our brothers' days will be better. A water-cooled snort, into the boat gang so what, you are not the same in the water to beg for food, what is the difference? Xia lack of some curiosity, that is, after asking some, only to know the reason why the land pavilion master changed his last name. There is a very secret rule in the boat gang, that is not to accept people with the surname Hua. When the two families were in poverty, Mr. Lu changed his surname when he was in his teens and entered the boat gang. But Shuai still retained his surname, and continued to live in the family hut, and fishing for a living with his parents. As Shuai grows older, he gradually develops a sense of belonging and trust in the ancient family that his father speaks of, and begins to become disgusted with his brother's approach. Although Lu Pavilion Master often brought some belongings back to visit his brother and mother, but his parents and brother even gradually began to resist him. Some of the legends and stories or objects passed down in the family were only passed on to Shuai, and Lu Pavilion Master became an outsider. As their parents grew older and even died, there were some things that only Shuai knew. Moreover, Shuai always worshipped the gods passed down from his family, and most of the year he lives on his own boat. Pavilion Master Lu, on the other hand, was in a boat gang and ran his own martial arts school in a good way. When Lu Pavilion Master entered the country, he secretly taught his brother the boxing skills he had learned. But I didn't realize that Shuai was a genius in martial arts, and at the age of 15, he had already achieved the realm of a martial arts master. He also created the whale flood technique, a peculiar secret martial art. It is rumored that this is a shui in the underwater with giant whales live together for many days, only to realize the martial arts. Only a shui is not competitive, and there is no martial arts mentality. More than 60 years still live in this shack, and a broken boat depend on each other. Although his brother was extremely disgusted with himself, Pavilion Master Lu also came to visit a shui every few days. After traveling roughly 20 meters of circular steps, the few people arrived at a wide basement. This basement was actually more than 100 square feet in size. Xia Xiao heard from Pavilion Master Lu that it was actually excavated by several generations of ancestors. Neither a shui nor Pavilion Master Lu had any descendants, so they didn't have any idea of carrying secrets into the grave, but instead, they told Xiejiu everything that had been passed down from their parents. However, what they said was also extremely unclear, and the one thing that Xieyu remembered the most was that they were rumored to have had extremely long lives for their ancestral forefathers, and never intermarried with outsiders. This is vaguely the same as the people of Guojia village in Futiling that Xiejiu mentioned. When Xiejiu mentioned the so-called divine object, a shui's face gradually became reverent. His hoarse voice spoke, "This object was passed down from our ancestors, although I don't know what exactly it is. It must have come from a Taoist master, or someone of a higher status." He led the two of them, lifting a wide-worn canvas, revealing a tall altar. On top of the altar was just a pair of objects like snakeskin. Xiejiu's heart grew abruptly. This shape was actually exactly the same as the remnants of the molt at the bottom of the river. The difference between the two is that there are no scales on the body of the molt. Ah Shui lit up a piece of incense and inserted it in the incense burner. Then, he actually picked up the dipper of the water tank, scooped up water and poured it on. This residual molt at this time is miraculously will be completely absorbed by the water, not a drop is missing. Water has no permanent form, or ice, or gas, not born. Dragon born in the water, endless, but for the mortal skin bag is trapped. Only by shedding the sack and returning to the water can it live forever. Along with Ashue's hoarse and low voice resounding once again, a trace of eerie feeling surged into Xiejiu's heart. In Xiejiu's eyes, the snakeskin actually began to become blurred. It began to turn into a divine dragon flying in the air, or a swimming fish under the deep sea, or even an immortal who had ascended to immortality. Like a lump of randomly fabricated mud, the snakeskin was constantly changing every moment in Xie's eyes, losing its concrete image and leaving only chaos. A string in Xiejiu's brain gradually tightened, and just as it was about to collapse, the Judgment of Death talisman actually reappeared within Xiejiu's mind. He immediately returned to normal and looked at the remnants of the molt, which was still only the appearance of a snake's skin. The Judgment of Death talisman in his mind began to flip through pages and pages, finally stopping at the page of the molted remains at the bottom of the river. The golden glow shines on it, that is the golden words that represent never-ending. In addition to this, at this moment, a phrase once again appeared on it. Aquatic beings, you can simulate a life as a water creature. The phrase didn't have a color, but the effect it brought was just as strange. Xia Xiao was also a bit puzzled. What was the meaning of this phrase? Simulating the life of an aquatic creature? Just as Xieyu was thinking about this, there was a loud thunderclap outside the house. Even though the three of them were in the basement, they were still shaken by the thunder and had their ears numbed. A shui looked to Xieyu, Xieyu nodded his head, and then several people returned to the ground. At this moment, outside the house as lightning and thunder began to rainstorm, around the shack or by this sudden storm blowing a little shaky. When Xie Xiao came, the sky was still a bit gloomy, but there was no sign of rainfall. However, at this moment, the thick, dark clouds were almost on the verge of reaching the top of his head, giving people an extreme sense of oppression. Torrential rain and gusty winds swept over this piece of heaven and earth one after another, and quite a few simple shacks were directly blown out. Not far away above the sea, countless shocking waves continuously collided and then exploded, splashing seawater and rainwater together surging ashore. Damn! Pavilion Master Lu cursed, I have to go back and look at my martial arts center. With that, he quickly left in a flying manner. The entire Jinmen city was covered by the sudden monstrous dark clouds at this moment, and torrential rain fell. Xiejiu began to ponder whether this was related to the two remnants of the molt within the basement, or at the bottom of the Xiaoqigu River. After all, in the legend, the bottom of the Xiaoqigu River had been the place where the Dragon King who could call the wind and rain had been locked away. Seeing this, Xia lacked a sense of horror and wanted to leave. But a water-is patted Xia lack of shoulder, pointing to not far away from the sea. That was the place where the indeterminate river connected to the sea, and at this time, it even rolled up a huge whirlpool. Chapter 73 Orca Whale. Underneath that, there is something. Xiejiu took a deep breath. A water horse voice once again sounded. Rumor has it that if there is a jiao into the sea, about to molt into a dragon, at this mouth will give birth to such a whirlpool. Xia lack of heart becomes more and more curious. This seems to be a real dragon in the indeterminate river existed But with the rapid speed of the current, coupled with this bottomless eddy, it is difficult for even a martial arts master to compete with the greatness of nature. Right now, even if one had the intention to go down to the water to take a look, one would still have the heart to do so. Let's wait for the opportunity to go into the water and have a look later on. Xiaozhou pursed his lips and put this matter in his mind. He couldn't help but think of the incantation that Ashuwei had recited when he was watering the remnant molt, and opened his mouth to ask, "Elder, is it really the remnant molt left behind by the dragon that has been passed down in your family?" A water shook his head. Maybe, may not be. I had wanted to unfold it, but was somewhat unable to hold it. Xia Xiao was secretly surprised when the remnants of the molt at the bottom of the cart ditch was also the same. Even with 10 times his own strength in the water, he was unable to pick it up. The two of them exchanged words again for a moment. Xia Xiao realized that Ashuwei only had a half understanding of many things and wouldn't know more than himself. Seeing that the rain still didn't stop, the two of them sat down on the ground and started exchanging martial arts in this rickety shed. Ashuwei's martial arts is a kind of wild way to find out on their own, more than fierce, but it is straight to the point. Many moves do not know how to change. However, he was not very competitive, and the number of times he fought with others was very few, so he was never interested in martial arts, which makes sense. When Ashuwei was in his 30s, his qi and blood and physical qualities had reached the top of the zongshi. After he realized that he could no longer grow in his own martial arts, coupled with the fact that he didn't have much of a desire to refine, he let this body of martial arts go unchecked. Now decades later it was even more so because he was too old, his qi and blood had decayed, and along with it, his martial arts realm had regressed quite a bit. Xia lacks the feeling that Ashuwei's martial arts talent will not be weaker than Deshan, compared to his own, although it may be worse on a chip, but it is also extremely strong. Ashuwei didn't know many martial arts, but he had also given Xia a lot of inspiration. Especially the whale flood technique. Ashuwei's previous purpose of creating this secret martial art was not to break the limits of his body as other patriarchs generally did. He just wanted to stay underwater for a longer period of time, but instead, he had somewhat botched it and created an extremely powerful secret martial art. In the decades that followed, Shuwei continued to optimize it and taught Sejio all about this optimized whale flood technique. Xia is very grateful. Originally thought that Shuwei was to see him learn the whale flood skill, is considered to be a successor in loose attitude. But Shuwei said, "I'm not as stubborn as my brother, my body martial arts is not a rare thing, lost will be lost." As the price of learning these, Shuwei hopes that Xia can go out to sea with him once. But not at this time, but later. As for what to do, Shuwei didn't specify. After half an hour had passed, the rain gradually began to stop, the eddies at the mouth of the sea had long since subsided, and the dark clouds above the sky gradually dispersed. Xia Xiao took the initiative to fix Shuwei's shack again, and then took his leave. This trip had been quite rewarding. Not only had he obtained from Master Lu's martial arts school, the Raging Shark Tidal Wave Palm, but he had also learned the optimized whale flood technique. Not only that, in the exchange with the two old masters, Xia Yu even had a lot of insights. Both patriarchs had already reached the top of the patriarchal ladder, but even so, they still did not have any clue about the road ahead of them, and had never thought of breaking through the limits. They did not have such a strong desire to seek the Tao as Dasan generally did, but rather everything went with the flow. Arriving at home, Ning seemed to be waiting for a long time at this time. Standing in front of the house with a face full of sorrow, his hands clasped before his chest. Together with the fact that Ning had taken out Siejio's clothes from somewhere and changed into them, some spring light was vaguely revealed in the wide-sleeve robe. But when she opened her mouth, let Xie Yu somewhat confused, "Your water urine soup porridge, for whom to eat it?" It was only then that Xie Zhao remembered that the other party's body was a tiger, which needed to eat meat. His heart flashed a trace of bad feeling, and he tentatively asked, "So have you eaten today?" Ning nodded. "I searched for some meat in the kitchen and ate it." Xie Zhao's heart trembled. That was his qi and blood foundation. Adding to the fact that winter was approaching, after he cut off the supply of black-backed pit vipers, he was even more likely to eat a piece less. Thinking about the tiger's appetite, Xia Yu started to become nervous. Although Xie Zhu's heart was dripping blood, he still pretended to be calm and walked into the kitchen. Xie Zhou's heart twinged as he looked up at the beams that were 3 meters high. He turned his head and opened his mouth with a calm expression and asked, "Ninger, do you think there are many elves and monsters in the great southern mountain range?" Ning rolled her eyes. She had long since seen that something was wrong in Xie Zhou's complexion. "It's just some elf meat, I'll just compensate you." Said, she will body against the front, head against Xialaka body, tiptoe in its ear quietly said, "I do not know Langjun last night can play happy?" Xia Xiao took a deep breath, remembering the 3 ghosts. "I have not had anything with the ghosts, after all, and the ghosts do not have the effect of dual cultivation." However, such a fragrant one scene still made Xie Yu overjoyed. Ning gradually stroked his hand downward, and Xie Zhou's body could not help but tremble. In his ears came a faintly orchid-like exhale, "You little brat are not very old, but you really have a lot of tricks. Concubine, first go back to fetch some traveling gifts, and in the meantime, plunder some elves and monsters for Langjun. At night, I will come back to serve you." With that, Ning's figure retreated backward and disappeared in a moment. Xia Xiao exhaled deeply, emptying his mind of distracting thoughts. He began to organize what he had gained from the party. According to what Shuwei had said, the breath of the new whale flood technique was even longer. After some attempts, Xia Yu successfully transformed his whale flood technique into the new version. However, the downside was that Xie Zhou's pectoral muscles became even stronger and fuller. The entire upper body had turned into an inverted triangle. Between one breath and the next, Xiajiu felt that not only was his breath more redundant, but his sense of smell was also becoming sharper. He stood up and realized that he seemed to have grown quite a bit taller again. Referring to the large tree in front of the door, Xiajiu estimated that he was already 2 meters. Without realizing it, a certain string in his body once again loosened and snapped. This was the credit of the golden words never ending, making every breakthrough inadvertent. Xiajiu sighed. There was a downside to this as well, and that was that he didn't feel the surprise every time he made a breakthrough. This caused his own whale flood technique to break through once again, reaching the top 3 layers, and the capacity of Xiajiu's body's qi and blood rose once again. The breath that Xiajiu exhaled at this moment was actually like a crossbow arrow, punching a hole out in the tree. Thinking of his other secret martial art, Mad Wave 1000 Stacks, this was a powerful secret art that used qi energy to stimulate the meridians, arriving at stimulating the potential of the human body. A twinkle flashed in Xiajiu's eyes. Perhaps it was possible to use this as a foundation to optimize the limit breaking form. However, before that, Xiajiu was the one who thought of one thing first. That was the word he had obtained from the remnants of a Shui's family heirloom, aquatic beings. The judgment of death talisman in his mind was still stuck on the page of the remnants of the mold at this moment, and he gazed at the line of aquatic beings. A trace of gray mist appeared in front of his eyes. Does it consume the aquatic beings phrase? Xiajiu was not surprised. From this description, he could tell that this was a one-time phrase. After he hesitated for a while, the trial of death talisman prompted him that a simulated lifetime was only an instant past for the real world. He no longer dwelled on it, so he chose to consume this word entry. Consumed word entry, aquatic being. Adaptive generation of simulation object underway. The simulation object has been generated, and you will experience the life of an orca. Seek after reading. Immediately fish for corpses and have fun. Chapter 74 Orca Whales Martial Arts. Xiajiu's consciousness gradually became hazy after immersing into the gray mist. He felt as if he was in his mother's embrace, warm and cozy, yet he was unable to move. After maintaining this seemingly awake state for a very long time, Xiaowu's consciousness had become blurry. From the warm, suddenly fell to the cold seawater, Xiaowu abruptly woke up. In the azure seawater, the sunlight through the water layer, even the bottom of the sea also looks a little bright. Xiaowu, whose mind had been stagnant for a long time, felt a bit of a headache coming on. When he heard a sharp and slippery cry, his mind began to turn again. Audit death charts waterborne I turned into an orca whale. Orca whale, isn't that an orca? Xiajiu was pondering. The huge belly in front of him was suddenly flipped open, and a warm stream was actually shot into his mouth. As if nature was inspired, obedient to the body's natural reaction, Xiaoyu began to swallow quickly. The semi-solid whale milk like toothpaste was ingested by Xiaoxiao, and its flavor was somewhat similar to that of fish oil, liver oil, and castor oil mixed with milk. Xiaoxiao felt that this flavor was similar to directly swallowing lard with a fishy smell. If it was a human, this flavor would be difficult to swallow. But having become an orca, with Xiaoyu's current palate, the flavor was surprisingly good. Anyway, it is much more flavorful than the dried meat that he eats every day. As the days gradually passed, Xiaoyu's level of adaptation to this body continued to increase. Moreover, Xiaoyu felt that his strength seemed to be much greater than that of other similarly sized counterparts. He easily squeezed out the position of his siblings around him and enjoyed breast milk exclusively. After a month or so, Xiaoxiao thrived. The kindred that were still considerably larger than Xiaoju before were now surpassed by him. Moreover, Xiaolak realized that he was not only born with strange strength, but his swimming speed in the water was also extremely fast. Not knowing what the reason was, Xiaoju could only categorize it as him being an orca whale with awe-inspiring talent. Until one day, after Xiaojiu smoked a strange golden-colored herring to death. The inquisitorial death talisman was actually turned over again in his brain, acquiring a gray phrase that could enhance his power by 5 grams. It was only then that Xiaojiu realized that it was the phrase that did the trick. However, this also made him wonder why he was able to inspire the inquisitorial death talisman when it was clearly said to be a simulated lifetime. Could it be that this was a real world? Xiaojiu was a bit confused. He couldn't tell the difference. He really couldn't tell the difference. And what was even rarer for Xiaojiu was, could it be that other than the indeterminate river, he could also obtain words from underwater corpse fishing in other places? His eyes lit up, and this seemed to have opened a new door for him. But even so, most of Xiaoyu's words were related to hands and the martial realm. Most of the words had been nullified, and those that could be used now were barely more than a few. Of course, the most useful one was the purple color phrase, auger dragon gets water. For Xiaoxiao, who had now transformed into a giant whale, it was simply unbeatable. Once Xiaojiu also gave birth to tender teeth in his mouth, he began to eat meat. Relying on the strange effect of meat-eating beings, Xiaojiu's size began to grow rapidly. Occasionally, Xiaojiu was able to acquire some gray words. Although they were basically all about increasing strength by a few grams or even a few micrograms, they were still better than nothing. According to his speculation, the trial of death talisman should be exchanging corpse and soul for words. If this was a side of the real world, the words he acquired should be able to be brought back to the main body. At the age of 1, Xiaju's figure was already half that of an adult orca. This was thanks to his food intake that far exceeded that of whales of the same age, as well as the addition of various words and phrases. However, he still suffered from the fact that he couldn't feel his qi and blood. Xiajiao had also tried to make some simple exercise moves, but it seemed to be of little significance as well. After all, he was completely ignorant of the orca whale's body structure and had no thoughts on the path of martial arts. What about becoming an elf? One day while hunting, Xiajiao saw the leader of the pack, his own grandmother. After actually gulping out a bead emitting a dark blue light from her mouth, Xiayu couldn't help but have his eyes light up. The orca group had a simple language exclusive to themselves, not to mention that some of the old ones that had become fertilized were no less intelligent than humans. Xiayu immediately chirped, calling sound, asked grandmother, "This bead is how to get." Grandmother was a bit puzzled that this little orca could communicate with herself. But she was also very vague on the matter and could only tell Xiajiao that she didn't know what was going on. She only knew that she had this bead of unknown origin after she had lived past the age of 100. But she also knew that it was a good thing. Not only did it increase his wisdom to a great extent, but it also gave him some mysterious and unpredictable abilities. She was the oldest orca in the pack, having lived for almost 300 years. This bead had also grown in power with its age. Xiajiao knew that this demonic Dan, after becoming a spirit, had all its mana on it. He couldn't help but become annoyed in his heart. If that was the case, he would still need to stay up for many more years before he could hope to become an essence. Those years were longer than doubling all the time he had experienced. If one still didn't gain anything before the big day came, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Moreover, in such a long period of time, one wouldn't necessarily be able to brush up useful phrases, so what was the point of this simulation? Xiayu couldn't help but become a bit confused. If that was the case, then was the simulation experience still necessary? After a few moments, Xiaju reorganized his mindset. Regardless of whether it was the martial arts path or becoming an elf, he must find a path that belonged to him before his big day. 3 years later, the 4-year-old Xiayu was still in a juvenile state, but his body type already looked no less than that of an adult orca. This is the powerful effect of carnivorous beings. Xiayu and the prey of all kinds of prey, body size compared to the same age of the orca whale looks like a monster. But already body length of more than 3 feet, Xialak still is not satisfied. Although his own strength is huge, but it is only empty power. The power of the grandmother's demon Dan is something that Xiayu has seen before, and Xiayu guesses that it probably enhances the gravity that others are subjected to, slowing them down or even preventing them from moving. Xiayu had asked his grandmother to apply the power of this demonic elixir to himself, but even with 10 times the strength of himself, he could not break free from it. This discouraged him a bit. However, when he was not known to the whale, Xiajiao had secretly dissected the corpses of several old and dead seniors with his teeth. He had a rough understanding of the orca's body structure. Thus, Xiaju's next focus was on creating a martial art suitable for the orca whale. Chapter 75, Re-entering the Martial Dao. The two martial arts, whale flood technique and killing whale fist, were both created by Ashui when he was young and lived with the orca whale for several months. Created by observing its habits. According to Ashui, there is a group of orcas near the Sea of Jinmen. Their intelligence is extraordinary and bizarre. From the actions of the orca whales, Shui could even see a hint of the reasoning behind the dark rune martial arts. The more Xiezhou recalled those two martial arts, the more alarmed his heart became. These two martial arts actually somewhat alluded to the orca whale's body structure in certain places. Like the killing whale fighter fist, even though it was just a way of integrating the strength into the fist. But the way of force, actually and orca predation have the same flavor. It was all about ferocity and killing with a single blow. Xia Xiao could not help but marvel at Ashui's martial arts talent. Although this boxing style was simple, the reasoning behind it was the most in line with nature, much superior to those cumbersome boxing styles. With the added benefit of martial arts wizardry, the more Xiezhou understood the orca whale's body structure, the more joyful he felt. It was as if the killing whale buster fist was inherently created by the orca whale, only that the fist had turned into a more powerful and forceful headbutt. From the orca whale's perspective, Xiezhou had already analyzed this fist technique to the extreme. Although it was rough, the form and spirit were all there. The part of the orca's power was mainly focused on the powerful tail fin. This, coupled with the smooth body lines, gave the orca unrivaled speed in the water. All of these gave the orcas a magnificent killing power when charging. Xiajiu used the reef in the water as a stake and began to transform the killing whale buster fist. After spending 3 winters, he cracked countless reefs with his headbutt and also left countless scars on his body. Finally, between Xiaxia's tail lobe and the ventral surface, channels of heat were actually generated. That was the power brought about by qi and blood. Xia Xiao knew that he was finally on the right path. Although it's extremely rough, it did allow himself to feel the presence of qi and blood. Calling it the killing whale hegemony fist again would be a bit less good. Killing whale means that the orca whale is a killer in the sea, but the word hegemony fist is a bit unreasonable. Xia Xiao pondered. If he called it the killer whale headbutt, it would be a bit too hard to hear. Thinking about it, the words Barbarian King's Punch suddenly entered Xia Yu's mind. Along with it came Jenny Turtle's Rocket Headbutt. He couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly discarded these two strange thoughts. After thinking about it, Xia Yu felt that this martial art could not be brought back to his person in the end, and naming it did not make any sense, so he gave it up. Xia Yu began to frantically eat. Everything that passed by almost all creatures went into his mouth. But even with this kind of overeating, Xia Yu felt that the growth rate of his qi and blood was extremely slow. He guessed that it was probably due to his overly large size, and the amount of meat he needed was not something that a human body could compare to. However, the whales occasionally improved their tastes, and preying on large prey was rare, not to mention preying on elves and monsters. Xia Yu had wanted to dive into the deep water alone to hunt. However, thinking of the deep water area that his grandmother was afraid of, he had to give up as well. Xia Yu could only play the lead in every hunting operation, in order to be able to tear off the largest and most nutritious piece of flesh and blood from the prey. However, according to Xia Zhao's experience, the most capable of replenishing qi and blood was the reproductive parts of male creatures. Xia Xiao sighed in his heart. Wagwangguan is not deceiving me. However, Xia Jiao was also glad that the members of the tribe were not intelligent enough and never had a sense of shame about reproduction. Otherwise, these intelligent clansmen might have given themselves the title of basket killer. But even so, Xia Jiao still felt that his progress was slow. He was a bit angry about it. Clan members, if you guys don't work hard like this, when will I be able to accumulate enough qi and blood power? Thus, Xia Xiao began to encourage his grandmother and encouraged his clan members to go on a hunting spree for those large prey. His grandmother was extremely fond of Xia Jiao, and although she didn't understand Xia Jiao's idea, she still agreed with him. After several hunts, grandmother somewhat understood. Why did this juvenile orca grow so fast? Eat more, grow faster. The food that Xia Jiao ate per meal was able to catch up to 3 or 5 adult male orcas. At this time, Xia Yu is 9 years old. There are still about 5 or 6 years of development time before sexual maturity. But his body size has grown to nearly 5 feet long, has already exceeded the average adult male orca. However, the real behemoth in the group is nearly 50 meters long. Xia Yu in front of it is just like a baby. Orcas under the leadership of Xia, boldness is also getting bigger and bigger. Even began to hunt a huge squid nearly 100 meters long, but also paid for the lives of 3 members of the clan. In the end, Xia lack of this squid by surprise. A shot of headbutt topped the ventral surface of its head. He boldly drilled into the squid's brain. After some fuss, the squid is considered completely dead. Xia Xiao had thought that it would end there. But under the perspective of his yin and yang eyes, the squid's yin god actually escaped, clinging to a herring and trying to escape. However, to Xia Yu's surprise, another patriarch of the clan immediately threw out a demonic elixir. He suppressed the herring and completely shattered the squid yin god. This didn't stop Xia Yu from being a little wary. It seems that previously, he had underestimated these huge guys too much, and none of the guys that could become essence were good to be messed with. If you let the squid yin shen escape, other problems may arise in the future. Like that people woman spirit, it was killed by Wang Yushan and then escaped before a series of problems arose. It seems that we need to be more cautious when hunting in the future. A few moments later, Xia Jiao backtracked, deciding that he should still these big guys more in the future. After all, this qi and blood growth rate was simply too good to be true. As the trial of death talisman flipped open, Xia Jiao also finally harvested the first blue phrase in the simulation. Strangler, a blue phrase that increases your strength by 20 when performing a stranglehold on an enemy. It's just that Xia Yu was a bit distressed. How could he perform a stranglehold with this body type? He only hoped that the words in this simulation could be brought to his body. Moreover, looking at its function, coupled with the augur's access to water, he was living like a python in the water. He tried his best to eat, and after his stomach was full, he felt the qi and blood filling up in his body, and was somewhat satisfied. Although he was only at the introductory realm. But in terms of the total amount of qi and blood, Xia Yu felt that he was already beyond the person of the sovereign realm. After all, the difference in size between the two sides was placed there. After the demonic Dan was swallowed by the grandmother, the gravity field it exerted as much as once again increased. Xia Xiao had also eaten the demonic pills of a second realm elf before, but found that it only increased his qi and blood a bit. After realizing that it was useless, he took the initiative to leave the demonic pills behind. The increase in qi and blood caused Xia Yu's martial arts cultivation to begin to rapidly improve. After that, the orca whale, which had been living here smoothly, began its hunting life. After spending 5 years, Xia Yu's body size has already come to 30 meters long. Whales of the same age have also matured, but Xia Yu's size is more than double that of theirs. Not only that, Xia Ju had also continuously optimized the orca whale's martial arts. During this period, Xia Ju experienced all the wonderful uses of the martial arts wizardry. As a golden phrase, its effects went far beyond those that Xia Ju had developed so far. The extremely keen insight into the body allowed Xia Ju to discover the deficiencies in every attack and rectify them in a short period of time. Not only that, Xiaju had also developed a move that was no less powerful than the headbutt. That was the Orca whale's signature move, the tail strike. Over the years, Xiayu's deconstruction of the orca's body had already been dissected to an extremely detailed understanding. Taking this as the foundation, Xiayu spent painstaking efforts to raise the power of the tail strike to a terrifying situation. It was even more terrifying than the headbutt. If anything, the other orca whales were comparing heights when they were pumping and slapping playthings. Then when Xia lacked a whip, there would only be blood mist bursting out. Without a fist that didn't leave his hand, Xia Xiao diligently worked hard on a daily basis. For more than 10 years, Xia Lak is almost already forgetting his identity as a human being, completely immersed in the identity of the orca whale. It's just that the ocean is vast and boundless, and encountering elves and monsters is a matter of luck. Thus, Xiajiu began to plan his preparations to break away from the herd. At this time, Xiajiu still had not entered the innate. After making the decision, Xiayu left his grandmother and mother without asking for permission, and secretly left. Just like a wild horse, Xiajiu swam more than 300 kilometers away in half an hour. When he first came to this place, he met a black fish as huge as a small mountain. Previously, the one that asked for his seal was a far cry from this one. Orca's eyesight is very good. Tens of kilometers away, Xiayu found the black fish. Xia Xiao estimated that it should be similar to that squid, should belong to the same three realms. It seems that there is a difference between the three realms and the three realms. Xia estimated that even the 8-step moon-catching toad, which was said to be able to swallow dragons in the sea, would be swallowed by the black fish if it won the resurrection match and came here. And the 3 realms of the 8 steps to catch the moon toad is also able to chase after the 3 realms of Shinning to fight. However, Xia Xiao was not the slightest bit of a wimp. At this time, not only was he wearing 2 self-created martial arts, but he realized that the 2 secret martial arts he had learned, Whale Flood Skill and Wild Wave 1000 Stacks, also did not affect their use. Both of them relied on a martial artist's unique chi and blood or chi energy as the root to catalyze them, and the impact on the different body structures was only minimal. Especially the whale flood technique, the orca whale's body was born with multiple special air sacs. By relying on the exercise method of not exchanging chi for a long time, Xia Xiao had also successfully cultivated the whale flood technique and optimized it. Based on Ashui's second version, he had once again raised it a few levels. The cultivation of the whale flood skill caused Xiajiu's massive heart to burst forth with power that was far stronger than an ordinary orca whale. Xiajiu looked at the huge black fish from afar, revealing rows of hideous sharp teeth, the corners of his mouth lifting upwards like a smile. He jumped onto the surface of the water and took a sharp breath. The air sacs inside his body were already full to the brim. The black and white epidermis was also slightly bulging like a small hill. That was Xiajiu's subcutaneous muscles that were born from years of exercise. His tail leaf began to sweep at an extremely fast frequency, storing up strength. Charge. Headbutt. Xiaju's terrifying speed completely exploded in a split second, and before the blackfish could react, Xiaju actually passed through the blackfish's side, directly crashing through it. Blood splattered all over the 1,000 meters of sea, because of the powerful impact set off tens of meters high monstrous waves. Xiaju turned back to swim, and the Trial of Death Talisman turned a new page. Sharp teeth and mouth, blue phrase, your teeth sharpness is increased by 30. Chapter 76, Building Ships and Sea Serpents. The terrifying power of chi and blood did its best to tear even the blackfish's Yin spirit into pieces in an instant. Despite its massive size, the Yin god was also of the third realm, and wouldn't be too much stronger than those third realm Moon cultivators that Xiayu had previously killed. It was just that their size gave them an overwhelming power advantage, as well as the range of power of their spells. Tearing off most of the meat from this blackfish's body into his stomach, the burning sensation of a long goodbye came from his stomach. The power of chi and blood was intuitively translated into an increase in size. After digesting the meat, Xia Zhao's size once again grew several meters long. After all, he was still an underdeveloped orca, there was still room for growth. As for the demon pills, after some hesitation, Xia Yao placed them in an air pocket in his mouth for storage. If there was a chance to return to the tribe in the future, these would be the gifts he brought to his grandmother. After that, this sea ushered in a huge storm of bloodshed. Xia lack of sea fish eat fish, sea shrimp swallow shrimp, the second realm of the elves and monsters is almost eaten by its about to become extinct. But the harvested useful words were few and far between. What made Xiayu somewhat surprised was a blue phrase rewarded by a 2-zhang square wang bark after it was smashed through its armor by its own strike of the tail whip and swallowed with its body and shell. Firm as a rock, a blue phrase that increases the hardness of your body by 5. However, this was what once again inspired the inquisitorial death talisman, and Xiajiu carried out the synthesis of the word entry for the second time. 3 words of the same type were found: copper skin and iron bones, hard to enter with knives and guns, and firm as a rock. Should I combine them? After synthesizing, the word entry then became jade quality and golden phase, purple color phrase, your body hardness increases by 50. Seeing this, Xiayu winced a few times in satisfaction. He had only met the blackfish, a third realm essence monster, in the middle of this sea. Figuring that it was a matter of territorial division, Xiaju continued to swim in the same direction. 3 days later, Xiaoyu estimated that he had already swum tens of thousands of miles. On the way, he even met an orca group that looked similar to the previous group, but somewhat different. These orca whales seemed to be even more savage and violent, and when Xiaoyu passed by, he was constantly pumping a few turtles up into the sky. It was rather like playing tennis. However, they were extremely friendly towards their own kind. Calling sounds constantly reached Xiaoju's ears. Xiaoju heard it out, the meaning was clearly play? After he politely declined, he inquired a little bit about human traces from these kindred. Xia was curious to know if this was his previous world or not. After describing the image of humans with great difficulty, unexpectedly, these orca whales actually pointed out a direction to Xia, but also told Xia the danger over there. Xia was not afraid of the so-called danger. He continued to swim thousands of kilometers in that direction. In front of his eyes, there was a huge island that could not be seen. He didn't know if this was the place those orcas were talking about and if there would be humans. Xiaoju violently leapt into midair and actually glided in the air for almost a minute. The high altitude made Xiaoju's vision extremely wide. But even so, he didn't see any trace of civilization. Was it just a huge isolated island? He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Xiaoju temporarily settled down hundreds of miles away from the huge island. There were quite a few reefs around, and Xiaoju happened to be able to practice martial arts once again. After all, it was still quite difficult to find a location like this. All the reefs that Xiaoju had encountered on his way were all smashed to pieces by his headbutt and tail strike before he gave up. Finally, after half a year had passed, Xiaoju finally felt a strange heat current appear within his ventral surface. That was the innate weather strength that represented the head mallet. It signaled that Xiaoju had officially entered the innate realm. Also living up to his expectations, after a few more months, a huge building ship appeared within Xiaoju's field of vision. Its length had exceeded 100 meters, and the wooden tower towering above it was 7 stories tall. Xiaoyu couldn't help but be energized. This trip is not false. Those clansmen actually said are true. The only thing that makes Xiaoyu feel a little difficult is how to communicate with the people on this building ship. When Xia was struggling, there was a sudden change. Before the boat, a huge sea snake suddenly emerged from under the water. The sea serpent rolled up the entire building ship, preparing to directly overturn it. Sea Dragon Club. At this moment, an explosive shout rang out from above the building ship. With this sound, the water around the building ship actually began to freeze on the surface. Xiaoju was somewhat unable to distinguish the previous situation, but also decided not to rush out. He couldn't tell the depth of that sea serpent, but it was at least a great demon that was close to entering the Tao. But to his surprise, the other party was clearly speaking a language he could understand. Although with some accent, but it was also a good thing. That meant that the world he was simulating was where the main body was. A layer of ice several meters thick condensed on the sea surface of nearly 100 meters square in just a few moments. The tipping of the building ship was also temporarily curbed. But that was only temporary. The sea serpent's huge tail lifted up, fiercely pumping the ice surface. Countless ice flowers fluttered up into the air. The ship was once again pulled by the sea serpent's huge force, and began to recline. The figure of a burly man rose from the top of the ship, half of his chest exposed, dressed as a sailor. The man reached forward and clasped his hand, then a handful of incense ash appeared in his hand and sprinkled it down. In the next moment, the surface of the sea serpent's body even began to freeze, and its movement was also greatly restricted. Xiaoju was glad that he didn't go forward at will. Being able to freeze 100 meters of sea surface was not what one would call a human being. Judging from this man's behavior alone, he was at least a Taoist realist. Xiaoju did not know if he could be a match for an entry Tao realist, but looking at the ice in front of him, he could not help but feel some head itching. The refinement of the head hammer depended on these things. The sea serpent's body began to shake violently, and the shattered ice continued to knock a huge hole out of the building ship. The man instantly couldn't help but change color as his hair began to stand up, each one seeming to be entwined with threads of flickering electricity. The sea serpent let out a long roar, and a raging hurricane actually blew up out of nowhere around its body, and the building ship was instantly swept to pieces. The man suddenly bared his teeth, he bellowed, countless small electric light from the head flying out to split on the sea snake. The sea serpent was unperturbed, still pulling the entire building ship down. Xiaoyu couldn't help but stare. No wonder those orca whales had come here but said it was dangerous. He encountered 2 Tao-level warriors. At this time, the man has been unable to shake the giant snake wrapped in the gusts of wind, and can only see the ship gradually sinking to the bottom. See a lack of this some stupid desire, but see this man actually cannot be the sea snake after, also extinguish the mind. The man dressed as a sailor saw the boat has been completely sunk into the sea, can only helplessly sigh, and then far away to leave. Xiaoyu does not have any regrets. From this he also knows a lot of information. Especially since this world is where his own body is, he can't help but want to go back to Jinmen to see what it's like. Plus he couldn't communicate with humans. Xiaoyu estimated that he could only be treated as prey if he went up. Just as Xiejio dived into the sea and prepared to leave, Xiejio was shocked to realize that the sea serpent had actually appeared beside him. A human voice also reached Xiaoyu's brain at this time. Been watching this for a long time, haven't you? Chapter 77 I Don't Want It. Xiaojiao instantly became a little creeped out. The moment the sea serpent entangled the building ship and dived into the sea, he had already sunk below the surface of the water in preparation for his departure. However, he did not expect that the sea serpent had suddenly lurked to his side. As soon as the words fell from his mind, Xiejio's entire tail steeply became one size larger. The whale tail was entwined with ebony streams of light, and subconsciously, he slapped it out. It even went so far as to directly split open a vacuum zone in this sea. The surrounding seawater all formed high-pressure water waves, and with a terrifying and incomparable greatness, the tail strike ruthlessly cleaved towards the sea serpent on the side. The sea serpent that was originally acting extremely relaxed on the side, saw this power, and immediately changed color. The sea serpent's body was instantly surrounded by wild winds, and a hurricane vortex was generated, wanting to minimize the damage brought about by Xiejio's tail strike. The whale's tail carried a domineering force that tore through the heavens and earth, wrapping up the endless tides as it crashed towards the sea serpent's body. A terrifying force landed on its body, and it actually directly blasted out a large bloody mist, and his long and narrow body was actually torn out of a huge opening, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The scales all over his body also showed countless traces of cracks. Countless waves of water surged up into the sky, and huge waves up to tens of meters high did not keep tumbling up. The man who had already flown dozens of miles in the distance also echoed back to look behind him. His heart could not help but be shocked. He had some self-blame, because give up the building ship to escape the shame generated at this time has dissipated not the slightest remaining. Is this guy so terrifying when he spills his guts? The man swallowed his saliva, and his heart was a bit thankful. This might, when that sea serpent fought with himself, it was clear that he had let off some steam. Although he was already a real person who had experienced 2 thunder tribulations, but he wanted to create such a horrible destructive power, but there was still some gap. But fortunately, this building ship is just an empty shell, as a front to deceive outsiders. If it was really the other party's target, it wouldn't be the other party's second in command. His figure accelerated once again, evading towards the distance. Seeing this, Xiejio couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This tail strike of his own had also never been tested on a powerful creature. After all, after spotting his prey from afar, he would simply charge with a headbutt, and up until now, he had never encountered one that didn't die. But when he had tested the tail strike before, his prey would basically explode into a mist of blood, leaving himself unable to even eat, so this move had always been used with caution. The threat of death, which had never been seen before, also appeared in the heart of the sea serpent. All along, the Sea Dragon Society, as the well-deserved hegemon of the sea, even though it was only the second in command, had never had a blow like this before. Even an entry Dao realist would have a hard time breaking through this layer of sturdy scales outside his body. But this fellow, in his own senses, was clearly just an ordinary orca whale, to the extent that he had not even sensed the aura of the demon pill as well as the power of the yin god in him. Escape! The sea serpent inwardly became crazy. This could be wherever the high humanization formed here, deliberately come to play oneself? The wind gathered above the sea surface, and the sea serpent instantly flew up into the air and fled towards the far side of the sea. After a long time, he looked behind him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy did not come after, almost killed. Seeing the sea serpent fleeing away, Xieshao swallowed the small half of the flesh that was torn out, and a fierce power that had never existed before rose up in his abdomen. So hot! Terrifying qi and blood immediately stimulated to cover the surface of Xiejio's body. The surrounding seawater began to heat up. Huge dense white steam drifted on the surface of the sea. He smacked his lips, feeling the intense heat flow that continuously emanated from within his body. This was a feeling he had never felt before, even more intense than when he ate his first bite of essence monster meat. It was worthy of being a great demon of the Tao of initiation. However, it was fortunate that the orca whale's body was huge, and it was able to digest the qi and blood power brought about by the flesh and blood. Feeling the heat in his body that could not be dissipated, Xieshao excitedly slapped his tail, once again creating a huge wave. So he was already this strong? Seeing that the sea serpent had already transformed into a small black pit, Xiaojiao's 2 narrow eyes narrowed, revealing sharp teeth. A good ingredient. How can I let it go? The sea serpent was horrified when it saw the huge waves tossing up behind it, and it couldn't help but speed up again. Only after it felt safe did it gradually stop. It is a little heartache, although he managed to escape, but want to recover this injury, but also need to spend hundreds of years of Tao. The sea serpent pondered that it was also its own carelessness just now. Although its own flesh was tough, it was not the most powerful point of itself. As a great demon, he naturally had some underhanded means. But just before he had the chance to perform, he was injured by that orca whale's sneak attack. Looking at the cracked scales on its body, it gritted its teeth in indignation. That building ship is just a bait, except for the lack of some ordinary goods on it. There is no that thing that one wants. But the other party had arranged 2 lines of defense, one bright and one dark. At this time, it also thought that Xie Xiao was in league with that building ship. After all, how could there be such a coincidence that one had just sunk the building ship and was attacked by this? This guy was watching from afar and must have deliberately let himself be discovered. The sea serpent was indignant in his heart. This fishing enforcement had actually caught himself. In the future, when he encounters the Guahai Kingdom's fleet again, he must retaliate. He even took the initiative to let the Brothers of the Sea Dragon Society to attack and gave the surrounding waters of the Guahai Kingdom an entire mess, not allowing their ships to go out to sea. While pondering how to retaliate in his mind, a fierce blast seemed to come from the distance. Sea Serpent turned back to look. In front of the sea is actually emerging a dense fog. What is it? It sensed it carefully, but it didn't seem to sense the power of the other Yin gods either. There seemed to be something lurking under the sea. Before it could react, a loud explosive sound rang in its ears. It was the sound of a sonic boom. Being able to strike a sonic boom in the water was much more terrifying than in the air, and that required a terrifying speed of 1500 meters per second. That orca whale was actually drilling out again at this time. A head hammer smashed into the sea serpent that was in mid-air. The body, which was already somewhat mutilated, instantly exploded. Damn! He was too careless. I thought that the other party would give up tracking after he had fled for more than 100 miles, but I didn't expect that he had still come. The horrified sea serpent cursed and took the initiative to break off that section of its body. Its original 100-meter-long body was only left with more than 20 meters, and its Yin spirit began to burn as it frantically evaded towards the distance. This fellow was simply too savage. It was actually directly slamming its body into itself. No wonder it didn't detect any Yin god aura. Moreover, this physical body was really too strong. The sea serpent estimated that the orca whale was at least several levels higher than itself. But it was also puzzled. It seemed that it had never heard of an orca whale entering the Tao. Could it be an overgrown dragon? Just as it flew away, behind it once again came the fierce sound of water. It looked back. The orca whale is actually mouth-holding their own active broken body, towards their own fast swimming. The sea serpent could not help but be horrified, and took the initiative to transmit the voice. I don't want this body. Senior, you don't need to return it to me. Chapter 78, 1000 years ago. You don't want it, but I want it. However, Xiajiao was unable to vocalize and could only think about it in his mind. Xiajiao held the huge sea serpent body that was bigger than himself, and with the buoyancy of the seawater, he didn't exert much effort himself. This guy, what's going on? The sea serpent's brain turned. The slightest ancient magic power failed to notice, but the other party is able to catch up with themselves. In the end, it can only attribute this reason to the gap between the two sides is too great. It is now inside the heart of the anger. The other party has not responded to their own. That means that the other party is likely to be dead. After all, only with the dead snake, there is no more to say. It tries again, transmitting sound into Xiaoyu's brain. Senior, you and I have no grudges. The attack on that building ship was also not my intention. My Sea Dragon Society is just acting under orders. I hope that Senior can be lenient, even if it is to blow up their own demon pills. The late generation is also not hesitate. It looks up to the sky, long whistle, mouth spit out at 10 feet square size of the demon Dan. On top of the demonic Dan the light flickered, Dao peculiar texture cloth on it. Its Yinshin floated out of the top of its head, a picture of readiness to sacrifice itself generously. But the sea serpent soon regretted. Its Yinshin actually felt a strong burning sensation that it had never had before. It was horrified in its heart. Even when it was facing Big Dang Dang, it had never felt this kind of sensation before. The sea serpent instantly put away its Yin spirit and hurriedly said, if Senior is willing to spare my life, I will try my best to fulfill whatever conditions Senior puts forward. When Xiaoxiao heard this, he saw the miserable appearance of the sea snake, but stopped his body. After all, this original body of more than 100 meters long, now there is only less than 1/5 of the length left. Even if less to eat some is no harm, not as good as to stay and ask some questions. After all, the most difficult thing is information, and their own is now the most lack of information. Even what this sea is called, he does not know. Xiaoxiao loosened the remnants of the body in his mouth, dragging it with his body, and could not help but be a little embarrassed. How should he open his mouth? As the one whale and one snake stood frozen on this, Xiaojiao was still a bit unable to hold back, so he called out a few times. The sea serpent was puzzled in its mind, but it had lived for thousands of years and had some slight understanding of the language of the orca. Does Senior not speak human language? A voice transmission entered Xiaoyu's ears. As the sea serpent had an affiliated organization, it was also more accustomed to speaking human language. Xiao lacked great joy. It seems that this sea serpent understands the language of the orcas whale. It will once again calling a few times. The sea serpent was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he was mistaken and misunderstood? Could it be that this was an old demon that had never come into contact with humans? But it still replied without making a sound. Senior only needs to refine that horizontal bone between his neck, then he can speak. Xiaojiao had an excellent understanding of the orca's body structure, but he didn't know what that so-called horizontal bone was either. It again asked a few questions, only to realize that the so-called horizontal bone is not a bone, but an invisible shackle stuck in the voice, so that all things in heaven and earth, except for human beings, cannot be free to pronounce. However, as long as the spirits and monsters that have cultivated their magic power, they can easily refine it. Xiaoyu asked the sea serpent and tried to refine it with the power of his qi and blood. A few moments later, Xiaoju felt as if he had broken free of something, and when he opened his mouth, it was no longer only a wailing sound. However, Xia has not spoken human language for more than 10 years, and could only stutter and ask, "Where is this place?" The sea serpent was even more puzzled, but still answered, "The dome of the sea." "Do you know Great Zhou?" "Great Zhou?" A whale and a snake asked and answered, and Xiaoju's heart began to churn as well. The sea serpent didn't know anything about Great Zhou, but it had heard that there was a continent at the edge of the vaulting sea. There was a country on it called the Great Kai dynasty. The Great Kai was the dynasty before the Great Zhou, about 1,000 years away from Xiaoju's era. It was actually 1,000 years ago. Xiaoju's eyes rounded, the skepticism in his heart becoming even greater. He was somewhat confused as to whether this simulation was true or false. However, looking at the Judgment of Death talisman within his brain, Xiaoju did not doubt that it had the ability to take him back to 1,000 years ago. But if this was the real world, then before that, this world already had traces of his own existence. If this Orca body of his could live for over 1,000 years, then what about Xiaoju as a human? Throwing out all these doubts, Xiaoyu sighed in his heart and could only let nature take its course. Only to hear the sea serpent's words that the Great Kai was extremely distant and needed to swim across the entire vaulting sea. Even for an entry realist, it would take hundreds of years. As for the Sea Dragon Society that the sea serpent was a part of, it was a spontaneous organization formed by dozens of giant pythons in the sea. They made their living by robbing homes, and to put it bluntly, they were the sea bandits of the demons. The big dragon head of the Sea Dragon Association is already about to turn into a dragon, now closed. It is the second dragon head in charge of the whole organization. However, the structure of the Sea Dragon Society is loose, and its members have always been solitary. This time, it plundered the ship for one of the treasures. In the end, Xiaoyu still did not kill this sea snake, but stayed as a junior. After all, it is impossible to eat this sea snake, which is twice the size of his own, in one meal. Xiaoju estimated that it would take at least 3 meals. In the meantime, one's own reserve food would need to be carried by someone. Under the sea serpent's horrified gaze, Xiaoju opened his bloody mouth and began to dine. This guy was really savage, probably an old guy who had become a spirit in the deep sea for many years and was in contact with the outside world for the first time. The sea serpent slandered in his heart. At this time, Xiaoju could not know what his approximate strength actually was. Although the martial realm was only at the innate stage, he had already eaten quite a lot of elf meat. In terms of the amount of chi and blood alone, the body of this orca whale actually made him feel no boundaries. But at least it was also more than 100 times taller than his human self, and with the auger getting water, Xiaoyu's strength was already at a terrifying level. After all, the strength of this sea serpent, Xiaoju estimated that it was no weaker than Qishan Real. But it was still easily solved by his own 3 axes. When Xiaoju was full, he raised his head to look at the sea snake. "Do you have a name?" The sea serpent nodded his head extremely humanely, back to the Great Master. "Since there is one, my name is Black Dragon King." "Black Dragon King?" Xia lacks some embarrassment. This sea snake, in addition to the word black and some relationship, how the word Dragon King is not related. And this sea serpent is really some middle too, but he is already over that age, otherwise high and low also have to give himself the whole invincible reverse halberd war god name. Looking at the sea serpent named Black Dragon King, the top of the head is also bulging a bag. Xia lack of curiosity and asked, "You are about to turn augur?" The Black Dragon King nodded and looked at the large part of his wrapped body. He couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. "Only too much flesh and blood has been torn off by you, big boss. It will take at least 100 years for this body of mine to recover to what it was before." As Xia Sha was pondering, he couldn't help but be creeped out in his mind. He suddenly remembered that the old man from Xiaochego village had said that the rumor was that the Dragon King, who was locked up at the bottom of Xiaochego, had been worshipped by some people. And the name of the god above the spirit tablet was called the Black Dragon King. Chapter 79, Burning Sea King. Xiaoju's attitude towards the sea serpent became much more formalized. Although he didn't know if this sea serpent was the dragon that was locked up at the bottom of the small river gully, but since it was all tied to himself, it meant that things were not simple. However, according to what the Black Dragon King said, he had survived for 1,000 years before he could hope to transform into a dragon. It was only a few hundred years from that era of the Little River Gorge locked dragon. How did he undergo such a great metamorphosis from a sea serpent? Moreover, the reason why Xiaoju was able to judge the distance to that time period of his own was also because the Great Kai dynasty was a short-lived dynasty. The Great Kai dynasty only had a mere 300 years of statehood, and the Black Dragon King had gotten the news 100 years ago, so it was impossible to say that Great Kai had already perished. 30 years after the demise of the Great Kai, the Great Ancestor received help from the Water and Moon Zen Temple to complete the unification and establish the Great Zhou dynasty. In the year of abundance where Xia is located, the Great Zhou has been enjoying the throne for more than 900 years, and there is a lot of chaos, and there is already a slight tendency of extinction. According to the judgment, probably this era is almost 1,000 years away from where he is. Xiaoyu gazed at the Black Dragon King and wondered if it took this guy a few hundred years to transform into a dragon. But who could say what would happen in the future? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Remembering this matter grandly in his heart, Xia gapes and spits out 2 huge bubbles. But the Black Dragon King is staring round the vertical pupil, tone shocked. Once spit too? How did you do it, big boss? Xiago couldn't help but darken his face and bared his teeth. He remembered that he had a phrase that doubled the number of bubbles he spat out. Xiajiao didn't want to pay attention to the Black Dragon King, but the other party kept pestering him, even chattering a bit. A tail swept out, and the more than 10 feet thick reef instantly shattered into pieces. The chattering sea serpent stopped at once. Xia Xiao once again asked a few questions, and the Black Dragon King only answered honestly. In the tens of thousands of miles around here, there were some human civilizations, but they were also extremely scattered. Basically, they were all islands and sects, the most famous of which were the 10 sects and 8 islands, all of which had more than one Taoist master. And many of them are much stronger than the Black Dragon King. Regarding the general knowledge of Dao entry real people, Xia Xiao had also gained some knowledge from the Black Dragon King. After entering the Dao, the Yin spirit needs to undergo 9 thunder tribulations before being able to certify the Yang spirit. He, the Black Dragon King, had survived 2 tribulations. However, when Xia Xiao asked about this, the Black Dragon King was obviously a bit confused. In his opinion, this orca whale was clearly a senior who was much stronger than himself. How could he even not understand this? He was a little disappointed and had planned to beg Xia Xiao for some guidance on cultivation, such as how to temper his body to be this strong. But then he realized it later. When he followed Xia Xiao's example and relied only on the strength of his body to smash a 10-mile square isolated island into pieces, he gave up after a few attempts. That really wasn't something an average demon could play with. However, Xiajiao was a constant day and night, and all the uninhabited islands that he was able to meet were blown to dregs by Xiajiao's practiced headbutts and tail strikes. The Black Dragon King had regrown his severed tail, but it was a bit short and thick for its thickness at this point in time. He looked somewhat pitifully at the blood and flesh curled around his tail and pretended to mutter to himself, "If I can incorporate this blood and flesh into my body, I can recover from my injuries for 50-60 years less." Xia Xiao pretended not to hear it. While digesting the powerful qi and blood power in his body, he asked, "Do you know where else in this neighborhood there are great demons that have entered the Dao? In a radius of 1,000 miles, there is only me." Xia Xiao was not surprised. After all, he had traveled an unknown distance before meeting such a Dao entry great demon. If there were too many of them, the Orca group wouldn't be able to live so leisurely. Xia did not care and said, "It's fine if it's far away, I'll eat the meat, you swallow the demon pills." Hearing this, the Black Dragon King couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. After living for thousands of years, who doesn't have a few opponents or what? The Black Dragon King's mind couldn't help but become vicious. He recalled a rumor that if he flew up to a height of 1,000,000 miles in the sky, he would be able to overlook the entirety of the dome of the Earth Sea and show the appearance of 2 dragons playing with pearls. This signaled that only 2 true dragons could appear in the vaulted sea. Then, let's start with those fellow members of the Sea Dragon Society. After all, the guys who joined the Sea Dragon Society all had the ambition to transform into dragons. After spending more than half a month, Xia Xiao swallowed the severed body of the Black Dragon King as much as he could. This was the first time he had ever eaten a great demon of the Dao, and the Black Dragon King's body had already carried a hint of augur dragon characteristics, as evidenced by the bulge on top of his head. Under the nourishment of this kind of flesh and blood, the size of Xia's body is very little growth, probably less than 3 meters long. Xia Xiao guessed that it should be a matter of bloodline. The orca whale is still slightly smaller than the truly gigantic creatures in the ocean. Xia has seen the largest orca, is only his grandmother, less than 50 meters long. And he himself was now close to this length. However, the increase in qi and blood was very obvious, directly enhanced by 1/2. With the addition of the whale flood technique, the 2 words, Exodus transformation yen and flesh-eating beings, 1 blue and 1 purple, absorbed the energy in the blood and flesh to the extreme. Although he was still not yet in the realm of martial Grandmaster, once the terrifying qi and blood were released at full capacity, he would be able to vaporize seawater within a radius of 1,000 meters in a matter of moments. And this terrifying energy was actually fully concentrated within the body. Together with the tenfold power, and Xie Zhao's skill of being able to increase his power again, a qualitative change was created at this moment, enabling him to break all laws with one force. 20 years later. A black and white orca whale slapped down with one tail, seemingly lightly, but it shattered the shell of the 1,000-year-old dragon clam in front of it. A crystal-clear pearl was revealed from it, and a dragon pattern relief was even faintly visible on it, emitting a huge light that completely froze the seabed. Even the Black Dragon King felt that his Yin spirit had been frozen, making it difficult to move. That pearl, however, as if it had a life, could not help but coldly say, "You old black snake, how dare you join with outsiders to harm me?" If not for you, this guy has followed the big dragon head for a long time. The second dragon head position is not your strength can sit? Between the cold light, the clam shell that was broken into pieces was once again restored intact. Looked at the sea snake head has broken open the skin of the horn. The dragon clam tone is also seem greedy. Swallowed your demon Dan, help me to transform into a dragon. Between the opening and closing of the clam's shell, it actually became several times larger, and then wanted to swallow the Black Dragon King in one gulp. Black Dragon King would like to Inchin escape, but the movement is 100 times slower, like unable to move. He was a little alarmed, called, "Boss, do not play. Terrifying heat burns the sea and burns the mountain like, instantly will completely melt this ice layer. I was just testing the waters for fear of damaging the meat inside." A tail strike again in the clam shell above, the clam shell once again shattered open, revealing the white tender meat color. In the dragon clam's horror, that Orca actually regarded its divine power as nothing, tearing up the clam meat in the shell. You are the Burning Sea King. Chapter 80 Dragon Clam and Monk. The Een god and the pearl instantly vanished, wanting to escape. However, the outside was like a purgatory, constantly rolling and burning the Een god. It was like an ordinary person falling into lava. In less than the blink of an eye, the Een spirit of the dragon clam didn't even have time to return to the clam pearl before it dissipated in the chi and blood realm. The Trial of Death Talisman turned a page. Pearl-born clam, blue words, your offspring's cultivation talent is enhanced by 10. Xiajiao was a bit numb. Although this phrase was powerful, it was not something he could use. In these 20 years, he had acquired only a few useful phrases. The most powerful one was a purple phrase obtained through synthesis after killing an old pufferfish that had entered the Tao. 5 poisons, purple phrase, your poison power is enhanced by 100. Only on this Orca, it had no effect. The others were blue-white phrases that were far inferior to those obtained from the corpses he had fished out of the indeterminate river. Xiaju guessed that it would still have to be a human corpse to maximize the satisfaction of the inquisitorial death talisman. The Black Dragon King blinked his eyes and hastily laughed and said, "Boss is invincible. This old clam dared to come out of the Een god, really seeking his own death. This old clam has passed through the 4th Thunder Tribulation and is also accounted expert in the Sea Dragon Society. But under the boss's divine might, it's nothing more than that." Xiaoyu ignored the Black Dragon King, and his stomach turned into a bottomless pit as he ate all the meat of this clam, which was much larger than his own size. The Black Dragon King had also recovered his original cultivation under the moisturizing of dozens of Dao entry demonic pills, and had even slightly exceeded it. He wrapped himself around the clam bead and looked at the dragon pattern depicted on it somewhat obsessively. Seeing Xiaxiao looking towards him, he hurriedly laughed and shouted, "Boss, look. I'll show you 1, 3 mouths and a head of beads." Xiaoyu was somewhat speechless as he swam forward and swept his tail up. The Black Dragon King's hair stood on end and he hurriedly dodged away. Seeing this extremely strange clam bead, Xiajiao thought of his grandmother. If he swallowed it, perhaps the Orca whale group would also be able to come out with a great demon of the Dao entry. Can this get smaller? Looking at the clam bead that was the size of his own body, Xiajiao was a bit distressed. The Black Dragon King immediately nodded, his tail tip pointed forward, and the clam bead instantly became only the size of a man. Xiajiao hummed with satisfaction and put it inside an air sac within his body. This was a location that he specifically used to store his items, able to gulp the internal objects through a manner similar to a gas exchange. This clam bead Black Dragon King carefully opened his mouth. Xiajiao blankly glanced at him. It's not a demonic elixir. The Black Dragon King was somewhat speechless, but could only hold his tongue. This dragon clam is older than him, all his cultivation is in this clam bead, there is no demonic elixir at all. However, during the time he had followed Xiaxiao, he had also reaped enough benefits to refine his cultivation in 20 years more than the previous 200 years. This was also the reason why he had followed Xiaju without any complaints. Great Dragon Head, a Great Dragon Head, where are you? The dragon clam had died, and the entire Sea Dragon Society had been considered extinct, and the Black Dragon King was filled with searching for the Great Dragon Head. After all, if the Great Dragon Head succeeded in transforming into an augur, and came out to find that the organization he had built had perished, he might be the first one to look for himself. Now it would be better for him to strike first and finish off the other party. Otherwise, if one day, the Orca boss abandons himself, wouldn't that be the moment of his own demise? After all, some of the entry Dao great demons had extraordinary means of preserving their lives, but Xiaju only had this flesh and blood. There were several great demons that had escaped with their lives under Xiaju's hand, and they then spread the word about it all over the neighborhood. After 20 years, now all the great demons that had entered the Dao within 1,000,000 miles of the area knew about it. He, the Black Dragon King, had brought an Orca whale with him, and had gone around killing and setting fires. There was even a good demon that gave Xiaju the title of Burning Sea King. The reason for this was that once Xiaju's chi and blood domain unfolded, the surrounding sea would boil for thousands of meters. Xiaoyao didn't care about this, but the Black Dragon King was afraid. Now that his infamy had caused countless elves and monsters to hate him to the bone, they had all relocated their residences. After all, the Black Dragon King had lived for 1,000 years, and with his identity as the second head of the Sea Dragon Society, he was also aware of the residences of many of the great demons that had entered the Tao. The Black Dragon King had originally thought that the old clam dormant at the bottom of the sea hadn't fled because it was ill-informed, but he hadn't expected the other party to have heard of the Burning Sea King's infamy. Xiajiu had been promoted to the Zhongshe realm several years ago, but his body had not changed after reaching the same length as his grandmother's. He had also been able to make a few changes to his body during his leisure time. He had also converted it during his leisure time. His muscles were tight and his weight was at least 1,000 tons. But the exact weight was also difficult to know. This kind of weight that exceeded that of a human by 10,000 times, what was given to Xiajiu was a nearly infinite qi and blood holding capacity. So far, Xiaxiao had swallowed the blood and flesh of Dao entry great demons for more than 20. However, he still couldn't feel any bottleneck limit. And in terms of moves, he also still relied on only 2 moves, the head mallet and tail strike. Even so, the old clam with a fourfold thunder tribulation was still killed in seconds by himself. Xiajiu was also no longer able to fathom his own depths. As for the overlord-level demons, the Black Dragon King didn't dare to bring Xiajiu to seek their misfortune. Those ocean overlords were all at least above the 6th lightning tribulation. They generally lurked in the deep sea to meditate and rarely showed their faces. Coupled with the fact that demons had a long lifespan, 20 years was but an instant for them, so there were no demon kings above the 6th thunder tribulation looking for trouble so far. The great dragon head of the Sea Dragon Society had passed the 7th thunder tribulation. The Black Dragon King also had no idea about Xiaxiao in his heart. He had followed the great dragon head for 100 years and knew that her strength was extremely terrifying, but he had never seen her go all out. The 3rd tribulation was a barrier. However, after this battle, it gave the Black Dragon King great confidence. Being able to easily kill the old clam of the 4th thunder tribulation, that meant that below the 6th tribulation, almost none of them would be a match for Xiaxiao. Half a month later, Xiajiu and the Black Dragon King saw a lightboat flooding in from afar. On it sat 7 bald monks. The Black Dragon King said familiarly, "South Dharma Temple," from 50,000 miles away. Xiaxiao was a bit surprised. Although he had seen many humans in the past few decades, he had exchanged very few times, and it was also the first time he had seen monks. And he has seen a few real people who have entered the Tao, but also do not look like a Taoist monk first class. It seems that the culture over here is still somewhat different and similar to that of Great Zhou. Due to the fact that the Great Zhou's great ancestor had been assisted by the Buddhist sect, it had resulted in the entire Great Zhou's reverence for the Buddhist ideology being deeply rooted. From their bodies, the Black Dragon King only sensed that one of the monks was in the 3rd realm, and its several were only in the 1st realm of cultivation. And the sea below the countless monsters, these monks can sit on this broken boat to go 50,000 miles is already a miracle. Just at this moment, the change suddenly occurred. A water arrow actually suddenly sprayed out from under the sea, shattering this light boat to pieces. A large black fish leaped out from it, actually swallowed a monk in one bite. Xiajiu had been an Orca for almost 40 years, and he was not moved to compassion when he saw this. 2 of the monks seemed to be not very good at water. The figure is actually going to sink. I wanted to see what these monks could do, but I didn't expect that, except for a small monk who was climbing up the wooden planks, wanting to save people. The other few monks were actually thinking of swimming away from a distance. Even the only one in the 3rd realm was quickly swimming away towards the distance. The big fish seemed to be more interested in the swimming away targets, and just swallowed them one after another. The sea surface was dyed with a light color of blood. Just as the young monk pulled his companion's hand back, that big fish had actually already finished off a few other monks. Even that 3rd realm literary cultivator fell into the belly of this big fish because he didn't have much means. And this big fish, at best, was only a 2nd realm elf. This is the sadness of the orthodox cultivator of literature. Without using any sideways, even a martial artist can be easily defeated. However, the chances of an orthodox literature cultivator entering the Tao are much greater than a literature cultivator who has practiced the side door, counting the disadvantages and advantages. The big fish seemed to have had its fill, so it had a playful mind. It swam to the boatboard, opened its mouth and sprayed a cloud of blood mist, even which can still be seen in the mouth of the half of the limb. The 2 monks who do not know how to water, was scared to death. In front of the board was pushed to the black fish barely as a shield. The little monk on the board was also scared by this scene. Some 6 gods, pale. That big fish is actually showing extremely humane smile. Do not pay attention to the small monk has been to the mouth. Instead, the other 2 monks disemboweled and plucked out the heart, the limbs like toys with teeth removed. The heart, liver, organs and limbs are thrown on both sides of the board where the little monk is. The little monk was so frightened that he almost fainted, and his heart broke down so much that he began to scream loudly. But just at this moment, the big fish actually dived into the water and disappeared. Xiajiu was also a bit puzzled, but didn't think much about it. After all, many spirits and monsters are beginning to open up, acting like a child knows how to play. The little monk breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put his hands together to thank the Buddha. But the next moment, the little monk, even more devastated to find that in front of his own, actually came 2 huge monsters that could not see the edge. Chapter 81, the first in the world after 1,000 years. Don't howl, don't eat you. Black Dragon King voice like a thunderbolt sounded, the little monk heard but cried even louder. He cried while saying, I am not afraid and cry, but because my companions, actually are not blessed by the Buddha and cry. Without the Buddha's blessing, it means that their beliefs are false, I am crying for my Buddha. When Xiaoxiao heard this, he asked with great interest, why is it that they are not pious if the Buddha does not bless them? The little monk wiped his tears and looked at the huge black and white figure, because these are what Master told me. The Black Dragon King added, then what your master said is all wrong. The little monk firmly shook his head, my master would not be wrong. The Black Dragon King actually argued with the little monk. Xiaoxiao heard and felt some noise in his ears, and hurriedly stopped them, asking, where are you heading? The little monk red eyes, hands together, to the great Kai. Xia is quite surprised, but the Black Dragon King is surprised, that Kai can be 10,000 miles away, you a few monks rely on this broken boat can be reached? The little monk recited the Buddha's name, Master said, Kai's Buddhism is the Mahayana Buddhism, we only have the Hinayana Buddhism, if you want to cultivate the right fruit, you have to go to Kai's Buddhism. Regardless of the distance, as long as one is devout to the Buddha, with the Buddha's blessing, one will arrive. Xiaoyu felt that this little monk talk very interesting, is asked, the road is so far away, and along the way poisonous demons and monsters, even the real people may not be able to arrive safely, can you have confidence? The little monk nodded firmly and pointed to his heart. If the heart gives birth to difficulty, there will be robbery. If fear arises in the heart, a devil is born. Xiaoxiao was greatly surprised, not expecting this little monk to have such a heart. The Black Dragon King has little patience to listen to the little monk. He just flicked his tail, and the big fish reappeared in front of the little monk. Help you revenge. The Black Dragon King cut open the belly of this big fish, revealing the horrifying scene inside its body. Sin. Seeing that the Black Dragon King was killing people, the little monk said several times. He closed his eyes and began to recite Buddhist scriptures, wanting to transcend the souls of his dead companions. The Black Dragon King, however, interrupted him at this moment. Little monk, your Buddhist teachings are not capable of overcoming them. In the next moment, the Black Dragon King stretched out his tongue, which was even bigger than a ship, and licked the little monk under the little monk's extremely horrified gaze. The little monk was horrified to realize that he could actually see the shadowy souls of his companions, which were gradually drifting away at that moment. When people die, their souls perish. The Black Dragon King spoke bluntly, and the little monk's face actually became crumpled. He was born in the temple and grew up in the temple. Although he was still young, he had been believing in Buddhism for more than 10 years. For the existence of Western ultimate bliss, he was a firm believer. But at this moment, no matter how much he recited Buddhism, those shadowy souls all had agonized faces and were gradually dissipating. It must be because they weren't pious enough. As if he had found a life-saving straw, the little monk said with some trembling. The Black Dragon King looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had heard some kind of joke. The dragon horns bulging on top of his head flickered slightly for a moment, and only then did those Severalian spirits' faces stretch and become relaxed. After the Black Dragon King then chanted something under his breath, the Yin spirits gradually dissipated. I'll help you send them to Elysium. Xiaojiao was a bit puzzled and secretly asked the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King replied with a voice transmission, I just made these Yin souls dissipate faster, whereas the western paradise of Elysium, it's just that this little thing is really noisy with crying. The little monk wiped his red and swollen eyes and nodded, actually joining his hands together and reciting a Buddhist chant before thanking the Black Dragon King. Xiaoxiao once again asked, what is your Dharma name? But unexpectedly, the little monk was the one who returned, I don't have a Dharma name, none of the monks in the South Dharma Temple have a Dharma name, only the monks on the Dakai side are qualified to have a Dharma name. My name is Feng Du, the Du of ferrying people. Feng Du? Xiaoyu sounded vaguely familiar, but he didn't know where he had heard it before. Couldn't it be another great power from 1,000 years from now? The more Xia thinks about it, the more he thinks it's possible, so he said to Feng Du, you stay by my side for the time being, if there's a chance, I'll take you to Dakai. Feng Du recited the Buddha's name, many thanks, Master Whale. The Black Dragon King's body trembled, if Xiaojiao really went to Datsai, what would he do? He quickly said, me too, let's go together, it's safer. Xiaojiao gave him a strange look, a certain speculation in his heart becoming even greater. After all, previously, what the Black Dragon King had always said was that the vaulting sea had the opportunity to become a dragon, and that he wouldn't leave no matter what. But now it was changing his mind. Could it be that a few of them would really return to Datsai together in the future? But Xiaojiao was in no hurry, even if he went back now, it would still be a strange world. He might as well have a good meal in this ecologically rich vaulting sea. Xiaojiao made a look towards the Black Dragon King, Big Black, you take him. The Black Dragon King let out a cheeky smile, and one of the scales on his body actually revealed a hole, sucking the little monk into it. You stay in it, don't worry about food or drink, if you want to come out, you can call out. After that, a new member was added to Xiaojiao's small team. However, the Black Dragon King always thought of letting this little monk eat meat. After all, both he and Xiejio were meat eaters, and wanting to be vegetarian was still a bit hard to find in this sea. But the little monk saw the dead fish all over the ground, but recited a few sins, and did not go to eat, just closed his eyes and recited the sutra. In desperation, the Black Dragon King can only find a few lonely islands, and the body reserves enough fruits and vegetables for his food. But he didn't have any complaints. After all, and Xia lack of this kind of nerve-wracking stimulation of the day after a long time, listening to this little monk chanting is still some fun. But let him some indignation is, when he kills, the little monk will read the sound of sin. And when Xia likes to kill life, the little monk is exclaiming, really like the earth Tai Bao. King Kong descended to the world as well. Xiejio didn't feel anything, he just felt that the little monk was ghostly. But in Feng Du's heart, the sprout of desire for power was gradually being generated. Even the entering sea demon that made Nanfa Temple donate 2 monks a year to seek peace was worthless in front of the 2 demons. He was a bit confused, the experience of the first half of his life made him think that faith was all he had left. But now it seems that the only thing that is fundamental to everything is one's own strength. Although he was familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, he was not even able to overthrow the dead souls of his companions. He did not want to ask himself, the so-called Buddhist scriptures, he still need to recite? Once prejudice arose, any doubt would accelerate the collapse of faith. Xia Xiao also felt that this little monk had changed greatly over the years, and had even gradually begun to recognize what the Black Dragon King had said. The duo's bickering has become minimal, and Xia is happy to have peace and quiet. Only the little monk still guards his own bottom line, that is, do not eat meat. Under the Black Dragon King's guidance, the little monk's progress in his literary skills was not considered slow. It was just that the talent made it not considered fast either. 10 years later, Feng Du suddenly told Xiejio that he had changed his name for himself. Xiejio was unimpressed, changed it to what? His eyes were firm, Feng Zidu. From now on, I will only ferry myself. Xiaoyu immediately thought about it and couldn't help but suck in a big mouthful of seawater. At first, the person who helped Taizu open up the Great Zhou dynasty was the Mirror Flower Venerable Master of the Water Moon Zen Center. And the Mirror Flower Venerable Master's common name is Feng Zidu. Mu Yongquan said that the one who took the Bodhisattva precepts for Emperor Feng Yu was also Feng Zidu. He lived to be 1,000 years later, and became the teacher of the successive sons of heaven. He was also the state master of Great Zhou. He was also the #1 master in the world. Chapter 82 The Garuda Bird. Xiejio's heart could not help but beat faster. If he was not able to confirm whether or not Dahe was the dragon trapped and locked at the bottom of the Shaochego River, then he was able to affirm that the young monk in front of him was the future Mirror Flower Venerable Master. He began to consider with malice. If he had prevented him from changing his name, or if he had done something more decisive and killed the little monk, would the original world have changed when he ended the simulation? Xiejio's mind moved, so he opened his mouth and said, "You think like this, but how can you be a monk? How can you go to Decai to obtain the Mahayana Buddhism?" The little monk just shook his head. "If I can get through myself, I am the Buddha myself, why should I care about what others think?" The Black Dragon King smiled, winding around Xia's body. "This kid has such an idea, finally not so rigid, boss, you should be happy." Xia Xiao saw the two singing together, but remained firm. "Little monk, do you really want to change your name? What if I don't allow it?" The little monk's face couldn't help but instantly become a little pale. After experiencing this decade, he was well aware of Xiejio's strength prowess. Even a great demon that had passed the fifth thunder tribulation was not a match for him. Usually, even the sea serpent beside him, who had always been unruly, was also obedient to this Orca's whale, and had never dared to disobey him. Hearing this, the Black Dragon King is also a serious face. Look at the little monk. The little monk bit his lips, raised his head to look at Xiaolak's huge body, his tone trembled and said, I still want to change. Xiejio slightly released a trace of qi and blood power and the surrounding began to rapidly heat up. Are you sure? The young monk was suffocated by the hot airflow and his face turned red, beads of sweat continuously rolling down from his forehead. His body trembled as he forcefully controlled the unnaturalness of his body and nodded, I will definitely change. Xiaoxiao nodded and collected his qi and blood, no longer caring. Since he couldn't stop it, it would be better to let nature take its course. He also wanted to see how this little monk had gotten to that point later on step by step. If this was really just a simulated world, it didn't matter if he killed him or not. But if it is true that he traveled to 1,000 years ago, then it is not known whether killing it will lead to a series of butterfly effects. On the contrary, when he returned to the real world, everything he faced was unfamiliar, and that was not a good thing. After considering this in his mind, Xiejio continued to start diving and swimming. In recent years, the great demons he had devoured had also become less and less. Perhaps the surrounding great demons had learned of the news that someone had gone on a rampage to hunt and kill great demons of the Tao and had fled the waters. Anyway, in recent years, there were only 2 great demons that could be found, and they were all lurking under the deep sea, basically living a life of isolation of that kind. For the great demons above the 6th Thunder Tribulation, apart from the mysterious and unpredictable Sea Dragon Society's Great Dragon Head, the Black Dragon King didn't have any encounters with them. Even if Xiejio had the intention, it would be difficult to find them. In another 10 years or so, at this point, Xiejio had almost turned 50. The general male orca's great age was only 50 or 60 years. Moreover, regardless of civil and military cultivators, they would not prolong their lives before entering the Tao, and their lifespans were at best a bit stronger than ordinary people. Even martial arts masters would begin to gradually decline in qi and blood after the age of 70 until death. Although Xieshao was already considered an elderly male orca in terms of age, he didn't feel the slightest problem in this regard. After the abundant and borderless qi and blood was completely spread out, it was instantly able to vaporize thousands of meters of seawater. It was extremely appropriate to describe Xieju's power by burning mountains and boiling the sea. Not only that, Xiejiao's strength continues to become deeper and deeper with the passage of time. 2 years ago, they happened to come across a large ship, and on it there was actually a great real person who had experienced the sixth thunder tribulation. This big real person sensed the existence of the Big Black, and look at its strength as only experienced 3 times the thunder tribulation. See, its head dragon horn is moved. He wanted to capture Big Black. Its power is amazing. A hand will be 100 meters long. Big Black lifted into the air. But this big real people did not expect, at this time underwater was drawn out a black giant tail. Directly will his body with the whole ship or shot all destroyed. The ancient only came out of the body, unwillingly cried out burning Sea King before being vaporized. Xia Shao didn't expect that his fame was so great that even this 6th level thunder tribulation real person who didn't know where he came from knew about it. However, he was also puzzled, originally thinking that there would be a bitter battle. After all, crossing every 3rd level of the thunder tribulation was a watershed. But he didn't expect that this so-called 6th tribulation would be so unforgiving. Since then, Xia lacks a clear understanding of his own strength. Only know that he is still in the realm of martial arts master, and nothing more. And the gap between martial arts and Taoism is also here. The total amount of mana and body size is not very relevant. The strength of an entry Tao realist lay in the fact that it depended on how many thunder tribulations had been crossed, whereas the cultivation of a martial artist lay entirely in the physical body. Xiejio's weight was already beyond 10,000 times that of a human, but he felt that his qi and blood was thicker than 10,000 times that of a patriarch. It was estimated that he would have to come with 10,000 of his own instants before he could catch up. After all, when a patriarch unfolded his qi and blood domain, he wouldn't directly evaporate the surrounding moisture completely, but rather there was a process of temperature rise. However, if Xieshao didn't deliberately control it and directly spread his qi and blood, it was like changing the sky and directly exposing people to extreme heat, to the point where even a 10,000 meter radius would look a little red. The qi and blood increased the strength of Xieshao's body. And this increased strength would be increased tenfold again by the dragon's water. Xieshao was somewhat glad that if his body was an aquatic creature, this Jiao dragon out of water would most likely be a golden word, and he wouldn't have gotten it so easily. At this time, the sky was dusky, and only a faint light was rising from the sea level. Xiaoyu was somewhat bored as he devoured the surrounding fish, and both Big Black and Little Monk were meditating on the isolated island on the side. In addition to the sea surface, the sky and the earth were silent, not seeing any breath of life. This island they have been as a resting place for several years. The reason is that above the food and fresh water is sufficient, coupled with the beautiful scenery, and even sometimes Xiaoyu can also lie on the beach sunbathing. But let this island from Xia lack of head hammer tail blow destruction of the real reason, is the little monk said that there is a trace of Buddha nature on this island. This made Xiejio Dahe extremely puzzled. But Big Black rummaged through the entire island. In addition to a few sky-high trees, there is nothing else. Among them, there is a deep pit is slightly strange. It was filled with giant snake skeletons, but they were also hundreds of years old and appeared somewhat weathered. Even so, Big Black also felt a familiar flavor from it, probably a certain colleague within the Sea Dragon Society at one time, but he couldn't recall. The few people did not look deeper, but settled here. A loud sound like a bird's chirp actually suddenly startled, accompanied by Big Black's terrified screams. At the sound, Xiaoyu immediately swam upstream, revealing half of his head. Above the lonely island, there was a golden giant bird that had disappeared at some point. This giant bird mouth like a hawk's beak, face presents a wrathful appearance, the top of the head has a large tumor, the body of the golden feathers spread outward, as if wearing a golden dress. It screams miserable sadness, but the hand is extremely ruthless. At this time a few pecks down, actually will be Big Black head peck to head broken blood flow. Seeing Xia lack of exposure, Big Black while dodging and screaming, this bird specializes in eating snakes and swallowing dragons, boss save me ah. Chapter 83 Wu Ji Jinjin. The giant bird was covered in golden light, sharp teeth and beak had already torn Big Black's body to bloodstain, scattered scales spread all over the ground. Due to the suppression of the natural enemy, Big Black only felt that it was difficult to move his body, and could only do some simple flickering movements. Wanting to swim back to the sea or the Een spirit out of the body is not daring. The little monk on the side actually prostrated himself. This bird is the king of the great mighty Garuda, the protector of my Buddha. Big Black retorted, Garuro a fart, if that thing I would have been dead. The little monk didn't say much and remained on his knees. Seeing Big Black's miserable state, Xiaojiu looked at the giant golden bird and murmured, "Wait for it." Xiaoyu was able to tell from the attack that the giant bird was extremely fast, not even inferior to when he was in the water. If you use a headbutt, you still need to build up your strength to sprint, and you are afraid that this giant bird will be able to detect it. Tail strike is even more to its side, to seize the first hand. Let's try something new. Let's try a new trick. Over the years, Xiaoyu had relied on the tail strike headbutt, but that didn't mean he hadn't done anything. Moves based on body power are collectively categorized as martial arts. And martial arts wizardry was born for this reason. During these 50 years, Xiaoxiao had understood his body structure to the extreme, and was able to control any tiny muscle group. A wisp of precursor weather strength began to stimulate the various blood vessels and meridians within the whale's body. Xiaoju's heart, which was the size of a house, beat faster and faster, and the blood in his body began to flow faster. The whale flood technique that had been opened at full power had been changed many times during the 50 years of deduction, and now made it possible for Xiaoyu's lungs to hold much more air as well. He exposed his head in mid-air, and under the whale swallow, the violent suction force actually drew the air within a 1,000-meter radius into a vacuum. The air in Xiaoxiao's lungs was shrunk into a ball by the intense force, and then became extremely hot under the burning of his qi and blood. The golden giant bird seemed to have sensed a hint of danger as well, but it still looked at the dragon horn on top of Dehei's head with some reluctance. As Xiaoju's figure gradually sank into the water, the golden giant bird gave the orca a somewhat strange look and continued to grab and pull the scales on Big Black's body. In the next moment, Xiaoju opened his mouth and spat out the air he had absorbed into his body from his mouth. Whale killing cannon. Bubble King, a gray phrase that doubles the number of bubbles when exhaling in water. Double whale killing cannon. The high-temperature air bomb that had been compressed to the extreme actually generated another one out of thin air, instantly drawing out a loud sonic boom of air. The location where Xia was overturned 100 meters high huge waves, but under this high temperature and steeply vaporized into steam, the sea surface suddenly became dense. The golden giant bird was incredibly alert, but the sound was far from reaching its ears. The invisible high-temperature air bomb had already reached its body. Two huge dents immediately appeared on its body, and its entire form flew rapidly towards the distance. Xiaoxiao was also surprised to see this. This power was not reasonably smaller than a headbutt, and the high temperature that the qi and blood seared into it should have made it much more powerful. But even so, actually still failed to penetrate the giant bird body. In Xia's imagination, it should have been blown to ashes by the gas bomb. One could only say that it was worthy of being a rumored divine object. Xiaoxiao began to be glad that it did not turn into flying dust, or else he would have had a lot of trouble fishing for the body. Tail beat the sea, Xia lack of strength to rise up in the air, actually towards the direction of the giant bird to fly away. Big Black see this is also slightly surprised. This is the first time he saw Xia lack to leave the water. Losing the Augur Dragon's water bonus, Xiaoyu instantly felt his body become weak, but this didn't hinder his subsequent pursuit. The tail swung wildly, actually forming a vortex behind him, constantly accelerating for Xiaoyu. This island wasn't that big. With the irregular area, the entire circle was only more than 10 kilometers. That golden giant bird has also been blasted off the island at this time. When it was about to fall into the water, Xiaoyu actually also chased after it. The giant bird let out an earth-shattering shriek, actually got rid of the bombardment of that air bomb, and clawed towards Xiaoyu fiercely. But the next moment, its claws seemed to have touched the hardest thing in the world, and its entire body was knocked into the water by a strange force. But the golden giant bird did not show any timidity or panic. Even if it was underwater, it also pounced straight towards Xia. The giant bird did not show any first-class techniques up to this point, but used its sharp beak and claws as weapons. And this giant bird's body of hardness, simply unheard of. Xiaoxiao also began to become excited. A fish and a bird were actually entangled together and began to fight fiercely in close quarters. The successive tail strikes suppressed the giant bird to the point where it was difficult to move, and strange screams continued to emanate from underwater. Xiaolak completely ignored the giant bird's attack, constantly tail-sweeping teeth-tearing, a long time before the giant bird's body surface layer of golden feathers torn off. The golden blood then fell into the water, and Xiaoyu excitedly swallowed it. A Sanskrit chant immediately entered Xiaoyu's mind. Just like when the Knife Fork King stripped his divinity for him, the feeling appeared in his heart. Intense power erupted from within his belly in an instant, and Xiaoju felt that this power was many times higher than those great demons. His eyes widened as his attacks became even more frantic. The tip of the giant bird's beak flashed with a hint of golden aura, as if it was radiating an immortal divinity. The long river of blood qi spread out in full, and Xiaoju's aura had climbed to the peak. A limit-breaking state. In the extreme distance, amidst the horrified eyes of the Black Dragon King, Xiaoxiao's 50-meter-long body began to swell up, terrifying muscles that resembled sarcomas protruding from every part of his body. Underneath the gnarled muscles, countless thick veins burst out, and a terrifyingly strange smiling ghost face was revealed on the black whale's back. The golden bird was covered in red flames. Xiaojiu has seen this fire. It is the trick that Li Xiaoyu once used on Qishan Taoist. It is known as the flame of eternal combustion, which is the Buddha's fire that burns at the top of Vajra's head when he is angry. The person who touches it will be burned, and will never be extinguished until death. But the next moment, the golden bird let out a fierce scream. Xiaoyu bit it across the waist, and the terrifying tearing force was accompanied by an extremely fast swing, making it difficult to control its entire body. A trace of astral energy emanated from Xiaoju's pointed teeth, connecting with the qi and blood, and began to sense it. The frequency of Xiaoyu's swinging whale tail vibrating his entire body began to gradually match the same pace within the giant bird. This was something he had realized since he was a young monk sitting in meditation. At that time, Feng Zidu was the body in heaven and earth dark merge, seems to reach the same beat. The Yinshan actually with very fast speed began to draw the power of heaven and earth. In Taoism, this is called meditation. In Buddhism, this is meditation. Xiaoxiao secretly connected a trace of qi and blood to the little monk's body for sensing, and realized that this was nothing more than a simple resonance. In terms of one's mastery of the body, it was extremely easy to do. Knowing all of this, Xiaoju created his own new Orca martial art. The power of the astral energy began to resonate with the golden giant bird, and its cries became more and more terrified. Wuji Shocking Zen. Chapter 84 Dragon Nemesis. The mesh-like astral energy that covered the giant bird's body linked the qi and blood power of thousands of meters in a radius through Xiaoju. Xiaoju began to start guiding the two to resonate with a peculiar frequency. The giant bird's solid body began to be destroyed, with cracks constantly arising from its body. Xiaoxiao increased the stimulating effect of the 1,000 stacks of berserk waves, and Ben's bulging muscles once again caused his body to expand by a circle. The entire sea where the two were located was already covered by countless steaming water vapors. Accompanied by the constantly exploding sonic boom airflow, Big Black and Little Monk could not see what was happening in it at all. The Little Monk's mouth constantly recited, "Sin, sin, sin." Big Black but looked at him, quite a bit dissatisfied. "That thing almost swallowed your grandfather me alive, you still pray for it?" The Little Monk didn't pay any attention to it, but just continued to chant. When Xiaoyu brought the power of this infinite shocking zen to the extreme, the golden giant bird actually let out a loud mournful cry, and began to spontaneously combust all over its body. Unlike the Buddha fire of the party, the golden flames kept rising. There was no temperature, but it allowed Xiaoyu to detect a hint of an unusual aura. From the flame awnings, Xiaoyu seemed to see a tall and lofty figure appear. Even the nearly infinite depths of the vaulting sea were difficult to submerge up to his calves. His figure was straight into the clouds, and his breath alone caused thunder to roar and the clouds to disperse. He dropped his head down and looked towards Xiaoju. And Xiaoju also saw the other party's appearance at that moment. That figure was clad in celluloid heavenly clothes, wearing rings and bracelets, and was golden in color. The face was born with starry eyes and leopard eyes, the head resembled a koan rather than an eagle, and the two golden wings that covered the sky covered the entire sky. The fear that came without words instantly spread to Xiaoju's heart. That was an emotion he had not experienced in nearly 50 years as an orca. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Xiaojiao let go of the golden bird in his mouth, and his sanity gradually receded like a tidal wave. A layer of scarlet halo blurred Xiaojiao's eyes. Berserkness and wildness were revealed at this moment. The light of divinity covered the golden bird's body, and it was as if it had been reborn after being released by Xiaojiao. Its golden feathers appeared even more brilliant, and the sarcoma on top of its head became like a bright red crown. It chirped towards the sky, and the huge shadow began to drill into its body. The sharp claws with golden flames directly tore at Xiaojiao's head, but it struck out a sound of gold and iron clashing, grinding out countless sparks. A trace of disbelief flashed in the giant bird's eyes, its dents tearing and clawing like a tidal wave, and countless golden rays flashed on Xiaojiao's body. The speed of its attacks was already such that even the Tao entry realist could not see the intervals. Om, Siddhartha Du, mantra, tremendous yay. A chanting came from afar, and after the little monk's voice reached Xiaoyu's ears, After the little monk's voice entered Xiaoyu's ears, it actually caused Xiaoyu, who was laughing maniacally, to regain a trace of clarity in his eyes. Although he was unable to contain his laughter, it was enough to control his body. Haha, you're good. Haha. Xiaoxiao did not know if the giant bird could understand what he was saying. However, when the giant bird saw that its attacks were somewhat ineffective when hitting this orca, the anger in its eyes became even more intense, and the flames on its body continued to become deeper and deeper. Xiaojiao decided to go all out, otherwise who knows what else this damn thing has up its sleeve. A trace of uneasiness flashed in the golden giant bird's eyes. The next moment, an unreadable black shadow had directly slapped onto the giant bird's body. The giant bird actually flew directly up to 1,000 meters in the air, rushing between the clouds and fog to open a stream of air tail. Xiaoxiao was like a shooting star, his tail striking the Tsomlang, his body using the force to rise, actually flying faster than the giant bird. Since thousands of meters above the sky, Xiaojiao's tail strike slapped the air to make his descent even faster, and his head mallet ruthlessly smashed on the giant bird's sarcoma. Wow! The Black Dragon King's face changed drastically, and he took the little monk who was chanting the scriptures and hurriedly flew high into the air. A 1,000-meter-high giant wave instantly submerged the entire island, and the terrifying temperature evaporated a large portion of the seawater, making this place as if it was a fairyland on Earth as the aerosol lingered. In the center of the range of the golden giant bird, at this time is also completely unable to resist, can only be passive as a toy to allow the other party to play. Xia Xiaowul giant bird body dead bite, constantly smashed to the island below the rock foundation. The entire island was like a strong earthquake, and in a few moments it became shattered. The trace of divinity that had entered his body just now began to continuously drain away, and the golden giant bird began to feel its consciousness becoming blurred. The flesh tumor on top of its head began to become hot. Golden flames once again rose from its body. But this time, it was incomparably hot. It even directly melted the bedrock near the island directly into magma. After Xia Xiao felt that there was a hint of something wrong, he hurriedly spat it out of his mouth and slapped it far away with a tail strike. At this time, he was not worried about what this golden giant bird would do, across the board, but to end this simulation. But what made him feel the most peculiar was that the maniacal laughter syndrome had actually followed himself and came along with this orca whale's body. Wasn't there something wrong with Xia Xiao's brain that caused this epilepsy? Could it be some sort of soul defect? Xia, lack of think out, began to suspect the predecessor all kinds of. But rummaging through his memories, he couldn't find the slightest clue. As a last resort, Xia can only give up and leave it to be explored later. After being thrown away by Xiejiao, the golden giant bird kept emitting harsh screams. It swooped up into the sky and came to the peak of the wrecked island, where the corpses were kept. It kept flying up and down, and after 7 times, golden flames spread all over its body, and its wings on both sides were gradually becoming smaller by burning. Seeing this, Xiaoyu could not help but be a little anxious. If it burned clean, what would he eat? Doesn't matter how high the temperature is, Xia likes to throw his tail and fly up to the peak of the island. A mouth is to tear the giant bird out of the water. Some hot mouth. Xiaoyu only felt as if he had swallowed a large mouthful of lava, and even his indestructible mouth was slightly melting. The giant bird's body was too solid, and he still couldn't swallow it in one bite, which was something that Xiaoyu had some regrets about. At this moment, he could only swallow the hot golden blood continuously from the wounds on the giant bird's body. This did not stop bringing about an extreme burning sensation in his intestines and stomach. However, Xiaojiao also gritted his teeth and tried his best to swallow it cleanly. That giant bird's size continued to shrink under this golden flame, before Xiaojiao could even swallow it. In the end, it was burned cleanly, leaving only a pure green-colored glazed bead that was lying quietly inside Xiaojiao's mouth. The Trial of Death talisman also turned a new page at this time. You obtain a trace of divinity. This was the second trace of divinity that Xiaoyu had acquired. Next, a purple light flickered on it. Dragon Nemesis, purple word, your damage dealt to dragon and snake creatures is increased by 50. Xiaoju raised his head and smiled evilly, giving a somewhat sorrowful glance at the big black in the sky. The Black Dragon King only felt as if it was being stared at by that giant bird again, frightening it so much that it immediately turned back and flew towards Xiaoju. Chapter 85 Child, you're fascinated. When the matter was over, Xia Xiao didn't dare to swallow this glazed bead into his belly rashly. After all, he didn't want to die by self-immolation like that golden giant bird. Big Black with a small monk fell from the sky. Tone a little trembling said, that thing is dead. Xia lacked some speechless look at Big Black, dead. Over the years, Xiaojiao has also learned some secrets about the transformation of dragons. Dragon nature is proud. These want to transform the dragon of the demon, one by one or all the top of the generation, which have like this goat. However, Big Black is still a little suspicious. That inexplicable atmosphere makes him anxious. The Black Dragon King is a little chi, that thing even if I become a dragon, also afraid. It is rumored that Garuda needs to eat 500 dragons and a Dragon King every day. Because it kills too many dragons, the body has actually produced a kind of reverse dragon power, able to let the snake and dragon creatures were shocked to lose most of the combat power. At this time, the little monk was approaching, and it so happened that Xiaojiao also had something he wanted to ask him. Little monk, what was that scripture you were chanting? That scripture was able to allow Xiaojiao to maintain a sliver of sanity even after he had entered into maniacal laughter syndrome. This was something he hadn't had before. It also made him feel even more that this sickness was simply a problem of the soul. The young monk replied back, it's a heart-clearing incantation passed down to me by my master. The young monk just saw that the boss seemed to be somewhat haunted by the demonic obstacles, so he tried this one. Xia lacked a nod, and asked the little monk about the content of this scripture. Xiaoju then recited it to himself and realized that his heart had indeed become much purer. Good stuff. Xiaojiao couldn't help but let his eyes light up. After this, he might not have to worry about morbidity anymore. Xiaojiao spat out the glazed beads in his mouth, originally wanting to ask the duo if they knew the information about this thing. But he didn't expect the little monk to blurt out, pure green glazed heart. Xiaojiao said, this is the remains of that giant bird left behind after it burned itself to death, and I don't know what purpose it serves. The little monk nodded and said towards Xiaoyu, boss, can you show me? Sialak will be flicked over. The little monk took the complicated watch after saying, "This is Garuda Luo self-immolation body destroyed left behind after the relics, the essence of its body on it. How can Garuro burn himself to death?" Big Black see this glazed bead is still some fear. The little monk played a Zen, sub-hoodie, the one who is in harmony with the phase, that is, unspeakable, but the mortal man covets its things, will eventually eat its own evil consequences. The Black Dragon King was a bit impatient and said, "What do you mean?" The little monk unhurriedly explains, Garuda can swallow the dragon and devour the snake, to enhance their own strength, but its wisdom is low and ignorant, insatiable greed, when the end of its body snake and dragon venom will be attacked, will be self-immolation death. Xiaoyan nodded. This Garuda swallowed dragons and snakes to be able to enhance its own mana. This is somewhat similar to himself. However, he himself was paired with the words of the Qi and blood oven, able to incinerate the toxin impurities in his body, so he thought that he would not end up like Garu Luo. However, the Buddha would not stop Garuda's behavior, because after they burned themselves to death, this pure green glazed bead left behind would become an ornament of the Buddha. Saying this, the little monk even fell to his knees and prayed, "Boss, this is the relics left behind by Garuda, it can greatly enhance the Buddha's divine power." Speaking of this, Xiejio also understood that the little monk was trying to leave this glazed bead by himself. Big Black was extremely disgusted with this thing, so he wouldn't fight for it. Xiejio pondered a little, and wondered if this thing had any effect on himself. However, he recalled what his foster father had said, that the divine Buddha was poisonous. He also didn't dare to swallow it hastily, and since it was useless to keep it, he might as well give it to this little monk. Plus he also gave himself this clear heart mantra, consider it as a payment to him. Seeing that Xia refused, the little monk was a bit overwhelmed with excitement. He cowed out towards Xiejio, "Boss, a great favor is not appreciated." Xia Sha pondered for a moment, "If after 1,000 years, you have become a Buddha and an ancestor, but I am just an ordinary person, if I seek help from you, would you be willing?" The young monk was stunned, not expecting Xiejio to say something like this. He couldn't guess Xiejio's strength, but after being together for so long, he also knew many secrets. Like the fact that a powerful thunder tribulation real person's in spirit would be able to reincarnate and repair itself if it did not fall. In his heart, he guessed that Xiejio might want to reincarnate, and he nodded firmly, "Boss, open your mouth, I will definitely do it." Xia Xiao does not know what kind of person Feng Zidu will be in the future, he slowly said, "Then we will set a password." The little monk was puzzled, "What?" Thinking for a moment, Xiejio then said, "If someone opens their mouth to say a crazy Thursday to you in the future, weigh I 50, then you have to fulfill your promise." The little monk nodded, his face slightly puzzled. He chanted the phrase crazy Thursday, weigh me 50, and didn't know what it meant, but he didn't ask too many questions, he just kept chanting, wanting to memorize it in his heart. After a long time, after he was sure that he would never forget the words, he took out the glazed beads and carefully examined them. The young monk did not know how to use this glazed bead, but the sutra said that this glazed bead contains all the Buddha's teachings, and it should be beneficial to him. He gritted his teeth and actually swallowed it in one gulp. Hiss! An intense burning sensation emanated from his body, but it quickly disappeared. Is that all? The little monk was a bit puzzled. How was it? Xia Zhao's attention had been on him, and when he saw that he had swallowed the glazed bead, he couldn't help but ask as well. The little monk shook his head. There was some burning heat in his abdomen, but it quickly disappeared. Seeing that nothing seemed to have happened, Xiaoyu could only leave it for later observation. The little monk suddenly said, "I want to make a trip back to the South Dharma Temple. I feel that the bottleneck seems to be loosening a bit, and I'm not far from entering the Tao." Big Black couldn't help but sigh, "You humans are really fast. I practiced for 300 years before I entered the Tao. You're only less than 30 years old, right?" The little monk nodded. The right law needed to enter the Tao he did not have at hand. The only handwritten copy they brought out at the beginning has been destroyed in that shipwreck. The South Law Temple was not considered far away, but it was not too close either. But with Xiejio Dahe's speed, it would only take a few days. Arriving at the South Law Temple, Xiaoyu and Big Black waited from afar, only letting the little monk go over alone. The South Dharma Temple is located on what is considered a large island, which is dominated by clans and families and has a population of about 10 million. Xiejio didn't go because he wasn't able to transform into his own form, while Dahe was simply arrogant, feeling that the humankind was far less perfect than the dragon and snake physique. Although the little monk had not returned for decades, the masters and brothers at the gate were still relatively familiar with each other. Seeing the return of the little monk, they were also not surprised. After hearing Feng Zidu tell his half-truths and half-falsehoods about his experiences along the way, the monks could not help but feel emotional. The young monk had concealed the existence of Xia Xiao and Dahe, saying that it was a merchant caravan. After the two Dao entry real people in the temple heard this, the Taoist monk was not impressed. After all, these monks who went out in the first place were from the lineage that was at odds with the current presiding officer of the Southern Law Temple. How could 10,000 miles of sea travel rely on these few monks to reach Datsai? Their original intention was to let these monks go out to sea to fend for themselves. However, seeing that Feng Zidu had already reached the peak of the third realm, they couldn't help but be moved to keep the young monk in the temple. After all, there were only 2 Dao entry real people in the temple today. If they could add another one, they might be able to increase their power on the island by another level. The young monk explicitly agreed, knowing that if he refused and voiced his desire to still travel to Great Kai, these monks would definitely not give him the right way to enter the Dao. An elder of the way of initiation gladly took the little monk into the pavilion of sutras. Seeing the incorporeal Buddha in front of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, the young monk couldn't help but feel a little weak. This is the South Dharma Temple. Successive generations of the deepest cultivation of a presiding officer, according to rumors, have reached the Thunder Tribulation 7 above, able to reincarnate and repair. When he returns to this body again, it will be the time for him to become a Buddha. At the time of the elders to take the law, that flesh Buddha actually cannot help but emerge from the dark golden light. A voice like heavenly music entered the young monk's ears. Child, you have fallen into the phase. Chapter 86. Heaven also has nothing to mend. Garuda bird gluttony self-breaking. This is the way of heaven is not allowed, and all living beings, too, must know that too much is not enough. There is loss but no benefit. If you can't stop the loss in time, there is nothing in heaven to make up for it. A sound of Sanskrit singing surged into the ears of the young monk, and could not help but make him a little dizzy. The elders who went upstairs to take the Dharma also did not notice anything unusual. However, as the Sanskrit sounds continued to pour into the young monk's ears, he felt that his body was actually once again emitting a fiery sensation. Golden flames flared up from his body, making the little monk incomparably painful but unable to cry out. At this time, he had already remembered the Garuda bird that burned itself to death. Could it be that after swallowing that glazed bead, this was what would happen? He was somewhat unwilling. The elder who was descending the stairs laughed as he flipped through the secret book. The 10 Metaphors Observations Secret Science True Book is the secret tradition of my manhwa temple, but only a genius like you could possibly cultivate it. When he saw the little monk's painful appearance, he was surprised beyond measure and hurriedly ran forward. The little monk was also as if he had seen his savior, and grabbed the elder's hand. Unexpectedly, a strange force rose up from the little monk's body and leapt directly into the elder's body. The golden blaze began to gradually fade. The elder's eyes widened as he felt his cultivation continuously draining from his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to call for help, but he couldn't do anything. It was as if his body was fixed by something, and even his own spirit wasn't allowed to leave his body. After a long time, the fiery flames on the young monk's body had subsided. But the elder in front of him had already turned into a dry corpse. He was horrified and wanted to scream out, but reason told him no. If he was discovered, he could only be treated as if he had killed the elder. The other elder in the temple wasn't like this one who had only recently entered the Tao. Rather, it was a powerful existence that had gone through several lightning tribulations. A single slap would have killed himself. The young monk covered his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. He did not think that the elder was actually sucked to death by this golden flame in his body. But as he felt the power of the Een God that was gradually rising up within his body, the little monk also forgot about his fear and only felt a mixture of surprise. He hid his thoughts of wanting to laugh out loud and hurriedly chanted the clear heart mantra to calm his emotions. He himself was actually able to draw on the power of another person's Een spirit. Feng Zidu was a bit incredulous. Was this the efficacy of the pure green glazed bead? Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful Een spirit, this was equivalent to at least several years of his own bitter cultivation. He clenched his fists and waved them fiercely a few times. In the future, it's not certain that I can really become a Buddha. However, at this time, the most important thing was to deal with the scene. He hid the dried corpse left behind by the elder into a dead corner within the sutra pavilion, and was not afraid of being discovered. After all, he would be leaving soon. He looked at the flesh-bodied Buddha in front of him and smiled disdainfully. Flesh-bodied Buddha at this time, as if it had exhausted its strength, originally some golden flickering body, also became incomparably dim. Feng Zidu blew a breath towards the flesh-bodied Buddha, and the flesh-bodied Buddha actually turned into flying ash and dissipated. He raised an eyebrow. The last ounce of remaining power was exhausted? Feng Zidu remembered the words that had just entered his ears, and the corners of his mouth lifted up by a slight margin. The heavens also have nothing to mend? Then I will stab through the sky. Picking up the secret book that had fallen to the ground, Feng Zidu walked out as if nothing had happened. There were no other monks within the Nanfa temple to stop him, thinking that he was just revisiting his old haunts and strolling around the temple. When the young monk reached the entrance of the temple, he touched that wildly beating heart and began to run all the way up. In less than a moment, he had arrived at the beach. The little monk whistled in a hurry. A wave tumbled up from under his feet, and he suppressed his wildly beating heart. When he landed on Dahe, Dahe was eking. You went to the South Law Temple though. How come the Een spirit is so much stronger? The little monk exhaled a breath and made up nonsense. The little monk slightly realized. The big black is lamented, really envious of you humans, moving on the epiphany, enhance the cultivation, catch up with me for several years. Xia did not feel anything, but only felt that the temperament around the little monk seemed to be a little different. After the little monk sat down, he opened the secret book in his hand. The 10 metaphors, they are called illusion, yang, dream, shadow in the mirror, mirage, loudness, moon in the water, floating wave, void flower, and whirling wheel of fire. The 3 realms and 6 paths, for the self-mind, the world of all kinds, are like a bubble, which has the birth and death. The only thing that is elusive is the shadow of the mirror and the moon in the water, which is neither born nor extinguished. Xiaoyu, since the little monk chanting, can hear that this is the future of the water in Moon's End temple bottom of the box. I didn't realize that it was actually obtained from the South Dharma temple. To be able to make it become the world's first method is certainly not what the road color. Xiaoyu intentionally listening, but without any foundation in literature, he is simply do not know what the little monk recited is the meaning. After that, the little monk was no longer like before, intentionally avoiding the human islands, but in the name of purchasing some living supplies to take the initiative to go ashore. He also no longer kept a bald head, but grew long hair. Xia Zhao secretly nodded in his heart. The Buddhist sects in Great Zhou basically practiced with hair, and this tradition was also passed down from the Watermoon Zen sect. After spending 3 months, the young monk managed to cultivate into the proper method of entering the Tao. That year, Xia Zhou turned 50 years old, and the young monk was only 23 years old, so he was already in entry Tao reality. After Xia Zhou had swallowed the entire blood of the Garuda bird, the growth of his chi and blood power was much stronger than if he had swallowed any of the great Tao entry demons before. It was almost enhanced by a terrifying 20. To be clear, there were dozens of Tao entry great demons that Xia Zhou had swallowed over the years, but in recent years, the lives of several people had gradually tended to settle in one place. When Xia Zhao's chi and blood domain spread out, it was enough to vaporize seawater within 1,000 meters out of thin air. The little monk felt how powerful Xia Zhou was and couldn't help but have an idea. Relying on the quick and costless nature of the chi and blood domain, the little monk quickly became the biggest salt dealer in the nearby islands. Relying on the money collected, the little monk prepared a large amount of living supplies and stored them all inside Big Black. This was their preparation for traveling to Great Kai. But those who could be salt dealers were all ruthless characters in this world. However, the little monk was already a Taoist realist, so he was not afraid of these. Xia Zhao, on the other hand, still had not reached the limit of his martial arts realm, and was boringly feeling his way before the beach on the seashore every day. With the growing sophistication of martial arts, Xiaoyu realized that there are many places in Taoism that can make gains for himself. The next few days were once again peaceful. In the daytime, Xiaoyu listened to the young monk recite the secret books of Taoism that he had searched from who knows where. At night, Xiaoyu used this as insight to create martial arts. The Dome Sea was immensely vast, and the richness of the civilizations born from it was not much weaker than that of Great Zhou. Even in terms of the number of Taoist masters, it was far superior. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Taoism, Buddhism, martial arts. Xia lack of more than 10 years, read through the Buddhist teachings to understand a lot of Buddhist theory. Taoist martial arts is also involved in a wide range. However, there are very few martial arts in the Dome of the Sea, and most people are just resigned to being ordinary people if they don't have a talent for martial arts. Although Xie Xiao hadn't created any new moves, in his mind, those kung fu skills he had learned in his own body had already been melted into one. Although his own body was still that of an orcas whale, by relying on the human corpses that the little monk had dumped for him, Xie Zhou experimented with chi alignment on the corpses. And the martial art that was melted down, Xie Zhou called it the Whale Martial General Program. Chapter 87, With Me There Is No Enemy. The young monk had also secretly absorbed the Yin god power of many Wengong cultivators over the years. It had even sucked up 2 real people who had not long entered the Tao with a black hand. His cultivation was like a rocket. Looking at Big Black was dumbfounded. Big Black is also a continuous lament. This kid, I guess the next time the spring comes, can even pass 2 heavy thunderbolt. At this time, the distant sea is alarmed by a faint sound of waves. Finally waited? Xia Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of light. They had settled here, waiting for this day. Xiaoyu tilted his head out of the water and looked at the distant 11 light. On the water in the far distance, the sea of clouds tossed and turned, and a round of stone mill-sized sun broke through the clouds and mist, throwing endless light towards the sea. A huge silver pomfret leaped out of the sea, its body resembling a streamline with graceful movements. Not only Xie Xiao, even Big Black and Little Monk unconsciously turned their attention to that silver pomfret. In a trance, the little monk only felt that the entire dome of the sea was like a backdrop for that silver pomfret, and that the sky and the earth were made for it. Big Black, on the other hand, is trembling. Tone has also become trembling. Big dragon head. Silver pomfret leaps out of the water again, the light above the sea surface even become dim, only its figure remains. Against the morning light, Silver Pomfret's figure actually began to change out of thin air. Her figure was gradually pulled thin, narrow, long, head bulged to forehead angle. Big Black Heart wildly shocked, she even transformed into a dragon successfully. The little monk shook his head, it is only a dragon. That is also a dragon. Big Black Heart apprehensive. Hundreds of years have not seen, and do not know how the strength of the big dragon head actually. In the beginning, even though he had followed him for hundreds of years, he did not feel out the strength of the great dragon head. But at the very least, it was also an expert above the 6th lightning tribulation. This was a powerful expert that Big Black had never heard of in this vaulting sea. The silver-colored auger dragon rode the wind and rain, with lightning flashes around its body. Between the opening and closing of the dragon's pupils, the wind and rain changed. A light and graceful female voice had resounded within the ears of the three Siegyo. The three of you have destroyed my sea dragon society, but you can still sit here with elegance, so it seems that you are not afraid of me. Between the waters, whether it is the seawater or the air, is actually with its voice for it to vibrate together. In the more distant altitude, there is also a huge figure swooping down. Between the air currents swept, the violent sound like a thunderclap exploded. A bright red figure entwined with blood chi descended from the sky, and its two wings spread out to be several times larger than Big Black. Simply by flapping its wings, the entire area of water began to constantly toss and turn, lifting up huge waves tens of meters high. Red Sky King. The big black figure once again trembled. Its eagle-like appearance is born with bright red feathers. It seems to let a person cannot help but think that it is stained red with blood. Sharp voice rang out, both kill my grandson, but also this news initiative to release, you a few people are really bold. The big black became more nervous. This is also a big demon of the bottom of the MO. The words fell, a person is actually from the silver jiao side of the clouds out, red sky brother, this race, is considered you when I win? Big Black once again recognized the owner of this figure, Xiaoyang Real. Xiaoyang looked at the little monk, you are the one who killed my beloved disciple, right? The little monk folded his hands and nodded. Xiaoyang Real personum, still quite honest, is a true monk. But hit the little one, since we have this old man for its revenge, this is also your life. Not long ago, there were several equally terrifying figures that appeared again, surrounding Xiaoyu's trio. This was what Xiaoyu was waiting for. But he didn't expect that these people would appear all together. Big Black didn't have a bottom in his heart at this time. These guys whose names he had or hadn't heard of were without a doubt the top people in the vaulting sea. With so many experts gathered here, is the boss really sure? Xia Xiao had been cultivating his energy for many years. His chi, blood, astral energy, and physique had all reached a height that had never been seen before. Under the heightened concentration of his essence, Xiaojiu did not know exactly how strong he was after unifying the martial arts. An old man with a white beard gazed at the young monk and said under his breath, Silver Dragon, this gathering is led by you, so you should be the one to make the first move? Silver Jiao let out a delicate laugh, so many high-level people are here, then it is up to me to throw in the towel. She looked towards Xiaojiu, you are the so-called Burning Sea King, aren't you? Xiaojiu didn't pay any attention to it, but instead swallowed a stream of water out of his mouth. That stream of water actually flew behind the little monk and struck an invisible figure, which immediately flew out horizontally. The little monk could not help but break out into a cold sweat. That figure had almost reached his back, but he indeed remained unaware of it. He put down the three-ringed tin staff in his hand, sat down on the ground, and began to recite the scriptures. The old man raised an eyebrow and said, Are you superseding yourself? The young monk opened his eyes and shook his head. No, it's for you guys. The visitors' few people immediately felt that something was not quite right, and at that moment, they wanted to retreat backwards. Come when you want to come, leave when you want to leave, who do you think I am? A thick voice rang out, and a dark, bright red light instantly enveloped 100 miles of sea in a radius. The Red Sky King dodged and quickly disappeared towards the sky. At this time, several people just saw that the orca whale opened its mouth, and the surrounding air began to crazily surge towards the whale's mouth. Along with their figures, the terrifying pull was so strong that even their sturdy bodies, which had experienced the 6th lightning tribulation, were unable to resist it. Seeing this, the Red Sky King cried out, and a blood-red storm gathered in the air between its wings. The terrifying hurricane that was thousands of meters high seemed to destroy everything, while Xiaoyu, who was in the center of it, still only sucked in his breath. Whale swallowing the world. The hurricane was actually swallowed in the blink of an eye for Xiaoyu. Xia lacked a nod, the power had reached his expectations. The chi and blood continued to solidify in close proximity, actually transforming into endless blood-colored threads in general, connecting everyone present. When the people who came saw this, they couldn't help but all change color. They were able to feel that all of their flesh and blood essence seemed to be continuously flowing away. However, the portion that was flowing out could be minimized. That old man's eyes were spinning with a tic-tac-toe at this moment, and he actually arrived beside the little monk without Xia Xiao realizing it. He let out a sardonic laugh, the long knife in his hand condensed light. Let's see what you take to resist. Xia Gap seemed to poo-poo, and the air almost distorted here. Invisible air bombs flew towards the old man. It was at this moment. Seeing the right moment, Xiaoyang realist seen spirit went out of his body, and an endless burning sensation hit him at once. He had long heard of the power of the field around the Burning Sea King, and the most important thing to pay attention to when fighting with him was not to let his Yin spirit go out of his body. Strongly enduring the burning pain, Xiaoyang Zhenman's fingertips condensed a sword light. Along with them, there were several great demonic realities, all of them condensed their spells and attacked towards Xia. Xiaojiu did not resist, and just used his body to fight it off. After the waves of steam passed, several people could not help but be shocked. The giant whale was still floating on the surface of the water, as if nothing had happened. And after a loud bang, that old man's body actually turned into countless fragments. In mid-air, his Yin spirit looked agonized under the burning of his chi and blood. So weak? Xia Xiao was a bit puzzled. Even if Wen Xiu's body was weak, it wasn't so bad that his body would be shattered by his own casual poo-pooing, right? And what was with that spell? There were only some white marks. Xia Xiao looked around, all of them actually looked a bit pale and were sweating. I don't know if it was seawater or cold sweat. The names are louder than one another. But this kind of intensity, are you guys playing with me? Chapter 88 Dam and the Silver Dragon Fight. None of the people present began to have their scalps numb. The terrifying chi and blood domain that Xia Xiao had unfolded was accompanied by its continuous contraction, and the temperature within it had the tendency to continuously rise. Since you guys have already made your move, it's my turn. Xia Xiao slowly opened his mouth. All of the experts began to become short of breath and retreated outwards. However, under the chi and blood domain and Xieju's terrifying devouring pull, they were the ones whose speed was reduced by a large margin. Overwhelming sea. Xiejiao's tail was like a huge city-breaking hammer, carrying a terrifying astral current that slapped the surface of the water. Taking the landing point of his tail strike as the center, a 1,000-meter-high horrifying wave suddenly rose up and continuously spread outwards, actually forming a huge storm vortex. An incredibly thick astral aura held a destructive power, like a canopy hidden in the waves. How is this possible? Xiaoyang realist's face changed wildly, to the point that even the longsword in his hand curled out of his hand. The same was true for the others. That peculiar martial astral chi was something the great demon truly people had never seen before, and its rigidity and mellowness caused them to be struck suddenly, and they couldn't even resist. Thousands of waves then pressed the true people and great demons to the point where they were prostrate in the water, and it was impossible for them to even think of getting out of this whirlpool. All people only feel that they seem to become a rag doll, let the waves pinch and play. Even if the yin shen out of body is also by the dark red chi and blood field suppression difficult to show the way. In this thick like glue like dark red, their magic power was also weakened to an extreme point. The key was that as several people were pulled to the center by the vortex, the chi and blood domain was also shrinking. The internal temperature appeared to be getting hotter and hotter. It's you first. Xia Xiao gazed at the most massive Red Sky King. When the Red Sky King was stared at by this gaze, its body started to become more than just cold. It burned its demonic pills and started to use its natural secret method to try to move away in time. It was extremely difficult to break free from the double restriction of the vortex and chi and blood domains, but it was still a step too late. Broken cloud. Xiejiao appeared to be simply swimming over, but it simply made everyone present unable to see the speed, only leaving behind a shadow. A sense of horror washed over the Red Sky King's head as the crisis between life and death surged through his mind. A simple headbutt. However, it caused Xiejiao to fly straight up into the sky with the blood-red giant bird flying up into mid-air. The moment Xiejiao touched the Red Sky King's body, half of his body was shattered into pulp. It turned into a bloody mist and fell directly into the mouth that Xiejiao was sucking and swallowing. The huge, nearly 100 feet feathered wings brought about a powerful wind resistance, but it was unable to stop the orca whale beneath it. Big Black looked up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. That small black dot in the sky had actually knocked a hole through the clouds. Even the top of the Red Sky King's body was already ablaze under the strong friction with the air currents, and Xiejiao was just happy to have a meal of roasted bird. By the time Xiejiao landed in the water, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. But the body of the Red Sky King had all fallen into Xie's stomach, and the Yin Shen had been burned to the bone. After completely annihilating the Red Sun King, the Judgment Death Talisman also turned over a new side. Flying Swallow spreading wings, blue word entry, your lightness speed is enhanced by 20%. There are already 2 lexical entries of the same type that. Flying Eaves and Walking Walls, blue word entry, your light skill learning efficiency is enhanced by 20%. As light as a swallow, blue phrase, your light skill speed is increased by 20%. Do you want to merge them? Chasing the wind, purple words, your speed is increased by 50%. Everyone present was spreading their sensory range to the best of their ability, they couldn't accept it. The Red Sky King, a terrifying demon king whose strength was comparable to their own, was actually so easily resolved by this burning sea king. These 2 seemingly random strikes had completely destroyed the will of everyone present. They had almost lost their minds to Xieju's terrifying strength, and were close to collapsing. In their eyes, Xie Xiao had already become synonymous with invincibility. Is this a great realist above the 6th Thunder Tribulation? You guys have disappointed me too much. Xiejiao swam extremely quickly before a massive sea boa. The sea boa's body couldn't help but tremble, the aura that was as deep as the sea causing it to be somewhat suffocated. It was even so oppressive at one point that its heart was almost on the verge of stopping beating. Xiejiao lowered his head and started nibbling on its body. The sea boa, however, did not dare to resist in the slightest, and did not even dare to move a bit. Xie Xiao opened his hideous mouth to reveal a mouthful of flesh and blood. If this is the only extent? If this is all there is to it, then you will not be able to come back today. You are here to be my food at ease. The sea dragon will big dragon head eyes showed palpitations. She spent 3,000 years to become a dragon. I didn't expect to meet such a monster just after leaving the mountain. Elder, it's us who have no eyes to see. Xia Zhao's cold tone interrupted the silver Zhao in the next moment. It's useless to call senior, unless you can let me eat. This light sentence, but it made everyone present feel chilled. Xiaoyang real person gritted his teeth, looked around at the surrounding real people who were also suppressed to the point that it was difficult to move, but could not help but shout. Damn it, fight with silver dragon. If it wasn't for this, how would we have ended up in this situation? Xia Zhao raised his head somewhat unexpectedly to look at the Xiaoyang true lord. This fellow had acted like a flamboyant gentleman before, but he didn't expect to be the first to shift his spearhead at this moment. However, he was somewhat curious. He had yet to devour a human real person, but how did these people find their way to the door? Listening to what they said, it seemed to be related to the little monk. After all, every time the little monk had secretly sucked the Yin spirit, it had been done in private after going ashore. He didn't dare to expose this secret to Xiezhou, which also led to Xiezhou being oblivious to this matter. After all, Xiezhou was not a literature cultivator and could only see but not feel the strength of the Yin god. In his opinion, the Yin Shin thing was really fragile, and exposing it to his own chi and blood was tantamount to being a dead man already. Although Big Black can sense, but he is also relatively slow, only think it is the human cultivation too fast, never thought deeply. Moreover, the little monk practiced a peculiar method. After that it is able to conceal the cultivation. Many of the real people who were sucked dry and died were also deceived by the illusion of their appearance and cultivation. Xia Xiao just threw out a light sentence about what was going on, but Feng Zidu had already prepared a speech some years earlier. Feng Zidu appeared unhurried as he opened his mouth and said, but it is just some people who saw that I had not long entered the Tao and wanted to deceive me, but the 10 metaphors and observations of the secret signs of the true texts that I cultivate is divine and extraordinary, so is it not something that those who have not been through the thunder tribulation are capable of resisting? Xia Yin nodded. He didn't have any problem with the young monk's behavior. After all, the rules of this vaulted sea were much more direct and weak than Great Zhou. If you are weak, then you deserve to die. But since Feng Zidu had followed him for so many years, he should be the one to protect him. Xiajiu was still quite protective of his shortcomings. Moreover, 1,000 years in the future, Feng Zidu might still be able to remember his good deeds. Evil to the core, Feng Zidu took a step forward. Unsuppressed by the qi and blood domains, he said towards Xie Xiao, "Boss, there is a method in the way I cultivate called the 10 metaphors of bubbles and shadows." A hint of a smile rose on his otherwise charitable face. If we can refine these great real people into bubbles, they will be able to be used for us to drive. However, before that, you need to boss you clamp down on their cultivation, so that I can use my means. Chapter 89 See God's Sacrifice. End of copies today, updates may be late. Xiezhou did not know Feng Zidu's heart, but he also heard some ulterior motives from it. He rejected the little monk. What use are these wastes? Even if they are refined, they can't even eat a single tail. The little monk retreated back towards the back. His deep city made it so that he never showed any dissatisfaction or vented his emotions in front of Xiezhou. It was only after he was on the island, where Xiezhou could not focus on, that he would be himself. In front of Xiezhou, he was never more than the little monk he was at the beginning. Simple, kind, honoring the Buddha, humble, and keeping the precepts. This was also the reason why Xiezhou had a 1,000-year contract with him. If he was allowed to reveal his true nature, Xiezhou was afraid that he would not dare to have any interactions with him. Between Xiezhou's 3 to 5 mouthfuls, the nearly 100 feet long sea boa was already revealing its morose skeleton. But it still didn't dare to move. All the food that entered his mouth was crushed into pieces in his powerful stomach and intestines, and the qi and blood oven along with the flesh-eating beings transformed it into qi and blood. Xia Zhao's dining seemed elegant, but it was extremely fast. Seeing everyone present couldn't help but be chilled. Of course, Xia Zhao had no thoughts of sparing anyone. He himself had already been growing his qi and blood at an extremely slow rate for a long time due to the lack of food. But it was as if he himself had yet to touch the boundaries of this body. Even though Xia Lak did not know that he was able to break through the limits of martial arts, he should at least reach the peak of the Zhongshe. But this body, which is like a bottomless pit, is a body that makes qi and blood never let Xiaoyu feel the end. I just want to be full, why is it so hard? Xia Xiao tore off the last chunk of sea boa meat. His 100-foot body had also turned into a skeleton at this point, but it was still strong and surviving. The surrounding true ones had been constantly abusing the Silver Dragon King, trying to use this to see if they could gain a sliver of life, but this also made the Silver Dragon King's face extremely ugly. After all, they had also heard from the conversation between Xie Xiao and the little monk that neither of them had any direct conflict with the Burning Sea King. It was all through the beam that the little monk had made. But whether they were insulting the Silver Dragon King or begging Xiezhou, it was all to no avail. The sea boa eventually lost its vitality when its flesh completely collapsed, and its Yin spirit was instantly incinerated by the qi and blood realms after it had no choice but to exit its body. Xia Xiao also got what he wanted. Like an elegant predator, Xiaoyu began to choose his next prey. Gradually, his eyes fell onto the silver Jiao, but the silver Dragon King was unperturbed. Burning Sea King, have you thought this through? Big Black can't help but snicker. Big Dragon Head, are like this, you pretend you're mom. At the beginning, he was all over the silver Jiao, all kinds of looked down on, now is considered to have the opportunity to retaliate. Silver Dragon King tone is not slow. This body is the body, but the body of the Yin God is just a thought. I have already experienced 8 thunderbolts. Before the words fell, Xia Shao bit off his head. After that, it is like eating noodles, the whole dragon body sucked and swallowed into the abdomen. It was completely unlike the sea boa he had eaten before, which had left behind a white bone. Big Black was staring straight into his eyes. But Xia Shao inwardly sighed. Cow whip is not complimentary, sheep whip is not complimentary, dragon whip is the most complimentary. But this female dragon doesn't have a dragon whip. The manic chi and blood began to rise in the body. Xia Shao was still somewhat satisfied. This is no worse than that Garuda bird. But what distracted Xiaju was that what the Silver Dragon King said was actually true. After he had devoured the entire Jiaolong, the Judgment Death Talisman did not react in any way. That meant that the other party was not dead. Together with the 2 previous Thunder Tribulation 6th level great demons, Xiajiu felt that his chi and blood had once again filled up by more than 10%. However, of the great demons present, only 1 giant jellyfish remained. The other 4 were all of the human race. Xiaxiao didn't have such a penchant for chaying people, or else the book would have been sealed. Xiajiu exploded his head in one bite, and the entire jellyfish head was instantly swallowed inside. After eating it, Xiajiu realized that the parts of this jellyfish that could be eaten were just too rare. Almost 99 were all water, providing negligible amounts of chi and blood. However, the words provided were surprisingly good. Strong hand cracking cranium, blue phrase, damage dealt to the creature's head is increased by 20. Seeing the remaining human in front of him, just as Xiajiu was preparing to directly overpower it with his chi and blood, there was actually a vast wave of chi rolling in. The endless waves that were lifted up were even taller than the one Xiajiu rolled up. Regardless of whether it was Big Black or the Little Monk, or even the 4-6 Thunder Tribulation real persons on the field, they could not help but feel a heartfelt sense of fear arise within them. A large, slender hand with black fur fiercely slapped down, actually scattering the astral vortex that was originally sealing off several real people. Xia Shao spread his eyes to see that it was a creature he recognized. The body and limbs were long and thin, the head was wide and flat, covered in black hair, and the body was constantly flowing with mucus. The image was basically the same as the water monkeys Xia had seen. But he has never seen such a huge water monkey, almost as long as 100 feet. And he also wore a slightly sacred wide-sleeve robe, and azure light actually completely covered its hideous ugly. I still hope that the Burning Sea King will be merciful. Surprisingly, the water monkey opened his mouth and actually pleaded towards Xia Jiao. He pointed at a few of the real people and said, I am the Sea God Temple priest of ceremony, and all of these humans are under the protection of my Sea God Temple. Xia Jiao had heard of the Sea God Temple, rumored to be the guardian of the vaulting sea. However, for nearly 100 years it has been a god and dragon, and he didn't expect it to appear at this time. However, Xiajiu was not afraid of the so-called Sea God's palace. Even if these guys were stronger, what could they do with themselves after their simulation was over? The only thing he wanted to do now was to see the limits of this giant whale body. But judging from the fact that he was able to slap away his own astral vortex, he wasn't an easy man to deal with, so it seemed that he would have to take out some of his own strength. Xia Shao revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, only to say, so what if I killed him? Priest Sire frowned. The reputation of the Sea God Temple was heaven in the vaulting sea. Even a real person with the 9 Thunder Tribulation would not dare to disobey it. But when put on this Orca whale, it was actually rejected. However, he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, even with the strength of his 9-leaf spirit guard, he couldn't even feel the presence of Xie Zhaoxin Shen. 9-leaf spirit guard, that could be equivalent to the existence of the 9 Thunder Tribulation. Even under the blessing and protection of the gods, he was even stronger than a great real person of the 9 Thunder Tribulation. He couldn't help but have a horrible thought. Could it be that this Orca is already a Yanqing true lord? The priest of ceremony shook his head, shaking this impractical thought out of his head. He couldn't help but advise once again, although these few people are indeed dispensable, but after all, they are all under the shelter of my Sea God Temple. If these few people die, I will not be able to account for it. The next time to find on the Burning Sea King you trouble people, cannot be me this good talk, even will have the spirit of the generals to come out. Spirit general? Xia lack of thought. When he obtained the first golden words of martial arts wizardry, he heard that the child is the incense master in the wheel of the road, the strength of the spirit generals. I did not expect that this spirit will be so strong, even if he showed such strength, can still be taken out by the other side of a steady pressure. However, this ritual priest seems to be humble, but in fact, it is also in the power to suppress people. The kill. The 2 secret martial arts operated to the extreme within his body, and Xiajiu's physique actually swelled up in an instant. The bulging muscles protruded steeply, and a ghostly face surrounded by sinewy muscles was born on the pitch-black whaleback. Breaking the limit. The priest of ceremonies' hairs stood up in sweat, only to feel that some great terror had descended upon him. Rolling waves startled around him, creating violent explosions between the emptiness. The waves rose. The island where Xie Xiao and the others had been living for so long was also covered by the ocean, and all the real people present felt like they were transformed into ordinary people, losing any resistance before the raging sea. Split wind. 2 invisible air bombs were generated out of thin air in front of Xie Xiao, breaking a large hole in the waves that covered the water monkeys. The sacrificial ritualist's face was cautious. God's vortex. A lofty hurricane appeared in front of him, and that hurricane that was entrapped with seawater kept whistling furiously. Carved into the hurricane above those waves, a huge face that was furiously twisted actually appeared. As Xie Jiu gazed, he could not help but be in a bit of a trance. He hurriedly began to chant the clear heart mantra, relieving it before looking at the water monkey hidden behind the whirlwind once again. Broken cloud. At this moment, Xie Jiu was in the limit-breaking state, and both his strength and speed had exploded to the limit. The immense power accompanied by inertia, coupled with the newly acquired purple phrase chasing wind and chasing lightning, Xie Jiu's speed had risen to a terrifying level. The head hammer instantly pierced through the entire hurricane, and amidst the water monkey's horror, Xie Jiu actually landed on top of his head. Burning Sea King, if you dare. Overwrite the sea. Before the words fell, a tail drew down, actually lifted the water monkey's skullcap and began to devour it. At this moment, outside the gradually weakening hurricane, actually began to thunder flashes. Burning Sea King, you destroy my body, destroy my thoughts, really is. A stern female voice reached Xie Yu's ears from a great distance. Xie Yu gazed at it, and it was actually a golden brilliant figure. The Silver Dragon King, who had returned here, saw Xie Yu, who was overriding the head of the priestess and eating a monkey's brain. She stopped her mouth in a hurry, her face filled with astonishment. Chapter 90, 100 Years of Sinking and Floating. God is not going to die. But next time, it won't be me who comes to you. The priestly sacrifice weakly said a sentence, and his head drooped with a loud bang. Xie Jiu was surprised that this guy actually didn't have a word either. Along with the inactivity of the Sealy ritual sacrifice's body, the hurricane waves around it also stopped. Subsequently, its body actually turned into endless seawater and fell into the water. He exhaled a breath and looked towards the Silver Dragon King that was covered in golden splendor. Seeing that Xie Jiu had put his attention on himself, the Silver Dragon King harnessed his wind and thunder and turned around to run. However, the next moment, Xie Jiu had already appeared around himself. She couldn't help but stop resentfully. As the golden aura dissipated, Xie Jiu's pupils could not help but shrink. The Silver Dragon King was, at this moment, not dependent on the body for its existence. Rather, it was only 2 broken and shallow thin skins, held up by the power of the Yin God, resembling a transparent dragon. It was even possible to see that there was nothing underneath this dragon's skin. However, what made Xiaolak feel a little alarmed the most was that these 2 sections of dragon skin. They were the 2 that were enshrined under Xiao Che Go and Shu Wei's house respectively. One gave him the golden word Neverwinter. The other was the original reason that brought him here, the analog phrase aquatic one. His tone couldn't help but begin to tremble. How did you get this skin on you? The Silver Dragon King was a bit wistful and uneasy. Back to the Burning Sea King Sr., it was obtained by chance. I have already explored that neighborhood and there is already nothing left. Xie Xiao pondered, you can take it off, I will let Yurin Shin off the hook. The Silver Dragon King revealed a hint of reluctant gaze, but she knew that even if she was clad in this dragon skin, she would hardly be a match for the sacrificial ritualist. Not to mention the Burning Sea King riding atop the head of the priestly sacrifice. Moreover, since she had been given this remnant metamorphosis for hundreds of years, her cultivation had continued to improve. When she first met the Black Dragon King, although her own cultivation was a step above it. But it is also only a 4-fold thunderbolt. Since getting this residual molt, they are all the way wildly, hundreds of years of time will catch up with 2,000 years of hard work. Although this residual molt themselves cannot be perfectly controlled, but its effective growing in Shin is that they cannot be abandoned. Thinking about it, but did not expect, the next moment Xiaolak is already a mouthful of swallowed into the stomach. The Silver Dragon King could not help but panic. This residual molt although powerful, but they cannot control its size as desired, just more than 10 meters in length in front of Xiaolak of simply not enough to see. Since you don't want to, then the Yin God is also destroyed. Just as Xie Xiao said, the remnants of the molt actually flickered with light. A subtle and ineffable force swept up the Yin God of the Silver Dragon King, protecting her Yin God from the burning of her chi and blood, and with a speed that Xie Yu could hardly even hope to match, it went nowhere. Xie Yu looked at the faraway light and didn't know what he was thinking. After the remnant molt was swallowed into his stomach, he found that its weight was actually as high as hundreds of thousands of pounds. Its high density was really some risk of gastroptosis. And it did not provide chi and blood. Xie Jiu returned to his original position, and several human realities had already taken advantage of the chaos to flee. He didn't bother to chase them, and it wasn't certain that he would be able to catch up. These were the troubles that the little monk had caused, and he had no obligation to help him in the first place. Moreover, he seemed to have caused a big trouble. Xiajiao looked towards the sky. At this moment, he felt like he was being watched by some kind of unnameable. However, he couldn't find the source of this feeling no matter what. Was that the so-called sea god? Xia Xiao let out a breath. It seemed like he should return to Great Kai. But before that, he still had some important things to do. With the little monk Dahei in tow, Xia Jiao spent a few days searching for the Orca whale group where he was born. More than 50 years had passed, and the members of the Orca group had already changed. Fortunately, the grandmother was still alive and seemed to have improved in her cultivation. The mother was also still alive, but due to not having the talent to become an elf, she was already dying, reaching the limit of the normal lifespan of an orca. The grandmother recognized Xiajiao, somewhat incredulous that his body was already almost as big as her own. Xiajiao just smiled, then spat out a large pile of demonic pills from his air sac, as well as the dragon pearl left behind by the dragon clam. Big Black looked at these things with some reluctance. It was including a demonic pills of a 6th Thunder Tribulation Great Demon, as well as this dragon pattern pearl. All of them were the best of the best. Smacking his lips, but he didn't dare to have any thoughts. The paper contract he had with Xiajiao in the beginning had long since been nullified. After all, the high-level great demons that Xiajiao had hunted and killed could be too many, and with that dragon horn on top of his head about to take shape, he himself might be able to break through the 6th lightning tribulation in a matter of days. Grandmother was shocked, but after seeing the huge sea serpent behind Xiajiao, she was even more intimidated. She didn't know what her grandson had encountered outside. But later on, she would know that her grandson was the famous burning sea king. After all, this whale, snake and monk were too eye-catching. Seeing with his own eyes that his grandmother had already become a great demon of the Tao after refining those demon pills, Xiaoyu left in peace and quiet. The road to Great Kai was lonely and solitary. This stretch of ocean was far more than tens of thousands of miles away. After traveling tens of millions of miles, there were finally no great demons that had heard of his reputation. Xiaju began his career as a top predator again. As the years sank in, Xiajiao was actually starting to feel his chi and blood decaying when he was in his 80s. However, his physique was still perfect, his robust body was still like a sculpture, and his terrifying chi and blood were still able to burn mountains and boil seas. But his own physique chi and blood had already begun to decline, although the trend of this decline was extremely slow. Is this the sadness of a martial artist? Xiajiao could not help but sigh, even at the extreme of a martial grandmaster. His lifespan was only slightly longer than that of an ordinary person. On this incomparably long journey, the little monk Big Black was making rapid progress. After Big Black swallowed a huge amount of demonic dan, the dragon horn on top of his head has become a reality, breaking through the 6th Thunder Tribulation. The little monk had actually also caught up with the progress and condensed 5 metaphors, which was the realm of the 5th Thunder Tribulation. After the chi and blood decayed, Xiajiao stopped. He began to carefully feel the changes in this life. They stopped in front of an isolated island, surrounded by a group of orca whales. A few of the orca whales had spiritual intelligence, but they were also incipient spirits. Xiajiao couldn't help but have an idea. He spent more than a decade teaching his orca whale martial arts to the most intelligent one of them. After it had learned, Xiajiao proceeded to rush on his way. During this period of time, Xiajiao quietly gave the 2 segments of the remnant molt to Big Black without the little monk's knowledge. Big Black was extremely excited, but then immediately agonized. He didn't know how to use this remnant molt. Xiajiao smiled and just let him fumble around on his own. Luckily, with the effect of flesh-eating beings, the speed of Xiajiao's chi and blood decline was far from keeping up with the speed of his own increase. In the year when Xiajiao turned 100 years old, after Xiajiao swallowed a great white shark of the 9th level of the Thunder Tribulation, he finally felt that he seemed to have reached his limit. The rate of chi and blood growth began to slow down rapidly, and it was no longer difficult to refine oneself. At the limit of his body, even the golden words forever had no way to help him carve out a new path. He sighed. He felt the sadness that Deshun had felt in the beginning. This was also the sorrow of martial artists. Although the little monk on the side of the Big Black might not be able to match 1% of his own combat strength, but in the longevity alone, it was countless chips away from himself. On this journey, although he swallowed a lot of life, but the useful words are almost no. Almost all of them are about the habits of water creatures. Almost all of them were about the habits of water creatures. Finally, in the year when Xiaoyu was 150 years old, Dahei successfully refined the remnants of the molt and draped it over himself, transforming into a true dragon capable of calling the wind and rain. However, Xiajiao knew that this was only a manifestation. His body is still just a dragon. I see. Xiajiao also understood at this moment. He let out a soft sigh. There were too many meanings. He recalled the legend of the locked dragon at the bottom of the small river gorge. It turned out that it was really Big Black. Chapter 91, Waiting for Your Return. End of simulation. It had been 100 years since Xiajiao's departure, and he finally saw the outline of the continent where Dekai was located. At this time, Xiajiao's chi and blood body had decayed to an extreme. After 120 years of age, Xiaozhou's qi and blood rapidly weakened like a mountain collapsing, and no matter how much he ate, he couldn't offset the rate of decay. Even Xiaozhou's body had become the size of a normal orca. His speed was not even comparable to the other two. But he hadn't lived all these years in vain. He did everything in his power to compress all of this qi and blood into his heart. It was roughly 80 of its own peak. After this, Xiaozhou was actually much weaker than a normal orca. After sending the little monk ashore, Xiaozhou took Big Black and left this harbor and began to march around the continent. Big Black curled his snake tail around Xiaozhou and drove him as far as he could in the parade. Xiaozhou exhaled a breath of air. This feeling of weakness and old age gave him the feeling that he would pass away at any moment. A trace of mourning appeared on Big Black's face. After spending more than 100 years with Xiaozhou, he and Xiaozhou were already as close as blood brothers to each other. He had thought that Xiaozhou's cultivation was profound, but he hadn't expected that he was actually starting to age. His blood qi was withered to the extreme, as if he was about to decline. Right at this moment, the remnants of the molt draped over Big Black's body actually flashed out a golden aura. The Silver Dragon King's voice came out once again. I didn't expect that you would already be so weakened. A miniature dragon drilled out from it, and Big Black was shocked to find that he couldn't control this remnant molt. The qi and blood domain unfolded with a roar from within the heart, and this tiny golden dragon was obliterated in an instant. Xiaozhou remained weak, and Big Black regained control of this remnant molt. Boss, you Big Black stared wide-eyed, originally thinking that Xiaozhou was pretending to do so in order to draw out the Silver Dragon King. But I didn't expect that Xiaolak was actually still so weak. Completely unlike pretending, he was even much weaker than before. Retracting the qi and blood domain back into his heart, he raised his head and asked Big Black in a weak tone, if you were to transform into a dragon, what would you like to do? Big Black gritted his teeth, since I'm helping you recover your strength, boss. Xiaozhou shook his head. It is not that I am losing my power, but my lifespan is at its end. Big Black was somewhat incredulous. Xiaozhou stopped talking. When Xiaozhou was 155 years old, he was already so weak that he couldn't even say a word. He relied on Big Black to send him a voice message, and then he told Big Black what was in his heart. Even eating food required Big Black to help him put it into his mouth. Under Xiaozhou's guidance, Big Black took on a human form. This was something he was extremely unwilling to do, something he hadn't done in the last 1,000 years. But looking at his boss's weakened appearance, he was unwilling to refuse. So after placing Xiaozhou in a safe place, he went ashore to inquire about the news. A few days later Big Black returned, telling Xiaozhou that in the past 5 years, the little monk had actually gone straight to the Buddhist holy land of Prin Mountain. The temple in Prin Mountain, the Zen Temple, is one of the 3 heads of Dakai Zen Buddhism, in which he argued with other monks who had entered the way. But the young monk lost. It seems that he then converted to one of them and began practicing Buddhism. The Buddhist name was Mirror Flower. Xia nodded his head. The Great Kai territory was too large, to the point that there was a stretch of road in the middle that did not belong to Great Kai. Even when the future Great Zhou was at its strongest, its territory was only half that of Great Kai. But the main reason is that Xia can't afford to be tossed around. Big Black can only swim 100 miles a day, and then let Xia sleep and rest to maintain vitality. After another 5 years, De He came ashore again. At this time, he heard that the young monk was already a great real person of the 6th Thunder Tribulation, and had become a great Zen Temple Court transmission elder. But it seemed that Dakai had begun to become shaky because of the monarch's brutal rule. The rebels in the south bore the brunt of it, and they rushed up Mount Prin, only to be dispatched by the young monk. The rebels established a new dynasty in the south, calling themselves Dafeng. And they named Dazen Temple Mirror Flower Venerable Master as the State Master, with the title of the barely bold and fearless Venerable Master. But what was not expected was, this great fearless Venerable Master was actually the day after the sealing of the title, he led the rebels to overthrow the Great Zen Temple, and built a new temple on the original site. Water Moon Zen Temple. Dedicated to the Water Moon Goddess of Mercy. Xiaozhou nodded. It seemed that his appearance had not interfered with the course of the timeline. Rather, it was instead just as it should be. Xiaozhou no longer bothered with the matters on the shore, instead he began to concentrate on organizing a martial art continuously in his mind, wanting to exert it perfectly on a human body. In the end, the whale martial mastery was once again changed. Xiaozhou named it the Killing Whale Qiankuan Dao, which contained the truths of the 3 schools of martial arts, Buddhism and Taoism. By this time, Xiaozhou was considered to have reached his limit. Normal killer whale life limit is 80 to 90 years. And himself has already lived twice this number of years. Xiaozhou lifted his head with difficulty and looked towards the sky. It was the blue sky and white clouds that he was familiar with. At the mouth of the Dingless River, Xiaozhou submerged his body down. Pointing at the bottom of the river, Xiaozhou sent a message to Big Black. If I die, you will bury my body in it. 2 large teardrops merged into the sea. Big Black nodded his head without saying anything. Xiaozhou smiled. After 1,000 years, you and I will meet as brothers. Although his words had the element of lying to him, Xiaozhou did not know exactly where Big Black would be after 1,000 years, but at this time it was just a comforting effect. Big Black cried, "Boss, I've only been with you for 100 years, this 1,000 years is really a long time." Xiaozhou did not say anything, he just felt that he was already at his limit. He instructed Big Black, "Pay attention to that dragon skin on you, perhaps there is something bad hidden in it. If it doesn't feel right, you'll shed your skin and it's quite good to be a scaly dragon." Big Black nodded and asked seriously, "Boss, will you really come back after 1,000 years?" Xiaozhou hummed, feeling the life gradually passing within his body. If he released a trace of his qi and blood, he might be able to resist this decay. But Xiaozhou felt that it was already unnecessary. It was nothing more than wasting the power of qi and blood in this heart. A channel of astral energy formed a chain, completely blocking the qi and blood in the heart. Xiaozhou didn't know how long this would be able to keep it from decaying, but this was as far as he could go. As the heart began to gradually stop, Xiaozhou turned his head up and looked at the Jinmen city not far away. At this time, this place was still on the gu of the Decai dynasty. However, the chaotic Great Kai was about to die out, and the 1,000-year glory of the Great Zhou dynasty was about to begin. Feng Zidu also embarked on his path to be the first in the world. By the way, 900 years from now, if you meet a strange-looking old boy, help me whip him with my tail so that he can experience the feeling of flying in the sky. Xiaozhou remembered Ashui and joked and said to Big Black. Big Black nodded mournfully, looking at the orca whale that gradually closed its eyes and its heart stopped. Teardrops continued to roll down. "Boss, go, I'll wait for your return at the bottom of the sea." Chapter 92 Return to the Body. Along with the complete demise of the orca whale's consciousness, Xiaoyu had already returned to his own body in the next moment. Word Aquatic 1 consumed, setting memory priority in progress. Settlement in progress, words gained from this simulation will not be cleared. Word settlement in progress. The memories of nearly 200 years were as if they were from another world, and they were fixed in the deepest recesses of Xiaozhou's mind. Since the trial of death talisman prioritized his memories as a human being first, Xia did not feel any discomfort. He instantly recovered the feeling of being a human being, and did not need to adapt as he did when he first became an orca. The words acquired in the simulation began to work on his body, and Xiaoyu only felt that his strength had taken another big step up. Phew! Xiaozhou exhaled. It was late afternoon, although he had spent nearly 200 years in the simulation. But it was but an instant for the main body. A glint flashed in his eyes. Nearly 200 years had allowed him to experience much, but very little time dealing with people. When he went ashore to make purchases or anything else, he had Feng Zi to do it. On the other hand, himself and Big Black never took care of things and were only responsible for eating meat and demon pills. Even in the later stages, even the matter of spying on the whereabouts of demonic beasts was given to the little monk. And what Xiaozhou had to do now was to see if this simulated world was real. The traces of the walking scow at the bottom of the Ding Ding River at the mouth of the sea were left by De He at the beginning. And his corpse as an orca whale was buried underneath. Perhaps, that storm when the whirlpool, is the Big Black left him some kind of signal. Or all kinds of traces at the bottom of the cart ditch. But let Xia lack of some doubt is, Big Black this guy in the end where to go. Putting it behind him, Xiaoyu began to recall the end of the orca's life. Big Black spent almost 100 years of cultivation. Xiaozhou's body blockade, if not more than 6 heavy thunder tribulation, is not one to move that seal. Of course, Xiaozhou had a special method. If he could release the astral energy that was the same as the whale martial arts compendium, he would be able to melt the seal left behind by Big Black. It was only that Xiaozhou's current martial arts had yet to be transformed, and was still mixed with many martial arts. As soon as he said he would do it, Xiaozhou sat down on the ground and began to change the meridian alignment of his body's qi. Xiaozhou used Pavilion Master Lu's qi and blood value as a reference standard. He himself was now roughly 3 times the standard patriarchal qi and blood. The orca whale, on the other hand, at its peak, had reached almost 3 million times the Zhongshu qi blood, 1 million times what he had today. To be able to have such a strong qi blood, one is in qi blood predator countless into the Taoist great demon has a lot to do with. The second is the orca body in Xia lack of view, is extremely suitable for the practice of martial arts. Huge body to produce qi blood speed as the human body cannot catch up with the horse. The body's ability to accommodate the power of qi and blood is like a bottomless pit, even if Xia lacks so meat and vegetables, but also spent more than 100 years to fill this bottomless pit. And this, together with the tenfold power of the dragon's water, only then did it produce a terrifying qualitative change. It made even a 9 heavy thunder tribulation Dao enlightenment realist no match for Xiaoyu. As for above the Dao entry, Xiaozhou hadn't met one. At the end of the orca's life, Xiaoyu had long thought of the best way to redirect his qi for how to change his martial arts meridians. But it took a few hours, even in the late fall, before the sky had time to darken. Xiaoyu had already succeeded in changing his cultivation. At this time, after changing his cultivation to martial arts, Xiaozhou had lost all of his innate qi and astral energy, and was already only a small martial artist at the forging body realm. However, the huge qi and blood value still existed, and had even slightly increased. However, if one wanted to break the seal left behind by the Black Dragon King, one must have astral energy, and that showed that Xiejio still needed to continue practicing. Under the never-ending boost, by the time the sky darkened, innate chi energy had already appeared in Xiejio's body. And his chi and blood had increased by 50%, now nearly as much as 5 Lu Pavilion Masters. Moreover, after incorporating some of the techniques from the Dao entry technique, the whale-killing Qiankuan Dao was divided into 3 main sections, namely, cultural practice, martial practice, and horizontal practice. When practice is to raise Qi Kung Fu, Qi, and blood to raise the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but also includes the skills of force unloading, as well as the direction of the body's Qi energy. Martial practice is the art of fighting, although the whale body moves have been abolished, but as a martial arts wizard, Xiaoyu has long been the fist and feet of Kung Fu created. And many of the moves also maximize the effects of the words, including headshots, strangulation, and so on. Hengjian was about refining the strength of the body, and with the support of the 2 purple words, King of Hengjian and Jade Quality and Golden Phase, Xiejio's body was no stronger than gold and iron nowadays. Xiejio estimated that if he wanted to enter the realm of the Grandmaster with this killer whale Qiankuan Dao, he would still need a day and night's work. He pondered, if his body had not yet rotted and deteriorated. Maybe not only can I collect a word, but also I can eat myself. But that raging amount of chi and blood was all pressed into a heart that was 3 meters in diameter, and Xiejio estimated that he would have to explode in place after taking a bite of himself. At this time, Ning is fetching some objects back. Seeing the furniture behind him, Xia could not help but be somewhat stunned. You are going back to move, right? How there are vases, closets, and even dressers? When Ning saw Xiaojiao's expression, she also couldn't help but give him a blank look. You big men, do not pay attention to the quality of life at all. Your room is just a few pieces of broken boards or rotten cloth, really does not look like a will live. Xiaojio was somewhat speechless. Sister, you are a demon, not some small family's human wife. Ning once again called out a few devils, actually and Sita Clunk began to remodel the residence. Xiaojio did not pay attention to it, and only continued to run the direction of the chi of the killing whale Qiankuan Dao. While several meridians completely open, is the chi and blood to fill them, he will be able to complete, back to the realm of the master. Tom Guan was also startled by the commotion at this time, and hurriedly walked out of the small room. This playful Ning suddenly changed to a cold look, coldly asked, You live can still comfortable? Tong Guan did not dare to answer, can only be nodded. But Ning was accidentally found, Tong Guan body more silk feminine breath. Secretly put out the power of the Yin god, she suddenly found that Tong Guan actually has already entered the literary power. She quietly transmitted her voice to Xiejio. Xiejio opened his eyes and looked at Tong Guan, also somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this kid to be a literary genius. No wonder there was not the slightest growth in practicing martial arts. When things were done, Ning moved everything to the newly built tall wooden house. The courtyard was also trimmed by several ghosts. Only Tong Guan living in the dilapidated firewood room and aside of the morgue alone, some out-of-place appearance. Ning tiptoed up from behind and wrapped her arms around Xiejio. Lang Juan's hot breath blew a little numbness in Xiaojiao's ears. But he now only wanted to immerse himself in transculturation, and breaking through the zone Shifang again was the top priority. Being harassed by Ning some suffer too, Xiaoyu speechless, you do not absorb what the essence of the sun and moon at night? Ning laughed and said, where what the essence of the sun and moon, that is the world to blackmail. Tonight, as long as the sunrise essence can. Chapter 93, 1,000 years ago. Xia Xiao gave his body to a tiger, but did not become a Buddha. The same point between him and giving up his body to feed the tiger is that both delivered meat to the tiger's mouth. It was that Buddha had only fed one mouth, Xiaojiao had fed two. Other than the secret sect Buddha and the joyful Buddha, the probability was that other Buddhas would not approve of this type of meat feeding. Fortunately, the killing whale Qiankuan Dao was domineering enough, causing Xiejio's essence to climb to the top. A slight loss of yang qi was nothing. Not to mention the fact that there was the secret secta seal in his hand, which was already converting the yin and yang harmonizing power that he had obtained into qi and blood power. Until daybreak, Xiaoxiao finally sensed a trace of astral energy in his dantian. Re-entering the martial arts sect. At this point in time, compared to the self from a day ago, Xiejio already had a sense of heavenly difference. A day ago, he was still fighting back and forth with Pavilion Master Lu without using his qi and blood. But now, he was able to crush him with pure martial arts techniques. The killing whale Qiankuan Dao was already a great success at this point, and Xiaoyu had only been able to deduce it to the martial arts master realm for over 100 years. As for going further up, Xiaoju didn't have any thoughts. After all, the Orca whale body in reaching the limit of Zongshi is already starting to enter the old age decay qi and blood, simply did not give Xia lack of opportunity to look for breakthroughs in the fourth realm. This was a wall that had made it difficult for countless martial arts powerhouses, and it remained unsolved to this day. However, this wouldn't stop Xia Zhao's progress. The power of astral energy and qi and blood that he was able to accumulate was something that other martial Dao sect master powerhouses dared not imagine. Now, just by entering the Sovereign Master realm alone, Xiaozhou already had the combined chi and blood of 7 Pavilion Masters Lu. If he wanted to climb to the top, it would depend on where the limits of Xiaozhou's body lay. Of course, wanting to reach the level of an Orca is unlikely. After all, in terms of body mass alone, the Orca is tens of thousands of times heavier than a human. Solid to the incomparable density of the body structure is not comparable to humans. In addition, there were so many great demons in Shanghai that Xia was not lacking a source of chi and blood at all. This was not necessarily the case now. Even with so many great demons here, with the amount of food that humans had, Xiaozhou estimated that he would only be able to eat a meal of Orca whale in a few months. He was still too weak himself. Xiaozhou sighed and directly walked to the river and jumped into the water, swimming along the flow all the way to the sea. The wind and rain had stopped for a long time, but the rapid current made the sea outlet very dangerous. Even a big tree can be pulled up hard for you. Fortunately, with the Augur Dragon's blessing, Xiaozhou was able to easily maintain his physical balance. He dived downward, remembering that the burial place agreed upon by Big Black was at a depth of about 70 meters. This water pressure was extremely easy for Xiaozhou, and he easily found the walking scaly dragon that Shui had mentioned. That is, there were traces of the scaly dragon crushed, and so far there are still remnants of the scaly dragon breath, making the surrounding fish and shrimp are afraid to approach here. This is the signal that Big Black left him. Xiaozhou fumbled around on it, pulled out all the water plants, and then dislodged the sandy soil on it, revealing a green stone plate. It was roughly 1 zhan long and wide. On the green stone board, there was a picture of an orca whale. Behind the whale was a huge dragon, and on the dragon's head stood an emaciated monk. While Xiaozhou's heart rejoiced, he was also finally relieved. It seemed that this simulated life was really a real world, and was not created out of thin air or a parallel world of sorts. Instead, it had really sent himself more than 1,000 years ago. Prior to this, before seeing this green stone slab, Xiaozhou always felt that the 100 years of Orca career was illusory. As for the little monk and Big Black, they were completely accidental, out of history's original repair function. The memory of the orca whale was pressed in the deepest part of his brain. Xiaozhou looked at the picture and couldn't help but feel a little emotional as well. Over 100 years of rushing on the road, these two were the only ones who accompanied them. Apart from the long journey, it was the communication between the three of them that got along. Xiaozhou fixed his mind and reached out to place his hand on the lapis lazuli plate. At this moment, his heart also began to thump violently. 100 years of layout, it's all today. Not 10,000 miles away, spending 100 years suffering from loneliness, just for this day. With the conduction of the killer whale's astral chi, the greenstone plate even began to faintly flicker with fluorescence. Wow! Suddenly, there was a loud, low, and extremely majestic sound. Crazy Thursday. Xiaozhou was somewhat crying and laughing. This was later after Big Black saw the agreement between himself and the little monk. He also had to have the same code word with Xiaozhou, otherwise his heart was more or less unbalanced. He calmed his mind and opened his mouth to reply, "Weigh me 50. The secret word was correct. Lapis lazuli plate violently began to vibrate, actually divided into 2 sections from which cracked. Xiaozhou gazed at it and couldn't help but sigh. Big Black, this guy has really used his heart off. On one side of the stone slab was the dragon horn on top of Big Black's head, as well as the little monk left far away, leaving only Xiaozhou and the huge scaly dragon on the water. Xiaozhou smiled, but this fellow Big Black was really careless, even getting rid of his own dragon's horn on this stone slab. One must know that Big Black's greatest wish in this life is to turn into a dragon. As the green stone board opened completely, revealing a secret passage that could just accommodate one person. An invisible and transparent dark black membrane covered it, and a small tornado was constantly swirling, draining all the river water away. Xiaozhou's figure flashed directly into it, but the black membrane was still intact. When Xiaozhou traveled a few meters further and walked to a huge platform, an endless tide suddenly surged out behind him. Big Black voice once again sounded, "This is the Cheonyu real water, only the burning sea field can evaporate. It is also the last test. If you cannot pass, it will be prepared to bury it with this place." Xiaozhou nodded, not expecting Big Black to be cautious. After all, there may also be other people forced entry. Big Black is only a 6th Thunder Tribulation Augur, then he is stronger than countless guys. But as long as this place collapses, the powerful water pressure will instantly break through the black membrane to bury it completely, and then it will be difficult to find this place again. The chi and blood field instantly broke out and spread. The so-called agate jade water in the moment of touch immediately began to melt into steam, but not burning hot. "Boss, I miss you." An explosive cry suddenly rang out. Xiaozhou looked around, but he did not see Big Black's silhouette. What followed was a long period of tranquility. Xiaozhou sighed, his face becoming lost. It seemed that the legend was not false. The Black Dragon King that the villagers of Xiaohigu had worshipped had truly disappeared along with the disappearance of Futu Ridge. Above the platform, a loud rumbling sound gradually resounded. A huge bronze coffin appeared in front of Xiaozhou's eyes. Xiajiao was already sensing that what was concealed within it was continuously resonating with himself, and an inexplicably familiar but distinctly different qi and blood thread was already connected to him. Xiajiao trembled and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and placed it on top of the bronze coffin, holding the handle and starting to exert force. Rise. Crunch. As the lid of the coffin opened, the corpse of an orca whale about 2 meters long appeared within. Blood-red qi and blood power wrapped around it. Xiajiao knew that this was exactly how the astral blockade he had imposed was already close to breaking down at its limit. The qi and blood were continuously draining away rapidly. Trembling, Xiajiao reached out towards his 1,000-year-old body. The Trial of Death talisman began to fly backward, without the slightest appearance of stopping down. Xiajiao could not help but be stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the end, the inquisitorial death talisman actually stopped at the last page and began to flash with a strong black and white light. Transcendent Twin Life, special word, you obtain a second heart. Thank you to my book friends Stubborn Bronze Bureau, Selenium Thorium Little Shadow for their rewards. Chapter 94 Special word, Transcendent Twins. Dun dun dun. Thud. A rigid and powerful heart-beating sound was actually emitted from within the bronze coffin. The rhythm of the heartbeat gradually became slow and powerful, yet rhythmic. Xiajiao only felt a great pain, like a slashing pain coming from within his chest. This was a painful feeling he had never experienced before. It was as if someone had cut open his heart alive and then shoved a ball of fire into it. And also cut the surrounding blood vessels and violently inserted them elsewhere. Not only did it hurt all over his body, it was so hot that Xiajiao felt like his entire chest and abdominal surface was on fire. Along with Xia's pain, the body of the orca whale in the bronze coffin even began to gradually become dry. Finally, after the orca whale's body completely turned into a ball of flying ash, Xia's pain also began to recede like a tidal wave. He began to gasp fiercely. The encounter just now was just like making him walk through the gates of death. After his state of mind had regained its calmness, Xiayu ran up the qi in his body and began to sense it. Martial artists were not cultivators, and did not have the so-called internal vision ability rumored to exist. However, they are able to confirm the direction of the meridians in their body with the position of their qi energy. Xiajiao had already discovered that next to his heart, almost occupying the entire right chest cavity, was that huge heart. However, this whale heart was not beating at this time, but was quietly staying inside the chest cavity. Xiajiao didn't know what his current body structure had become, but fortunately, his martial arts qi circulation was still normal and unaffected. The astral energy lingered above the second heart, and Xiajiao was still able to feel the gut-wrenching power from it. It was as if he had gotten a nuclear warhead in his body. It was only because of the astral blockade that Xiajiao had applied to the heart that this qi and blood power was trapped within it. The terrifying qi and blood that it began to emit began to continuously transform Xiajiao's body, causing the qi and blood power to continuously integrate into it. This was a method that Xiayu had utilized in Feng Zidu's revised method. It was called the Galactic Heavenly Lock. Xiayu used astral energy instead of mana to trap the essence in it with 6 heavenly locks. Only then was he able to preserve this heart for thousands of years. Each of the heavenly locks required the qi and blood that Xiajiao himself was able to propel to reach a certain strength before he was able to unlock it. Otherwise, once this thing exploded into life, it could make at least half of Jin Men City experience what hell on earth was. Xiajiao recalled the operating principle of the Galactic Heavenly Lock, and the astral energy began to continuously weave and twist within his body. If one were to view Xiajiao with infrared vision, they would realize that it was as if his body was currently drawing talismans within his meridians with his astral qi. The first heavenly lock unlocked. Xiajiao was self-conscious that he was able to withstand the qi and blood at this moment. Like a flood erupting, the essence within Xiajiao's body reached the peak of what his body was capable of climbing up to in an instant. 8 Lu Pavilion Masters, 9 Lu Pavilion Masters, 10 Lu Pavilion Masters. After reaching the sum of the qi and blood of 13 Lu Pavilion Masters, the power finally came to a halt. Next, one would need to practice the fist techniques from the killing whale Qianku and Dao on their own without leaving their hands to slowly enhance their physique and draw on the qi and blood power that naturally emanated from their heart. This was something that Xiajiao had already considered long ago. After all, he had been the god of destruction in the sea for several decades, and there were countless reefs and islands that had been smashed into pieces. And now he wanted himself to cultivate so hard? Don't be ridiculous. What's the point of having a fist that doesn't move? When the whale didn't have long hands, it was just as well. This fist does not leave the hand has not worked for almost 200 years, so it is like this life's vacation is finished. If you don't work hard now, when will you wait? The killing whalebuster fist was already a better workout than the sum of the other punches under Xiajiao's improvement. After all, there were too many overlaps in those boxing styles, and even though Xiajiao had previously seen one discipline and practiced another, the effect felt average. It didn't feel as good as the improved killer whale fist. At this time, the killer whale fist is through the almost solidified chi and blood threads. The whole body muscle veins are linked to the wrist, arm and other muscle groups, so that these muscle groups can be induced in the fist does not leave the hands of their own hang time, but also get the same training. Xiajiu was still relatively satisfied with this boxing method. Although it could only enhance the fist technique, his entire body was being exercised. Xiajiu pondered, the second heavenly lock wanted to be unlocked, at least 100 land power was needed. The difference between himself was still relatively large, but he had taken some advantage of it. The chi and blood power emanating from the heart was equivalent to being absorbed by himself. In about 3 months, he would be able to increase his power by 1 land. With the addition of one's own exercise, if one wanted to unlock the second heavenly lock, the prediction was that it would take a year. 100 land power, according to Xiajiu's calculations, was already comparable to an ordinary first-level Thunder Tribulation real person. Moreover, according to what Big Black had said back then, in the vaulting sea, because the major powers were so far apart, there was generally less communication. It was different on the mainland. Dehei had seen Dekai's Dao entry real people fighting, and the power was far from the cultivators of the vaulted Earthsea. The overall strength of Dekai was much higher. Even the young monk who had come here in the first place had lost to a 4-stage lightning tribulation real person from the Great Zen Monastery at the 6-stage lightning tribulation. This was the downside of its closed-door bitter cultivation. Of course, neither Big Black nor Xiaxiao knew about it. Because the little monk drew too much power from other peoples in gods, his foundation was weak, and he only had an empty high realm. However, fortunately, the Dharma he was practicing was a first-class Buddhist Dharma of the vaulting sea, and he was also able to rise to the top later on. Even so, Feng Zidu's own cultivation of the correct method, 10 metaphors and observations of the secret signs of the true text, was already recognized as the strongest correct method by the great Zhou cultivators. It wasn't just the chi and blood power either, Xiajiu could feel it. His own physique was also improving, just like the first word he had received in the first word to cleanse his essence, he was being transformed by that heart at all times. Xiajiu was also a little curious if this heart was different from the previous whale heart after being sent into his body in the form of words by the Judgment Death Talisman. The whale heart was simply majestic in chi and blood power and did not have any other divine differences. According to Xiajiu's original idea, was prepared to cut a sliver of this heart down every day and soak it in water to drink. Equivalent to I eat myself. But I did not expect that this heart was directly into his own body. But this kind of efficiency is also far beyond Xiajiu's imagination. The chi and blood power in it, I'm afraid that even if he had broken through the limits of the sovereign and reached the 4th realm of the martial arts, he wouldn't be able to absorb even 1% of it. Perhaps only after reaching the realm of the so-called spirit general, like the sea god temple's ritual priest said, that of the falling child, he might be able to finish absorbing it. Xiajiu swam outward, preparing to directly go to Ashue's house again to take a look at the remnants of the mold. He could basically conclude that what was enshrined at the bottom of the cart ditch and in Ashue's house was the remnant of the molt on Dehei's body. Just don't know how, but is divided into 2 places. Just as Xiajiu went out of the mouth of the sea and swam into the sea, a familiar but extremely uncomfortable feeling came again, as if he was being tracked. Xiajiu looked in all directions and looked around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Having no choice but to do so, he continued to swim towards Ashue's home. Tens of thousands of miles away in the undersea section of the dome, the sea god temple, the water monkey-like priest of ceremony raised his head, looked into the distance, and slowly opened his mouth. My lord, the god insulter, has returned. Thank you for the reward from 100 may fade on earth. Chapter 95 Serpent Man and Shark. Let's start with 2 free chapters. The rest will be sent out VIP again. Xiajiu was oblivious to the fact that he had been locked into the sea god's palace's vitality and started tracking him. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the sea god's palace had completely lost its tracking target after sensing that Xiajiu's vitality was rapidly weakening. Originally, the sea goddess temple had already prepared the divine punishment ceremony several times, ready to integrate the god abuser into the sea. However, he did not expect that Xiaxiao had been rushing along, rarely stopping, and several times the divine punishment had fallen short. When he arrived in front of Ashue's shed, the shed that was lifted by the wind yesterday was still a bit tattered even though it was simply repaired. Gradually into winter, Ashue is older, chi and blood decline a lot, also do not dare to go out to sea, at this time is still at home. Seeing Xiayu come here, he was not surprised. Just a little creepy, you. Although only a day and night time, but Xialak in a day ago was already a world of difference. He felt as if there was a top humanoid predator standing in front of him. Shui had been hanging out in the outer sea for a long time and was very sensitive to such an aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live into his 70s with such debauched habits. This kind of feeling was not even 1/10 of the great Dao entry demons he had stumbled upon in the depths of the sea. He thought of the Orca group that he had once met, the leader of which had this kind of aura, but it was far less intimidating than the one in front of him. The sense of oppression brought by the top predator made Ashue begin to hold his breath, just like when sneaking in deep water and encountering a great demon, trying to minimize his presence. Seeing this, Xia Jiao was a bit surprised and patted Ashue's shoulder with one hand. Unexpectedly, Ashue flashed backward in a cold manner. The instincts of the martial arts master burst out as his chi, blood, and astral energy instantly erupted. Xia Jiao slapped it away with one hand and asked curiously, "Senior, what's wrong with you?" A water flowed down in a cold sweat, stuttering a little, "What have you been through?" Xia Jiao was stunned and guessed what was going on, putting away the stern eyes that looked at everything as if it was food and trying to look as gentle as possible. His tone was light and gentle. "Nothing, ah? Didn't we all meet once yesterday?" Ashue nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Is there something wrong with you?" Xialak nodded, "Senior, your killing whale fist and whale flood technique have both given me great insights, but there are still some places where I still feel that they are not quite reasonable." As Xiaju spoke out his insights, Shui actually looked a bit dumbfounded. He reached out and pointed at Xiajiu, very puzzled. "Is this really what you came up with in a day?" Xiaju also knew that it was impossible to say that he had experienced another 100 years of life in the meantime, so he could only nod his head. A water's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. "It seems that you are the true martial arts genius. Not only me, even your father is far from being able to compare to you." He pondered for a moment. "In fact, these two martial arts, I have taken advantage of them." Xiajiu curiously asked a question. Ashue patted the tattered seat beside him and gestured for Xiajiao to sit down. "I already know my destiny, I won't live long. Since you want to know, I will tell you everything. After all, in my opinion, throughout the 1,000 years of the great Zhou dynasty, only you have been able to break the shackles of martial arts." He gritted his teeth a little, his face slightly shameful, "But hopefully, you will remember the agreement between us." Xiajiu nodded. "Many thanks, senior. That is natural." Ashue brewed a bit and spoke slowly. "According to my father, our lineage is all descended from dragons. Since you know about the Fuchilingua family, I won't explain too much. We did migrate from there. Futu Ridge, in fact, the original name is the same sound, called Futu Ridge. Rumor has it that initially, our ancestors were born from the coitus of two dragons, one gold and one silver." Xiajiu frowned. The golden dragon he was able to think of was the great black who was clad in the remnants of his molt. Who was the silver dragon? Could it be the silver dragon king? Not to mention the fact that the Silver Dragon King has been killed by Xiajiu several times, and the Silver Dragon King has a proud nature, so how could it be possible to have coitus with the big black that she has despised for hundreds of years? Patience, Xialak of listening to a water continued to say, "Two dragons into human form, the 3 sons and 4 women born is actually a human body snake tail." Snake tail? This is not the same as the rumors that Xiayu heard. The legend is that the human body fishtail sharks look like. They hid within the deep mountains of Futu Ridge and were never discovered. After 3 generations, the ancestor had completely transformed into a humanoid form, losing all of his characteristics as a dragon. After that, the golden ancestor completely disappeared. The silver ancestor, on the other hand, took human form and threw this remnant to the ancestor. And he also told our ancestors that this is the remnants of the molt that the Hail Mary Heavenly Life Dragon King shed when he transformed from a dragon into a real dragon. Every 10 years, we were told to remove one scale from it and drink it in water, so that after entering the water, we would be able to transform into scaly dragons. After this, the ancestors began to feel more comfortable when they were underwater. The rest is as you know. After the scales were stripped off the remnants of the molt, the ancestors all transformed into human heads and snake bodies and went into the sea. A water shook his head, "Seems to be a bit entangled, and according to the ancestral training left by the silver ancestors, we are not allowed to intermarry with foreigners. However, my ancestor's grandfather went against the ancestral tradition and married a human woman, and the offspring was disqualified from participating in the ancestor ceremony. So my ancestors settled down here." Xiaxiao nodded, sort of clearing up the whole thing. Only that there were still a lot of doubts. Such as the sharks and serpents, and what about the Black Dragon King at the bottom of the Xiaochego River? He suddenly thought of what Ashue had made him promise, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Senior, have you seen the sharks?" Ashue nodded. It was more than 40 years ago. Then, Ashue told Xiajiu about his tragic experience. It was decades ago, when Ashue was deep into the outer sea, he stumbled upon a few monsters with fishtails on their bodies. He originally thought that the legends of his ancestors were wrong, and that these monsters were related to his ancestors. However, he did not expect that these guys were extremely strong, and one of them was even a god-worshipping initiator. They had actually tied themselves up directly. Due to the difference in construction between humans and sharks, these sharks actually insulted Ashue. The sub-male doctor-like insults lasted for 3 days, and they even made Ashue teal for air, fearing that he would die. But even so, this also makes Ashue no longer possible to give birth, even to the present when the toilet will be painful. A few sharks actually saved him by a huge orca that rushed in and swept him to death with one tail. After that, Ashue lived with this orca group for several months, and after recovering from his injuries, he rejoined the city of Tsimshatsui. And many of his martial arts, whale flood skill, killing whale fighter fist, were also created during this period. Hearing this, Xiajiu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Could it be that Chapter 96 Undetermined River Dragon Tablet. Xiajiao still remembered that he was in the sea not far from Great Kai. He had imparted his whale martial mastery to a third realm cultivation and extremely intelligent orca whale. Could it be that their tribe had migrated here? Xiajiao couldn't help but be curious. But that was also at least 1,000,000 miles away, which wasn't considered far for the Xiajiao at the time. For this orca group, it must still be extremely difficult. However, if he himself had the opportunity in the future, it would be fine to go and have a look. Listening to Ashue's words, but the distance of several hundred miles, for himself is not too far. But Xiaoyu estimated that his guess was 80% correct. After all, looking at Ashue's these martial arts, both from these orca whale sense of creation, then it means more or less is somewhat related to himself. Xiaoyu was a bit confused. In that case, where exactly did the source of the whale flood skill and the killing whale fist come from? Was it himself or Ashue? Putting aside this doubt for the moment, what Xia could not figure out was, where exactly did these sharks come from? Why did they insult Ashue for nothing? It was also impossible for these guys to be Ashue's ancestors. Not to mention the fact that the ancestors were in snake form, but what kind of ancestor sees his grandchildren and flicks your hook 8 or even flicks you to pieces? Xiaoxiao asked, since those sharks are intelligent, did they say anything? A water hate said, yes. But their language I cannot understand, but they have been calling out a word, I still remember. When Ashue spoke it out, Xiajiao was frozen. This language is popular in the vaulting sea, and humans rarely use it, basically only circulated among a small number of demon races. It means Sea God Temple. The guy from the Sea God Temple? Xiajiao instantly figured it out. At that time when he was rushing, Big Black had said more than once, why hasn't the Sea God Palace attack come yet? I can't sleep. Since the Sea God Palace controlled such a huge range of the vaulting sea, it was a simple matter to memorize the looks and temperament of the three of them. As a descendant of Big Black, Ashue must have a bloodline or something like that memorized by the Sea God Temple, so it's not surprising that he was retaliated against by the servants of those who believed in the Sea God Temple. Many questions were answered at this moment. Xiaoxiao exhaled. The biggest secret left now was Big Black's experience. What exactly did he go through during these 1,000 years? Xiaojiao could not guess. However, with the 9 Thunder Tribulation demon pill that he had left for him at the end, it was no problem for Big Black to make at least 2 more breakthroughs. To the realm of the 8th Thunder Tribulation, the Silver Dragon King is no better than this, the 2 at most will fight a comparable. Even with the remnants of the Big Black, may also be able to take down the Silver Dragon, flogging her hard, so that it will give birth to their own offspring. For the time being, Xia could not think of any other possibilities. If he guessed further, it would be that the Silver Dragon King still had a backhand in the remnants of the molt. However, Xia could not sense any difference in the shed, so he could only make a rough judgment on these guesses. Xiaoyu pondered, Senior, can I take this molt away? Ashue was a bit torn, but Xiajiao didn't say much. Immediately, he talked about the martial arts and the killing whale Qiankuan Dao, and listened to Ashue's eyes bursting with light. He lamented, it's really wonderful, how did your kid's brain grow? It can both construct veins with astral chi and simulate the structure of the orca whale's body. Ashue looked at Xiajiao with some skepticism, thinking of his predator-like temperament. How many orcas have you killed? Xiaoyu spread his hands. He has not killed a single one. Because he dissected all the old dead or war dead. He was a bit unconvinced, which human is so familiar with the structure of the whale body. Those orcas in the outer sea had always been his most trusted companions. If Xiajiao were to lay his hands on them, Ashue would never be able to accept it. Looking at Ashue's skeptical gaze, Xiaoyu once again began to explain the whale-killing fist that was transformed into the whale-killing fist in the whale martial arts general outline. Ashue was so mesmerized that he left his doubts behind. When Xiajiao reached the last part of his speech, he suddenly paused. Stop. Ashue's face began to darken. He also knew that Xiajiao came here for the sole purpose of taking away the remnants of the ancestors' molt. But in this life, for Ashue, after losing the ability to procreate, he would only have the martial arts path as a companion. Not to mention this kind of subtle martial arts can transform himself into a real orca whale. For him is the temptation deep into his bloodline. Looking at the thinking Ashue, Xiaoyu was also a bit surprised. This guy has quit drugs? Still thinking? After a long time, Ashue slammed his hand down on the broken table, scattering wood residue all over the place. Deal. But only if you can hold it. Xiajiao nodded indifferently. This remnant molt was simply not something that could be picked up by his current brute strength. There were other techniques as well. After imparting the complete killing whale fighter fist and whale flood technique to Ashue, it was already mid-afternoon. Xiaoxiao followed Ashue into the underground, and then, amidst his unbelievable expression, a trace of astral chi skillfully carved a walk on the remnants of the molt. This was the same thing that Big Black had left behind in the first place, in order to facilitate Xiaoyu. The 2 remnants of the molt were transparent in color, and only after putting them on did they shine with golden light. After folding them into tofu blocks, Xiaoxiao looked at the shocked Ashue with a smile and lifted one of them up. Thank you, Senior. Smiling, Xiajiao walked out of the shed and rushed towards Xiaoqiego. The second remnants of the mold is also the same, but the difference between these two remnants of the mold is that the one at the bottom of the cart ditch has dragon scales, while this one has already been cleaned up by the Gua family. Xiajiao pondered. The silver dragon in Shui's mouth is probably the silver dragon king, but I don't know why he did this. After burying the remnants of the mold in a hidden place near his home, Xiaoyu arrived in front of the small car ditch before sunset. After diving underwater again, the moment he saw the remains of the mold, Xiaoyu was relieved. After all, the residual molt of Shui's family was only a day away from his own simulation. This residual molt, on the other hand, was several months away, which was a long time to say the least, and there was also the possibility of accidents. Xia shouted as he had done, using the astral heavenly lock to hook up the black dragon seal and lift it up. At this moment, a huge stone tablet was revealed under the remnants of the molt, which was no different from the green stone slab. When Xia Shao gazed at it, he could still feel a trace of the aura left behind by Big Black. Putting his hand on it, the heavenly lock hooked up again. Big Black's voice appeared in Xiaoyu's head. Little monk crazy. He ate my partner, the Silver Dragon King, and he even tried to eat me. But this little guy is the one I watched grow up. How could he possibly be able to defeat this seat? Without going into detail, Xiaoyu could feel the sense of weakness. This is the last thing I left for the boss. After the sound, the monument above actually showed a picture of the mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou. The mountain veins were transformed into a dragon. Subsequently, this dragon is gradually turned into gold color, turned into the appearance of the big black cloak when the remnants of the molt. Under the rising dragon chi, it was actually completely drilled into the stone tablet. Xia Shao recalled the legend in the ancient books of the secret sect. About 600 years ago, an evil augur seized the Son of Heaven and deprived Great Zhou of its fortune for 100 years. The next chapter will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You readers think it's okay to try to give a subscription. The better the results, the greater the motivation. Chapter 9700 Years of Dragon Chi. Unexpectedly, that evil augur was actually Big Black. Xia Lak could not help but be a little dumbfounded. To know that outside of Great Zhou, although there are more powerful forces, but Great Zhou is at least 1,000 years dynasty. The depth of its foundation is deep, there must be a powerful existence beyond the 9 thunderbolts. Otherwise, even if it is to falling child spirit general cultivation, but also in the Big Week as a rotating road incense master, rather than destroy the Big Week. But the Big Black, but a thunder tribulation 8 augur, but how can deprive of the Great Zhou's fortune? Could it be that, as the secret code says, it is the first to take over the Great Zhou Emperor? Words may not be without this possibility. Just the royal family of the Great Zhou is not ordinary, do not know how it is done. Could it be that it had utilized the power of the little monk? Xiajiao shook his head, there must not be such a possibility. After all, he had just been able to learn from Big Black's state voice that the little monk had gone mad, and had even eaten the Silver Dragon King. How did the so-called madness go mad? Xiaoyu subconsciously thought of that head of Garuda. Feng Zidu had asked Xiaoyu for the pure green glazed heart that Garuro had gotten after his death by self-immolation. If the little monk had possessed some of the Garuro's abilities after refining it, it was highly likely that this side effect would also exist. Thinking back to what the little monk had said to him at first. The rumored Garuro was the one that fed on dragons, and it would eventually eat its own fruits. Xiajiao decided that it was better to go back to the secret sect and look up more information, and then ask his master ancestor about Feng Zidu's problem. I'm sure that his old man should have more or less some understanding of it. The dragon chi gradually rose, and actually began to wrap around Xiajiao's body. Between the streams of light flying, Xiaoyu felt as if there was something that began to gradually connect with himself. Divine Capital City, inside the Imperial Palace. Emperor Fengyu sat on a futon in the Palace of 10,000 Buddhas. His hands rubbed a jade seal that resembled a reclining Buddha, and he was actually dressed as a moon-robed monk. Teacher, that evil augur seemed to have reappeared. On the futon in front of him, Feng Zidu was like a teenager in his teens. The face is beautiful, and the black hair behind him falls to the ground. Seeing that the Imperial Master had not returned, Emperor Fengyu just smiled. He revealed the temperament of mastering everything. However, under the guidance of the teacher, the poor monk has now become the 3 bodies of Buddha's karma. Buddha body, Karma body, and Emperor body are divided into 3 bodies. I think that even if that evil augur captured my Great Zhou's 100 years of fortune, under the unity of the 3 bodies, but as long as it does not enter the Yanqing, it is difficult to be a poor monk opponent. Even if that evil augur can be certified as a Yanqing, there is still a teacher to help. On the side of the great inner governor is also praised. The Imperial Zen Imperial Master can cultivate such an ancient divine power, is really a sweeping 6, the unification of the world of the phase. What's more, there is the Emperor Teacher, this kind of the world's top characters as a supplement. The restoration of the past glory of the Great Zhou is also within reach. Monk-dressed Fengyu Emperor just smiled, his eyes still fell in front of the clean-cut Feng Zidu. Clang! Feng Zidu's figure was actually broken like a mirror. Fengyu, take care of yourself. After leaving this sound, Feng Zidu's figure actually directly scattered away and disappeared. Your Majesty, the whole old madman, really stubborn. The old eunuch at the side let out a cold snort. Emperor Fengyu immediately turned to look at him. You castrated dog. Is the Imperial Master not something you can denigrate? Coldly, the eunuch's face skinned to his belly actually appeared an extremely tiny crack. A slender white jade hand from which threw out. This willowy figure is actually from the eunuch body broken out. That is a face of sensual charm of the woman, curved curls of long hair extremely provocative, and with a high-standing hair bun, seemingly bewitching but extremely noble. The whole body of the red silk cloth with golden thread lining. The most shocking is that it is also sewn with several golden dragons. Buddha body, do you want to cooperate with that old man so much? The woman's body was not stained with any blood, but the old eunuch's body was actually obliterated along with his shun. Emperor Fengyu frowned. Karma body, you only know about the Buddha's karma, but do you not know that these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains are already shaking? The woman called Yip sat down in Emperor Fengyu's arms and reached out a hand to pick up her chin. This should also be the concern of the imperial body, not you, Zen Imperial Venerable Master. I can sense that the old man has quite a lot of karmic obstacles, and it would be better to say that he is a bodhisattva than a demon. If I can cut him down and devour him, the way of the Yang God will be within reach. Emperor Fengyu placed his hand in front of the woman's body and played with it a bit. The others will not be too much better, at least this old man has lived for so long, and can keep my great Zhou royal family peaceful and stable. At this moment, the dragon chi above the sky began to gradually vibrate. The two of them looked together at the gloomy clouds that were coalescing and not dispersing on the divine capital city. A sense of crisis surged through his heart, and Emperor Fengyu could not help but let out a sigh. Although the emperor's body was strong, he was unwilling to unite the three bodies. His brow became cloudy. He didn't know if it was good or bad to cultivate this three bodies of Buddha's karma. During the stormy times, it is good to be able to seek the skin of a tiger. As the dragon energy surged into Xie Zhao's body, he actually realized that he had transformed into a real dragon that could ride on clouds and mist. At this moment, he was flying high above the sky, cruising his own 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. With a loud bang, these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains actually transformed into a pattern that was engraved on the back of Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao's body size actually began to expand in order to adapt to this tattoo. A vast mass of qi and blood power surged out from his heart like a torrent, continuously filling in the missing parts of this Jiangshan mountain and Jijian diagram. By the time the pattern completely rested on Xie Zhao's body, his figure had already grown to 4 meters tall. During this period, due to the constant absorption of qi and blood power, Xie Zhao had already reached 18 land forces. After everything had regained its calm, the dragon tablet in front of Xie Zhao completely shattered into pieces as the water ripples drifted away. Xie Yu perceived the tattoos that covered almost the entire back and wondered what purpose they served. At least with Xie Zhao's current strength, he could not feel the slightest presence of dragon qi. He could feel that the speed at which he was now absorbing the qi and blood in his heart had accelerated quite a bit. As the Great Zhou's 100 years of qi function should be more than that, this is an extraordinary thing. But it could only be left to be explored later. Xie Zhao pondered for a while and used some bone shrinking techniques to shrink his figure back to a height of less than 2 meters. He buried the two remnants together in the dark ditch at the bottom of the river and then swam out of the water. Xie Zhao's shirt had been torn when he was underwater, but his pants still only had a few thread seams due to their loose fit. After the qi and blood power was randomly distributed, quickly vaporizing the water on his body, Xie Zhao walked in the direction of his home. Looking at it now, what he had left behind at the beginning, what he was able to get had already been gotten. Including his own body as well as the two remnant molts, he had also obtained quite a few unknown secrets. Xie Zhao was walking, but he realized that a few more exclamations were coming from a short distance away. It was like they were talking about some kind of meat or something. Xia lack of closer to listen to, as expected, which is exactly a 5 Lotus Road nun here. As in the beginning, is giving out to the villagers in the tank of strange fat meat. Xia lack of this time decided not to scare the snake. After all, these villagers have been eating this meat. He went over to frighten the nun, for fear that these villagers will be as bad as the original General Death. It would be better to see where the stronghold of the 5 Lotus Road is, and then report it to the Department of Devil Suppression. Or if there is a not so strong Taoist master inside, it's not bad to pull them all down yourself. After Xie Yu hid in the woods and waited for a while, the nuns left under the kindness of the villagers. Xie Yu hid behind her and followed her stealthily. Chapter 98 5 Lotus Dojo. But what Xie did not expect was that the nun traveled to the beach, but actually took a small boat and went. Xie Yu was overjoyed. If it is on land, he really does not necessarily dare to go in abruptly, if the sea. Xie lack of estimation when the Qishan real person dared to fight with him in the water, afraid of a few slaps can give him parents do not recognize. In the words of his senior uncle Nan Guang, the Qishan realist was also considered extremely strong amongst the realists of the Second Thunder Tribulation. Together with its attachment under the Azi Taiyang too, I'm afraid that ordinary Triple Thunder Tribulation real people are not necessarily its opponent. If the enemy's strength could not be seen, it would be good to take a step ahead and leave before the other party discovered him. Mentally prepared, Xie Yu dived into the water and followed the fishing boat from afar. After traveling less than 20 miles, the fishing boat stopped in front of a small island. This island could still see the border, but the appearance was a bit abrupt. Xia did not even see the bedrock soil underneath the island, and it was as if the island was floating on the water. However, it was not like a large ship that did not move with the lapping of the waves. Vitality flourished above the island. Even in this late fall, many green plants could be seen. This, on the contrary, seemed a bit strange. Seeing this, Xiaoyu did not dare to rush onto the island and only stayed in the water to observe. After all, after going to the island, his own auger dragon will not work. Stopping in the water at this time, in the event of a sudden situation, he could still have a chance to escape. Right at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a few sounds of lapping water coming from beside him. He turned around to look, at this time is actually floating behind the body covered with golden hair of the big dog. Xiaoxiao immediately tensed his body. When did this dog come? He hadn't even realized it. However, that golden hair was actually sticking out its tongue, the corners of its mouth curled up, seemingly smiling at Xia's head. Seeing this humanized expression, Xiaju felt very strange. A normal elf monster would not be this friendly with humans. He couldn't help but think of the human bear that he had saved. However, this golden-haired big dog was obviously not created by generating a folded cut, it was just an ordinary big dog that had become a spirit. Xia lack of tentative asked, "Dao friend, is this road elf?" Golden hair big dog actually responded, "Yes, your excellency, why not go to this island as a guest, my friends are very friendly." Xiaoyu politely rejected the golden hair big dog, after all, he is still not clear at this time. Even this big dog, Xiaoyu is ready to give it a fatal blow, and then escape. After this big dog swam ashore, it immediately let out a bark. The surrounding dense forest was actually like a zoo, running out many animals like pigs, dogs, bears, deer and horses. And from the way these animals behaved, almost all of them were elves and monsters. Xiaoju's eyes widened. Is this a buffet? These elves and monsters, could it be that they were all raised by those nuns of the Wulian Dao? However, he himself had only seen these animals at this moment, and the nuns had not been seen since they disappeared from the forest. Xiaoyu once again observed for a few moments, sure that he could escape into the water in time, then walked up to the shore with his heart in suspense. Those monsters, see Xia Lak walk on the shore, actually have to welcome up, 7 mouths, and he greeted, as familiar with the general. How many years have you been practicing? This was asked by a huge black bear spirit. Xiaoju blurted out a number to deal with him. Then, a beautifully colored civet cat actually stopped at Xiaoju, it sniffed in front of him and opened its mouth. What a big fishy odor on you, you are a meat eater, right? Xia, however, could not help but be stunned. The black bear spirit in front of him was frowning. We don't welcome meat eaters because we are all vegetarians. If you're willing to be a vegetarian with us, I'd be happy to be your friend. Where is this rule? I don't just eat meat, I'm going to eat you guys later. He directly ignored what the black bear said. See, these monsters are a little stupid, white sweet, meaning, he is directly asked, do you know where those nuns went? The black bear said, those are the people of the 5 Lotus Road, their dojo was inside. After thanking him, he walked towards the depths of the dense forest. The big golden hair dog even barked towards Xiaoyu, those nuns are meat eaters, the smell of their bodies is very bad, you do not want to learn from them. Xia lack of some speechless, you should eat meat does not eat meat, people should not eat meat but eat meat. After walking roughly 200 meters, Xiaoyu saw a small temple. Before poking through the overgrown courtyard wall, Xiaoju confirmed that there was no one behind it, then he cautiously jumped over the wall. As he looked around, there were 3 small halls for Buddha and a few chambers for people to live in. It just looked poor and not like a powerful dojo like the Wulian Dao. Xiaoxiao cautiously looked away from a long distance. Through the door of the center hall, he could see the statue of Buddha, but he couldn't see the Buddha's head that was covered by the eaves of the room. He had long known that what the Wulian Dao enshrined was the orthodox Great Void Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Only this cultic behavior of theirs really didn't seem like they believed in the Great Void hidden Bodhisattva. At this time, the nuns in the several compartments let out several cries of alarm and came out from them one after another. They quickly set up a theater stage with a few quick strokes of their hands. The old nun at the head of them, on the other hand, looked up at the sky excitedly and shouted, Buddha is going to send down his gifts once again. Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel a little strange. Buddhism usually holds any ceremony, at least to build an altar for the golden body. What is the meaning of building a stage? Again at this moment, a nun actually looked towards Xiaojiu's position and pointed over there. Buddha told me. There is an audience giver over there. Numerous nuns heard this and actually flocked together towards Xiaojiu in unison. Xiaojiu's brows furrowed, and he didn't know how these people had discovered him. His figure rapidly retreated backwards. All of these nuns of the 5 Lotus Dao were merely third realm when cultivators, and if they did not have many means, perhaps Pavilion Master Lu would be able to kill them all. Even if they were all together, they would hardly be a match for Xiaoju's one punch. After seeing Xiaoxiao, these nuns did not show any malice at all, but instead smiled extremely brightly. This monk, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. A young nun with a baby face, probably only 15 or 16 years old, also laughed daintily. This is the first time that outsiders have come to our little temple. The old nun in the lead stepped forward, clasped her hands together, and performed a Buddhist salute to Xiaoyu. She revealed a kind smile. Sure, master, come quickly, I'll take you to worship our Buddha, it's very spiritual. Once you worship it, you'll be able to do whatever your heart desires. There will always be meat to eat, and you will never go hungry. Chapter 99, Meet Lohan. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was happy to hear that he had rarely had enough to eat so far. If this Buddha still has this ability, there is no harm in believing in it himself. Xiaoyu saw that these nuns didn't look like they were faking, but he didn't know what kind of medicine they had in their gourds. He can only take one step at a time, and he will go with the nuns first. After all, the strength of these nuns is average, the highest is only 3 realms. After walking to the center of the hall, only then did Xiaoyu see the Buddha's head that was covered by the eaves. That Buddha actually had the corners of his mouth rising slightly, and his smile appeared to be extraordinarily evil. But what was most strange was that this Buddha's face actually had an 8-pointed beard, with a white mark painted in the center of his nose, making it look extremely comical. Xiaoyu immediately recalled that before that nun from the Wulian Dao died, she had drawn such a face on the ground with her own blood. A creepy heart bubbled up. He looked at this statue of Buddha. The more he looked at, the more strange. Basically can conclude that this must not be the great void bodhisattva. Is this the Buddha who deceived them? What kind of person could impersonate a Buddha? However, Xiaoyu had never seen the golden body of the great void bodhisattva. What exactly did it look like? He turned his head to the nun next to him. Senior madam, what kind of Buddha is this? The senior nun replied in a serious manner, we are monks and nuns of the Wulian Dao. This is since the great void bodhisattva. The surrounding nuns were all full of enthusiastic smiles, urging Xiaoyu to worship. But Xiaoyu was looking more and more strange, as if he had seen this Buddha's face somewhere. At this time, a creepy voice sounded in Xiaoju's ears. It is you, who killed my mule. Meet Lohan. What followed was that those animals outside the temple were actually charging towards the temple like crazy at this moment. Xiaoyu was ready to do it. However, it did not occur to him that those animals actually ran directly to the stage and then sat down obediently. They were as if they were an audience, expecting something to descend. Seeing this, those nuns also revealed an expectant look and no longer urged Xiaoyu to worship the Buddha. Instead, they went to sit underneath the stage and seemed to be waiting for the opening of the big show. And the voice of the flesh Lohan was silent after that sound. Something wasn't right. Xiaoju's body rushed towards the nearest water surface without any obstruction in between. However, Xiaoju was still only able to feel at ease after his entire body fell into the water. He exhaled a breath, based on the information he had received in the secret sect. The flesh Luohan was not an ordinary Dao Enlightenment real person, and was at least above the triple thunder tribulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to rob the Red Cloud County Lord who was secretly protected by a real person. However, after this, Meet Luohan seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Still, by virtue of the county princess's men and horses rummaged through half of the Great Zhou, have not heard of the Meet Luohan's traces. He is now only 18 land power, can beat this Meet Luohan or to say. After a long time, Xiaoyu did not see any sign of the flesh Luohan appearing again. That voice just now seemed to be like a scare to himself. Xiaoyu pondered for a while and decided to go back to the Department of Devil Suppression to ask for help first. After all, this flesh Luohan was so godlike, it was not necessarily something he could deal with on his own. Right at this moment, the temple not far away actually erupted in a chorus of surprised cheers. Xiaoju summoned up all of his chi and sent a jet of water out, completely shattering the temple's courtyard wall. In this way, he would be able to see the situation. The nuns and elves didn't care at all about the temple's walls being violently demolished. What Xiaoyu did not expect was that in front of those nuns, a strange plant had actually appeared out of thin air at this moment. As if it was all generated from meat, the roots, stems and leaves were all made up of white, fatty meat, and even dripping oil. Xiao lack of a glance recognized that this meat and the villagers at the beginning of those seemed to be the same source. Teacher too happy to laugh, eat fasting rice. This can be called fasting rice? Xiaoyu's eyebrows completely wrinkled into a Chuan character. The monsters on the side, as if they did not see this scene, still sitting quietly on the ground looking at the stage. One by one, the nuns directly used their hands to pull up the plant that was born to look like meat, and then stuffed it straight into their mouths. The meat melted in their mouths, and then entered the nuns' abdomens. Immediately, the doll-faced nun who had made Xiaoyu worship the Buddha most actively, her body began to twist and wriggle crazily. Seeing this, the surrounding nuns actually knelt down in unison and saluted towards the doll-faced nun. Her body continued to expand, and was actually pulled up more than twice as hard from less than 1 meter 6. Ben's thin and weak torso also began to expand, as if it had turned into a sphere, and even the neck could not be seen anymore. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. He too had never seen such a bizarre scene before. Even if it was Qishan realist who had turned into a Taiyang real body, it was not as bizarre as this. A funny-looking head drilled out from the top of the rounded body, with bizarre theatrical makeup painted on its face. Xiajiao looked at this familiar face, and it actually overlapped with the meat Lohan in his memory. The fact that this meat Luohan had actually turned into this little nun was something that Xiajiao did not expect. The surrounding elves and nuns immediately let out a loud shout. Buddha! This was what the nuns said. Class master! This is what the elves and monsters called out. Just as Xiaoshawa, the little nun, was the flesh Luohan, he suddenly only felt that something was gradually being drawn out of his body. Although the magnitude was extremely small, it was enough to make Xiaoyu alert. He quickly moved away from the small island once again, but meat Luohan didn't care about Xiajiao in the distance, but only raised his hands and looked around. A booklet appeared out of thin air in meat Luohan's hands. He flipped it open, and his face actually became solemn as he opened his mouth and recited, "The so-called source of all dharmas in heaven and earth is Ru-Ru." At this moment, both the elves and the nuns began to sit upright, their expressions becoming extremely serious. Therefore, the name of the Buddha is Rudra. The saying of Ru-Ru is hidden in secret. Ru-Ru, that is, the Buddha is here, called Ru-Lai. Buddha's actual coming? It is said, Ru-Lai. The Buddha's actual coming also? It is said, Ru-Lai. Buddha really come? Say, Ru-Lai. Read here, the meat Luohan is actually full of impatience, what the hell? Said, meat Luohan is actually the hands of a flame, the hands of the sutra completely burned out. The old nun under the stage was full of excitement. Buddha, I realized. Saying this, she kowtowed down several times towards the meat Luohan, even to the point of breaking her forehead to the point where blood flowed all over the place. The other nuns, seeing the master's wife like this, also learned the same way. On the side of the elves and monsters, on the contrary, they were not surprised, and even began to discuss it. Under the stage, the black bear spirit and the golden hair big dog were talking and laughing. The black bear spirit, like no one else, directly ignored the nuns. They believe in this Rolai Buddha, as if, two is two. Golden hair big dog suddenly realized, that is to say, they believe in if two. The meat Luohan on the stage, at this time full of enjoyment, and even the body is a little floating up to the sky. And the teacher's body, actually suddenly and slowly become transparent, an illusory bodhisattva figure is slowly cohesive molding in its back. This was precisely the sign of entering the way. Flesh Lohan's face became overjoyed, as if he had won the first prize. I rely on. I lied to you, you played for real. Winning big. Chapter 100, Divine Punishment from Heaven. Along with the Master Tai's initiation, the Bodhisattva's silhouette behind her actually gradually began to look solid. The flesh Lohan, however, was laughing more and more crazily. Xia Xiao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This guy was really having maniacal laughter disorder. This laugh is much more crazy than himself. When the meat Luohan stopped laughing, he actually reverted back to the doll-faced nun's appearance, but none of the people present were surprised. She walked up to the teacher's wife, shaking her arm. Teacher, teacher. The teacher's wife, who was bathing in the Bodhisattva's grace, suddenly opened her eyes and said with some doubt, The doll-faced nun, who was transformed into the flesh Luohan, asked, Mrs. Sure, which Bodhisattva do you believe in? The teacher's wife suddenly had a splitting headache, and the shadow of the great void Bodhisattva behind her turned solid again. The teacher's wife forced herself to endure the headache and said, We are nuns of the Cin Jai, of course we believe in Old Mother Cin. Seeing this from afar, Xiajiao also began to be somewhat confused. Although separated by a distance of more than 100 meters, but with Xia lack of eyesight hearing, or can clearly see and hear what they are doing. Cin Jai does have its own temple, but it is not in Jinmen. Rather, it is on an isolated island more than 30 miles out to sea in Jinmen. The surrounding nuns also suddenly realized that, oh yes, we are all Cin Jai nuns. As if they were waking up from a dream, their expressions gradually became terrified. The little nun incarnated by flesh Luohan turned her head, skimmed her lips and looked at Xiajiao, and shouted, Since you found out, I'm not going to play. He laughed out loud and reverted back to that huge fat-like figure, laughing at the nuns in front of him who had become extremely terrified. You guys remembered? At this moment, the Bodhisattva's shadow behind the teacher's back completely dispersed, and she incredulously raised her finger to point at the flesh Luohan. You. Meat Luohan continued to laugh, even as tears came out of his eyes. Teacher's wife, Cin Jai's Liansheng Taisu Xan Nian Tong Ben is really powerful. The 5 Lotus Road scriptures that I made up haphazardly have all given you a near entry into the Tao. The teacher's wife's face could not help but become pale, recalling the previous several months of time, actually had been deceived by this meat Luohan. Xiajiao recalled earlier, the nun who drew a human face when she was dying. She suddenly came to her senses before her death, but it was too late and she was only able to draw this face of flesh Luohan. In other words, meat Luohan had tricked the entire nuns of Cin Jai and convinced them that they were followers of the 5 Lotus Road. What controlled them was perhaps that peculiar fat. Xiajiao had seen that after giving those fat meat to the villagers, the nuns were able to control the villagers. He was a bit confused. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre thing. Even when he faced the great demon of the 9 Thunder Tribulation in the Vaulted Sea, he did not have this kind of elusive aptitude. Meat Luohan walked onto the stage and actually took out a sail flag from nowhere and started dancing. Next, my animal friends, it's your turn to perform. Xia Xiao no longer wanted to stay here and hurriedly swam towards the land not far away. This guy is too weird. But Xia Yu realized that something even weirder had happened. He turned back to see that no matter how far he swam, the small island was actually maintaining the same distance as himself. Spells? Or was he under an illusion? Xia Jiu did not know. He looked around and pulled his guard to the maximum. On the island, the nuns were all hugging each other in a ball, their faces full of panic. On the stage, the elves and monsters were actually humanoid and began to learn from the human theater troupe in general, actually singing a play. Flesh Luohan kept gagging on the side, but it didn't seem to affect their performance. Right at this moment, a memory that did not belong to Xie Jiu himself suddenly poured into his brain. I don't know when, but there was a huge 2-meter-long yellow fish beside him. The yellow fish opened its mouth and spat out a bubble, then exposed its head to the water. San, what are you looking at? Xia lack of face becomes stupid, finger to the meat Luohan side. Look, those furry things do not know what to do? Yellow fish couldn't care less. It's time to go down to the water. You've not long transformed into a form. You'll wither away if you stay on the water for too long. Xia nodded, and then dove underwater with yellow fish. Just in the moment when the meat Luohan lost his perspective, Xia Ju punched out, and the yellow fish was actually turned directly into a cloud of blood mist. And just after Xia Jiu went underwater, a wordless feeling of oppression came. Because he saw that the underside of that island was actually fully transformed into a human face. That human face was clearly the likeness of meat Lohan. It was also smiling continuously at himself. Looks like it didn't fool you. This kind of weird thing kept happening. Xia Xiao didn't want to stay for a moment longer. His body was like a dragon as he quickly swam outward. On the face of the meat Luohan behind him, which was like hundreds of meters square, was a hint of meat pain. He opened his big mouth, revealing countless tiny copper coins. I hope you can let me get my money back. Xia Xiao's body immediately paused as if he had been struck by lightning, and then he swam back. He opened his mouth towards the big face of the meat Luohan and said, Brother Xia, it's time to fish for corpses. Meat Luohan actually imitated Xia Yu's expression just now. This expression is really annoying. He coughed and said to Xia Yu, Tongguan, you go and wash the corpse net first. Xia Yu foolishly gave a cry, and then pulled the underwater water plants into a ball and began to scrub it. At the sea god's temple, the water monkey-like ritual priest looked to the sky. The chi target changed, and divine punishment locked in. The azure pupils of the priestly ritual sacrifice actually reflected the figure of Flesh Lohan. Does this guy look the same every day? He then revealed a disdainful smile, but it deserves to die. Great extinction. Meet Luohan, who was laughing and joking. His face gradually became frightened. He felt that his island-like body gradually began to melt and turn into seawater. What is it? He suddenly woke up and let out a harsh scream. My Yin Shen. But it was less than a blink of an eye. Along with the island's monsters and nuns, they all disappeared into the water as seawater. Xiajiu, who was blinking his eyes, also suddenly came to an epiphany, and when he turned back to look at the surface of the sea, it actually became empty. He swam up, finding that the place where the small island was floating just now was already empty. However, he did find a human body in the distance, and he hurriedly swam to it. It was none other than the Cin Jai's master teacher. Xiajiu had already understood what was going on. Cin Jai was in the outer sea and had never been isolated from the world. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiajiu was a deacon of the Demon Suppression Division, he probably wouldn't have known of its existence. Senior madam, are you all deceived by that Flesh Luohan? Fresh blood continued to be coughed out from within the senior madam's body. She weakly shook her head. The Cin Jai is finished, and the old lineage will be leaving as well. Before she finished speaking, she actually turned her head and died. The Trial of Death Talisman also turned over a new page. Cin Jai, purple words, your will is capable of manifesting the Holy Spirit. Just as Xiajiu was pondering the meaning of this phrase, a small faceplate was floating in front of him. This face was exactly like the face of the Flesh Lohan. With a beard of 8 characters and a tofu block on top of his nose, it looked comical. This is? Chapter 101, Scandalous Face. That faceplate appeared to be plain and ordinary, but it had survived the bizarre events of the party. Xiajiu looked around and wondered where the Flesh Luohan and those elfin nuns had gone. It just left the seriously injured and incurable master teacher and this faceplate here. Xiajiu cautiously picked it up. After carefully identifying it, Xiajiu could only recognize it as a clown mask from the opera troupe. Suddenly, a deity suddenly appeared out of thin air in Xiajiu's eyes. The deity appeared to be a middle-aged man with a majestic aura to the extreme. His skin was white and beardless, his face was like beautiful jade, and his eyes were like bright stars. Even the head is wearing a crown, wearing a brocade yellow robe, waist around the jade belt, footsteps a pair of imperial boots. Beside him stood a man dressed as a eunuch. A sharp and stern drink into Xia's ears. You this theater, but not quickly play a good show to the grandpa. Xiayu was actually forced to bring this faceplate on top of his face. He sucked in a breath of cool air. It's over. This time, he really became a clown. Xiajiao felt that his body was no longer under control, and he actually performed a set of flowery boxing moves in place. His mouth let out a cry of surprise, and he did a dozen backflips on the water. The eunuch was actually smiling. Good. Win reward. Then threw out a copper money. The coin was like nothingness, just visible and untouchable in Xia's hand. The deity also showed a smile and nodded repeatedly. Both of them disappeared out of thin air at this moment. Immediately, a large mist appeared in front of Xiao's eyes, actually pulling his consciousness into it. After the mist, a large pear tree and peach blossom appeared before Xiao's eyes. What is this place? Xiao looked at his mind and saw that he was still able to flip through the death tracks, so he sighed in relief. As long as the trial of death talisman was still there must be no problem in ensuring his basic life and death. The trial death talisman was able to easily carry him through time. If this face could affect the trial death talisman, it would also be too terrifying. He looked down at himself. He didn't know when he had changed into a tight black dress and pants, wearing a small felt hat on his head, which looked extremely comical. Xiao didn't have time to react, but a flower-faced bully appeared in front of him out of nowhere. He was dressed as a playwright, and his thick and heavy beard was almost about to fall to the ground. He let out an explosive cry. Fatty is dead. There is a new tube. In the blink of an eye, several figures actually flashed out in front of Xiao once again. They were almost all dressed as theater performers, and their true faces could not be seen. A new actor? Martial arts clown? Play a martial arts trick to see. They looked at Xiajiao curiously, and Xiajiao also looked at them strangely. One of the men dressed as Three Flower Face stepped forward and said to the others, "This time it's my turn." Three Flower Face coughed and looked at Xiao. "If you have any questions, just ask me." The surrounding crowd sighed in unison and all but completely dispersed. Xiao opened his mouth and asked, "Where is this? Who are all of you? Why did I come here?" Three Flower Face coughed again. "I'm only responsible for telling you the most basic answers to what you're asking. As for our identities, including your own, don't say anything. We all don't know each other's true identity, and we are gathered here just to worship Grandpa Taishang and exchange the reward money for the stuff we want." Xiao looked at the illusory reward money in his hand, actually flew up out of the air, to the hands of the Three Flower Face. Three Flower Face cannot help but smile. With class child, this is really easy to come. Xiao was still puzzled in his mind. After receiving the coins, Three Flower Face was delighted and took the initiative to open his mouth. "Since you have seen us in this outfit, you know that we are all entertaining actors and actresses. Wearing this face is to determine your identity. Like you are a martial arts clown, and I am a clerical clown. If we can make Grandpa Taishang happy, we can win money. As for the effect of the reward money, you can go and offer incense to Grandpa Taishang to see." At the sound of his voice, Wen Shou disappeared. Xiajiao, who was still left in a state of confusion, was left behind. At this point, he already had some eyebrows, but not much. According to Xiaoyu from the Meet Luohan's deeds to see, should be the need to take the initiative to cheat and so on. Subsequently, the more realistic the play is, the more reward money one can obtain. These people, most likely, are the theater troupe's version of the Sitting Forgetfulness Road. He sucked in a breath, not realizing that there was such a thing. With that, he followed the path in the pear garden and walked to the small temple at the very center. In it was enshrined the very same majestic deity that he had seen just now. On the divine tablet was written, Lao Lang, the pear garden general director also. Alongside it were its divine names, Old Langshan, Thousand Faces Taishang. Xiajiao tilted his head to look. In the mural on the wall, there was also a record of Old Langshan. It was rumored that Old Langshan was an ancient holy emperor in the time of extreme antiquity, and that his was in the 981 days of the heavenly sacrifice in Seal Lent. He suddenly felt that it was too boring to just read the sacrificial text, and he actually pushed the altar and set up a stage to sing opera. Those who played the role of actors for him were all gods of heaven and earth, or famous people on earth. The god of the greedy wolf dressed as a flower face, the star god of the heavenly river dressed as a martial artist, and the queen mother of western Qin dressed as a small dancer. Even old Langshan himself came down to instruct them on their deficiencies. But just then, a sudden heavenly punishment came down and actually swallowed old Langshan alive into the belly of heaven. The holy emperor's position is extraordinary. He is the one who has unified the 6 heavens and the 8 deserts. Even the sky can hardly help him. After the two fought with each other, the holy emperor was actually assimilated into heaven. After that, the holy emperor became a deity named Thousand Faces Taishang. Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The amount of information contained here seemed a bit too great. Moreover, you've become a saint emperor and you still love to see flowery work so much? Subsequently, a wave of inexplicable information entered Xiao's mind. That was precisely the efficacy of the reward money, which could not only be exchanged for many ancient cultivation techniques and divine magic treasures, but could even be directly exchanged for cultivation. Only the amount of reward money needed was shocking. Xiao consulted it and found that there was actually not a single martial art. However, there were many good things, such as a magic weapon called the Thundering Tiger Drum, which was able to help Xiao exercise his physique. And even if you can't use it, you can take it out and exchange it. According to Xia, lack of knowledge is that this 1,000 faces on the top does not need any faith, only needs you to act deception can be. And the bigger the play, the more generous the reward given. This makes Xia a little difficult. He is a good and honest person. How have you ever done things to cheat? His eyes twinkled, and it seemed like it wasn't impossible. As a traveler, he still had some things in his head. Following the method, Xie Zhao's mind moved and he exited the pear orchard. The consciousness returned to his body. Chapter 102, Merciful Grace Mind. However, what made Xie Zhu puzzled was how did the flesh Luohan die? Heard from his colleagues in the pearly garden that the face only flows out of the body after a complete death. Xie Zhu is also unaware of this. After the flesh Lohan used the reward money to simulate Xie Zhu's soul aura, he was immediately locked by the Poseidon Temple. He had topped himself off with a disaster, and was completely obliterated by the divine punishment that descended on his body and Yin Shen. As for that Wuchou mask, it had been integrated into Xie Zhao's body after he entered the pear garden. If he wanted to exhale it, he could do so with a thought in his mind. Qi and blood ignited, Xialak will Cin Jai teacher's body burned into ashes after sinking into the water. Although the two did not cross paths, they had at least contributed a purple word to themselves. Although he still didn't know how the phrase should be used, it was at least a purple color. Returning to Jinmen City, he reported the approximate matter to the Jinmu division, which caused senior uncle Nan Guan to pay great attention. After the investigation of the Jin Demon division, it was found that the meat in that water tank had actually fallen off the meat Luohan. This couldn't help but make Xieyu a little creepy. This meat he saw those villagers and nuns had eaten a lot. Uncle explained to him that the meat Luohan had refined himself into a meat Ganoderma lucidum after his initiation into the way, and that his body was able to increase in value and expand infinitely as his cultivation progressed. When Xie Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but realize that the small island was actually the flesh Luohan body. However, his body size was actually huge. Xie Xiao thought to himself, if he could have this size, I'm afraid that he would be able to suck out the qi and blood in this heart at once. However, listening to the words of his uncle, the body transformed by this meat Ganoderma is extremely fragile. If the Yin spirit is weak, basically only able to be slaughtered. Only as long as the Yin Shin does not die, meat Ganoderma lucidum only need to retain a trace will be able to recoalesce the body, almost to do not die. Xie Xiao didn't know how the flesh Luohan died, and could only bury this doubt in his heart. This flesh Luohan is really a good person. He had been putting him on his mind for fear that he would come and attack on his own. But I didn't expect that this guy had died somehow. He also sent himself such a generous gift as the pearly garden face. Xiajiu flipped the Trial of Death talisman to the latest page. Cinxin, purple words, your will is capable of manifesting the saints. He pondered, what does this mean? The will manifests sainthood, how does it manifest sainthood yet it doesn't make it clear? Only after stepping out of the city gates did Xiejio see that martial arts patriarch Lord Hong in front of County Lord Hongyun had already been waiting for a long time. His tone was quite relaxed, and he was never in awe because of Xiejio's background with the demon suppression division and the secret sect. Just as a matter of course, please, the county princess has an invitation. Xiejio knew that the flesh Lohan was dead, but this matter was still a secret and he was not in a position to speak out. Just directly ignored Lord Hong and continued to walk in the direction of home. This fellow was even far inferior to his own unit of measurement, Pavilion Master Lu, so what did he have to submit to him? When Elder Hong saw this, there was also something bad on his face. As a Wanfu chief in the Xuanjia army, he himself had never been treated like this by anyone in normal times. Last time, when he spoke kindly, it was just a matter of this brat obeying his orders. This time, he was still doing the same, but this guy actually didn't listen. His heart was on fire, and he actually grabbed at Xiejio with a palm. In the next moment, before Lord Hong had time to react, blood and flesh instantly flew in front of him, to the point where white bone marrow could be seen. A sharp pain like drilling into his brain, his body trembled and his eyes gradually looked terrified. Hong big man wanted to say something, but he just had no breath, and then he collapsed. Although the distance from the city gate is not far, but the day is late plus gradually cold, no one pay attention to this side. Under the blood and qi, the body of Hong de Ren turned into flying ash and dispersed in the wind. Even during the 100 years of being in Orca, Xiaoyu had never seen a guy who dared to actively reach out to himself. Even if there were, they were all things in the deep sea that didn't grow a brain. Now that there was, it was time to break his claws. Returning home, Xiaju once again began to rehearse the whale-killing Qin Kuan Dao. In his opinion, his own self as an orca whale had not evolved this martial art to its perfect form. After all, it was not a human body. Moreover, he now had two hearts in his body, although nowadays, his qi would not be hindered much when he practiced. But Xiejio more or less sensed that he should still be able to push it to greater strength. Even Ashue was able to create a whale flood technique with a qi and blood increase of up to 200. Then as a martial arts prodigy himself, taking out the killing whale Qiankuan Dao which was only a threefold increase in qi and blood would be a bit of a shame. And behind the back of that mountain, river and country map seems to also don't use other use, not only enhance their own physique on the chi and blood power increase, it seems that there should also have other effects. After all, that is 100 years of Great Zhou's national fortune. After doing well with Ning, Xia Jiao felt the chi and blood feedback coming out of the leaf seal, and he pointed out part of his doubts to Ning. What is will? Ning pondered for a while, and after organizing his words, he replied, the so-called will is the meaning and essence of what one does. Like us monsters, before we were born with spiritual intelligence, apart from eating and drinking, we were just wandering around without any purpose. After having self-awareness, there is the so-called will, able to act with a purpose. Xia Xiao seemed to understand and nodded. The so-called will is to give birth to self-awareness. And it requires it to act purposefully before it can stimulate this, resulting in the so-called manifestation of sainthood? Xia Ju was somewhat confused. After all, this phrase was too metaphysical, and was simply not something that a big old martial artist like me could understand. After inspecting a round of the indeterminate river, Xiajiao sat in meditation and began to think about how to make his will manifest. He could feel that the opportunity for his breakthrough might lie within it. After all, Xiajiao had already achieved the ultimate in his understanding of the Qi and blood martial Tao. After reading many books, Xiajiao knew that the most important thing for a person was the three treasures: the so-called essence, Qi, and spirit. The latter two are cultivated in literature, while the first two are cultivated in martial arts. If the idea of God can be added to martial arts, it may be able to make a great change in today's martial arts. And this sitting was for the whole night. Early in the morning, he casually picked up the volume of Taoist scriptures that Ning had brought with him and read it carefully. If it had been before this, he would have known nothing about this stuff. But after 100 years of life with the Orcas, listening to the little monk chanting and reading every day, he gradually had a superficial insight into these things. However, most of Xiaoyu's thoughts were from the aspect of martial arts techniques. The martial arts path that Xiaojiao believed in was to use martial arts to stop the violence. Anyone with a tendency to violence, I will kill them with one punch, and then I can stop the war. Xiaojiao's meditation, like this grimoire-like meditation, did not bring him any gains. Instead, he ate most of the jerky as if it was a snack. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and jumped around like a mountain ape in the forest. Xiaojiao felt that his only remaining martial art, goose-swept skill, apart from the whale-killing Qian Kuan Dao, had broken through. This was the never-ending efficacy, the breakthrough was always inadvertent. Due to the structure of the goose-swept skill, Xia Xiao had never thought of incorporating it into the whale-killing Qian Kuan Dao. After all, the stances in the killing whale Qian Kuan Dao were already sufficient for his own use. Hurting, he suddenly slapped his head. I'm so stupid. The chi of the killing whale Qian Kuan Dao gradually changed its alignment within his body. In less than an hour, it had evolved from a general martial arts discipline into an outright fist technique. However, its inner core was still there. It was just that when practicing it, one only needed to practice the fist, and it was able to achieve the effect of exercising every part of the body. At this time, fist without leaving hands began to wholeheartedly, for this martial art to hang on to cultivate. The purpose of the fist without leaving hands was to cultivate this martial art to the extreme, otherwise it would never stop. Xiaojiao could feel as if something was being pulled out of his body. That was none other than the god in the killing whale Qian Kuan Dao, i.e. the will that he himself had given to this martial art. At this moment, he knew that he had one. Chapter 103, Breaking the Shackles. An orca whale shadow, which was composed entirely of qi and blood, actually began to gradually take shape behind Xia Xiao. This orca whale shadow's simple headbutt and tail strike was as if striking the water 3,000 times to startle the endless waves. But right at this moment, this shadow seemed to dissipate out of thin air as if it had come to an abrupt end. Xia Xiao frowned and revived his qi once again. The silhouette condensed for the second time, but disappeared at the same time as before. What went wrong? Xia Xiao was a bit puzzled. After a few more attempts, he realized that the shadow was a bit dull. After emptying the qi and blood power poured into it, there would be no more. Xia Xiao was quiet and contemplative. If this was the only thing, it was not enough to break through to the fourth realm of martial Tao. At best, this could be considered a move that combined will. From the martial arts texts that Xiaoyu had read, the average Grandmaster had reached his limit. The thought process was almost always to look at it from breaking the limits of the human body in an attempt to obtain more qi, blood, and astral energy. So the secret martial arts also became their hope for a delusional breakthrough. However, Xia Xiao thought to himself that his own qi and blood nowadays, I'm afraid, was already unprecedented amongst martial artists. However, it still only remained at the third realm, and that showed that this line of thought was a dead end. It is not that there are no martial artists who want to combine essence and qi with God, but in the end, the result is only the will of one's own will contained in the fist intent. It strengthens the killing power of the gods and ghosts. This was the case with the upper general seal taught by Zhang Yuyang, where each punch contained its own martial will. The move that he himself had created now was nothing more than an alternative version of the upper general seal. However, it was only a virtual shadow that had been condensed under the enchantment of Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaozhou once again gazed and traveled. If he only took advantage of the fact that his fists did not leave his hands, that would not be considered a true fourth realm of martial arts. After all, it was something that others could not imitate. Xiaozhou changed the direction of the chi of the killing whale Qianku and Dao back, and it was only at this point that it was a martial art that could be considered perfect. When he arrived at the secret sect, Xiaozhou asked his senior uncle for the qualifications to go through the martial arts and the hidden scriptures, and originally wanted to consult some information. However, Uncle Nanguang was the one who showed Xiaozhou a clear path. You can go and look at the canonical books on the left side of the 3 bookshelves on the second floor. The Zenlin Temple once had a martial arts monk for the shackles of the martial arts path. The idea is roughly the same as yours, both are going the way of the essence, chi, and spirit of the 3 treasures. Xia lacked a moment of bewilderment, and then repeatedly thanked the master uncle. Nanguang just smiled. I hope you can break through the 4th realm before your father. After Xiaozhou flipped through the secret book that Nanguang had mentioned, he realized that this martial monk with the Dharma named Juefa really had some ideas. He is actually trying to connect his mind with his blood and chi, and transform his blood and chi into his will, which is unceasing and unceasing, taking what he wants and using it. Eventually reach the so-called heaven and man unity of the highest realm of martial arts. But Juefa can reach this kind of realm as the premise that it is not only a martial arts master, but also a literary 2 realms of practitioners. Otherwise, it is not possible to achieve the chi and blood to connect the mind this step. In addition to this key literary cultivation, the key point that Xiaoyu had found was the so-called unity of heaven and man. For this reason, Xiaoyu began to look up a large number of canonical books that contained the content of the unity of heaven and man. Several famous Taoist texts once again gave Xiaoyu a revelation. Before refining the Dan, first refine the nature, before cultivating the great medicine and cultivate the heart. Don't be disorganized, must be peaceful, warm up the Mercury sex child round. Not only the martial arts monks, but also the Taoist sect, there are also martial artists who have reached the 4th realm by taking large medicines externally and nourishing their essence and spirit internally. This realm is called external medicine, but it is extremely toxic and damaging to the body, almost like overdrawing potential. To the master realm, almost all of them are copper skin and iron bones, internal organs hard, but still cannot carry this big medicine injury, can be said to have done the extreme of poison. Xia lack of meditation, he has a chi and blood oven to be able to refine all the toxins in the body. This method in itself may be desirable, but not now their own thinking lies in the combination of essence and spirit. Suddenly, Xia Xiao flipped to a famous Taoist text called Abyssal Weakness. The words therein were the sitting and forgetting and heart fasting of the Taoists, the meditation of the Buddhists, and even the Gushur of the Confucians. All of them had in common, and none of them mentioned anything about the rhythmic frequency of breathing. Xiaozhou remembered his own Wujijin Zen, which was also the same. There is a saying, sitting in oblivion without self, heaven and man are one. Buddha said, those who meditate have no self, no human, and no living beings. Confucianism says, to realize knowledge and action are united. Xia Xiao sat in meditation and began to rehearse a move from beginning to end in his mind. Xia Xiao's mind was connected to his essence. He forgot everything and began to resonate with the heavens and earth as he merged his essence and chi into one. If anyone cultivators saw this, they would know that this was the sign of entering the Tao. In his brain, the golden never-ending myopia began to flicker with light, something that had never happened before. Supreme Master Yanqing in the ritual Buddha hall sensed the strange changes in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and he stroked his beard and smiled. The true martial art has descended into the world as well. A huge orca whale silhouette appeared behind Xiaozhou, not with the manifestation of the saintly power of the compassionate mind, but with a pure aura. Outside the scripture pavilion, none of the civil and military cultivators under the 3 realms felt a great sense of oppression. It was a feeling completely different from that brought about by a Tao entry true lord. What an entry Tao realist brought was extreme spiritual oppression, to the point where a glance was capable of driving a person insane. However, the powerful aura that Xia Xiao brought at this moment had an extreme sense of reality, as if it had descended upon him. In the realm of qi and blood, the Yin gods receded. Under the martial qi, real people were also astonished. As Xia Xiao's eyes opened, he already knew that he was considered to have completely broken the shackles of this 4th realm of martial arts without the aid of words. Even the 1st and 2nd realms civil and military cultivators had already felt a little breathless. Obviously in the late autumn when everything was withering, Xia Xiao had not released a single drop of qi and blood, and just by simply being physically fit, he was able to make the temperature of the surrounding 100 meters rise quite a bit out of nowhere. At this moment, Xia Xiao completely integrated the martial arts path within his spirit. His mind became incredibly agile, and he was able to make the best counterattacks without thinking about a single move or style. Furthermore, Xiaozhou had also sensed that he was not quite the same. The Buddha statues and many magic weapons in this Tibetan scripture pavilion, and even the calligraphy and paintings on the walls. Xiaozhou had felt the aura of it. The majesty in the Buddha statues and magic artifacts, the aura given to the calligraphy and paintings when they were created, it was as if all of these things had a soul of their own. By himself now, he was actually able to see the God in everything. That also meant that the weakest link of a martial artist had also been solved, and that was the shortcoming of not being able to see the Yin gods. It should be known that Xieju's word Yin Yang eyes were only able to support his ability to see the Yin gods below the Tao of entry. Xie Xiao maintained his existing breathing rate, spitting out the old between one breath and one inhalation, and a steady stream of qi and blood power began to be supplied to his body from his heart. With his breakthrough, his body's capacity for qi and blood had once again risen a lot. Xie Xiao estimated that he should be able to reach 25 to 27 land forces. Master Ancestor was already standing in front of him at an unknown time, stroking his hand in celebration. You are truly born for the martial arts path. Practicing martial arts is only half a year, but is actually able to break the shackles of martial arts, reaching the realm of no one before. Chapter 104, The Great Dark Heavenly Dharma Body. The Yin spirit shall not be approached, and the fist will pour out of heaven and earth. Venerable Yanqing let out a sigh of emotion, actually seeing the state of Xiejuo at this moment. Xiejuo was somewhat slightly surprised. After his own breakthrough, he was able to easily feel the qi on the monks outside the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that anyone with qi on their body would be able to easily approach themselves without being detected. If the other party really did it, then the only explanation was that the other party's cultivation was too much higher than his own. However, he still saluted first, Master Ancestor. Master Yanqing nodded and continued to carefully survey Xiejuo. I thought that Yuan Shun's martial talent was already unsurpassed, but I didn't expect that his son was actually better than the blue. However, the path your father took is completely different from yours. Master Yanqing continued, your father has tried to integrate his qi and blood into his mind, making every move carry his own beliefs and thoughts. The stronger his mind, the stronger his fist will be. Although he has not yet done so, he is also able to use his mind to feel your next move. The so-called fist breaks down the flesh, and the heart destroys the soul. Xiaozhao's heart was moved, not expecting his foster father to have this kind of breakthrough idea, which he had never thought of. After all, this was a bit too mindful. Even if the Master Ancestor said it, he didn't have any clue to follow this path. Xiaolak also cannot help but lament, this breakthrough, but also just a fluke, with the help of many previous thinking, is considered to stand on the shoulders of giants. Master Yanqing laughed, you don't have to be humble either, since you can succeed, it means you are better than them. His tone gradually became a little dry, moreover, you practice martial arts so far only half a year. Xiaoyu touched his head, originally wanted to leave the method of his breakthrough with his Master Ancestor, to see if other martial artists can use this method to breakthrough, but Yanqing Shangshi was shaking his head. They all need to worship the gods, there aren't many as stubborn as your father. Moreover, the law is not to be passed on lightly, even if it is your direct lineage to the clan, you must not lightly pass on such an important method, besides you have never formally joined the secret sect to date. Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, he wanted to return home, but Yanqing Master stopped, you do not enter the city, wait here for half an hour. Seeing Xia lack of some doubt, Yanqing Master continued to say, due to the reason that the Son of Heaven to accept the precepts, the divine capital city has come to a few monks, here to preach Zen teachings. If you go out at this time, you will definitely be arrested to debate for 300 rounds. Xiaoyu was a bit unimpressed, I just run, they can still hold me down. Master Yanqing shook his head, just said, don't go, can't run, they have sealed the city of Jinmen. See the master said so, Xia Lak is also nodded, stay half an hour more is also indifferent. However, he is also a little strange, if it is only really for preaching doctrine, but how to seal the whole city? Could it be that something had happened? Xiejuo thought for a while and remembered the Jiangshanji diagram behind his back, could it be that it was related to the 100 years of national fortune stolen by Dehe? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, but Master Yanqing was marveling after some careful sensing, your qi and blood, did you eat some heavenly treasure? Xia lack of silence for a while, is not good to say his true situation. At this time, the Master Ancestor was laughing, since you have privacy, then I will not ask too much. You go and try your hand with your Nanguang Master Uncle, I'm sure you've been looking forward to it for a long time. The corners of Xie Zhao's mouth rose and he nodded. I also didn't know how much my strength could be priced after my breakthrough. Before his breakthrough, he was already comparable to a Taoist realist with a second lightning tribulation. After the breakthrough, Xie Zhao was even more confident. The martial arts arena is now empty, and even the onlookers have been driven away. Since you are my nephew, then you will be the first to make a move. Nanguang smiled. Xia nodded his head, took off his own top, and the musculoskeletal bones all over his body began to surge. The entire person's torso was plucked up by a large margin in the blink of an eye. Seeing the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram behind Xieju's back, a trace of amazement flashed above Master Yanguang's face, but it was immediately collected by him. Xieju's essence, qi and spirit merged into one, and the god of the whale-killing Qinku and Dao condensed into a giant orca whale silhouette behind his back. He stood still, and with the spreading of the qi and blood domain, that shadow was actually like a fish in water. A headbutt carried a violent force, even compressing the surrounding air into a rolling wave of air, blasting out towards the surroundings. As soon as Supreme Master Yanqing raised his hand, a huge and transparent purple gold mantle fell down with a roar, actually covering 100 feet square of the martial arts arena, blocking all of the fallout from Xiejio's attack. In the next moment, Nanguang's body actually became pitch black. Along with his clothes, he was plunged into complete darkness. The Orca whale, which was carrying endless power, was actually swallowed up by this blackness. Xieshao raised an eyebrow. Actually 4 or 5 Orca whale silhouettes once again molded, swimming in this chi and blood field. These were not the gods of martial arts as the party had been. Rather, they were martial Dao wills that Xiejio had solidified with his chi and blood and combined with the help of the word compassionate mind. There was no difference between the two of them, it was just that the former was condensed with chi and the latter was condensed with chi and blood. Xiao's chi and blood were nearly endless. Soon, a huge colony of shadowed orca whales actually formed. As if they had a military strategy, they continuously harassed, tested, and attacked the Nanguang who had transformed into a mass of pitch black. However, all of the chi and blood power completely disappeared after touching that pitch black. Not bad strength, but with this alone, it is still a bit difficult to defeat my great black heavenly Dharma body. Master's voice entered Xiezhao's ears. Xiezhao's brows furrowed, not knowing what to do. At this time, nearly 100 orca whales were actually consumed by only half of them under the active attack or the attack of Nanguang. Xiejio could already tell that all of the chi and blood power was instantly absorbed and disappeared when it touched the other party. However, he did not believe that his senior uncle's absorption of chi and blood power was endless. His eyes became calm as the will of the killing whale Qiankuan Dao once again coalesced behind him. With the stimulation of the chi energy, Xiejio's figure once again grew taller, actually reaching as much as 3 meters, close to the limit of his own body. Bending his knees, he fired. Xiejio's figure was like a cannonball, with a trailing blow from the shadow behind him. The chi in his fist reached its peak and fell with a roar. A cackling sound instantly came out. Nanguang was actually ejected from his Dharma body state the moment he touched the punch, his body instantly sent flying down. Nanguang's face instantly turned blood red as he felt a mountainous force explode within his body. The ribs in his chest broke a few times at once without knowing. He flew all the way out horizontally, but fortunately, Venerable Yanguang had already caught him. Xiejio put away his chi and blood domain, and the orca whale silhouette floating around him instantly dissipated and disappeared, and he was a little less than amused. Master Yanguang just smiled at Nanguang and said, "Usually let you cultivate more but did not listen, now even by the junior's broken Dharma body." Nanguang sighed, "Master, Xiaoyu's strength is just a bit too much." The limit of the power that the Dharma body can hold was instantly burst. Chapter 105 Undetermined River Dragon Coffin. For a realm like theirs, the injuries suffered by Nanguang were really nothing. In just a few moments, they had all recovered. After Xiaoyu bade farewell to his grandmaster and uncle, he left the city. At this time, the streets were still deserted, giving Xie a sense of extreme strangeness, and he couldn't help but accelerate his speed. After Xiejio broke through to this point, he could feel that it was still a watery endeavor. One needed to accumulate martial chi in a state of 3 in 1 essence, chi and spirit to reach the peak of this realm. As for the name of this realm, Xiaoyu tentatively named it manifestation. That is, the meaning of the will of the martial arts is manifested as sainthood. Those who broke through to this realm could be ranked alongside real people and called martial saints. However, Xiaoyu does not have to worry much. The fist does not leave the hand, is not only able to practice boxing, for this accumulation of chi is still effective. Its subsequent thoughts Xiaoyu also had a partial clue. That is to nourish the physical body at the same time, continue to enhance the chi. Waiting for the two to reach their peaks at the same time, to carry out the spirit and flesh unity, this move can once again greatly strengthen the body, breaking the limits of the human body. After the breakthrough, Xiaoyu felt that he was already extraordinarily sensitive. The deep autumn cicadas and the sound of gurgling water 100 meters away could all be heard clearly. Under no cover, one could even see the light thousands of meters away. Not long after leaving the city, Xiaoyu could hear what appeared to be someone chanting Buddhist scriptures by the bodiless river at this point. He was a little curious. Could it be that someone had fallen into the water and died, or had died in the water before, and was now asking a monk to recite sutras? Xiejio followed the source of the sound. He followed the upstream, but more and more puzzled. In terms of his own hearing, it seemed that he was not able to hear the sound this far away. It seemed to have been several thousand meters away. When the chanting became even louder, Xiejio couldn't help but be alarmed that he was now in the vicinity of Shaoche-go. He recalled what Master Ancestor had said just now. Could it be that these monks from the divine capital city are really for that 100 years of national fortune? However, since Master Ancestor had said that these monks were capable of blockading the entire huge Jinmen city, then he was not necessarily an opponent. But Xiejio had an itch in his heart and was determined to watch from afar, and if he was discovered he would quickly leave far away. He jumped to the top of a large tree whose leaves hadn't completely fallen off, and could see the figures of those monks several hundred meters away. There were about 17 or 18 of these monks, and they wore long, moon-white robes and wore their hair in knotted pigtails on the back of their heads. Unraveling the dragon form. The hidden leader among them let out a loud shout, and the monks standing on the two sides of the small cart ditch respectively began to chant under their breath. For monks respectively holding a golden bell, jade rock, leather drums, wooden fish, their figures tumbling up, floating above the water, began to play it in unison. Small car ditch and the explosion of heavenly waves, a number of Buddhist shadow on both sides of the golden body at the same time appeared. Without warning, among the Buddhist shadows actually threw down huge chains as thick as water tanks into the water. The leading monk let out a low murmur, spitting out tongues of fire from his mouth, burning these 8 iron cables red. In the next moment, the scenery suddenly changed. Xiaozhou could not help but instantly hold his breath, his pupils dilated, and his heart was also turned upside down. Above the river, a bronze coffin was actually pulled up from underwater by these 8 chains. This coffin is about 7 or 8 feet long, more than 3 feet wide, the carving on the dragon over the sea, the whale swallowed the sky, monks and Buddha on earth, but it seems that due to a long time immersed in the water and seem a little fuzzy. This was the place where the remnants of the mold were first seen in the first place, Xiaozhou wondered. However, he had never seen this coffin himself. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and a torrential downpour fell instantly. In the middle of the rain, a black dragon's shadow gradually tumbled up, all of a sudden with a swift and lightning momentum, actually pierced through the monk holding a leather drum at once, leaving an empty corpse in the water. A monk on the shore quickly caught the drum that has not yet fallen into the water, took over the position of the other side. The moon-robed monk in the lead's figure flickered repeatedly, strong air currents sweeping around his body. As his figure approached the dragon's shadow, a pichon flower instantly unfolded at his location, and the water beneath him actually reflected a huge moon shadow. The dragon's shadow was mesmerized by the flower on the other side of the bank and the moon in the water, and was not allowed to move forward. The flower on the other side of the bank appeared to be fluttering and folding in the storm, and the wave gauze in the water swept the moon's shadow into nothingness, making it difficult to see. The monk quickly approached the side of the dragon's shadow, his body floating and dancing. Even in the mid-air turned up lightning, a majestic hand seal carrying the momentum of wind and thunder fell. But the dragon's shadow was before this Buddha seal fell, it broke the other shore flower, broken the moon in the water. The monk's face changed so much that he was actually interrupted from the condensation of the handprint and spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon's shadow whistled, in front of the body is actually a hurricane open road, the clouds rise. Hurricane holding the dragon's shadow mouth spit out of the golden inflammation flow above the water, while monk spit flying out horizontally. The stream of inflammation from the dragon's shadow's mouth became more and more enormous, wrapping the 4 people holding musical instruments around them. The Buddha's shadow shattered, the golden body cracked, and the Im god perished. 4 more corpses fell into the water. Xiaozhou was happy to see this. Looking at this situation, not only did Big Black not get defeated, he also gave himself several corpses off. Good little brother. However, what puzzles him is, whose body is in this coffin? Could it be that Big Black is dead? However, the cultivation level of these monks was not low, at least above the 3rd level of the Thunder Tribulation. This shadow is so strong, if the Big Black died must not be so, Xiaolak can only think to the good. The moon-robed monk landed on the shore, the carefully braided pigtails on his head were all burned away, even the white moon robe turned into a mass of pitch black. He recited obscure scriptures under his breath, and the other monks who were still alive also quickly rushed behind him, their palms firing, and grand mana surging into the moon-robed monk's body. A steady stream of Buddhist light surged onto his body surface. In a flash, the manic hurricane and the spitting inflammatory flow were actually instantly obliterated by this Buddhist light. 100-meter shadow instantly rose. The huge god was wearing armor, his face, skin, and hair were all purple, wearing a Vishnu golden crown, holding a sword, and his face appeared to be wrathful. Even the huge dragon's shadow was only the size of a finger before that. Southern Growth Heavenly King, Vishnu Paka. Xiaozhou's pupils tightened, recognizing this Buddhist protector god. The dragon's shadow roared, and the inflammatory current rose again. The Heavenly King's sword condensed chi between them, and a huge wind stream actually rose up. The top of the tongue of fire was instantly turned away by this wind current, falling into the water and startling a large area of white mist. Draconic sword, vantage point. The Heavenly King took a step forward, his mouth extolling the white lotus, his feet stepping on the golden wheel of myriad dermas, and the mighty sword blade chopped down. The dragon's shadow was unable to avoid, it was actually vaporized half of its body by chopping it off out of thin air. The King of Heaven thought, the sword blade fell again, and the non-stop attack completely wiped out the shadow of the dragon in just a few moments. To be here, the black dragon overthrow, the Heavenly King's shadow also dispersed, leaving the ground full of corpses. The only remaining 3 monks' figure appeared, monk robe messy, hair flying, but cannot hide the fatigue. The leader of the moon-robed monk is bleeding from the 7 orifices, will not be able to live. The surrounding monks also began to recite the scriptures of transcendence for him. Xiaozhou's mind moved, perhaps it was the right time for him to strike. Chapter 106 All die. Although he didn't know whether these monks were good or bad, he could tell from the pattern on top of the coffin that it must be the work of Dihei. Moreover, these monks should all be from the Water Moon Zen Academy, and the purpose of coming here may not be too ordinary. He still remembered the big black said that the little monk crazy, that shows that now Feng Zidu may have been different from the previous. He was able to lay hands on Dehe, but he was also able to lay hands on himself. A thought, a Wu ugly face covered face above, body also changed into the basilica color tight-fitting theater robe. In addition to the abilities of the pear garden, this Wu clown faceplate is also able to make one's posture more flexible and swift. This was an incomparable fit with Xie, who was a martial artist. Now, I am not Xie. As soon as he opened his mouth, Xie felt his voice become a little sharper, leaning more towards a theater accent. These monks, after all, were from the Water Moon Zen Academy, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the most powerful force in Great Zhou. Who knew if they still had the ability to fight? Perhaps they were just pretending now. Even if he could not kill these monks, he could not expose his identity. Xie figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the monks in a bounce. The monks' faces changed, but Xie said, "Since the matter has been settled, let's go." A trace of strange power appeared on Wu Clown's faceplate. Ha! A trace of doubt flashed on their faces. Even the moon-robed monk lying on the ground was on the verge of death, but his face was also somewhat confused. But in the next moment, they awoke with a start, a layer of fine beads of sweat rising on their foreheads. What kind of people? Xie Xiao sighed. Without the bounty to consume, this face painting's soul confusion and mind control technique was almost only able to work on ordinary people. He raised his hand, his stance leaping, his fist swiftly firing. A few monks had dust streams accumulating in front of their eyes, and their standing position was actually vaguely forming a three talents voodoo position. And Xie was already in the center of it. The Buddha's light appeared, and actually pressed Xie's fist intent straight down. Next to the cart ditch, three monks were all sitting on the ground with their hands folded, chanting. The Buddha's light on Xie's body without a trace dissolved all of his attacks. It even made Xie Xiao raise an idea. That was to give up everything and vanish into the void. The chi manifested and a huge humanoid figure appeared behind Xie. This was a tiny adjustment made by Xie to prevent the orca whale's silhouette from being recognized. With a deep cry, a fist blasted out in a puff of smoke. Xie used his god to control his fist, and the silhouette behind him moved in unison with it. The Buddha's light was brilliant, and it actually blocked Xie's punch once again. His figure was as calm and steady as a mountain, his chi continuously swirled in the formation, actually building up his momentum for Xie. The punching intent was overwhelming, as Xie accumulated punch after punch and blasted out, with each punch having a higher power than the other. The three monks who had already done a battle, their faces gradually became red, their ancient stamina seemed to be going to the extreme. The chi was more than that, the fist bombardment continued, the three monks had done their best to defend. Although they were empty of Vajra mind, they were no match for the exhaustion. The fatigue in the blink of an eye allowed Xie to find the right opportunity to break the formation with a single punch. The three of them couldn't help but be swept up by the chi energy and flew out horizontally like ragdolls. The moon-robed monk who fell to the ground also had a sudden change in color. Seeing that the people he had brought with him were about to be annihilated here, he said in a weak voice. Your Excellency can think BAC. Xie Xiao knows that this moon-robed monk cultivation is deep, and then dragged on the fear of change. He turned his head and blasted his fist into the river, the white and red suddenly half-empty Surabaya. See, this monk fell into the water, no longer alive. Even the Inshin was Xie lack of fist intention blood shattered. Xie lack of dare not slow down, like the same way, the remaining still have a breath of all the people will be knocked down into the water. First of all, let's not talk about fishing for corpses. Even if they swindled in the water, he was not afraid. Xie lack to look at the bronze coffin floating in mid-air is still being chained up, he is also up to 12 points of spirit, will be chi blood chi vitality are raised to the extreme before close to a look. But found that the coffin, along with the chains, are just shadows. Let him pounce, fell straight into the river. Xie looked up and saw that the coffin was still there, but it was untouchable, even the chains that the monks had made were the same. He couldn't help but look skeptical. This coffin, is it real or fake? What is hidden in it? Hiding this doubt in the bottom of his heart, Xie looked at the 8 corpses around him and took a deep breath. Looking at those corpses on the shore again, he was again incomparably regretful. Is it bad to be in dead water? The dead shore was covered in dust and dirt, dirty. With the pages and pages of the death trial chart, Xie could not help but show a great joy. Who said Feng Zidu was a bad guy? Didn't he cultivate so many good corpses under him? Fiddler, the previously obtained wave of white stripes and the newly obtained fish of the vertical gulch have newly synthesized a blue phrase. Like a fish in the water, blue phrase, your speed in water increases by 50. 2 other blue phrases. Standing, blue phrase, you are reduced by 20% from the effects of mental type disturbances. Self-fist break, blue phrase, your fist damage to formations is increased by 20%. The words provided by the corpse of the moon-robed monk were actually related to chi and blood. Hot blood boiling, blue phrase, your chi and blood temperature is increased by 10%. This guy wasn't a martial artist either, and the words provided were actually so martial. Xie was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this guy was a hot-blooded young man who could make a vampire burn a blister on his mouth? After harvesting the 4 still good words, Xiaozhou cautiously lifted the corpses of a few monks in one hand, and he didn't go ashore. After briefly reading the memories of the monk at the head of the group, Xiaozhou realized that the other party did not know much and was only ordered to come here. As for the iron rope, it was only a magic weapon given to him by the host. Under the impetus of qi and blood, it was a fire that completely ignited it into flying ash, which then flowed along with the waves to the main trunk of the indeterminate river, rushing downstream. He looked towards the sky. At this time, the river area was terribly quiet. The bloodstains along the riverbank and the remaining fragments of the monks' robes all showed the grueling nature of the battle just now. A sense of a storm gradually grew in Xiaozhou's heart. As the largest force in Great Zhou, a dozen monks had died here, and Watermoon Zen Academy would definitely not let this matter pass easily. They must have come here for the dragon coffin. Xiaoyu looked towards the 8 iron cables. The ebony-green colored streams of light overflowed on them, and fine and obscure Sanskrit inscriptions were spread all over them. Even though these monks died, these 8 iron cables still bind and pull them up to the sky. The source of the iron rope is actually the void, and I don't know where the other end is linked, and I don't know what kind of power maintains this thick iron rope. Xiaolak of first will be around their own traces of clean-up, and along the route to erase the footprints. Even their own stood branches were also Xiaolak of a hand broken. Before finishing these, Xiaoyu heard from afar that someone seemed to be coming here. He hurriedly jumped into the river and dived underwater. Xiaoyu was also familiar with the sound of the Xuanjia army's hooves, and when he heard the commotion, he knew that it was someone from the Jinmen government. Explosive shouts rang out along with the hooves. Master Huiyan's soul lamp has been extinguished. Why don't you let your men go and look for it? A middle-aged man's voice also smiled. Yes, yes. The voice ended abruptly. All the people have imperial horse to the river. They all saw the huge bronze coffin hanging in mid-air. A wordless sense of oppression came out at once. Even a real person who had entered the Dao would be shocked by it. Xiaozhou kept observing carefully underwater. Before this, he had already come to the bottom of this river twice. The lapis lazuli slab that previously held the Great Zhou's national fortune had also been completely crushed by Xiaozhou at that time without leaving any traces. But never found traces of the coffin. However, this coffin is extremely bizarre. Its illusory form is so that Xiaoyu cannot help but be alarmed. At this moment, there is actually a dragon shadow rising up, in front of Xiaoyu, solidified and gradually molded. Chapter 107, Tongguan's Chance. A finger-sized large black shadow took shape as he opened his mouth. Boss, since you can come here, I think the bronze coffin must have appeared. Xia Lack of Doubt opened. Big Black? Where are you now? What is in that bronze coffin? Big Black, as if he did not hear the general, just a serious face and said, Boss, do not touch the coffin. Don't touch it. There is a great terror in it. Those sharks in the outer sea, don't touch them either. As Big Black's voice gradually became smaller, his figure also gradually became illusory, disappearing in a moment. Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but only sighed. See its reaction. The shadow should not have any consciousness. Even if he asked, it would be in vain. Can this be considered Big Black's instructions to himself? Xia Xiao pondered. What was in this coffin? Big Black also did not say clearly. Not only that, what is the relationship between this coffin and the sharks? After Xiaoyu rarely ended the simulation and clarified some questions, he didn't expect Big Black to leave him with so many doubts again. He pondered, not to mention the fact that those sharks seemed to have taken the initiative to come into contact with themselves. Tongguan and Xinning are respectively saw and smelled its existence, just did not realize it. After hearing that the people on the water were constantly tossing and turning, and even had the appearance of going into the water. Xia Lack is sinking to the bottom of the river, relying on the familiarity of the terrain, swam to the main channel of the Wooding River is very far before going ashore. This place was already nearly 20 miles away from Shaoche-go. However, with Xiaoyu's speed, this was nothing. Only at this point did Xiaoyu cautiously put away the Wu Clown mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. After drying the clothes on his body, Xia returned home as if he was fine. Tongguan is sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, looking at a book of books to the cheapest and shoddy yellow paper transcription. Its cultivation of literature is not Taoism nor Buddhism. Xinning said this is extremely rare Confucianism and Taoism literature. He does not need to meditate and cultivate, but to read and cultivate his nature. Since Tongguan got the broken Yang Zhengfa, he has been indulging in cultivation all day long, regardless of the day and night. In addition to going to the private school Mr. Wang Jiazhuang's side to learn to read and write, as well as since eating, drinking, and pulling, the rest of the time will be cultivation. Hearing from Xinning, his literacy progress is quite fast, even she is a little envious of his Yinshin power growth. After entering the first realm, Tongguan even became more diligent and bought books with all the money he got. He even went to other people's houses to borrow books and copied them purely by hand. Seeing Xiaoyu returned, he also just nodded and continued to copy books. Xinning some mind not quiet out, Xia Lack is also just to go to her. Xia first opened his mouth, you and first back to the South Mountain in hiding for a few days, after some days I will go to find you. Xinning was a little skeptical, hesitant to speak, is it to find you? The cart ditch is not too far away, and the horrible breath coming from there is already startling her who was only in the third realm. Xia Zhao shook his head. It is the Water Moon Zen Academy, and there seems to be the Xuanjia army. The Xian Armor army was as cynical of elves and monsters as they were of enemies, and even if there was a secret sex seal in the hands of a demon or evil, they would not care at all. If the armored army searched for her, they might even give Xia Xiao a hatchet. The death of the monk from Water Moon Zen Academy was not a trivial matter. Even though it was that dragon coffin that was the problem, Xia Zhu had already destroyed the body. Then the biggest break was that the side of the cart ditch was too clean. Those monks who fell on the bank and were killed by the dragon shadow were able to leave their bodies intact. What about the others? The emissary from the god's capital will surely have suspicions and check around. Maybe even divining the heavens. However, there was still a hint of concealment function in this Wu Clown face mask, but Xie Jiu was also apprehensive. Do not know if it can completely cover things up. Shen Ning also nodded at his words and gently wrapped his arm around Xie Jiu's waist with his eyes filled with autumn water, leaning his body against it. Perhaps it was because of the hook summoning seal in her hand, or perhaps it was also because of this man's strength. Shen Ning had already realized that she could not leave him more and more. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed the side of Xiejio's face, and Xiejio also responded with a kiss. After the two of them parted, Xiejio also instructed Tongguan. However, Tongguan also do not know Shen Ning real body, just think she is a beautiful woman. As expected, not long after there is a soldier in the Xuanjia army rode over. He was followed by a figure in a gorgeous red dress. Xia Xiao will qi and blood all hidden, only a trace of innate weather strength in the meridian, revealing only into the innate martial arts aura. This was the method of astringency in the killer whale Qiankuan Dao, which was able to minimize the consumption of life activities. Xia Lak is the orca whale in old age after the body failure, is to this method to a great extent to continue their own life expectancy. Not only that, Xiejio also discovered that this method could also be used as a technique of hiding clumsiness. The armorer rolled over and dismounted, nonchalantly. Little water ghost, have you heard any strange noises? Xia Lak did nod, pointing in the direction of the cart ditch. There is just now there seems to be a few explosions over there. He pretended a look of fear. I am afraid that there is a spirit monster appeared, so I do not dare to go to see. Recently, this neighborhood is not too flat, has appeared several times this situation. You say they are the people of the Jinmu division are doing what to eat. The armorer was a bit speechless that this person talks a lot. He is directly under the government office, not the people of the Red Cloud County Lord, and does not know that Xiejio has joined the department of Jinmu. As for the aura of innate martial artist exuded by Xiejio, he does not care, even if he himself is only an innate martial artist. After all, the wind of martial arts was strong in Jinmen, and although innate martial artists were not everywhere, they were not too few either. He looked at Tongguan who was copying books on the side and asked the same thing. Tongguan only nodded his head and continued copying. Xia is still on the side and the armorer chattered. You say that the last time Wang Jiazwang appeared that thing, the dead are so long ago. The armorer no longer cared about Xia Yao's ramblings, but just rushed into Xia Yao's house without asking a single question. After rummaging around and checking out all the dead ends, he was ready to leave. I did not expect to still be on the horse of the man in red looked at the silent copying of the book is actually open. A sharp voice rang. You this young man, repair is what law? Xia lack of listening to its voice. This is a eunuch, no wonder all over the body is exuding a feminine temperament. Tongguan raised his head somewhat blankly. The red eunuch saw Tongguan's expression, couldn't help but laugh. We ask you, young man. The armorer immediately roared out a voice. Quickly answer the lord. The red-robed eunuch glanced at the armorer and whispered, you don't have to be afraid, just tell us. Tongguan looked at Xiejio also nodded. I don't know what drugs this eunuch is selling. Tongguan only said a broken yang zhenfa, the eunuch was even called good. And toward Tongguan asked, can ever still child body? Tongguan face full of confusion, Xia lack of some dumb to help Tongguan answered, he is so small, of course, is the body of a child. However, in this era, the age of 12 or 13 is not rare. Xia you also naturally know why the eunuch asked this question. The eunuch clapped his hands to celebrate. The next moment is actually asked to Tongguan, we just lack a son, you can be willing to follow us into the palace, to serve his majesty? Chapter 108 with the palace. Tongguan heard, actually opened his mouth, want to say something, but is to say and then stop. In the end, he looked to the side of the Xialak. The red eunuch's face has already piled up a smile. He can see that Xialak of Fang is Tongguan's backbone, is also looking at Xialak of children, if you recognize the godfather. Godfather can ensure that you later, at least than the governor of this Jin Men strong. A side of the armor seems to be to please this red eunuch happy, also began to talk about the benefits of entering the palace. But Tongguan still twisted his head to look at Xiejio. Xiejio is also a little uncertain about this matter, after all, this is considered to enter the palace as a eunuch. His age of 12 or 13 is not small, plus he is still attending private school, as well as the enlightenment of Wengong for wisdom. Xia lack of heart clear, Tongguan can understand the meaning of this eunuch words. If you don't want to, according to Xiayu's understanding of it, Tongguan is early refused. Both are hesitant, that means it must be moved. After all, Tongguan came here only 3 or 5 months' time. Before that, it has been in the biological father's home, but even so, he was also because of the birth defects and suffered a lot of stares, and even the rice are not enough to eat. Although Tongguan was usually quiet. But Xie Jiao was also able to see that his heart, which was hoping to be recognized, was extremely eager to grasp this opportunity. Although this opportunity may make oneself lose something. But as long as it is something that he can grasp, something that can make him further, Tongguan will hold on to it. Like previously practicing martial arts, or now practicing literary skills, he was putting in unparalleled efforts in order to be able to seize the opportunity. If not, Tongguan is deeply convinced that he will be like his own men's corpses, lying there no longer turn over the day. And Tongguan could also see that before this red eunuch came here, in his eyes has been almost superhuman like Xiejiao, actually will also persuade Shenning to leave. Together with the gags of the armorer on the side, he also gradually recognized the status of this red eunuch. Even if the governor of Jinmen City came, also only care about this red eunuch called adults. Not only that, its cultivation method is the same source in Tongguan. The eunuch only said, with his talent, can ensure that Tongguan into the road without worry. Although Tongguan does not understand the meaning of the road. But seeing the envy and jealousy of the soldiers beside him that instantly rose, he also began to falter. Xiejiao saw that he was still looking at himself and did not know what to say. For Xiejiao himself, he was not too willing for Tongguan to leave. After all, if he left, there would be no one to deal with the corpse. There was still a need for the Department of Devil Suppression to research for a suitable candidate within the city. However, Xiejiao also knew that if he helped Tongguan to refuse this time, although Tongguan's face mouth will not be Hao, but the heart will certainly have a little mustache. After all, his look at this time, as if it is asking parents want to go out to play the child in general. Xiao Lak also just pursed lips to look at Tongguan. You choose your own good, do not need to care about me. Tongguan walked forward 2 steps, the red eunuch is rare to put away the proud face, turned down the horse. He listened to Tongguan's whispered words beside him. After listening to what Tongguan said, the red eunuch looked at Xiejiao, just face smile more. Good, really a good boy who knows how to repay his kindness. Godfather me, I like such a well-behaved young man. The red eunuch smiled, asked to Xiao Lak, this child also knows the kindness of a drop of water when the spring returns. He said he does not want what reward, but hope that we can transfer this reward to you. He looked at the masculine Xiaoyu, young man, what kind of reward do you want? Can you also want to go to the palace with us? Although you are only a martial artist and your future ends here, we can guarantee you a good job as a chamberlain to serve the princess and queen. When Xiaoxiao heard this, he felt a coldness in his lower body, and quickly declined the eunuch's good intentions. Even what reward also do not want. He looked at Tongguan, since you have decided, then go. Tongguan's face was resolute, biting his lips, brother Xia, the money I owe you, I will pay you back 10,000 times over in the future. Xiao Lak just smiled and didn't say much. Seeing the 3 gradually far away, Xiao Lak is also considered a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what this eunuch's specific identity, but listen to the words of the armorer. Even the guards have to respect him 3 times, said into the road but raised his hands and feet, we know that it must not be a simple character. But the good thing is that those who came are not those monks of the Watermoon Zen Center. In case those monks who were killed by themselves, left some extremely difficult to detect traces on their own bodies. And if he hadn't realized it yet, he might be in trouble. Xiajiao entered the house and sat cross-legged. He had already obtained the memories of the moon-robed monk just now. But what made him curious was that even though that monk had come here to carry out such a major mission, but also no one told him, this coffin within exactly what things are locked. He was only told that he needed to fix the magic weapon called the Void Float Lock to hold it in place. What was even more strange was that Xiaoyu had thought that the coffin might be Big Black's corpse. But he didn't realize that Big Black was actually warning himself to stay away from this coffin, and even away from the sharks. It seemed that things had fallen into a confusing situation again. After stringing together his inner doubts with what had happened recently, the doubts in Xiejiao's heart increased even more. The little monk had gone mad, the Silver Dragon King had died, and Big Black had disappeared. He only left behind a pair of remnants of his molts and a coffin. In particular, this is the remnants of the molt, but also the cause of all things. At the beginning of the Big Black will have been refined into the body, want to strip it is a very difficult thing. To be able to let it shed this residual molt, could it be that the residual molt has a problem? Xia Xiao recalled what a Shui had said. The Silver Dragon King led his ancestors to worship the so-called Hail Heavenly Longevity Dragon King, not the true ancestor of the gold and silver twin dragons. And uncovered the scales on the remnants of the molt, used to soak the water to take, and then turned into a human head and snake body. Could it be that this molt is the so-called Wanfu Tianqiu Dragon King's body off? Then the will of the Hail Heavenly Life Dragon King was born and took over the Silver Dragon King? It is not impossible. But I have never heard of this name in all the books I have read over the years. Keeping this name firmly in mind, Xiaoyu decided to ask his master ancestor the next time he went to the secret sect. He let out a breath and began to comprehend the martial saint realm that he had only recently broken through. After confirming that there was no one within 1,000 meters around him, a large amount of chi gradually took shape behind Xie. In the end, it actually condensed into the shape of a giant orca whale. This shadow was the product of his own martial will resonating with heaven and earth after the unification of the three treasures of essence, chi, and spirit, and was also the sign of breaking through to martial saint. Xie recalled the sparring session with his senior uncle not long ago, the move that he had come up with on the fly. Around his body, more than a dozen orca whales composed of chi and blood began to continuously manifest. This was what the CIN mind had materialized. After breaking through the martial saint, Xie's insights into God became deeper, and he was also able to figure out the effects of the merciful grace mind. This phrase was surprisingly an active skill. However, whenever Xie thought in his heart, he would be able to manifest holy reality. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that it was the mind's desire. However, it was extremely restrictive, requiring Xie's thought to contain the owner's intention before it could manifest. Nowadays, only the martial will fulfills this condition, all others do not. However, the power of the orca whale's chi and blood that was condensed was also extremely weak. According to Xie Zhao's estimation, every orca whale would collapse after being able to deliver a blow equivalent to that of an innate martial artist. However, an innate martial artist was considered to be a not-so-small mole cricket for today's Xie Zhao. Perhaps with a siege giant crossbow, he could leave a white mark on himself. However, the fact that such a powerful skill as compassionate mind was so small in terms of power made Xie a little indignant. I don't know if it's player trash or skill trash. Anyway, he still needed to optimize it himself. When the time comes, one only needs to lie back and watch the show, and these orca whales made up of chi and blood concretions will naturally tear the enemy into pieces. Chapter 109 3 Strings Master Tai. However, Xie thought to himself that he had yet to fully utilize it since entering the martial saint until now. Whether it was sparring with senior uncle or fighting those monks from Watermoon Zen Academy, he had yet to display his full strength. And master uncle that is sparring, point to point can be, at most but broken a rib karma out of a waist. A few days of rest and recuperation will be enough. And the monks of the Watermoon Zen Center are fighting to the death. But Xie is also afraid if those monks have any escape secret method, do not dare to put their own means completely unfolded. Xie stretched out his 4-meter-tall figure completely, and the mountain river and Jigong diagram on his back began to faintly emit the sound of a dragon's roar. With a thought, the 3-layer whale flood technique was instantly initiated. After inhaling a breath like a whale, Xie chest became bulging. Under the stimulation of the wild waves of 1,000 stacks of chi, Xie's body began to surge with countless solidified muscles and veins. The astral heavenly locks traveled within Xie's body as he began to stimulate his second heart. The static heart within his right chest actually began to beat slightly, releasing hot chi and blood power. 20 land power. 21 land power. Not only was it Xie's physical body, the tattoos on his back had actually swallowed a massive amount of chi and blood as well. In the end, Xie's chi and blood power stayed at 25 land forces. There was still some distance from the limit of this body. However, it wasn't far off, and eating meat for a few days would be sufficient. Xie lacked a mouthful of exhalation. Strong airflow instantly in front of his body hit the air explosion, actually more than 3 meters away from the solid stone bench hit the broken open. He imitated the style of the tail strike and slapped out a palm strike. The harsh palm wind instantly broke the thick hemp rope used to dry clothes in front of the house. Xie turned his neck, emitting a snapping bone sound. With this power, he was quite satisfied. As for the next step, Xie gradually had an idea within his heart. Since he was able to cultivate so many techniques during his martial sage period, then when he reached martial saint, he might not necessarily only need to cultivate a single chi. Based on Xie's contact with the young monk over the past 100 years, he was already more than familiar with the 10 metaphors and observation secret traces, the proper method for entering the Tao in the Watermoon Zen Academy. Coupled with the fact that Xie had also obtained the memories of this moon-robed monk just now, he also knew about Feng Zidu's optimization of this technique over the past 1,000 years. The so-called 10 metaphors were the 10 divine forms. This is similar to the shadows transformed by the martial will. The Buddhist scriptures say, when the 10 metaphors are born together, it can make all kinds of thoughts easily realized, no more worries. It was just that other than this killing whale Qiankuan Dao, Xie had not yet dabbled much in other things. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a specific martial art. It is enough to allow Xie to experience its form in God. This was where the advantage of a martial arts prodigy lay. But these were not difficult for him. Xie began to recall that day when he fought with Garuda. In his days as an orca, it was the first time Xie had fought someone in close combat. The strength of that Garu Luo's body was second to none that Xie had ever seen. Even the great demons of the Nine Thunder Tribulation are not as strong as Garuda's body. Utilizing the goose swipe technique, Xie sprawled across the forest and began to treat himself as a divine bird. Eating, drinking, and sleeping in the trees. As for pulling? With the phrase chi and blood oven, Xie had not pulled. After less than a day, Xiajiu once again heard a shocking vibration emanating from the vicinity of Xiaochego. However, shortly afterward, there was actually a succession of miserable screams. As the horses' hooves shook, the villagers in the vicinity of Xiaochego for more than 10 miles were also forced to move, even Xiaoyu was not surprised. The Xuanjia army had completely blocked off the waters of this tributary. But Xiaoyu had plenty of ways. He could easily sneak into it by simply covering his face with the Wu Clown. He hid among the treetops 3 miles away from the dragon coffin, watching from afar. As far as Xiajiu was concerned, he couldn't wait for some people to die, and even the more people who died, the better. By the latter part of the night, even the Jinmu division seemed to be forced to send out its men. Xiaoyu could still see a look of extreme reluctance on the face of Master Nanguang. Regardless of the Zen secret sect, both of them had taken up positions on both sides of the riverbank, facing each other as they recited their own scriptures. Even so, Xiajiu saw the figure of the Higuanguan from among them. Those Taoist priests seemed to have been forced to work, and were wedged in a very small corner, with 3 or 5 Taoist priests also sitting cross-legged on the ground, and in front of them was the Dharma altar it had erected. Before morning, the Xuanjia army had actually cleared all the tree trunks on both sides of the road. Xiaxiao had thought that it would be transporting some large magic weapon or something like that. However, what he didn't expect to see was an 8-carried palanquin. There were 8 tough, bare-shouldered headmen as sedan chair bearers. On top of the sedan chair, dragons and snakes were running around, and gold threads were embellished with jade to accompany them, which appeared to be very luxurious. But let Xia lack of surprise, he can feel that the 8 sedan chairmen breath powerful, obviously into the realm of real people. The Tao Master is already able to be called a real person. Regardless of where they were placed, they were all people with a low status. Would such a person even be willing to carry a sedan chair for someone? Xiaxiao could not help but be surprised. As for the aura of the person in the sedan chair, it was as if Xiajiu had been obscured by something and could not feel it at all. What exactly is this guy's origin? Is the card this big? If he died in this water, I think it should be good. Xiaoyu began to look forward to it. Before the large sedan chair arrived, the men of the Xuanjia army all took the initiative to welcome them. Your Highness! The crowd fell to their knees and saluted. Even the martial arts masters in the Xian armor army were no exception as they knelt down. At this moment, the curtain of the sedan chair was raised, and the people in that sedan chair took the initiative to walk out. However, it was not expected that which came out was actually a woman dressed as a nun. It's a waist-wide sleeves broad sea green color Buddhist robe, waist-white hair hanging down behind. The face is covered with a thin veil, like a cloud-shrouded general, difficult to let people see the face. This couldn't help but make Xia lack some curiosity. Could this be a member of the royal family that has disappeared into the void? In the eyes of Xia Xiao, this nun is just an ordinary person, cannot feel any yin shen or other breath. But Xia knows that this person will not be so simple. This nun walked to the side of the cart ditch. The surrounding monks and Taoist priests also stopped their movements. One after another, they saluted, 3-string senior mistress. The 3-string senior mistress nodded her head slightly and looked towards the dragon coffin floating above mid-air. At this time, the sky was hazy, and the sky above was dotted with stars. She raised her head to look above the sky again and sighed through. North Pole Dragon Star, dragon takes off like a sea in sky. Taiwei Moon Lord, the moon reflects the 7 political pivots. The earth sends out killing machines, dragons and snakes rise to the land. 3 strings of teacher misses look around, the face is also from the previous relaxed a change of color. At the time that Xin Jiao really good means, will I Big Joe Dragon gas even this evil god skin bag together with the jurisdiction of which? Back then, I thought that the sinful scullion stole 100 years of national fortune, will be this dragon gas as its opportunity to transform into a dragon. But I didn't expect, this evil augur want is not the opportunity to transform into a dragon, but want to let my great Joe perish off. Chapter 110, Princess Yan. The 4 words evil godskin bag entered Xiaoyu's ears. Xiaoyu instantly thought of the All Fortunes Heavenly Longevity Dragon King that Shu Wei had spoken of. Could it be that this evil godskin sack refers to the remnants of the molt? But that remnant of the molt is now hidden by himself, and the dragon's breath in his mouth is also in his back. It is also on his back. How come the skin bag and the dragon's breath are in the coffin? Xia could not help but wonder. He continued to look, did not expect that the 3 strings of the teacher actually sighed a few breaths, said, it is a pity that it is too late to realize. Poor nuns do have a method to suppress this evil scourge, but you need to come every month to do a spell. The crowd heard, all color change. After all, after entering the Tao, one has a long lifespan. A single seclusion can last for decades. If one came here once a month to perform pujas, would one still be practicing or not? Moreover, this puja is not done so easily. If the evil spirits in the coffin break out, it will be another natural and man-made disaster, just as it was in the middle of the night yesterday. Mrs. Sanxian said again, if you want to solve this problem, I'm afraid you have to ask the Imperial Master to come in person. The Imperial Master refers to the world's #1 expert in today's Great Zhou, the fearless Venerable Feng Zidu, who is the most courageous and loyal of all. But nowadays the Mirror Flower Zen Master is not visible. To invite to I am afraid it is a little too difficult. The words of the Master wife turned, even looked a little hesitant, or, there are other methods. The crowd all clasped their fists and saluted. Please tell us clearly. The teacher lady pondered for a moment, organizing the language. This matter needs to have great courage, need to ask His Majesty for permission before proceeding. The red-robed eunuch on the side also smiled. Sure, please say, His Majesty's side, there is our family to say is. The teacher looked at the eunuch in red, nodded. Even Lord Zhu is here, but the poor nun did not have long eyes. The eunuch still has a smile on his face. Why are you so polite? Before you went into hiding, you were also our master. Xia lack of hearing a turn of mind. This three-string teacher before really is a member of the royal family. However, joining the royal family members of the Great Zhou, joining a force to practice things is not rare. After all, even the current Son of Heaven was counted as a member of the empty sect. The Son of Heaven's legal name, Zen Imperial, meant that he held the world's Buddhist affairs. Lord Zhu's feminine voice rang out. Please speak plainly, senior mistress. The three-stringed mistress hesitated once again, and actually played a Zen first. There is a manor outside the Xin Yuan Zhai, and in the manor there is a family surname Song. Because it is plagued by paralysis, every year need to spend a lot of money to cure. But then the reason for this was because the place where the Song master lived was too humid and the wind and cold were too much. Under the doctor's counseling, the Song monk moved to a new place and was relieved of such worries. A monk of the Water Moon Zen Academy dressed in a moon robe actually changed color on the spot. Shifu Taifa means to say, relocate the dragon vein? Third string Shifu slowly nodded her head, and none of the people present changed color. Even the Grand Eunuch, Lord Zhu, sucked in a breath of cool air. This was not a trivial matter. The shifting of the dragon vein and the overturning of the Earth's dragons would be accompanied by the emergence of latent dragons from time to time. Once it went ahead, there would be a great chaos in the world. It could be said that this was something that was capable of overturning the Great Zhou if one was not careful. One cannot even talk about it. Once it was heard by someone who had the heart to do so, the person who brought it up would inevitably walk through the gates of hell. Lord Zhu Winston blocked the way, saying, let's not talk about this matter, don't mention this method again, senior madam. The teacher turned around and walked in the direction from which she came, seemingly saying that this is the end of the matter. Xia lack of good disappointment, are not dead people, go what? When the three strings master wife back to the sedan chair, Xia Yu actually heard a slight report again. If not for the fact that after Xia Yu was promoted to Martial Saint, his 5 senses were enhanced to an inhuman level, it would have been extremely difficult to hear this sound. Your Highness, the county princess is here. Xia Zhao's mind moved and he looked towards the large sedan chair. Underneath a thin red dress was a moving figure, and a silver mask completely covered her face. However, Xia Jiu was still able to recognize the owner of this body at a glance, and it was none other than County Lord Red Cloud. Mother! As soon as County Head of Red Cloud opened her mouth, it caused Xia Yu to be stunned. Are these two people actually this close? The identity of the three-string nun also came out at this time. It is actually the Yanwang Wangfei. But for some reason, it is actually into the nunnery as a nun. Xie Xiao pondered for a moment and used the Wild Wave 1000 stacks as the basis to create a secret martial art that could enhance hearing in the blink of an eye. By stimulating the veins near the cochlea with the heavenly weather power, Xie's hearing rose a few levels again. Even at a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, Xie Jiu could easily hear the conversation between them. Only to hear County Head Red Cloud continue to speak. The scouts in the secret sect told me, but after Hong Tianchen was sent out by me to ask for news of that flesh Luohan, he didn't even have the slightest sound, so I'm afraid he's already in a bad way. The secret sect has Xie Xiao, a scout of the Xuanjia army, and it is not strange. At least the secret sect is considered to be a national institution after becoming the Jinmu division, even if it is explicitly inserted some manpower is nothing. Her tone was tinged with the slightest bit of indignation. Mother, you lend me 3 more spirit guards, I will go and capture Yuan Shan and that little water ghost of his family alive, and ask about the whereabouts of the meat Lohan. The three strings master teacher's words came out calmly, but it made Xie Yu's heart turn into a huge wave. Meat Luohan is dead. Red Cloud Sheriff Lord's figure trembled. She stepped forward and tugged up the sleeve of the master teacher. Dead? The three strings master Tai nodded. Xie Jiu took a deep breath and desperately ran the method of restraining his breath, fearing that he would be discovered on the trail. The cause of the flesh Luohan's death was unknown to Xie Jiu. However, at the time of his death, he should have been the only one present. At the most, he added a Cin Jai's teacher. However, the Cin Jai should be unrelated to the three strings master Tai. The two people's forces, cultivation are all worlds apart, it is impossible to have intercourse. But this three strings teacher lady, but how to know meet Luohan died? A sense of terror flickered on Xie Jiu's mind. At this moment, no wind rose above the path. The 8 heads carrying the sedan chair were actually scattered. Xie Xiao saw that those 8 headmen had actually solved the scouts of the Red Cloud Sheriff hidden in the vicinity in a matter of moments. With a thought, a long-faced head dervish actually appeared behind him, and with a punch, Xiaozhou's body actually transformed into a mist of blood. Xiaozhou's figure appeared 1,000 meters away, and he was already face-covered at this point. Long before the Red Cloud Sheriff Lord appeared, Xiaozhou had noticed that the Three Strings Master Teacher seemed to have glanced in his direction a few times if at all. Xiaozhou also did not know if the other party had discovered him. When she prana sensed the approach of that head dervish, Xiaozhou knew that he was already exposed. With the illusion of the martial ugly face, combined with the CI in mind thought, Xiaozhou then left a chi and blood fake body in place. The main body had long gone 1,000 meters away. At this moment, seeing that the surroundings were empty, County Head Red Cloud also began to feel that something was wrong. However, the person in front of her was her mother, so she did not care. She only pulled on her mother's lapel, her body constantly trembling. "Mother, is what you said true? How did he die?" Third String Master reached out and placed her hand on top of Red Cloud Sheriff's hair. "Silly girl, of course it's true. Because that flesh Luo Han is my disciple Ah." Chapter 111 Bipolar Heart Source, Extreme Hate Heart. Meet Luo Han's soul light was extinguished a few days ago. As his master teacher, I knew about it. The Three Strings Master Teacher placed her hand on top of County Head Red Cloud's silver-colored mask and began to rub it continuously. County Head of Red Cloud's figure trembled, and she couldn't help but paralyze on the ground. "Mother, are you lying to me, mother? Mother, are you comforting me? Isn't Flesh Luo Han a traitor of Zheng De Temple? How could he be your disciple?" Three String Master's tone was soft and soothing, with the gentleness of a mother, yet no emotion could be heard. "In the beginning, this face skin of yours was what I let him go and peel off." Red Cloud County Lord fell to the ground. She looked up at the Three-Stringed Master, and tears involuntarily gushed out from within her eyes. She let out a heartbreakingly shrill roar. "Mother, why mother, I am your daughter Ah, I am Red Cloud." County Head Red Cloud began to pull up the monk's robe on the teacher's wife. "Mother, you answer me Ah, isn't it? Isn't it? You are all lying to me. Comfort me." Watching the tears of the Red Cloud Sheriff's daughter pouring out of her mask, the Three-Stringed Sifu lowered her head and wiped the tear stains off of her mask. Seeing that the senior teacher's wife didn't say a word, an oozing laughter came out of the Red Cloud Sheriff Lord's mouth. "Ha!" She slapped the human skin drum at her waist, and a head of Yin Yang Dharma body immediately surged out from it. However, the senior teacher Tai only raised her head to look at it, and the Dharma body actually dissipated out of thin air. The Yin Yang spinning Yuan drum at her waist was actually dented as well, as if it had suffered great damage. Master Tai squatted down. "Hong Yun Ah, not only your face skin, but also that one called Li Yin Yuan, was also killed by me." Red Cloud County Lord raised her head, her eyes were already red, puffing and panting like an angry wild boar. The Three Strings Master made a thoughtful look and suddenly realized, "Oh, Li Yin Yuan did not die at that time. I let the meat Luo Han give him to peel off the skin on his body, put on a dog skin, let him follow the meat Luo Han to sell art on the street. I don't know if he's dead now, maybe he's still living like a dog?" County Head of Red Cloud clenched her fists tightly, even the blood that had already seeped out seemed to be ignored. Just staring dead on at the senior mistress in front of her whose temperament displayed a sense of compassion. The Three Strings Master Tai let out a light laugh. "And your father, he, of course, also knows about these things. But then, you are indeed the flesh and blood of the two of us." At this point, even the tone of the teacher's wife began to carry a hint of resentment. "If you want to blame, then go blame your father. But Red Cloud Ah, you guess why I want to peel off your face?" Saying that, the master teacher actually put her hand on her face and removed the cloud-like veil. "What I don't have, you are not allowed to have." When Xiaozhou saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A deep sense of horror rose up from within, and was accompanied by an extremely strong sense of discomfort. It even caused Xiaozhou to have a feeling of dizziness. The master's wife's face was sunken, and she had actually lost all her five senses. Smooth white face above, but cannot find anything, muddy as the Red Cloud Princess waist broken skin drum general. "Your father to seize the throne of abundance, let me into the heart of the source of fasting to learn its way into the right law bipolar heart source, used to watch the stars, see the veins of the earth, move the dragon gas." Three Strings Master slowly opened her mouth, actually said a paragraph of extremely confidential words. Her tone of voice also began to become crazy. "But this bipolar heart source is actually a devil's law. After entering the Tao, I actually lost all my five senses, face depression, and shall not be restored. Moreover, this double pole heart source needs to use one's own flesh and blood as evidence to produce a heart of extreme hatred, and then dig out and move it into my mother's body before it can be accomplished. If you want to shake the dragon vein, you need this heart of extreme hatred. So girl Ah, you want to blame, go to blame your father, this is your father's bad. Xia lack of heart is also subverted in general. I did not expect that there is such a cause. Even more surprising is that the King of Yen is actually a rebellion to force the heart of the palace. No wonder these years Yen land is in turmoil, every year there are uprisings. Only the Jin men is still in the Yanqing Xuanjia army station, still able to pressure on a pressure. At this time the three strings of the teacher misses regardless of practice or speech, have completely lost their sanity, lost the high monk style. However, the Yanqing really has a deep heart and is able to go down hard. Even his own princess and daughter are not spared, but just blandly treated as a tool in general. This mother and daughter, no wonder they are so crazy. Even the daughter is more crazy than her mother. Three Strings teach her at least a little disguise, at this time the exposure, just to let the Red Cloud County princess in the body of the heart of extreme hatred evolve to the extreme. County head Red Cloud, on the other hand, was completely insane. Her whole life is being arranged by her parents, being captured by the meat Luohan to encounter inhuman treatment, acquiring the cruel Dao method, lovers dying horizontally, and even promiscuous psychological gradually perverted, and so on. She is unapologetic to show it out, not afraid of outsiders' view. One was driven mad by her husband. One was driven mad by both parents. You can imagine the mental state. Xia lack of heart left an intention, estimated that the Jinmen will soon be in turmoil. Like those Xuanjia army, although its soldiers and horses strong, claim to be able to sweep the north. But who knows if Emperor Fengyu will send down a high ranking into the Tao, a few thunderbolts to give you grey ash. Still, it's better to be cautious. Third String Master smiled and reached out to prepare to remove the silver mask from County Mistress Hong Yun's face. At this point, County Head Red Cloud had completely lost all thoughts of resisting, only tears continued to drip down, and the eyes looking at her mother grew more and more desperate. Entering the heart source Zai into the Tao had already been several decades long, plus it never lacked the supply of resources. And as an astrological grandmaster, the Three Strings Master Tai also enjoys first-class offerings from the great Zhou imperial family. Cultivation was already immeasurable, and how could she, who had so far been no more than a third realm, resist? Red Cloud County Lord swallowed a strong breath and asked in a trembling tone, "Mother, the purpose of my birth is for father's grandeur and supremacy?" The Three Strings Master stopped her hand movements, but still opened her mouth without any consideration. Yes. County Princess Hong Yun closed her eyes and allowed her mother to remove the mask from her face. A face that seemed to be from hell was instantly exposed to Xiezhou's eyes. Bright red muscles overflowed on the surface, and all the grooves no longer told the Red Cloud County princess what kind of torture she had suffered at that time. "Mother, you do it." County head of Red Cloud was already in a desperate situation. She could no longer think of any hope of survival. The Three Strings Master Tai sniffed, threw the mask on the ground, and recovered that light veil over her face. "Mother will do it herself." She looked toward the direction of Xiaoyu, but before that, to be mother first solved a small insect. An ominous sign came from Xiezhou's heart. "Since you know such a secret, you should leave your life behind." 9 Dragons Club sect breaking 10 directions. As the master and mistress's voice approached, there were actually 9 golden dragons attacking from in front of Xiaoyu. As the master teacher's voice poured into his ears, Xiaoyu felt that an awl had pierced directly into his ear canal, even piercing through his eardrums. Xiezhou forced his mind to settle down, his body's chi protruded, and a huge human figure stood up behind him. He leapt up high, his body's chi and blood giving birth to a bright red light. But unexpectedly, that dragon chi ignored his chi and blood domain. However, the moment the dragon chi touched Xiezhou's body, it drilled into his back and was absorbed by the tattoos on his back. This is not a place to stay for long. Xiezhou was too late to explore the secret of the back tattoo, knowing that this place was not too far away from Xiaochego. It would be uneconomical if he were to alert the sea of experts. He continuously jumped between the treetops, his body sometimes as powerful and heavy as a cannonball, sometimes as light as a flying bird. Under the gradual escape, Xiaoyu actually realized something when Garuda pecked Big Black and beat Big Black to the point where he was holding his head. After trying the Garuda stance for several days, he actually had a realization at this moment. The never-endingness on the Trial of Death talisman began to flicker, and Xiezhou instantly felt that something within his body had been unbound. The chi manifested, and Xiezhou's speed actually went to another level. And behind him, a Garuda shadow actually suddenly appeared. The Three Strings Master Tai along with the several spirit guards behind him suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and could not help but stop in a hurry. Imperial Master? Chapter 112 10 Square Martial Saint. Sorry, I went to the hospital today to review my surgical wound, 2 shifts for now, I'll make it up tomorrow. The Three Strings Master along with the many headmasters all immediately stopped their forms. No, it's not the Imperial Master. Her tone was alarmed, but those who use Garuda as a metaphor, there are only 3 or 5 of them within this Watermoon Zen garden, which venerable master among them is it? She gazed at the direction in which that Garuda's silhouette had disappeared, and could not help but be silent for a while. Other matters were small, even if the matter of her refining the heart of extreme hate with her own flesh and blood was exposed, she did not care. But this matter of King Yan wanting to rebel, it would be a big deal if it got out. Although the Yanqing had a heavy army in his hands, and there were also a number of forces in the north that were secretly supporting him behind the scenes, once the matter was exposed, perhaps Fengyu would not be able to get away with it. But once the matter was exposed, perhaps Emperor Fengyu would choose to implement a beheading policy. If Zen Master Mirror Blossom were to personally strike, then even if King Yan had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Only by destroying the Great Zhou Dragon Vein first would his rebellion be expected. 1,000 thoughts instantly flashed through her mind. In recent years, it had been rumored that the newly crowned Emperor Fengyu was not quite on speaking terms with the Water Moon Zen Academy. Although he was subjected to the Emperor's Bodhisattva precepts, he was still extremely dissatisfied with the entire sect's behavior of overriding the royal family. The two were vaguely already at odds. Thinking of Emperor Fengyu, the three-strings Master Tai could not help but let out a light laugh. But is a little child with better luck just, according to the generation to see, is only counted as Yanqing's son-nephew? He really is clueless. Overriding the imperial family for hundreds of years of the Water Moon Zen Academy, is not you want to push away can push away? With the depth of the imperial master's cultivation, I'm afraid that no one within this great Zhou has dared to say no to him. A thought rose in her mind, or she might be able to use this as an opportunity to contact the Water Moon Zen Academy's several masters for King Yin. Master Three Strings turned around and looked towards County Head Red Cloud, who was still kneeling on the ground. A trace of watery tenderness flashed through her heart. Bipolar heart source. One pole was hatred, while the other pole was love. Xia Xiaofeng only heard a sound of Imperial Master, but he still did not stop. Between the dodging and vacillating of his body, he was completely far away within a few breaths. It was not until he was almost in front of Jinmen City that Xiezhou stopped. In his mind, he had been thinking since a moment ago, could it be that these people recognized themselves as Feng Zidu? Feng Zidu used the pure green blaze bead that came from Garuda's self-immolation as his base, and it was not surprising that he was able to manifest such a divine form. Xiezhou's eyes dribbled. If this newly condensed martial will of his own could be made to look like a fake, he might be able to put on a good show. Due to the clearing of the area around Xiaochego, Xiezhou had to temporarily reside in the Jin Demon Division for the past few days. Among the personnel, a number of them had already been drawn forward to the bronze coffin. The martial arts arena, which was usually filled with the sound of chanting, was empty at this time. Master Nan Guan was also by the cart ditch, and Xiezhou also saw his compelling face. Even Master Yan Guang seems to have disappeared, heard to be out visiting friends. Mu Yongquan was out on a business trip and has yet to return. The only familiar face left in the entire Jin Demon Division was Master Nan Guang's own son, Nan Hang. However, Nan Xiang's age was even younger than Xiaoyu's, and his martial arts cultivation had yet to enter the innate. Xiaoyu had always treated him as a child, and his interactions with him were also lacking in interest. When he thought about the fact that the Yanqing was about to rebel, he couldn't help but feel a bit torn. Should he disclose this matter? However, he quickly dismissed this idea, regardless of whether anyone believes it or not. Many months ago, Xiezhou heard a few old men in the tea house in front of Jinmen City say similar things. Great Zhou is not a literal prison, or else these few old men would not have enough heads to lose. Even if one leaked this news, it would not stir up any waterworks. Unless one could tell the emperor himself. Leaving this matter behind, Xiezhou was also unconcerned about other things such as the death of County Lord Hongyun. When he was at the innate realm, he was able to fight with her, even if she managed to survive. Even if he managed to survive and learned that he had killed the sect master of the Xian Armor Army, what could he do if he came to his door? He casually found a corner where he couldn't be seen, and sat down on the ground. He began to realize the form of Garuda that he had just condensed. What Xiexia was walking on now was a path that no one had ever traveled before. Everything could only rely on its own reasoning. From the memories of that moon-robed monk, the 10 metaphors and secret traces requires the condensation of 10 different kinds of dharmas, and if one is able to condense one dharma, one is entering the way. If one can condense one method, one will enter the way. If one can condense 2 methods, one can pass the thunder tribulation, and so on. When all 10 metaphors are condensed, one can be united. If you are able to condense one method, you will be able to pass the thunder tribulation, and so on. Although he didn't know how far Feng Zidu had come, Xie Xiao judged that he should have already achieved the Yangshan. After all, in less than 100 years, Feng Zidu was able to safely pass through 6 thunder tribulations. Although the remaining 3 thunder tribulation is much higher in difficulty, it must not be difficult to defeat him. After all, to this moon-robed monk's memories can be learned, he is a crossing the 5 thunderbolt into the Taoist cultivator. In the entire Water Moon Zen Academy, only cultivators who have passed the 6th thunder tribulation can enter the Bodhi Garden. According to his memories, the monks in Bodhi Court were able to form a formation consisting of 49 people. Together with Feng Zidu, there were at least 50 or more great cultivators. With such a huge force, it was no wonder that the entire Water Moon Zen Academy was able to override the royal family. Xiaojiu was already extremely familiar with the 10 metaphorical secret traces. After using it as his main thought in referring to the many Buddhist scriptures and Taoist collections, Xiaojiu gradually had an idea in his mind. The current self, the martial will formed with the killing whale Qianku and Dao as the cornerstone, could then be a metaphor. It was equivalent to the real person in the Water Moon Zen Center who had only just entered the Dao without having had a thunderbolt. Extending this line of thought, one would need to cultivate 10 types of martial Dao will and then unite them. The heart flashed a sense of enlightenment. Its thinking is probably feasible. It was just that he didn't know how powerful the final 10 wills united martial Dao would be. 10 square martial saint? Xiaozhou rolled over and stepped onto the plum blossom stakes in front of the martial arts arena, the distance between each stake probably ranging from 3 to more than 10 meters. Each pile was taller than the other. From what Mu Yongquan had told him, this was a magic treasure whose spirit had been opened. If it could break the records of its predecessors, it would record it and bestow a Buddhist seal that meant wisdom. It wasn't as if Xiaoyu hadn't tried before, only that his realm wasn't considered high at the time. Not to mention breaking records, even some martial arts monks could easily surpass him. Seeing that it was the middle of the night, no one was around. An illusory Garuda shadow unfolded behind Xiaozhou's back. His figure began to sway from side to side, giving off a shaky feeling. However, upon closer inspection, it was extremely flexible and stable. Use the eye stance. Each wobble seemed to be an attempt to dodge the incoming pounce in front of him and strike back with a swift and thunderous momentum. Under 3 or 5 vacillations, Xiaozhou ascended to the highest point of the plum blossom pile. However, there was no reaction. Xiaozhou raised an eyebrow, actually not surpassing the previous person. It should be known that in terms of Garuda's stance, the control of speed in a short distance was extremely terrifying. Xiaozhou dared to use this stance to confidently fight in close combat with a high-ranked real person and dodge all of his projectile-type attacks. With a single thought, a martial ugly face was overlaid on his face. This Wu Clown face has many functions, and under Xia's exploration, he learned that it was far more than just being able to activate illusions or confuse others. It is also able to increase the body's coordination, allowing himself to be as good as a real theater actor in general, flipping and dodging all kinds of proficiency. Xiaozhou once again stepped onto the bottom of the plum blossom pile and began to try. This is also cultivation, and Xiaozhou can also detect that this seems to be an all-round test of his own body skills. Not only speed, but also reaction, eye power and body coordination control. After putting on the martial ugly face, Xiaozhou realized that he had really improved tremendously. He was actually 30% faster than the party. Even so, Xiaozhou still did not obtain the so-called Buddha seal reward. But at this point, Xiaozhou no longer bothered about this, but rather, he realized that the efficiency of practicing the Garuda body technique with this became extremely high, much more effective than scurrying blindly through the forest on his own. The heightened distance between the piles seemed to be strictly controlled, giving Xia an extremely strange feeling. It was like he was in a formation. And the effect of this formation is like the words, it can actually strengthen the practice of body light skill. With this feeling, Xiaozhou just felt his figure getting faster and faster. Even before he could even think, he had already jumped onto the next pile. Before the thought arrives, the body arrives first. After hundreds of attempts, a solemn and unemotional voice suddenly resounded in Xiaozhou's head. Took 6 split seconds. Breaking Yan Guan's record. Grant the seal of Puxian. Chapter 113, The Seal of the Puxian Rock. Xiaozhou only felt a burning sensation before his heart as he peeled back his clothes to look. His chest was actually starting to flicker. When Xiaozhou took a closer look, there were actually 3 images of a green lion, a white elephant, and a rock that were constantly rotating week after week. Eventually, the flickering gradually slowed down and stopped at the rock. This rock seal is about the size of a bull, born with golden wings and koan head, star eyes and leopard eyes. More than Xiaoyu previously seen, Garuda is also a lot more powerful. With a thought, the rock was as if it had come to life, spreading its wings. With its wings spreading, it actually had the momentum of covering the sky, occupying Xia's entire chest. When Xiaozhou's body moved, it was even faster than just now. And the speed of his mind at this time actually also keep up, compared to the party appeared to be a world of difference. What he saw in his eyes was just a few moments away. Xiaozhou stopped his stance, pondering in his eyes. The rock had brought him more than just a faster stance. More so, it made his mind agile, and his speed of thinking up problems was also much faster. It was no wonder that what was bestowed was the Pratyabhuta seal, which represented wisdom. In Buddhism, Puxian Bodhisattva was the embodiment of wisdom. Xiaozhou tried the Garuda body technique again, and he was extremely satisfied with the speed. Although it wasn't comparable to his own speed in the water when he was in Orca. But at this time, he could also easily break the sound barrier, and a few miles was just an instant. Just let him some pity as he now deduced the Garuda Luo martial arts, also only the body this item. If he wanted it to be truly transformed into a martial art, he would still need to spend a lot of time and energy to deduce it. However, Xiaoyu wasn't afraid of it. Before martial arts wizardry and never ending, all of this was just a watered-down effort. Taking advantage of the night, Xiaozhou once again went to the vicinity of Xiao Che-go to observe the situation. The 3 strings master had already left, and the Red Cloud Sheriff was probably either dead or ready to die. Xiaozhou did not pay much attention to this pair of mother and son. He was more interested in seeing if there were any dead people in the vicinity of Xiaochigu. Even Big Black, who was able to deprive Great Zhou of 100 years of its national fortune, had said that there was a great terror in that coffin. It must be hard for these people to solve this problem as well, and it wouldn't be a surprise if there were even large swaths of casualties. And what Xiaozhou wanted was exactly this casualty. The more deaths, the better the harvest. What's more, these were all counted experts within the Great Zhou. Feeling hungry, Xiaoyu walked out of the gate of the Department of Devil Suppression. However, at this time, the sky was not yet bright, and the stores in the city were not open for business. Ning last time for him to call the 3 monster elk, but also only ate 2 days. Xia Zhao's abdomen made a sound like rolling thunder, which was the sound of intestinal peristalsis. He smacked his lips. It looked like he was going to start being an animal friend again. Xia Zhao remembered those animal friends of his on the island where the flesh Luohan incarnated. If he had been able to leave the remains behind in the first place, he was afraid that he would be able to eat them himself for 10 days and half a month. Xia Zhao also suddenly had a feeling. No wonder the path of martial arts was cut off. From the time he practiced martial arts, his appetite was great. When he first entered the body forging, a meal will be able to easily eat several pounds of meat. Not to mention now. After one's breakthrough to martial saint, the speed of consuming food accelerated once again. There was no problem with eating 20 to 30 pounds of fresh meat in one meal, and it can only even be considered as a quantum of slight satiety. Together with the 2 words, flesh-eating beings and chi in blood oven. What was eaten was completely transformed into energy without the slightest waste. If other people were able to reach a martial realm like their own, they were afraid that they would starve to death first. Even if they were to eat the meat of an elk, they would still have the limit of what their stomachs could hold, as well as a process of digestion. However, there was an exception for freaks like Xiezhou. Flesh-eating beings were able to quickly convert what they ate into chi and blood power, causing him to never consider such issues. Even if he sometimes felt full, it was because the food residue remained in his belly, but its energy had long been absorbed by himself. And with the chi and blood oven, Xiezhou didn't even have to think about metabolism. Not only the impurities in the air, but any impurities in the liver, kidneys, spleen and stomach would be burned clean by the terrifying chi and blood. The reason why Xiezhou inhaled and then exhaled was also just a matter of habit. One thought flashed by: the most stable source of meat was undoubtedly farming. Xia Zhao walked out of Jinmen City, his body quickly flashed, and his direction ran towards the great southern mountain range. When he arrived at the place where he was attacked by the 8 steps moon-catching toad, Xia stopped and whistled. A moment later, a white figure appeared. Before Ning could say anything, Xiaoyu said, "There are still monsters nearby? The entry into the Tao of the Great Demon will also be fine." Ning was stunned, subconsciously nodded his head. The entry-level demons are in the mountains. After all, the Jin Demon Division has operations every year. If this neighborhood monsters, I know that there are 3 or 5, the strength is the 3rd realm. Xia nodded. You take me to find them. The 2nd realm can also, preferably the kind that appear in groups. Ning nodded. Oh, going deeper, there does seem to be a group of wild boars. However, the leader of them, a male and a female, are both of the 3rd realm, with extraordinary cultivation. Xia lack of spirit cannot help but be revitalized. Then you first take me to find those boars. Ning had thought that Xia Lack wanted to beat these monsters for meat, and without much thought he led the way. Although Xia did not show in front of his body Wusheng cultivation, Ning also knows that it has the strength is not weaker than the real person into the Tao. Ning said the wild boar forest is less than 100 miles, the 2 of them spend half an hour to arrive here. Here there is a small stream, both banks are rotten wood and withered vines, a large swamp line dozens of wild boars of all sizes. But I did not expect, the female boar at the head has obviously already entered the Tao, body size than the boar on the side of several circles. Ning was quite worried and pulled the corner of Xiezhou's coat. However, Xiezhou just gave it a reassuring look and had gone forward. In Ning's eyes, Xiezhou was still dressed as a martial artist. But Xia Lack had long ago in its unconsciousness, the martial arts ugly face cover, and with which the illusion technique planted on its body. In Xia's heart, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This thing is really good. Even do not know any illusion hypnosis method of their own, just a movement of the mind, will be able to deceive everything around. Unless the other party's cultivation is high enough, or the mind is firm enough, only then can break free from it. Even with that mule in general, disguised as someone else's husband's appearance, even if the husband is currently a criminal are not a problem. However, this is the simplest blindfold, more advanced need to consume the reward money. After Xieshao plucked a handful of weeds, he then walked onto the boggy ground. Under Ning's trembling gaze, he actually directly patted one of the 2nd realm essence monsters. Xieshao lowered his voice, and the method of restraining breath was utilized to the extreme. Get up! Get up! It's time to eat food! Xieshao placed a weed in front of the boar's nose. The boar sniffed and swallowed the weed. Xiaoyu also pointed towards the outside and said, "You stand over there." The wild boar actually listened to Xieshao's words and walked out of the mire to a place 1,000 meters away. Xieshao nodded with satisfaction, then as he did, he coaxed a few more 2nd realm monsters out. After a total of 13 wild boars ranging from 1st to 2nd realm were tricked out, Xieshao calculated that it was almost time. He then made a few long leaps to the front of these boars. He frowned and pretended to look thoughtful. Xiaoju looked at the first wild boar he had tricked out and snapped. "Ada, your performance this month isn't too good." The boar that was called De by Xieshao flashed a trace of confusion in his eyes, then uttered, "Boss, my old pig got 3 sows pregnant this month." Xieshao was stunned, then nodded. Well, you have to keep up the good work. You have to realize that all of this is for the sake of our tribe. Chapter 114 Golden Rock Dragon Fighting Technique. Only by working hard first. Only then will there be rewards. Xiaoxiao said word for word. This pig If you don't push yourself, you don't even know how much potential you have. He let out a shout. This year's fertility champion, step forward. Several sows looked at each other in disbelief, then one of the largest in size stepped out from it. Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction and walked up to it. Not bad. How many litters have you conceived this year? How many heads were born? The sow's face was extremely humanized with a proud look. Boss, I gave birth to 2 litters of 28 cubs this year. The 3rd litter has already been conceived and will probably be born in a month or so. Xiaoxiao applauded. Good. Let's applaud for this heroic mother. The other wild boars present actually also learned like a model, standing up their front limbs and started to follow Xia's example. After that, Xiaoxiao began to train these boars again, leading them to read slogans. 1 or 2 babies is really less, 3 babies a year is just right. If you want to become a triple realm, first fight for the herd. It's not ugly for a mother and daughter to be pregnant together, it's honorable for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to be born together. With that, Xiaoxiao actually realized that he had a few more untouchable illusory bounties in his hands. As his mind moved, he chanted louder and louder. For this reason, at any cost, Xiaoxiao spent 2 reward coins. And this, in turn, caused the eyes of these boars to begin to become determined. Breed more and more. All for the sake of the herd. After brainwashing these boars, Xiaoxiao woke up Yanqing, who was standing dumbfounded, and asked her to bring them all back to the vicinity of his residence. There is a not too big but not too small piece of woodland over there, which should be enough for these wild boars to survive. Estimated, these wild boars say. A wild boar's growth to the point of being able to be released from the pen would probably take more than a year and a half. As for becoming an elf, that was even longer. Even if the wild boar's fertility was amazing, the number of sperms that could be born from it was not much. It was about 1 out of 200. However, if the sperms combine with the sperms, the output of the sperm boars can be greatly accelerated. However, it would take at least 3 years before one could be harvested, but that was only one realm. The increase in qi and blood could only be considered better than nothing. After Xiaoxiao did some calculations, he let out a breath. It seemed that this path of scientific pig raising still needed some time. With a flash of light, Xiaoxiao began to flip through the death trial chart. As expected, there was a white phrase in it that was exactly that. Pig raiser, white entry, speeds up pig slaughter, depending on the quality of the food fed, up to 50% reduction in time. At first, I thought that this phrase might be of some use in the future, so I kept it. It's not like any time extension, even if it's a blue word, but even if you hold it, you don't know what for. Xiaoxiao once again calculated, if he can expand the size of this boar herd to a large enough size. In less than 3 years, he might be able to have an elite monster at every meal and replenish his qi and blood at every meal. After doing so, Xiaoxiao returned to the mire. Without saying a word, even before the female boar in the lead woke up, it was opened up by Xiaoxiao, obliterating the yin spirit. After all, adding up to more than 200 years of living, Xiaoxiao still knew a few things. Like this kind of Taoist spirit monster, the fertility rate will plummet, and it is extremely difficult to give birth to offspring. This was the biggest flaw for Xiaoxiao. After brainwashing and hypnotizing all the remaining 3rd realm boars at the cost of the reward money, Xiaoxiao dragged a boar of about 10 years old by himself. Then he dragged the corpse of a wild boar that was about 10 meters long by himself and took these 3rd realm wild boars to the mountain forest that Yanqing had mentioned. After stabilizing these pigs, Xiaoxiao was still a bit uneasy. After all, if one of them woke up from its hypnosis, it would bring the other boars to wake up with it. For this reason, Xiaoxiao once again spared no expense. The remaining 6 bounties are all spent on fixing the hypnosis. You know, this one reward money is able to make that 3-flower face excited. In the temple of Old Langshan, 5 reward coins can be exchanged for a door into the Taoist method. One can imagine how difficult it is to get the reward money. Xiaoxiao estimated that he obtained these bounties not because Grandpa Taiyu thought the job was so good. Most likely, it was because Old Langshan had never heard of the brainwashing techniques that he had said before, and had been enlightened and bestowed them. Next time, if you want to use this kind of technique to cheat the reward money, I'm afraid it just won't work. However, Xiao lack of heartache, after all, the wool comes out of the sheep's body. Grandpa Taiyu has never seen, never heard of things, but also more. According to Yanqing said, nearby more than 100 miles is a way into the apes and monkeys. More than 200 miles away there is a poisonous snake valley, the leader of which is only into the snake demon. The two have divided their boundaries with each other and do not disturb each other. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao was also excited. The apes and monkeys were let go for now. The Garuda body technique that he had only just practiced was exactly what he needed to rely on those poisonous snakes to sharpen. He did not say much, but only repeatedly instructed Yanqing to keep an eye on these wild boars before flashing away. Yanqing wasn't worried, although there were more than a dozen 3rd realm among these boars. But he was already infinitely close to entering the Tao, and now he was only a few chances away from achieving true manhood. Even if you can't beat them, you can still run. Deeper and deeper, the cold wind blew more and more bitterly, even carrying snowflakes and foam to Xiaoyu's body. The snowflakes on his body instantly melted with the slightest seepage of qi and blood. Under the spreading wings of the Garuda silhouette behind him, Xia was actually able to glide 1,000 meters in the air. Accompanied by the searing rock seal in his heart, the two vaguely resonated with each other. The two even vaguely resonated with each other, causing Xiaoju's experience of this stance to become even more profound. He couldn't help but recall the Buddhist scripture that the young monk of the first gate had once recited to himself. The golden-winged rock at his heart was Garuda. Only its role as the Buddha's mount led to incense offerings. The name of the god is called Rock Golden-Winged Bird, which means demonstrating ferocity and coordination, and it also manages to show what is different from the other Garuda. With this in mind, Xiaoyu began to be curious. The rock tattoo on his chest, in the end, is the 3 seals randomly out of 1, or the bodhisattva intentionally given. If it was the latter, Xiaoju was a little unnerved. That would mean that the gods and Buddhas in the heavens were watching himself, and nothing he did would be free from their observation. However, according to what Master Ancestor had said, the secret sex divine Buddha had not been visible for 1,000 years. Xiaoyu did not lack malice in thinking that it was only good that those bodhisattvas were dead, and it would be best if their corpses still fell into the indeterminate river. A long way away, Xiaoyu could see a light green miasma rising into the air. On both sides were steep mountain walls, withered vines descending from them. Among them, snakes and insects could be seen wriggling, and the ground was full of skeletons. This must be the Valley of Vipers that Xin Ning had spoken of. Without thinking, Xiaoju plunged into it with a jerk. His qi and blood, astral energy and martial will were completely collected, and even the qi energy of the killing whale Qianku Dao had stopped operating. With the most basic physique, Xiaoxiao began to fight these snakes and insects in it with the Garuda body technique. The ground continuously emitted a rustling sound, and millions of poisonous insects of varying sizes actually began to fly around Xiaojiao. However, when their mouthparts touched Xiaojiao's body, they would be directly cracked by its hardness. This was still considered lucky, if Xiaojiao's internal meridians were still running the whale-killing Qianku Dao. The counter-concussion force brought about by the infinite Jinzhen was afraid that it would be able to shatter these mosquitoes into pieces in an instant. The colorful vipers were constantly changing their positions on the ground, swooping, catapulting, and even trying to wrap themselves around Xiaojiao's legs and feet. However, they were all dodged one by one. Xiaojiao's hands were agile, sometimes flapping like wings, sometimes pecking up like a bird's beak. Along with the speed of the never-ending flickering getting faster and faster, a close combat martial art based on the Garuda body technique was gradually taking shape in Xiaoju's mind. Golden Rock Dragon Fighting Technique. Chapter 115 Locking Essence. The Garuda silhouette behind Xiaoju's back began to continuously grow larger and evolve, and even gradually had a Buddhist nature flowing through it. The silhouette, another golden giant bird, began to become wearing a golden jade crown on its head, wearing a celluloid heavenly garment, and its divine majesty was like that of a protector heavenly god. Wow! From the bottom of the ground is actually tumbling up a black poisonous snake. Its thickness is only adult arm, but the speed is extremely fast. Xiaoxiao knows that this is the snake demon into the road. He still did not use other martial arts. He just used this gradually forming method to start fighting with it. The black precious light flowed over the snake demon's body surface, hissing between the venom gushing. But no matter what, this snake demon can't touch Xiaoxiao in the slightest. On the contrary, under the other party's offense, the snake demon's body's fine scales had been torn apart. It was as if Xiaoxiao had transformed into a golden-winged rock, making the snake demon suffer in every drink and peck. If he only used this ordinary killing technique, the snake demon would not be so difficult to resist. But Xiaoxiao also had the double blessing of demonic nemesis and dragon nemesis. The damage on the snake demon was like doubled. Not a quarter of an hour later, the never-ending golden words flashed brighter and brighter. Xiaoxiao's mind moved, wrapping up this killing technique. At this time, the body of the viper had been stripped of half of its scales and skin, and even its fangs had been broken off. Xiao Lak will be one of the pressed under the feet, actually really like the rock general, will be flayed alive swallowed. Viperation instantly forced to appear from the body. The tone of voice is actually surprised and angry, although I practiced for thousands of years, but never reached you humans. Words are not finished. Xiao Lak back of the golden winged rock is actually cawing. A peck is under the viperation swallowed. One person and one rock, both like eating noodles, will be this snake body sucked and swallowed. Although this time is easy, but after all, this viper is not even compared to Qishan real person, at most, but through a heavy thunderbolt. Xiaoyu immediately felt his body become hot, although he had eaten a lot of great demons that had entered the Tao. But in fact, those are in their own as a halberd whale when swallowed. To really say that this body to eat this into the great demon, this is still the first time. In addition, this viper is surprisingly small amongst the Tao introducing demons. Xiaoyu can actually eat it all in one meal. His blood was already gushing uncontrollably, and hot air was continuously emitted from his pores. The wild path is vast, miasma is messy. Xia Xiao continued to kill in the valley with the golden rock dragon fighting technique, but after devouring the snake demon, Xia Xiao's qi and blood couldn't stop erupting. Xia Zhou's firepower was so intense that it actually raised 10 feet of smoke and dust to cover the sky. The black hair on top of his head was actually rendered golden by the color of the light of the void shadow. Between the golden hair flying, the bright red blood mist had already covered the light green miasma. At this moment, he only felt that his body was boiling hot, and it was even a bit difficult to digest. After all, he had swallowed an entire great demon. Not only that, even his second heart had come out to cause chaos, constantly feeding qi and blood power into his body. Xia Xiao was busy using the galactic skylock to add up the seal on the top head again, otherwise he might have to burn up first. After a few hours, Xia Yu realized that he felt better and gradually stopped. After roughly estimating, his current qi and blood strength has already had 30 times the power of the land. Compared to before he swallowed the snake demon, it had increased by 5 times. Not only that, with the molding of his second martial will, the golden rock dragon fighting art, Xia Xiao only felt as if he had been transformed. His martial will and essence melted into one furnace, and his physical qualities were once again greatly enhanced. The will of the whale-killing Shenkuan Dao was molded to allow Xia Zhou's body to hold more qi and blood. And this golden rock dragon fighting technique's fist intent was what allowed his speed thinking to have a jumping breakthrough. After tidying up his physical state, Xia Zhou looked at the intact clothes on his body. This was the first time that he had fought a battle and still managed to keep his clothes intact. Walking out of the Snake Valley, Xia Yu once again swept up the golden rock stance and quickly soared towards the outskirts of the mountain range. Xin Ning had already built pig pens in accordance with its requirements, divided by the cultivation level of the wild boars. Xia Lak, after seeing it is also full of nodding, did not expect this tigress is still a good hand at dry farming. Even Xin Ning also applied the words of Xie Jiufang and continued to brainwash these wild boars. Even let these wild boars voluntarily logging repair fence, also dry face happy color. Seeing this, Xia Xiao also revealed a strange color. The huge wild boar that entered the road, Xin Ning has also finished processing it and at the moment is baking with fire, sun made into jerky. After all, this boar size is too big, estimated how also have a 20 or 30 tons of appearance, or enough to let Xia Lak of good life to eat for a period of time. After doing this, Xia Lak is considered to have a few days of peace and quiet. In addition to practicing every day, the two are doing and discussing the Tao. Only the depth of which is not known to outsiders. Xia Yao will still go to the neighborhood of Shaoche Go every day to explore some information. One is to see how the coffin is now, and the other is to see if there are any dead people. There is no body in the river, let yourself just take the monthly money not work. Xia Lak is a bit uneasy. Until 6 days later at midnight, the small car ditch side issued a shocking hiss. That scream is to make about 4 miles away from Xia Lak, is also feel a burst of fear. That sound does not seem to be able to emit the general creature, actually let a person as the ears into the water like fear at the same time there is an extreme sense of horror. It was also like a dying cry of terror before dragging a person to the water. Xia Yu could not help but change color. Not only that, but there was also a monstrous sound of waves churning. Xia Zhou had lived in the sea for over 100 years, and was incredibly familiar with this type of sound. However, what puzzled him was that this magnitude of monstrous waves could not have been created even in the main stem basin of the indeterminate river. Not to mention the small car ditch which is only tens of meters wide. Small car ditch both sides of the river at this time has been a big mess, several corpses have been from the river water floating down. There are also a few people were directly swallowed by the river, Yinshin broken, even the body is gone. The hearts of the people cannot help but cold. Still do not know what happened, they only heard a hissing and screaming, once again back to God has been so. The crowd seemed to hear the sound of the sea. Among the leader of the moon-robed monk Pale. He turned back to count the number of people and realized that the Water Moon Zen Academy had already lost 3 real people. My great Zhou's 100 years of national fortune has been tainted by this evil god's skin. To use the Dead Soul Sutra to try to transcend the dragon's energy is to give birth to the heart of a dead nation. This is the punishment of heaven. One of the old men in purple robes had a trembling voice, looking at the stars in the sky. His body surface was actually covered with a layer of brown algae out of thin air. Not good. The old Taoist has entered the devil. The moon-robed monk's face changed drastically, and he immediately sacrificed a pishy flower to completely shatter the old Taoist body before it was completely covered in brown algae. The old Taoistian spirit that jumped out had turned into a fish-headed person by now. Its body was covered in gray and green, and all of its limbs had webbing between their fingers, making it look like a fish demon had become a spirit. The surrounding monks also began to quickly recite unknown scriptures, wanting to overpower this old Taoist Yinshin. Xia Xiao took a deep breath, watching this Yinshin. It is actually somewhat similar to the sharks described by Ashue. However, according to Ashue, the heads of those sharks were not that different from humans, only that the entire lower half of their bodies were transformed into fish tails. And this old Taoist Yinshin is completely detached from the human form, only the length of the limbs and human similarity. As his body dodged and moved, Xiaoyu had already appeared at the mouth of the river in Shaoche Ditch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoyu intends to fish first. After all, those monks or other people, at this time are busy, will not notice the body to go. The big deal is to fish them out and put them on the bank, which is also worthy of the monthly bounty issued by the Department of Jinmu. Xiaojiu was quick on his feet and hurriedly fished the 3 corpses out of it. As the death trial talisman flipped open, Xiaojiu sighed in relief. Previously, he had also fished out corpses without words. If it was just a simple dissipation of the yin spirit, it wouldn't be like this. Xiaoxiao guessed that without the words, the soul should have been completely annihilated, and there would not be a single chance of reincarnation. Walking in the snow, white phrase, your speed in the snow is increased by 5. Bonebreaker, blue phrase, your grappling power is increased by 10. Locking essence ring, blue phrase, your essence will not leak. Xiaojiu looked at the last phrase and couldn't help but feel a little silent inside. Was this sort of a small reward that the Judgment of Death talisman gave himself every day after he had seen the live broadcast? Chapter 116 Dagon. Xiaojiu sensed his body and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Then, he knew that he had misjudged the inquisitorial death talisman at this point. This so-called essence-locking ring was not the kind it was imagined to be. Rather, it locks one's own essence to achieve a leak-free body to a certain extent. Even Xiaojiu was emitting qi and blood outward at all times. Although he was able to rely on the art of restraining his breath, making it extremely difficult for people to notice, it didn't mean that Xiaojiu wouldn't miss out. Not only in the room, but even in everyday actions or battles, there would be an overflow of essence. Even if it came out, it would be a normal leakage. It wouldn't carry other problems. It was like if a person indulged in lust, there would be a loss of qi and blood. Xiaojiu was free of these problems after having this phrase. Even if he indulged in lust, he would only be emptying his sacks and would not be carrying any leakage of qi and blood. Previously, although Xiaoxiao's qi and blood had accumulated quickly, it was also leaking at every moment. It was just that the amount was negligible. This phrase is considered to be extremely useful. After all, years and years of accumulation, missing essence can be more than half a star. Just people can generally eat or medicine to make up for, generally will not notice. To be aware of the time, is being indulgence empty body, and then there is no salvation. Xia Lak wanted to read the corpse in the memory, but did not expect an accident suddenly occurred. Before he had time to move the body to the shore, he sensed that there were a few figures underwater that took advantage of the moonlight to attack. 7 or 8 dark figures from underwater together. In the midst of the waves, those figures actually made the first move. Horizontal tail turned up huge waves, just like the autumn wind sweeping down the leaves in general. The river water in front of him was all lined up, sending out a sense of a stone breaking the sky. With a loud rumbling sound, it actually completely disintegrated the monk's corpse in front of Xiaojiu. As the waves dispersed and the moonlight enveloped them, they violently stood their bodies out of the dark waters. Since then, Xiaoyu finally saw the appearance of those figures. It was actually the same as the sharks in the mouth of old Hieshue. Human head fishtail, pupils like fish eyes protruding, neck also long gills, holding a steel fork. Their body surface covered with a layer of brown algae, looked slippery and disgusting, and accompanied by a strong fishy smell constantly overflowing from their body surface. A few sharks actually said in the same voice in human language, "To honor the great Father God, kill those who defile his skin." The dark surface of the river, under the faint moonlight. The river wind rose, and the murderous spirit rose. They began to laugh and giggle, and to talk to each other. Looking at their demeanor, it actually looked like they were discussing how to split Xiaojiu into pieces. Xiaoxiao frowned. "Have you guys finished? Can you tell me what you are?" He was able to sense that the bodies of these few sharks seemed to be quite a bit stronger than the average martial arts master. Coupled with the fact that under this water, even if a Tao Enlightenment realist came, he might not be a match for these sharks. But underwater, this was Xiaojiu's home ground. Even if he hadn't broken through to martial saint, these sharks wouldn't be his opponent. Not to mention the fact that now after condensing the 2 major martial Tao divine forms, he was already at a level equivalent to an entry Tao realist who had passed through the first lightning tribulation. Seeing that Xiaojiu had interrupted their conversation, these several sharks were actually a bit displeased on their faces, and immediately raised their steel forks in their hands as if they were insane and stabbed at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's eyes stared at the several monsters in front of him without hesitation, and his body's qi and blood power instantly climbed to boiling hot. A giant orca whale shadow rose up. In this water, the most suitable of course was the killing whale Qianquan Dao. He let out a sardonic laugh, and under the incredulous eyes of these few sharks, Xiaojiu was actually like a storm sweeping wildly, and with a single hand slash, he snapped off all of these steel forks. The trial and error under the edge of the blade made those few sharks feel bad in the twinkling of an eye. Can this guy's body be this hard? Wasn't he still a martial artist from what he saw a few days ago? Even if he was a peak martial grandmaster, it would be impossible for him to break this steel fork with his physical body. If Xiaoxiao didn't want to alarm those monks not far away, he would have responded to the battle with his qi and blood. Seeing this, the sharks also knew that they were not a match for Xiaoxiao. They are not entangled, then rushed into the water, want to abscond. Underwater, these sharks were confident in their speed. Before leaving, these sharks also want to open their mouths and turn back to Xiaoxiao and say, "Underwater, you will never be able to catch up with us. Wait for death. Blasphemer. Our elder, he will come for you." Xiaoxiao just had a hint of disdain in his eyes. Underwater? Can't catch up? You're kidding. It's not certain who will live longer than who underwater. Xiaoxiao swung his fist and rushed up. His speed was actually no slower than these aquatic beings. He recalled the tail strike of these sharks when they first arrived and couldn't help but have a disdainful smile rise from the corner of his mouth. You guys are just imitating the real tail strike. Although he himself was now without a fish tail, the divine form of that tail strike's hair power had long been engraved within his own body. Under the terrified gazes of these sharks, Xiaoyu was actually swimming much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived behind himself. Xiaojiao unclenched his fist and raised his arm like an iron whip and swung it down fiercely. The waves splashed, even in the water, but also rose a huge blood mist. The shark that bore the brunt of the blow was actually split into pieces, leaving no organs that could be seen in human form. The Trial of Death talisman was also opened again. Deep water confusion, blue phrase, your mood will not be affected by the depth of the water. The longest of the sharks saw this, but his eyes stood out even more, and he turned around and wanted to fight for Xia's life. Xia lack of smile more lofty, in front of his body, the cold river water instantly emptied by its. Hyperthyroidism is quite serious, I will help you cure it. The heavy strength fell on this shark again, and Xia lacked to keep a heart. Fishy mucus, white phrase, you stay underwater for a long time can form mucus on your body surface, which can reduce the resistance in the water. What disgusting phrase. Xiaojiao blew up half of its body and did not bother to move the head. He himself still wanted to read the memories of these guys to see exactly why they were talking about Father God in their mouths. Why they were coming for themselves again, as well as the predestined entanglement in the mouth of a Shui Lao He. Several shark figures saw this and actually swam faster and faster. In an instant, they had gone more than 100 meters away. With a leap, Xiaojiao's figure actually went out of the water and rose tens of meters into the sky. Golden giant bird began to raise the sky for cawing. Xialak is actually like flying began to glide. In a matter of moments, he intercepted a few sharks. He looked around. This was exactly the pear blossom dam where he usually fished for corpses. Since you all have arrived at my place, then leave your lives behind as money to buy your way out. Xiaojiao's smile rose as he swung down his leg whip like a tail strike. One of the sharks actually took out a rusty iron idol from somewhere. Father God. He placed it in front of him and was presuming to kneel down. Still want to worship God? The clanging of the clash made a little spark. The idol immediately shattered into a rain of iron pieces, piercing through several of the surrounding sharks. At this moment, an ominous sign rose from Xiaoyu. He looked away from the water as if there was some great terror in it. Seeing this, the sharks that still survived also directly lost their desire to resist. It only stared at Xiaoyu with its protruding eyes. Blasphemer, I am taking the life of a deep diver to you. Ignoring this feeling, Xiaoxiao stepped forward and broke the necks of the remaining sharks before the sharks could finish speaking. However, only one of the white words was slightly useful, while the others were either useless or disgusting. Gill snorkeler, white color, your air exchange efficiency is increased by 50% when you are in the water. After that, he hurriedly brought up the corpses again. After consuming the white words to read his memories, Xiaoyu couldn't help but be disappointed. The brains of these sharks were all a mess, with flashbacks, flash-forwards, and all sorts of messy chronological sequences preserving the memories as if they were garbled. Moreover, most of the images were just blackness in the deep black, nothing more. Xiaoyu tried again, and so did the other sharks. But Xiaojiao also read some useful information from it. That is, the father god that they believe in is named Dagon. His idol was ugly and huge, like a giant, and his body was covered in dark green scales. His head resembled a lizard, his back was covered with sharp fins like spines, and his tail was like a dragon. The difference was that the huge, thick, and long serpentine tail was covered in sharp barbs. However, what terrorized Xiaojiao the most were those scales on its body. Those scales, and the residual scales on those two remnant molts were actually the same. Xiaojiao opened his mouth, and wordless terror filled his heart. He understood, he knew what Big Black's warning meant. He knew why those monks called the coffin an evil god's skin. That remnants of the molt is not at all what Augur transformed into a dragon faded off. Rather, it is the skin bag of the evil god. Chapter 117 Powerful Ming 1 Bodhisattva and the Water Curtain Cave. Xiaoxiao knew that anyone who could be called a god was not someone to be messed with. That shark tribe seems to live thousands of miles offshore, but specifically Xiaojiao was also very difficult to find out the exact location from the memories of these guys. However, the remnants of the molt was obtained by Xiaoxiao and Dehe from hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Dome Sea 1,000 years ago. Even when the Silver Dragon King had found it, it was still within the dome of the sea, and would not be so far away. But why, this so-called Dagon's believers had actually appeared around this remnant of the molt? Xiaoyu began to doubt this matter. Perhaps when the Silver Dragon King first obtained it, it was in a place not far from the Great Kai continent. It was also near the residence of these sharks. After all, according to what Big Black said, the Silver Dragon King used hundreds of years to transform into a scaly dragon in seclusion. This period of time may be the key to swim to this neighborhood to obtain the remnants of the metamorphosis. Or, these sharks are able to lock tracking based on the location of the molt. Both possibilities existed, but the specifics were unknown to Xia. The first time the sharks appeared was during the Futu Ridge period, 400 to 500 years ago. He himself had arrived in Datsai more than 1,000 years ago. This was the reason why Xiaoyu was not able to make any rash judgments. But what made Xiaoyu even more strange was one thing. Those monks or stargazers all thought that the 100 years of dragon energy stolen by the evil scaly dragon was imprisoned together with the evil god's skin bag. However, these two things seemed to be at his place. Xiaoxiao pondered, is there something wrong? Or perhaps what was being held there was not what they said, but some other kind of horror? Regarding this, even Big Black had only told himself a half-baked story. He only told himself not to touch the coffin, and did not explicitly say what was being held in it. As Xiaoyu pondered, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have felt an inexplicably familiar aura from the coffin. But again, it was something that he had never come into contact with before. What exactly was it? Could it be another piece of evil god's skin that Big Black had gotten from somewhere? In a trance, Xiaoju's body shivered. That evil god Dagon's figure seemed to have appeared in front of him, and raised his cold, thick arm to grab at himself. Xiaoju was violently startled and leapt out of the water quickly. That illusion was actually like a tidal wave gradually dissipated and retreated. Xiaoxiao once again looked into the water. The feeling of discomfort that he had just experienced after shattering the idol once again came out. At this moment, the water seemed to have turned into a forbidden place for him. He had that feeling. If he went into the water again, he would be dragged by the evil god into the deepest, darkest depths of the sea, never to rise again. He inhaled deeply. If this was the case, the trial death talisman would be restricted. Xiaoju looked towards the water and couldn't help but hesitate. Just as he wanted to reach his hand into the river, suddenly, not far away was the sound of several startled swipes. Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran his golden rock body technique and gradually moved away from the small car ditch. As for those corpses on the ground in the river, he couldn't care less. Anyway, the big difference was beaten to pieces. Let the other side know as the sharks will be these corpses destroyed. Only good Lu. Walked to the city of Jinmen. Xia lack of the original intention is to buy more spices and seasonings and so on. After all, that into the road boar size is huge. Even if the bones and skin can be left, meat is estimated to be left more than 10 tons. But Xia lack of the moment he saw the door of the Jin Demon division is the ghost of God to walk in. He wanted to ask his master ancestor what was wrong with him. After all, going into the water to fish for corpses was one's true basic disc. Not being able to fish for corpses, he might still be able to continue the path of martial arts with the 2 existing golden words. But wouldn't more words be bad? Moreover, Xiaoju also wanted to see just where the limits of the Judgment Death Talisman lay, and how high it could send itself. A lot of people in the Department of Demon Suppression had been pulled out, plus those who were out on duty near the many villages and manor houses. Now, the Department of Jinmu Division is a bit cold. Even if it is now early in the morning, coinciding with the time to read the scriptures and practice morning work, the martial arts arena is not more than 20 people. Compared to the previous scene, Xiaoxiao also prayed, hoping that Jin Moc would not die or be injured too much this time. The Jin Demon Division gatekeepers and the secret sect guards were all familiar with Xiaoju. Although Xiaoju had never joined the secret sect and had never been ordained, they had basically defaulted to his name as the disciple and grandson of Supreme Master Yanqing. However, Xiaoju was also a bit confused about the composition of the secret sect. Among them, there were quite a few spirit guards who had generally worshipped the gods at the third realm with Uncle Nanguang, and whose achievements were equivalent to those of a person such as the Dong'an townsman. However, those who were truly at the top of the secret sect, such as the Dharma King and Hutukatu, had never been seen. The real one at the head was like his own master ancestor. However, Xiaoju could roughly guess that this was only one of the secret sect's residences. As the supervisor of the Demon Suppression Division, Zhu was the highest status person here. Walking up to the Buddha ceremony hall, the master ancestor looked like he had already sensed his arrival. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Come in." Xiaoju was not surprised. After all, at that time, after he had broken through to Martial Saint, he hadn't even seen how the master ancestor had arrived in front of him. It was naturally normal to be able to perceive that he was standing outside the ritual Buddha hall. At this time, the sky was hazy, and only one red candle was lit in the tightly sealed windowless Buddha ceremony hall. Together with the reflection of the golden body of the Buddha statue, it appeared to be a little dim. A fishy odor, don't stay in this Buddha hall. Yen Light Master sitting on the futon, head also does not return, is a spiritual light sprinkled, Xia lack of sudden feeling that something in his body disappeared. But he thought back, he was still there for the inexplicable fear of going into the water. Xiajiao smiled bitterly, concealing part of the truth of the situation. He just told Master Ancestor that he had stumbled upon those sharks in the water to see if Master Yen Guang had a solution. The sharks of the deep diving abyss. Yen Guang Senior Master pondered for a while, and then he was chanting, "You actually broke the idol of that ghost sea old immortal." Generally this kind of blasphemer, not dying on the spot, is extremely lucky. Ghost sea old immortal? Xia Xiao was a bit puzzled. Master Yen Guang stood up and walked to the candlestick. Well, it is also the father god in the mouth of those sharks, or Dagong. Xia Yu was a bit surprised, not realizing that this monster could be called an old immortal. Is the deep diving abyss the abode of those sharks? Xia Zhou's mind moved. Master Yen Guang nodded. Those sharks have been living in the deep diving abyss for an unknown number of years, and it is only in the last 100 years that they have come close to the land, and I don't know why. Master Ancestor, where is the deep diving abyss? Xiajiao asked after him. Master Ancestor glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. What? You're addicted to fishing for corpses and want to go fishing for shark corpses? Xia Xiao laughed, playing dumb and not answering. Yen Light Master also do not bother, just continue to say, probably thousands of miles away from us, is considered to be extremely far away from the sea. The doubts in Xia Xiao's heart were suddenly solved. Since these sharks are not from the dome of the sea all the way to chase, that means that the Silver Dragon King was to the vicinity of the Great Kai, and do not know whether it is stealing or robbing the means to get these sharks' offerings. That is, this ghost sea old fairy Dagong's residual molt. However, according to De Hei's description, this Silver Dragon King is a shut-in maniac, and how will not go far away from the tens of thousands of miles, spending hundreds of years traveling back and forth to get such two evil items. Putting this doubt aside, what happens to the Silver Dragon King is her business. Xia Yu still wants to solve his own problems first. Now, are you afraid of water? Master Ancestor suddenly asked. Xia Yu couldn't help but stare and nodded his head in a hurry. Master Yen Guang actually followed Xia Yu's example and smiled. Want to solve it? Xia lack of head amplitude speed are becoming more ruthless. Of course I want a Master Ancestor, dreaming. Otherwise can't take a bath. Every time you come here you still have to be like the party that dislike my stench is intolerable. Master Yen Guang looked at Xia Xiao with some helplessness, then raised his head again and looked at the idol in front of him. It was a Buddha statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, wearing a tiger skin garment and holding a golden rod, with a hairy body. Xia Jiao had already seen it many times. At times, he had wondered if this could be the fighting Buddha. But later, Xia Jiao learned that this was the Bodhisattva of powerful Ming Wang. It was not the monkey that he had imagined. Yen Guang Master burned an incense towards the statue of Buddha, raised his arms and put them down, turned to Xia Yu, said, "If you want to solve the curse left on you by Dagong, you can only seek God. Now, it depends on whether your heart is sincere or not." Xia Yu was a bit hesitant. Could it be that he was asking himself to worship God? Not to mention that he was a faithless person in his previous life. Even in his own life, he had never believed in anyone, plus Dasun had also told himself about the poisonous nature of gods and Buddhas. Even more so, Xiajiao had turned away from the gods and Buddhas in this world. Supreme Master Yen Guang seemed to have seen Xiajiao's hesitation. He smiled, "There is no need to kneel, my Buddha only needs a sincere heart." Xia Yu was curious and asked, "Grandmaster, how can I be considered sincere?" Master Yen Guang said, "My Buddha is proud of himself, never need incense. However, he likes to listen to the words of others who praise him. As a believer, the most important thing is to kiss ass." Yen Light Master said, "Actually is the first happy up," hastily hands together, bowed, sin. Xia can't help but be curious. Is there really such a god in Buddha who only likes to listen to good words and does not eat the earth? Xia Xiao changed his mind, what to praise? Monkey brother, you are really great? I'm afraid I'll kill myself with a stick and have no place to cry. Master Ancestor, why don't you go first? Xia Xiao said tentatively. Yen Guang Master coughed, his eyes gradually become strange, after hesitation is nodded and said, "Then poor monk is to offer ugly." He looked up to the statue, tone solemn, body batch of golden hair bright, feet on the Dragon King Rael scenery. To ask the immortal Buddha where to go, before the waterfall cave to worship the Monkey King. Waterfall cave? Xia Xiao couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart once again. Is it really the one he imagined? However, he couldn't help but be stunned after listening to this limerick of his master's. It kinda rhymed. But the content. He held his tongue for half a day, and his face even turned a little red. Master Ancestor is so literate. Master Yen Guang nodded as if nothing was wrong. It's your turn. Xia Xiao's mind moved, and he opened his mouth to recite. As soon as the wind and thunder from the earth, there will be a pile of white bones of the essence of life. Chapter 118, The Holy Law of Battle. After hearing the first sentence, Master Yen Guang knew that it was not simple. His black hair in front of his black chest began to tremble. This kid seems to have never been to school. How can he have such poetic talent? This first line is already far beyond my old man. Xiaoxiao did not know whether the surname of this bodhisattva of the powerful king of brightness was the same as what he knew, that is, he could only change a small part of it. Monks are fools, but they can be taught, demons are ghosts, but they are plagues. The golden monkey rises up 1,000 fishing rods, and the jade world clarifies 10,000 miles. Yen Light Master heart a burst of explosive thunder boom. If I had known, I should have taken the initiative to let Xiaoyu speak first, claiming that he was the first gatekeeper. If this poem is offered by himself, I am afraid that he has already blossomed. Then, Xiaoxiao read it out in one breath. Today, I hail His Holiness the Ming King, but only because the demonic mist has returned. Venerable Yan Guang's heart was already numb and his regret was almost overflowing. But at this time is already too late. Yan Guang Master can only think about, can let Xia lack of private to write a few of their own. What Xiaoyu read was really a gem that he hadn't seen in so many years. Even his own lineage of master, master ancestor, master grandfather have not seen this kind of fine masterpiece. He had some itchy teeth and didn't know if Xia's subsequent poems could reach this level. Especially that line about the golden monkey rising up with 1,000 fishing rods and the jade clarifying 10,000 miles, it even made his blood surge, wanting to pick up the golden rods and sweep away the demons outside the city. And Xiaojiu was also a little apprehensive after reading it. After all, this is not his own original work, the master ancestor's limerick is bad, but it is the original and fast. Thinking about it like this, perhaps his own level is not as good as his master's ancestor. In a flash, Xiaolak is feeling a burst of golden light did not pass, a few laughs from the ears rise. Xiaoyu looked around, at this time he was not in the ritual Buddha hall, but to a place of clear water. He seemed to be at the top of the mountain, under the clouds, the white clouds above his head were within reach. Looking downward, there were incomparably clear mountains and water. A curtain of waterfalls hanging high, the water flow like the earth dragon tumbling like turbulent. Jagged rocks grow in clusters, all kinds of flowers and trees compete for color, just like a fairyland on earth. Xiaoxiao's mind turned, could it be that he was brought by the bodhisattva in front of the waterfall cave? He hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed, and took the initiative to speak. I also asked the bodhisattva to release the curse on me. I don't know where in the void, but there is an ethereal voice. Oh? Your request is so simple? Xiaoxiao nodded his head. After all, if you can't go into the water, you are considered half useless. As long as the curse of the old ghost sea immortal is solved, he will be the sea is wide enough for the fish to jump. The voice paused for a moment, and then spoke again leisurely. In addition, see you break the shackles of martial arts is not easy. I would like to teach you a method. This method is not martial arts non-Dao, is a killing art. As for exactly how, you can understand, is to see your destiny. I don't know, are you willing to be taught? Xiaojiu was stunned, not expecting the bodhisattva to give him another reward in addition to the conditions he had offered. He nodded repeatedly, indicating his willingness. Not bad for a poem. Don't seek death, haha. 72 changes? How's that for a change remembering the 4 words of the mantra going to the wrong stage? Or is it the 8-9 Xian Gong? Or is it the great piece of heavenly immortal technique? Somersaulting clouds? The law of the heavens and the earth? Xiaojiu thought about it and went through all the possibilities. When he thought of the great killing technique that the bodhisattva had spoken of, he was also a bit speculative. Xiaojiu bowed down and performed a salute like his master ancestor did. A large and unseen force, however, actually stopped his figure and allowed him to stand steadily. There is no need to be polite, instead, I should thank you more. The voice laughed softly, tone indifferent. You can watch, I will only demonstrate once. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, emptying his mind and focusing on the front. At some point, a skinny figure the size of a teenager actually appeared in front of himself. Its figure was incredibly thin, clad in a robe made of spotted tiger skin, and holding a golden rod in its hand. However, in Xiaoxiao's eyes, when the golden rod in his hand began to swing, he became incomparably taller. His body was like a heavenly body, as if he could tear apart the entire heaven and earth. The golden rod in his hand was also all kinds of colorful, between the streams of light overflowing, so that the great sun hanging high above the sky also lost its brilliance. The killing aura even rendered the entire sky blood red. The golden rod was waved to the edge of the sky, even the great Tao was worn out. Although Xiaojiu had never used a stick before, or even learned any weaponry, he still looked mesmerized. A moment later, the transmission ended, and the figure gradually dissipated into thin air. And the name of this killing art gradually appeared in Xiaoxiao's mind. The Holy Law of Battle. After this figure disappeared, along with that voice as well, no matter how much more Xiaolak to call out, there was no response. However, he had memorized every move and style of the party, and this was where the martial arts wizardry lay. Although he did not understand the specifics of it, the moves and the essence of the divine form were all counted in the martial arts. It can also be treated as a martial art to learn. Xiaoyu is instantly immersed in it, although he does not have a stick in his hands, but Xiaoyu can also find the entry point. Will gradually become their own things. This side is the real intention of the martial arts wizards. It was only during his 100 years as an Orca that Xiaoyu realized this. transforming Taoism into martial arts, transforming Buddhism into martial arts, and transforming all beings in heaven and earth into martial arts. Only then did it live up to its golden word name. In the middle of the morning, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, and he was already back in the ritual Buddha hall at some point. Elder Yin Guan was standing at the side, smilingly looking at himself. Xiaojiu was creeped out and hurriedly lowered his waving hands. If he leaned forward any further, he was afraid that he would be about to hit Master Yin. I don't know if this skinny old man is enough for a few slaps of his own. Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Master Ancestor, There is no need to tell me, just remember it yourself. Master Yin Guan was also secretly shocked. Just by looking at Xiaojiu's actions just now, he was able to guess what kind of reward Xiaojiu had obtained. Generally, it was only the full-fledged God-worshipping disciples that would teach this method. And that was done. It was just that bodhisattvas would usually only rehearse it once, and if they needed to truly master this killing art, you still need the personal guidance of your elders, plus a long time to practice. Only then is there a slight possibility of mastering this bodhisattva's own method. Hearing the words of his master ancestor, Xiaoyu also nodded his head. He had already realized that the uncomfortable aura in his body had dissipated. It seemed to be more than that, it was carrying something else as well. Supreme Master Yin Guang just smiled. I didn't expect that in addition to that ghost-sea old immortal, you also provoked the sea god temple. That's a behemoth. Xiaoxiao could not help but be stunned for a moment. His memories had traveled to a long time ago, and after he had killed that sea god temple ritual priest, there was almost a trace of his breath that had evaporated into his body. It was as if he was being watched when he was in the vaulting sea. I didn't realize that I had been targeted by the sea god temple. Yen Light Master smiled, but have been bodhisattva for you to eliminate, you do not need to worry. Master Ancestor, this time, there is one thing please you. This is to give you the reward. Said, that Buddha statue above the golden body actually fell a strand of golden hair. Floating to Xia Lack of Poem. Chapter 119 Ming 1 Soul Lock. Xia Xiao did not expect. What Master Ancestor asked for was so simple, only needing to write down a god sacrifice. After thinking about it, he also only still remembered a song from the original Journey to the West, but the main object of the song was a weapon. I don't know if it's useful or not. Thinking that he was able to solve these problems also rely on the Master Ancestor, so he wrote it down. Seeing this, Master Yen Guang also had his whiskers up in the air. He blew a breath towards the golden monkey hair in his mouth, and the golden silk even directly drilled into Xiaoyu's hair. Xia Jiao was also a bit confused, not knowing what it was used for. Master Yen Guang just smiled and didn't say much. Seeing the matter, Xiaoyu was just about to leave when he remembered something. Xiaoyu coughed and said briefly, Master, my father previously found a corpse collector, but did not expect his talent for literature is extremely good. A few days ago, a eunuch came and took a liking to that kid and took him away. Yen Light Master nodded. Well, to be your neighborhood things, I let Nan Guang help you find a person hand. Xia Lax again is a pause, rubbing hands. Master, you recently tight? I have a monthly offering, it's not quite enough to eat. Venerable Yen Guang raised his head and looked at the big-bladed Xia Jiao, somewhat stunned. He remembered the amount of food of those patriarchal-level martial monks, and without saying a word, he also turned around and took out a wooden box from the back corner of the hall. Opening it up, it was actually layers and layers of gold bars. Xiaojiu hastily took it. Not only meat, spices, which were more expensive than meat, his own consumption was also staggering. But with these words, it was at least enough for himself to spend for a long time. Listening to the Master Ancestor opened his mouth and said, recently not Mrs. Ping, this is the city a gentry yesterday donated, want to pray for a peace. Xia Gap and the eyes are falling in this box. Slightly weighing some, can sense that this is about 70 or 80 pounds. Seeing Xia Gap a picture of wealth, Yen Guang Master narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, if you have time, come and instruct those martial monks more often. My secret sect may lack everything, but the last thing it lacks is gold. If you are willing to enter my secret sect and take a bodhisattva precept, my secret sect's vault will be open for you at any time. Xia Xiao nodded repeatedly, but directly ignored the last few words of the Master Ancestor. Seeing Xiaoyu's dumbfounded demeanor, Elder Yen Guang could not help but sigh as well. He truly wanted to take Xiaoyu into the sect, but this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Just as Xiaojiu was about to leave, Elder Yen Guan once again called out to Xiaojiu and said with meaning, don't worry about that evil spirit by the river, and don't go near it, you can go home again when it's over. But this plague may last for some years, if you still want to fish for corpses I can also arrange a place for you. Xia Xiao listened to the words of his Master Ancestor, and his mind was spinning with thoughts. It seemed that Master Ancestor knew some of the reasons. Xia Xiao pretended to be surprised, so long? It seems to me that there are a lot of people coming from the divine capital, so it should be resolved very quickly. Yen Guang Master just waved his head, do not ask, this matter is not so easy to solve. He was a little undaunted, once again tried. When the incident happened I happened to be in the neighborhood, I was a long way away, but also seemed to see a coffin floating in mid-air. Yen Guang Master is still a picture of calm demeanor. Well, Xia Lak began to make up. I also seem to hear what the Black Dragon King? That seems to have been worshipped by the villagers near Xiaochigu. But did not expect, the master ancestor face is actually flashed blinking thinking, and seems to be in reminiscence, but its mouth is to continue to play sloppy. This world dragons are many, even my secret sect Bodhisattva Buddha's mounts have several. Seeing this, Xia Lak even more firmly master ancestor certainly know the reason. It was only when Xia Yu tried to ask again that he was told to stop by Master Yanqing. He had no choice but to give up. When Xia Yu walked out of the demon suppression division, the sky had already become bright. Coupled with the fact that some days have passed since the Son of Heaven was ordained, the people don't have to eat only fasting food anymore, and the city is once again a lot more lively. Xiajiu, who had wanted to go and find some ways to get rich, had also lost his desire after being fed by his master ancestor. He lightly walked to the wagwangwan opened in front of the restaurant, asked for 20 fried, boiled and roasted all kinds of whips, and then ate a few like the size of a fistling eggs. But Xia Xiao did not expect that when he was feasting, there were actually people sitting down in the empty seat in front of him. Those people are the same, a dark gray suit, looks extremely smart and capable. Generally people dressed like this were almost always martial artists. Xiajiu's brows furrowed, and the big man who was vaguely at the head of the other party looked at the guns and cannons on the table, and also stared in disbelief. Young martial artists, it should be better to be more restrained, otherwise how to maintain abundant physical strength and blood? The big man opened his mouth and said to Xia Xiao in a lecturing tone. It's none of your business. Xia Xiao swallowed what was in his mouth and raised his head to look at him. The big man said, again in the same tone as before, is this the genius that Pavilion Master Lu spoke of? I didn't expect that not only was he a man of indulgence, but also a cocky person who didn't know what respect was. Xia Xiao didn't pay any attention to him and just ate his food slowly and methodically. Those few people also did not have a good face when they saw this. However, in this He Guangguan's territory, they didn't dare to make trouble. Seeing that Xia didn't care about anything, and even called for the waiter to add more food, they couldn't hold back any longer. The leader of the big man took a deep breath and held back his anger. I came from Fengcheng, and I heard that the wind of martial arts is strong in Jinmen, so I specially went to the door to ask for advice from a few martial arts halls. I didn't realize that these martial artists in Jinmen are all consumptive people, and there is no one who can fight. Instead, the Lu Pavilion of the Haiyuan Pavilion is considered a master, but its age is too big, blood and body quality are failing terribly. On the contrary, Pavilion Master Lu specifically recommended you to me, saying that your martial arts skills are unrivaled amongst the young sect masters. We have been squatting in front of the gate of the Demon Suppression Division for several days and nights, and it was only this morning that a brother said you had appeared. If you are still a martial artist, you should finish eating quickly and go to fight with me. However, you do not take the town of Magic Division pressure us, we are not demonic evil left, acting bright and open, no fear of your town of Magic Division majesty. Listening to this big man crackling a bunch of words down. Xia Lak raised his head, some puzzled. I know you? Why should I fight you? The big man seems to have been unable to restrain his anger. The little brother beside him reminded him again and again before he forced himself to hold back, lowered his voice and snapped, You seedless guy, is the thing in the crotch of your pants eaten by you? Xia Xiao stopped chewing in his mouth. In the next instant, the big man didn't even know what had happened. His face instantly collapsed and his entire person had flown backwards. His body crashed straight into several tables and chairs and then toppled into the wall, leaving a huge bloodstain before coming to a stop. The back of his head even made a groove in the wall, and blood continued to flow, and his entire body was already completely stunned. The shopkeeper behind the counter dressed as a Taoist priest seemed to see someone causing trouble and walked out with an angry face. Xiajiu just slowly took out the handplate from his waist, and that shopkeeper instantly greeted him with a smile. This license plate is not like the previous external deacon, Master Ancestor has replaced it with a more advanced external inspection. So it's the inspector of the Department of Devil Suppression. Xia Lak wiped his mouth, also not in the mood to eat again, is to pay the money and walk straight out. That big man brought a few little brother is also become in the eyes of the austere, face to face actually do not know how to. After all, that big man said weak, but at least is also but more than 30 years old to the peak of martial arts master characters. But he was slapped by this person in front of him and flew out horizontally, and he didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. Those few people instantly became unsettled, you look at me and I look at you and then hurriedly ran out. Kneeling down directly in front of Xia Xiao, they began to say some words to please Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao ignored these people and walked towards the market, pondering which spices to buy. As he was walking, Xia Yu found several figures of the Xuanjia army riding their high horses, running towards the outside of the city one after another. Generally speaking, even the Xuanjia army could not ride horses in the city, unless there were important matters or information to be passed on. Xia Zhao also heard the words river emergency vaguely from these figures, and his heart was instantly energized. He quickly found a corner of the city wall and climbed out, swept up the golden rock stance and quickly rushed toward the direction of the small car ditch. To the small car ditch about 5 miles away from the boundary, Xia Lak will feel that there seems to be an invisible bondage, is restricting their own. However, he couldn't tell exactly what kind of bondage it was. Regardless of whether it was chi and blood, astral energy, or martial will, he was able to use it normally. In order to be cautious, Xiajiu overlaid his martial ugly faceplate on it, and his breath was restrained to the extreme. He then slowly hurried towards the river. However, when he reached the border of about 3 miles, Xiaoyu realized that the area was already surrounded by the Xian armor army's men. The standing position of these hundreds and thousands of martial artists seemed to have vaguely formed some sort of formation. And the chi and blood power from their bodies was completely collected and melted into a ball. Afterwards, a few Taoist masters used it to maneuver around their bodies, seemingly using it as mana. And there seems to be some kind of concealment array, if not for Xia's extreme sensitivity to chi and blood, alone with the will of the martial arts to sense their yin and god, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to discover the abnormality of this. Xia Xiao sensed carefully, these hundreds of people coalesced chi and blood power, even close to catching up with his own, reached more than 20 land power. However, most of these martial artists were only at the first stage of the first realm, as well as not many in 8. The army's patriarch was not involved in the formation at all, but was riding the second realm's elite monster Linhu, standing at the very front. When Xia Xiao saw this, he dived underwater and gradually moved forward slowly. Only half of his head, which was covered by the fallen leaves in the river, was exposed. When he got closer, Xia Xiao stimulated his ears with the precursor weather power, and his ears instantly became clearer. Slowly move forward. Don't startle those thieves. The Mingwang soul lock diagram continues to input the living soul, do not stop. Xiajiu's heart was aghast, judging by what he had heard so far. It seemed that these Xuanjie troops were going to make some unfavorable moves against those Taoist monks by the river. The specifics are not quite clear. But if it was just these martial artists, I'm afraid that one of the real people above the Triple Thunder Tribulation would be able to wipe them all out. Their reliance was that so-called Mingwang soul locking diagram? Xia Xiao saw the front of the several real people around the chi and blood entanglement, actually some like no one else to talk about it. His Highness has long tolerated the secret sect this big tumor, but I did not expect that it was actually endured for so long before making a move. Dodgy Dharma King has been involved, Yen light that old man has not yet realized, now the living Buddha does not show, the secret sect of other people but the big cats and kittens 3 or 2 only. Rumor has it that the secret sect did not produce a secret master of the Holy Walker? This matter had even attracted the attention of His Highness. He has already cut down his cultivation in the divine path to pursue the 4th realm of the martial path. A sacred walker, that's a person who will be able to become a spirit general, comparable to a Yanqing true lord. He has abandoned this heavenly path to pursue the illusory martial arts path. Xia Zhao's mind moved, did not think that the holy walker that the senior uncle said was able to point to the spirit general. Also know that they are talking about is to shun, I do not know how the foster father is now. And this spirit will, both can be comparable to Yanqing? At that time, I thought that this spirit general was at most a high level of the Tao. Xia Xiao recalled the boy who gave himself the words of martial arts wizards, but also cannot help but sigh with emotion. No wonder at that time, even the master ancestor has been sent out. To know that even the Qishan real person, only a Nanguang master uncle had been sent out. Speaking of this, the real people could not help but laugh, one of them then said. If we could slaughter all these real people, that would really be a tisk tsk. Xian, don't mess around, His Highness has a request. Chapter 120 Tantric Trader. Xia Xiao continued to listen, and from time to time, his brows furrowed. From the discussion of these people, he was able to roughly learn that these people were actually trying to wipe out those real people near the bronze coffin. Relying on the ability of the so-called magic weapon called the Mingwang Soul Lock Diagram. Its ability to block the mana yin god, all beings are equal under the yang god. However, the martial artists' chi and blood and astral power are excluded from this and are able to be used normally in it. And these true people had long since researched ways to be able to master chi and blood with the body of a real person and use it as if it were mana. They relied on these major means to give a thunderous blow. The most crucial point was to falsely accuse the secret sect after the incident. The reason for this was that the secret sect was too powerful in King Yan's territory. Xia Xiao recalled what the 3 strings master had said earlier, and knew that the Yanqing was about to rebel. Now, he wants to solve the big problem in his territory first, that is, the secret sect. As Xiajiu swam slowly, the true people near Shaochego were already noticing something strange. They felt that their yin spirit mana was actually suddenly frozen and could not operate in the slightest. The moon-robed monk representing the Water Moon Zen Academy's face changed greatly as he looked at the monk at the head of the secret sect. Yunguang, what is the meaning of your secret sect? Yunguang was in the same generation as Nanguang Yuan Shun, and was considered the secret sect's contemporary Grandmaster brother. He was also embarrassed. Mingwang soul lock figure, this magic weapon cannot be my spirit guard can drive. But that moon-robed monk is still unforgiving, along with other real people together with cold eyes to the secret sect were the people, but can do this effect, only your secret sect's Mingwang soul lock. Yunguang shook his head, indicating that he did not know. When the rest of them saw this, they hurriedly wanted to get away and leave. Several real people in the Xian armor army laughed and came together from afar. Humph. Still want to escape? When Yin Guang saw those people, they were familiar faces, and his face immediately turned red. Jiawen, Chen Xian. He actually named these real people one by one. The people present were not little darlings. They knew that these were the Yanqing's people, and they all began to curse. Water and Moon Zen Center in the Moon Robe Monk is also frowned. You or even Water and Moon Zen Center also want to offend altogether? That person named Xian Xianjinjin shook his head and laughed. Master Hui Mei, you are wrong. I am representing the secret sect today to help Yun Guang eliminate you heretics. He looked towards Yun Guang and laughed. Yun Guang, your secret sect, isn't it that heretics are more detestable than faithless people? After saying that, those several real people under Yan Wang's command all laughed out loud and actually chatted as if no one else was around. Xian, when it comes to killing people and killing their hearts, you're still good at it. Worthy of being King Yan's black glove. Xian, this is really something. At this point, everyone present already knew the other party's purpose. They were actually trying to wipe them out in the name of the secret sect. The other non-secret sect people began to vaguely take the lead of Master Hui Mei in the Water Moon Zen courtyard and began to negotiate with these real people from the Yanqing's side. You fellows have thought this through. The forces behind us are not something that King Yan can afford to mess with. But that Xian real person is to dodge, is not positive to answer. Off the Yanqing what matters, I am the secret sect real person Master Hui Mei's face is a little hard to bear. Yan Wang really want to do this matter to the end? This narrow-minded generation, afraid to sit on the throne is also difficult to sit for a long time at. Xian real person laughed. This will not bother Hui Mei master bother. He opened his hands. You don't need to say anything more. Follow my master's name. Those present today are not allowed to let go of one. At this time, from the Xuanjia army is actually out of a person, with a mask that is meant to predetermine the wrath of the Vajra. Under the mask, there was a female voice that said, don't play, don't miss the big event of His Highness. Those several real people immediately quieted down. Yun Guang's frown immediately stretched, could not help but laugh coldly. Yan Shi? It turns out to be this secret sect traitor. No big, no small, even the master uncle also do not know how to call. That female voice shouted coldly, and then her body actually condensed a long black whip with her chi and blood, which sent Yin Guang flying out horizontally. Traitor! Traitor! Those in the Guangzi generation in the secret sect actually broke into curses. You these martial artist born guy really is rude, also is Yen light that old thief did not teach well, let uncle me for your master to train you. Yen she exploded and actually rushed into the location of the secret sect, whipping all of them to the point of skinning. Xie Zhao's face also sank. Quite a few of those people from the secret sect were people he knew well. However, as far as he knew, these Guangji senior uncles should all be martial artists, and there should still be chi and blood left in their bodies. Could it be that after worshipping the gods, the power of chi and blood was completely transformed into other powers? Xie Zhao was a bit puzzled. The other true people present also looked unsightly, not to mention the fact that the ones who were being beaten now were all secret sect people. Perhaps these secret sect people still had some use for them, and were able to stay alive after taking a beating. The other party was so aggressive, it was obvious that they wanted to kill all of them. The surrounding true people still kept trying, wanting to use their mana to clash the bindings of the Mingwang soul lock. Yan she just laughed coldly. Don't try, if you are not at the 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation, you won't be able to break this diagram formation. The Xuanjia army behind him actually took a few steps forward, shouting in unison as if they were practicing. The almost solidified chi and blood rushed to the faces of the real people, and they couldn't help but change color. It seemed that the other party was playing for real. If it was usual, this power was placed in front of their individual true people, they might not even be able to draw attention to it. However, at this time, the Yin spirit's mana was blocked, but it was like a lamb to the slaughter. When Yan she was finished, the people in the secret sect were all bruised and battered. She threw down a secret scroll from her hand and said in a cold voice. The others, those who want to continue living, are signing him. That monk in the Water Moon Zen courtyard took a look, and his face instantly turned iron blue. The third tantric heart nightja secret scroll. Do you know, what are you doing? Yan Shi's tone was bland. Naturally, I know. The moon-robed monk once again droned. Sign this booklet, after that you can only be used by you, right? Yan Shi undeniably nodded. If you want to live, you have to sign it quickly, otherwise, you can only throw it into the river and feed it to the fish. Traitors of King Yan, give poor monks to die. A Zen monk seemed to have been unable to hold back, and even used his physical body to lift up a 1,000-pound Zen staff and rushed forward to smash it down. Vajra Dharma body? Not bad at all. Yan she just casually glanced at the monk's head appeared an illusory night fort, and then the steel fort put to death. Actually on the spot will be the death of Izin Shen. Is this the power of the soul-locking diagram of the Ming King? The people present all became chilled. But even so, there were also monks and Taoist priests who fearlessly went forward. Yan she smiled disdainfully as the night fork shadows appeared one after another, and a few more corpses could not help but be added to the ground. Xiajiao silently walked to the end of the Xian armor army, stealthily dragging away one person without alerting anyone. When he reappeared, he was already dressed in armor. Xia Xiao was holding a silver white stone in his hand, which was also able to continuously input qi and blood power. He had seen these Xuanjia troops holding this in their hands and guessed that this was the key to the qi and blood formation. Xia Xiao asked his colleague, "What are we going to do in this operation?" The armorer's face was in a trance, and he lowered his voice. "It is rumored that it is going to make a move against the Jin Demon Division, and those guys have been pressing on our heads for more than a day or two." His face rose a trace of dissatisfaction. "To know in this Yen land, in this Jinmen city, a Yanqing is the real master, Xuanjia army is the real defender of the stability of Jinmen." Xia Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that if this trouble is not resolved, the secret sect will really be in big trouble. Simply letting those true people sign the so-called secret book and subsequently hiding them, leaving behind another trace of the secret sect's mana, would be able to cause a sensational chaos." Although even the discerning could see that this was framing the secret sect. But what King Yan wanted was a reason to move the secret sect. Only after digging out the big trouble in his territory would he dare to take the first step towards rebellion. Moreover, listening to what he said, the Dharma King and the secret sect had already been restrained. Nowadays, the only high-end battle force that is feared to be left is the Master Ancestor. If all of these real people had signed the so-called secret book, the Yanqing side was afraid to have quite a few more Dao entry-level combatants. Xia Zhu did not count them up. There had been many fewer people in the vicinity of Shaochego in the past few days. However, there were still at least 30 or so entry Dao, not a small number. Xia Xiao drew out a trace of hidden astral energy into the silver white stone in his hand, following the qi and blood of the Xuanjia army that had coalesced into a formation, and kept feeling his way up. Based on his years of experience playing with qi and blood, Xiajiao quickly found a few key nodes where the qi and blood coalesced. With a thought, he used his astral energy to cut off the veins in it, and retrieved it with speed, fearing that he would be discovered. Suddenly, a Dao entry realist on the Yanqing side actually changed his face on the spot. He realized that the qi and blood power in his body had suddenly disappeared. However, in the next moment, the qi and blood power was back within this real person. He could not help but let out a breath. It seemed that there was no problem with the formation. If there was a problem with this formation, it would have to rely on these low-ranked martial artists to take the field. Although these Dao entry real people did not cultivate qi and blood martial arts, their physique would not come to be too weak under the nourishment of mana in Shen, as well as the lightning tribulation. It might even be much stronger than a martial arts master. Escaping one at that time would be the end of the world. Right now, they could only rely on them, the Dao enlightened masters, to harness their massive qi and blood in order to completely suppress these people. At this moment, there was already a Zen monk who had signed that secret book. Immediately afterward, his body actually became dark and his hair curled, just like a Kunlun slave that came from the extreme west. Everyone knows that this is the symbol of the Night Fort, and can only listen to the orders of the owner of the secret book. There are also monks who do not submit to, immediately self-immolation, leaving a relic in the same place. Xiajiao saw that he could not delay any longer. He used the Big Dipper to lurk within the qi and blood formation, while he himself kept pushing away the armor in front of him. Make way, gentlemen, let me go up first and catch a glimpse of the real person. This fellow officer, please make way, I'm stepping on your foot. It's okay, you don't have to say sorry, you didn't mean to put your foot here either. Those armored soldiers were hypnotized by the martial ugly faces, and these low-ranked martial artists actually didn't feel strange. Instead, they all took the initiative to make way for Xiajiao. Xiajiao had an unimpeded journey and soon arrived at only a few hundred meters away from Shaochego. There were also only tens of meters away from Yan Wangfang's real person. His massive astral qi was readily in place at this point, and he could cut off all qi and blood links with just a single movement of his own mind. But capturing a thief was the first thing to do. Just by severing this qi and blood, they might still have other means. Especially that Yan Shi's hands of the Ming Wang soul lock figure, especially let see a lack of some scruples. With that, an invisible reward money fell into Xia Zhao's hand. With a movement of his mind, the illusionary effect on the invisible faceplate was once again heightened. To outsiders, he had completely integrated into the Xian armor army, not seeing any sense of rawness. Judging by his temperament, he was at least a veteran soldier who had fought for decades at the end of the period. He walked up, and the few martial arts masters in front of him who had never seen Xiajiao's appearance didn't find it strange. They just asked, "What are you doing stepping forward? This is not a place for an innate martial artist like you, quickly go down." Xiajiao shook his head. "My lord, I want to catch a glimpse of the style of the Dao entry master." That martial grandmaster was also as if he was possessed, nodding his head, "Be safe." Xiajiao gave a hum and once again walked forward. Once again, after consuming the newly obtained reward money, Xiajiao's figure instantly arrived behind Yanqi. Even the several Dao enlightened masters did not find it strange. After all, the Yin spirit's magical power had been sealed, and their senses and resistance to illusions had been minimized. Xiajiao reached out his hand and patted Yanqi on the shoulder. Yanqi turned his head to look at Xiajiao, and a perplexed expression was also revealed under his adamantine mask. "My lord, what realm are you in?" Yanqi was a bit puzzled, but still ghostly replied, "Five-leaf spirit guard, what's wrong?" Chapter 121, Master Xia, cutting her middle way. That would be a real person who had almost passed through the five thunder tribulation. Xiaoyu made some calculations according to the fivefold thunder tribulation great demon he had eaten in his previous life, which was roughly equivalent to 500 land forces. However, that great demon had a huge body and was not comparable to a human. However, it should at least be above 300 land forces. In other words, if there was no this brightnessless soul lock diagram, the other party's strength would be at least 10 times that of his own. But it couldn't be calculated this simply. The amount of chi and blood was only the minimum base disk of a martial artist's battle strength. The killing whale Qian Kuandao was able to increase one's strength by 3 times, and then the whale flood skill increased it by 2 times again. Today's self is 30 lose chi and blood value, after doubling 6 times is able to reach 180 lose strength. After that, the berserk wave 1000 stacks is getting more and more courageous, and the final increase can also reach about 1.5 times. That is to reach 240 land power. In addition to the opposite side of this old thing is definitely older than himself, then add the fist fear of young and strong. 264 land power. As well as the final limit breaking form, it should not be a problem to take it down. Not to mention the fact that he had the uncalculated additions of the mountain river and Jigaku diagram and the primal seal. However, this was also a calculation of basic power, and the other party must also have similar means for mana ancient increases. But at this time, isn't this not possible to use mana? Xiaojiu once again asked, under this Ming Wang soul lock diagram, how many % of your strength can you exert? Nangang recognized the face of Xia Lak, on the other side of the river quietly watching. His face actually became a little complicated. This master nephew of mine, who has only broken the shackles of martial arts not long ago, has this been bought by King Yen? Look at it, Yen, she talking with a smile. Nangang guessed Xia Lak of status in the Yanqing's command is not low. But how is it, just wearing this lowest status 10 captain armor? A fog rose from Nanguang's heart. He recalled the terrifying strength of Xia Ju, who was able to break his own great black heavenly dharma body as a second leaf spirit guard with just a single move. A bitter smile could not help but rise on Nanguang's face. With Xia Ju's strength, under this Ming Wang soul lock diagram, he was afraid that one would not have any problem killing 100 or 1,000 Dao entry real persons. It was as easy as killing chickens and ducks. After all, when this Yin God's magic power was not visible, Nanguang thought to himself that after losing this body's chi and blood power, his current self was not even as good as the first time he entered the realm of a martial arts master. Yanqi's tone became a bit vague. Aye. In a flash, its sanity actually got rid of the face influence, and its tone became sharp. Who are you? The chi and blood transformed into a knife fork like 3-fingered steel fork around his body, actually stabbing straight at Xiaojiu. Playing with chi and blood with me? You know that I am the ancestor of playing with chi and blood. With a single thought, the steel fork dissipated out of thin air under the intersection of astral energy. Not only that, all the real people present began to scream in fear. They had already realized that the chi and blood power in their own bodies had completely disappeared, and were no different from those real people on the other side of the river. These Yan Wang Fong real people began to frantically communicate with the stones in their hands, wanting to use them to retrieve their chi and blood power, but to no avail. Xia Zhao's hard and thick astral energy lay in the middle of it, causing all the chi and blood to return to the martial artists themselves. When the true people on the other side of the river saw this, a hint of hope instantly rose on their faces. Was this internal strife under King Yan's command? She also instantly became pale, but it was hidden underneath that adamantine mask. She remained motionless on the surface, using her divine soul to communicate with the Ming King soul lock diagram within her body. A giant night fork shadow suddenly appeared and climbed on top of Xia Zhao's head. Xia Zhao's chi and blood were like mercury, and he actually ignited an invisible fire, instantly obliterating the night fork shadow. Seeing this, Yanqi also began to recite obscure words. Beside her, the Zen monk who had turned into a black skin actually opened his arms and let out a strange hiss from his mouth. His palms waved, dust and sand flew, and there was actually a powerful mana overflowing from his body, as if he was not affected by the Ming King soul lock in the slightest. Yanqi tone of voice like a leisurely stroll. This Night Jia secret book and the Ming King soul locks from the same source, when I will be refined, is the mutilation of an unknown number of colleagues. Although Yanqi's tone is light, but the murderous spirit is rising. Hand digging out their souls, melting them, this feeling is really wonderful. Just before his words were finished, that monk had already been completely torn into two by Xiaojiu, and even his soul was extinguished in the blood and chi together. If that's all there is to it, then it's over. With that said, Xiaojiu's figure rose to almost 4 meters. After shrinking his bones for a long time, maintaining his original form was a bit uncomfortable. He twisted his neck, and his bone joints made crackling and exploding sounds from it. The whale flood technique and the wild wave 1000 stacks began to be unleashed in unison at the highest power. Yanqi's expression under his mask gradually turned cold, but he hadn't thought that there was still a change of heart here. There was someone whose body strength was so strong. Could it be that he had cultivated some sort of dharma body? In Yanqi's unbelievable expression, Xiaojiu's palm was launched, like the momentum of destroying a mountain. It was like a huge fishtail that was fiercely slapping towards himself. This palm, overbearing and incomparable, into an urgent kill. Before this palm reached Yanqi's body, the airwave had already toppled several Taoist masters not far away from his side, along with their horses. Yanqi's whole person also flew out at once, carrying an unparalleled and incomparable horror of the astral, will be behind the Xuanjia army crashed, that is the chaotic rock collapse cloud, military heart collapse. The many real people on the other side of the river were also stunned, as if they had seen a savior. Yanqi quickly got up from the ground. That grandiose palm was of extraordinary power. However, as a 5-leaf spirit guard, it was not so easy to kill. She was somewhat torn. If she was able to unlock the Mingwang soul lock in her body, killing this person would be like killing a dog. But those real people on the other side of the river, it's not something she alone can suppress. In an instant, in the Xuanjia army formation within the Yanqi, the body actually appeared in nearly solid horror huge knight fork. That knight fork is actually a halberd fork down, skewer up more than 10 Xuanjia martial artists, into the mouth. Chewing loudly, there was even blood dripping on the ground. The Xuanjia army instantly military heart collapsed, actually began to flee in all directions. That knight fork jumped out at once, and Yanqi also shouted sternly, "Whoever flees first, I will kill them first." Not only the Xian armor army, even the real people under King Yan felt chilled. In the next moment, right in front of the shocked gaze of the real person Xian, that knight fork actually twisted it up with one hand and put it into his mouth. "Yanqi, do you know that I am His Highness's beloved? If you do this, His Highness will definitely not be able to forgive you." The knight fork opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Yanqi exhaled a breath from his mouth, as if he was healed from his injuries, and stood upright again. The many real people also felt horrified. Was this secret sex method all this frightening and appalling? Even on the other side of the river, those monks hurriedly began to keep their distance from the secret sex people, fearing that a knight fork would suddenly turn up on their bodies and eat them alive. Yanqing looked at his own senior brother, as if he was extremely familiar with the strong man dressed in the Xian armor army, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Senior brother Nan, that person is?" Although he is the secret sex contemporary master brother, but his weekdays are all in the bitter cultivation of God, in order to have a hint of the possibility of becoming that holy walker. He almost completely ignores external affairs. If it is not here as the royal family and Watermoon Zen Garden Point, every sect to send a certain number of people, cloud-wide is not out of the gate. Nanguang slowly opened, his name is Xiaoyu, is considered to be my Jin Demon Division in the people. Yanguang sucked in a breath of cool air. When did the Jin Demon Division have such a strong person in it, to be able to suppress the diagram master in the Ming King soul locking diagram? Nanguang shook his head. He was also extremely lacking in cognizance of Xia Lak's strength. However, he knew that his master nephew had definitely surpassed himself. He spoke in a deep and slow voice, pressing his voice to an extremely low level. He is a martial artist who has broken the shackles of the 3 realms. Yanguang's heart was shocked by millions of waves. He was a martial arts master worshipping God in the beginning. And his martial talent was not low. He was aware of the difficulty of breaking the shackles of martial arts. He couldn't help but think, which martial arts school's master can teach this kind of disciple? Yanqi let out a laugh, raised his black and gold steel fork, jumped forward, and Xiaoyu said, "Come again." Xia Lak, to see its cannibalistic face, has long been disgusted to the extreme. Their own inappropriate people have not gone to eat people. "You, this guy is still human?" The bushel-sized palm slapped at the steel fork. The strong astral energy it carried instantly shook it away. The confident Yanqi actually saw the weapon fall out of his hand and finally started to panic. Xiaoyu took advantage of the situation and pursued. His fists and palms attacked quickly, striking to the flesh, and his heavy qi and blood continuously eroded Yanqi's flesh, in a vain attempt to find the soul-locking diagram of the Ming King within his body. Although Yanqi was being passively beaten, he raised his head and laughed. "Go ahead, under the effect of the Ming King's soul-locking diagram, the injuries I suffered will be taken by other people in the realm for me." Xiaoyu stopped moving and looked up. Among the monks on the other side of the river, there was one who suddenly fell to the ground, and blood continued to spill from the corner of his mouth. Xia Lack of eyes appeared a trace of perverse color, lifting Yanqi figure is to the far away swept away. He slammed it into the water and ruthlessly pressed it down, wanting to choke it to force out the yin shin. "It's useless. I used the soul lock to link all these people to me. Now, as long as they don't die, I will not be destroyed." Yanqi, however, laughed even more crazily. This bizarre, darkly etched magic weapon caused a creepy feeling to rise up in everyone's heart. Xia Xiao began to become a bit irritable, although he was already a solid force over the other party in terms of strength. However, this was the first time he had seen such a difficult opponent. No wonder Big Black said that these cultivators of decay were much stronger than the ones in the Dome Sea. This brightnessless soul-locking diagram alone was almost able to make one person invincible in the field. Just at this moment, Yanguang actually suddenly opened his mouth. "Master Xia, try to cut her middle." That meaningless soul-lock diagram should have been refined in its heart. Chapter 122 Golden Word, Straight Death Demon Eyes. Upon hearing this, Yan Hui's expression under the mask changed a bit. Xiaojiu lifted Yan Hui out of the water, under the augmentation of the dragon gaining access to the water. She couldn't help but start to become terrified in her heart. No matter how much she resisted, in Xiaozhou's hands, she was like a 3-year-old child without any resistance. Under the mask, a trace of panic flashed through his expression, and Yanqing began to recite some kind of obscure scripture in his mouth. But he was still a step too slow. In the next moment, Yanqing only felt his body being struck by lightning, as if something was being pulled out of his body. Xiaozhou placed his hand in front of his heart and started to retrieve it by using his astral chi to penetrate the meridians in his body. With Xiaozhou's familiarity with the human body, but in the blink of an eye, he sensed something wrong with the right half of his heart. There seemed to be a strange force inside, completely engulfing the astral energy input by Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou's eyes stared, and he knew that this was the place. Yanqing's cold hairs stood straight up and her heart clenched, already knowing that the other party had actually found the location of the Ming-King soul lock diagram. The astral energy in her body actually began to gnarl at her heart, gradually forming a peculiar symbol. Gamma Sky Lock. Yanqing couldn't help but go ice cold, and a strong sense of duress immediately emanated. This was Feng Zidu's Dharma, which Xiaozhou had used as a proof to lock the terrifying chi and blood within the heart of the Orca whale body. Ka-ching! A sound like bone cracking emanated from within Yanqing's body. The connection between the Mingwang soul lock diagram and Yanqing's spirit had actually been disconnected by the galactic heavenly lock formed by this astral energy. The many real people all felt that blocking force gradually recede just like a tidal wave. At this moment, they were already able to exert roughly the cultivation level of the second realm of Wengong. Only now, before the residual power of that Ming King's soul-locking diagram had completely dissipated. The Wengong second realm was even inferior to a first-realm martial artist, and they were still lambs to the slaughter at this point. Seeing this, those several Yan Wangfeng's real people could not help but clamp down on the retreating Linhu and violently retreated backwards. Xia lack of carrying in the hands of Yanqing, body like a rock in the world, 3 or 2 breaths will have been a few real people caught to the riverside. These real people at this time do not yet know the identity of Xialak, but look at its cultivation is actually Mingwang's soul lock figure are not able to hold hostage. It must be at least a master above the 7th or 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation. Although Xia did not hide his astral energy and chi and blood, but the people present also thought that this was the special effects of its gongfu, and not the power that a martial artist can have. Xia Xiao threw one of them to the shore of the cart ditch, and his face remained indifferent. But these several real people heart is a burst of monstrous feeling of oppression. It was as if what was in front of them was not a person, but a terrifying demon. One of the real people suppressed the inner uneasiness and spoke slowly, "Your Excellency, who are you? Why did you mix into my Xuanjia army? There is no such thing as why." Xia Xiao didn't care, and in the unbelieving gazes of these several real people, he actually broke their necks in an instant. The yin spirit that escaped from them was completely vaporized by the chi and blood field emanating from Xia's body in the blink of an eye. Throwing the 3 corpses into the water, it was as if Xiaozhou had done something insignificant. He looked towards Yanqing, who was also cold. Where did this living king of hell come from? He had actually snapped the necks of those several real people without asking a single question and extinguished the yin spirits. Yanqing could already imagine what would happen to him. Xia Zhao put his hand at Yan Hui's shoulder, and his astral energy kept feeling around. He opened his mouth and asked, "How do I take out this Ming King soul lock diagram?" Yanqing froze for a moment and couldn't help but laugh coldly. "If you want to know, you should first." Before his voice fell, he was interrupted by Xia Xiao. "Forget it." Thinking of the function of extracting memories in the Judgment of Death talisman, Xia Zhao threw out a fist with a loud bang. The huge fist force triggered a chain of astral energy in Yanqing's body, which actually caused a loud boom and cracking sound. His head, along with his mask, had collapsed deeply, leaving a fist mark in the air. It actually didn't break. Xia Xiao was somewhat surprised. If he knew, he had a damage bonus for head strikes. Relying on the worship of the gods to enter the Tao, Yanqing did not fly out of the yin shin in his body. Instead, an invisible true spirit flew out and surged to an unknown place. She might be able to be reborn again, or she might fall into limbo forever, depending on the will of the gods. After throwing the body into the water, Xiaoyu looked up at the huge bronze coffin in the air. After a period of suppression, the aura emanating from the coffin was no longer as evil as before. At this moment, with a thought, Xia Xiao picked up the silver-white stone dropped by the real person in front of him, and his chi and blood surged madly into it. Those Xian armor army members who had wanted to flee when they saw their side's real people being annihilated instantly went limp. They instantly felt that the chi and blood in their bodies were incomparably abundant, even exceeding the limits of what their bodies could withstand, as if they were about to explode in place. There were a few armored soldiers who were somewhat disbelieving, still bracing themselves to escape. However, with a single movement of Xie Zhao's mind, those armored soldiers bled from their 7 orifices and died instantly. The Xian armor army immediately became unable to rest. "See who wants to escape." Xiaozhou returned his eyes and glanced over coldly. He turned back to the other side of the river without hurrying to fish for the corpses in the river. The true people on the opposite bank were relieved when they saw Yanqing die. Feeling the power gradually returning back into their bodies, they were also beginning to gain strength. A Taoist priest also took the initiative to call out towards Xiejio, "This Taoist friend, the poor Taoist has bowed his head. Thank you for saving us. I don't know where you came from? Where do you belong to?" Xia did not pay any attention to it, but only glanced at his uncle, Nanguang. Nanguang instantly realized what Xiejio meant, that is, not to reveal his identity. He also slightly nodded his head with a very small amplitude, and then pinched the big brother beside him who was stupidly moving. Yunguan was somewhat baffled, and Nanguang hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. Seeing that his senior uncle had already responded, Xiejio did not say a word more. He just jumped into the water and picked up a few corpses and turned his eyes away, only leaving those real people looking at each other with puzzled looks in their eyes. After Xieshao left, those Shen armor army members who had fallen limply to the ground immediately felt the raging qi and blood that was about to explode in their bodies leave their bodies. They instantly climbed up, wanting to flee. However, by this time, the true people had already recovered their divine powers, and with just a single wave, they trapped the 1,000 or so men and horses in place. In that Xuanjia army, there was actually a martial arts master who boldly stood out with a pale face, "Thanks to all the real people's great help, so that we can kill that thieving Taoist." The real people in the head of the moon-robed monk face with a smile. He is clear about the intention of this martial artist. "Just smile, all present are the people of the famous sect, you do not need to worry about creating this killing karma. Since you are a smart person, then the poor monk is not a brutal person, you are disarmed to return to the field can be. However, this action is completely against the secret sect, and there is no evidence of rebellion. If they kill all of these Xuanjia army here, it is also meaningless." Moreover, the many monks and Taoist priests, who did not dare to go against the decision made on behalf of the Water Moon Zen Academy, only nodded their heads. Mirror flower metaphor, whale swallowing the world. A huge black and white whale body appeared behind the moon-robed monk, it was actually like a siphon. In the next moment, in the stupefied gazes of many armorers, the qi and blood in their bodies were all but drained away for the most part. This martial arts cultivation was considered completely dispersed. And the giant whale behind the monk's back actually became several percent larger. The Taoist monk who greeted Xieshao repeatedly kissed his ass, worthy of being a direct descendant of the imperial master, Master Huizhen. "If that demon is not a good man, then he will not be a good man. Master Huizhen, if that demon doesn't have the soul-locking diagram of the Ming King, you can easily crush her with this Dharma metaphor." Master Huizhen shook his head, regardless of those scattered fleeing armored soldiers, just turned his head to look at Yunguang. "You secret sect is the Yanqing's heart, this time, although its actions failed, but in the future you are afraid that the day is not good." Yunguang was silent and knew the reason. Although the Yanqing had been eyeing the secret sect for a long time, this was the first time they had taken action. Without Xieshao, I'm afraid they would have succeeded. Even if those clans' discerning eyes could see that it was a conspiracy against the secret sect, the Yanqing also had a legitimate reason, and the secret sect would have a hard time in this Yanland after that. At this time, Xiaoyu had already flown across to more than 10 miles away. With a face full of surprise, he looked at the death trial talisman in front of him. Together with Yan Shi, there were a total of 4 entries, but the quality was beyond Xia's expectations. Left hand mastery, blue entry, your left hand is more refined and powerful. Move like wind and thunder, blue entry, your attack speed is accelerated by 20. Vajra Rage, purple entry, your strength increases with your level of wrath, up to 3 times. However, what surprised Xiejio the most was one of them, which actually lifted a golden light. Straight death demon eyes, golden phrase, you can see the marks of death of all living beings, and when shattered, it can cause a mandatory kill effect. Chapter 123, Trace of Death. Xiejio stared and held his breath, his heartbeat constantly accelerating. It was actually this causal law-like phrase? Could it be that there was no limit and anyone could be killed in seconds by himself? He looked towards a passing big chub underwater, but a previously unseen trace appeared within his perspective. The trace seemed to be burned into this fish's body, but it was elusive. The trace was still transforming almost all the time, and would even float outside the fish's body. Sometimes it would even disappear and reappear on the fish's body in a matter of moments. Is this the so-called mark of death? It was so strange. After aiming at the opportunity, Xieshao slightly spat out a bubble, which instantly collapsed onto the traces of the chub's body. That traces in the bubble touch before disappeared. Xia lack of some do not believe in evil. Once again a breath blow up. This time, it touched the trace. The chub immediately lost all vital signs and gradually began to tilt its body. Xia Yu's voice stuttered. He looked at the corpses, but there was no more trace in his eyes. It should be that only living beings could see the trace of death. Putting his hand on the body of the Taoist, he wanted to read his memories, but he needed to spend 5 white words. Xieshao frowned and tried again, but it was also between 3 and 5. He guessed that it should have something to do with having survived several thunder tribulations. However, the white word strips counted for nothing himself, and there were hundreds of others that didn't do much. Like some of the ones that enhanced a few pounds of strength and turtle speed, there was no need to keep them at all. A few hundred of them together wouldn't produce a qualitative change. After consuming 5 white words, the running lantern walked up, and a gray fog instantly rose before his eyes. This word was named Hua Lantern, originating from the White Mountains and Black Waters, and crossing the northern border outside of Jinmen was considered to be outside of the Great Zhou territory. Hua Lantern was originally a horse bandit in the White Mountains and Black Water. But it was accidentally worshipped the immortal family, became a disciple of the horse. In the White Mountain and Black Water area, there are still many of these disciples. Hua Deng relied on the immortal he believed in to offer his soul to the immortal, thus relying on the immortal's reward to enhance his cultivation. However, most of Hua Lantern's previous cultivation was in the area of healing injuries and illnesses, and he didn't have many combat-type arts. It wasn't until he was standing at the top of the third realm that he realized there was no way out. He joined a blood-drinking tribe and succeeded in worshipping the gods, thus becoming one of the shamans. King Yan's Xuanzhou army was responsible for guarding the northeastern part of the Great Zhou, governing the forces of the clans near the Black Mountain of the White Mountains. Those tribes are extremely loose, but there are some powerful tribes among them, sometimes due to the snowy winter closed the mountain. When there is a lack of food and drink, they will attack the defense line, trying to come to the territory of Great Zhou to plunder. The shamans in the tribes are equivalent to real people who have entered the Tao, and their strength is extraordinary and unpredictable. This Huadang is a shaman from one of the powerful tribes. In this tribe, there is a devil Buddha named Blood-Drinking Vajra, who has 8 faces and 16 arms. This Buddha has 8 faces and 16 arms and is said to be in charge of life and death in the world. Because of their beliefs, this tribe also regarded eating human flesh and drinking human blood as normal. However, fortunately, some years ago, this tribe was completely wiped out by King Yan. Hua Lantern was not considered to be a devout person, but when he was a horse bandit, he relied on the extraordinary strength given by the immortals to kill off his boss and rise to power. Subsequently, after worshipping the clan, he worshipped God and let the blood-drinking Vajra devour the immortals in his body, while he himself converted to this devil Buddha. As for later, the destruction of the tribe, the reverse submissive Yanqing to save a life, is also considered its usual operation. Hua Lantern's memories since then are nothing that Xia can pay special attention to. Because of his duplicitous character, he was not able to become the king of Yan's inner circle. Instead, what Hua Lantern experienced after joining the blood-drinking clan was quite interesting to Xia. The disciples of the 3 realms in their tribe, every year, there existed a fight like a compulsion raising. Only the strongest one, after drinking the blood of the loser, would be able to worship the gods and achieve the 4th realm. And Hua Lantern, it is through such a way to enter the 4th realm and achieve the spirit guard. After becoming a spirit guard, his memories began to scatter. Xia Xiao was not surprised. Generally speaking, the memories that could be read by those who worshipped the gods were extremely messy and scattered. It was as if a portion of them had been inexplicably pulled away. However, Xia Jiao was still able to obtain a hint of information from it. The so-called shamanic sorcery that the blood-drinking Vajra had bestowed on Hua Lantern was a pupil art. It was able to see the aura of death in the opponent and use curses to enhance the degree of this aura, thus reducing the opponent's lifespan. Xia Jiao pondered, gradually gaining some understanding of the golden phrase, direct death demon eyes. He rolled over onto the shore and burned all the remaining corpses. Previously, Xia Jiao had similarly spent 5 white words to obtain information about the Ming King soul lock diagram from Yan Shi's memories. Seeing that the way it was refined was too brutal, Xia Jiao also instantly lost interest. However, he did learn some things about its relationship with the secret sect. Yan Shi was the senior sister of Senior Master Yan Guang, and was considered his own senior uncle. However, some years ago, he had already rebelled from the secret sect and headed to the extreme west. Along with another traitor of the secret sect, he joined the so-called Temple of Wisdom in the west. As for the other renegade, Xia Jiao couldn't find any identity information from his memories. Compared to Hua Lantern, this secret sect traitor's memories appeared to be even more fragmented, and even the information that he was able to obtain was pieced together by Xia Jiao bit by bit. As for the others, Xia lacked interest and burned them directly to ashes with a single fire. After thinking for a while, Xia Yao directly came to the outskirts of the Great Southern Mountain Range and went near the newly built pigsty. He began to test the effects of the direct death demon eyes. Xia Zhu realized that the more powerful the person was, the harder the marks of death on their body became. The mark of death on the 3rd realm boar was already such that it required a single punch from Xia Zhu to break it. And this punch that landed on the boar was also able to cause the same effect. However, the benefits were also obvious. After the mark of death was shattered, the life along with the Yinshin completely dispersed and no trace could be found. Except for this corpse, which is still here, the rest will be like a sudden death, without any trace of existence. Moreover, the mark of death does not have to be broken at once. It can also be shattered if it is hit multiple times. If Xie Jiao encountered someone as difficult as Yan Shi again, he would be able to break the mark of death. He would be able to use it to cross over the protective artifacts on his body and inflict death damage on his own body. This must be the reason why this phrase is truly a golden phrase. Ignoring any means of protection, damage transfer, or immunity to damage, any shattering would be instant death. Xia Jiao couldn't help but think of the deities that the Hua Lantern tribe believed in, and wondered, could this devilish god or Buddha really be in charge of life and death in this world? After clarifying the effects of the death magic eye, Xiaoyu began to organize his own martial arts. With the memories of several powerful practitioners who had entered the Tao or worshipped the gods, Xia's horizons had once again risen considerably. Especially in terms of techniques, there were many details that had been worked out by previous generations. Although Xiajiu would not refine a cruel artifact like the soul-locking figure of the Ming King, but since its principles, Xiaju was the one who had developed a new martial art with the astral energy. Ming King Heavenly Lock. Combining the two martial arts of the Ming King Soul Lock and the Galactic Sky Lock, it was thus created. It had the effect of blocking qi, blood, mana, and yin shen. However, in terms of its range of power, it could only be used by Xiaju to cast spells one by one, blocking real people whose cultivation level was below the triple thunder tribulation. If it was any higher, the strength of Xia's astral energy would be lacking a lot. The reason why it can still be called martial arts is because it is still based on the human meridians as the most basic cycle, forming mysterious symbols inside to achieve the desired effect. This kind of martial arts, if let the Jin Men, a group of masters, to see, also will be amazed at the god in God. After all, a martial artist's astral energy had always been used only in the form of fists, feet, or weapons. No one has ever tried to combine the astral energy with Taoist techniques to increase its power to this extent. However, the prerequisite for cultivating it was to be able to have such a thick base of astral energy like Xiajiao. It could even override the magical power of a Taoist master. This was something that a group of martial arts masters would never be able to match. Afterwards, Xiajiu optimized the Golden Rock Dragon fighting technique once again. Even though this martial art was only created hastily by himself, the reasoning and will in it would not be weaker than the killer whale Qiankuan Dao. This martial art is concerned with the static break, the strike is to be fast, accurate and ruthless. Will be used to break the mark of death, is the best choice. Although the killing whale Qiankuan Dao was powerful and domineering, there was always a time to build up strength when striking. Although Xia Xiao has already made it the shortest, but still cannot escape the vagaries of the mark of death. It must be a martial art like the Golden Rock Dragon fighting technique that is the best option to break the mark of death. After both of these martial arts had been cultivated into the sacred manifestation Qi, Xiaoyu was already the equivalent of a real person with a second lightning strike. However, with the various enhancements, he was not afraid of even a fifth gravity thunder tribulation. Although the beheading of Yan Shi relied on the Ming Wang soul locking diagram within her body also restricted her to herself. However, even if she released her own spirit, Xiajiu thought that she would not be weak. Coupled with the fact that he was now able to see the marks of death afterward, Xiajiu didn't know just how far his upper limit of battle power had reached. Thereafter, Xiajiu placed his eyes on that new incoming great art of killing. The battle sacred technique. He sat withered in place and began to recall the Ming Wang vigorous bodhisattva's every move. As the saying goes, the fist is afraid of the young and the stick is afraid of the old man. This stick technique was the most skillful method, as well as the use of rigidity and flexibility. Although Xia Xiao does not know how to use weapons, but also know that the stick method is the main outline of the upper shaving and lower rolling left and right. That is, the upper cut is shaving, and the lower split is rolling. Xia Xiao's mind was like a perspective drawing, and he began to analyze the operation of the monkey's mana, as well as the technique of the way he exerted his power. This was the true utility of martial arts wizardry. Previously, although Xiaoyu also practiced martial arts very quickly, but like this just read it once, will be able to pour into the stream and the mind is also unable to do. Xia lack of thought back and forth, fiercely stood up and flew to Jin Demon Division. After entering the Buddha Hall, just greeted the Master Ancestor, and then like a madman, he flipped through the stick martial arts. 5-line stick, tight Rona King stick, powerful Vajra staff, big nightjar stick, small nightjar stick, crazy demon stick, splashing water chapter, supreme powerful mortar and pestle. In one day, Xia Xiao had digested these dozens of stick techniques into his heart. Fist is the source of martial arts, stick is the ancestor of weaponry. Xia Xiao gradually realized that this stick technique could also be regarded as a fist technique that extends the arm. It was also a combination of rigidity and flexibility, able to link momentum and power, and harmony and smoothness. Both boxing and stick skills can achieve a storm, dense but not sparse, varied, and used as desired. It is all about flexibility. The same was true of the memorized battle sacred law. Xiaoyu realized. He got up and practiced a set of boxing techniques with his empty hands. It was like the might of battling the heavens and the earth, in the midst of unrivaled passion and bravado, but mixed with 10,000 variations. Master Yin Guang looked at him, but he saw that the empty-handed Xiajiu was like playing with a golden rod that penetrated the sky and the earth. His eyes gleamed and he smiled. It is true that the martial arts path is a fool's errand, and only a fool can achieve such a state of affairs. The never-ending symbol on the Trial of Death talisman began to flicker madly. Xia Xiao swung his fist down, but it completely flattened the golden pillar in the Buddha ceremony hall. At this moment, a thin figure clad in a robe also appeared behind him holding a golden rod, but the aura he gave off was unstoppable and courageous. As the third martial will coalesced, it also began to provide positive feedback to Xiaoyu. Xiajiu's essence once again climbed to an unprecedented peak, and the heart blockade within his body slightly loosened. Terrifying qi and blood power was like opening a floodgate and releasing water, instantly overflowing all over Xia Zhao's body. He reached out and held his hand in a false grip, but this boost was a lot stronger than even before. However, Xia Zhao only felt that it was normal. After all, the second to third level of the Thunder Tribulation was a threshold, and his own second to third level of the Sacred Manifestation should be the same. However, Xia Zhao also felt it. His own method of breaking the shackles of the martial Dao was something that others could never learn. After all, to be able to condense a single martial Dao would probably require a lifetime's worth of effort from a martial Dao Grandmaster. Not to mention 10. Qi and blood such as a torrent rushing in its body, to be felt in the body full of qi and blood, Xia Lak is once again will be the heart of the Skylock reinforcement. At this time, once again a slight calculation, afraid to have reached the realm of 50 land forces. This is not the limit of the sainthood triple. Even with the strengthening of the power of the martial will, there is still great room for improvement. When it was over, Supreme Master Yanqing was already standing in front of him with a smile. I thought that you would still ask me for some advice, but I didn't expect it. A genius is a genius. Xia Zhao had nothing to be embarrassed about and was also smiling and nodding his head. It's not something that's difficult. But I didn't expect that Master Ancestor's face fell after hearing that. Not really hard? Old me, I've been practicing for a lifetime. Xia Zhao didn't know what was in his Master Ancestor's mind. Instead he discussed the matter by the small card ditch and Yan Shi. Yan-like Master eyes flashed a trace of memories. Yan Xia, it's also considered a love child, but some cannot distinguish between good and evil, good and bad, be deceived just. Without much explanation, the Master once again praised Xia Zhao's behavior of relieving the siege for Nangang and the others. There is no reward for this, but gold is the reward. Xia Yu satisfactorily held the box full of gold bars, said goodbye to the Master Ancestor, and walked out of the division of Shenmu. It was to see Mu Yongquan, who had been away for a long time. He was a bit surprised. What did you do, so long to come back? Mu Yongquan was a bit pleased with himself, proudly said, you guess what strength I have now? Xia lacked some skepticism to look at him. The idea instantly felt that it has been worshipped God. It's not just worshipping God? Which Buddha to worship? Mu Yongquan's smile instantly collapsed. How do you know? Xia lack of a hand on his shoulders, Mu Yongquan wanted to break free but could not move. Uncle Nangang at this time is also a face of gloating. Come, nephew and you said don't be complacent, there are people outside. Mu Yongquan became a little disconcerting, worshipped the Bodhisattva Puxian, has become its sitting practitioner. Xia Flaz nodded, remembering his chest before the Pratyabhuddhita seal. Perhaps this is still a good choice. Puxian Bodhisattva is considered to be of very high status among the Buddhas, and is the embodiment of wisdom. After inviting Mu Yongquan to the Yiguangguan and building away nearly 10 pounds of guns, Xia lack of holding a box full of gold bars satisfied to leave, leaving Mu Yongquan emptied his pockets. Uncle Nanguan has arranged a new boundary for him, which is considered to be a cut further up from Wangjiazwang. It is more than 20 miles upstream from Xiaochigu. It is not far from the Dainan mountain range, and many hunters live here. Xia Xiao is more like this new boundary. After all, the range is large, and also closer to the pigsty. Even compared to the previous body fishing river area, more to go to 5 miles of water. However, after moving here, Xia Yu did not find any corpses for several days in a row. When he was fine, he went to check out the neighborhood of Shaoche-go. But over there, after many days of chanting sutras, the coffin seems to even emit that horrible atmosphere has also been completely converged. He was a little happy and a little disappointed. But within a few days, the Lu Pavilion master of the He Yuan Pavilion actually took the initiative to come to the door. Chapter 124 Out to Sea. Sorry, cooling cold, some dizziness, today temporarily 2 more. There should be a big word in super strong martial arts appearing in the later chapters, have to conceptualize it. Xiaozhou remembered that some days ago, some martial artists from Phoenix City kicked the pavilion. He had thought that Pavilion Master Lu was trying to get his help to calm the scene, but what he didn't expect was this. What came out of the Lu Pavilion Master's mouth was that he was actually sought out in the name of the Jin Demon Division. The reason was that something weird had happened along the coast. And responsible for patrolling the boat gang along the division of Jin Demon disciples have been drawn away, the boat gang to seek fruitless. It so happened that Pavilion Master Lu had heard a Shuwei exclaim a few days ago about Xiezhou's high martial arts talent, which was actually quite a bit beyond him. He then remembered that Xiezhou was also a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Holding on to the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Pavilion Master Lu had his boat gang disciples search the entire city of Jinmen before finding Xiezhou. Xiaoxiao listened to what Lu Pavilion Master said. The boat gang recently even lost a lot of fishermen people at the bottom. Originally, most of the people in the boat gang relied on fishing at sea to make a living. Although the weather had already reached late fall, it was harvest time. General fishing at sea, ordinary fishing boat half a day time can harvest fish in shrimp warehouse. This period of time is also the boat gang period, the busiest time of the year. The problem now is that some fishermen disappeared without a trace after going out to sea and did not come back. If this happened only once in a while, it could be taken as an accident. But in the past half a month, very few fishermen have returned from the sea. Even for those who did come back, almost all of them had not ventured too deep into the sea, and a few miles away from the island was the furthest they had gone. This matter is so that the entire boat gang from the bottom to the top are anxious round and round. Many fishermen are afraid of the lack of harvest, not to mention the new year, even through the winter is a difficult thing. Xiaoyu pondered for a while and asked Lu Pavilion Master, wanting to know how far those fishermen went out to sea. Pavilion Master Lu replied, if it was an ordinary fishing boat that went to return on the same day, it was about 30 to 50 miles. If it was a large sand boat with an innate martial artist following it, it might go more than 100 miles deeper into the sea. But these are all near the sea, if it is deeper. If it was deeper, it would need to be when there were real people from the Higuanguan following the sand boat into the sea to collect medicines, then it would be possible to go 1,000 miles into the sea, or even farther. Xia nodded his head. The approximate range of the accident should be the sea area of more than 10 miles to 100 miles deep, which is considered to be offshore. The probability of an accident near the sea is basically very small. Although there are a lot of elves and monsters in the sea, due to the environment, they are basically creatures with low spiritual intelligence. If there is no community to teach, the general hazy to 2 or 3 realms will stop here. Like the Orca tribe that Xiejio was in before. Just ignorantly practicing, no rules to speak of. As Pavilion Master Lu arrived at the Hiyuan Pavilion, the deck where many disciples had practiced martial arts before had already been vacated. Several unique chairs made of gloomy wood were set up in a half circle. Some half-aged middle-aged men sat on them, only that their dress and identity were somewhat not quite in line with each other. They were all wearing a light gray sleeveless vest, revealing their lean and sturdy muscles, not afraid of the cold sea breeze. This was the rule they had set for mingling with the fishermen at the bottom. After all, the boat gang is only a gang, the capable person is the top, and there is no hereditary family tradition. For example, Mr. Lu's parents were poor fishermen at the bottom, and most of the other boat gang leaders were the same. Seeing Xiejio arrive, many boat gang leaders all went forward with warm smiles. Before Xiaoxiao could say anything, a white-haired old man walked to the edge of the deck and pulled up a thick hemp rope from the water. A large string of fish cages were attached below. This old man revealed a smiling look. Deacon Xia, you see you this hard to come to a trip, my boat gang hastily did not prepare a banquet to meet. I heard that Mr. Xia is also an old man, and like me, he is a regular customer of the Higuanguan. Seeing that we share the same hobbies, I prepared some treasured goods uninvited. Look, Mr. Xia, at these thick sea cucumbers, fist-sized oysters and abalones. Oh, and this elephant trunk fish, it is said that after eating it, it will be as big as an elephant's trunk. At this point, the old man smiled and said, and this seahorse, the old man more than 70 can still night. This is the sea dragon. Deacon Xia has not seen it, kung fu time seahorses, catalyzing Yojie effect. After eating it, it is like iron. Xia cannot help but face a black, I do not know who is spreading these news. It seems that he himself has not gone much. He carefully recalled that it should have been spread out after he beat up that kicking martial artist at the Higuanguan last time. Seeing that Xiejio's complexion was somewhat subtle, Pavilion Master Lu immediately interrupted the white-haired old man. Brother Wei, down to business. That white-haired old man coughed twice and sank this fish cage under the sea. Deacon Xia, then I'll be straightforward. This time, it is my boat gang is the main one, with 3 sand boats to open the way. This sand boat is personally enlightened by your clan's master Yanqing, defying the wind and waves, and is difficult for small devils to get close to. We have 3 masters from our clan, and we have also invited 2 other martial arts masters to join Deacon Xia in the sea. Of course, for the sake of stability, my boat gang has also invited Huang Luzhenjin from Higuanguan to come out. Xia Xiao nodded his head with a calm expression. Huang Luzhenran had never heard of him, but it was estimated that he had not long entered the Dao. After all, most of the sect's Taoist masters in the city of Jinmen have already been deployed to guard the dragon coffin at the edge of the small car ditch. However, this configuration is quite reasonable. Even if they meet a not-so-strong Dao entry demon in the sea, they should not be wiped out. Seeing Xie Zhao's agreement, several of the boat gang bigwigs were also overjoyed. After all, as long as there was one more patriarch joining in, it was one more guarantee. Although a master teacher can't play much of a role before a truly great demon, it's still enough to drive away some of the 2nd and 3rd realm monsters. And in the sea, the most is the 2nd and 3rd realm monsters. Immediately, after waiting for 2 more martial arts masters to arrive, Pavilion Master Lu let out a yell. The disciples instantly came forward to set up a circle of windproof boards around the plywood, and served a table of whole fish feast. Soon after, Huang Guzhenjin came late. This Huang lone real person of basalt-colored Taoist robe dress up, head high up a bun. A few wisps of beard with the sea breeze fluttering, it seems to have a trace of immortal wind and Taoist phase. However, all the masters did not dare to say much, the face is still enthusiastic even more than before. Xie Xiao sensed a bit, the fruit is not expected, probably also into the road not long. Even its strength is at most about the same as that 8 steps to catch the moon toad. Seeing the Huang Lone realist's cold demeanor, many of the boat gang bigwigs did not bother to delay. Immediately with their little brothers, they went down to slaughter chickens and cows, set up incense and candles to sacrifice the Dragon King, and then released 3 sandboats. This sandboat was about 40 feet long and more than 10 feet wide, divided into 4 tiers, accommodating more than 1,000 people at the same time. With 9 masts towering and 12 sails clattering, it looked extremely tall and majestic. It was Xia's first time to board a ship of this size and look a bit curious. However, after walking around, Xiaoyu appeared to be lacking in interest. After all, he has been living in the sea for more than 100 years, and there is nothing else but seawater around him, which is disgusting to him. At this time, the sun was high in the sky, a rare good weather in the fall. Half an hour after entering the sea, everything is normal. According to its speed, Xia estimates that it should have traveled more than 30 miles of water, should be to the fishermen often come to the sea. However, in a few moments, the speed of the sandboat gradually slowed down. With a yell, many fishermen pulled up big nets and sank them into the sea. Xia Xiao stood on the deck, his hair dancing with the sea breeze. Looking at the sea, Xia Xiao began to constantly recall the long years when he was an orca. At this moment, Pavilion Master Lu, however, stepped aside and sighed, "Oh Deacon Xia, it seems that nothing has been discovered so far. I hope that those fishermen who disappeared a few days ago just ran into the mighty dragon crossing the sea." This fierce dragon crossing the sea, as the black words in the boat gang may refer to the passing demonic beast, may also be passing by the plundering sea bandits. Previously, there have been fierce dragons crossing the sea, but more or less some fishermen were able to escape. Like this within 3 days, missing more than 60 fishing boats, and no news have been obtained, or the first time. Just at this moment, there was a sweatshirt martial artist huffing and puffing as he jumped down from the sentry tower. He pointed in a direction, "Elder, there are water breakers." This is the black language of the fishermen, meaning pirates and bandits. Xia Jiu had come into contact with many fishermen on the indeterminate river and was considered to have some half understanding of it. Lu Pavilion owner sniffed, his eyebrows screwed up, and hurriedly walked towards the plywood front to look into the distance. Xia Xiao squinted against the light, but saw dozens of narrow wooden boats. Lu Pavilion Master gave a wink to that sweatshirt martial artist, and that martial artist immediately walked down the plywood. In less than a moment, a long horn sounded. The 3 sandboats that had been spread out hurriedly drew close, and the martial artists of the boat gangs on top of them all raised their weapons, ready to meet the battle at any time. The wooden boat was only 10 meters long and short, and Xiaoyu estimated that there were at most 10 or so people in a boat. Together, they may not necessarily have as many people as the sandboat. When the sandboat was close, Xiaoyu's eyes were somewhat surprised. The reason was that the people on this boat were dressed similarly to ordinary fishermen. Even from their bodies, they seemed to be extremely weak, not like robbers. Moreover, under Xia Zhao's senses, there was no trace of any chi-blooded martial artist. These water bandits were withered and pale, just like corpses, but they were still alive. This could not help but make Xiaoyu feel a burst of surprise and even doubt. This kind of consumptive guys could also go down to the sea as bandits? Closer, that waterfee actually shot an arrow to the sandboat in the center. The arrow did not hit anyone, but was stuck straight into the mast in the very center, with an animal skin hanging from the end of the arrow. The martial artist on that sandboat removed the arrow and propped up the animal skin to read aloud, "Good house-style. Hanging note in the center, inch section left, elbow chin right." Lu Pavilion Master cannot help but listen to the frown. These guys, are there any dependents? Can still be so arrogant? Xia Xiao could not help but be curious. "Lu Pavilion Master, what does this mean?" Lu Pavilion Master couldn't help but smile bitterly. "They have their eyes on this big sandboat of ours. If we take this sandboat and its belongings into the partnership, they will raise this animal skin in the middle of the sandboat head. If you want to spend money to get rid of the disaster, then hang on the left side of the boat. If we hang it on the right side, it means that the fish will die." Xiaoyu nodded. On the middle boat, the old man that Lu Pavilion Master called Brother Jia was not even looking at it, so he picked up the animal skin and threw it underwater. The water bandits also seemed to have seen what Brother Jia had done, and actually accelerated the speed of the boat to swim. Xia Jia couldn't help but wonder, these skinny water bandits, can they really think they can overthrow these 3 big sandboats? Or, do they still have other unknown means left? So many fishermen had disappeared previously, and there was no lack of martial artists among them. That was enough for Xie Jiu to raise his guard. But he couldn't think of any other means other than martial arts and Dao techniques that these water bandits had. Xia Jiu's mind was spinning fast. Could it be that they were followers of a certain sex deity? He sniffed his nose, and a familiar fishy odor surged into his nostrils. Chapter 125, Kill Clean. Before these water bandits arrived, the Huan Lone realist on that center sandboat had already taken out a small 3-inch flag from his waist. The same dust. He let out a sharp cry, and his hand was dotted with starlight. Those water bandits who were in the front, a few wooden boats under them instantly dissipated, and actually turned into a puddle of seawater and sank into the water. The sect masters and martial artists on the boat immediately began to shout, and the corners of Huang Guzhenjin's mouth also gradually raised a trace of a smile. Unexpectedly, the water bandits that fell into the sea actually swam faster than the boat, and in the blink of an eye, they exceeded the boat behind them by 100 meters. Their swimming posture is also extremely strange, both hands holding weapons motionless, behind the waves rising. This pavilion master Lu also noticed the situation and couldn't help but strangely turn his head to look at Xiejio. Nothing, just wait and see what happens. Xia Gap spat out these words. Pavilion master Lu was still a bit uneasy, his eyes staring at those water bandits with a deadly stare. That Huang Lone realist also halted the smile on his face, ignoring the shouts of the many martial artists. He stepped forward in large strides to look ahead. He waved the small flag once again, holding Yang. Behind him, the Yin god actually came out of his body, and a few strands of invisible sword diameters composed of innate young qi from its body flew out and sailed to the sea. The heads of the 3 water bandits in the lead instantly fell, and their corpses sank into the sea. Xia Zhao's eyebrows suddenly stretched. This sword dipper was actually rooted in his young qi. Although yang qi can be like qi in blood, directly able to produce damage to the yin shin of others. But that is also to kill the enemy 1000, self-loss of 800. Generally there will not be into the Taoist real person directly to the yang qi as a weapon. But this in the light of the view is so due, no wonder in the light of the view of the Taoist priests so like dietary supplements. Huang Guzhenjin used the innate yang qi sword dipper to continuously chop off heads, coloring the sea with layers of blood. However, this kind of killing is useless. These water bandits actually again accelerated 3 speed, and the face actually looks a little excited up. After killing nearly 40 to 50 bandits, this showy deterrent is still useless. The bandits still have nearly 300 to 400 people. If you let Huang Lone real estate kill like this, I'm afraid that the power is not enough. I'm afraid that he would first drain himself dry. Jia also saw the gloomy face of Huang Lone real person, is to take the initiative to open the mouth. Real person and slow down, please first rest a little. The real person is so powerful, I'm afraid that in a few moments to kill these water bandits clean. Our boat gang in the new entry soon disciples, have not seen blood there are a lot of, pleading with the real person to stay hands, is to let my boat gang practice. This is beautifully said, giving Huang Guzhenjin a great deal of face. Huang Lone real person is also nodded, collected but the 3 young qi sword astral into the body, began to close his eyes to rest his mind. The martial artists also picked up their bows and crossbows and began to aim and shoot. Unexpectedly, many of the skinny water bandits actually leapt and dodged and climbed onto the hull of the ship. After their bodies came into contact with the seawater, a layer of mucus was wrapped around their bodies at an unknown time. This mucus was extremely sticky, and it was able to make these water bandits walk on the wooden planks of the ship as if they were walking on the ground. They climbed onto the plywood in 3 tries. Boat gang martial artists are not afraid to see the situation, holding a machete for chopping fish bones and rushed forward. At this time, there was a sudden change. This water bandit is actually crawling on all 4s, avoiding the martial arts chopping, and then extremely sensitive hands to climb on the body of the martial arts. Afterwards, he bit down on his neck and swallowed the blood. What makes these martial artists cold is that even if they can cut this water bandit in 2, this water bandit actually is also able to maintain livelihood, head-like unaffected by any flying rush to the neck of the martial artist. What flying head barbarian Huang Lone real person see, also was no longer rest, began to raise the flag to kill the enemy. Oddly enough, after he incinerated a few water bandits with his true fire, he began to feel strange. This water bandit body is actually knowing God and no soul, as if it has long been dead in general. And those who were sucked away by the water bandits' blood martial arts, is also the body shape quickly become withered. Finally, all of them become dry corpses fell to the ground, and those mutilated body of the water bandits, actually once again grew a complete body. This could not help but make many of the martial artists present chilled. But fortunately, the number of these water bandits that climbed onto the boat was not large for the time being, and they were still able to clamp down. Qi and blood. Used qi and blood. A boat clan patriarch discovered how to deal with these water bandits. The rest of the martial practitioners exuded their own qi and blood, and the temperature of the entire sea was quite a bit higher. And under the coverage of the qi and blood domain, these water bandits all died completely when their heads were cut off. They would no longer be able to bite people with their flying heads like before. At this moment, the sand boat that was violated was still only the one in the center. The martial artists on the left and right side of the boat had also set up wooden frames and started to rush to the center. Xia Zhao once again sniffed the air, other than the fishy odor in the middle of the sea. Another extraordinarily fishy odor was also becoming thicker and thicker. To be finished killing the water bandits that climbed up the plywood. Jia remained calm, pour fish oil, draw the bow, do not let these monsters climb up again. The martial artists at the bottom began to get busy. These many patriarchs also began to look at each other. They really have not seen this kind of strange scene, also cannot help but feel frightened. Although these water bandits were not considered powerful, they were incomparably bizarre. They looked at Huang Guzhenjin. The real person was also pretending to be calm. There should be a seance master behind the scene. These water bandits are like those flying head barbarians in the barbaric land outside of Great Zhou. However, as long as they are killed cleanly, the headbreaker should have no other means. Many patriarchs listened and nodded their heads affirmatively, praising Huang Guzhenren for being so knowledgeable. They had never heard of anything, but Huang Guzhenjin was able to tell them as if they had heard of it before. However, Huang Guzhenjin was also a little apprehensive inwardly, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. He smiled and forced his heart to suppress the uneasiness, continued to open his mouth to pretend to calm down, but in that white mountain black water tribes some of the same just are the side door crooked way, cannot be counted as the right way of Taoism. At this time, the remaining wooden boat and its water bandits have not much. After a few arrows with kerosene and flames flew down to these water bandits, the battle was completely resolved. After a few moments, the sea surface was still smooth, with only some scattered limbs of the wooden boats floating on the water. After watching Huang Luzhenjin exhale a breath, many sect masters also followed and sighed in relief. After counting the casualties, there were only 2 dead entry martial artists and more than 10 injured, which was not much of a loss. At this time, the sect masters also gathered together to talk and laugh, and they were ready to return to the ship. Pavilion Master Lu also revealed a smile, patting the shoulder of the disciple in front of him and instructing him to turn the boat around. Xiaoxiao however shook his head, he had already discerned where the smell originated from. Pavilion Master Lu also just thought that Xiezhou had something else on his mind and did not care. After all, even the Taoist master had already felt that the matter had been resolved, so it was really resolved for them as martial artists. Xiaoxiao walked to the edge of the deck and looked down at the sea. The surface of the sea was as flat as a mirror, but this underwater, it was unknown. Gudu, gudu. An extremely subtle sound entered Xia's ears. Is it coming? He gazed at the surface of the water, but he still didn't find anything. Subsequently, accompanied by intense footsteps and cries of alarm came out from the bottom of the boat, which only someone with Xiezhou's hearing could hear. The surrounding martial artists were still celebrating, either cheering for the revenge of the dead fisherman, or hurling insults at the bandits. Xiaoxiao was quiet and thoughtful. Before his figure moved, his chi was already extended below the surface of the water. At this moment, in his senses, thousands of sharks had surrounded the 3 sandboats. As expected, in the blink of an eye, a sailor ran onto the deck. He was breathing heavily and looked extremely panicked. Brother Jia, the bottom of the ship is leaking. How come? Brother Jia stopped smiling on his face, and the hearts of many of the people in the boat gang couldn't help but thump. This was already 30 to 40 miles out to sea. If the boat broke down, these Zhongshe martial artists were fine, but the people underneath them were afraid that they would be in danger. Not only was the largest sandboat in the center, even the 2 next to it were the same, and the bottom of the ship began to leak continuously. Pavilion Master Lu also stopped laughing and hurriedly followed. Xiaozhou exhaled a breath and looked towards the somewhat perplexed Huang Lone realist on the next boat. He did not find it strange. After all, these righteous literary cultivators were all flowers in a greenhouse before entering the Tao. They basically weren't like martial artists, who had battles and cuts to train their guts and skills on the way up. They practically just recite sutras, meditate, and nothing else. Before entering the way, none of them would have been taught any fighting techniques either. Therefore, this led to the fact that amongst the righteous literary cultivators, those who had just entered the Tao were almost all weak in battle. Xiaoxiao sighed, concentrating his mind and thoughts. Luckily, it was above the sea, which was considered his home turf. Otherwise, these martial artists were afraid that most of them would have to go into the stomachs of these sharks. In the memories of those sharks, they had no qualms about eating people. Wow! A loud sound of water flowed instantly to the bottom of the cabin. A monster with a human body with a fishtail, covered in scales, with a head as big as a bucket and holding a steel fork rushed into the cabin. The sailors couldn't help but shriek. Xiaozhou flipped down from the plywood and went straight into the water. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes again there was a circle of sharks surrounding him. Xiaozhou let out a soft laugh and pressed the sharks to memorize. He stretched his hand out and gestured a thumb downward motion. This was an extremely insulting maneuver among the sharks. The many sharks couldn't help but turn their gazes red as they raised their steel forks and plunged down. In the next moment, a huge orca whale shadow appeared. In the midst of these sharks' looks that changed from anger to fear, the waves rolled over and countless companions were instantly torn to pieces. A gray or white phrase flashed in front of Xiezhou's eyes. Without a glance, he continued with the kill at hand. Even a flat punch was able to shock the 1,000-ton sandship on the surface of the sea to the point of shaking. The mangled corpses of the sharks began to continuously float on the surface of the water. Under the joint efforts of Huang Lone Realist and several patriarchs, it was extremely difficult to kill the few sharks that sank into the lowest depths cleanly. It was then that he hurriedly had a civil cultivator dressed as a sailor sacrifice a ball of clay from his body and began to fill in the broken holes in the bottom of the ship. Just these few monsters? Huang Guzhenren brain cannot help but doubt, he just now but from which broken hole to see a lot. There might even be hundreds of them. But at this moment, the waves outside were still rolling, but there was no sign of any movement from those monsters. He walked onto the deck and looked along Jia's shocked gaze, and realized that countless shark corpses were already floating up on the water. He couldn't help but stare. These sharks he had dealt with just now, although they had not entered the Tao, but their bodies were hard, comparable to the first-class martial arts masters. Just do not have the power of qi and blood. Lu Pavilion Master listened to the sailor's words. Deacon Xia actually jumped into the water. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had just joined a sect master to barely kill the only shark in the bottom of his ship. Deacon Xia was a member of the secret sect. If something happened, he was afraid that this boat gang would turn upside down. But at this moment, he looked at the shark limbs that kept floating up in the water, but his heart began to tremble. Could this be the work of Deacon Xia? His brows furrowed. Xia Zhao had only been sparring with him for more than 10 days, and he still had some understanding of Xia Zhao's strength. However, when Pavilion Master Lu looked at the sea, his heart was in disbelief. Could it be that Deacon Xia had already worshipped God? Such an answer that could explain it gradually appeared in his mind. Beneath the surface of the water at this moment, the orca whales that Xiejio had condensed with his compassionate mind were nearly endless as they rushed into the water. Each of their bites would take away the life of a shark. It was as if Xiejio had returned to the time when he had led his clan on a hunt. In the end, after ignoring the attack of the leading spirit guard shark and tearing it to pieces with a single punch, Xiaoyu realized that there was nothing left to kill around him. Fist through mountain and sea, a blue phrase. Your fist power is able to penetrate through your opponent, causing the enemy behind them to suffer an equal attack. Xiejio was quite satisfied with this. It was a move that could be considered as a mountainous punch. When he floated his head up, the edge of the deck was a circle of people. Among them were also the Huanglong realist, who stared at Xiejio with faces full of incredulity. Chapter 126 Orca Swarm. Still a bit uncomfortable, dizzy, still 2 shifts, sorry. Xiejio's figure leapt and easily boarded the ship. As his qi and blood rose, his clothes were quickly dried. The thickness and ponderousness of this qi and blood did not fail to make the hearts of all the martial artists present tremble. They couldn't help but immediately discard the suspicions in their hearts. Only someone with this kind of terrifying power would be able to kill those monsters underwater without leaving a single piece of armor in a moment, right? However, at this moment, everyone on the boat was slightly silent, or was it Pavilion Master Lu, who was slightly more familiar with Xia Xiao, who was the first to speak up. Deacon Xia, this. Xia Lak just waved his hand. Consuming the party proceeds are some of the unimpressive. Lu Pavilion Master, you go down can also kill a lot. Lu Pavilion Master had just fought with the sharks that ran onto the ship, and was well aware of their difficulty. Can't help but reveal a bitter smile. Early to know that Deacon Xia you have already worshipped into the road. Our boat gang's etiquette is a bit seemingly ill-conceived. Into the Tao is a more euphemistic way of saying worship. After all, the former is completely on their own, the latter is a bit tricky. Although they could be in the same fourth realm, in the eyes of real people who relied on practicing the Tao entry proper method to break through the fourth realm, God worshippers were more or less a bit less classy. That was why the experts under the Yanqing's command that Xiaoyu had killed, although they had entered the fourth realm by worshipping the gods, their names were still called real people who had entered the Tao. Even the Huanglong realist that Jia had invited from the Yiguangguan this time around had also relied on God worship to break through. However, everyone didn't poke holes in it, and they all just said that it was just an entry Tao realist. Xialax neither admit nor deny, just lightly said, this time both to come, is adhering to the name of the division of Jin Demon, is for the boat gang to solve the problem, how to talk about etiquette, consider it or not. Deacon Xia is really a hero. Brother Jia clapped his hands, if not for Deacon Xia. Speaking of which, Brother Jia noticed that real person Huanglong's complexion was a little less than favorable at this time. Although real person Huanglong was unable to solve all the troubles at once like Xiejio did. But at least it has also made a great effort. Jie turned to say as, I'm afraid I still have to bother Huanglong real person again. I did not expect my boat gang this small temple today is actually able to have 2 real people here. Huanglong real person's countenance then became a lot better. His age is not too old, but after the third realm he chose to worship the gods to break through quickly, which also led to the realm strength or a bit seemingly flimsy. At this moment, even the patriarchs on the other 2 sand boats leapt more than 10 meters to the boat where Xiejio was. They began to surround Xia Zhao, constantly saying complimentary words, as if they were about to make up for the courtesy of the party. Xia Yao also continued to unable to show the slightest interest in what they were saying. Finally, it was Jia who sighed, Deacon Xia, apart from the gold, silver and aquatic products, I am afraid that there is nothing that I can repay you for. I also know that you are a Taoist master, I am afraid that you are not interested in these mundane things. He raised his head and clasped his hands, next year. I'll definitely combine the entire boat gang and work together to repair a bodhisattva golden body for your clan, as a way of repaying Deacon Xia's great kindness this time. Xiejio's heart trembled, he was tempted to refuse, stating that he still liked those mundane things. But at this moment, facing the people around him who had already blown themselves sky high, it was a little difficult to speak. However, it was good that Jia opened his mouth again and said, if there is anything that Deacon Xia has that our boat gang can help with, we will certainly do our best to fulfill it. Xiaoyu pondered for a while and coughed. Brother Jia, my cultivation technique is a bit special. I need some dietary replenishment of qi and blood things, only need to be ordinary meat can be, the boat gang can have a large supply? Brother Jia recalled the terrifying qi and blood that was vaguely exuding from Xie Zhao's body, and didn't think too much about it. After all, he had also not come into contact with characters above the Dao of entry, and did not know that qi and blood power would be discarded after reaching the fourth realm. He nodded. Naturally, there is, but if you want to supply it in large quantities. Jia beckoned and called a young martial artist. Qing, how much of the New Year's Eve goods are still stocked in Southport this year? He added, if you want to replenish your qi and blood, you only need to say star spot. Qing replied without thinking, 3,000 white sand spots, more than 1,600 red plum spots, and more than 300 hibiscus spots left. However, Brother Jia, those goods are specially supplied to the royal house of Yan and the city of Tianjin. Jia quickly interrupted him. Except for the 7 houses of Yan Wangfu, Jinmusi, Taishifu, and Yiguangguan, the others were replaced with inferior goods. After the good goods that remain are inventoried, send them to Deacon Xia. Qing wanted to say something, but since it was the boss of the boat gang in front of him, he couldn't say too much and just nodded his head. This fish, the star spot, which Xiejio had also eaten at first, was still quite effective in replenishing qi and blood. The effect is second only to the black-backed pit vipers, but the price is really expensive, and is usually supplied to the dignitaries around the Jinmen area. Even if Xiejio ran all over the docks, it was still extremely difficult to buy it. Xie Xiao had already entered the realm of martial saints, although the qi and blood that could be replenished by this type of ordinary meat was no different than before. However, for his total amount, it was minimal. However, the quantity was huge, and if one could manage to have it all at once, it would be quite considerable under long-term accumulation. Right at this moment, the third realm one cultivator who had practiced the earthbound Dao method was in a hurry to run up to the plywood. Jia, the hole in the bottom of the flying fish's ship is too big, my clay washed away by the current in a few moments, so I'm afraid I won't be able to patch it up. Jia cannot help but face changed. Blink of an eye, there are a few martial artists also panting to run up to the plywood. The endowment was equally so. The bottoms of all 3 ships were almost completely destroyed by the sharks, and seawater was gradually pouring into them. Even though the martial artists had used up their prepared fillers, it was to no avail. His face sullen, he asked that when Xiao, if you keep casting spells to fill it up, can you last until you get to shore? When Xiao just smiled bitterly and shook his head, Brother Jia, I'm only in the third realm, I'm afraid it's too much to expect from me. With my magic power, even if it's exhausted, I can still last up to 3 to 5 miles of water. Brother Jia hesitated. Some apologized to the presence of a few patriarchs. Real people said, gentlemen, this boat is afraid to sink. Although my boat gang disciples swim a few dozen miles on the road cannot be considered a god, but I am afraid it is to suffer you. Several martial arts patriarchs all waved their hands, indicating that it is not a problem. However, Huang Guzhenjin's face looked a bit gloomy. He had only been meditating and chanting scriptures since he was a few years old, and now he was not long in making a breakthrough. He could neither fly nor swim. Jia cupped his fists and looked at Huang Guzhenjin. Jinjin need not worry about the lack of decency. My boat gang of martial artists from the sea traveling sedan chair, to ensure that not a drop of water will not be stained Jinjin's clothes. Said, there are actually a few strong years of martial artists from the cabin to take out a slightly more expensive wooden sedan chair. This sedan chair had a large amount of driftwood as its frame, while the front was like a horse carriage that needed to be pulled by human power. Xiaoyu took a look at it and couldn't help but freeze. It was really a carriage driver at sea. Seeing this, Huang Longevity's face looked much better. Xia Jia was also secretly nodding his head. Brother Jia was worthy of being the boss of this boat gang. Both knows how to behave and speak. With the statement of decency or not, he covered up the embarrassing situation of Huang Lone Real Estate not knowing how to use the water. It is also to bring out the dignity of its identity, not like these boat gang children generally swim back to shore. A moment, this sand boat is actually to be able to feel the rate began to sink. Quite a few disciples are already group swim away. This 30 to 50 miles of water, although strenuous, but for the martial artist is also that. For these long time to mix with the rivers and lakes of the boat gang disciples, it is as easy as eating and drinking water. After seeing Huang Lone Realist leave surrounded by 4 innate martial artists and a boat gang sect master, Jia also couldn't help but sigh. Somewhat reluctantly, he stroked the side of the ship. He muttered under his breath, repair it and patch it up, it can still be used for many more decades. Xia Jia was a bit curious. Brother Jia, this ship is so huge, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to retrieve it after it sinks underwater. Jia smiled. Xia Deacon do not know, my boat gang to mix with the sea for many years, but also some of the door. Said, he was from the waist took out a whistle blowing up. The sharp sound shocked many people around him to cover their ears. Xia Zhou couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he heard this sound, which seemed somewhat like the call of an orca. However, it was without any frequency to speak of, making it impossible to read any meaning, just like a chaotic call. Jia revealed a mysterious smile. Please wait for a moment, Deacon Xia. Xia Zhao nodded, his eyes looking towards the sea level. He began to think carefully about what he had gained just now. Like the several sharks that he had met in the indeterminate river previously, the memories that he had obtained were chaotic. Previously, he had also received such messy memories, and the owners of the memories were usually god worshippers or people of faith. This time, he learned his lesson. He left a few younger-looking shark corpses and read the memories. As expected, although the memories in their brains were also somewhat scattered, they were much more complete. The scattering was probably due to the fact that the shark's civilization was still unenlightened and hadn't received any education. But as far as completeness was concerned, due to their youth, the piety of their faith was still lacking. The content of their memories of God was minimal. Xiaoyu obtained the location of the residence of these sharks, which was also known as the deep diving abyss. In the memories of the sharks, Xiaoyu got more clues about Dagon. His divine name among the sharks was not Ghost Sea Old Immortal, but Guardian. In their perceptions, this guardian was not meant to guard the sharks or guard the sea. Rather, it was to guard a certain greater being. In the deep diving abyss, there were several huge Dagon idols, whose figures of offering prayers, kneeling, and supplicating. The directions were all directed towards where the bottom of the deep diving abyss was located. Xiaoyu became curious, such a great creature that could already be called an immortal. Moreover, there was also a race of believers who were the guardians of a great being. How great should such an existence be? Could it be that it was the all-fortunes heavenly longevity dragon king that their ancestors had worshipped in Ashue's mouth? Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, a few dark, lightning-like silhouettes traversed the sea level in the distance. A hint of surprise passed through Xiaoju's gaze. That was the backbone of the orca whale, which was also the origin of the name Orca. A familiar yet unfamiliar wailing sound rang out, and dozens of huge orca whales actually turned their eyes to the side of the sandboat. Chapter 127 Deep Diving Abyss. Jia walked over to the side of the ship's board at this moment, and actually began to gabble a language that Xiaoju couldn't understand. That underwater orca whale seemed to be the leader of the group. It actually seemed to understand what Jia was saying, and also began to woo with it. One person and one whale negotiated for a long time, but in the end, it ended with Jia's black face. In return, the orcas called happily. Alas! Brother Jia sighed. Xiaoyu was able to understand what the orcas were saying, and even asked Brother Jia for 6 boats of fish and shrimp. But that's something that will happen next spring. This is considered to work first and get paid later. However, he was a little surprised that these orcas are highly intelligent, actually know in human trading. He put out his chi to sense a bit, except for the head of the orca has 3 realms of cultivation, the other orcas are almost all 2 realms of the elite monster. Xia Xiao was a bit surprised, the orcas he had encountered before did not have so many that could become refined. Unless the group was led by a great demon of the 3rd level of the Thunder Tribulation or above, only then would they be able to lead the group to this level of strength. At this moment, even the roof of the ship, which was more than 30 meters high, could reach out and touch the seawater. After the talk, Jia commanded those remaining martial artists on the ship to throw a huge iron rope towards the water. Those orcas that were almost 30 meters long, around 8 of them would be able to pull a sandboat. There were also some remaining orcas that acted as guards, constantly cruising alongside. They slowly swam towards the direction of Jinmen City. After all, these sandboats were still a little too heavy. Xia Zhao jumped into the water, and after jamming his throat a few times, Xia Zhao actually mimicked the language of the orcas as well. Since he had met Big Black, he rarely went to use this language. Distant memories came. He was also a little less familiar to the leader of the orca whale curiously asked, "Where are you from, ah?" The orca leader gave Xia a curious look, and even went up to Xia a few times. Xiaoyu realized that this orca was not malicious, so he surfaced at his will. It sniffed at Xia Zhao's body. "You have some of the same scent as us. Are you morphing?" Xia lack of estimation is the heart of the second heart broad, is also a smile after sinking into the water. "I am a human being, but my previous life is an orca." That orca whale is actually a bit surprised. "Past life? Are you the reincarnation of a great power of the 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation?" Xiaoyu was a bit surprised that this orca whale that was only in the 3rd realm was so knowledgeable. However, in the face of this question, he only shook his head and did not answer positively, and then asked, "Are you the orca whales of this near sea?" That orca whale didn't pursue the question and just nodded. "Yes, we have been living in this neighborhood for tens of thousands of miles for hundreds of years." Xia lack of thinking about their own in the sea near the Great Kai accidentally encountered that orca group, more than tens of thousands of miles apart. It can only mean that this group is a few hundred years ago to migrate. Unexpectedly, that orca whale is then said, "Have you met a very large orca whale? It's a bit bigger than me." Xia shook his head. The orca was a little disappointed. "You have never met one in your previous life?" Xia Xiao smiled and replied, "I have met many orcas in my previous life. Which one are you talking about?" The orca seems to be thinking for a long time, before answering. "We live here, is because of an ancestral rule, only to find an orca, a sea snake, a human being, only to be able to leave this sea. That orca has a name, seems to be called what burns the water king?" Xiaoyu could not help but be stunned. An orca whale, a sea serpent, and a human. Isn't this talking about him, Big Black and Feng Zidu? That orca whale's tone was also a little disappointed, but this ancestral rule has been around for a long time, and we don't know if that orca whale is still here. There are also several groups of whales in the neighboring waters, and their ancestral motto seems to be the same as ours. He didn't move. Who passed down the ancestral motto, do you know? The orca shook its head. It's been a few hundred years. I've only been alive for more than 50 years. I don't know at all. Said, it flicked its tail, and its forced generation method actually somewhat alluded to the whale martial arts general outline. Xia Zhao's brows furrowed, recalling an orca whale that was close to the Dao realm. That was considered his disciple, and after many years of hard learning, he had cultivated a trace of qi in blood. Could it be it? However, what Xia did not expect was that if it was that orca whale, it would not have said so. After all, at that time, Big Black had already transformed into a dragon, not a sea serpent. Xia Yu asked again for a moment, and the orca only knew that this was a way of exercising that had been passed down from the community. It was able to allow itself to pump its prey even higher as it pumped it up into the sky. Xia Zhou recalled Shui, the orca that saved him from the sharks in the first place should be these guys. After not getting any information about its ancestors, Xia Zhou turned to ask, do you guys know about the sharks? Its tone of voice also became extremely disgusted, and even its voice was much sharper, those disgusting guys. From its mouth, it learned that those sharks were particularly fond of killing some large creatures as food. There are a lot of orcas have become its prey. Therefore, the sharks in the nearby waters, it is everyone's fault. However, there are 5 4-realm sharks, it is also very difficult to eliminate. From the memories of the sharks in the party, they seem to have received an oracle after Xiejio smashed the idol. They came out in full force, thirsting to kill the blasphemers. Apart from the women, children, young and old of the clan, as well as a small number of temple guards, all of them were out in force. Xiejio broke his fingers. There seemed to be 5 4th realm sharks that he had just killed. However, those few sharks had only just entered the 4th realm, and were about the same level as Huang Lone Realist. He couldn't help but stare. In that case, that shark community had actually been killed cleanly by himself? Now, there were only some old and weak left to guard the deep diving abyss. Xiejio could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. In his speculation, the remnants of Dagon's molt was obtained by the Silver Dragon King from the deep diving abyss. It meant that more than 1,000 years ago, the sharks might have suffered an attack from the Thunderjack 6th level Silver Dragon King. Perhaps this was the key to their weakening. After all, the sharks, along with humans, also relied on their lifespan to grind their realms. Even Big Black had lived for over 1,000 years and was only at the 2nd level of Thunder Tribulation. It was not bad for the shark community to still have 4 4th realms after the sacking over 1,000 years ago. Xia Xiao began to calculate in his mind whether or not there were any other remnant molts in the deep diving abyss. The 2 remnant molts that were in his hands now, one brought him eternity, and one took him through 1,000 years ago. He and the orca went hand in hand. Did you see those shark corpses just now? It nodded, and its tone was also astonished. Those disgusting guys have died so much. If I know who did it, I will definitely bring him the freshest herring. Xiejio couldn't help but facepalm. Herring was the favorite food of the orcas, but for Xiejio it was something that he had eaten for years and wanted to vomit when he thought back on it. He said resentfully, those are the sharks of the deep diving abyss. They all seem to be dead. I want to go to the deep diving abyss to have a look. That orca whale seemed to hesitate for a while, but still nodded. Of course. Since in your past life, you were our companion, then of course I will agree to your request. Only 3 sandboats of fish and shrimp are required, and the round-trip transportation is included. Chapter 128. Have you seen my senior brother? Xiejio sucked in a breath of cool air. This orca whales were actually still this mercenary, something he had not expected. Xiejio rolled over onto the sandboat and spoke to Jia. Brother Jia nodded after taking another look at the orca leader in the water. Xiejio asked Brother Jia to help him pay for these orcas, and as a price, half of those star-spotted fish sent to Xiejio were missing. After saying that, Xiejio jumped into the water once again and explained to the orca leader that those fish and shrimp would be paid together next year. The orca leader nodded his head humanely, and then tilted his head back to reveal the surface of the water to occur a shriek. It wasn't until the sandboat was nearing the harbor that another orca group arrived from a distance. The days were already extraordinarily short in late fall, and the sky was gradually becoming dusky. Xiejio's gaze was like a torch, and he could see clearly both in the dark and underwater. So no matter if it was day or night, it didn't matter to him. After Jia fixed the sandboat to the shore with an iron cable, he said goodbye to Xia Xiao. Do you need to sit on me? The orca leader swam forward and topped Xiejio. Xia Xiao shook his head. No need, I can swim by myself. The orca leader didn't say much, so he gurgled and revealed himself on the surface of the water, and after saying a series of words to Jia, he disappeared into the water and took his kind with him gradually far away. Jia just ready to turn back, but saw the shore of the beach. There is a white light flash. He squinted his eyes and walked forward, looking at the fat-like object and wondering what it was. Walking forward again a few steps, he saw what was on the ground. It was white and delicate like a young girl's skin, but to Jia's horror, it was half a human face. However, on this human face like mass of flesh, there was strangely only one eye and eyebrow. Being able to tell from the angle of this eye, it was a left eye. It was sparkling, had long eyelashes, and a tear mole was born in the corner of its eye. Even if it was just this, the strange flesh with only a single eye growing on it was sending out a strange sense of seduction to Jie's heart. The horror in Jie's heart was instantly suppressed by this seduction. He looked around at the disciples of the boat gang, who were all busy removing the items from the half-sunken boat. He hastily reached out and picked it up, not realizing that the touch was extremely smooth and delicate. This touch was even more delicate than the most beautiful woman he had ever touched. An inexplicable satisfaction surged through Jie's heart. A ship's clan patriarch walked towards him. Brother Jie hurriedly put it into his arms, and a voice that seemed to be laughing and not laughing reached Brother Jie's ears. The voice was long, mature, magnetic, and full of womanly flavor. "Brother, have you seen my chubby senior brother?" Jie's heart was shaken. He looked at the surrounding boat gang disciples. Forcibly suppressed the stupidity in his heart to the boat gang patriarch walking in front of him, said, "Huang Lone real person is still satisfied with the remuneration?" Xia Xiao followed these orcas as they swam towards the deep sea. His speed was not slower than the fastest orcas, and was even a tad faster. This could not help but make these orcas look a little sideways. However, the orca's leader didn't talk too much, saying that Xiejio was also an orca in his previous life. Everyone just thought that this human swam really fast and nothing more. Xiejio also found a hint of a long-lost feeling, as if he had returned to more than 1,000 years ago. While swimming in the sea, he observed the habits of these orcas. Until late into the night, these orcas were still active. As the day dawned, most of the orcas appeared to be physically exhausted, and their speed gradually slowed down. The orca leader ordered 2 third realm essence monsters and continued to lead Xieyou towards the direction of the deep diving abyss. After a long journey, by the afternoon of the second day, the 3 whales alone had arrived at the sea thousands of miles offshore. They were already hundreds of meters deep underwater at this point in the deep sea. Countless strange-looking, or weird aquatic beings kept weaving past them. The orca leader swallowed, in one bite, a strange red fish that seemed to have a lantern on its head. Its body came to an abrupt stop. "This former homunculus, we can only take you so far. As for in the depths, it may be dangerous for us now. But we will wait for you here for 3 days. After 3 days, if you do not return, we will return and leave." Xia nodded his head. He looked towards the bottom of the sea. Underneath this deep sea, it was like a heavenly abyss. Even the deepest trench in the vaulting sea, Xiejio was able to see the undulating hills of the seabed after diving hundreds of meters. However, under the seabed here, there was a huge arc like a crescent moon that remained. As if it was the entrance to hell, even Xia's bright torch-like eyes could not see the end. After bidding farewell to the 3 orca whales, Xieyou began to sink. As the water pressure rose, the surrounding creatures became more and more scarce. The darkness was also continuously eroding his eyesight, making his visible range narrower and narrower. Before arriving at the trench, the surrounding water plants continued to sway with the gushing seawater. An inexplicable sense of terror also appeared in Xiejou's heart. At the bottom of that trench, it was as if something was constantly peering at his body and even his soul. Here, other than these dark red algae, fluttering water plants and colorful corals, plants that did not show any signs of activity, all life seemed to end here. In a trance, Xieyou seemed to see the seawater in it begin to stir. A huge, ugly and massive monster climbed the rock wall and came out from it, its body covered with a layer of dark green huge scales, resembling a snake and lizard's head constantly gulping letters. The huge fins on its back were as hideous as barbs, and its thick tail stirred up horrible waves and whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. It raised its head and let out a terrifying sound, as if it was warning Xiejio. The ghost sea old immortal, Dagon, was also the guardian of the deep diving abyss. However, Xiejio did not feel terrorized as he calmly looked at the scene before him. Dagon's head continued to move upwards, and the slender barbed letter in its mouth was almost on the verge of touching Xia. Xia Zhao's brain was also feeling a sense of fatigue at this moment. He gasped roughly twice, and the onset of maniacal laughter caused him to instantly choke on seawater. Xia Xiao instantly woke up with a start, and the heart-clearing incantation that the little monk had passed on to him instantly resounded over and over again from his heart. The feeling of drowsiness in his head was instantly dispelled. Along with the maniacal laughter disorder that had gone out of control, it was also suppressed. Xia Zhao once again lowered his head to look at the huge trench that looked like an abyss, but Dagon's figure had disappeared. It was as if what he had just seen was just a phantom. Xia Zhao spat out 2 bubbles, and his body's qi and blood power began to diffuse. A faint blood-red shimmering light emitted from around his body, and the unfolding of the qi and blood realm was accompanied by dozens of orca whale shadows manifested by Xian's mind. They opened the way in front of them, and the blood-red shimmering light from their bodies illuminated the light beneath the abyss. The scene just now still left Xiejio somewhat stunned. He narrowed his eyes to remain vigilant, ready for the attack that would come at any moment. Xiejio raised his spirits and kept moving forward under the orca whale's silhouette as it led the way deeper and deeper under the trench. Chapter 129 Northern Underworld Dojo. Although in the memories of these sharks, they were considered to have already poured out their nests. However, what Xiejio had obtained was after all only the memories of a young shark, and he might not be able to know all the secrets of the clan. Xiejio continued to dive down, even to a depth he couldn't even remember. Accompanied by this, the temperature of the water continued to drop, and the faint light ignited by the qi and blood also became somewhat dimmer. However, the water pressure was not as tight as just now, and was even only similar to the pressure brought by tens of meters underwater. Xiaoxiao nodded with some realization in his heart. Must be the peculiarities of this deep diving abyss, making the physical quality of these sharks inherently stronger than humans, but also not crushed to pieces by the water pressure. Further down, the color of the water actually began to gradually become brighter. Don't know where the light comes from, well, this abyss shines extraordinarily clearly visible. But the darkness remains, even more eerie and silent. Here is where the shark community resides. A huge broken coral was piled together, uneven in height and disorganized. Countless deep and dilapidated caves are all over this huge coral. There were even sharks constantly poking their heads out of them, cautiously glancing at Xiejio before hastily shrinking their heads back. Xiejio noticed these sharks, but in terms of qi sensing, these were nothing more than the equivalent of entry martial artists among humans. In the shark community, they could only be considered old and weak. The sharks that had a little bit of fighting power were all already out of their nests. Xiaoxiao recalled that these sharks should have been able to swim inland normally, lurking in the indeterminate river, waiting to sneak up on him. However, he had not anticipated that Master Ancestor had asked the Bodhisattva to erase the aura left by Dagon from his body. Losing the guidance of the gods made those sharks instantly become like headless flies. They could only slaughter humans on the sea to vent their anger. The number of sharks is only thousands, which also leads to their residence area is not considered huge. The real vast is the sharks worship Dagon's huge square. The source of the light from the bottom of the deep sea was also above the square. None of the sharks came out to stop them. Xiaoxiao easily swam to the square where the sharks were sacrificing to the gods. At the bottom of the deep sea, there was an inexplicably flat square. At the head of the square was the huge Dagon idol that Xiaoyu remembered. The idol was more than 10 feet tall, either kneeling or praying. From the snake-like lizard-like peculiar face, a trace of piety could even be captured. In the center is a 100 meters high altar. Its position is in the cliffs next to the trench, like a knife-like flat cannot help but let Xiaoyu also lamented. Even if it was a real person who had passed through the Nine Thunder tribulation, if he wanted to open up such a majestic altar under the deep sea, he was afraid that he would need to spend a lot of effort. On top of that altar, there is actually a human skull on it. Roughly see, but is at least there are thousands of human skulls. Even sharks will also build it into a capital view, as if in the display of the results of the war. On both sides of the altar, there are two tall and sturdy columns, is supporting the stone wall above, seems to be to prevent the collapse. The light from the bottom of the deep sea was emitted from these two pillars. When Xiejio looked closer, the pillars looked like a table of splendor, with all kinds of textures carved on them. These two huge pillars were carved with fish on one side and birds on the other. Xiaoxiao inhaled a deep breath of seawater and couldn't help but be a little stunned. The skeletonized sculptures on this pillar actually seemed as if they were about to come to life. The divine form of the bird gave Xiejio an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it was a touch identical to the rock seal at his heart. However, the bird sculpted on the pillar appeared to be even more majestic, giving people a sense of the sky and the earth. Before such a huge divine altar, Xiejio's figure was like a mole cricket. He swam forward, wanting to see more truly. A dark green light rose from beneath Xiaoyu's feet and landed on his body without causing a ripple. Xiaoyu looked down. It was a fierce-looking shark. This shark is huge, almost 10 meters high. Is this the last card of the sharks left in this altar? Xiaoxiao sensed it was only the strength of the threefold thunderbolt. If it was on the shore, perhaps he would still need to spend some effort. A huge vortex suddenly arose around the shark's body, and the steel fork in his hand emitted a metallic chirping sound. He opened his mouth and moved slightly, and Xiejio saw what the shark said, that is, blasphemers of the gods, go to hell. This shark was actually like a black light, stabbing fiercely towards Xiejio. With a wave of Xie's hand, the orca whale silhouette in front of him suddenly pounced headfirst towards the shark, and in a moment it was obstructing its form. The astral aura transformed into a thick fishtail and ruthlessly smashed onto the death marks around the shark's body. However, it was not expected that the mark of death actually disappeared and appeared elsewhere. But fortunately, the power of this tail was great enough that his body turned into a bloody mist, and the Een god that emerged from his body was instantly torn apart and swallowed by the orca whale silhouette that was transformed by his chi and blood. The Trial of Death talisman turned over a new page. Scourge of Extermination, purple word, after you kill 10 of the same creature, the damage dealt to its kin is increased by 100. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. This word entry rather made it seem like he had done some evil. He had spent 3 white word strips to read this shark's memories. However, he didn't expect that, except for the confusion before he was 5 years old. It was all hazy after that, like a layer of fog in his brain. However, it was good that Xiaoxiao was prepared for this. After all, the more pious these guys are, the more confusing the things in their brains are. After looking at the pillar once again for a few moments, Xiaoyu realized that his Neverwinter had once again begun to flicker. In his brain, he had actually used these two huabyo as the reason for a new realization of the killing whale Qiankuan Dao and the golden rock dragon fighting technique. However, at this moment, it was not the time to sense martial arts. This place gave him an extremely bizarre feeling, as if he could not stay for too long. His body had become a bit itchy at this point. He pondered that if he stayed for a few more moments, perhaps a layer of dark green scales as fine as a shark's would grow out from underneath his skin. This did not stop him from immediately waking up from his martial arts immersion. Xia Zhao somewhat fondly looked at the two lookout pillars for a moment as he walked towards the altar of the god and looked in the direction that the Dagon idol was worshipping. There was the true purpose of his visit, perhaps that was where Dagon's remnants were stored. The two remnant molts, each of them had brought him a transformative change. Xia Zhao took a deep breath and kept diving towards that unseen abyss. Passing through the last of Dagon's kneeling and prostrate idols, Xia Zhao seemed to have entered into endless darkness. His field of vision was instantly covered in pitch black, and even his qi and blood could not burn a single ray of light. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. At this moment, a hoarse and ear-piercing laughter resounded from Xiaoyu's mind. The trial of death talisman actually automatically flipped open once again, and that laughter instantly came to an abrupt end. Xiaoyu looked at the death trial talisman with a bit of shock, but he didn't expect that the two divinities that he had saved were actually missing at this moment. This divinity, as far as Xiaoyu knew, its only function was to be able to review the memories of the Tao of initiation. It was only that he had not yet had the opportunity to do so. He was a little heartbroken, but was even more looking forward to what he would get. I don't know how long he swam in this abyss where he couldn't see a finger, but a bright light finally lit up in front of Xia's eyes. A loud and powerful bell sounded in Xiaoyu's ears. The sound was solemn, subtle, and seemed to make Xiaoyu's heart free of dust and dirt, washing away all the dust. Accompanied by this, was the sound of a huge wave, as if countless orca whales were leaping out of the sea together. Xiaoyu revealed a trace of incredulity as a rusty bronze giant plaque appeared within his eyes. There were 8 large characters engraved on it, and the font was like a dragon coiling over a tiger, giving off a sense of endless volatility. However, Xiaoyu still recognized these 8 characters, which were actually somewhat similar to the font on the cover of the Trial of Death Talisman. He read it out in a dreamlike manner: the pole of the North Underworld, the Demon Master's dojo. Fishing for a big one. Still thinking about the exact effect, it should be 1 corpse, 2 words. Chapter 130, Zhuangzhou's Dream. Xia Zhao's heart couldn't help but tremble. This place shallowly looked like nothing more than a seabed ruin. But I did not expect that there is such a shocking origin. This bronze plaque is rusty and mottled, giving a sense of the vicissitudes of the changing years. This plaque around is a piece of broken walls, as suffered the wrath of godlike destruction, is only this plaque is still intact. Xia Zhao looked towards the ruins, and a plain hall appeared behind it. The hall was not tall, somewhat similar to a Taoist temple. However, it was not even as good as the main hall of the Higuang one that Xiaoyu had seen, and appeared to be a bit tattered. It seemed to be only 10 feet high, but in the ruins, it was still standing. Giving Xia a sense that although it was ragged, it was rooted in the long river of time and had survived for eternity. Countless crimson seaweeds climbed on the outer wall of the hall. In the bottom of the sea where there is no life, it gives a different kind of vitality. Could it be that this is really the dojo of the Demon Master Kuan-Pang? Xia Zhao only felt like a dream. The Demon Master Kuan-Pang, he had also heard about it in the ancient books. It was rumored that the Kuan-Pang resided in the North Sea and was the master of all demons. Its body has 1,000 miles of huge, the rock spreads its wings to cover the sky, instantly can be to the 9 heavens above, is the most powerful batch of living creatures since the beginning of the earth. Unexpectedly, today is in this deep diving abyss of the seabed to see its dojo. Although Xia has long been psychologically prepared, if there is a deity's corpse here, it will not be strange. But when he saw this demon master's dojo, his heart was inevitably still extremely shocked. If Kuan-Pang's corpse was here, what kind of words could one touch? However, what confused Xia was that the rumored Kuan-Pang had spread his wings for 90,000 miles. Could this small hall be able to accommodate his body? Or is there something else in this hall, containing a world? Burying the doubts in his heart, Xia Zhao couldn't help but take a deep breath of seawater and look at the death judgment talisman in his mind. If there really was a Kuan-Pang corpse, I don't know if the death trial talisman would work. Even if it did, perhaps there might be some problems due to the fact that it had been dead for too long. The trial of death talisman, let me see where your limits lie. Right at this moment, the copper plaque in front of him actually flickered with a bit of black light like a beam, appearing extremely eye-catching at the bottom of the deep sea. Xia Zhao's mind couldn't help but condense, his body involuntarily turned into a huge 4 meters, and the surrounding orca whale, golden-winged rockbird and powerful King Bodhisattva's 3 martial arts wills quickly coalesced. However, he did not expect that a miniature version of a black dragon had drilled out of that black light. Xiaoju's face was stunned. This was actually the Great Black. He. Boss, we meet again. Big Black's iconic voice entered Xiaoju's mind. Big Black? Numerous doubts instantly popped up in Xie Zhao's mind. Previously, there were so many questions that he wanted to ask him, including where Big Black was now, the mystery of the sharks, and the bronze coffin, which was still a thorn in his heart. When Xie was just about to raise the questions in his heart, Big Black was heaving a smile. Don't talk to me, I'm just a remnant of the idea, sense the boss your blood power will naturally wake up. Xie Zhao could not help but swallow the words in his throat and quietly listen to Big Black. The coffin should have exploded, right? I don't know if it scared that old thief Feng Zidu. Although I can't beat him, I should at least disgust him. Xie Zhao's mind moved. This was actually a trap set by Dehei for Feng Zidu. But now it seems that Feng Zidu only sent some men here, so that is layout to pounce. However, with his cultivation, I am afraid that he can see the essence of the coffin at a glance. That coffin is my Silver Dragon King's 9 evil pills, in order to will be 100 years of national luck suppression of the Great Zhou refined. After the boss you get the national fortune turned into Dragon Chi, it should be within 10 days and half a month's time it will self-detonate. Xie Zhao's heart was immediately a bit helpless, no wonder Big Black told himself not to touch that bronze coffin. Although it was somewhat not quite the same as what he had imagined, it was indeed a dangerous item. Even though the power in this demonic Dan had dropped a lot in the past 1,000 years, the power of the 9 heavens demonic dawn self-explosion was not something that one could withstand. I did not expect that Big Black actually played with this heart and soul. He listened quietly, and Big Black laughed again. As for here Demon Master Dojo, but is my accidental discovery. If the boss you can see me this shadow, must have discovered the secrets of the 2 remnants of the molt. Boss, I recognize your strength, but there are many dangers. Even with my half-step Yanqing cultivation, that laughter in my head still won't go away, and it seems like it wants to wipe out my Yinshen. Xie Zhao's brows wrinkled, how the tone of those words had an air of self-complacency to it. It was as if he was showing off his cultivation. However, Xie Zhao was indeed a bit surprised, not realizing that Dehei had already reached the realm of a half-step Yan god unbeknownst to him a few hundred years ago. And even then, he also said to himself that he was no match for Feng Zidu. But that laughter. Xie Zhao recalled that before he saw the plaque, there was a strange horse laughter that appeared in his ears. Accompanied by that, it was as if the shadow of Dagon had appeared before his eyes. Luckily, the trial of death talisman had completely erased it at the cost of a piece of divinity. Although Xie Zhao was a bit distressed by the loss of divinity, he also knew that at this moment, everything was prioritized to save his life. Big Black, I'll withdraw first. Boss, you be careful. After saying that, Big Black's silhouette dispersed along with the bean-sized black lights. Xie Zhao let out a breath. Big Black brought him a lot of information. Not only did it solve the question of that bronze coffin, it also gave him an indirect understanding of both Big Black and Feng Zidu's strength. The two had actually both surpassed the Tao of entry hundreds of years ago, and were now at least Yangshan true lords. However, the contradiction between these two was still a mystery in Xie Yu's mind. Could it be that Feng Zidu really had a mental problem, as Big Black said earlier, and after eating the Silver Dragon King, he still wanted to eat him? Burying this doubt in his heart, Xie Yu glanced at the plaque. He also released his chi to sense the surrounding area and did not find anything wrong. He reached out and stroked the bronze plaque, and a metallic, cold, and hard sensation emanated from his hand. Xie Zhao slightly exerted force. The plaque actually did not move at all. Although this is an unknown number of meters of the seafloor, but the water pressure is like 30 to 50 meters of water in general. But he could not lift this one person-sized plaque. Xie Yu could not help but be a little surprised. Even if he used all his strength, this plaque is still lying in the ruins above, motionless. He couldn't help but give up, scanning around and finally looking towards the standing hall in the ruins. Red algae covering the hall above, but gives the feeling is full of vitality, as endless life force. Perhaps the cause of everything and the answer to all questions were hidden within that hall. Xie Zhao exerted himself, the power of qi and blood continuously pushing his body behind him. His body was like a swimming fish as he swam rapidly towards the hall. However, Xie Zhao realized that no matter how he swam forward, the distance between him and the hall seemed to be only 1,000 meters away. Not too close, not too far, not too big, not too small. The hall was like a virtual image, unreachable and inscrutable. Xie Zhao's heart couldn't help but feel a strange sensation, as if he had just had a dream. Now it was like waking up from a dream. He stopped his body and scanned his surroundings. Eventually, Xie Zhao's gaze landed on top of that plaque. Xie Zhao could not help but be stunned. This was because he realized that above that plaque, the bean-sized black light that had disappeared due to the dispersal of the Great Black Idea had actually reappeared on it. The Seeing One. A silent, clear, dream-like voice resounded in Xie Zhao's mind. Countless bubbles rose up around Xie Zhao's body, and they burst instantly again. When his vision became clear again, he actually appeared beside a silent pond. In front of Xie Zhao's eyes, a pair of clear and bright eyes appeared, and its owner was an old Taoist with an emaciated figure. The old Taoist holding a fishing rod, an ancient Taoist robe if not today's people, black and thick hair casually draped behind the head, but the eyes gleam, the essence of the spirit. In the past, I dreamed of a who butterfly, and then I realized that I was pleasantly surprised to see that I was also pleasantly surprised to see that I was also pleasantly surprised. Guest and I both dream awake, the old road Zhuangzhou, and the guest bowed. Chapter 131 Golden Words, Materialization of Heavenly Actions. Zhuangzhou? Even more so than the Kunpeng dojo, Xiezhou's heart set off monstrous waves. His countenance revealed a look of incredulity. Zhuangzi was a rumored figure regardless of his past life or present life, and it had been an unknown number of years since then. Even the Tao collection, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, contained outstanding articles on him. For a moment, Xiezhou could not help but feel a bit disorganized. A bright moon hung high, and the cool breeze continuously brushed the leaves off the trees beside Xiezhou. The old Taoist opened his mouth and smiled, his voice was like heavenly music. It also seems to come out of a dream. Guests can also call me the ghostly old fairy Dagong, that is my name of the evil corpse. Xia, lack of heart beating wildly, did not expect the so-called ghostly old fairy is actually Zhuangzhou's what evil corpse. Numerous thoughts came to his mind, and it wasn't that Xiezhou's mind was unstable at this time, but the information this received was too surprising. Xiaoxiao barely managed to stabilize his mind and put his attention on the old Taoist in front of him. The old Taoist pulled the fishing rod towards him, and a swimming fish with a faint fluorescent glow instantly flew up. The swimming fish actually grew a pair of wings on its side, loosening the fish hook in its mouth and spreading its wings towards the bright moon. Zhuangzhou turned his head to look at Xiezhou. There was like an endless starry sky in those eyes, and countless fluttering butterflies flew out, occupying Xiezhou's entire mind. It was as if Xiezhou had turned into a butterfly himself, fluttering with it and forgetting himself. Just then, a voice pulled Xiezhou out of his butterfly dream. So it was a guest who did not cultivate the yin spirit, no wonder he was able to recognize the dream. Xiaoyu woke up from his dream, and his mind became completely peaceful and calm. The old Taoist in front of him was like an old friend who had known him for a long time, giving him an incomparably relaxed and cozy feeling. Xiaoyu's heart was like a mirror, and he saluted the old Taoist, "See you, manhwa zenith." The breeze by the pond blew, the old Taoist's thin face flashed a smile. To think that it has been countless years in the past, there are still people who remember me. Xiezhou nodded, recalling the Taoist books Feng Zidu had read for him. The South China realist is like water to a fish in terms of the Taoist sect. Zhuangzhou still maintains a light face, everything goes with the flow, that is the Tao. Even if there is no me, there will still be Li Zhou, Chen Zhou. Xiezhou's mind was moved, remembering that his famous poem The Journey to the Promenade expressed his thoughts by describing the Kunpeng. Together with the name of Dagon's guardian, the reason for his appearance here was also obvious. The old Taoist seemed to have sensed Xiezhou's thoughts. Before Xia could say anything, he took the initiative to reply, "The Kunpeng is dead, and the old Taoist has also passed away for a long time. What you see is just a thought of the old Taoist." Xia was shocked. Even such great existences as Kunpeng and manhwa have passed away. Since the guest was able to extinguish the last trace of Dagon's true spirit, why would he covet this Kunpeng corpse anymore? Xiezhou's mind could not help but jump a little. The Kunpeng had indeed died, and the corpse was actually here. However, what is this so-called last trace of Dagon's true spirit? He pondered over the encounter just now, and estimated that the eerie laughter that was extinguished by the Judgment Death Talisman with its divinity was Dagon's true spirit. Zhuangzhou's voice sounded again, at this time as a bit surprised. Guests actually only cultivate qi and blood, have not tasted the power of the gods or yin gods. But this power is small, but how the guests through those sharks' residence killed Dagong true spirit. Xiaoxiao did not expect this old Taoist to see his side as a pure martial artist. However, the sharks as Dagon's believers, since they were exterminated by themselves, I don't know how the old Taoist feels about it. He pondered for a while. Since the other party could vaguely sense his thoughts, he also truthfully replied, "The sharks have been exterminated by me. As for the true spirit of Dagon, the real person is still forgiven for not being able to say anything." The old Taoist nodded, but there was no change of color as he had imagined, but seemed to have glimpsed Xiezhou's inner thoughts and nodded. Those sharks are nothing more than maggots within Dagon's corpse. They feed off of stealing Dagon's residual power. It would be a good thing to exterminate them. Xiaoxiao could not help but be stunned for a while, not realizing that the sharks and Dagon were actually related in this way. Guests do not need to blame themselves, but the extermination of the sharks is a good thing for Lao Dao. The old road is not to be rewarded, but the guests are based on qi and blood. The old road must be able to point out a few things. Xia, lack of heart, turned a few thoughts. Doubts cannot help but born. Zhuangzhou will not be able to martial arts? The old Taoist saw the doubt on Xia's face, just smiled. Kun hit the water 3,000, rock spread wings 10,000 miles. The demon master is the most powerful as the strength of its body. Between heaven and earth, on the abundance of blood, I am afraid that all living beings together cannot compare to the demon master. Naturally, his soul is also not to be underestimated. Being able to perfectly control every part of his body of this size, the demon master's soul power is equally powerful. Xiaoxiao's mind could not help but realize that a great being like the Kunpeng must know how to utilize its full power. If one only practiced divine arts and gave up the great power of this massive body, then it would undoubtedly be a bit of sacrificing the fundamentals for the end. However, the path of martial arts had been cut off in the third realm, so it must be that the Kuan-Peng's Qi and blood path and the martial arts path were two paths. Zhuangzhou nodded slightly. The so-called martial way is to make the human body conform to the reason of nature. What Kuan-Peng has learned is not desirable for the human body, but is due to the special nature of his body. Saying this, Zhuangzhou stretched out his right hand, and a ball of fiery Qi and blood power appeared in his hand. This Qi and blood transformed into a golden rock, searing the surrounding temperature to a rolling boil as he smiled and said, "This is the sun." The old Taoist once again stretched out his right hand and a swimming fish like ghostly bluing god power appeared in his hand. This is the Tai-yin. The two masses of power gradually fused together, actually turned into an endless flow of Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Tai-yin and sun, the foundation of the demon master's power. Xia Xiao could not help but ponder in his heart. It seemed that Kuan-Peng was an immortal and martial arts practitioner, utilizing both powers to the extreme. He still had some doubts in his mind. How did such a powerful Kuan-Peng fall? The old Taoist sensed Xia's thoughts and just sighed, not saying much. It is a pity that the world has changed so drastically. Xia, lack of sinking, slowly spit out a breath. Will be countless doubts hidden in the bottom of the heart. 3 Qi show up behind the back. This whale is not bad. Rockbird's figure is slightly poor. It is actually the shrewd monkey god form, but you are considered to be practicing in the wrong direction. This fighting holy law is more than a simple martial arts, which contains the power of the Big Dipper art of calculation. Under the guidance of the old Taoist, Xiaoyu could not help but have a burst of enlightenment about his own martial arts. The Orca whale was even beginning to merge with the golden rock will, vaguely beginning to have signs of fusion. Kuan-Peng martial will. A blazing fire lit up in Xiaoyu's heart. The never-ending flickering light was brighter than it had ever been before. However, the old Taoist came to an abrupt end. He was puzzled. This body of yours, it seems to be somewhat unusual, not like a normal human body. Xia Lak has also some doubt, but guessed that may be the reason that there are 2 hearts, also did not look deeper. Unexpectedly, the old wrote again, there is a trace of like 3 corpses but completely different feeling. This body is not a split body, right? Xiaozhou could not help but froze in his mind and shook his head in a hurry. He frowned. Could it be that part of his consciousness was still in his previous life, or within the Orca whale corpse? Once again, he pursued the matter, but as a sliver of intent that was about to dissipate, there was not much power left within Zhuangzhou's body, and he was unable to go deep enough to dig into the secrets of Xia Zhao's body. After burying this matter to the bottom of his heart, Xia Zhao thanked Zhuangzhou. The old Taoist brought your head, but sighed again. The old Taoist can feel that in your heart. It seems that you have an unusual obsession with the old Taoist and the demon master's corpse. But this thought, the old road is not sense what you actually why. Little friend, can you tell me? Xia lacks a shy face. Whether it is the South China realist or the demon master, both are extremely great existences. As a junior, I have the heart to admire them. Xiaoyu said this without blushing or jumping, and even vaguely hypnotized himself with a martial ugly face. Zhuangzhou's figure had become illusory, as if it was about to dissipate the next moment. He nodded. In that case, the old Taoist is not a stingy person. The old Taoist's body completely dissipated into bits of starlight that surged above Xiaozhou's body. Xiaozhou realized that a large fish tattoo had actually appeared on his left arm. This is the credentials left behind by the old Taoist, which allows you to freely enter and exit the Northern Darkness Dojo. Xiaozhou bowed and thanked him. When he got up, he was already from the edge of that pond, back under the seabed. But he no longer heard the old Taoist voice. Xiaozhou sighed and looked at the hall that was covered in red algae. This time, it was easy to walk inside the hall. A bit of light like beans in this place constantly swaying, has been burning for millions of years of time not extinguished. Before the hall, an emaciated figure wearing dark green Taoist robes, black hair straight down on the ground, features flat and strange. The old Taoist's eyes were tightly closed, but it gave Xia a trace of neutral and peaceful atmosphere. Xia Xiao recognized this old Taoist. This was Zhuangzhou, who had been talking to him for a long time. He bowed towards the old Taoist and placed his hand on Zhuangzhou's shoulder with a solemn emotion. The Trial of Death talisman scattered a golden light, turning over a new page once again, and the old Taoist's figure leapt onto it. A heavenly sound that had never been heard before fell into Xiaozhou's ears from within the talisman. A saint's life is also a heavenly act, and his death is also a materialization. Materialization of heavenly acts, golden words, your every move conforms to nature, and any of your feats whose cultivation can be simplified. Chapter 132, Grave Bouncing. Conform to nature? Can be simplified? Xia Xiao began to think about the meaning of this phrase in his mind, and his body couldn't help but strike a set of punches. However, he did not expect that he had only punched the starting straight punch of the killing whale Qiankuan Dao, and his body's qi energy was actually flowing at high speeds within his body. An orca whale shadow vaguely appeared behind him. Not only that, he also realized that the qi and blood within his body had actually become vaguely scorching hotter. This feeling was a sign of qi and blood growth, except that the amount of growth from simply relying on martial arts practice was extremely small, requiring years and years of accumulation. Previously, only after a complete set of punches had been thrown could one feel this way. Xia Xiao once again threw a random straight punch, and the same feeling came out once again. A strange feeling emanated from his heart, and he then transformed his hand into a beak and pecked down casually. Similarly, the martial will of the golden-winged rockbird manifested behind his back and appeared. The chi and blood in his body became even hotter. After trying out a few martial arts once again, Xiaoyu began to become filled with joy. As long as one understands the principles of this martial art and the direction of the chi energy within the meridians, what the heart desires can be counted as accomplished with just one simple action. Like the previous pavilion master Lu's palm technique Raging Shark Tidal Wave Palm, Xiaoyu only needed to think about the principles and the direction of the chi energy in his mind, and casually clap his hands, then he could accomplish it. Thus, Xiaoyu clapped his hands frantically in front of the old Taoist's corpse. Xiaoyu paused for a moment and remembered that a light skill he had previously seen in the secret sect was also extremely good. Named Heavenly Kite vertical and horizontal, the stance was so peculiar that he was able to find a hint of the golden-winged rock from it. Many of the martial artists who challenged the secret sect's plum blossom stake had practiced this stance. Xiaoyu inwardly nodded. Could he himself cultivate both disciplines together? These martial arts were considered to be relatively simple, and for his martial arts wizard self, it seemed like it would not be a difficult task to use two of them at once. He stomped his feet experimentally, and his hands moved without stopping. Xiaoyu realized that the chi in his body had actually split into two strands and began to run on its own. It seemed to have succeeded. Xiaoyu began to clap his hands and stomp his feet again, his mind recalling the scene of bar hopping in his previous life. Under the never-ending constant flickering, these two martial arts were also unstoppable all the way. By the time he had clapped his hands and stomped his feet 100 times, these two martial arts had already entered the country. Just as Xiaoyu continued to clap and bungee down again, a dreamlike sound actually came from his ears once again. Little friend this is? Xiao lack of this is like a dream woke up, hastily showed a trace of embarrassed smile. Real people forgive me. Malady sudden. After seeing Zhuangzhou did not appear again, Xiao lacked a sigh of relief. After all, bouncing in front of other people's corpses was indeed too unseemly. Even worse, the original owner of this corpse was still watching himself? If not for the fact that he had only just made his feelings known to Zhuangzhou, it would be hard for the other party not to think that he was clapping his hands. Xiaoyu was careful, and once again, when he placed his hand on the old Taoist's shoulder, he wanted to see if he could access his memories when he did so. However, he did not expect that the Trial of Death talisman did not appear before his eyes. Instead, his consciousness was instantly sucked into it. He transformed into a fluttering butterfly, forgetting his original identity. With these butterflies, he fluttered around, pollinating and mating. However, the life of a butterfly is short, and 3 days after mating, the butterfly he transformed into died of senility. At that moment, Xiaoyu also woke up from the dream. The death trial talisman also appeared in front of Xia's eyes. Failed to read due to lack of divinity. The host is unable to withstand the river of time for the time being. Failure was something that Xiaoyu could have expected. After all, even spirit generals above the Tao of entry needed a trace of divinity to read their memories. Not to mention an existence as great as Zhuangzhou. However, the 4 words, long river of time, were what made Xiaoyu feel a bit playful. Putting his other thoughts in check, Xiaoyu began to look around, searching for the Koan Peng's corpse. To Xia's dismay, after searching all over the hall, he could not see any other living beings. Only this side of the incense table, a few bushels, an old Taoist. Xiaoyu began to think, in terms of the size of the Kunpeng, even if the entire seabed abyss is not able to accommodate a corner of its body. Could it be that it has shrunk? Or did it change into something? Xiaoyu released his chi to sense it, but still got nothing. He walked out of the hall and scanned the broken walls around him. Could it be underneath these ruins? Xiaoyu extended his hand and slammed his fist into the ground. This ancient stone plate but shocked its tiger's mouth numb. The whole hand is somewhat by the recoil of raw pain. However, this made Xia Jr. a little more confident, and he began to continuously tour the entire dojo, wanting to find a crack or a weak point in it. Xia Zhao realized that at the back of the hall, also outside the dojo, there was a huge gully. There was a huge gully lying in front of it. Underneath this gully was as dark as ink, and the dojo that was covered in chi light looked very different. The gully is like an abyss, and there is something that is watching Xiaoyu, making him feel a little uneasy. Xiaoyu hesitated. If there could be anything else here that was malicious towards him, then perhaps it was Dagon. Although Dagon was one of Zhuangzhou's evil corpses, from his mouth, Xiaoyu was able to learn that Dagon had an independent mind and thought, and was completely inconsistent with the thoughts that Zhuangzhou upheld. When he destroyed the sharks, the old Taoist may have thanked him. But Dagon may not be. After all, these sharks are its believers. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided not to go down. After all, this dojo is full of gullies and ravines, so he might be able to pry himself open. After Xiaoyu had decided, he picked a sharp stone bar among the ruins that he could move, intending to use it as a shovel. He selected a seemingly extremely deep gully and began to dig continuously. Xiaoyu endeavored for a long time, but it was all useless. Seeing this, he somewhat annoyedly slammed it down hard, but he realized that a crack had actually appeared on the stone slab. As if he had found his backbone, Xiaoyu began to continuously chisel up the cracks on the top of the stone bar. Perhaps he couldn't bear to see this kind of practice. The old Taoist's voice once again resounded in Xiaoyu's ears. What I want is also present in the dream. Ah? Xiaoyu was a bit bewildered. These words seemed as if he was scolding someone, saying that what he wanted was present in his dreams. However, the dream that Xiaoyu had when he touched the old Dao's corpse just now also flashed by. Could it be? Several thoughts flashed through Xiaoju's mind. From his exchange with the old man just now, he was able to learn that Zhuangzhou's cultivation method is undoubtedly related to dreams. From his dreams, Xiaoyu could not find any difference from the real world. If not for Xiaoju discovered that the remnants of the idea left behind by Dehe had reappeared on the plaque, he would never have been able to decipher the dream that Zhuangzhou had set up for him. However, it was hard for Xiaoyu to say whether this was a break or a slip-up that the other party had purposely left for him. After all, at this level, there wouldn't be such a mistake. The same was true when he was trying to read his memories just now. His self in the form of a butterfly lost itself, making him unable to tell who he really was. Was it Xiaoju? Or was it the butterfly? Although he hadn't lost his memories, he was also completely immersed in his life as a butterfly. It was as if it was born as it should be, and Xiaoju was nothing more than his own past life that had already passed away. No longer caring, nor reminiscing. If not for the extremely short lifespan of a butterfly, Xiaoju estimated that he was still immersed in dreams at this point. The old man's dream magical ability has been able to subvert the real and the fake. If it is alive, perhaps to dream to create a side of the real world is not difficult. Xiaoju's thoughts flashed by. Perhaps the old Taoist had created a world in his dreams and placed the Kunpeng body in it. Xiaosha once again walked into the hall covered in red algae, quietly looking at the old Taoist on the futon. He bowed and performed a salute, sitting down quietly on the futon beside Zhuangzhou. Endless fine bubbles flashed past in front of him, and his consciousness was once again pulled within the dream world. Chapter 133 Black Word, Body of the Broken Realm. The old Taoist's voice resounded in Xiaoju's ears. Not bad, still quite enlightened. The Demon Master's original body is also not something that this heaven and earth can withstand, so it is safely stored in the old Taoist's dream realm. But before you see the Demon Master, but first eat some pain before speaking. This is as your punishment for digging and touching. At that moment, Xiaosha forgot everything and entered the dream once again. This time, he transformed into a swimming fish, constantly shuttling in the sea, either foraging for food or avoiding natural enemies. This fish was gifted with an awe-inspiring talent, and after swallowing its prey, it was able to convert all of it into growth and size. With the addition of the flesh-eating beings and the out-of-body transformations, the expansion in size that Xiaoju brought about was even larger than the prey itself. Ha! The old Taoist's voice resounded between this dream world, but Xiaoyu was oblivious to it. This is really strange. The old Taoist was a bit puzzled, but he continued to look on. He realized that this fish that Xiaoyu had transformed into was truly somewhat fearless. It actually dared to challenge a swimming fish that was considerably larger than himself. After Xiaoju transformed into a fish after falling into dream space, his consciousness also became weak. However, he still inadvertently recalled that he had created the whale martial master's syllabus when he was an Orca. As he swam, the words of materializing heavenly actions and never-ending began to flicker. The chi energy that belonged to the martial way actually appeared within Xiaoju in a matter of moments. The small fish that was but palm-sized actually grew tens of times in 3 days. Between the 3 days, Xiaoju continued to weave in and out of the water, and his martial arts continued to progress. The chi energy in his body had also been transformed into a precursor weather energy, allowing his fish body to exert the power of a shocking fish. The old Taoist once again let out a gasp of amazement and wanted to make it more difficult for Xiaoyu, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided to let it go free. Taoist law is natural. Everything is up to you, little friend. I do not know how long you need. 10,000 years? Or 1,000,000 years? He sighed, his thoughts going back to the past. Even though the Demon Master possessed this realm-breaking body, it was still difficult to prove the fruits of the Tao. Devouring seemed to have become an eternal theme, and Xiaoju's consciousness regained clarity after his body gradually became stronger. However, he still stopped recalling himself as a human body and instead focused on being a fish. A month later, Xiaoju's body had already grown to a zheng in length. His martial arts realm had also broken through to martial Grandmaster, and his astral energy was entwined around his body, constantly flushing out without any rules. In an instant, he was able to shatter the death marks of all the surrounding creatures, and then the astral energy crushed the killed fish and shrimp into pieces, making it easy for him to swallow them. Lack of incarnation of this fish also do not know what species. The whole body is black, bodyline is streamlined all in one, in the water like a ghost not hindered by any water current. For this reason, Xialak also found the whale martial arts general outline of the inappropriate place. He made a long time for this change. It was not like the previous time when he was an orca whale. He still needed to dissect his predecessor's corpse to understand the structure of his body. This body has long since broken into the martial arts master realm. Under the flow of chi energy, Xiaoyu has long understood the structure of this body thoroughly. After making all the preparations, Xiaoyu began to remodel the circulation of qi energy in his body. Is this a customized gong method for this body? The old Taoist's voice appeared astonished. 3 days later, the transformation of the gong method was complete. This gong method gave up the orca whale's usual headbutt and tail flinging moves, and was completely built for devouring and suction. A mouthful of inhalation, that is, within a radius of 10 meters of fish and shrimp, will all be in its mouth. This kind of devouring and getting bigger feeling, Xiaoyu did not play in the page game advertisement in his previous life. But did not expect, actually played back really. Time kept passing, 10 years went by in a flash. His body in length was already more than the maximum 50 meters of the orca whale form. There were even more crouching tigers and hidden dragons in these waters than in the vaulting sea. This caused Xiaoyu to act more carefully and stealthily. However, those demonic beasts didn't have the intelligence of a great demon of the Tao, as if they were all empty of a powerful body. Even in terms of qi and blood strength, Xiaoyu had seen quite a few that were even more powerful than himself. However, their fighting was without any rules and regulations, just the most primitive biting and killing. It was like a barbaric, uncivilized world. And the benefit of this was that the creatures that Xiaoyu had swallowed were extremely plentiful in terms of qi and blood replenishment, causing it to take 10 years to catch up to Xiaoju's 30 years of gains when he was an orca. Xiaoju was still at the martial Grandmaster realm at this point, and his qi and blood capacity continued to expand as his body grew larger. This had its good and bad points, the good being that its own power was always on the rise, but it also made it so that its essence-qi dichotomy would never be able to climb up to its peak state. This also resulted in his inability to unite the three treasures of essence, qi, and spirit and break through the martial Dao manifestation sage realm. Xiaoju meditated and concentrated, intending to force a breakthrough. As the three treasures of essence, qi, and spirit united, Xiaoju easily manifested his martial will to sainthood. A gigantic virtual shadow comparable to his likeness appeared behind him. Xiaoju was somewhat surprised. This was not the work of a certain word, not even a flicker of Neverwinter, and he began to prepare for a breakthrough. It was only at the time of the breakthrough that Neverwinter gave himself a small push. This was mainly due to the talent of this body itself. Xiaoju didn't dwell on it, and after the breakthrough he became even more reckless. Even if it was a huge sea beast that was 3 to 5 times larger than himself, he would just rush forward and tear it to pieces in a moment. 300 years later, Xiaoju was already somewhat incapable of counting the total amount of his qi and blood. He only knew that 3 years after he had broken through to martial saint, he had already surpassed the limit he had reached when he was an orca whale. The qi and blood domains released now were instantly capable of vaporizing 10 million miles of sea around them. The gigantic sea beasts he had originally seen were all like floating at this time as well. The strongest overlords in the sea domain were only trembling when they saw Xiaoju at this moment. However, Xiaoju lost interest in these little guys that could only stuff their teeth. Even if he ate more of them, the amount of qi and blood that could be increased would only be a tiny bit. It was not as good as the qi energy that was constantly circulating within his body, bringing about qi and blood gains. Tens of miles of thick and thin qi energy was constantly circulating within its meridians. The qi and blood generated might be insignificant for its size. However, the accumulation over the years made the gains from Xiaoju's martial arts practice surpass that of swallowing. Xiaoju could turn 30,000 miles at every turn, and even in a sea that was 10 million miles in circumference, he could swim from one end of the sea to the end of the other in a matter of moments. He had also given a name to this fish body technique, calling it striking water 3000. At this time, the ocean, like an abyss, was also unable to carry the width of his body. It was like a stranded puddle. Not only was it cramped, it was also really boring. Xiaoyu dropped his gaze to the 9 heavens above. He leapt up, and even though he rushed up 10,000 miles into the air, he quickly fell into the water. He tried again, his qi, blood, and astral qi constantly aiding behind him like a propeller. But not as good as the theory, no matter how to try, are only in the sky as a flash in the pan. In the end, he could only return to the sea. He began to become reluctant. Look at the sky above the birds, why they were born to enjoy endless sky. But he was only in this puddle of water, which was only a small place for him. Under this obsession, Xiaoyu continuously leapt into the sky. With this, the materialization Skywalker in Neverwinter began to flicker. A golden winged rock's virtual shadow actually suddenly appeared behind him. This shadow, however, only helped Xiaoyu glide in the sky for longer, but it would still end up falling into the sea. At this time, some intelligent beings in the sea will also point to Xiao's lack of ridicule. We sometimes struggle to jump up in order to capture the seabirds in the sky, but also often failed, but also fell in the sea. This big guy actually wanted like this bird to swim in the air. Is not this endless sea is not enough for it to swim? Xiao's lack of sometimes can hear, but also just a laugh. The one who is suitable for thousands of miles will gather food in March. Xiao's lack of heart became clear, closed his eyes and began to think about the previous in the shark altar to see the pillar. When the same wind rises, the wind needs to be cultivated first. The astral winds continued to converge and accumulate in the sky, actually forming a huge storm in a few moments. Xiajiao leaped up and stayed in the sky for several hours, but still fell into the water. The accumulation of wind is also not thick, then its negative big wings are also powerless. Xiajiao pondered, constantly transforming the qi and blood within himself into astral storms. Within these few months, all the creatures in the sea shivered for it. This storm coalesced for 3 months without dispersing, and the seawater that was close to its millions of miles, and the clouds were all swept up above the 9 heavens by it. Xiajiao's heart moved, taking advantage of the momentum of this astral storm, jumped into it. The so-called pei feng, this is how it is. In a matter of moments, his figure was already above the 9 heavens. On both sides of Xiajiao's body, wings actually grew at this moment. The huge fish silhouette on his back disappeared, turning into a rock bird that covered the sky. This method shook the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens, storms intermingled and thunder flashed. Xiajiao's figure covered a large portion of the sky as he still continued to fly upwards. The living beings in the sea looked towards the sky, like they were relieved, but with incomparable envy in their eyes. They said, "He's getting smaller and smaller, and further away." Xiajiao looked at the sea, the clouds couldn't cover his gaze. Countless islands floating in the endless sea, where he was but a puddle. At this moment, the endless smoke and clouds beside him dissipated. Bring, is Zhuangzhou old Taoist sighed, but a few hundred years ago. Xia Lak, as if waking up from a dream, just encountered everything as if in a flash. He was like standing on top of the 9 heavens, and in front of him appeared a golden rock bird that could not be seen at the border. In a trance, the rock bird was once again transformed into a big fish with a black body. It seemed that within Xiajiao's perspective, the size of this fish and bird's body was also constantly changing. From large to small, from small to large. It gave Xiajiao a feeling of floating in the river of time. He pondered. The old Dao's figure reappeared beside Xiajiao, a hint of a smile appearing on his thin face. Go. Xiajiao saluted the old Taoist and his figure swooped down. 2 vast and vigorous forces spread out in front of Xiajiao as well. If it was the most yin, it was also like pure yang. He landed on the ground and reached out to stroke the rock's beak. At this moment, the Judgment Death Talisman actually flashed with a burst of never-before-seen pitch-black light. Body of the Broken Realm, black words, there is no limit to the strength of your body. Chapter 134, The Way of His People. Galactic Heavenly Lock. The astral chi flowed near his heart chakra, and Xiajiao unlocked an astral blockade in a smooth manner. The chi and blood in Xiajiao's body rushed up like a torrent, and his body instantly swelled up to its original height of 4 meters. His muscles were instantly gnarled and rippled, and his bulging muscles were like small mountains filled with explosive power. Only when his own meridians had reached their limits under the constant impact of this torrent of chi and blood did Xiajiao recover the second heart with a much weaker layer of heavenly locks. The martial arts, chi and blood continued to polish the physical body, and Xiajiao also continued to adjust his breathing rate so that he could adapt to the speed of this enhancement. Under the nourishment of this second heart, as long as the power of chi and blood within it was not drawn clean by himself, then he would be able to continuously input chi and blood into his own body, and his own body would be able to be strengthened by this chi and blood impact. However, previously, if one had reached the peak of a certain realm, due to the limitations of the body's strength, the heart's chi and blood output would also stagnate. Just like before, after one reached the limit of innate or sovereign, the strength of one's body would stagnate. The current self was without the limitations of the realm. Even if he was only a martial artist of the body-forging realm, his physical strength could be infinitely enhanced through the nourishment of chi and blood and the refinement of martial arts. It was only that even though he now had a limit-breaking body, and his own body strength was free of this limitation, he was also still limited by his growth rate. It was limited by one's realm, body's tolerance level, and the like. Xiajiao's body strength was now like an infinitely large water tank, and his martial arts and his second heart were like 2 water pipes that were constantly filling it with water. However, the toughness of the meridians and the strength of his body, as well as other factors such as his own realm, limited the thickness of the 2 water pipes. The speed of the water injection was limited, and it wasn't possible for Xia to instantly turn the water in this infinitely large water tank from a small stream into a large river. However, it would only take a certain amount of time, and he would eventually be able to reach the top. Right at this moment, the Koan Peng's body underneath him actually suddenly came to life, and his body began to squirm continuously. Like a stranded fish. Xiajiao was a little surprised, but this was after all Zhuangzhou's dream world, everything was dominated by him. Even if it came to life, it was not considered a rare thing. He looked sideways at Zhuangzhou. However, he did not expect the old Taoist to also have a look of tangled brows, and his hands seemed to be constantly pinching and counting, his face filled with disbelief. This is not right, the old Taoist shook his head. The demon master's divine soul has fallen, it should not be so. He looked at Xiajiao. Do you have anything on you? Before the words fell, a black and white faceplate had appeared freely on Xiajiao's face. The old Taoist could not help but reveal a bitter smile and look downwards with both hands clasped. It is actually His Majesty the Ming Emperor himself. The old Taoist is out of line. Xiajiao could not help but be stunned for a moment. This Ming Emperor refers to is the pear garden of the master, known as 1,000 faces on the old Langshan, that is, the real maker of this wu ugly face. That big fish body under 3 or 5 fluttering, actually turned into a golden-winged rockbird, raised the storm instantly while still lack of blowing flying very far. Fortunately, the old Taoist flicked his sleeve and stopped Xiezhou's body. South China Old Road, you this dream world error quite a lot, I will find a hole in the openings in a moment. The golden-winged rockbird indifferently opened his mouth, the vastness of the sound field seems to be spread throughout the dream world. The old Taoist sighed, not able to reach the other shore. It is difficult to see the true face of the world, since there will be some mistakes, but also let your majesty the emperor laugh. The golden-winged rockbird pecked its beak. My wife, Taijin, practicing is your South China real estate. Emperor Ming said, tone slightly pause, in its wings, a vast storm rushed into the sky down, as much as Xiaolak of all wrapped. Xia Xiao only felt a darkness in front of his eyes and ears, and was no longer able to detect any external information. His mind moved, and he wasn't annoyed. These two people are at the top of the world. I am afraid that compared to the true appearance of those idols that I have seen, I do not know how much stronger, and I am not afraid that these two people will be unfavorable to themselves. After all, before the two of them, he was afraid that he was hardly even an ant. But to Xiaoyu's surprise, above his left hand, vaguely suddenly appeared 300 copper like reward money. He's rich. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, his consciousness disappeared into the face, a gray mist rose before his eyes, and he instantly arrived at the pear orchard world. When he walked to the statue of old Lord Lang, a catalog-like thing appeared in Xiezhou's mind. He recalled that Zhuangzhou had once said that he had yet to master the divine form of the battle sacred law. In regards to the use of the fighting sacred technique, one was like holding an abacus, but the method of using it was as crude as picking it up and smashing it against someone. Big Dipper counting technique. Xiezhou's mind moved, and a Tao writing called the Rui book appeared before his eyes. It is based on the Yin and God, and is subdivided into the Taoist techniques of Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the Hichu and Luoshu, and the Taishian Z number. The Rui book is the art of summarizing and reasoning about all the changes that can be seen within the eyes. It is generally used to predict the fate of individuals, clans and families and even countries. On it, there is a statement, the people of the ancient times, those who know law in Yin and Yang, and in the arts and numbers. Xiezhou's mind moved. This Qi Men's method was considered a field that he had never dabbled in before. If he could use it in martial arts, it might be effective. The 108 reward money instantly disappeared, and this Rui booklet actually entered Xia's mind like an enlightenment. Xiaoyu instantly grasped all of the plum blossom Ishu, Ziwei Do Shu, and other counting arts and forms. It's quite convenient. Xiezhou's heart was slightly pleased, and his body subconsciously began to fight the boxing technique deduced from the holy law of battle. No. If one were to stand in the perspective of a martial artist, this boxing technique was without a doubt extremely perfect. The arm was treated as an extension of the body, as if there was an iron rod in the hand. Even Xiezhou had applied the principle of leverage to optimize it, making this martial art the pinnacle of excellence. However, now that Xiezhou was looking at it from the perspective of the Big Dipper's numerology, it was somewhat inexplicable, as if he had practiced the Qimen Duanjia technique as a martial art. It looks decent, but the direction is all wrong. Empty appearance, not its shape. With a thought, the never-ending light on top of the Judgment of Death talisman began to flicker with light. He smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that he had really found the right direction this time. Xiezhou's hands pinched 3 to 5 times, and his movements were actually changed to Yanqing Quan. Yanqing fist has played a few styles, thumb index finger staggered a few times, Xia lack of action is perfectly transformed into the upper general seal. After a few maneuvers, Xiaoyu had actually changed more than 10 different sets of martial arts within 3 minutes. While it seemed like this, it was actually not the case. Xiezhou had actually been practicing the battle sacred laws all along and had never changed them. So that's how it turned out. Xiezhou stopped his movements and his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of clarity. The real core of this battle sacred method is to create something from nothing. There is no need for a fixed set of moves. With the principle of the Big Dipper's counting technique, it instantly deduces and imitates the opponent's attacking and killing method. Even in the case of Taoist techniques, Xiezhou might not be unable to imitate them with his qi and blood. Coupled with Xiezhou's martial arts wizardry, it even pushed this battle sacred law to a new peak. As long as you dare to display your stance in front of my eyes, I'm sorry, it'll be mine right away. Returning the favor of others in their own way. And this, only then could it be said to be a true killing art. Chapter 135, Taiyin. Behind the Mingwang vigorously Bodhisattva shadow reappeared. Temperament is from compassionate monkeys changed into a fight heaven and earth of the great demon king. Its appearance also seems to have changed. The 3 heads and 6 arms at the core of the secret sect disappeared. Turned to change is its head wearing phoenix wing purple gold crown, wearing locks of gold armor, feet on lotus root silk step cloud shoes, hands on Rui weapon. All the Buddha nature on his body dissipated here, and the ring hoop on his head also fell off like this battle's sacred law of not restricting his moves. The moment it appeared, Xia Xiao suddenly felt that the strength of this martial will was far more powerful than before. It might even have exceeded the sum of the 3 martial wills he had cultivated, but it was also a lot more. Every martial will he had cultivated was different in strength and weakness. Previously, the most powerful one was the killing whale Qiankuan Dao that took 100 years to create. But this is not as good as Qi Tian de Shang study the reason of the Big Dipper, created such a killing art. In layman's terms, or to give it a hard division of a level, then. It is to kill the whale Qiankuan Road may be the lower grade of the Xian class martial arts, but this battle holy law has reached the heaven class. The two are completely incomparable. However, Xie Xiao did not care, after experiencing the life of the Kuan Peng himself. The experience of this fish and bird form martial arts was also much deeper, but at this time, he had not yet had the time to transform it into himself. The two forms of Kuan and Rock have already been deeply imprinted in Xie's heart, and the two secret techniques he created when he was a Kuanping, strike water 3000 and rotate 9 heavens, are not yet able to be adapted for the human body. Xie's initial idea was to combine the killer whale Qiankuan Dao and the golden rock dragon fighting technique into one, creating a Kuanping treasure technique. If the reasoning contained in the battle sacred law was the Big Dipper, then the Kuanping treasure art that Xie wanted to create contained the reasoning of yin and yang derivation. Just like what Zhuangzhou had shown him, the left-hand Tai Yin, the right-hand Sun, combined can have far more annihilation power than it can be used separately. After his consciousness left the pearly garden, Xie once again returned to his body. At this time, he was still staying in the North Underworld dojo, only that he was out of Zhuangzhou's dream world. Xie only felt a ball of rolling heat before his chest. He peeled off his clothes to see that the rock seal given by Puxian Bodhisattva, but at some point was swallowed by that Kuanpeng tattoo given by Zhuangzhou. Xie Xiao couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This thing really can swallow anything off? Tattoos could still swallow tattoos. And isn't this golden-winged rock the son of the Kuanpeng in the rumors? It is said that tiger poison does not eat the child. Kuanpeng is really meat and vegetables. Button up the clothes. Xia lack of see the silence of no one, also know that what he wants has reached the hand, is no longer love. He raised his hand and clasped his fist, saluted in the direction of the corpse of Zhuangzhou in the hall, and then quickly swam out of this underwater abyss. Xie Xiao was full of joy, originally thought that at the bottom of the abyss there were only remaining remains or other. I didn't expect to give myself such a few great gifts. Single and not to mention that a purple, a gold, and a black 3 words, is their own gains in martial arts is already horrible enough. After completing the deduction of the Kuanpeng treasure art of the fish and bird dual forms, although he would fall to the second level of the martial saint realm, he estimated that at that time, he would be in the second level of the martial saint realm. However, Xie estimated that the self at that time would be able to beat the self that had entered the deep diving abyss by more than 10. Now the qi and blood within his body, after having the feedback from the realm-breaking body, as well as the martial will of the Qi Tian Great Sage, the input of qi and blood from the second heart instantly was more than 3 times greater, reaching the limit of what his own meridians could withstand. Compared to himself when he had killed Yan Shi, he had already doubled his power and possessed the power of a whole 100 land. In terms of power alone, he was already no less than a 4th-level Thunder Tribulation real person. However, if one considered the various types of increase in its Xiaoxiao, it would be terrifying. When in the water, he was afraid that he was already able to compete with a 6th Heavy Thunder Tribulation Dao entry realist. 5th to 6th is a threshold, the difference in strength is more than 10 times. Using the Xiaoyang realist that Xiaoyu had met when he was an Orca whale to calculate, a 6th Heavy Thunder Tribulation entry Dao realist should be no less than 5,000 land forces. Battle power of 100 to beat 5,000, relying on various types of words. Xia lacked previously, even to play 5 Heavy Thunder Tribulation Yan Shi or some effort, but now he should be able to easily pinpoint. Swimming up to the deep diving abyss where the shark's abode was located, Xiaoyu saw the 3 Orca whales and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that time hadn't passed for a long time yet. After all, he had sort of passed several hundred years in Zhuangzhou's dream world. That 3-headed Orca whale was still dumbfounded in place at this time, constantly spinning in circles, seemingly chasing its own tail. His body shape flurried, a hint of Kuan's divine form vaguely appearing on his body. Xiaojiu coldly slapped the Orca whale leader, and the other party instantly turned his head in shock. He smiled and asked, "How long has it been?" Orca whale leader looks a little tangled. "Exactly 3 days past. We are ready to leave in the dark. How did you come over?" The current did not move. Xia lack of a mysterious smile. "You will not learn." The Orca leader nodded, did not ask more. 3 whales a person ready to return. Xia did not need these whales to follow, and after asking the general direction, he swished away. Those few Orca whales at the back couldn't help but look dumbfounded, looking at each other. How is he faster than us? He is a real person who has entered the Dao. It is normal for him to be fast. He slowed down because he didn't recognize the road when he came here. Hush! Jie said, "Don't say that human males are fast, otherwise others will get angry." The law of striking water 3000 constantly flickered in Xie Zhao's mind, and a wave of heat emanated from Xie Zhao's body. However, the temperature of the waters he swam through would be a tad higher, but in an instant, it was assimilated by the endless waters. As Xie Xiao swam, his breathing gradually became calmer. His ears did not hear the sound of water waves at all, only his heart beating steadily and powerfully. What made Xiejiu a little difficult was that the divine form was not difficult for him. After all, he was a martial arts prodigy. All the movements, the parts involving the human body were minor problems for himself. What was most difficult for himself was how to refine that trace of Tai-yin true intent. Xia Xiao gradually combined the knowledge of yin and yang derivation in the Rui book with the Kuan Peng's divine form, and an idea came to his mind. The so-called Tai-yin, which was the softest in the world but galloped the firmest in the world. His form began to smooth out, no longer erupting like the volcano before. He swam in the water, but actually did not startle a single ripple. Xia Lak raised his head out of the water to look at the sky. It had been cloudy for a long time, and all the music around him was also silent. The hour had arrived, the 4 positive times of Zi, Wu, Mao and Yu, returning to the Qi Dantian. He became like a long dormant savage beast, Qi energy in the meridians in the flow, like a heavenly river rushing. Right at this moment, the originally boiling hot Qi and blood actually quickly began to cool down. A swirling vortex of astral energy began to continuously draw in cold air from the surrounding seawater. Xia Jiu turned his 5 hearts towards the sky and became motionless. The same method of cultivating the astral energy, the quiet stream pole. A great shark swam past him, and was actually instantly frozen all over by that Qi and blood. Just like this action, Xia Yu spent the night. It was only when a hint of light rose from the sea level that Xia Yu moved. Collecting Qi is not in the Qi, the mouth is closed and the eyes are open. The mystery lies in the eyes, the divine Qi Qianding gathers. His eyes looked flatly at the sun, and a trace of extremely hot purple gas was actually inhaled by his eyes and transferred to his dantian, mingling with the extremely cold Qi and blood. This was the method in the Rui book, but it was not something that a martial artist could practice. However, Xia lacked quite a lot of methods, and at this point also took the trick. In order to use this trace of purple Qi to intermingle the cold Qi and blood, causing it to transform from yin to Tai-yin. At this time, his body tens of meters of sea has become a piece of ice. Behind Xiejio's back, a nearly kilometer koan fish silhouette had also appeared. Chapter 136, Fellow Taoist, please stay. Its name was Tai-yin, but in reality, it was still essentially Qi and blood, but it was transformed from the hot attribute of the Qi and blood itself to cold. Xiejio attempted to integrate this thread of Tai-yin Qi blood into his dantian. With a roar, Xiaoyu only felt a chirping noise coming from his ears, and his body's Qi and blood surged like a heavenly river. The water waves began to spread continuously with it as the center, and within a few moments, a layer of several inches thick ice was condensed within dozens of meters around his body. Xia's lack of size also actually began to shrink up, the skin also became more white and delicate, the face also seems to become feminine. Under the moisturizing of this Tai-yin Qi and blood, the muscles and bones of his body became more dense. Xia Xiao also used the ice surface as a mirror and realized that his appearance at this time was as if he had returned to the way he was when he had only practiced martial arts for a short while. It was just that there was an indescribable strangeness to his own body type, which seemed to have a streamlined beauty. The Qi and blood that erupted from the dantian was also no longer hot, but a bone-chilling cold that made people feel like they were drilling their hearts out. This was. Xia Xiao opened his left hand and slightly pressed it towards the water. As if it was not subjected to any resistance, the water did not even ripple in the slightest. Xia Xiao's brows furrowed as his entire body violently drilled into the water. His body instantly turned into a dark ghostly shadow, and where he passed by, there was not even the slightest wave of water. A moment later, Xia Xiao actually appeared 100 miles away. He leapt up from the water, flew up to 100 meters in the air, and then fell back into the water from 1,000 meters away. Xiejio stopped, his pupils shrinking slightly. Was he actually able to ignore the resistance in the water? The regular speed while underwater had also reached over 8 times the speed of sound. Then, what about the power? Xia Xiao slammed his hammer towards the water, not using any technique, just pure and violent power. A huge wave dozens of feet high immediately rose above the sea, and quickly fell again. Without using any other means, it should be comparable to an ordinary sixth tribulation real person. Xia Xiao secretly pondered in his heart, this will be called the Tai-yin form. As for the rock's divine form and sun Qi and blood, Xia Xiao's thoughts were not too mature for the time being. The main reason was that his understanding of the golden rock dragon fighting technique had not yet reached that point, and he still needed some days of study. His body also returned to its normal state as the Tai-yin Qi and blood left the dantian. However, this was also a bit too much of a drain on Qi and blood. Xia Xiao's brows furrowed, this amount of consumption was more than 10 times the previous amount. If he were to fight in his Tai-yin form, the consumption of his own stored Qi and blood would be an extremely terrifying figure. Xia Xiao guessed that it was mainly the transformation of the Tai-yin attribute of the Qi and blood, in which a lot of it had been lost. He pondered for a while, let's see if he could improve on it in the future. Otherwise, if he was in this water in his Tai-yin form, he would return to Jinmen City in less than an hour, I'm afraid. Just as Xia Xiao was about to get up, he then realized that a 10-meter diameter whirlpool had appeared in front of him at some point. What is it? Xia Xiao couldn't think about it in time, and before he had the chance to make a move, a terrifying suction force actually emanated from that vortex. The seawater within 100 miles was instantly startled by this suction force, which caused 10,000 meters of huge waves to cover the sky and press straight down towards Xia. He's been hit. Xia Zhao's face changed greatly. He wanted to move, but found that his body was also violently pulled towards the center by the suction force. His heart became anxious, and when he was about to touch the vortex, he was already in his Taiyin form, and the shadows of several secret martial arts and martial wills appeared one after another. But even so, Xia Yu still felt like a mole cricket, defenseless before this kind of terrifying power. This power was even more terrifying than when he was in his prime as an orca whale. Xia Jia was deeply trapped in this vortex, his body continuously swirling downwards with the water vortex, and even his consciousness became somewhat blurred. In a trance, Xia Lak heard another voice singing with a smile. Who knows today that the body is stuffed in the sea, not knowing the several vicissitudes of the red sun. Endless seawater in front of him gradually receded. Xia can once again see clearly when it is actually to a position as if the bottom of the sea like an abyss. Just not a trace of seawater around, there is just a huge broken skeleton. This skeleton is extremely broken, above a lot of ground seems to use human bones as filler, will be broken up. It is also covered with a lot of rotting human skin, a rotten and stinky odor straight to the door. Countless human heads were caught in this skeleton, and what was even more frightening was that these heads were constantly changing their appearance. Between joy, anger, sadness, happiness, and silence, these countless human faces were constantly changing. Xia Zhou took a deep breath, and in a trance he seemed to be infected by the emotions on the faces of these people. The maniacal laughter disorder that hadn't struck for a long time was actually being infected by these faces at this moment, and was about to get out of control. In his heart, he quickly recited the clear heart mantra, forcing down his own emotions. You are not afraid? A hoarse and low voice from the skeleton sounded, but it is very different from the voice heard just now. Xia Yu's body shaped backward, even backed up 1,000 meters away before seeing the skeleton body. That skeleton is a huge dragon snake, just lost flesh and sinews. The body is covered by countless dead people's skulls and human skin, frightening. What made Xie Zhou even more terrified was that he had not seen a single trace of death from this bone dragon. In addition to the Kuan Pang corpse, even above Zhuangzhou's remaining consciousness, Xie Xiao had seen the marks of death. This meant that this bone dragon was simply a dead animal. I am the Star Lord of Huagai, how can mortals dare to peek at my true face? The thunderous voice sounded again, and Xie only felt that the tendons and membranes all over his body began to be pulled away, and a pain that drilled through his heart instantly made Xie scream out. Ao Bing, how can you be rude? In the next moment, Xie Zhou only felt a beam of Xin Wei light fall in front of him, and that painful feeling instantly disappeared. On the contrary, the bone dragon who called himself the Star Lord of Huagai howled in pain. Master, I was wrong. You were just too unruly before you were killed and your dragon tendons were extracted. A Taoist priest wearing a basalt-colored Taoist robe with an 8-colored beard fell from the sky, dragging a small water vortex on his left hand. After being locked up in this eye of the North Sea for 10,000 years, you are still such a character, no wonder it is difficult to have believers so far. After a cold snort, that bone dragon also stopped howling. Xia Lak is also busy, not in a hurry to retreat towards the back. This person a dragon double act like a great give yourself a stick and then give a date to eat the appearance. Although from the conversation between the two of them, they were vaguely able to guess their identities, it still left Xia Yu somewhat incredulous. But these two seem to be not a role to be messed with, he or she should go first. What's more, that bone dragon Ao Bang, if he's right, he's the one who died after being skinned and torn apart by Neza. As for this Taoist priest, Xia is not that scared, just a favorite Shingongbao. When the Taoist priest took a step forward, Xia only felt that his body was frozen in place. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Chapter 137, Shingongbao and Ao Bing. Xie Zhou's figure came to an abrupt halt and retreated backwards. Shingongbao narrowed his eyes with a smile and looked at Xie Yu, who swam back. Dao friend, this time in that Demon Master dojo, I think it is not a small harvest, the strength is several times stronger than when he came up. Xia lack of scalp, a burst of numbness, the original was actually for this. And this guy is how? Is he monitoring himself all the way? But this sea is only 1,000 miles away from the city of Jinmen, but it is really some hidden tigers and dragons, and even their own hundreds of millions of miles across the sea has never seen these gods. Especially Shingongbao, this god Xia Lak is a real sea its idol. There are offerings in the boat gang, the god's name is the East China Sea Water Division General, is also an extremely long-time characters. Only because it made a mistake, the body was caught to fill the eyes of the North Sea. But the good thing is that previously they have seen Zhuangzhou and Kuan Pang, then Shingongbao are more magnificent existence. Their heart is not like before that hangs upside down. Shingongbao once again smiled, a lift in the hand of the small water vortex, not to spy on you, you are far less than the characters of Yanqing Jinjuan, afraid or not in the eyes of the poor road. Just within 10,000 miles of the eye of the North Sea, the poor Taoist needs to be able to grasp the situation at all times. Xia Xiao nodded, I've met the East Sea Water Splitting General, and I've heard that the General is a senior disciple of the Heavenly Father. Unexpectedly, Shingongbao and Ao Bing are instantly changed to a look of horror. Xia Yu's mouth was instantly stopped by the magic power. Do not mention that, do not mention. Xia lack of a stunned, he thought back carefully, he seems to be in those Taoist temples, did not see the worship of the first Heavenly Father idol. Taoist temples do not provide 3 qing, do not know what is the reason. After Xiaoyu nodded, Shingongbao remained in a vigilant posture, and only after a long time did he lift the seal on Xiaoyu's mouth. Shingongbao looked around, tone serious. You immortals say it does not matter, like the two of us this kind of gods, can never be mentioned, if not poor road also some things to ask with you, afraid that you are a long-time grey ash. His eyes stared at Xiaolak, seems to be afraid of Xiaolak if say again some cannot talk about the topic, is straight to the point, Dagong can die? Xia Xiao pondered for a while. According to Zhuangzhou's statement, the trial and death talisman is indeed the last trace of the true spirit of Dagong extinguished, is considered to be completely dead. He nodded his head after pondering. There was no need to deceive the other party with this statement. The other party was not too far away from the Demon Master's dojo, and in a few moments he would be able to pry into the truth. If the other party found out that he had lied, he was afraid that there would be no good consequences. Shingongbao concentrated his breath. If he was thinking, well, in that case. He frowned, his hand constantly counting, just dream world but not yet completely collapse, really strange. He stopped counting and glanced back at Xiaoyu. In that case, thank you, I will send you on your way. On the road? Which road? Unpleasant thoughts flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. Shingongbao waved his sleeve, a sound that Xia did not realize fell into his ears. He couldn't help but stop his movements and sighed resentfully. Shingongbao asked to Xiaojiu, do you have any wishes? It is considered as a payment from the poor Taoist for bringing you the news. Xiaojiu took a deep breath. The one who holds out is the one who is bold. Even if these two were not goods to be messed with, what he should take was still taken. He braced himself and looked in the direction of Aobi. Seniors have heard of the name of the dragon, but have not seen it with their own eyes. Seniors today personally see the honor of the star monarch of Huagai, the heart of the joy 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 of the joy. I want to be closer to senior star ruler, a glimpse of honor. Shingongbao could not help but roll his eyes. You just that look is not Yi Gong Wulong? Only by Ao Bing looked at a few thousand meters away, but also dared to say that it is not overjoyed? But the identity of the person in the ear is really their own, dare not provoke, he can only nod. Afraid of what basket? Shingongbao raised his hand and pointed. Ao Bing figure is also instantly fixed. Xiaolak of big steps forward. Ao Bing's expression is also looked strange, and some wrath. He looked towards Shingongbao, but Shingongbao turned away and did not look at him. Xia Zhao reached out and touched on the cracked and mottled skeleton, and the trial of death talisman once again turned over a new page. Flaying, purple word, when you inflict damage on an enemy, the pain felt by the opponent is magnified tenfold. What tortured maniac? A perversion phrase? And you're such a high character that you're also a purple phrase? Xiaoyu pondered to himself in his heart, this god can't do anything right. Xiaojiu lowered his hand and casually said a few idioms praising dragons. He turned his head to look at Shingongbao again. Senior, that's enough. Shingongbao casually hummed twice, and looked at Xiaojiu with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. The vortex in his hand instantly grew larger, swirling Xiaojiu's figure into it. By the time Xiaojiu could see clearly again, he was already on the surface of the sea. After taking a deep breath, he discerned his bearings and hurriedly swam in the direction of Jinmen City. Xiaojiu's mind was still recalling what had just happened. This old Taoist really doesn't know how to talk, just go back, what's the point of going on the road? Those who didn't know thought that he was going to grant himself a wish before he died. The Eye of the North Sea. Ao Bing was unlocked from the fixation method, and exhaled a few huge streams of hot fire between his nostrils. His huge head came forward. Master, why didn't you kill that kid just now? And let him humiliate me like this? Moreover, that kid already knows the presence of the Demon Master's Taoist site, so he might bring some chaos. I can't wait to change into my Kuanping body. Shingongbao looked at Ao Bing coldly. The Ming Emperor has an order, how dare you violate it? Ao Bing still looks indifferent, it is just a small person who is in charge of the Pear Garden Opera. In a matter of moments, appealing pain appeared again straight within the soul. The huge skeleton kept tumbling on the ground. Master, forgive me, forgive me. The Ming Emperor is the reincarnation of the Supreme Master, is it not something you would dare to say? Xiaojiu swam extremely fast, and in less than 3 hours he was already able to see the harbor of the boat gang. His mind was still replaying his encounters over the past few days. The water in this neighboring sea can be really deep. Xia Xiao couldn't help but sigh. He should be more careful in the future, or else he would somehow mess with a great god, and his only trace of divinity within the death tutelary talisman would be unprotected. After returning to Jinmen City, Xiaoyu only felt that the atmosphere in the city was not quite right. After asking the passers-by, he realized that he didn't know what had happened, and the Xuanjia army had started to patrol the city all day long. Xiaoyu's mind moved. Could it be that this is a prelude to Yanwan's rebellion? Or is there some other reason? Xia Xiao did not care, remembered what Dehe said, is the first to the small car ditch nearby. At this time, as expected, the original place left a nearly 100 meters square huge opening, which has also been filled with river water. Only around the broken terrain withered wood, proving that this place not long ago occurred a big explosion. That dragon coffin silhouette had also disappeared, and the monks and Taoists had all left. Xia cannot help but suck in a breath. Good thing that the demon Dan after 1,000 years plus the big black also used it to do something else, resulting in the energy of one of the 10 does not exist. Otherwise, the traces left behind will not be so simple. The blockade near the small car ditch was also lifted. Xia returned to his own home and simply packed his luggage. Seeing the bell left behind by his adoptive father at the bedside, he wore it on his waist. After all, the Jin Demon Division had arranged a more upstream and also more expansive river area for himself, so there was really no need to stay here. Moreover, the new place was not far from the great southern mountain range, and those elves and monsters that he had raised could be fed at any time. Unexpectedly, before Xia lacked to finish cleaning up, he heard someone outside the house come over and shouted, Real Xia, you're finally back. Something happened to brother Jia, he's in trouble." Chapter 138, Evil. At the sound of Xiaoyu's voice, he walked out of the house and pushed open the gate of the compound. The visitor was a middle-aged innate martial artist from the boat gang, whom Xia was quite familiar with. Seeing Xia Zhao, this middle-aged martial artist seemed to have seen a savior, and even directly fell to his knees, tugging at Xia Zhao's corner. "Real Xia, brother Jia, he's gone crazy. You quickly go with me to take a look. Where's the demon suppression division?" Xia Zhao's brows furrowed. Logically speaking, since the Shao Chego dragon coffin matter was over, then the Jin demon division should not be lacking in manpower. The martial artist's speech became a bit mumbled. The Department of Devil Suppression is being audited by the Imperial household, and it is rumored that it is colluding with the Demon Road. What's going on? Xia Xiao lifted this martial artist up. His heart felt a hint of bad news. The martial artist quickly shook his head, waved his hand and said, "I don't know, I just heard what others said. Go." After Xia Xiao finished speaking, he was the first to head towards Jinmen City. He traveled as fast as the wind and lightning to the gate of the Jinmu division. In front of the gate where civilians did not dare to approach, a circle of Xian armor army was surrounding the gate, making it impossible to see any civilians within a 100-meter radius. Xia Xiao frowned and waited for a few moments without seeing these armored troops dispersing. Could it be that they were really being audited? Xia Zhao pondered. He had long heard that King Yan and the Demon Suppression Division did not deal well with each other, but he did not expect the other side to strike so swiftly. Rumor had it that King Yan had accepted the joint defection of the 7 northern Taoist sects due to the fact that he had seized the throne with the previous emperor. This had led to the Taoist sect being present in the forces behind the Yanqing's support. But this practice violates the royal taboo. The royal family has always been and Buddhist sects complement each other, support each other for hundreds of years, only Fang Dazhou's Buddhist achievement of such a climate. Even if the power behind King Yan is far more than Emperor Fengyu, but not as much as the support of the Water Moon Zen Academy. Within the Yanqing's fiefdom, there was not a single Buddhist sect that was so powerful, except for the secret sect. Although all of the Zhou's demon extermination divisions were also headed by Buddhist sects, in addition to the other counties outside of Jinmen City, the demon extermination divisions were nothing more than empty shells. The real power is held by the Xuanjia army. The secret sect is a special one. Xia has heard from his ancestor that the secret sect was once appointed by the royal family and relocated from the West Ridge to the West Ridge, in order to use this to clamp down on the King of Yan and the several Taoist sects behind him. However, this opinion is the Zen disciples. The secret sect is considered a heresy to them. Heretics are often more hateful than the pagans of the Dao sect. Seeing the Dao sect and the secret sect fighting within King Yan's territory, the Buddhist Zen sect, including the Water Moon Zen Academy, were all happy to see it. There was no surprise in Xieju's heart regarding King Yan's strike. It was from his memories that Xieju had gotten this after he had beaten and killed Yan Shi. The few disciples who had rebelled from the secret sect were many who had defected to King Yan. After all, they were able to see clearly that staying in the land of Yan surrounded by Taoist sects, sooner or later, they would have to be cleaned up by the King of Yan. However, when he asked Master Yan Guan, he did not see any concern on his face. He didn't know if Master Ancestor was confident or otherwise. Seeing the Xuanjia army delayed to disperse, Xiaoyu also do not dwell on this. A flash jumped on the roof, straight towards the boat gang territory rushed. Before arriving at the boat gang, Xia could hear shouting from a long distance away. He jumped 3 or 2 times and arrived at the huge sand boat that Jia had invited him to. There were people coming and going on the boat, seemingly all walking around with swords, forks, swords and halberds, their faces dripping with sweat and panic. What's going on? Xiajiu tapped Pavilion Master Lu on the shoulder. Lu Pavilion Master couldn't help but turn around and strike out with a palm. Xiaxiao casually unloaded its force. So many people? Real CA. A hint of surprise appeared on Lu Pavilion Master's face, and many of the surrounding boat gang disciples could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Xiajiu come here. Before Lu Pavilion Master could speak, there was a boat gang disciple full of panic shouting, "Xiajianjin, there are ghosts on the boat ah!" Lu Pavilion Master quickly rebuked the disciple, "Where is the ghost?" But Jia was bewitched by the demon. The disciple was rebuked, could not help but back away unhappily. Lu Pavilion Master opened his mouth with some hesitation and said in a low voice, "Brother Jia brought a woman back." Xiaxia was stunned. "Isn't it normal to bring a woman?" Pavilion Master Lu's face was white and bitter, "But Brother Jia killed that woman yesterday." "Ah?" Lu Pavilion Master showed a hint of bitter smile color. That woman looks very beautiful. Many boat gang disciples after seeing all seem to be fascinated by her. However, Brother Jia killed that woman yesterday for some unknown reason. At this time, his face gradually became a little uncomfortable. Jia brother is usually a little irritable, but not like yesterday like that. Said, he is actually a little stammered up. What kind? Xia was puzzled. Lu Pavilion Master inhaled a deep breath. Brother Jia dismembered that woman's body and divided it into countless pieces. But to our horror, those pieces of the corpse are missing today. Moreover, I heard many disciples discussing it, and they all seem to have seen that woman. An inexplicable chill passed through Xie Zhao's heart. Why did Brother Jia dismember that woman? Pavilion Master Lu just shook his head. I don't know, I'm afraid this requires asking Brother Jia in person. Where is Brother Jia? Xie Zhao said stoically. Pavilion Master Lu pointed to the cabin above. Brother Jia has locked himself in the cabin and won't let anyone get close. I'm afraid it's only you, real Xia, who can go and ask. Xia Zhao nodded and ascended the ship's floor. Before he could even get close to the cabin where Brother Jia was, Xia Zhao heard the sounds of smashing things and roaring. Why? 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 Xia Zhao pushed the door open, only to see that the originally stout Jia had actually lost a few degrees of weight. Ben's bronze-colored skin also looked a touch pale. You roll ah. Brother Jia smashed a broken chair leg towards Xia Zhao. As the leader of a boat gang, is this how you treat your guests? Xia Zhao casually threw away this chair leg and walked into the cabin. Jia could not help but tremble when he saw Xia Zhao's figure, and a trace of sadness appeared on his somewhat maniacal countenance. He actually suddenly bawled, "Manservant Xie. Makoto Xie. Why do you think she deliberately provoked me to kill her?" A trace of puzzlement flashed through Xie Zhao's heart. Who provoked you? To make you kill her? Jia's figure began to tremble continuously. That's her. He pointed his finger towards a few bloodstains on the wall, his voice tinged with trembling. Can you see it, real Xie? It's her. Xia Xiao released a trace of his martial Saint Qi and sensed it. Under the sensing, there was however some remnants of Yin god power in that blood, but it was minuscule. Revealing a trace of Qi and blood power, the cabin was instantly a few degrees higher, and the remnants in those few strands of blood were instantly worn away. Hit by some kind of evil magic? Xia Zhao looked at Jia's face with a maniacal expression and pressed it down. Now, I will recite one sentence, you recite one sentence. Xia Xiao said word for word. Brother Jia turned a deaf ear and just looked at the blood color. Xia Zhao's brows wrinkled, a slap slapped Brother Jia to the point that some of his face instantly bulged. Hear that? A trace of clarity instantly returned to Jia's eyes as he nodded repeatedly. As the clear heart mantra was recited, the madness in Jia's eyes gradually dissipated. Xia Xiao exhaled and patted Brother Jia's shoulder. Now tell me, what happened? Chapter 139 Bloody Flesh and Limbs. Jia's eyes turned from madness to unwillingness, a hint of weakness hidden in his eyes. That woman, she said she was going to find another man. He stood up, his fists clenched tightly. I can't tolerate my woman to go to another man. Jia's voice became trembling and began to gasp non-stop. Even if it was just a thought, it wouldn't work. Xia Zhao frowned. Reasonably speaking, Jia is a martial arts master, coupled with the assistance of the clear heart incantation should be free from the control of the spell. However, at this moment, he was still acting like a nervous wreck. Xia lacked a moment of silence, once again opened his mouth and asked, who is that woman? Where did you meet her? Jia became a little stammered, some stuttered, just in the seaside seashore, I saw her drowning, go to save her up. Xia lacked to see his appearance, knew that there must be ghosts. But this ask is certainly not ask out, he just That woman's body? Xia Yu asked again. Brother Jia answered, I threw them into the sea. Xia Yu's brows furrowed, but he didn't ask any more questions, then he led Jia out of the cabin. Brother Jia inhaled a deep breath and walked to the deck, grinning widely as if he had recovered as usual. Brothers are fine, no need to be nervous. But the disciples of the boat gang on the deck were still tense, as if they had encountered something horrible. What's going on? Xia Xiao looked to Lu Pavilion Master. Lu Pavilion Master also looked tense at this time. Xia Jinring Jia brother, his gaze slid down from Xia Zhao to Brother Jia. A burst of fine beads of sweat appeared on Pavilion Master Lu's forehead. A few disciples have just disappeared. Have you searched everywhere? What about underwater? Jia hurriedly said. Pavilion Master Lu nodded. Disciples were sent underwater to look for them, they don't know yet. Just then, more than a dozen boat gang disciples floated up from the water. Elder Lu, not found. Pavilion Master Lu hummed and looked at Xie Zhao. Real Xie, this matter. Xia Zhu pondered for a moment. This matter was quite strange. Generally, even if it was a third realm civil cultivator, even with all sorts of bizarre means, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to easily cause trouble in this boat gang territory. After all, although these martial artists were not too strong, there were a large number of them plus a few martial arts masters. Their cohesive blood is enough to instantly obliterate a third realm cultivator. Even an initiated realist who had first entered the fourth realm would not dare to easily reveal his Yin spirit under this majestic chi and blood. Then this matter must be the work of an evil cultivator who had entered the Tao. Xia Lak was confident that in this acre of Jinmen City, other than his completely impervious master ancestor and those hidden experts, he should be unhindered. Seeing Xia Lak, both Pavilion Master Lu and Brother Jia couldn't help but show a hint of joy as well. In their opinion, Xia Ju was not an ordinary Dao entry realist. After all, their strength was something they had seen in a cursory manner, and it was far too much stronger than the Huang Lone realist who was a bit drained after killing a dozen or so sharks. Right at this moment, one of the boat gang disciples was suddenly covering his stomach. Real person Xia, Elder Jia Lu, I'm sorry, I have some internal urgency. Brother Jia nodded, go on. Xia lacked his eyes, a trace of qi stuck to this disciple and instantly carried out his intestines. With Xia Yu's familiarity with the human body, he discovered that this disciple was not in an internal emergency. He said in a deep voice, stop. Who knew that the disciple was completely unheard, still running quickly towards the shore? A trace of Taiyin Qi blood flow, that disciple stained with seawater lower body was immediately frozen. You are not in the toilet, what is the reason for going back so called? Xia Xiao jumped off the boat building and walked over to the disciple. Xia Jing and I am really in a hurry. That disciple mumbled and hesitated, and a hint of weakness flashed in his eyes. Xia Xiao Qi swept through his entire body and found a faint trace of Yin God power in his bosom. Take it out. Xia Xiao took a step forward, his eyes turning cold. What? The look in that disciple's eyes became confused. Xia Xiao said in a flat tone, the thing in your arms. The disciple's eyes turned red and roared at Xia, that's my treasure, why do you want it? Before the words fell, the disciple's head was instantly blasted to explode. The reddish-white color was instantly sprinkled all over the deck. Pavilion Master Lu appeared behind this disciple, clapped his hands and said in a cold voice, what kind of thing dares to talk to real Xia like this? He raised his head to look at Xieju with a smile on his face. Truly Xia, did you find something? There were no ripples in Xieju's heart. Although Pavilion Master Lu and Brother Jia acted cordial in front of him, in reality, each of these boat gang bigwigs were killers without blinking an eye. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make such a career in this cruel dock. Xia Jia's eyes picked at the disciple's chest, take out what's there. Pavilion Master Lu nodded and squatted down to place his hand into it. Unexpectedly, Pavilion Master Lu pulled out a tattered finger. That finger was as tender as a white onion, and at a glance, one could tell that it was born on a beauty. Xia Zhao's qi sensed that the Yin God power in this finger was similar to the scent in the bloodstain in Jia's cabin. Only that the Yin Shin power in this finger is much stronger, even barely reaching the sum of the power of the second realm when cultivator. The person who died in the party was only a first realm martial artist. Xia Xiao looked around, many of the boat gang disciples were instantly chilled by it and became nervous within their eyes. He stretched his hand out and pointed to a few boat gang disciples, and said, those missing disciples, a few of you go to their homes to look for him. Don't scare the snakes, just listen to the movement outside the house. If the other party is at home and there is a woman's voice, then quickly report back. Behind Xie Zhao displayed a 10 feet tall Qi Tian de Sheng shadow. Many of the boat gang disciples were shocked by it. Including Pavilion Master Lu and Brother Jia, there were 7 parts awe and 3 parts envy in their eyes. Brother Jia whispered to Pavilion Master Lu, it seems to be the Bodhisattva of powerful King of Light. Master Lu nodded and silenced him again. Several ship gang patriarchs also began to take stock in their hearts. They cast a lot of golden bodies for the department of Zhenmu. Many gods and Buddhas also know. This powerful king of brightness Bodhisattva is the lineage of Master Yanguang. They also know in their hearts. Since this is the case, it means that this Xiezhenjin is a direct descendant of the secret sect. In the future, this Xiezhenjin is also bound to be the top of the secret sect. They also do not know whether they can ask for a chance to worship God. The hearts of several sect masters were on fire as they each began to make calculations. Xia Xiao used the battle sacred law as his proof, and several channels of qi and blood erupted out from his body, knotting up as the galactic heavenly lock and landing on those few disciples. This method will protect you from evil cultivators, go. A few disciples bowed towards Xia Xiao, and ran away quickly. Xia Xiao looked back at the other disciples who remained on the deck. These talents made up the majority. There were about 20 disciples who were not visible, and there were only 17 disciples that Xie Ju found no problems. However, these boat gang disciples left behind on the deck were more than 60 people. Xia lacked a light sigh, if you don't want to die, take out the limbs. Chapter 140, Blood and Flesh Altar, Void Hometown. When these disciples heard this, their faces were different. Some were terrified, some were unwilling, and there were even disciples who looked at Xie Jiao with a hateful expression. Jia sighed and took a step forward, take them all out. Why? An innate martial artist let out a hiss, what's to make us hand it over, why don't you Jia hand it over first? Jia let out a furious curse, but did not make a move. After all, these people in front of us occupy the vast majority of the elite of the boat gang. If all of them are killed like the party, the middle disciples of the boat gang will be dead. Xia Zhao's tone was flat, all take out by themselves, or go to hell. Upon hearing this, a trace of entanglement and trepidation flashed above the faces of many disciples, and in the end, the fear of death still overcame the desire. They quietly took out the limbs hidden on their bodies and placed them on the deck. There were also disciples who died without giving in, looking at Xiajiao with a face like he was dying. Xiajiao extended his astral energy and continuously pieced together the limbs taken out by these disciples. Even though the face was mutilated, it could already be seen that this was a young girl with a clear look but with a hint of a strange seductive sense. With the exposure of Xiajiao's qi and blood, it expelled the residual yin god power from those disciples. The remaining hesitant disciples also instantly became terrified, hastily removing the limbs from their bodies. The body was gradually pieced together to be complete on this deck. Half of the beautiful woman's body appeared in the eyes of the crowd, with only the remnants of some internal organs and skin remaining, which must have been taken away by those disciples who returned home. After collecting the strength of his entire body, Xiajiao propped up his chin with his hand and began to survey the body, which was full of mutilated body parts. In a trance, Xiayu was actually moved by a trace of desire. It was as if the flame within his body was ignited. He inhaled a deep breath, a trace of Taiyin qi and blood flowed throughout his body, and the cold sensation instantly dispersed the flames ignited within. Not only him, but all of the boat gang disciples present also became slightly mesmerized in their expressions. There were even disciples who had already taken off their pants on the spot. Xiajiao frowned, and the Taiyin in his body transformed into astral energy that swept across the entire field, disrupting the corpse pieces while incidentally blowing up a huge canvas to cover the corpse. Everyone couldn't help but just feel a chill in their bodies, and all of them were instantly awakened from this charm technique. Their expressions were different and cloudy. Especially Jia, a look of weakness was almost overflowing. As he looked at Xiajiao, his heart became a little anxious and he couldn't help but pick at the trigger finger in his hand. Boom! Right at this moment, a huge explosion came out from within the city. The skyward flames flared into the sky. Xiajiao looked in that direction, which was precisely the location of the Jin Demon Division. His complexion changed, and after quickly instructing Brother Jie, Pavilion Master Lu, and the others not to unveil this canvas, he quickly leapt up and ran towards the direction of the Jin Demon Division. Xiajiao had only left a short distance away. The disciples on the ship immediately looked at each other, their eyes could not help but turn red. Pavilion Master Lu seemed to have noticed that the state of affairs was gradually changing beyond his control, and he couldn't help but look towards Brother Jie. However, Brother Jie beside him gave a grim smile and shouted at the boat disciples, "What are you waiting for?" A bad premonition instantly surged through the hearts of Pavilion Master Lu and several other martial arts masters. Jie actually took a step forward and lifted that canvas. The disciples of the boat gang were all like wild beasts as they pounced on them. No matter how much the several patriarchs spoke, these boat gang disciples turned a deaf ear. They glanced at each other, their qi and blood continuously gushing out from their bodies, barely maintaining their inner clarity. Old Lu, it seems that the gang master is really crazy. It seems like I can't hold it in any longer either. Pavilion Master Lu inhaled a deep breath, feeling somewhat unsteady inside. Let's go find real Xia. Several people instantly jumped off the boat and ran in the direction where Xiajiao went. Xiajiao's figure jumped around in 3 or 5 jumps, and he saw the front of the Jin Demon Division's mansion. However, he did not expect to see several Xian armor army members setting off fireworks. They seemed to have sensed Xiajiao's arrival and turned their heads to smile in its direction. It was actually in front of Xiajiao that they once again lit a huge fire. That firelight shot up into the sky and emitted a huge explosion, but even the Xian armor army within 3 meters of its surroundings were unharmed. Bastard! Xiajiao cursed in his heart and knew that this was the Xian armor army's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. He turned his head back, and Yanqing's iconic silver mask even reappeared within his eyes. We meet again. She smiled cheekily, and her tone became vicious. Thanks to you, the Ming King soul lock diagram that took decades to practice on that body of the seed is gone. Xiajiao's brows furrowed, although he knew that god worshippers were able to rely on the gifts of the gods to be resurrected, but how was this traitor, Yanhui, able to be resurrected from the secret sect Bodhisattva? Is it surprising? Yanqi toned ruthless, I rebelled out of the secret sect, believe in the god has long been not the secret lord. The secret lord actually chose a loser martial artist who couldn't cultivate literary skills to be a sacred walker, so what's the point of me serving the secret lord for tens of years? She raised the steel fork in her hand and frantically stabbed towards Xiajiao. Taiyin qi and blood instantly merged into the dantian, and Xiajiao's nearly 2-meter figure instantly collapsed. The 2 secret martial arts began to flow within his body as he extended his left hand to access the steel fork spike into his hand. Xiajiao reached out and violently pulled out. That steel fork was actually taken away from Yanqi's hands by him. Weakened after resurrection? Probably only has the strength of a triple thunderbolt. Xiajiao made an instantaneous judgment in his mind. His figure was like an illusion, even after breaking through the speed of sound, he couldn't make any noise in the air. Between shuttling back and forth, dozens of holes instantly appeared on Yin Hui's body. 10 times the pain made Yin Hui's expression under the mask become hideous, and even the pain that penetrated into her soul made it somewhat difficult for her to think. Go die! Yen, she let out a furious roar, and behind her back, an elephant covered in Sanskrit text and draped in gold and jade actually appeared. The elephant swung its trunk and violently drew down. Xia Yu was instantly outmatched and sent flying. Xia Zhou stepped in the air a few times, his hands fluttered like wings to unload the force, and his feet landed on the ground steadily. A huge black fish shadow appeared behind him, and the air around Xia Zhou was actually shaking out a circle of visible ripples. She actually felt that the body of Xia Zhou in front of him suddenly twisted and was then stretched. A fist gradually grew larger in front of her eyes, and her head instantly burst open. After resolving Yanqing, Xia Zhou turned back to look around and flew towards the boat gang. On the way, Xia Zhou saw several anxious-faced boat clan patriarchs. Xia Zhou also couldn't help but have a heavy expression on his face. When he arrived at the seashore, he was to find countless figures of women. The woman's appearance was no different from the corpse that Xia Zhou had just seen, with infinite flavor in her eyes. However, those boat gang disciples had all disappeared, including Jia. At this moment, a Xuanjia army-dressed martial Dao master walked out from within the sandboat, and behind him followed out dozens of Xuanjia army armorers, all of whom also still had a young girl in their arms. His face was demented and pale, as if he had lost all his essence. Those young girls actually smiled wanly when they saw Xia Zhou, and they actually all jumped from the ship into the sea at this moment. Together with the martial arts master, countless pale Xuanjia army generals drilled out from within the sandboat, actually all jumped down together. Even if Xia Zhou wanted to stop them, he was unable to do anything even though they were hundreds of meters apart. But at the very next moment, a huge altar of blood and flesh broke through the sand ship and rose from under the sea. This altar was composed of bloody corpses, pieces of flesh and blood tightly pieced together. Countless distorted human faces were exposed, and their expressions in life all looked exceptionally beautiful and satisfied. The several martial arts masters beside them instantly turned terrified. They had never seen such a horrifying scene before. A familiar figure appeared at the top of that altar. Xia Zhou fixed his eyes on it, and it was none other than that young girl. She was currently wearing a Taoist robe, and the tear mole at the corner of her left eye appeared to be its flavor. Behind her, a woman's figure appeared once again, and it was actually the Yanqing's consort, the Three Strings Master. The young girl smiled towards Xia Xiao, her seductive demeanor revealed without a doubt, but in her hand, she condensed a hand seal. Invite the great void hidden bodhisattva. With this sacrifice, this Jinmen city will always be my void hometown. Chapter 141 Difficult? The Three Strings Master teacher's tone was icy cold as she looked towards the young girl beside her. Yi Si, with the lives of thousands of people in Jinmen city and the 600-entry Xuanjia army that the king has worked so hard to cultivate, you create such a blasphemous demonic object? The evil sneaky young girl called Yi gave a clear and shallow smile. Master, you and look again. The earthly world is bitterly short, the void is eternal. With that Yi Si's almost maniacal hissing, that flesh and blood altar was actually as if it had come to life, and the faces on it kept changing. Her voice echoed in the sky, circles of blood-colored ripples were spreading from the altar towards the surroundings. The already gloomy sky began to resound with lightning and thunder. In the city of Jinmen, the people who only dared to stay at home due to the strict guard of the Xuanjia army also looked out of the window one after another. Blood like raindrops continued to fall, and a huge lavender cloud rose in the sky. In the midst of this bloody rain, the lavender clouds above the sky outlined the shadow of a bodhisattva. The bodhisattva wore a 5 Buddha crown on his head, bent his arms to hold a precious lotus, and all kinds of light flames appeared in the Buddha's light behind him. Between the flames of light was a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones, a hell on earth-like scene. Behind the shadow of the bodhisattva extends a number of thick chains. A closer look at that chain is actually by the human skull section ring and become. Xia lack of heart to produce an extremely bizarre feeling. Astral energy in his hands quickly condensed into a huge gamma skylocks towards the altar of flesh and blood to hit. Unexpectedly, the Big Dipper skylock, which was meant to hit the yellow dragon, actually became an invitation to enter the urn, and was instantly swallowed up by the altar of flesh and blood. Above the sky, the human head bone lock behind the bodhisattva's shadow began to extend. Wherever it went, a layer of blood-colored haze enveloped it. In a matter of moments, the bone locks flew 10 miles away before stopping, instantly covering half of Jinmen city. Master, I'm afraid it's not enough. Yi delicately smiled. I'm afraid that there are still thousands of people's blood and flesh before this Jinmen city can be completely incorporated into the void. Master Three Strings did not move, her navy blue monk's robe shaking under the sea breeze. You go, this is the great plan of His Highness, Fengyu. This son is not worthy of being an emperor even if he condones the Water Moon's End Academy to ride on his head. Today is the beginning of my great Zhou royal family completely destroying Feng Zidu, that old man. As for the lives of the people, when the poor nun reaches the ground, she will apologize to the late emperor. At the end of his words, the three-stringed master's figure actually faintly dissipated, eventually turning into a piece of dust and blowing away. Since master agreed, then disciple is going to catch some martial artists to fill this altar first. After speaking, Yi Si twisted his head to look at Xia Xiao several people. In an instant, a ghostly shadow swept by his side. Crisis Su Xing, Lu Pavilion Master. A few martial artists' heart would alarm. But the next moment, Yi Si's Jasper-like arm was actually grabbed in Xie Zhou's hand. What are you guys trying to do? Xiaozhou's brows furrowed as his eyes looked towards the bodhisattva's silhouette in the sky. Hey. Yi Ci laughed delicately and actually came forward in a flirtatious manner. Between a smile and a frown, the several martial arts masters around him couldn't help but gasp out a few thick breaths. Of course it is a rebellion, this Langjun so strong and powerful, why not follow me together into the Yanqing's command, enjoy the extreme pleasure, the feudal lords. She moved closer again, actually preparing to lean her head against Xiaozhou's heart. Hands off. Xiaozhou's voice was low and awe-inspiring, and at once his body's qi and blood were splashing, and the astral energy around his body was leaking like a waterfall. Between the vertical shadows, half of Yi Zi's body was actually burned by the suddenly rising high temperature of qi and blood. She laughed harshly. What a vigorous qi and blood. Xiaozhou grasped his hand on Yi Zi's heavenly aura, his gaze still looking at the sky. How can that thing in the sky be solved? Since there is no way to solve it. The leaf let out a playful laugh. The body actually took the initiative to explode, turned into countless slug-like remnants of the body fell to the ground, and even still immobile wriggling. The several sect masters who were charmed just now were actually like demons, cutting open slits in their bodies and letting the blood drip down continuously. And those blood drawn from the remnants of the fleshworms, actually in a moment began to recover, to proliferate and grow larger. Xiaozhou's brows furrowed. So this evil woman is using blood as a medium to continuously differentiate herself? Xiaozhou's palms danced lightly, and the astral energy in his hands was like a huge wave that kept on rolling, and in a moment, all the meatworms on the ground were sucked into the astral energy vortex. A few moments later, these meatworms were completely obliterated by the qi and blood, and there was no possibility of recovery. Xiaozhou used his Tai-yin qi and blood to stimulate the several martial arts masters around him, slapping them one by one to completely wake them up. As he looked around, this evil sneaky avatar of the other party was just a little too bizarre. As long as some particles of flesh remained, it was able to be reborn by blood. What's worse, every drop of its blood retains the power of seduction, only to be picked up to be able to regain a new life. After realizing that the blood and flesh around him had been obliterated, there was no possibility of recovery. Xiaozhou took 3 or 2 steps to run and leapt up, ready to jump onto the altar of blood and flesh. Just when Xia was only 10 meters away from the altar, an unnamed blood qi abruptly appeared as a wall, sending Xia flying several meters away. A silver bell-like laughter once again came out. Yi Zi's extremely seductive voice resounded in the seaside. If you want to destroy this flesh and blood altar, if you want to ensure your own safety first, oh. This woman really isn't dead. Xiaoyu's heart was clear. If she could be killed so easily, I am afraid that it would be difficult to build such a creepy altar that could affect half of Jinmen City. I'm sure you'll be able to see how the world has changed, but if you don't cross the border, you'll be able to see how the world has changed. However, if you are not a great man who has passed the 6th thunder tribulation, don't think about breaking the barrier, or its backlash will hurt you, this delicate body, which really makes me a little heartbroken. 6th gravity thunderbolt seems not difficult. Xiaozhou did some simple multiplication and division in his mind. He took a few steps to the side and saw the seawater spread over half of his body. A powerful sensation returned to Xiaozhou's body. The Tai-yin true qi instantly merged into his dantian, and Ben's majestic and lofty figure instantly transformed into an ordinary person. In the next moment, the winds of the north set off endless waves, and the unrivaled power was like a giant god coming in person, actually smashing the blood qi barrier out of the cracks. Xiaozhou retracted his fist and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems to be not as tough as imagined. Seeing this, Yi Zi, who was constantly clamoring and provoking in Xiaozhou's ear, could not help but stop her voice. Her voice became stunned and even had a hint of panic. Who is Mr.? This blood qi barrier must not be broken, even if you have passed the 6th thunder tribulation. Is this going to be a situation where you have to force your way through? The corners of Xiaozhou's mouth sketched up a trace of art, his hand astral qi winding, in the next instant blasting out blatantly. With a resounding sound, Yi Zi's voice even turned cold as well. It's over. In a trance, all sounds came to an abrupt end in Xiaoyu's ears. In front of him, the sea that was constantly kicking up waves became calm, and the sea breeze stopped blowing. The entire heaven and earth instantly became silent. It was as if time had come to a complete standstill, and the entire altar of flesh and blood had transformed into that bodhisattva's shadow above the sky. As if something was about to appear, Xiaozhou's heartbeat became more and more rapid, and the regular breathing in his mouth also became disorganized. A pale violet, unassuming Buddha stood, looking out into the wind. A faint Buddhist light emanated from above the figure, so quiet that even a drop of seawater or even a wisp of wind didn't dare to stir it. Chapter 142, Chopping Down the Gods. In this great world, the 5 turbid beings are foolish and dark. How can the propagation of the Dharma be able to help people? As a magnificent Taoist sound entered the ears, everything once again regained its rhythm. Like the sky shaking the earth, a terrifying force that was enough to topple mountains and rivers came rushing in. Xiaozhou used his astral energy to block in front of his body, and his figure repeatedly retreated backwards. After unloading the force, he gazed at it. The illusory bodhisattva had actually condensed into a 10 feet tall entity after integrating into the altar of flesh and blood. The bodhisattva's face was constantly changing, and it was actually the same faces that were on the altar of flesh and blood. This flesh and blood bodhisattva held a flesh and blood lotus, on which the handle made of withered bones was incomparably oozing. He slightly shook the lotus in his hand, and a bizarre chant entered Xie Zhao's heart. What evil Buddha? A hint of bad luck rose in Xie Zhao's heart. There were actually no marks of death around it, which meant that this flesh and blood bodhisattva was simply a lifeless thing. Tying chi and blood filled his surroundings, instantly condensing the bodhisattva's entire flesh and blood body into ice. As the precious lotus swayed like a rattle drum, the flesh and blood petals on it ignited a trace of Buddha fire, instantly melting away all of the shattered ice on his body. The sound of Sanskrit singing within his heart continued to become clear and loud, and Xie Zhao actually felt his mind and soul losing some of its grip. He wanted to fall on his knees, converting to this flesh and blood bodhisattva, willingly sacrificing his own flesh and blood to become a part of him. Extremely far away, Yi Xiai inhaled a deep breath, his face becoming baffled. Gotta settle the battle quickly. Xie Zhao realized that the clear heart mantra was actually useless, and the two secret martial arts instantly began to scurry between the meridians. That flesh and blood bodhisattva's face eventually settled on an obese man who drooled and drooped out his tongue. His huge body took a step forward, shaking, and the precious lotus in his hand kept getting bigger and bigger, actually smashing down as hard as a nail hammer. Waves swept in, and dozens of sand boats around him instantly turned into broken planks. Xie Zhao dodged sharply, dodging the nail hammer at the same time, and smashed his fist fiercely towards the flesh and blood bodhisattva's face. This face of yours, it makes me feel bad to look at it. The terrifying fist force melded the most essential strike of the Kuan-Pang martial Dao, a headbutt, and the flesh and blood bodhisattva was actually blasted under the water like a cannonball, splashing up huge waves tens of meters high. Xie Zhao let out a wild roar, his body likewise crashed into the water below. Unexpectedly, what was ushered in underwater was a pair of big bloody hands, on which countless broken hands were like water plants rippling underwater. The flesh and blood bodhisattva actually utilized the power to generate strength and embraced Xie Zhao into his arms. The countless faces revealed on its body all changed into a grinning demeanor. Corrosive pain instantly spread on Xie Zhao's torso, and he could feel that his skin seemed to be being integrated into it. What's worse, he couldn't seem to use a single ounce of his own strength. Instead, the more he struggled, the tighter the bond became. Suddenly, a Koan-Yu silhouette as huge as a mountain appeared from behind him. Between the sky and the earth, in the eyes of the thousands of skeletons of the bodhisattva of flesh and blood, Xie Zhao actually opened his ferocious mouth and fiercely bit towards the front of the bodhisattva of flesh and blood's body. He tore off half of the human face and spat it aside. The gigantic Koan-Yu behind him was also as grandiose as if it had swallowed the world, and as if it had gone berserk, it actually tore off a large chunk of flesh and blood from the shoulder and neck of the bodhisattva of flesh and blood in a matter of moments. The bodhisattva of flesh and blood let out a wild hiss like a wild beast, and loosened the arm in front of his chest and abdomen from Xie Zhao's form. It was too late. Xie Zhao's skin became even whiter and more translucent, and his eyes actually became as sharp as a falcon's. The precious lotus in the flesh and blood bodhisattva's hand once again shone with an infinite amount of Buddha's light, and a wave of bloodthirsty madness took over Xie Zhao's brain. The heart flickered with a hint of misfortune. Xie Yu was busy suppressing this bloodthirsty desire, and the Kuan fish shadow behind him instantly dissipated. The Kuan fish seemed to have not yet practiced to transform from a Kuan into a Pang, and the devouring desire in his body was actually amplified by this flesh and blood bodhisattva's evil methods. He inhaled a deep breath. This Kuan fish martial will of the fear is to be practiced in their own rock of God form, before being able to use freely. The process of the Kuan-Ping flying from the northern plane to the southern plane was the harnessing of the will of desire with the wisdom of the mind. Only when one was able to be like the rock would one be able to get rid of this evil method that affected the mind. The mighty demon saint rose from behind him, and Xie Zhao's form transformed from the Taiyin form into the most brutal limit-breaking form. Perhaps this form's overall strength was not as good as the Taiyin form, but it was the form that Xie Zhao used most skillfully, and was the most terrifying form purely in terms of power. The second heart in his body continuously flowed out berserk chi and blood, filling Xie Zhao's limbs. The muscles on his back protruded and condensed into a ghostly face, which also made the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram laid out behind him seem to come to life. The rippling veins answered to the rivers within the Great Zhou territory, and the protruding muscles faced the countless famous mountains and rivers. A dragon shadow formed by blood and chi is also rising from its back. Between the long whistling in the sky is like a real dragon crossing the rivers and lakes. Xie Zhao's majestic palm struck out, scattering countless large waves. Flesh and blood bodhisattva in front of the body was actually by this palm blade cut a huge gap. Chi and blood true dragon rushed into it to drink all the blood. The chi and blood power was continuously fed back to Xie Zhao himself. With the support of the flesh-eating beings, this power is like a six-jack demon, which is a great tonic. With a roar of pain, the bodhisattva of flesh and blood rose from the water, the precious lotus in his hand falling off. Countless limbs and flesh from its body continuously fall off. Falling into the water is gradually transformed into children. Only these children's mouth torn to the root of the ear, revealing a row of sharp teeth, really not human-like. A child jumped violently, actually landed on the shore, fainted dead. A ship gangmaster body above actually began to eat up its flesh and blood on the spot. Xia lack of color, in front of the flesh and blood bodhisattva is actually very fast speed recovery up. Above the sky, the human head and bone locks that had blocked Jin Men City were also recovered and held in his hands. The shadow of death enveloped half of Jin Men City. Above the human head bone lock, countless dried corpses were implicated, revealing a horrifying picture of blood being drawn clean. In a matter of moments, the bodhisattva of flesh and blood was actually restored to its full state. Dozens of children around him drooled, climbed onto the human head bone lock and began to nibble on the dried corpses. Xiaozhou's brows stared up. This fellow was so difficult to deal with. If he wanted to solve it, I'm afraid he couldn't leave it time to recover. In a few moments, Xiaozhou's physique actually became further lanky. The qi and blood released continuously steamed up a majestic water mist. His feet stomped fiercely, his figure rising high like a big fish. The Qi Tian de Shang behind him actually pulled out a monkey hair from behind him, and after blowing it, he himself also transformed into a monstrous big fish. Using the holy law of battle, he maneuvered the divine form of the Kuan. In an instant, the terrifying power was transferred to Xiaozhou in a superimposed state. The body constructed by the mortals was too weak. Xiaozhou's fist blasted out violently. The bursting fist wind instantly exploded with a series of sonic booms. The hot qi and blood scorched up countless water sprays in nearly 100 meters of sea, and a huge wave roared up like a sky and earth. Even if you recover faster, so what? The waves receded, the water mist dispersed, that flesh and blood bodhisattva's figure was completely blasted into pieces, never to be seen again. Although the trial of death talisman had not been turned over, Xiaozhou's brain also reminded him that he had gained a trace of divinity. He inhaled a deep breath and did not rejoice much. Since the other party was able to easily create such a monster, it meant that the Yanqing's actions had only just begun. In the distant sky, Yi Xi's lips began to tremble. She seemed to murmur as if she had dispersed all her strength. So, an immortal god can also be killed? Chapter 143, Double Standard Monk. Master, you are in trouble. The young girl's body did not have the seductive intent of the past, and seemed to have suffered a heavy blow in general. Her breath actually fell below the Tao of entry. A bloody mouth opened from the void behind her, instantly swallowing her entire body. At this time, the blood red covering the sky gradually receded, and in a few moments it all dispersed. It was just that the clouds were still thick and heavy, as if they were about to press down. Xiaozhou let out a breath. Although this flesh and blood bodhisattva was only an assemblage of ordinary people and martial artists' corpses, its superb recovery power made it extremely tenacious in its vitality. If not for the large amount of qi and blood expended, evaporating almost all the blood in its body in a split second, coupled with the fact that Xiaozhou used the wind of his fist to raise its ashes, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to kill. The big fish silhouette behind him re-evolved into the great sage of Qi Tian, and several monkey hairs fell from its body. The battle sage is both a big dipper counting technique and can also double as a divination hanging method. After Xiaozhou exchanged the Rui book, this Qi Tian de Shang silhouette had this effect. Someone was spying in the dark. Xiaozhou scanned the surroundings with his martial Saint Qi and finally looked above the sea. A yellow-robed old monk was treading on the water, his mouth constantly chanting Buddhist slogans. Xiaozhou recalled that the monk's clothes in front of him looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Amitabha Buddha. The yellow-robed old monk was holding Buddha beads in his hand, and under his feet was a large orca whale. View that Orca's whale breath actually has already entered the Tao. Xia can't help but be amazed. This orca whale actually has a big demon that has entered the Tao. The boundary is lifted to the place. That orca whale is actually showing half a head, spitting human language. Old monk should pay the toll. Xiaoyu is stunned. This accent is actually somewhat similar to the human race of the vaulting sea. And look at its tone, it is also the same as those nearby orca whales, incomparably mercenary. The old monk could not help but stiffen his face, and the chanting in his mouth came to an abrupt end. That orca whale once again opened its mouth. You do not want to sit on the king whale, right? Beware of my grandma looking for trouble from your South Dharma temple. Please wait a moment. The old monk's face came down. South Dharma temple? Xiaoyu's heart produced a thunderbolt. Isn't that where Feng Zidu was born? After a lengthy silence, the old monk took out 3 demon pills from his waist and threw them into the sea. The orca rose up happily and swallowed it in one bite, and the old monk also stepped forward and stepped on top of the surface of the water. Xiaolak wanted to call that orca, but how do you know that the orca is like a black stream of light, drilling into the underwater instantly disappeared. He forced down the curiosity in his heart and looked at the old monk in front of him. Master is from the South Law Temple? Xiaozhou secretly released a trace of martial Saint Qi sensing, but he actually found that this old monk's Qi was like the sea, and he was somewhat unable to feel the bottom. It was at least a great realist above the 6th lightning tribulation, perhaps higher. However, the Buddhist aura on this old monk was pure, and Xiaozhou pondered that it was somewhat similar to the young monk from 1,000 years ago. The old monk nodded and hid his face and sighed. I thought that Great Zhou was an earthly Buddhist country, but I never thought that it would be so rampant with demonic paths. He bowed and saluted, his head almost pointing to the surface of the water. On behalf of the people of Great Zhou, I would like to express my gratitude to the monks. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. You, a monk from who knows how far away, what qualifications can you have to represent the people of Great Zhou? However, Xiaoyu came to some interest and opened his mouth to take the initiative to ask, why did the master come? This old monk's face became sad and bitter, sitting on the water. Poor monk invited by Master Ming Xian, crossed the sea to come. What is to subdue the devil? Xiaoyu could not help but be stunned for a while. Ming Xian is the temple name of the late Emperor Xuanda. And Emperor Xuanda was the last previous emperor, was the biological father of the king of Yan, revered Taoism and respected Buddhism, but only disliked the Water Moon Zen temple. Even once wanted to abolish the name of Feng Zidu's imperial master. As a result, he ascended the throne for 3 years in his 60s, and because he had not yet entered the Tao, he died when his life expectancy had expired. The Buddhist and Taoist alliance behind King Yan was an alliance that the then Emperor Xuanda had pulled together with the intention of fighting against the Water Moon Zen temple. Xie guessed that the devil in Emperor Xuanda's mouth should be the Water Moon Zen center. He once again asked the old monk, Emperor Xuanda's death decades, the master this time across the sea, and what is the devil to lower the devil? The old monk declared a high Buddha, no harm. Ming Xian master has long been inherited all this to the Yanqing. Poor monk only need to assist the Yanqing is. Look at you, you are so powerful, as if the heavenly god. Why don't you come with me to assist the king of Yan, to subdue the devil on earth? Xia Shao secretly said that this is really the case. In the bottom of his heart, he was wondering, is this the only thing you monks of Nanhua temple can say to compliment people? Sinking a bit, Xia Laka's face becomes grim. Just that flesh and blood bodhisattva, master can see its shape? The old monk nodded. When this void world descended, the old monk was blocked out, but also can see clearly. He put his hands together. If it were not for the master's presence as a god to subdue the devil, the thousands of people in the city, I am afraid that they would all have to become tributes to this altar. Xie Shao revealed a smile on hearing this, and told the old monk word for word, this flesh and blood bodhisattva is the work of the Yen King's men. Since the master knows about this matter, do you still want to assist the king of Yen? But to Xie Zhou's surprise, the old monk actually nodded, no harm done. Vajra subdued the devil in angry eyes, will also commit anger precepts. This action is not good, but it is more to show that the king of Yen determination. This is not a good move, but it shows the determination of the king of Yen. This statement of the monk makes the poor monk more optimistic about the king of Yen. Xia lack of some dumbfounded, you this old dang change face double standard play can be really good off. He is a bit disbelieving. Master, if the king of Yen wants you to slaughter a city in order to rebel, are you willing to do it? Amit Ba Buddha. The old monk's face showed a trace of compassion. I do not enter hell. Who enters hell? Although he did not say it outright, Xia Zhou already knew what this old monk meant. He sighed. Dare I ask the master's Buddhist name? The old monk shook his head, failing to practice Mahayana Buddhism. Dare not say the name of the Buddha. The old monk has a name, for Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu. Xia lacks some familiar. A little thought will know that it is the presiding officer of the South Law Temple 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, the old monk has entered the road, and now I do not know how much cultivation, if no longer breakthrough is not expected to live a long time. After all, people and monsters are different, although the monster's cultivation is slow but the life expectancy is extremely long. And human cultivation fast, even if it is into the Tao of real people, the limit of life is only more than 1,000 some. If you want to live longer, you need some auxiliary means or heavenly treasures. However, Xia guessed that this old monk should not be to the 9th thunderbolt, otherwise it should be closed for a breakthrough. Under the 9th tribulation, one's full power should be able to touch it. Xiaoyu became expressionless. Please master, turn around. Yanqing is not a good thing. I think the master can also see clearly. Why not stay some more days to practice, in order to certify the Yangshan true monarch? The old monk raised his head, looked at Xia Lak, but in the eyes is no longer before the color of pity. Poor monk 10 metaphorical phase, but also poor spinning fire will, emptiness flower to carry on. Xiaoyu instantly realized, and also knew the real purpose of the old monk to come here. He was extremely familiar with the South Law Temple's 10 metaphors of the secret signs of contemplation, and the 10 metaphors condensed in the spinning wheel of fire. One of the 10 metaphors is the wheel of fire, which says, dynasties and generations have been changing without end, like the wheel of fire that never rests. The spinning wheel refers to as the imperial dynasty dragon energy. Both are still missing 2 metaphors. That represents the old monk's cultivation should be in the Thunderbolt 8. The void flower is not the actual law, no beings, no things, nothing. It is necessary for the practitioner to forget all the 9 metaphors that he has practiced before he can obtain a void flower. It is rumored that the void flower contains all the dharmas. After condensing the void flower, one should be able to break through into the Tao and attain the Yangshan Tao. Xiaozhou sneered. It turns out that the Southern Dharma Temple is a lineage that only seeks to ferry itself and not all beings. Chapter 144 Golden Words, Immortal and Martial Arts Together. The old monk's face stared. The monk is careful with his words. Xiaoyu knew that the original 10 metaphors method before it was modified by Feng Zidu was the most mind-heavy. Each of the 10 metaphors has its own spirit, requiring the practitioner to divide his mind to suppress it. If the mind was in disarray, the strength would drop quite a bit. Thus, Xiajiao immediately started his mouth mode, prudent speech. You're the one with nephritis. Put away your Buddhist sect routine full of Amitabha Buddha and a belly full of extermination. Since your South Dharma temple calls itself a Hinayana Buddhism and cannot ferry all beings, it can only ferry itself. Can a monk who only ferries himself still be called a monk? The old monk furrowed his brows and raised his hand to point at Xiaoyu, scholar. Xiao's mouth was like a cannonball, interrupting the old monk's spell casting. What is the point of casting? Eat you. When the words fell, a fire of anger flared up from his body. Rode for 100 years, he has never communicated with people, but I did not expect to just land on the shore was a scolding. But what he didn't expect was that Xiajiao would strike faster than him. A huge fist mark had already appeared before his chest, blasting his entire chest and sinking it. A stringed moon zither rose up from behind the old monk, and the oceanic sea roared with fury as it rose up into a torrent. Moon zither, palace sound. Between the absolute sound reverberating, the water current stirred by the sound wave trembled at high speed. In a moment, it actually cut a few white marks on Xiajiao's incomparably hard body. White marks. This was something that even a flesh and blood bodhisattva had failed to achieve. Xiajiao looked at the white marks on his torso. You've hurt me. The old monk couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There were no martial artists that existed in the vaulted sea, either ordinary people or they practiced monasticism. There was no such thing as martial arts. He also did not know that there would be someone who would be able to cultivate the physical body to such a degree. A compelling sizzling breath approached the old monk's body, and in an instant Xiajiao's body broke through the torrent, and his aura was like lava at the bottom of the sea. This amazing breath couldn't help but remind him of a legend circulating in the vaulting sea. That was the Burning Sea King who was rumored to have killed his way through the vaulting sea to the Great Zhou Sea. Its revealed power was capable of burning mountains and boiling the sea, instantly obliterating Yin gods. Even the spirit generals in the Sea God Temple were unsuccessful in their quest. He wanted to vanish the Yin god, but at this time, he was hesitant due to the name of a great demon. The old monk's momentary hesitation was a moment of sharpness, a moment of scorching heat, a moment of fists. The boiling blood signaled his rising killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the powerful killing fist had broken through the old monk's protective Buddha light and struck his body. The qi and blood on Xiajiao's body had been fully released, instantly filling the entire sea with a sense of suffocation. Between the extremely fast and furious sweep, the old monk's body was like a rag doll, falling down non-stop. But the old monk is somewhat puzzled. The other side of this fist in palm 2 is actually many times wrong their own body. Could it be that the other party's eyes have problems? The old monk was a bit puzzled, but he also kept looking for a chance to get away. The 3 meridians in Xiajiao's body, namely Shintang, Sanjiao, and Hiyang, had already been stimulated and swollen beyond measure, and if there was any further delay, he would exit from the secret martial state. Even though the old monk wanted to fight back, it was difficult for him to do so. I wanted to escape from the Yinshan to fight with Xiaxiao, but hesitated at the name of the Burning Sea King, but was incredibly hesitant. The other side of the wind and clouds, fist moving mountains and rivers, moves to and fro, all is the power of heaven and earth, but he was due to a moment of hesitation and missed a good opportunity. Palm comes to the body, fist shakes the soul. Suddenly, the qi and blood attached to Xiaxiao's fist brought up a biting hot wind. Between Xiangba's swings, he actually staggered the old monk's position and struck the air to the side. Good opportunity. The old monk searched for a crack, the zither sounded again, and his figure actually sped up dozens of times. The Buddha's light appeared at first, and behind the old monk, 8 Dharma metaphors such as black butterflies, water birds, and white bones appeared, and he also landed back on top of the water like a fluttering butterfly. He exhaled a breath above his face, and could not help but wonder that such an expert had made such a mistake. And it was more than one time that he missed himself. However, in his eyes, Xiajiao actually revealed a hint of a smile, and the old monk was stunned. What did you think I was hitting? In Xiajiao's eyes, a trace of the air current that was entangling the old monk began to dissipate. The old monk felt to himself that the yin spirit in his body was actually starting to gradually collapse, his vitality was flowing away, and his life was about to die out. Your mark of death is really hard. Xiaxiao wiped a non-existent drop of sweat on his forehead. I'm exhausted. Amitabha Buddha. The old monk uttered another Buddha's name, the Buddha's light dissipated, and his body fell into the sea. Xiajiao scooped it up, and a golden beam of light actually shone before his eyes. Xiajiao couldn't help but see a light in his eyes. You old deng, not only strength is not good and also double standard, I did not expect the residual value after death is quite high. The Trial of Death talisman actually flipped to the entire first 1,000 pages, which represented the first 1,000 words acquired by Xiajiao. Immortal and martial cultivation, a gold-colored phrase. Your martial arts and immortal cultivation go hand in hand, with the one with the highest cultivation taking precedence. With a loud bang, Xiajiao felt an explosive and shocking sound emanate from his soul. A strange force suddenly emanated from his soul, soothing his emotions to an incomparable calm. Xiajiu only felt his mind stabilize and no distractions arose. He knew that this was the first realm of Wengong to enter meditation. Thinking of the words in the Taoist scriptures, Xiaoyu imagined how he would feel when he took a leap of faith and transformed into a rock like a koan. This was the most difficult level of the meditation, the Yin spirit's exit from the out-of-body experience. It was extremely difficult for those with too many thoughts to complete, which led to the need for all Wengong practitioners to start practicing at a young age. Xia Xiao only felt his body become incomparably light, as if he was floating in the air. He looked down, and his body was immersed in seawater with his eyes closed. A strange sensation that he had never felt before emanated from his heart. Xiajiu reached out to touch it, but his own hand passed straight through his body. The power of the Yin god climbed once again, and Xiajiu felt that he was able to change into a Yin wind that spread over tens of meters around him, or change into any shape. This was the second realm of Wengong, entering the void. Out of nowhere, Xiajiu felt like he was able to drive artifacts with his thoughts, and his Yin spirit was out of body at the drop of a hat. As long as it was a suitable body, he was able to attach himself to it. Third realm, entering the world. Xia Xiao had not practiced any cultural skills or Dao methods, resulting in him only having the purest Yin god power and nothing else. He only had the most basic abilities of the Yin spirit to go out of the body, shape-shift, repel objects, and attach to the body. Even if it was a Grandmaster martial artist, it was difficult to kill him directly due to the lack of means. This was basically the drawback of orthodox cultural skills. Practicing them was almost as bad as not practicing them at all. The Yin god's power continued to surge, and a twisted feeling emanated from the bottom of his heart. This was due to the lack of the proper method to enter the Tao. Xiaoyu was still only stuck in the third realm of Wengong. However, lacking the necessary techniques, even if Xiajiu's Yin god was able to be powerful enough to possess a world, he had no other means. Xia Lak pondered for a while. He still needed to get himself an entry Tao orthodox technique. Not only was it making his own strength more diverse, it would also allow him to find some cover when he did certain bad things. With a turn of mind, Xiaoyu's consciousness once again entered the pear garden. After sifting through what he could afford, a door of ancient Taoist arts and cultural skills appeared within Xiaoyu's mind. 9 clear immortal light, forging demon true fire, demon luo heavenly chapter, Buddha's dual bodies. Right at this moment, an inexplicable voice fell into Xiaoju's ears. Since you are destined to be with Zhuangzhou, then the poor Taoist will grant you a Tao that suits you. An ancient Buddhist Dharma called Bodhi heart evidence gradually appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. This Dharma was not among the redemption of the pearly garden. It is the source of all Buddhist teachings and is rumored to be the method of proof for ancestor Subhuti and ancestor Rudra. It is also known as the Great Vairocana Sutra of Buddhahood or the Great Sun Sutra, and is also the source of the 10 metaphors Dharma of the Southern Dharma Temple. Chapter 145, The Thousand-Year Vaulted Sea. A complicated and lengthy scripture appeared in Xiaoju's mind, and it was not the proper Buddhist teachings, nor was it Taoism. Its contents again spoke of Taoism and Zen. Xiaoyu was able to discern the yellow cord from it, as well as the Vajra Sutra. Moreover, according to the information he had obtained, this Bodhi heart evidence was rumored to be the strongest method to cultivate the Yin god. Xiaoju inhaled a deep breath and burned a tall incense to worship again. Thank you, Supreme Lord. At this time, a few people wearing the same costume also walked into the temple. The master has manifested himself. The white-faced boy was amazed. When was the last time the master manifested? The green coat blinked. It seems to be hundreds of years ago. The flower face played a country. The master manifested his spirit, appreciated the flower face of this big drama. Wu Chou, what kind of job did you straighten out? The white-faced youngster asked Xiaoju curiously, his face full of marvel. How many people have you fooled? Nothing much. Xiaoju didn't know how to say it, and he couldn't say that he was related. This is right, you ignore him. Xingyi smiled. This kind of work that can earn a lot of reward money, how can you easily tell others? After withdrawing his consciousness from the pear orchard, Xiaoyu was in no hurry to cultivate. Literary skills required the most water polishing, and if he were to sit here withered for too long, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold. He first pondered for a while, then looked at the old monk's corpse. After consuming 8 white words, the old monk's entire body began to flash before Xiaoyu's eyes like clouds of smoke. Feng Tianyu was born on the island where the South Dharma Temple was located, and entered the temple as a monk because he was detected to have a talent for literary skills. The monks of the Vaulting Sea were much more traditional than before Feng Zita founded the Great Zhou. They were not allowed to grow their hair to cultivate, nor were they allowed to eat meat. His talent was awe-inspiring from a young age, and by the time he was in his 20s, he had already practiced to the third realm of Wengong. He was accepted as a disciple by the then presiding officer of Nanfa Temple, who claimed to be the reincarnation of the previous presiding officer. At the beginning, Feng Tianyu was like a young monk, innocent and pure, respecting the Buddha and revering the precepts. Until his master passed away and was reincarnated, he remained unchanged when he entered the Tao and became the presiding officer. However, while searching for the reincarnation of his master, he found out that his master had actually slaughtered an island in order to cultivate Buddhism. His faith instantly collapsed. At that time, with his 3 levels of cultivation, he was able to easily handle his master, who had only recently regained his memories. However, between his master and the devil, he chose his master. Since then, under the compulsion of his master teacher, he had become useless. Xiajiu didn't find it strange when he saw this. After all, the pleasure brought by power was much more enjoyable than any purity. But what surprised Xiajiu was that what happened later on was actually related to himself as well. After his tour of the reincarnation of his master told him. A young monk had appeared in the South Dharma temple a few years ago, who swallowed the pure green glazed bead condensed from all of Garuda's essence. Hearing this, Feng Tianyu knew that it was the young monk called Feng Du, who also practiced the 10 metaphors Dharma, so he could not help but be moved. Borrowing this glazed bead could make it possible to condense the Garuda Dharma phase, and from then on, his strength would increase greatly. However, this little monk had quickly fled and disappeared without a trace after killing a South Dharma temple's entry realist. Xiajiao's brows furrowed. When Feng Zidu went back to get the correct Dharma, he even killed someone. More than 10 years later, a demon king named Burning Sea King appeared in the Vaulting Sea, and his divine might was heavenly. More importantly, that Feng Du little monk was precisely behind this Burning Sea King. Under Feng Tianyu's scurrying, his master was invited to participate in the extermination of the Burning Sea King by Xiaoyang realist. After all, his master is practicing the law of 3 lives, need to be reincarnated 3 times to prove the Yanqing. This is the second life. The cultivation has reached the 7th thunderbolt, but also by the Burning Sea King obliterated the Yin god. Xiaxiao pondered for a while, and couldn't remember which one his master was. After a portion of the real people escaped the clutches of the Burning Sea King, they spread the word of this matter. Upon hearing about it, Feng Tianyu could not help but feel a sense of panic, fearing that Feng Du would bring the Burning Sea King to find trouble with Nanfa Temple. But fortunately, after hearing again that the Burning Sea King had offended the Sea God Temple, he let go of his heart. Since then, for hundreds of years, he resigned from the presidency, meditating and practicing without hearing about other things. Until 300 years ago, the cultivation to reach 8th thunder tribulation, only then confidently out of the mountain. Unexpectedly, at this time the Dome of the Sea, the most powerful is actually a big demon. Named Wanxiang real person, rumor has it that with the mysterious incinerating Sea King or the same family. The same family? Xia lack of brain pondering, but also never seen into the realm of the Tao Orca whale. The Black Sea Serpent with a gagging son of heaven has built a trade organization that spans half of the Vault of Heaven, the Wanxiang Society. Xia lacked another stunned. According to the time, it happens to be the end of the 100 years of the Great Black possessed heavenly son of the Great Zhou. Taking the name of the Son of Heaven, is he addicted to being an emperor? Xiajiu had some toothache. After another 100 years, Feng Tianyu's cultivation had remained stagnant and his lifespan was only 300 years. At this time, he happened to meet the Great Zhou real person who had spent 100 years searching for this place. The real person from Great Zhou gave Feng Tianyu a conch-like magic weapon, and was able to directly contact the Great Zhou Emperor. After learning a lot of information about the Great Zhou, he was invited by Master Ming Xian and could not help but be moved. According to his thoughts, the surface of the Great Zhou revealed the strength of the war, Feng Du 100 years ago when he went out, but revealed the strength of the 7th level of the Thunder Tribulation. Even if Feng Du's talent is great, he is a lot earlier than he entered the Tao. I'm sure it won't be a problem to fight to a draw. If he obtained a dragon's chi, he would be able to condense the 9th Tao magic metaphor by condensing the whirling fire wheel. With his mind made up, Feng Tianyu searched for an orca whale in the Wanxiang Association to escort him to Great Kai. And the late emperor and the king of Yen boasted that his cultivation is already to the 9th thunder tribulation. To be captured the world to get the dragon's energy will be able to certify the Yanqing true monarch. The late emperor and the king of Yen were also very happy. Until 3 years ago, before that magic artifact conch ran out of power, he was able to continuously communicate with King Yen. Withdrawing from its memories, Xiajiu began to ponder. There was quite a bit of information that he had obtained, but the most useful ones were none other than the situation of the vaulting ocean and the Buddhist scriptures within its brain. Did Dahe return to the vaulting ocean now? This did not surprise him. After all, if he couldn't defeat Feng Zidu, running would be the best option. However, the giant sea serpent's words meant that it had not transformed into a dragon, which was somewhat curious. After all, Xiaoyu knew that Big Black's greatest wish was to transform into a dragon. According to Xiajiu in the North Underworld, the cultivation level of Big Black at that time was also a half-step Yangshen. It should not be a problem for him to travel across the Great Zhou, but even so, he was no match for Feng Zidu. Could Feng Zidu have already attained Yang God? Xiajiao's brows furrowed. In Feng Tianyu's memories, Feng Zidu was only a 7-stage thunderbolt more than 300 years ago. How could he be more than a match for half-step Yang God Dahe? Then there was only one possibility, and that was Feng Zidu hiding his clumsiness. However, 300 years ago, the world was stabilized, the evil scaly dragon had been removed, and there was really no need for him to show much strength. The 7 thunderbolts were more than enough to create a false impression for those with ulterior motives. Now, Feng Tianyu is the fish. Xiaoxiao estimates that if the King of Yen doesn't know the true strength of the Zen master of the mirror flower, I'm afraid that this rebellion is just a joke in his eyes. The 7 great clans that he has joined together are just things that can be solved by a doppelganger of his. At the end of Feng Tianyu's memory, he estimated the time of disembarkation with King Yen. After roughly half a month to date, the King of Yen would set up a Dharma altar in this harbor to welcome the monks of the South Dharma Temple. Xia Zhao's eyes turned, since he had obtained all of Feng Tianyu's memories. Then perhaps he would be able to use this as a reason to do something. Burying these things in his heart, Xia Zhao looked at the crumbling scenery around him. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The boat gang was considered finished. The bottom disciples had died for the most part, and the gang leader had also died. The several sect masters on the shore who were injured by the aftermath of the battle between Xiejio and the Bodhisattva of flesh and blood, even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to regain their sect master strength. Xiaoyu walked up to the shore and probed the nostrils of several patriarchs. Except for Pavilion Master Lu and a middle-aged patriarch who were still alive, the rest were all lifeless. Xia Xiao wrapped up the bodies of the 2 sect masters and brought them to the nearest boat gang's compound. After sensing that there were still living people inside, Xiaoyu threw himself towards the door and left like smoke. Although the city of Jinmen had not been damaged, the 2 human head bone locks condensed by the Bodhisattva of flesh and blood had killed many people in the city. Along the way, Xiaojiao could hardly see any people. Only a few bold ones, seeing the sky fading from that bright red, dared to come out to see what was going on. In front of the gate of the Jin Demon Division, those Shin armor army seemed to have left for a long time, and there were only a few sorrowful secret sect heads in front of the gate. What happened to the secret sect? What are those armored troops doing here? Xia Xiao slapped a hand on the shoulder of a familiar head. The head monk was suddenly startled and turned around to see that it was Xia Jiao, and also sighed in relief. Deacon Xia Xia has not yet entered the secret sect, and although the people therein are familiar with him, they can only address him by his position in the Jin Demon Division. After that incident by the river last time, a lot of famous sect experts were killed or injured. That head of the Buddha revealed a bitter smile. Specific I am not too clear. Rumor is that the secret sect and external collusion deliberately set up a situation so that the sects were killed and injured. Yanqing was furious, asked for a thorough investigation of the secret sect. Xia Xiao nodded. This matter actually has little to do with the secret sect. But since it happened on your turf, it's more or less to blame. Under further questioning, he also knew that the Xuanjia army had merely called some people for questioning, and had not made any substantial moves. Xia lack of heart cannot help but produce a trace of haze. According to reason, if the King of Yen wants to rebel, must first clean up their own territory within the danger. Like the Jinmu Division, an organization directly under the orders of the Emperor, should be the first target of the Yanqing. But it is so easy to let go, this cannot help but make Xia lack of suspicion. Learning that none of his acquaintances within the secret sect were present, his master ancestor, Supreme Master Yanqing, who was the supervisor of the Demon Suppression Division, was also summoned to the divine capital. Xia lacked a nod and left the Demon Suppression Division. The Xian armor army seemed to have suffered too many losses in the process of refining the blood and flesh altar, and the Xian armor army patrolling the streets had become much less numerous. Each of them were heavily armed and were knocking on doors from house to house. However, Xia Xiao also knew that this kind of loss was nothing to the Yanqing. After all, having painstakingly operated the Yen land for decades, having both the underpinnings of a rebellion, it would never be by relying on this Xuanjia army that was composed purely of martial artists. It has other underpinnings. Like in the small car ditch side, died 4 or 5 under the banner of the real person into the Tao, Yanqing is also no movement. He even continued with his plans, which meant that these losses were bearable for him. Using the lives of these real people to clamp down on the secret sect within the territory, there might even be some small profits for King Yen. After all, Xiaoyu knew of no less than 20 Dao entry real people in the secret sect who had entered the 4th realm by worshipping the gods. For the Yanqing who had the intention to rebel, this danger was the first thing to be resolved. Xia Zhao's figure became a bit more stealthy, dodging these Xuanjia troops in a couple of moves. He left the city gates and went to the Wooding River to take a turn. In recent days, there are indeed some demons. Xiaoyu fished a circle of corpses, but there is no good use of words. After doing his job, Xia Xiao felt that he could afford the offerings from the Department of Demon Suppression. With a thought in his head, he headed towards the Great Southern Mountain Range. Chapter 146 Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, Great Joy Fugue. On the outskirts of the Great Southern Mountain Range, 3 or 2 thatched huts stood. Behind it was a large circle of muddy marshland, in which many wild boars were rolling around. Xin Ning was dressed in rough clothes, and his appearance and figure had become no different from that of a village farmer. Xia Zhao nodded. This old woman has lived for hundreds of years, it seems that she also knows caution. He secretly appeared behind the tigress, and his hands violently reached out and wrapped around his waist. Xin Ning could not help but convulsively turn back. A sharp claw instantly landed on Xiejio's forehead, emitting a sound of gold and iron striking each other. Lang Jun. She breathed a sigh of relief and instantly changed back to her original appearance. Xia lack about although said to do a lot of things, but before and after add up to only 4 or 5 days, Ning is not surprised. In her hand, the seal of summoning still exists, that shows that the other party is still alive, then she is not too worried. Xiaozhou only felt the seal of calling in his hand become burning hot. Without any further ado, Xiaozhou began to practice the profound Buddhist teachings. The constant sound of clapping together was a sign of devotion. The body shaped like a bodhisattva sitting on a lotus flower was an expression of Buddhahood. Since Xiaozhou Xinshin's power had risen from nothing to something, and it had risen horribly. The feedback Ning received from the hook summoning seal in his hand was also far greater than before. The seal in the hands of the two began to flicker with a burst of light, and the two sides actually had their yin gods involuntarily drill out from between their eyebrows as well. Langjun, your yin god power Ning a burst of heart shock, even if previously encountered into the Taoist real person, but also far less than Xialak of yin god of 1/10. However, she was also non-shocked. After all, she also did not know that Xiezhou was actually using martial arts as a breakthrough. Rather, she thought that Xiezhou had worshipped the god of the Tantric sect, thus breaking through the fourth realm. The biggest difference between worshipping a god and entering the Tao was whether or not one needed to enter the Tao proper. If one worships a god, the god will bestow. If one enters the Tao, one needs to cultivate the proper method on one's own. As the yin gods of both sides continued to intermingle, Ning suddenly felt that the power of her yin god was climbing higher and higher, and had even vaguely touched a barrier. She couldn't help but turn her head in joy and look at Xiezhou. Langjun, I'm going to break through the fourth realm. Xiezhou was not surprised. Ben had already been at the peak of the third realm before he met the other party Ning. As a martial saint, Xiezhou had excellent physical fitness and nodded with a relaxed face. I'm also going to break through. Ning's face was stunned, then the tide red face became more and more red. What are you talking about? Ning relied on Xiezhou's back. Langjun, as a Mingfei, can I enter the Tantric sect to worship God? Xiaoxiao could not help but be a little stunned. You want to worship God? Ning's somewhat reddened face flashed a trace of hesitation. The Tantric sect should not be refused. I heard that the Water Moon Zen Garden's protection of the divine beasts of the many monsters worship God into the Tao. Xiaozhou had gotten the memories of the moon-robed monk and knew in his heart that those elves and monsters had been cultivated from childhood and hardly had any bad intentions. Moreover, after worshipping the gods, under the restraint of the gods and sects, even if they had any bad thoughts, they would not be able to do so. Unless one could find an underling. Like the tantric trader Yanqing, he was able to worship the so-called Western god of wisdom after rebelling from the tantric sect. Xiezhou's mind calculated a bit, opened his mouth. Ninger does not need to worship the god, I have a door here to enter the right way. After all, worshipping God is not good. You also do not want Ning all day by God monitoring. Isn't that the same as being live under the eyes of God? Hearing this, Ning couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, cupping Xiezhou's cheeks and kissing them. Afterwards, he actually bent down. Xiezhou sucked in a breath of cold air. Omit 30,000 words here. Consciousness once again came to the pear orchard, spent 20 reward money to exchange a door into the Taoist method. Xia's consciousness is out of it. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, great joy. After Xiaoxiao handed over the recipe to Ning, he watched the other party practicing the Tao entry method with joy, knowing that he should also take advantage of this time to cultivate the Bodhi Heart Certificate. After using a few reward money to strengthen the brainwashing, and also instructed the several wild boars of the third realm to protect Ning's path, Xiaoyu left. He searched for a remote cave and burned a few incense sticks that he had previously taken from the Tantric sect. It has the effect of tranquilizing the mind and calming the soul, and is a necessary tool for the practitioner of literature. Xiaoyu had guessed that he would get the words of literary skills, so he had made some preparations for it. Burning it up, Xiaoyu only felt that his entire body had quieted down from the inside out. At this moment, he visualized the Bodhi Heart Certificate in his mind. With the assistance of the materialization heavenly actions, it was especially easy for Xiaoyu to cultivate any dharma. The Neverwinter began to shimmer with light. Before Xiaozhou even realized it, the external evil demons that tried to approach her were instantly obliterated by that golden radiance. With ease, a Bodhi tree formed in Xiaozhou's heart. The illusions of demons in the heart that should have entered the Tao were dissipated on the spot. Under the nourishment of Xiaozhou's powerful yin spirit, this Bodhi tree began to grow wildly. Within moments, it grew from a sapling into a huge tree. A yin wind strong enough to turn a person into an ice sculpture blew by, and Xiaoxiao involuntarily released a trace of qi and blood, instantly obliterating it. A blazing fire ignited from within Xiaoyu, and the incomparable agitation was instantly suppressed by the Bodhi tree. In the end, a lightning arc actually flickered on Xiaoyu's body surface, but it was also instantly swallowed by the protective astral qi. The so-called wind and fire thunder tribulation at the first level of the Tao had passed without Xia's knowledge. After crossing the lightning tribulation, a brown Bodhi fruit gradually grew on the tree. Xiaoxiao seemed to sense that a deity was hiding inside this Bodhi fruit. The specifics of how it was still needed to be given meaning by the cultivator himself. Xiaozhou's mind concentrated, knowing that this was where the 10 metaphor secret signs true method came from. Only the 10 metaphors method eliminated the step of the Bodhi tree blossoming and bearing fruit, but it also made its power several times weaker. Xie Zhao's mind moved, and at the back of his head, the monkey hair gifted by his master ancestor instantly fell onto the Bodhi fruit. Instantly, a bodhisattva figure of the king of powerful brightness dressed in a tiger-skin skirt, stepping on ox-skin boots, and wearing a ring hoop on his head appeared in it. Xie Zhao frowned as the Bodhi heart evidence continued to rotate in his mind. What kind of god was this bound monkey? The martial will manifested, and the great sage of Qi Tian actually appeared within Xie Zhao's world of contemplation. As he waved his golden rod, his martial will actually tangled with this god's name. Xie Zhao knew that this was not a battle between two monkeys. Rather, it was a war between himself and himself, a war between the martial Dao and the immortal Dao. After all, it was Xie's martial arts power that was a little bit higher. The great sage of Qi Tian chopped down the bodhisattva of the king of brightness with a stick and entered the Bodhi fruit like a magpie's nest. The power of the Yin spirit rose once again, and along with it, his martial arts cultivation began to soar wildly. However, the magnitude of the increase was not too large, it was just the power that a normal Dao entry real person would enhance after crossing a thunderbolt. After all, Xie Zhao's power base was too powerful. However, the Bodhi heart evidence was also much stronger than a normal Dao entry orthodox dharma. Xie Zhao estimated that he should have no less than 120 lands of power today. He did not intend to continue breaking through. After all, the difficulty of Bodhi heart certification lies in the gods and the fruit, and now that his Kuan-Peng treasure art is not yet complete, breaking through is somewhat less cost-effective. Back near his home, Ning was also at the end of her breakthrough, and her entire person seemed to have become more and more dynamic. Xie Zhao's heart moved. Try your entry path orthodoxy. After trying for more than 10 days, Xie Yu estimated that he only counted the power of the Yin god that he got from Ning, and it was no less than the power of a land. His thoughts flowed and he thought that tomorrow would be the time for King Yen to welcome Feng Tianyu. He then went to a small broken temple outside the city and took a tattered monk's robe and draped it over his body. His terrifying body control caused Xie Zhao to instantly take on Feng Tianyu's appearance. After spending a few bounties, relying on the pure Buddhist aura emanating from the Bodhi heart certificate, Xie Zhao felt that he had the appearance of a high monk. He quickly swam 1,000 miles out to sea and found the Orca leader. After 3 or 2 conversations, Xie left a few boar pills behind and stepped on the Orca to head towards Jinmen City. Chapter 147 Horse Armor Free chapter sent late. Free chapters don't count as full attendance, posted later, should wait until 1 or 2 o'clock. Aji, do I look like a high priest to you? Xie Zhao asked the Orca whale at his feet. At this time, he turned into a picture of a dry and thin old man, wearing a yellow monk's robe with a bare head and pinching a string of Buddha beads in his hand. Aji was the third realm leader of the Orca group in the East China Sea, and Xie Zhao told him the news of the destruction of the boat gang and helped Jia to pay off the bill with the demon pills. Aji, 2 small eyes lifted up to stare, grinding his teeth. What is a high monk? Xia lacked some helpless exhale. It seems that you cannot ask this guy. With the astral sky locks for Aji to cover the breath, generally do not feel its real realm. Suddenly, an extremely hidden breath appeared from underwater. If it was before, it might have been able to be concealed. However, after Xie Zhao had practiced Bodhi heart evidence, under the sensation of his Yin spirit combined with his martial qi, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all forces had nothing to hide. Unless one had practiced a special dharma or was a Yanqing true lord. The Buddha beads in Xie Zhao's hand were suddenly flung away, and he was actually furious, a look of anger surging onto his cheeks. After obtaining all of Feng Tianyu's memories, although Xie Zhao had not inherited his cultivation, it was incomparably simple to mold out the means he possessed with the dueling sacred law. A huge white water bird appeared from behind Xie Zhao, raising its voice to the sky, and then it actually spread its wings to cover 100 meters, its body like a stream of light as it slashed through the water surface. When it flew up again, a gnarled and struggling thick sea serpent had already appeared on the water bird's claws. Looking at its appearance, it was already a great demon that had entered the Tao. Xia Laka's face deliberately showed a hint of bitterness. Who sent you here? The water bird's claws still won't let go, but the sea serpent was relieved and praised the Buddha's name, Amitba Buddha. Master Wanan, my master, His Highness the King of Yen asked me to come here to take a step ahead, to welcome the master who has not spared 100 years of hard work and has finally come ashore. Xia Lak turned the 2 Buddha beads in his hand, his face revealed a smile. Want to explore the bottom of the poor monk, straight to say no harm. The sea serpent hastily waved his head. The master is able to rival the great Zhou Emperor's high monk. His Highness King Yen is also never dare to disrespect the master. It looked at the body that had become a bloody mess under the sharp claws of the water bird. I only hope that the master is merciful and can spare me, this little demon. Xia Zhao nodded smilingly, and the sea serpent was just overjoyed. Then he only felt that his head was instantly broken open and dug out the demonic pills. Underneath the body of a G also cannot help but had a cold. After all, this sea serpent is also said to have crossed the thunder tribulation second level of the great demon, actually so easily will be on the body of this guy to finish off. However, the good thing is that Aji has long known that Xie Yu is the reincarnation of his own clan. To treat themselves is also considered generous, but also not too worried. The water bird threw down the demonic Dan. Aji jumped up and put this demonic Dan into the mouth. Enough to enter the road? Xiaoxiao asked. Aji nodded, tone of gratitude. Enough, thank you real people. Xiaojiao scooped up the corpse of the sea serpent, and the Judgment of Death talisman once again turned a new page. Spectral pool stalking, blue phrase, you gain a 20 speed boost while underwater. Xiaojiao raised an eyebrow, this was considered a good phrase. Aji seemed to have thought of something even happier than a breakthrough and became excited. In the next flying challenge, Aji, think I'll be able to go even further. What challenge? A not so good thought popped up in Xiaoju's heart. Flying challenge. It's to see who can whip the herring higher with a tail strike. Aoshi explained, this is a once-in-a-century event for the Orca clan. Makoto, have you ever participated in it? Xiaojiao was stunned, the Orca tribe did have such a habit of loving to play with their prey. However, he had never heard of such a huge event. Moreover, when one smokes a fish, it is a blood mist, where can one fly as high as possible? He didn't make a sound, and Aji didn't ask much. Under Xiaojiao's authorization, Aji deliberately swam not fast. However, this sea serpent was dead, and Yan Wangfang should also know Feng Tianyu's approximate location through the sea serpent. Xiaoxiao began to organize the information that Feng Tianyu had exchanged with Emperor Ming Xian and King Yan to prevent himself from being exposed. This old man Feng Tianyu had told quite a few lies in order to obtain that trace of dragon chi to condense the spinning firewheel. The one that gave Xiaojiao a bit of a headache was its bragging that he possessed the strength of a 9 Thunderbolt realist. Xiaojiao did not know exactly how he would be when he was at full firepower. However, he also knew that once he was out of the water, with less augmentation from the dragon's access to water, he might only be able to compare to an average 6th or 7th level Thunder Tribulation real person. Even if he was able to take advantage of the situation by shattering the mark of death, he would still reveal a crack when his breath was revealed. If there was a high-ranking Thunderjack realist on the Yanqing side testing himself, he would probably reveal himself. As for Buddhist doctrine and the like, Xiaojiao, who had gained Feng Tianyu's memories, was not so vain. His thoughts spun as the 3 reward coins decidedly disappeared. The high monk aura on his body became even greater, and his entire body aura was covered by a layer of illusion. It seemed that he had to take out some real skills to sedate the other party at the time of meeting, in order to make the other party not dare to test himself easily. After the decision, Xiaolak no longer procrastinate, then let a G open full horsepower, 2 days to the Tianjin door to the sea. At this time the mouth of the sea has been the Xuanjia army cleared the site, previously settled in this fisherman's huts have also been cleaned up. Good thing that Xiaolak previously took away a water family heirloom residual malt, otherwise this residual malt is still a trouble thing. Gradually into the night, the sky above the stars, in this late fall is rare clear night. Many generals of the Xuanjia army lit up torches, illuminating the mouth of the sea as if it were daytime. A slight sound of waves gradually approached, and under the patrol of the martial arts masters, many generals stood straight in their armor, their polished iron armor reflecting the light of the stars. The leader of the group, the 3-stringed master, still wore a navy blue monk's robe, but he had already shed his silver iron face and wore a beaded curtain, revealing a pair of watery eyes. Its side followed by a woman, body shape, but wearing the silver face worn by the teacher in the past. Separated from the near, underneath the Aji is smilingly opened the mouth to say a sentence, Buddha, to the ground. Behind the old monk's power is enough, between the eyebrows of the spirit of revitalization. His step out, actually does not alarm any ripples on the water. Many Xuanjia army are hands together, as if rehearsed many times general unanimous opening, Master Wan Fu. Listening carefully, it was still the authentic human dialect of the vaulting sea. Although the difference with the Great Zhou language is not too big, but there is also a subtle difference in emphasis. The master's family is rather over-attentive. The old monk spat out a raspy voice from his mouth and looked towards the 3-stringed Master Tai standing at the highest point. Nowadays, the master and mistress had already covered down her mask, but Xiaojiao was not much surprised. After a high level of cultivation, the side effects from any cultivation method were able to be lifted. Surrounding her were several other Dharma protector Vajra that Xiaojiao had seen before, these were all god worshippers. However, upon seeing the young girl beside the 3-strings Master Tai, Xiaojiao could not help but be stunned in his heart. Chapter 148 You quarter-bearer long, but not long-lived. That figure, which Xiaojiao had already seen a few times, was clearly the Red Cloud Sheriff. Could it be that she is not dead? Or is it something else? He did not move, hands folded to look at the teacher's wife. I think your honor is your royal highness. Poor nun into the empty door has been 12 years, master to Taoist friends to call is. The 3-strings teacher lady walked forward, actually personally for Xiaolak of open road. Surrounding the Xuanjia army actually took out musical instruments, in the Xiaolak of the road to spread the yellow petals. This petal was the Luohan flower, and the island where the South Dharma temple was located was planted with this flower. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a sigh, revealing a look of heartfelt gratitude. The master's family is too touching. The 3-strings master wife lightly laughed, personally sprinkled out a handful of Luohan flowers, said, the master went out of his way to spend 100 years to come here, we as hosts should be good to entertain the guests, these are not much. The old monk clasped his hands together and said a zang saying that only circulates in the vaulted ocean. Hypocritical pandering is the poison of friendship, sincere criticism is the thick gift of friendship. I hope that the poison is not the one that senior mistress gave me to drink. The three-stringed senior mistress had a look in her eyes, knowing that this old monk was trying to give her a hard time, still her face remained unchanged. She laughed and spoke the same phrase in the vernacular of the vaulted ocean: 100 friends are too few, and one enemy is too many. Now that it is a critical period for the king, the master is overly concerned. The two tacitly did not mention the sea serpent, but both knew that this was the matter being talked about. The Dharma protector Vajra beside the master teacher, however, revealed a look of indignation. Master, this statement is afraid to be a bit inappropriate. The master teacher is sincere. How can it be said that it is a poisonous agent? Xia Xiao turned his head and looked at the guardian Vajra. The old monk's height is only up to where that Vajra's chest is. Xiaolak can't help but raise his head to look at him, a hint of a smile on his countenance. The Yanqing's banner is really full of talent. Xia Jiao raised his hand and patted the arm of Vajra. The Vajra wanted to dodge, but was stopped by a look from the senior monk. The old monk laughed. Good spirit, young monk. Look at this body, it's taller than Tianzi Mountain. It's wider than the sea of the dome. These eyes can accommodate the fire of Buddha's anger, and must be able to hold the entire starry sky in the heavens. Speaking here, Xia Jiao paused for a moment, but sighed. Little monk, what's your name? That Vajra heard Xia Jiao's praise, originally thought that it was Xia Jiao convinced, is to reveal a hint of a smile. Master, I Dharma name Ji Hui, common name Ji Bo Chang. Xia Yu once again let out a long sigh. You Ji Bo Long, but your life is not long ah. A trace of death gradually dissipated in Xia Zhao's eyes. The Vajra suddenly became lifeless in his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding Dharma protector Vajra and the Xian armor army were all suddenly a little creeped out, and they all became on guard. The three strings master wife also can't help but be alarmed, their own in the double heart after the unity of the dual polar heart source of the situation. The cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the thunder tribulation. But still, without even sensing a hint of abnormality, the divine soul of this protector Vajra had completely dissipated, like divine punishment. Hadn't Yanqing told himself that this old monk was a fellow whose cultivation was comparable to his own? Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? According to reason, this old monk should be under his own design of verbal traps, angry hands, followed by his own show and its equivalent cultivation, subdued after it, and then slowly pull it together. After all, a real person of the 8th level of the thunder tribulation, even in the Great Zhou, is not rare. To really expect him to deal with Feng Zidu? The senior madam felt that it was better for this old monk to return home first. Emperor Ming Xian's real purpose of inviting this old monk was merely to take a closer step to deciphering the 10 metaphors Benfa and understand the flaws in the Gong methods that had appeared on Feng Zidu's body. After all, the Dharma practiced by the Water Moon Zen Academy today had all been modified by Feng Zidu. In the state of insanity that the Imperial Master was in now, in order to be able to find out the flaws in his Gongfu, it was necessary to start from the original method. However, except for Feng Tianyu's deceased master, no one would have thought that Feng Zidu's flaws did not come from the technique. Rather, it was the pure green glazed bead. However, the master teacher also did not expect that this old monk's strength was far beyond what Emperor Ming Xian and King Yan knew back then. When that conch was first used, it was able to secretly obtain a trace of the old monk's spirit breath when communicating, thus projecting his true cultivation. She did not expect that something was wrong now. She thought for a moment, could it be that this old monk had some kind of strange encounter during these 3 years, causing him to break through? After all, every 3 times, it is another heaven. In the whole of Great Zhou, a 9-jacked real person was only a small, phoenix-like existence. If this old monk had really made a breakthrough, I am afraid that he and King Yan would still have to think long and hard. At this moment, the atmosphere had become somewhat tense under the shadow of Ji Bo Chang's death. She could not help but take a deep breath, easing the uneasiness within her. The master teacher once again revealed a hint of a smile, waving her hand to let the surrounding Dharma protector Vajra put down the weapons in their hands. She laughed. I didn't realize that Master would still be able to do this art of celestial reckoning. This Great Zhou, several Taoist real people who claim to be iron-mouthed came. I'm afraid that they are also far from being able to defeat Master Ah. Xia, lack of heart, is stunned. He had been ready to kill, inadvertently said to kill. I did not expect that the master wife actually took the initiative to help himself round back. Xia, lack of face, is also put mild. Not much. I South Law, all law is so. The teacher's wife in the heart of a beat. Yu South Law Temple has long been hundreds of years ago by the late emperor to find out the bottom of the details, but just this one technique can be taken, but also? Really worthy of Yanqing, said the old can boast, not at all like a monk, the whole day is delusional. However, his countenance still nodded and complimented, that's just the master being divine, far beyond the ordinary lay monks. Out of the blue, Xia Yu's gaze actually fell on the Red Cloud County princess beside the master and mistress. Master, how a wave of bad omens appeared in the heart of the teacher wife. She forced herself to quiet in her mind that Silver Face was rumored to be a supreme treasure capable of blocking the probing of a Yangshan true lord. Xiaozhou's brows furrowed, his hands moved as if twisting a flower. The trigram is Qian Shang Jinshi, heavenly thunder without delusion. born in a quagmire, using the heart as medicine. Hearing this, Master Sanxian could not help but shake up inside. The old monk's brow wrinkled into a chuan shape and raised his head. "Senior madam, this." The teacher's wife's tone became not as gentle as before, but with a hint of caution. "Master, do not say anything." Xiajiao sighed out. What a sinful thing to do. He looked at the senior teacher. Does the king of Yen know about this? The three-stringed Master Tai pondered for a moment, still nodding. The king knows it. After all, this old monk's cultivation is so profound, even if it is all the masters under the Yanqing's command, none of them can stand up to this old monk. Fearing that he will be the king of Yan's inner circle in the future, it is not a big deal to tell this old monk at this time. Xia Lacta whispered, bipolar heart source. It seems that the king is to move the dragon vein, move the heart of the emperor. The teacher has been Xialak of this hand of counting skills shocked to no return. At this time to hear this, is also nodded. The king has become a great thing of the heart, that must first have become a great thing of the decision. Her face appeared on a trace of pity, but this great Zhou thousands of years, the Dragon Vein Foundation are in the foot of the city of God's capital, in addition has never appeared in the potential dragon, but also led to the poor nun did not move the Dragon Vein opportunity. Xia Xiao laughed, that's just those who look for the Qi masters can't do it. Hearing this, the teacher's wife eyes flashed a hint of shrewdness. According to the words of the master, there is still a submerged dragon's vein in the Great Zhou? Xia Lak of pointing to the side of the estuary. Poor monks, since 3 days ago, I saw this side of the direction of the purple clouds. Early in the morning is the weather. This estuary, in front of the river, backed by the sea, the king's power gas vertical and horizontal, if not a dragon vein, what else can it be? Chapter 149. You jumped into the river. I fish for corpses. Master Mrs. Heard, the face cannot help but become excited, but still maintain a few skepticism inside. Master, this statement can be true? Xiajiao was talking blindly, but the skills he had previously displayed had caused the crowd to blindly believe in him for 3 minutes. He walked to the mouth of the sea with a grave expression, and after continuously surveying the area, he turned his head to look at the three strings master. It is indeed the dragon vein without a doubt. Shurdai was not afraid of this old monk swindling her. After all, this bipolar heart source is a gong method that is based on dragon energy. Once you have done it yourself, you will know whether it is true or not. Shurdai's hands flip, actually a tiny golden dragon in his hands 3 or 2 times molding. It then leapt into the sea. The surrounding Xuanjia army generals were looking at it as if they had not seen it. A moment later, the golden dragon disappeared from underwater and returned to the teacher's wife's body. The teacher's wife face became grave, the master's eyes, poor nun admire, this underwater really have dragon gas residual trace. However, it has long been dissipated, not the slightest trace of the dragon vein root. Xia Lack of face is not surprised that the other party can find. After all, this river bottom of the dragon gas is now lying on his back. Xia Lack once again pretended to look at the appearance, looked at the sky. Pretending to look at the sky, Xia Yu paced back and forth in the river area, thinking. Only then did he open his mouth and say, I don't know if the senior madam has ever heard of a shark? The senior lady nodded. Rumor has it that the sharks have appeared in the indeterminate river domain several times before, so I have heard of them. The old monk's face was grave and carefully deliberated before slowly speaking. This is the dragon vein of the country of the sharks. Ah? Three strings master wife slightly surprised. Xiajiao sighed a Buddhist sound, Amitba Buddha. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. The day before yesterday, the poor monk was careless and created boundless killing karma. Not only was it the master and mistress, even the others had question marks popping up on their heads. Boundless killing karma is to kill how many people? Ah? Could it still be caused by carelessness? Xiajiao started pacing, looked up and then reached out to point to the sea, just southeast of the mouth of the sea, more than 4,000 miles along the Wume star line. It is that country of the sharks. The poor monk some days ago in the night stargazing, perceived the country of the sharks. Look at the country's dragon vein dry, the gas has been exhausted, is the hand extinguished to find the dragon gas? On the back of the astral energy surging, a trace of dragon chi from the mountains and rivers of the earth and grain map to escape, fell into the heart of Xia Lack of hand. The teacher's wife could not help but freeze. She had heard that Master Ming Xian had used the dragon chi as a reason to find this old monk. This old monk was lacking in dragon chi at first, and now with this dragon chi, he must have made a breakthrough. Past the 9 thunder tribulation, no wonder he can kill people at will under his own eyes. All the doubts of the 3 strings of the teacher's wife have become clear at this time. The old monk said again, but it is no wonder that the dragon chi that this country of the sharks got is so. Only to see Xia Lack inside a Buddha, Xia Lack show incomparable regret like, the old monk this trip although has obtained this dragon gas, but created a boundless killing, I do not know in the future, my Buddha can tolerate poor monks to that western paradise. The 3 strings of the teacher lady some do not know what to say, a little embarrassed to comfort, all right master, the future of the killing karma is still much more. Xia Xiao exhaled a breath, flicked his hand, also, if you want to change heaven and earth, there is no bloodshed. Master Mrs. from this word heard the boundless and boundless murderous aura, the expression cannot help but be a little austere, it seems that this old monk is really a person who has become a great man. As for the dragon aura of the so-called land of the sharks, the teacher wife was not completely convinced. She used her own spirit to transmit her voice, and a Dharma protector Vajra left straight away. Then, not far away, he took out a conch-like magic weapon. Xia Xiao also noticed this scene, but did not say much, knowing that the other party is precisely to verify the truth of his words. Just in the teacher to talk about it, the teacher also laughed softly and constantly asked the old monk this 100 years on the road to sea. But asking about this, Xia Lak is not talking nonsense. After all, from the dome of the sea to the Great Zhou this road, he really walked. A few moments later, that guardian Vajra returned. After receiving Ayin God's voice transmission, the master's wife's face couldn't help but become awestruck. Master is truly a godly man. I heard from others that no one can get down to the abyss where the kingdom of the sharks is located, but Master was actually able to break through the curtain laid down by the evil god. Xia Xiao smiled indifferently, knowing that the master was confirming the authenticity of his words. It was nothing. On the other hand, the master teacher had also shown Xiejiu the wide range of forces under the Yanqing's command. Even the sea more than 4,000 miles away, his own people were able to find it in a moment. Since it proved that Xiejiu's words were true, Mrs. Sher once again brought the topic to the dragon vein. I wonder if there are other dragon veins in the land of the sharks? Xia shook his head. There is only this one. His words turned, but this into the sea. The dragon gas is not very long to dry up. I think the teacher Mrs. can also notice. The three strings of the teacher nodded. Can feel, to this dragon she withered not more than a month. Also heard the old monk said, if the king is willing to pay some price, may not be unable to let this dragon vein resurrection, the potential dragon. Teacher Mrs. Tone becomes surprised, but inside is not completely believe. Dragon vein resurrection? This method is afraid to go against the will of heaven. Xia Xiao shook his head. The poor monk's method, in line with the heavenly times and heavenly benefits, is not against the heavenly harmony. The teacher also knows that the sky transforms all images to change chi and shape, and the earth nurtures all things to reconcile life and death. As an astrologer, this is the basis for observing the heavens. Xia lack of a smile, showing a very confident look, both the earth to nourish all things to life and death to moisturize the earth. Do you know the river Wei Shui? The three strings of the teacher while recalling at the same time said, geography once said, Gao Nu has a river water, can be burned, many of the people of my great Zhou use it to light lamps, as if the river water can also be used as medicine. The river water is buried in the ground, is the ground, the river water is buried in the ground, is the ground. It seems that this river water can also be used as medicine, and river water is the crude oil buried in the ground. Xia Xiao also said, everything died for millions of years, buried in the sand under the soil, will be transformed into a river water. Not only the teacher's wife, even a real person in the Xuanjia army was also surprised. Master, can this be true? The teacher's wife introduced to Xia Lak, that real person is practicing the method of the earth pulse. Xia Xiao couldn't help but slander in his heart. Yan Wan's dragon vein removal technique and manpower are really well prepared. He showed a smiling expression. Yes or no, when you live for millions of years you will know. That real person could not help but look resentful and shut his mouth. The teacher's wife also revealed a look of amazement. Master is really a learned man, knowledgeable in the past and present. Then the topic shifted to the dragon vein again. Xia, you happen to want the same result. But master, what does this have to do with the dragon vein? Xia Yu said Buddha, his face became a little hard. This method is too much against the heaven and the poor monk. The teacher's wife gritted her teeth with some hatred. You old monk is obviously all a murderous devil. What qualification is there to say the words against heaven and harmony? However, she realized that she had already figured out the character of the old monk and knew that he needed a front, so he deliberately showed a solemn appearance, overthrowing the great Zhou, in order to be able to benefit thousands of people. Please do not hesitate to give advice. Xia Xiao then said Buddha, that is to use life and blood to water this dragon vein, until this dragon vein resurrection. Chapter 150, 360 Real Men Who Have Entered the Tao. This chapter is a bit watery. Tomorrow we will give you another free chapter. The master's wife couldn't help but change her face, and hurriedly used her divine soul to transmit her voice. Master, and do not say anything for the time being. Xia nodded his head. After all, this is surrounded by the Yanqing's men. If this method is to be carried out, there is no guarantee that the Yanqing will not sacrifice these Xuanjia army martial artists first. The master teacher's face became a little cloudy. The temptation of resurrecting the dragon vein was too great, and it had been anticipated for hundreds of years for generations of her grandchildren. However, there was no telling how many lives would be thrown into this, and it was impossible to say if it would be effective. Xia Lak reveals a set of things do not care like a smile. Poor monks just say, specific actions still need to master Mrs. and the king's own decision. After all, this law is really against the heaven and. The teacher lady hard a few times thinking, suddenly seems to have made a decision, asked the old monk, if there are enough masters can have a few % sure to resurrect the dragon vein? Xia lack of laughter, know that the other party is ready to take the bait. If there is enough, then since it is 100%. The teacher nodded, hands together, tone slightly with a hint of regret. Master so high people, but unfortunately the king of Yen busy affairs, cannot personally come to see the master, really regret. These words were to tell Xia Xiao that he had underestimated your old monk's strength. If he had known earlier, the King of Yen would have definitely come in person. Xiaoyu just smiled and waved his head. Poor monk only seeks great things in his heart, he doesn't care about these face matters. The senior mistress said the Buddha's name and then left for the time being, claiming that she was going to go and have a discussion with the King of Yen. The original idea of the three strings master teacher was to arrange Feng Tianyu in a temple near the city of Jinmen after receiving him. But now, not only did she find out that there was a difference in this old monk's strength, but that he had such a great ability to resurrect the dragon vein. Regardless of whether it was true or false, but the master teacher felt that King Yen would be rather believe it than not be willing to try it. This couldn't help but make the master teacher's wife consider it carefully. Xiaojiu was in no hurry. Anyway, the hook he had laid had already bitten. As to whether the hooked one was a big fish or a small fish, it depended on the determination of the people on the Yanqing side. He looked towards the Red Cloud sheriff who was standing dumbfounded on the side, and the more he looked, the more strange he felt. There were actually no marks of death around her body, which would mean that County Lord Hongyun was already a dead person. But now under the mask, it is not possible to see the state. The side of the protector of the law diamond. See, this old monk is actually constantly measuring Red Cloud County Princess, is coughing a few times. Master, this is the prince's daughter, Red Cloud County Princess. However, she has recently suffered from a disease and is somewhat inconvenient to speak. The meaning of this is to tell Xia Xiao not to look or ask too many questions. Xia lack of not consider this so much, is directly open to ask, old monks to see the disease is also a hand, where the county princess is not comfortable with the old monks to say? Unexpectedly, the Red Cloud County Princess is coldly spoke, do not bother the master. Xia lack of a smile, do not bother. In his heart, he was somewhat enlightened. It seems that this Red Cloud Princess can still maintain the most basic thinking ability. That would mean that it was not completely refined into a mindless puppet. The state might be similar to that of a zombie. A long time, see the teacher still did not return. Xia lack of some boredom asked the side of the Dharma protection Vidra, small monk your name? That guardian Vidra heard, remembered just by this old monk a word perished Jibo Chang, cannot help but shiver, trembling said, Master, I am an orphan, I have no last name. Xiaojiu turned his head to look at the other few, and the other few Dharma protector Vidra actually learned to snatch a reply, shaking their heads, we are all orphans. Amit Ba Buddha. Xiaoyu was bored, so he said Buddha's name and stopped talking. Those few Dharma protection Vidra saw the old monk shut his mouth, don't mention how happy. Xia Xiao released a trace of his chi and began to constantly sense. If he wanted to take the Yanqing out, he must not let him kill all his soldiers in one go. This jumping river have to do it slowly, otherwise the poor monk will not be able to finish fishing. Under this induction, really let Xia lack some surprise. In this army of armor alone, there are no less than 50 martial arts masters. A martial arts master is a commander, that means the Yanqing's garrison in Jinmen City has no less than 50,000 martial artists. As for the entire Jinmen City, the number of martial arts masters in plain sight and hidden by the various sects, combined, would not exceed this number. However, thinking that King Yen was using the resources of half of the northern part of the Great Zhou to train troops for himself, Xiaoyu was not surprised. After all, the one thing this world was not short of was people. Not everyone is gifted in literature, but basically everyone can practice martial arts. Of course, in addition to Tongguan, that kind of freak. And Yanwang also have to guard the entire northern border defense, the bloodthirsty barbarians on the northwest grasslands, the northeast white mountains and black waters of the tribal barbarians. This was the delaying tactic that the late emperor had set up for King Yen, so that he would be unable to build up his strength as he constantly labored in the meantime. But a few years ago, Yanwang is secretly with the barbarians and many tribes to negotiate peace, and even hooked up. This information was learned by Xiaojiu from the memories of the real people under the Yanking's command. Moreover, due to the large number of martial arts masters under King Yan's command, there weren't enough places to be able to worship the gods. He then exchanged a large amount of living materials for places to worship the external evil gods. Outside of the Great Zhou, there were all poor mountains and rivers, so there were few believers and the evil gods were rampant. Like the bloodthirsty Vajra that the real person that Xie Xiao had obtained the mark of death believed in. His idol and tribe of followers were now in the hands of King Yan. He had practiced such a large number of Xin armor armies in order to create the four realms by worshipping the gods on a large scale. According to Xia Zhao's estimation, I'm afraid that the number of four realms created by worshipping the gods under King Yan's command is already a terrifying number. As for the corpses below the fourth realm, even if they were fished out now, it would be difficult to brush out useful words. At this moment, the three strings master Tai also came over. Behind her, there was also an entry realist with her. As soon as that real person opened his mouth, it was a terrifying aura that instantly spread out from his body, so much so that even those protector Vajra whose strengths were not low had a hard time keeping calm. The master did not spare 10,000 miles, the king did not personally welcome, hope that the master do not take offense. Possession law? Xia lacks a look of not being surprised, his face is still full of smiles, the king's day-to-day life, poor monks can understand. Yan Wang sighed, a vast and grandiose drone sound from its body, actually vaguely held up a golden barrier, only Xia Lak, the teacher, and Yan Wang three people covered. A few years prior, the young king had been more than a little disrespectful. Xiejiao recalled Feng Tianyu's memories. Between the previous few years, when that conch was still functional, the Yanqing was somewhat indifferent to Feng Tianyu. After all, the Yanqing had already known Feng Tianyu's true realm, and did not particularly care about such an eightfold thunderbolt. However, the road had already traveled so far. Feng Tianyu wanted to turn back, but it was difficult to do so. He could not help but grit his teeth and continue on to Great Zhou. Xia lacked a smile, pulling the reins of a strong horse to be long, arguing about the problem of the belly to be wide. Poor monks on these things have long forgotten. Yanqing also laughed. The master is worthy of being a master. The two of them once again hypocritical pleasantries. See not into the main topic. The master cannot help but cough a few times. Take the initiative to open, master, the matter of the dragon vein. Xia Xiao instantly clapped his hands. It was the poor monk who was forgetful. He raised his head, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. 360 entry Tao. Real people or god worshippers can revive this vein source dragon chi. Chapter 151. The 8 sections of the Northern Territory. Moreover, all of these people need to have karma stained on them before they can do so. Those with good hearts may not. The old monk spoke again. Xia Xiao knew that his actions were cruel, but he also added a restriction for this, that is, people with karmic obstacles were required. As Buddhist practitioners, they were easily able to tell which people were tainted with karma and those who were good-hearted and meritorious. However, in this aspect of the world, every fourth realm was almost always killed from the path of blood, making it difficult to identify the so-called good people. The teacher's wife couldn't help but change her face greatly. Originally she had estimated herself, understanding that this old monk was able to say such a shocking number. But still did not expect, was actually to be 360 so much, but also all of them are into the road real people. Yanqing was frowning tightly, as if he was thinking about the pros and cons. After a long time, he raised his head. Master, how long will it take? With a single word, Xiajiao blocked out all of the Yanqing's couple's words. Immediate effect. The Yanqing's gaze couldn't help but become sharp, as if it was about to pierce through the person. Master is serious about this. A monk does not lie. Xia lack of tone of death. Anyway, I am not a monk, as you wish. The Yanqing and his wife looked at each other, the master and wife slightly hesitant, but the Yanqing as the face becomes decisive. Any life can be? If you can catch so many great demons that have entered the Tao, it is not impossible. Since it is all possible, but this want to change from the source of the shark's dragon court to my human dragon vein, human life still need to account for the majority. King Yan pondered. The master wife first spoke. Previously the king to the 8th division of the law, now subdued a lot of barbarian tribes. King Yan nodded, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. If the shaman in the 8 parts of the crowd are filled in, the northern border is afraid to appear some chaos. Xia lack of a turn of mind, did not expect the king of Yan is actually to perform this law against life. The so-called 8 sectors is not a Buddha protector. Rather, it is a form of military organization under the command of King Yan, similar to the 8 flags. The powerful barbarian tribes that were subdued were divided into 8 tribes under his command. These tribes, relocated from outside, now reside in the northern border of the Great Zhou, and are also a shade above the people of the Great Zhou in terms of status. It was equivalent to these barbaric tribes submitting to the King of Yan, transforming themselves into the people of Great Zhou, and being given land and officials. What King Yan needed them to do was to be able to wield their swords against their own compatriots at any time. This has been the consistent policy of King Yan for more than a decade, making the northern border much more peaceful. This had caused the Yanqing to gradually rebel. The Yanqing couple could not help but remain silent for a long time. Xiajiao was revealing a smile at this moment, saying a dome of the Earthsea vernacular, when a crow eats a dead sheep, it first has to cry. The Yanqing froze and nodded. Still, the master's heart is decisive. Although the words were spoken this way, it would be unknown how the Yanqing felt in his heart. His tone was bland. Of the 8 tribes, each tribe can gather 8 real people should be the limit. There should be no fewer than 30 Taoist masters in the army as captives. This will enable us to gather 100 of the 4 realms, but the difference is still a bit much. Xia Xiao knew that this matter should be taken step by step, not in a hurry, so he said, good. Hundreds of real people should be able to rekindle the dragon vein first. Yanqing eyes deep, do not know what is thinking, is nodded, so very good, with the potential dragon, will be able to respond to the world has the idea of the clan strong. Thank you, master. After saying that, Yanqing's consciousness gradually retreated, along with that golden light screen also dissipated together and disappeared. That Tao entry realist who was possessed by the Yanqing was actually turned into a puddle of flesh, and even his Yin spirit was completely obliterated. Master Sanxian sent Xiajiao to the nearest Yanqing's residence, allowing him to recuperate in it. As for the 100 real people, they would be sent to him in the next few days. Xiajiao had not been idle these days, knowing that the little nuns who served him were all stalking him. Although with his strength, he was able to easily blind these watchers, but Xiajiao was also letting them stalk him. But this was all a test for him by King Yan. After all, the 10 metaphors method that you practiced was not a cultivation method that was not available in Great Zhou, so what other secrets could you have that you could hide from everyone? Under these circumstances, Xie Xiao did not practice martial arts and spent the whole day chanting sutras non-stop. Many people thought that this old monk was really pious. In reality, the Bodhi Heart certificate was simplified under the materialization of heavenly actions. Chanting sutras is practicing literary skills. Xie Jia was also experiencing, all the time, the wonders of this method known as the strongest Yin God cultivation method. During this time, there were even 2 moon-robed monks from the Water Moon Zen Academy who came to his door to ask for advice. These monks were all either turned by the Yanqing or were dead soldiers trained from childhood in order to pry information from the Water Moon Zen Academy. These monks constantly asked Xiejio for tips on practicing the 10 metaphors. Although Xiejio had not really practiced this technique, he had also obtained the memories of the old monk at the 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation, so he was able to answer all the questions he was asked. This also made King Yen feel a lot more at ease. After all, Yan Wang's original idea was to work together from Feng Tianyu to research the flaws of this technique and find Feng Zidu's weaknesses. Moreover, he was deeply versed in Buddhist principles and had special insights into many Buddhist techniques. After all, the memories that Xie Xiao had plundered included the Water Moon Zen Academy, the Tantric sect, and quite a few Zen Buddhist techniques and scriptures. Even from time to time, the 3 Strings master teacher's wife also came to have a discussion with Xie Xiao. After discussing Buddhism with Xie Xiao for a few days, the 3 Strings Sifu could not help but sigh with emotion. The Buddhism of the Dome of the Sea is also wonderful, no worse than that of the Great Zhou side. However, she did not know that what Xie Xiao was discussing was Great Zhou's Buddhism. In terms of scriptures, the ones in Feng Tianyu's head really don't have as many as someone who has lived for more than 100 years. What caused Xiaoyu to be a little surprised was that Master 3 Strings was only in her 70s now. Thinking about how Feng Tianyu had lived for more than 1,000 years, he was only at a comparable level of cultivation to other people's 3-string masters. One also wonders how he or she has the audacity to claim that he or she has an awe-inspiring talent. Even in terms of military, politics, and economics, Xiejio also stated some small insights that he knew from his previous life. Also cannot help but let the master teacher lament, and even a few times shocked to come to the Yanqing with the non-8 flag, to help the King of Yen optimize the system of its 8 departments of the crowd, but also let the King of Yen valued. After all, there are countless masters in the world, but this kind of high monk who can fight and also know everything, is not much. Even after imitating the great Kai rebels against Feng Zidu at the time, the King of Yen made a pretense of sealing the name of a great virtue to the sacred venerable master for Xiejio. However, even so, the King of Yen himself had never appeared in person, and only contacted Xiejio by possessing a body or through a magic weapon. Whenever this was mentioned, King Yen only said with a regretful face that he was busy. In this way, after half a month's time, the Yen King sent a message. 100 Dao entry real people had arrived outside of Jinmen City. They were all great real persons with Thunder Tribulation 6 or above, and had temporarily sealed their cultivation with the Galactic Heavenly Lock. Not only that, but for insurance purposes. Each of them had also used the Qi and Blood Heavenly Lock, which was capable of blocking the Yin spirit from exiting the body, to add another layer of sealing. Xiaolak, to see this Qi and Blood skylocks, could not help but stare blankly, and only after asking did he realize that it was from the Water and Moon Zen Garden. Xie Xiao guessed that when he created this method to block the heart Qi and Blood, he was stolen by Feng Zidu. Even so, these real people were also pierced through the peep of bone by the fine iron, picking off the hands and feet meridians. When Xiejio saw this bloody scene, he couldn't help but say a Buddha's name. Chapter 152, Golden Words, 100-footed worm, born Taoist fetus. These 100 or so Dao entry real people were all barbarian tribes outside of Great Zhou as well, and King Yen did not feel any pain in killing them. However, the only worry is that if the news leaks out, the 8 clans under his command will inevitably have some problems. When he arrived at the river, Xiaoyu originally wanted to use his Qi and Blood power to extinguish the Yin spirit of these more than 100 people at once. But after thinking about it, it was a bit irregular, for fear of arousing suspicion. It is set up a grand legal altar, kill cows and sheep sacrifice to the sky, Tarui book method in the early morning to seize a few early sun purple gas, turned into a purple haze east reflecting the vision. At this time, at the mouth of the Wooding River, more than 100 real people who had entered the Dao fell to their knees. They were so weak that they couldn't even scream or curse. The guards here are only the 3 Strings master and her inner circle, as well as a few high-ranking Real people who escorted these people here. Thinking of himself as a high monk, Xiejio said that he did not like to kill innocents. Listening to the 3-stringed master wife was at a loss as to what to say. Even the shark community can be destroyed, what's wrong with killing a few people? Nonetheless, the teacher still complied with Xiejio, led his men from the heart source Shai protection Vajra moved hand. After wiping their necks and obliterating their Shen, these barbarians' corpses fell into the water like dumplings. Even the entire surface of the river was covered in a layer of blood mist. Xie Xiao closed his eyes and kept chanting under his breath. It looked like transcendence, but in reality, it was cultivation. In a trance, the eunuch beside Emperor Ming actually appeared in front of his eyes. With a laugh, a handful of reward money had entered Xiejio's hand, and then his figure dissipated into thin air. After throwing all these corpses down, the master's wife frowned and looked towards Xiaoyu. Master, what's next? Xia lacked a nod, and actually stepped on the surface of the river with one foot. As a linden tree opened behind him, it transformed into a large net again, scooping up all of these corpses in a single gulp. The trial of death talisman in his brain began to frantically flip pages, and even Xiaoyu was a bit overwhelmed by it. However, there are not many useful words and phrases, almost half of them are all about practicing insects, parasites, and poison, or even worshipping God. Xia lacked no surprise. If the useful words were so easy to pop out, then he would have taken off long ago. But still out of gold. 100-foot insect, golden phrase, 1 day after death, randomly select a portion of the body to recover and resurrect. Xiaoyu couldn't help but stare. Wasn't this just a drop of blood to revive? But wherever there was a drop of blood or a hair left somewhere, one would be immortal. Forcing back his excitement, Xiaoyu once again looked at a purple phrase. Born Taoist fetus, purple color entry, your ancient power is growing every moment. When Gong version of the fist does not leave your hand. Xiaoyu was soothed, and after feeling it carefully, the speed of this ancient power growth was a bit slower. Compared to when he actively cultivated himself, it was roughly 10% of the speed. However, he was not surprised. After all, it was only a purple word. The martial arts chi and blood that he had been able to provide for himself so far from his fists was also extremely small, but it was also the fact that his chi and blood base was too large. The benefit of this was that it was able to stack with fist not leaving hand. Under the enchantment of immortal martial syndication, the two were on par with each other while both enjoying 2 auto-hanging cultivation bonuses. Grandmaster mercy. Seeing that Xiaoyu actually fished these corpses up, the master wife couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion, but then said, that dragon vein. Xiaoyu smiled, the teacher need not worry, and see portal cast. A blazing fire started, the 100 corpses floating in mid-air turned into ashes in a few moments, scattered into the river with the wind. On the Bodhi tree in Xia's brain, the monkey began to evolve the holy law of battle, hiding his breath, secretly disappeared from under Xia's feet and dived into the water. Xiaoju's left hand flipped over, and several real people dressed as armored soldiers on that altar began to beat the war drums. A Yanqing's military flag was raised high by the 3-stringed master. Sharks come from the water and live in the abyssal pits. Their eyes are like fish, and their words are like cries. Old immortal, show yourself. A not-so-good feeling rose from the hearts of all present. The sea breeze swayed the branches of the trees along the shore. The sun was in the middle of the sky, smeared with golden light. Beneath the bottom of the river, an exceptionally frightening stone pillar sprang out, rising up dozens of feet. A giant hand, attached to scales and slippery slime, climbed from atop it. Master, no. Master Sanxian's complexion turned terrified. She knew from afar how powerful a deity's might was, and it was simply not something that they, the fourth realm realities, could resist. This stone pillar was real. It was purposely broken back in the deep diving abyss, and had been at the bottom of Dagon's idol for an unknown number of years, already tainted with a trace of the deity's aura. But that's all. In fact, half of the power is not. As for the evil god's arm, it was created by Xiaoju with the holy law of battle, mimicking a trace of Dagon's aura. Evil god, you are dead. Xiaoxiao was not panicked. Between his left hand flipping, a sound like a morning bell sounded. As his right hand rose, the twilight drum startled countless ripples on the water. The murmuring sutra of the Buddhist language was accompanied by a huge tongue of fire without warning. Whirling wheel of fire. A gigantic angry Buddha appeared behind Xiaoju, spewing out a huge stream of heat. That hot stream instantly agitated the surrounding temperature by more than 10 degrees, and even the entire water surface of the estuary became boiling. This was Xia Lak's power of chi and blood. However, after breaking through the martial Dao manifestation sage realm, a trace of spiritual will was attached to Xiaoju's chi and blood power, yet it was difficult for people to recognize it as the essence of chi and blood. That stone pillar actually exploded on the spot, scattering into pieces and blasting away. The river of blood drifted, and the king's power was handed over. Change the dragon court, change the imperial dynasty. With a thought, the dragon chi in the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, which Xie Xiao had prepared long ago, flew out underwater and began to raise the sky. The 3 strings master Tai, along with all the surrounding real people, all looked dumbfounded. The teacher's wife could not help but become excited and look towards the old monk that Xiaoju had transformed into. Master, this. Can we set the dragon vein? Fixing the dragon vein is to fix this latent dragon vein here to prevent it from running elsewhere. After all, the dragon vein has a spirit. In the selection of the real potential dragon, are not fixed whereabouts. This dragon vein itself is a scam. Xiaoyu how can really dare to let the teacher set the dragon vein? Xia lack of looking at the teacher, but shook his head. At this time is not yet available. The dragon vein is still weak. At this time cannot get the law. But the poor monk can assure the teacher, Mrs. There are poor monks in. This potential dragon will not be able to run away. The lady nodded her head a little less assured, and some of the remaining shocked. Master really good means, even the consciousness left by the evil gods are able to wear out. Xie Xiao smiled. The evil god has long fallen, but small means ear. At this time, the golden light revealed, Yanqing once again possessed a real person stepped. It is really dragon gas. The abundance of this dragon gas seems to be unusual. And is the firstborn dragon gas, will be nearly can have the whole big Zhou dynasty 1/8. Xiaoxiao could not help but slander in his heart that this was the dragon chi of the great Zhou for over 100 years, and counting the time it was indeed 1/8. However, King Yan was frowning. Rumor has it that when this dragon vein is first born, there will be accompanying treasures. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? Xiaoxiao could not help but be stunned, fearing that the Yanqing was deceiving him. He hurriedly flipped through the Rui book in his head. In the Rui book, there was a detailed record of the dragon vein. Xiaoxiao instantly found this statement: there will indeed be a companion treasure. There will be, please wait a moment, Your Highness. Xiaoxiao's face was unhurried. King Yan also nodded, his brows staring tightly above the river. His mind instantly flashed through thousands of ideas, and the divine monkey underwater transformed back into the most primitive Bodhi fruit. Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, fearing that he would be recognized in the future, and transformed its shape into a lotus flower again. All of a sudden, the river winds subsided, and the dust and clamor in all directions became quiet. A golden lotus gradually rose from the water, bloomed, and gradually scattered petals into a swastika. A few leaves above the golden light constantly bright and clear. The pure Buddha's breath constantly surging out. The surrounding true people were all somewhat dumbfounded. Yanqing turned his head to look at the old monk. His tone is not panicked. Master, this white treasure? Xiaoxiao stretched out one hand and made a flick. This treasure, the name is One Lotus Toshing. Chapter 153, One Lotus Toshing in Neza. There is one more free chapter later. I'll write it after taking a shower. In the next moment, the lotus flower instantly disappeared into the water. King Yan's expression could not help but be stunned as he looked towards Xiaoxiao. Master, this. Xiaoxiao shook his head. Your Highness, don't panic. This treasure is so born with spirituality. See, a living person will escape. It is such a treasure. King Yan narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Xiaoxiao also knows that all the people present are above the 6th level of the thunder tribulation, and the slightest carelessness will reveal their identity. That dragon chi in this lotus flower hadn't been out for very long, so it was fine to let them maintain a trace of due trust. After all, the old monk had obtained the dragon chi and broken through to the 9th level of the thunder tribulation. By all accounts, Feng Tianyu has nothing more to ask of King Yan. Now is also to help his arm, to the King of Yan on Feng Tianyu understanding, also know that the old monk is a no-profit guy. Although the surface respect, but the King of Yan must be suspicious and anxious. Otherwise, he would not have first used the life of a barbarian real person to try to resurrect this dragon vein. Even now, the Yanqing personally saw the bottom of the river throughput dragon gas, also did not first discuss the subsequent things. Instead, with the help of the so-called companion treasure, he wanted to verify the authenticity of this dragon vein. What Xiaoxiao wanted to do now was to completely gain the Yanqing's trust first. His tone was calm. Your Majesty need not worry. Now that the root of this treasure is here, the old monk is able to calculate the location of this lotus at any time. King Yan also nodded. Perhaps this vision proved the authenticity of the dragon vein. He once again shifted the topic to the dragon vein. Master, the remaining 260 real people, and first allow the king some time. He revealed a bitter smile. After all, these 100 real people has emptied the king's 8 departments of experts. With so many real people dead at once, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the king to have a free time. Xiaoxiao wasn't surprised, although a Taoist real person is nothing in his eyes nowadays. However, when placed in a tribe, it can be considered a mainstay. It is estimated that the tribesmen in the several major towns under the Yanqing's command have begun to make a mess now. It should be there for him to get burnt out. Xiaowei nodded. This matter is not urgent, the king despite go busy is. The words turned, the old monk then said, But your Majesty, this nascent dragon vein of dragon chi is so majestic, I am afraid that the level of life that is needed will have to go up one more time. What do you mean? King Yan's brows tightened, a hint of a bad premonition arose from within. Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly and said, Perhaps a higher life level is needed to be able to completely stabilize this dragon vein. The king can ask the master and mistress. This dragon vein is now, if anything, although majestic but also unstable. The 3 strings of the teacher lady some hesitation, but also with thanks to the shortcomings of the head. The king, the master said, is very true. This dragon vein under my heart source sensing, indeed some clouds hazy, slightly unstable. The golden light on Yanqing's body became a bit flickering, silent for a long time before answering. This king knows. Of the 100 or so people who had been transported, Xiaoxiao could tell that more than 90% of them had not yet passed the first lightning tribulation, and basically had only just broken through the 4th realm. The rest of them have only broken through the first level of thunder tribulation. Further up, they were all elite experts under his command, the kind that would be heartbroken at the loss of one. Not being able to wait for the old monk to speak, King Yan changed the topic and said, Master, what exactly is the use of the so-called One Lotus Tormentor? Xiaoxiao turned his eyes towards King Yan, smiling. I wonder if the king has ever heard of the son of King Vishaman, that apprehended the sky. The teacher's wife spoke up first. What the master said, could it be that the 3 altars and the sea will be the great god? Exactly, but Na La Tian is a Buddhist saying. Xiaowei nodded. Speaking of this one, Yanqing instantly realized. Although he was a royal family of the Great Zhou, the education he had received since childhood was that he did not respect Buddhism, and what Xiaoyu had said had been lacking. As for allowing Yan Wangfei to enter the heart origin fasting as a nun, it was only for the dual pole heart origin as a dharma door, in order to seize the dragon chi. Even if separated by tens of thousands of nautical miles, everyone can have heard of it, so the deeds of this great god, poor monk will not say much more. Xiaoyu pondered while speaking slowly. Immortal magic power is hard to measure, and there are different ways to bring the dead back to life. A grain of Dan sand returns the treasure of life, a few lotus leaves renew the soul soup. Xia Xiao reads. Transcendence does not need dirty bones, into the holy must find the return of the spirit incense. From now on, the frontier is returned to the Holy Lord, and the cause of Qizhou is borrowed from Guangxiang. He explained, when the third prince of the bone cut meat back to his parents, the residual trace of the true spirit is not dead. Therefore, his master used the leaves of the 5 lotus pond to remodel the body of the third prince. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but jump, and the teacher's wife asked with some impatience, Master, could it be that the 1 lotus pond has been reborn? Xiaoyu nodded somberly, reaching out and stroking his beard. What the master and mistress thought is exactly the case. The crowd could not help but choke for a while. After all, this kind of divine object is already far beyond its imagination, that is capable of shaping the flesh for Neza, this kind of magic power of the great god. The master's wife could not help but murmur, no wonder it's called the 1 lotus tormentor. King Yan, however, was concerned with another layer. Master, what do you mean by opening the border to the sacred lord? Xiaowei nodded, then said, poor monk just said that the judgment, said is the life of the third prince. This lotus casting body will carry from the dragon purple gas, after that will be able to frontier open up the land, and have from the dragon's work. After some contemplation, Xiaoyu said again, as for the strength, with this lotus casting body, I think there is no bottleneck before breaking through to Yanqing. Hearing this, the gazes of many of the surrounding Yanqing's real people couldn't help but become fiery. That was a Yanqing true lord. In the 1,000 years since the Great Zhou dynasty had begun, the existence of a Yanqing true lord had yet to be heard of. However, King Yan's face couldn't help but stare, pondering for a moment before opening his mouth in a deep voice. I wonder what conditions are required if one wishes to cast their body with this lotus flower? Xiaolak could not help but smile and say, Yin God is extinguished, the loss of the physical body, the remnants of a trace of the soul can be. Hearing the words of Xia Xiao, the fiery eyes could not help but become silent. Even the scene became cold for a while, no one dared to take the initiative to ask for this opportunity. It was the destruction of both the physical body and the Yin spirit, which was almost a 1 in 10 death sentence. King Yan's brows also became tightly locked. It was not that there was no suitable candidate, but it was a little difficult to find such a suitable person. Both must have absolute trust in King Yan and be able to allow him to extinguish his Yin god's physical body. One had to be absolutely loyal to the Yan king's words in case of his betrayal or other accidents. After all, a Yan god true lord was capable of causing far too many changes. When the time came to directly kill the Yan king and replace him, I'm afraid that no one would even dare to have any opinions. The Yan king looked towards the 3-stringed master. From his point of view, the Yan Wangfei who had cultivated the dual pole heart origin possessed a heart of extreme love for himself, and her loyalty and trust were unquestionable. This was perhaps the most suitable candidate in the Yan king's mind. However, he did not dare to guarantee that what this old monk had said was true, and with such a good opportunity, why not use it himself? Moreover, the 3-stringed Sifu was more important to the king of Yan than the gongfu he practiced. He was absolutely unable to tolerate the slightest accident to the senior mistress. King Yan's gaze shifted once more, returning to the old monk. Xiaoyu knew what he meant, so he pretentiously looked around. Eventually, he landed his gaze on the sinister figure behind the senior monk. A half-smile appeared on his countenance. I hope that your highness will pardon me. Yan Wan's expression could not help but froze, still sighing, so be it. Chapter 154 Master Tai, you also do not want the prince. King Yan's original intention was to let the senior Tai end the Red Cloud County Lord after refining the dual pole heart source. He had very little contact with this daughter, and as far as he was concerned, it was almost equivalent to having no relationship. After all, being born in an imperial family, the concept of kinship was originally thin. However, the master teacher was not Yan Wang. In the end, the master teacher was not ruthless, but with some kind of secret method, maintained the last strand of sanity of the Red Cloud County princess. To know that the heart of extreme hatred that was dug out was not only a heart, but also the root of the hatred in the divine soul. There were more than a few moments of excitement under the eyes of the senior madam, but it was also well hidden by them. This choice of Xiaoju's was wonderful, not requiring anyone to risk the destruction of their divine soul. However, the only place of risk lay in whether or not County Mistress Redcloud would be able to follow the orders of Yan Wang after she had recovered her flesh. After all, the source of this heart of extreme hatred was the Yan Wang couple. In particular, the 3-strings master, whose life's encounters had all been deliberately planned by her. If Princess Hong Yun had been able to obtain this kind of power, she might have been the same as Neza. The first thing she would do after obtaining this power would be to seek revenge on her own father. Right at this moment, to everyone's surprise, County Head Red Cloud actually took the initiative to open her mouth and look towards Yanqing. Gu Danglu, I can allow you to brand the coiled dragon seal. Gu Danglu is the Yanqing's real name, and generally no one dares to call it that. King Yan was not annoyed at this, but only a few more changes between his eyebrows. In the end, the temptation of a Yanqing True Lord overcame all. Even if this Yanqing True Lord was only a possibility, there was still the case of an old monk telling lies. But the Red Cloud Sheriff Lord was nothing to him, and death was just death. At this price, it was a costless deal for him. If he could successfully exchange it for a Yanqing True Lord, it would be considered an empty glove. The so-called coiling dragon seal, Xiajiao had never heard of it, but he was able to determine that it should be some sort of divine soul control technique. Yanqing seems to be thinking, but finally looked at the master wife, love consort, can you discipline Hongyun? Xia lack of heart happy, as if just watching a family wheel theory drama. Sure Tai also did not think much, then nodded, the king rest assured. Aha! Yanqing revealed a color of unruffled authority on his body, and the golden aura on his body became even more intense. A fleeting sense of oppression instantly from its body, as if the unknown horror of the power is being poised from the Yanqing. Xie Xiao couldn't help but speculate in his heart, just a possessed body could also produce such power. This Yanqing's realm was at least the 9th level of the Thunder Tribulation, no wonder he was able to put Feng Tianyu out of his sight. A pair of hideous and intimidating horns slowly grew out of the Yanqing's head, his eyes turned into black pupils, and his basaltic mane rose from his neck. His head even instantly transformed into the shape of a dragon, and all the surrounding real people under his command, including the master teacher, could not help but lower their eyes, not daring to look at it more. Knowledge from the Rui book instantly flowed through Xieju's mind. Sin Dragon. The appearance that King Yan had taken on now was clearly the sinful dragon written on it. Xiajiao speculated that it should be the Emperor's dragon chi that Yanqing's father, Emperor Ming Xian, had saved. However, King Yan is not an emperor, and after forcibly absorbing it, the dragon's chi has turned into the chi of a sinful dragon. If a sinful dragon can rise to the throne, it can be transformed into a true dragon. Rumor has it that Qin Ershi Hu Hai was transformed from a sin dragon into a true dragon. A few moments later, the terrifying aura dissipated, and Yanqing had already transformed back into a human being. At this time by the Wooding River, it has become foggy, withered leaves on the ground vaguely transformed into a dragon shape. County Lord Hongyun remained unchanged, as if she did not have any vitality in general. Even let a person cannot feel her existence. So please, master. After Yanqing finished speaking, he took another look at the master, and his body gradually collapsed and disintegrated, turning into a pool of black water. Xia Jiao was a bit sad that this King Yan's body would collapse like this every time after he released his power. Next time King Yan comes back, why not let him soak in the water and talk to himself? Master, where is that one Lotus Tosin at this time? The teacher's wife took a step closer to Xia Jiao. Xiaoyu said Buddha's name, not to pick up the words of the teacher too, but the words turn into the divine soul transmission. The teacher too's heart of extreme love, the one who loves, is not the king, is not it? Through a layer of hazy cloud veil, Xiaoyu still saw a trace of disbelief from the teacher's eyes. It is not that Xiajiao can tell from all the clues, but this double extreme heart source itself is an ancient secret method, which can be exchanged for bounty in the pear garden. The price was not expensive, worth 30 bounties. Xia lack of biting teeth will buy it. After all, fabricate the dragon vein this lie, if you do not want to be found by the other side. You have to know what means the other party has. But in seeing the Dragon Chi chapter, the most let Xia lack some doubt. It is the bipolar heart recorded above that is required to be mutual. If you hate me, then I need to love you. Two hearts is not able to mix the feelings of a third party. View this law, and see the Red Cloud so deeply hate the teacher. It is known that the master teacher loved, must be Red Cloud Princess, rather than Yanqing. And this, it is very interesting. If the king of Yen knows, certainly will not be so indulgent teacher too, will be to the secret method of clamping. And now, Yanqing is assured that many of the major events are handed over to the master teacher, by virtue of the self that the master teacher heart in the heart of the extreme love. Master, do not joke. The words of the teacher's wife could not help but become icy cold, and her face also became bitterly cold. A hint of a smile appeared on Xie Zhao's face. Senior madam, do you need a poor monk to tell you the original scripture of the double extreme heart source? A section of the scripture gradually appeared in the mind of the senior madam. Although there were some differences in certain details, the senior madam still recognized that it was the bipolar heart source. Her face changed drastically. Master, stop. Xia Jiao smiled. Senior madam, you don't want the king to know about this either, right? What does the Grandmaster want? The senior madam let out a breath and looked at the surrounding real people. Those real people cannot help but know how to go away, although they did not hear what the two said, but also know that it must be a secret that they cannot access. Xia Xiao waved his head. Nothing. This inch-stopping kung fu has been practiced by Xiaoyu to the purifier. The teacher's wife's eyes were cloudy and uncertain, eventually as if she had made some sort of determination. Grandmaster, the poor nun's purpose is simple, and that is to kill King Yen. Her gaze revealed a hint of ruthlessness and hatred. I was detected to have an extremely high talent for literary skills at a young age, so the king of Yen killed my entire family and sent me to cultivate at Xin Yuan Zhai. The piece of dog blood plot thereafter. Xiejio was not interested in listening to it, and also did not know whether what the senior woman said was true or false. After all, these two mothers are such ruthless goods, even their own extremely loved pro-daughter can be treated like this. What else can be done that they can't do? Xiejio could only shake his head. Poor monks are not interested in this. The teacher lady only need to help poor monks to achieve this dragon vein can be. A ray of luster appeared in the eyes of the senior madam, and she did not know what she was thinking. On the side, County Lord Hongyan took the initiative to stand out, looking towards Xiejio, her tone ruthless. Master, as long as we can kill the king of Yen, the two of us will be at your disposal. Xiejio said Buddha's name and pondered. The poor monk has long since left the confusion of the color world, so the county princess doesn't have to be like this. However, poor monks would like to know, what is the role of the coiling dragon seal? She added, the coiling dragon seal enables the king of Yan's commands, which I must follow. Xia nodded, a plan gradually forming in his mind. He turned his head to look at the master and wife, and first gather the people, follow me out to sea to find that one lotus tormentor. Chapter 155, Thoughts Divided, 10,000 Laws Cultivated Together. Hearing this, the senior madam once again summoned those experts above the 6th level of the Thunder Tribulation. These people are all the king's inner circle, so the master can be completely at ease. Xiejio nodded slowly and did not say much. A moon robe, looked to know as the water moon Zen garden moonwing real people also could not help but ask, Master, this trip we do not need to do some preparation? Xia lack of extraordinary temperament, grasp seems to have all in hand, there are poor monks in, naturally do not need. The surrounding real people cannot help but begin to praise the strength of the old monk extraordinary. The old monk is indifferent, the hands of the spirit of change, mouth divination words continue to pour out. Most of the words or Xialak will be like the words on the book of nonsense, but fell in the ears of several real people can hear some mysterious and wonderful reason, but do not know what. For a moment, the old monk looked up at the sky, his complexion couldn't help but become symptomatic. Xialak of tone became a little bad. Teacher, I did not expect that a lotus is actually so cautious, hiding to a sea in the Jedi. Jedi? The teacher wife is a bit confused. Above this outer sea, apart from a few sea demon nests, like the deep diving abyss, there really wouldn't be any place that could be called a Jedi. Moreover, the concentrated power of their group had been able to move in all directions within the Great Zhou. Even the Siren's Nest could be easily swept away by them. Apart from the old monk at the 9th level of Thunder Tribulation and the 8th level of Master Tai, there were also 4 experts at the 6th level of Thunder Tribulation here. All of them were able to be called a Jedi, and the senior mistress really couldn't think of any other place. However, under the teacher Tai's questioning, Xiejio also frowned and said only that it was difficult to divine because the heavenly chances were obscured. However, Xiejio also made a guarantee that at least the senior lady and the county princess would not be harmed, so that he relaxed his heart. After thinking about it, she contacted King Yen again and agreed. After all, Mrs. Sure is also confident that even if the old monk has any bad ideas, in his own cultivation at the 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation plus the assistance of these real people, Fengtianyu will not be able to take them for a while. Several people then stepped into the sea under the old monk's leadership. Xie Xiao estimated that he had arrived at the place where he was pulled into the North Sea returning ruins by Shingongbao last time, and stopped. Master and mistress, allow me to go into the water to find out. A few people temporarily wait here to rest and wait for a while. Xiaoyu said. Buddha face surged out a trace of compassion. If the poor monk did not return in 7 days, the teacher will quickly return, do not come back here. See, the old monk said so cautious. A few real people also cannot help but be curious. Master, this underwater in the end, what is the danger of? Xia lacks a deep inhalation of breath, pretending to be grave, the horror between life and death. In an instant, the old monk's body is not into the water, disappeared. A few people waited quietly for half a day, is in the vicinity of 100 miles to find a lonely island to rest and recuperate, stay with a few 6-jacked real people, take turns on guard. After all, if you want to always step on the water floating in the air, the consumption of mana, although not much, but also cannot allow themselves to maintain a full state. Several people still held a cautious attitude towards the terror spoken by a Thunder Tribulation 9th level powerhouse like the old monk. Instead, Xiejio was the one who went back under the deep diving abyss after disappearing underwater. His own Koenpeng treasure technique had yet to be completed, and the murals above that lookout pillar had long been coveted by him for a long time. Last time, if not do not know how long, anxious to go home to see the situation, is how all will be the rock of the divine form to learn to hand. As for the master misses several people, since they let them wait a little, wear down the patience, the heart involuntarily increase some difficulty, only to let their own plans can go smoothly.